I just casually gave the other party half a pack of instant noodles, but in return, they gave me the complete set of controllable nuclear fusion technology, simply because I have a time and space trading platform that allows me to exchange items with people from different times and spaces. Later, I even exchanged a cookie for an electromagnetic cannon rifle, and got a starship with just a pack of spicy strips. As long as I met the other party's demands, I could obtain all the resources that Blue Star did not have. Even the elixir of life was within easy reach. At this moment, I was sitting in the trading space for the first match. In the next moment, a woman in armor appeared on the other side and asked, "What are your needs? What do you want to trade?" "Unpolluted water and natural food. Everything on the list I need." She reached out and gestured, and the list was filled with items, all requiring pollution-free and radiation-free food, vegetables, and pure water. Looking at these things, I instantly felt like I was shopping online at a supermarket. Looking at the armor worn by the other party, the technological level of the world is not low. Do they want to buy pollution-free and radiation-free food? Could it be from a wasteland world where food is scarce? I was intrigued. I can provide all these items. What do you plan to use for the trade? And what do you need? Frost Star frowned. Neither side knew what special products the other world had. She would definitely state her own needs first, considering that I was a newcomer. If she also mentioned what she could trade, it would definitely not be favorable for the subsequent price negotiations. I was not surprised by her answer. I turned my eyes to her armor. You want power armor? It's not impossible to discuss. If you can bring out 10,000 tons of non-radioactive and non-polluting food, I can give it to you now. Armor with a girlish touch? I was immediately excited, but then shook my head. 10,000 tons of food. I can't afford it with my current financial resources. I pondered for a moment. I need gold. Looking at the power armor on her, I knew that their technology was decades ahead of Blue Star. If we really want to talk about it, of course, it's most cost-effective to exchange food for technology. But the problem is that I am just an ordinary person now. Even if I get some black technology, I probably can't monetize it. The first thing to do now is to become a wealthy person on Blue Star, with capital in hand. Getting technology and monetizing it will be simple. Frost Star nodded. Gold for food is acceptable, but I need to see the data of your common food first so that I can estimate the price. After all, not all food prices are the same. I understand what she means, but for a moment I didn't know how to organize it. Subconsciously, the image of a potato appeared in my mind. Fortunately, right after that, I saw the data of the potato on the screen. Can it still be like this? I suddenly understood. In my mind, there were flashes of rice, wheat, sweet potatoes, and other staple foods. After organizing several common staple foods on the Blue Star, I reached out and sent it over. After looking for a while, Frost Star gave its own price, 1 kilogram of gold for 1 ton of rice. Rice is the main exchange food. I nodded calmly. There's enough rice, but I think we need to discuss the price properly. In trading, prices can certainly be negotiated. Frost Star smiled and said. I hesitated slightly and tentatively said, 50 kilograms of gold for 1 ton of rice. Deal. Frost Star immediately clapped his hands and agreed without hesitation. At this moment, I felt like thousands of alpacas were passing through my mind. Is it too little? I still underestimated the value of food to Frost Star, and overestimated the value of gold to them. However, this dilemma only lasted for a moment before I dismissed it from my mind. 50 kilograms of gold for a ton of food is no different from picking up money for free. Not to mention, even if I only sell a ton of food, figuring out what to do with 50 kilograms of gold would be a headache. Instead of being greedy, it's better to establish a good relationship with them. After all, I still want to strip off her original power armor, and buy it, since the unit price has been settled. How much rice can you provide now? Coming back to reality, I calculated my current savings. In our first cooperation, I'll provide 10 tons to you first. If you find it satisfactory, we can continue trading. Frost Star had no objections. She got up and after a short wait, she slowly disappeared from the spot. When she reappeared, she had a metal box in her hand. Frost Star placed it on the negotiation table and pushed it towards me. I suppressed my excitement and quickly opened the box. Under the bright lights of the meeting room, a golden light reflected from the box, almost blinding me. 10 pieces of 50 kilogram gold bars, a total of 500 kilograms of gold. The gold is yours. When can you deliver the goods? Frost Star raised her chin, surprised that there was a prepayment option. This is probably the best customer I've ever met in my life. Thinking about this, I quickly said, I will deliver 10 tons of rice to you within 7 days. If you need anything else, you can make a list for me. We can roughly estimate the price now. If it can be brought, I will bring it to you in the next transaction. I uploaded some data on items that can be purchased in large quantities on Blue Star. the two of them finally reached a preliminary consensus. Regardless of how much resources I can gather, Froststar needs to pay gold at the agreed price. If there is not enough gold, other items can be used as payment, such as mechanical exoskeletons, railguns, etc. Each of these items is more valuable than the 500 kilograms of gold I have. The next moment, I only felt a blur in front of my eyes, replaced by the familiar rental house. I quickly took out a piece of gold, feeling the real touch of the gold, hoping it's not a dream. I walked to the kitchen with the gold ingot in my hand, cut it into small pieces, then searched for a nearby gold shop on my phone. I chose a not-so-prominent gold shop and decided to try selling a piece of gold there. Soon, I found myself standing outside the gold shop, took a deep breath, and walked in. "Sir, hello, are you here to look at jewelry?" As soon as he entered, a welcoming lady greeted him politely. In this kind of high-spending store, waiters or sales generally demand high quality, like the kind of situation in the novels where people are lovingly or even eerily mocking others because of what they are wearing. In reality there might be, but that's a highly unlikely event. Even if you really despise someone, you can't show it to their face like a douchebag. "I saw your store collecting gold on the internet, and I just happened to have some gold in my hand to get out." So you didn't beat around the bush and said straight away. A lot of things are not really taboo, but you sneak around the corner. But it is easy to make people suspicious. He is generous to explain the intention. People see him take out the gold lump. At most will be surprised that someone can actually get so much gold. If you were to cower, it would rather look like the gold was coming from a wrong place. Yes, the welcoming lady froze and quickly reached out her hand. "This way, sir." So you followed her and soon came to a workbench in the corner of the gold store where a lot of tools were placed. There was a young man sitting bored at the workbench playing with his cell phone. "Master's son, the guest wants to pay out gold. Please show it to me." The welcoming lady respectfully greeted the youth and then said to Suyu, "This is our store's master's son, who is also the store manager. He is responsible for this aspect of recycling gold, and he will first check the purity of the gold, and then weigh it with our store's electronic gold scale, which is guaranteed to be accurate to the milligram. This inspection is free, and you can consider whether you want to sell after you get an offer on it." After saying that, he gave Suyu a professional smile and then paced away. There are actually quite a few rules in this business, and there are both large and small amounts of gold that guests want to sell, and some guests who believe in keeping their money intact may not be willing to let people know that they are so rich. That's why when it comes to collecting gold, no one else but a specialized master will stare. Of course, only the big corporations pay attention to so many rules. No one cares so much if it's a small store on the street, and there are even a lot of them now that test while broadcasting live in order to attract fans. "Hello, where's the gold?" Master Son casually brought a magnifying glass from the side and reached out to Suyu. Suyu sniffed and directly took out the golden lump from his pocket. This, looking at the palm-sized gold cake, Master Son's expressionless face suddenly flashed a trace of dismay. This piece, all gold? Although he was kind of used to seeing gold in this line of work, he was still a little surprised to see such a large gold cake at first glance. "That's for sure. You can't just brush some gold paint and expect to come here to cheat money," Suyu said, placing the gold cake on the scale at the side. A precise weight instantly surfaced on the electronic gold scale. 1,622, 578 g. Is it really a piece of gold? With Master Son's experience, he roughly looked at the color of the gold cake and estimated the volume and weight. It was immediately obvious that this thing was definitely a solid block of gold. Pushing up his glasses, he looked at the gold cake with some surprise. To be precise, look at the pitted marks on it from the hammer. It wasn't that he hadn't seen the world. In fact, he had seen gold ingots bigger than this, but he had never seen such a big piece of gold smashed into a cake. "Aren't you afraid that some edges will fly out when you smash it?" Master Son picked up the gold cake and said to Suyu with some curiosity. "Ancestral. Passed down just like this. There's no way." Suyu shrugged. Master Son lost his smile and shook his head at his words. But although he didn't believe it, he didn't pursue it, but took a magnifying glass and meticulously looked up and down at the gold cake. It took a while before he exhaled. "It's solid gold." After saying that, he also looked at Suyu with some derision. This kind of purity of gold can only be refined by modern technology, and Suyu's claim that it is ancestral is naturally nonsense. In this industry, a gold content of over 99% is known as foot gold, and it is only when the gold content is more than 99.6% that it can be called pure gold. Foot gold and pure gold in the color of slightly subtle differences. Ordinary people may not be able to see, but he's such as always dealing with gold. Naturally not difficult to see. "Pure gold?" Suyu did not feel embarrassed and said as if he had not heard. "Make an estimate." "Wait a moment. I still have to examine it," Master Son said, then picked up the bottles and jars on the side, and from time to time, he He dropped a few drops of unknown objects onto the gold cake, and then took a magnifying glass to scrutinize it. After a while, he drew out a cloth and wiped the gold clean, placing it on a scale to the side, and nodded when he saw that it still showed no change. Now the price of gold is about 400 out. The recycling price on our side for the past 2 days is 398 a gram. But this is pure gold for you. The price can be given higher. 403 a gram, how about it? Yes. Suyu nodded his head, and did not argue with him on the price. Then the total price of this gold cake would be about 653,898. I'll do the honors and wipe you a zero. 654,000. Saying that, he drew out a contract from the cabinet below and handed it to Suyu after some writing and drawing. You read the contract. If there are no problems, sign it and it will be effective. This kind of contract of sale is very simple. Suyu roughly looked at a few eyes, then determined that there is no pit in it. Signed on the spot. Happy cooperation. I'll have the finance credit your card within an hour. Master Sun summoned a waiter and had the contract taken away. He then took off his gloves and shook hands with Suyu. Without waiting for Suyu to speak, he mysteriously came over again and whispered, add a micro message. If there is still gold want out, can continue to come to me, whether you want to go public or private accounts. Can eat, to ensure safety. Oh, what about public accounts? And what about private accounts? Suyu asked back without moving. That Master Sun didn't hide anything and said frankly, the public account is naturally to take it to the mine and walk around, pay the taxes that should be paid, and then come out naturally the gold unearthed in the mine. The source is certainly no problem. This is the safest. But the price I can give you is 300 at most. If it's a private account, then there are many ways to get it. Find a way to get it and sell it overseas, or trade it in the black market. But I also have a certain amount of risk, so the price I can only give you is 330 at the most. To put it bluntly, whether it's a public or private account, it's really about whitewashing it and giving it an origin. Suyu drew back his hand and smiled. Didn't you just charge market price for that piece? How come you don't have to wash your hands of it? That's only how many points? Master Sun shook his head. There's certainly no need to go through so much trouble handling a little over a kilo. Just give it directly to the goldsmith at the store to be beaten into jewelry. But if there is more, the gold store can eat it. But no one dares to eat it. This thing called gold is a strategic resource in the grand scheme of things. There are too many uses for it. So it's tightly regulated. Selling too much gold of unknown origin, the loopholes in the accounts will be huge, and it will be easy to be found out. How do you know that I have a lot of gold, when I would say that I just have this one piece? Suyu spread his hands, while Master Sun sniffed. He squeezed his eyebrows. Brother, this piece of gold was snapped off from the big gold ingot, right? Although it was deliberately smashed after it was snapped off. But unless you melted it and recast it again, it can't be hidden from those who are in our line of work. Metal fatigue, right? There are signs of it. Snap off a piece that's this big. That big one must be dozens of kilograms. I'm afraid, where you got it from doesn't interest me, but a sincere word of advice. Don't think you'll be okay if you tear down a few more copies and sell them in a few other stores. Regardless of which store you change, take this formal gold recycling channels. The price is beautiful, but to give you the money to play in order to facilitate the account, we'll note the content of the transaction. The number of times more. The bank side found that your account is abnormal. A check of the record. All the gold recycling proceeds. Guess what will happen? Doesn't make much sense. There is a few kilograms. You have to say that it is an ancestral heirloom. Others cannot say anything. After all, it is only a matter of a million or so. No evidence will not take you how. But if you want to get a dozen kilograms, or even dozens of kilograms out, you can't still say that it's an ancestral tradition, right? Then others should ask whether your surname is Aizenjaro or Zhu. Master Sun said and joked. Suyu sniffed but did not ask any more questions, but did add Master Sun's Weishuan account. Earlier he hadn't thought about it so complicated, and didn't see any problem with dividing the gold he had on hand into a few more pieces to sell in a few different places. But now that Master Sun said this, Suyu realized how naive his previous thoughts were. It doesn't matter how many portions of gold he cuts up on hand and trades for as many gold stores to get out. As long as he is not willing to let someone else sell it instead of him, then ultimately the money from these gold sales will go into his account. And regardless of whether or not people make notes when they make the call, the provenance of the funds can be traced. So it doesn't make any sense at all to mess with it that way. This was something that Suyu really didn't realize if Master Sun didn't say it. After all, in those novels that I used to read, the protagonist was so out of it after getting rich overnight and getting tons of gold. He subconsciously tried to learn how to do it, and only now did he realize that the loophole was so big. Fiction harms people. Of course, in addition to whether or not the distribution of the sale is not much difference. Master Sun's other words, Suyu will still believe it. so he didn't immediately plan to work with people to lowball the gold out. He left after Manfred's gold store credited his account for the 65.4W purchase. Turned to another gold store 7 or 8 kilometers away. Using the same method, Suyu once again produced a gold cake of about 2 kilograms here. Once again, over $800,000 in the bank. After the transaction is completed, he also sidestepped the master of this store know how to ask the Tao of this. In the end, the results obtained were not much different from what that master son said. Although this master was honest and didn't dare to do this kind of thing, in the end, he also recommended a person who specialized in this line to Suyu. After adding another channel to get out of gold, Suyu was content to leave. It was after 8 o'clock in the evening. The bustling CDB is brightly lit, and balding social animals working overtime under the lights can still be vaguely seen between the towering office buildings. Suyu looked at the nearly 150W deposit in his card and let out a long breath. This kind of working overtime as a social animal until his hair falls out will probably never happen to him again. And weirdly nostalgic. After sighing, he then remembered that he hadn't eaten dinner yet. Immediately, I found a restaurant and had a dinner that normally you can only watch food bloggers who flaunt their wealth online eat for $3,000 per person. Taste. It's too cheesy to mention that. They're all about the atmosphere. Ahem. After eating out, Suyu swept a shared bicycle and rode home slowly. It was only about 10 kilometers from where he lived, and it was just enough to kill time after eating. By the way, think again about how you're going to prepare the 10 tons of grain for Froststar in the next couple of days. Of course, 10 tons of rice wouldn't be too hard to prepare if it was just for this transaction. He could have scraped together enough for a few more supermarket runs for packaged semolina rice if he had been willing to run. But this time it's 10 tons, and it can come together so easily. What about next time? Trying to get some cross-generation black tech from Froststar is obviously not something that can be solved with the small amount of a few tons of grain. Food, vegetables, fruits, and even pure water are all supplies that Froststar needs. It is also something that can be found everywhere in Suyu's life. But quantitative changes cause qualitative changes. And with his personal name, this kind of large transaction is very difficult to do. Food processing plant thing, it seems to have to be on the agenda. Tomorrow go to the internet to search for what formalities are needed to open a food processing plant process. It is best to find a lawyer in a consultation. Suyu thought about these things in his head as he slowly rode on the bike path. But just then, a shared bicycle of the same model as his suddenly appeared on the sidewalk. A car sprang out coldly in front of him, giving Suyu a fright. Hastily, he reached for the brakes. It was close, but luckily he was riding slowly and managed to brake at the last minute. However, boo! Ouch! The sound of the bicycle falling accompanied by the young girl's exclamation of surprise. Suyu propped up the ground with one foot and looked at the little girl who fell on the ground in front of him. The corner of his mouth twitched. What do you mean? Bumper sticker. Ha! He didn't crash into it. Casually leaning the bicycle against a tree, Suyu frowned and came to the side of the young girl, and was about to ask her what happened. But before the words came out of his mouth, he looked at the young girl's appearance. But he froze for a moment. If he remembered correctly, this girl seemed to be the one he saw in the elevator in the afternoon. The looks are clean and lovely, and the body is exquisite. With the pleated skirt and knee-high socks of the JK suit, it is even a pair of long, straight legs. If she scored 10 out of 10, according to Suyu's aesthetic preferences, she could at least give her 9 out of 10. It's one of those types that you can look at and remember for days. Suyu was in the elevator at that time, although full of thoughts of gold, and did not pay too much attention to her, but the impression left by a hasty glance is now not forgotten. Speaking of which, I think this girl lives above him. She's his neighbor. Suyu froze and looked at the young girl on the ground, awkwardly and nonchalantly. What a coincidence. Woo! Li Yuanqi stumbled up from the ground and sat on one side of the curb covering his knee and grunting straight. He glared fiercely at Suyu, as if he wanted to say something. However, thinking that just now it was she who ventured out on her bike and Suyu didn't hit her. Instead it was she who fell down in panic. For a moment there was some speechlessness and weakness. Then he remembered the afternoon Suyu cursing outside the elevator and was a little scared again. He grunted half-heartedly, but could only cover his leg in resignation and gloom. Suyu shook his head and casually picked up the bike on the ground, picked up her bag again and handed it to her. Thanks. Li Yuanqi took the bag and whispered. I'm sorry, I seem to have scared you earlier. It's fine. It's good that it's not a bumper sticker. Suyu waved his hand unconcernedly, then walked towards his own bicycle. Be careful on your bike. I'll leave if you're okay. Seeing that he was ready to leave, Li Yuanqi subconsciously looked around. It was almost 10 o'clock at night, and there were fewer people on this road. After a moment's hesitation, deflated gluttony said, so, that could do me a favor. It's just that I might have broken my foot and I'm kind of having trouble making it. And, Well, I'd like to take a cab back. Just wait with me for a cab? I seem to remember that you live in the same building as me, so it's just as well that we can go back together on the way, and I can pay for the fare. When Suyu heard her intermittent coy words and looked at the surroundings, he was suddenly enlightened. Couldn't help but laugh. Okay, let's just dip into your light to improve our lives today. Anyway, his plan to prepare for trading supplies would not start until tomorrow, and there was nothing to do now, so it didn't matter if he went back early or late. Immediately, they swept the bike back and helped the young girl with the broken foot to the side of the road to find a place to sit down and wait for the bus. After limping and sitting down, Li Yuanxi then let out a long breath and said, "Thank you, my name is Li Yuanxi." Suyu returned a sentence, and then picked up the cell phone and inquired about what formalities are required to start a food processing plant. It wasn't that he was straight, but he could tell that Li Yuanxi seemed to be the type of young girl who was rather introverted and shy. Hitting on people out of the blue will only lead to confusion. It serves no purpose other than to disgust people. Besides, although she is indeed very beautiful, but Suyu has never seen a woman. It is not so bad to see a beautiful face to lick the face to no words. As expected, for his behavior of playing with his phone in front of him, not only did Li Yuanxi not feel impolite, instead, she also secretly sighed in relief and picked up her phone to play with her own. The two of them rode home in the car without words. Suyu was a good person to the end, assisting Li Yuanxi, who was walking with a limp, to the door of her house. And then, there was no more. The two of them didn't even add a tweet. It was just like meeting each other in passing. After all, in the middle of the night, if Li Yuanxi really dared to invite him, a man who had only met twice, to go home to drink tea, Suyu would not dare to go. Getting sick or something is not important. Don't wake up and lose your waist. That would be too much. Early the next morning, Suyu arrived at a logistics distribution base on the outskirts of Magic City. The plan for the food processing plant is actually difficult and cumbersome to try to implement right now, so Suyu still planned to take his time, and in the short term, he would first trade with the Frost Star side through small purchases. In that case, warehouses are naturally essential, although he had an item bar to hold things, but after all, the way this thing made things disappear out of thin air was a bit shocking, and he was afraid that one day he would accidentally be seen when collecting things. That's why it's still necessary to rent a warehouse specifically for transit. This kind of large logistics distribution base of the warehouse rental business has been very mature. Then ordinary people to rent a house process is not complicated. Suyu only spent a morning, then signed a warehouse lease contract of 800 square feet. 8 yuan per square foot per day. Signing a 3-month contract at a time. Spending nearly $130,000. It really gave him a handful of flesh. But the good news is that he rented this warehouse not far away. Actually happens to have a well-known domestic grain and oil brands of warehouses. After finding the person in charge of the warehouse, Suyu easily bought 10 tons of rice, as well as a dozen tons of soybeans, corn, potatoes, and other staple foods. Incidentally, I also bought a lot of seasonings, cooking oil, and some self-heating rice and other convenient instant food. He purchased nearly 30 tons of supplies at one time, costing him nearly $200,000, but it had also scraped together enough supplies for Frost Star's consignment purchases this time around, and had even bought a lot of things that weren't on the list, but that he thought Frost Star might need. These things were all bought by Suyu under the banner of hotel purchasing. Anyway, things are not much. People will not ask more. On the spot will be the money and goods. The warehouse also arranged a forklift for him to send things to the warehouse yard flat and neat. After checking the inside of the warehouse to make sure there was no surveillance, Suyu closed the door. A light touch on these supplies put everything into the item bar. He then opened his personal panel and clicked into the hyperspace trading platform. After initiating a trade request to Frost Star, it was only about 10 minutes before Frost Star's side accepted the invitation. The two reappeared in the same room where they had talked business before. Across the often wooden table, Frost Star was dressed no differently than yesterday. Silver white power armor, plus that full head of white hair in all its glory. Things ready so soon? As soon as he came in, Frost Star said eagerly with some surprise. The original preparation time was 7 days. She was really surprised that Suyu was actually ready in less than a day. This point is not much. Suyu nodded and casually sent the 10 tons of rice that had been given and paid for directly to Frost Star's item bar through the trading platform. He then sent a list of all the other things he had on hand for her to choose from. Frost Star was ecstatic when she saw the 10 tons of grain that suddenly appeared in the item bar. This wasn't the first time she'd traded on a hyperspace platform, but she hadn't known if she'd been unlucky or something else before. The few people she was matched with to trade with were from agrarian societies that were still in the feudal era. And the high-tech equipment she could offer people simply couldn't understand and were worthless. Although gold is attractive to people, they have a life to take but no life to spend. Two of them took her gold will be nowhere to be found. She asked the trading platform only to know. These two actually took the gold the next day will be killed. No life. Others, although now alive, but for the delivery is delayed again and again. For a number of reasons, or transportation difficulties, or gold such things for a time do not dare to cash out. But in general it's all because the world they're in isn't productive enough on its own either. And the reason why she dared to give so much gold to Suyu in one go yesterday was because it could be seen from the clothes Suyu was wearing, as well as the wristwatch he was wearing on his hand. The world Suyu was in could definitely not be that kind of agrarian society with low productivity, but a world that was in the near-modern era in her eyes. At least industrialization was also completed. Productivity was probably far worse than the pre-prosperity epochs of her world, but providing some food was certainly not much of a problem. But Suyu had gathered all these grains in less than a day, so it was far beyond Froststar's expectations. Either he's a big shot who controls certain resources in his world, or the productivity of his world is extremely developed, not much worse than the prosperity era. Froststar thought this in his heart, and his assessment of this trading partner went up another level in his mind, and his expression was much more cautious. After collecting his mind and briefly looking at the other items offered by Suyu, Froststar then decisively said, "I can take all of these things. What's the plan on your end for the price? If you still want to settle with gold, I can provide about a ton at the moment. More will need to be raised by giving me some time, and within 3 days, I can collect at least 10 more tons of gold." Gold wasn't worth much in the world she lived in. Before the wasteland era was the prosperity era, which was the greatest era of the fallen world, with humans spreading across the stars and seas. Asteroids made of gold collected from the universe can easily be hundreds or even hundreds of billions of tons. This stuff is just a mediocre industrial material at their place. If she really wanted to, she could collect a whole bunch of pre-war sites at random. Gold is not needed for now. Suyu shook his head. If you know anything about economics, you should know that an economic system constructed with gold as the general equivalent. If a large amount of gold were to flow in all at once, it would have a shock to the economy and have a nasty effect. So our side of the regulation of gold is more strict. Just you give me this 500 kilograms of gold, I still have to find a way to come out from a special channel. Give me more is useless. The existing gold reserves of the Blue Star countries are only less than 60,000 tons, and he should really promise Froststar to trade in gold again. Get another 10 or 8 tons of gold out there. Then, no matter what channel is used to get out, I'm afraid that the next day, the authorities will have to come to my door. So what do you want? Froststar couldn't help but frown. Don't want the gold. So that leaves only a few technological artifacts, or techniques, that she can take out. Weapons. Suyu said without hesitation. A weapon or gauntlet that allows me to defend myself against at least several enemies armed with a single weapon. It was a trade item that he had thought through before he traded it, but he wasn't looking to do anything illegal with the weapons. It was mostly just for self-preservation. With a certain power of self-preservation, he dared to look for Master Sun, whom he met in the gold store last night, to offer the 500 kilograms of gold in his hand through the other party's channel. He couldn't hope that the people doing this kind of business had the contractual spirit to keep their promises, and in order to prevent being blackmailed, he wouldn't consider offering a large amount of gold at once until he had the power to defend himself. Well, wait a moment. Froststar disappeared with a slight pause. When she reappeared, she had 2 more silver-white suitcases in her hands. Placing the boxes on the table and opening them, Froststar pointed to one of them with slight pride. The K-10 combat suit, made of nanopolymerized materials, is capable of stopping at least 100 consecutive rounds of 12.7mm caliber firearms head-on at close range, with the exception of large-caliber electromagnetic weapons. Of course, built-in thermostatic safeguard system that will keep you safe from extreme conditions ranging from -50 degrees to -70 degrees, as well as waterproof, fireproof, and poison-proof. On top of that, it comes with a nitrogen shield module that can only be used 3 times, triggered automatically by AL, which can withstand the shockwave and fragmentation of a 5 kg TNT blast at close range. And it's also quite stealthy. It's a technological legacy of our world's pre-war prosperity era that we can't currently produce ourselves, and it's absolutely tops in terms of security. Saying that, she gently pushed the box and pushed it in front of Suyu. Put it on. Even if you go for a run on the battlefield in the middle of a gunfight, it'll keep you okay. How about trading this for the rest of your 20 tons of supplies? Looking at the black unknown material made, plain clothes in front of him, hearing her introduction, Suyu couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Reaching out and touching it, his expression was a bit stunned. That thin? Are you sure you're not fooling me? This thing wasn't much thicker than his t-shirt. The whole thing was a tight style. Even if toughness is really as good as she says it is and bullets can't penetrate it. But such a close fit. Large caliber bullets don't even have to come in. He was afraid that he would have to be shattered to his internal organs. With a trading platform regulating it, of course it's impossible to sell you fake goods. Froststar gave him a blank look, but after thinking about it, she stood up again. I'll show you if you don't believe me. With that said, and with a mechanical clicking sound, she finally took off the sound-heavy power armor. And what was worn inside was the tights that were exactly the same style as the one in front of Suyu. The black corset wrapped the exquisite figure in explosive curves. Watching Suyu's blood spurting, almost did not suppress the gun. Froststar also seemed to have noticed and glanced at Suyu, but she didn't care. Instead, he calmly drew a nice little silver pistol from a holster on the side of his power armor, and took a shot right at a side wall. Bang! A huge roar rang out, and the wall on the side was immediately blasted out a big hole by this palm-sized small pistol, and Suyu's eyelids jumped as he watched. Electromagnetic pistol with tungsten cord steel needles. Well, the power is probably a little more powerful than a 20mm caliber machine gun in a gunpowder weapon. Froststar explained casually, then without hesitation raised his gun and gave himself a shot to the head. The roar sounded again and Suyu could not help but breathe, but immediately after that, the imagined headshot scene didn't appear. The head that wasn't covered by the protective suit was actually unharmed under this shot. Froststar shrugged. See, this thing has protection when you wear it on your body, and it even protects places that are not covered. This is the black technology of our pre-war world. Don't ask what the principle is. The prosperity era is more than 100 years past from my era, and many of the technologies are out of generation, and I don't know what the principle of this thing is. That's a relief, isn't it? With that said, she simply sat down in her tights without power armor either. Heck, she could even put it on the table. Suyu swallowed and inadvertently pressed the gun. Don't worry, this protective suit for those supplies, no problem. With that, he put the protective suit away, while trading all of the remaining 20 tons of supplies to Froststar. Good, now we can talk about it. Froststar smiled and pushed the other open case. What was inside was simple, a pistol. It looked a bit larger than the one Froststar himself had just used. S79, police electromagnetic pistol? Built in a metal hydrogen battery. Enough power to fire 1,000 shots. The magazine can hold 50 special armor-piercing bullets at a time. It's really just a needle. Nothing technical. You can build it yourself by going back and finding a craftsman to follow it. Use tungsten or steel or whatever. The bullet material is even worse. It only affects the range. It doesn't affect the accuracy or power. The power is a bit bigger than mine. It's equivalent to a hand cannon, and it can penetrate a 100mm thick steel plate within 100 meters. After saying that, she pushed the case containing the gun in front of Suyu again. Suyu looked at this contraption that looked like a toy gun, but this time he did not question it. The main thing is that there are trading platform restrictions and there are no fakes here. Sojourner simply closed the case and nodded. I'll take this. What do you want? I'll take this. What do you want? Hearing Suyu's words, Froststar did not hesitate to say, this gun for 10 tons of fresh fruit, 10 tons of vegetables, and 10 tons of meat. That's about it. If you're looking for specific kinds. Saying that, she tapped on the light screen in front of her and then passed it to Suyu. Suyu took a look. The fruit she chose are probably bananas, apples, pears and other common fruits. Vegetables are also similar. Are more common. The price is also cheaper. The meat, though, wouldn't be cheap, and she chose beef. Now if you go to the market to buy beef, it will cost about $40 a catty, and a kilogram will cost $80 to $90. Conservatively counting his 81 kilograms, 10 tons that would be a whole 800,000, plus vegetables and fruits and stuff. This order can't be placed without $1 million. However, after a moment of contemplation, Suyu still nodded. If he could successfully offer all the remaining 490-odd kilograms of gold in his hand, he would gain at least $100 million. The million or so is nothing. If it goes well, you'll have delivery in 7 days, and if it doesn't, you'll have the stuff in a month at the latest. Suyu estimated and quoted her a more conservative time, and Froststar was also very painful to say. Happy cooperation then. Have fun working together. Name, Suyu. Identity, agent of the Blue Star Zone of the Supertime trading platform. Rank, junior agent, 1 out of 10. Trading points, 50. Number of matches available, 0. Remaining refresh time 149 hours. Returning to his private space once again, Suyu looked at his personal panel. With the completion of the first transaction, his level progress had finally added 9 more deals like this, and he'd be upgraded to a mid-level agent, unlocking more permissions. Likewise with the completion of the first transaction, he gained 50 trading points. He opened the trading mall and looked at it, realizing that there didn't seem to be anywhere to spend 50 trading points. The prices of many things in the mall of this hyperspace trading platform were strange. For example, a 1 megaton equivalent of a large mushroom is actually only 50 trading points. but a beginner's gene potion cost 200 trading points. Suyu rummaged around and couldn't find anything that he could afford and was still suitable for his current use. So he had to call it quits and save these trading points. After all, you can't really replace it with a big mushroom, can you? He just wants to get rich. He's not a terrorist. What's the point of having this? So in that case, it did seem that a genetic potion that could make him invulnerable to all diseases and physically exceed the limits of human beings would be more valuable instead. Without giving any more thought to the issue of trading points, Suyu closed his personal panel and turned to open the case containing the set of K-10 combat suits. Wore this thing out in an exclusive space. It's snug, but not urgent. Instead, it's very cozy. Suyu moved his muscles and bones and quickly adapted to this feeling. Then the original clothes were put back on to cover the combat suit. And those spots that the clothes couldn't cover actually turned into the color of his skin automatically like a chameleon after he put on the clothes, causing him to look almost invisible in the slightest trace of wearing protective clothing when he was dressed. I'm afraid this is specially designed for agents, right? It's too awesome. Suyu took out a lighter from his pocket and burned it halfway into his palm. The lighter was about to burn out and there wasn't the slightest sizzle in my hand. Hefting the S79EM pistol in his hand twice more, he then placed it in the inconspicuous gun pouch at the waist of his combat uniform. You couldn't even tell that he was bulging with something tucked around his waist without looking closely. This kind of black technology is really bullish. If we can get the technology. Suyu's words were only half spoken, but his eyes flashed with an uplifted color, because he now has a real chance of getting his hands on all this black tech. Not to mention more than that, just that little piece of whatever metal hydrogen battery is in this gun is capable of making an electromagnetic weapon with this much power fire 1,000 shots. The prospect is then unimaginable. If it could be replicated, it would be a vast market of trillions of dollars. All the companies in the world that need to use battery energy storage will line up to beg him for authorization. And just the royalties can make him a lot of money. Don't be overly ambitious. Take it one step at a time. It's not the time to go whole hog with black technology. Taking a long breath, Suyu returned inside Blue Star's warehouse. Not finding anything out of the ordinary around him, he closed the warehouse door and left the place. It was a little after 2 in the afternoon, which wasn't too late. After thinking about it, he took a cab and headed for a street with more Force stores nearby. The next step is to raise all sorts of supplies, and you can't always count on someone near the warehouse who just happens to have them, so you have to run around. So it's better to get yourself a mobility scooter first. On the way he found a couple more decent-sized gold stores and struck out on a few gold patties, probably a little over 8 kilograms out and over $3.5 million in. Together with the remaining $1.5 million advanced from before, he now had more than $5.5 million lying on his card. But this has reached the limit, and then want to go through the formal gold store recycling channels out of gold, then cannot be in the Magic City. Instead, you have to go to a neighboring, or even more distant, city to be considered safe. Of course, for the time being, he had enough money and was in no hurry. On the outskirts of the Magic City, a relatively less crowded road is filled with 4 stores of various brands. Suyu looked out at the intersection, and for a moment had some difficulty choosing. His previous goal of making money was to buy a house in Magic City. As for the car, in the congested Magic City, it's not really as convenient as public transportation for commuters, so he rarely thinks about that aspect of things. Although the company will give the salesman a car, he is considered a veteran driver with a few years of experience. But after all, the company car is the company's. He is only responsible for driving, whether it is good to drive or not and whatnot, and there is no choice. Where does he care about this? What with the data parameters, material workmanship, fuel economy and such? He actually doesn't know much about it. Feel free to look around first. Shaking his head, Suyu walked straight towards the nearest Pence Force store. It's a weekday and the store is not crowded at this time. As soon as Suyu entered the door, a sweet-looking sales wearing a sheath dress and black silk trotted to welcome him. Hello sir, do you have an appointment? No, just looking around. Suyu shook his head. The professional smile on the sales face didn't change at all, and he sniffed. Then, sir, do you have a favorite model? Our store is the largest Pence Force store in Magic City. All the models on sale have existing cars. Oh, see the car, test drive are available. The two walked and talked, and in the middle of the conversation they arrived in front of a white sedan, which the saleswoman pointed at smoothly. This is the latest Pence C-Class, one of our main models in Pence, and it's not priced too high. Sales pointing to the car said, gushing. Suyu is not good to interrupt. Just the corner of the mouth cannot help but draw. The naked car is over 300,000. Also called the asking price is not high, can be okay, but it really wasn't a very high price for him right now. But, too small. Suyu shook his head. It's enough for domestic use, but he must have bought the car for something other than domestic use. The system's item bar was limited, and there was no way he could fit everything into the system. Maybe I'll have to pull gold or bought Blue Star Natives or something at some point. Anyway, it's better to get a bigger car. Too small? Sales was stunned, and then the enthusiastic smile returned. For more space, I personally recommend the SUV model. Sir can come with me to have a look. Suyu did not have any problem with it and followed her and headed to the other side of the booth. But only a few steps later, a surprised voice rang out from the side. Suyu, why are you here? Suyu's footsteps lurched and he turned his head to look, and when he saw the person who spoke, his originally calm expression suddenly revealed a few points of disgust. Zhao Xinhuan, the first girlfriend he dated during his college days and his first love. Of course, it's not appropriate to say that, or to put it another way. Was it the first goddess he licked when he was in love? At that time he was studying part-time in a station when up, is also considered to eat the rise of short video dividends, although not fire, can also be stable monthly income of more than 10,000. Life at school was lived to the fullest, until they met Zhao Xinhuan during one of the dormitory fellowships. In the beginning it was she who took the initiative to add Suyu's contact information after hearing about his ability to make money, saying she wanted to learn how to cut videos from him, then gradually familiar with the process. Zhao Xinhuan never mentioned to learn to cut the video thing, but instead every time we meet, if anything, tease Suyu. Plus her looks and figure are considered good. Where could Suyu, who had never even touched a girl's hand at that time, stand this? So they plucked up the courage to start courting each other. And then there was no more. After a year of chasing and spending a lot of money, I held hands a couple times, until the end of the video dividend period, coupled with the fact that he took a bunch of messy advertisements in order to make money, dropped a lot of powder, and cut the video revenue is getting lower and lower. Then Zhao Xinhuan seemed to suddenly realize, picking out the relationship between the two, telling Suyu, we are not suitable. She even said that she was a rather slow person in this regard, and that if Suyu had just said it outright earlier, then she would have been able to make it clear and not let Suyu waste such a long time. Ridiculous at that moment Suyu really thought it was what she said was true, only to hate their own koi did not say it explicitly, and then left glumly. It wasn't until later in the parade that he looked back and realized he'd been a fool. So it became the way it is now where it's all about the kidneys and not the heart, and not interested in falling in love in the slightest. I heard that later Zhao Xinhuan seamlessly found a very good conditioned schoolmate, but in the end it seemed to be very unpleasant, and that schoolmate was also disciplined by the school. Suyu reckoned that people were smarter than their own selves at the time and saw through this woman's true colors of trolling for licking dogs. In short, for the first time in his life, he was emotionally deceived when he was attracted to a woman. For Zhao Xinhuan who cheated the feelings of young boys for money, Suyu now feels disgusted when he thinks about it. Seeing her again at this point is like seeing the dependent defense. Want to throw up? Long time no see. Are you here to see the car? I'll show you. Zhao Xinhuan didn't seem to feel the slightest bit embarrassed about the previous events and warmly greeted her. Suyu frowned and before he had time to speak, the female salesperson who brought him in on the side said with some embarrassment, you know our store sales, sir? In a Fours store like this one, customers who don't have an appointment are generally of course whoever grabs it. However, if the person did not have an appointment but had an acquaintance in the store, then it was obviously a pure waste of time for her to sell so enthusiastically just now. Sales? Suyu glanced at Zhao Xinhuan who was walking quickly and shook his head. Not that I knew she was a salesperson at your store, or she wouldn't have come in at all. This way, the saleswoman's eyes lit up at once and she hurriedly said, Sir, rest assured that the relationship between you and the sales of the car you buy in our store is not affected. The car is a car. People are people. No conflict, no conflict. So, are we going on to the car now? You really come to see the car? Oh? Zhao Xinhuan had already walked up to the two of them at this moment, and smiled at the saleswoman as she smiled. Xiao Yu, this is my friend. I'll just receive him. I've troubled you just now. The saleswoman known as Xiao Yu did not leave when she heard this, but looked at Suyu without saying anything. In their line of work, it's actually important to have a good eye, and you have to be able to read people if you want to sell your car. Experienced sales can tell by the words and demeanor of what people are really in a position to buy a car and what people are simply here to look. And the man in front of me entered the store looking calm and talking, although dressed in a way that didn't look rich. It didn't look like the kind of person who would simply come in to look around and see a luxury car in any way. Plus his words just now. So Xiaoyu was unwilling to give up this quality customer. It doesn't matter if you offend your co-workers. Anyway, in their line of work, colleagues were originally competitive, as long as they do not break the rules, no matter what he offended or not. Friends, are we very familiar? Suyu snorted and then said to Xiaoyu, go on, lead the way. This way, sir. Xiaoyu immediately smiled. Zhao Xinhuan looked at the departing backs of the two, awkwardly in place for a moment, Her face flushed red and white, although she also knew that after so much time had passed since that year's incident, Suyu must have come back to his senses as well. But just now, she was idling around, and when she saw such an acquaintance as Suyu, she came over. If Suyu really came to buy a car, of course it is the best. It means that Suyu now has a considerable amount of money again. She can also stop by to see if she can renew her relationship again and catch a wave of kaiju. No more, at least a little friendship. How to earn a single performance, right? After all, now with the previous can be different. Suyu, even if you know that at that time was played by her, so what? At that moment, she was still a little bottom line when she was fishing for a man, limited to giving someone a hand or something. Now she doesn't care about that. Sometimes it's common to sleep with her big clients in order to punch up her results. It is said that men have a first love plot. Suyu's first love to give up the face to chase backwards. Still afraid to take it? If Suyu had simply come in to see the world, it wouldn't have mattered. She worked in this store, time is not short, but also met countless rich people. Weekdays, high-end places, not less in and out. The eye has long been not when the school can be compared. It was the perfect opportunity to bury this kaiju she'd hooked up with, all in the name of killing time. But how could she not expect that Suyu was actually too lazy to even say a word to her? This was a bit hard for the self-important Zhao Xinhuan to accept. For a moment thoughts came to mind. Even wondered if someone had told Suyu about her working here, and Suyu had come here specifically to humiliate her. After hesitating for a while, Zhao Xinhuan gritted her teeth. I'd like to see if you can really afford it or if you're just pretending with me. With that, she took a step to go after him, but before he could take 2 steps, the cell phone in his pocket rang. She picked up her cell phone and looked at it. Mr. Wang, you have time to look at the car today? Right now? I'm at the store right now. Almost there already? Well, I'll meet you at the door. Within 3 words, Zhao Xinhuan, who had originally had a gloomy face, was already overjoyed. After looking at the direction Suyu and Xiaoyu left, he couldn't help but grunt and walked towards the door. A poor loser. I just casually have a client who is 100 times richer than you. You're still pretending. And this little you, really think you've met a big spender? I'll let you see what it means to be a real big spender. In this business, you can't give up and still want to make money? On the other side, the 2 people who were watching the car naturally didn't know that Zhao Xinhuan had so much drama. After looking at several pencils in a row, Suyu was not too satisfied. Just when Xiaoyu felt that he might have really looked away this time, he suddenly heard Suyu say, "Do you have a big G in your store?" He didn't know much about cars, but the Pence Big G still knew. The tough appearance is more to his liking than these city subs, and the off-road performance is not bad. If you need to collect any supplies to go to some remote places, it is convenient to drive there directly. After considering that he had a good balance on his card, he thought about just getting a Big G. Big G, said you immediately. There is one in the booth on the 2nd floor. I can take you to take a look. In addition, the other day our store just arrived 2 G63 new cars. You, if you want, is available. And lately, because the store has activities, there is no need to increase the price. Suyu didn't say much and just nodded at the words. After looking at the show car with her, the 2 of them came to the 2nd floor rest area. Suyu then said, if I were to pick up my car today, would it be too late? Pick up the car today? Xiaoyu was stunned. Subconsciously glanced at the time. It was already more than 4 o'clock in the afternoon. He could not help but laugh bitterly. Sir, the DMV closes in less than an hour, so it's definitely too late to pick up your car today. Not even full payment? Suyu asked rhetorically. Loan to buy a car needs to go through a lot of processes. Often 10 days and a half months to pick up the car is normal. He intends to drive the car now. Naturally, there is no loan idea. Full payment is theoretically possible, but you have to sign the contract and swipe the card right now. And then we will arrange for someone to rush to the DMV immediately to do the formalities for you. Xiaoyu helplessly said. But this car will be more than $2 million. Taxes and insurance and so on add up. I'm afraid to land more than $2.5 million. This is not a small amount. You always need some time to think about it, right? It's this time of day, and I'm afraid another half hour's delay will make it too late. Then swipe your card now. No need to think about it. Go and bring the contract. Suyu faintly said. First, sir, have you really decided to buy it? When Xiaoyu heard Suyu's words, he couldn't help but be stunned and look a little confused. Can I still have nothing to do to amuse you? Go quickly. Don't delay. Suyu said with an unchanged expression. Then you wait a moment. Xiaoyu was overjoyed, and jogged to the back office area to get the contract. Although it is said that car sellers prefer customers to take out a loan instead of paying full price, but I can't resist the bad years. It would be nice to sell it. Never mind the full loan? Not to mention quality customers like Suyu. Who wants to swipe his card without even thinking about more than $2 million? If the service is good, the benefits behind it can bring more than just the 3 or 2 dates of the commission of selling cars? Just as Xiao Yu left, Zhao Xinhuan brought a middle-aged man with a slightly bald head up to the second floor rest area as well. The two of them were talking and laughing with each other, and their demeanor was so intimate that a discerning person could tell at a glance that they had an unusual relationship. So you just glanced at it and didn't pay attention to it, turning to pick up his cell phone to brush the video in a bored manner. However, Zhao Xinhuan's eyes lit up after seeing that he was also here. After arranging the middle-aged man, he paced over and said in a conspiratorial manner, "How come you're allowed to sit here alone? Where's Xiao Yu? We have a rule in the store. No matter if the customer is here to buy a car or not, they have to be well entertained. She's too rude. I'll help you complain about her later." Right flavor. Suyu raised an eyebrow. The familiar flavor of this tea is just like it was back then. It's just that he was young and didn't understand any of this. How could you have been blind enough to fall for such a piece of work at that moment? Suyu shook his head, greatly puzzled and physically uncomfortable with his previous confusing behavior. This feeling is like one day when flipping through Penguin Space, suddenly flipped to 10 years ago, the non-mainstream era, to post those sayings. The current self look at it is so embarrassing, can almost buckle out of the 3 rooms. Shaking his head, he picked up the water and took a sip before he said nonchalantly, "She went to get the contract." Get a contract? You really came to buy a car? Zhao Xinhuan was stunned and looked surprised. But then he realized that it was inappropriate for him to say such things in his sales capacity and quickly changed his words. "No, I mean, you actually settled on it so quickly? What? Which car do you fancy?" However, Suyu was no longer interested in taking care of her, and continued to stare at the video of the beautiful woman dancing in his cell phone as if he hadn't heard it. Zhao Xinhuan hated his teeth when she saw this loving look on his face. However, thinking of their current sales status, but not good in the store to attack, can only dry smile after a couple of snappy departure? To help the side waiting for her to talk about the general manager Wang pouring water to go. In their line of work, the customer is God, especially in a luxury car store like this one, where hundreds of thousands of millions of dollars can be spent. There is a high demand for the quality of sales in the store. Even if you meet the most unreasonable customers, before they have swiped the card and signed the contract to buy a car, you can only coax. If you can't stand it, apply for a different person to engage with the customer. If you really dare to speak ill of your customers, then prepare to roll up your sleeves and leave. Of course, this is limited to before the card is swiped. After the card is another matter. So although she was pissed off enough by Suyu at this moment, she didn't dare to do anything in the store in any way. The small interlude, Suyu didn't take it to heart. Within a short time, Xiaoyu rushed back holding a stack of contracts. Suyu briefly looked at it and signed his name after confirming that there was nothing wrong with it. Then it's just a matter of swiping the card and going through the process of getting a temporary license plate. Finally stuck with the DMV closing time to get everything done. 4 store delivery area. In the store manager and other people accompanied by a simple car delivery ceremony. Yu hands holding the car keys handed to Suyu in front. "Mr. Su, it's yours now." Suyu nodded and looked at this big baby worth more than $2 million. The look was a little dazed. Yesterday he was worried about finding a job, and today he's happy with $1 million luxury car. Not to mention the others, he himself, as a first-hand witness, felt that the day or so had seemed like a lifetime ago. It's like living again. Sure enough, there's no future in good work. It's still cool to be open. Exhaling a mouthful of turbid air, Suyu took the car keys and then intended to drive away. But just then, while the rest of the people around him had left, Xiao Yu was whispering, "Mr. Su, do you have time this weekend?" "Weekend?" Suyu raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, "There's time. Why? Are you taking me to dinner?" There's one thing to be said for the female salesperson. She's actually quite good looking. At least better looking than Zhao Xinhuan's Ito defense. It's a 90 anyhow, though he hadn't considered such a thing as sleeping sales when he bought the car. But if people took the initiative to send it to his door, he naturally wouldn't refuse it. No initiative, no rejection. That's the standard by which he now conducts himself. Of course, if we put it before, we have to add another non-responsibility clause. Be a total scumbag. But now that we have this condition, to the point that there is no need to be so scummy, discretionary responsibility is still possible. You gave me such a big list, it's only right to treat you to dinner. Xiao Yu laughed. In addition, my name is Yu Xiao Xiao. If you don't mind, just call me Xiao Xiao. And in the future, any problems with the car can be contacted by WeChat. Okay, then you set the place for the weekend. Suyu nodded and didn't say any more. Turn around and get in your car and leave. Yu Xiaoshan watched the black big G leave. The bottom of her eyes suddenly revealed a color of exhilaration, and she couldn't help but clench her small fists. Yo, Is this a done deal for Xiaoyu? At this time, Zhao Xinhuan, who had brought that bald-head Wang general manager to finish looking at the car, just happened to pass by, and after looking at the excited Yu Xiaoshang, she couldn't help but say in a conspiratorial manner, when he was in the store, Su Yu was the customer, the god. She would never dare do anything about it, but there were not so many concerns between co-workers, and anyway, she was not on good terms with Yu Xiaoshang, and although Yu Xiaoshang was prettier than her, she wasn't as bottomless as she was, so the performance has always been inferior to hers. Even if the two of them did have a conflict, the store manager would probably be towards her. Zhao Xinhuan. Oh, the deal is done. The guest has already driven the car away. Yu Xiaoshang glanced at Zhao Xinhuan with a somewhat odd expression. Although she didn't ask Suyu and Zhao Xinhuan what exactly the situation was, she could probably guess a little. It's just that Suyu might not have been that rich in the past. Otherwise, with her knowledge of Zhao Xinhuan, such a woman with no bottom line would still be able to let a tycoon who bought Big G in full without batting an eye run away? So soon? Zhao Xinhuan looked stunned. As an industry insider, she naturally couldn't have been unaware that the only way to pick up a car and leave so quickly was to pay for it in full. Thinking about it, she hurriedly pursued the question. What kind of car did he buy? A C-class? Or an A-class? If it was just the entry-level version of this pence, it would be $200, 000 to $300, 000, but that's not unacceptable to her. Grade C? Grade A? Yu Xiaoyu flipped through his phone's album and tapped on a picture to put it in front of Zhao Xinhuan. It's the big GO. $2,580,000. Take it all. And it's only an hour from the time you enter the store to the time you pick up the car and leave. Sister Zhao, this friend of yours is really rich. With that, she winked playfully and walked slowly towards the store on her heels, humming as she went, obviously in a very good mood. Zhao Xinhuan, on the other hand, was directly petrified in place. All I could think about was that picture from earlier, the angular, imposing $1,000,000 limousine, and Su Yu, who was as spirited as he was when he was young, were on the side of the car. On the road, Su Yu, who was driving the car, didn't go home first. Instead, after finding a place to simply eat dinner, he drove towards the outskirts of Mordor, finally stopping outside an abandoned industrial park. The reason he was in such a hurry to pick up his car today was in addition to the fact that he did have the money now. Another reason is to go to buy a car on the way he facilitated that day in the gold store met Mr. Sun contacted over, with its appointment to try to trade 100 kilograms of gold to each other tomorrow night. The appointment is here in the suburbs. Whether it was to beware of the other side's blackmail, or because this place was too remote to catch the road easily, the token was obviously necessary. And he's here at this moment, mainly to come ahead and step on a spot, parking the car on the side of the road by an inconspicuous forest. Suyu touched the S-79 electromagnetic pistol on his waist that he had exchanged from Frost Star. Another glance at the close-fitting K-10 combat suit. It was a great feeling of security, walking in the dark toward the industrial park. This industrial park is probably a product of the last century, and was later closed down because of excessive pollution, and has been idle for more than a decade now. Inside, it's overgrown and the plant is patchy, giving people a creepy feeling in the middle of the dark night made Suyu feel as if he was playing Resident Evil, afraid that a walker would pop out of some nook or cranny and give him a bite. But the good thing is that reality is not a game after all, and things like zombies are naturally impossible. After walking around the industrial park with fear and trepidation, he roughly mapped out the terrain and the layout of the plant. It was also certain that this was not some gang stronghold from a gangster movie or something. There's not even a ghost in there, let alone a person. The overgrown factory, only a few inconspicuous paths remind Suyu. Here should occasionally people come, presumably the nearby villagers or something. After confirming that it would probably be difficult to set up any dragnet waiting for him here, Suyu was also relieved. At least for the time being, there should be nothing fishy about this place that Master Sun had chosen. But this is a good place. Suyu stood up to a high place in the industrial park, overlooking the terrain, and couldn't help but sigh. It is bordered by mountains on one side and the sea on the other. There is only one concrete road coming in on the side against the hill, enough for a normal family car to bus in and out. On this side of the sea there is a wharf, which is not big, but should be enough for a 1,000-ton cargo ship to load and unload. In the past, all the goods in and out of the industrial park should be on the waterway, greatly saving the transportation cost. And the other side of the concrete road against the mountain should be for employees to go in and out. From here, driving to the Magic City, probably just more than half an hour look into the city. In the past, when transportation was not so developed, the park's goods can be transported by water nearby. The location of this industrial park is unique enough. But for now, instead, it's a bit of a cockamamie. After all, the transportation is now developed. The goods sent to the domestic land transportation costs are not high. Sent abroad, directly from the magic city of several large ports unified crate shipment, the efficiency of the contrary is also higher. Plus it's remote, although it's suburban to say the least, and the commute by car is only half an hour. But there's no public transportation around here. You can't expect everyone who works to have a car, can you? So that's probably the biggest reason, besides the pollution, that the place was shut down but no one wanted to take it over. What used to be an advantage, put into the present has become a shortcoming instead. Times have changed. Suyu shook his head and prepared to leave, but only just as he turned around. A bold idea suddenly popped into his head. How about he take this place on a platter? As soon as this thought appeared, it was uncontrollably and frantically fostered. He couldn't keep living off of selling gold, getting the technology from the Frost Star and then replicating those transgenerational technologies at the Blue Star was the real gateway to making a fortune. And to replicate these techniques, he needed employees, a company, and a factory. Employees for now. When it comes to the location of the company and the factory alone, this is undoubtedly very suitable. One side faces the mountains and the other side faces the sea. There must be at least tens of thousands of acres of land available in between. More crucially, it's concealed enough. According to the land division, this industrial park belongs to the nearby Shaohai village, which is actually located 3 or 4 kilometers away from here on the seashore. And under normal circumstances, the villagers will rarely come to this side. By choosing to tinker with those black technologies here, at least you don't have to worry about crowds of people and leakage of information. There is only one way in from the mountains besides the sea. There is also no need to worry about the problem of being mixed up by people with ulterior motives, coupled with the convenience of waterway transportation. Although used to do what import and export is not possible, can be used to purchase some bulk food but no problem at all. By the time the company's factories are all completed, he wants food or something directly in the name of research. Purchasing a large amount of food is not a problem. As for the question of how he'll explain where he's going after he sends it over, there are so many ways to do that. In short, this piece of abandoned industrial park for other companies and manufacturers an accumulation of no difference. But at this time in the view of Suyu is undoubtedly a piece of treasure land. Tomorrow, if the deal goes well, it's possible to find a way to get a piece of this place down. Suyu already had a rough plan in his mind. After another stroll through the industrial park, he drove off. But in the meantime he did test fire the S79 EM pistol. Although this thing is powerful, the commotion is actually not as big as an ordinary human pistol. And in such a remote nook and cranny, there is no fear of being overheard. There's one thing to be said for it, and let's just say it's worthy of the black technology from the world where Frost Star is from. This electromagnetic pistol was much more awesome than he thought it would be. Effective range of 1,800 meters. Within 1,000 meters do not need to consider the wind direction of the bullet fall and other factors. Where to hit. The bullets were discharged at an even more terrifying 6 times the speed of sound. With this kind of data, only those high-precision sniper rifles nowadays have to be hanged. On top of that, it's amazing that such a small thing has an assisted aiming module on it. Suyu, such a white guy who has never touched a gun, can actually hit 100 shots within 200 to 300 meters. There is absolutely no concern about the gun falling off the chain and not hitting someone at a critical moment. The next day, noon, Suyu was woken up by the sound of the phone. It was after 3 in the morning when he got home yesterday, so he slept until midday. This sudden call did not have anything else. It was to remind Suyu that the 10 tons of fruits and 10 tons of vegetables that he ordered yesterday directly through the network to find the origin had already been transported through the cold chain and was about to arrive in Magic City. It will be delivered to his designated warehouse in about the afternoon, so that he will remember to collect the goods in time. Fruits and vegetables are more expensive than food though, but compared to food, which is related to the protection of people's livelihood, fruits and vegetables are rather less sensitive. He didn't need to be careful with his purchases. Buy a large amount of grain at once. There will be people who suspect that he hoarded so much grain to do what? After all, domestic food prices are relatively stable. There is no profit at all. Hoarding so much does not make sense. But if he buys a large amount of fruits and vegetables at once, then even if he is noticed by the authorities, most likely he will not think too much about it. Because fruits and vegetables can really make money if there are channels to get them out. And there are not many people who do this. One thing, if you have a motive for doing so, no one else will suspect anything. Instead, you do something that makes it completely obvious what your motives are. And instead, it makes people wonder what you're up to. So vegetables and fruits and all that, not to mention 10 tons, 100 tons and 1,000 tons is not a problem. If you can't, it's not a big problem to go directly to the country of origin and charter a few orchards and vegetable gardens. As for the 10 tons of beef, Suyu had found a source. Instead of going to a slaughterhouse to find freshly killed ones, They contacted a freezer in Mordor and procured 10 tons. The stuff sits there for now. And when you need it you can just rent a cooler truck and haul it. Don't ask why you don't buy freshly killed by frozen. Asking is cheap. Lying on the bed again for a while, looking at 12 o'clock at noon, Suyu reluctantly climbed up from the bed. After briefly washing up, he went downstairs to find a restaurant to eat. This point is exactly when the restaurant is crowded. Suyu went in to find a circle. Actually did not find a free table. He was about to change the house when he suddenly glimpsed a table in the corner that was vacant. But it was occupied by someone who had gotten there first. And that person just happened to be Li Yuanxi, with whom he had a meeting the other day. Suyu immediately turned his head over and sat down opposite her with a big grin, smiling at Li Yuanxi, who looked up at himself in surprise. What a coincidence. Well, it's not exactly a coincidence. I used to see you here a lot on weekends. Li Yuanxi sniffed and replied seriously. Suyu was not too surprised when he heard this. This is the only pavilion in the neighborhood that has the most to his liking, and he hadn't come here much before. Rather, he was somewhat surprised that he hadn't even noticed such a little beauty like Li Yuanxi. But instead, it was her who had noticed him. You go to school in this neighborhood? Suyu glanced at Li Yuanxi. This little girl looked actually just 17 or 18 years old, but after contact, from the speech and demeanor, he estimated that people should have to be in their early 20s. It is just more tender looking. Well, I'm a junior this year, Li Yuanxi obediently replied. Compared to the previous encounter with Suyu when she stumbled over her words and had the appearance of an autistic young girl, after familiarizing herself a bit, she was able to chat with Suyu for a few moments, but by the serious look on her face, it was clear that she was still a little nervous and uncomfortable interacting with strangers. Did you have something to do with writing all that way by yourself that night? In order to not let the atmosphere seem too awkward, Suyu pulled another random topic. I work part-time at a pet store over there, Li Yuanxi replied, and after a little thought, she also asked Suyu, what about you? Do you work in the neighborhood? Me, I'm jobless. Suyu shrugged and smiled. Li Yuanxi was stunned, then lowered her head and seemed to mutter with some dissatisfaction. Liar. Suyu smiled without explanation, took out his cell phone and scanned the QR code on the desktop to order a few small dishes. We've seen each other so many times. It's kind of fate. Let's treat you to a meal. Is there anything you're avoiding? Invite me to dinner? Li Yuanxi gave him a startled look, then said warily, why? Just invite if you want to. What else do you need for a meal? Suyu shrugged. A good, sweet little girl always deserves more kindness. This small restaurant doesn't spend much anyway, so ordering a few more dishes won't cost much. Just being spontaneous. Consider this your reward for taking my seat. I didn't take the seat for you. It's me who wants to eat. Li Yuanxi's little head was going like a rattle. The result is not the same. Under Suyu's rhetoric, Li Yuanxi was fooled by him and finally accepted his invitation. Within a short time, several colorful and flavorful small dishes were served. Suyu asked with a hitch as he ate. By the way, what's your major now? Jurisprudence. Li Yuanxi took a small bite of food and swallowed it before answering. Jurisprudence, huh? Suyu's eyes lit up and he hurriedly asked, do you know anything about commercial law? It's quite understandable. I basically remember all the regulations. Li Yuanxi looked at Suyu. You do have a question to ask? Smart, Suyu complimented, then turned to the question that had given him a headache in the past few days. Probably how to register a company, how to register a factory and so on. There are a lot of legal rules and regulations, broken down into different procedures and documents required for different companies or factories. This kind of thing if one didn't ask the professionals and just let Suyu figure it out on his own. He didn't know how long he would have to figure it out. He had actually planned to find a law firm to ask when the time came. But since I've met a law student, there's no need to travel far. As it turned out, the kinda understanding in Li Yuanxi's mouth was really in modesty. She has memorized the various legal provisions and precautions, almost all of which are at her fingertips. Listening to Suyu, a layman, clouded his mind. Li Yuanxi also seemed to be able to see that what he said was a bit too cumbersome, and Suyu probably couldn't understand it. And so it turned to the road. I know a professor who runs his own law firm, and what they deal with in their firm is mainly cases of business disputes, and they should be more specialized in business matters than I am. If you are interested in registering a company or factory, I can help you to ask what the approximate cost of entrusting it to them would be. When talking about her area of specialization, this little girl, who originally seemed a bit introverted and silent, seems to have opened up her words. It is indeed feasible to entrust it to a professional law firm. Suyu nodded at his words. There is indeed an intention to do so, but it's better to talk about it after a while, and it's not something that will happen overnight. Li Yuanxi nodded at his words and did not ask more questions. A meal was quickly finished and Suyu got up to pay for it. When he was about to say hello to Li Yuanxi and leave, he realized that in such a short while after he had gone to pay, someone had actually taken his place, and was currently talking to Li Yuanxi about something. Li Yuanxi, on the other hand, tensed her little face and lowered her head without looking at the man who spoke. You don't like it when I say a few words to you, and you don't even want to run out of the house? Hiding? Where are you going to hide? Can you hide? What's the use of reading your stupid books all day long? You want to be a lawyer? Just pack up and get your ass home. When Suyu got a little closer, he heard the yellow-haired non-mainstream man's unceremonious words coming out of his mouth. Sounds like, it seems to be Li Yuanxi's family? He stopped instantly. Although the tone of this guy's speech was one of owning a fight, but after all, it was someone's family matter, so it was not good for him to meddle in it. It's just a bit of a shame that a nice girl has a family that doesn't seem to get along. What? Not talking? You're mute. Money loser? What's the use of all the books you read? How much money is wasted every year? Yellow Hair didn't care in the slightest that there were many people around him who had already been attracted by the commotion here, pointing at Li Yuanxi's nose and saying very unpleasant words, originally thinking that it was a family matter. Suyu, who was already ready to leave, really couldn't listen anymore. Turning to the yellow hair, he walked over and knocked on the table. Dude, you're taking my spot. If it was before, he wouldn't bother when it came to this kind of thing. After all, they didn't do anything. At best, it's a domestic dispute. If he wants to come up to control, what happened is not even a heroic act, but a brawl. However, now, actually, if you think about it, he doesn't seem to be as afraid of trouble as he used to be. One is not bad and has a lot of time to spend. Another thing was that he was wearing a combat suit, so if he really wanted to fight, he would be the only one to hit someone else, and there was no way he would lose. And he's not afraid to meet some crazy person who's hot-headed enough to give him a few stabs. Who are you? Yellow Hair turned his head and shot a glance at Suyu, impatiently saying, who do you care who I am? This is my position. Get up. Suyu's expression was flat, without the slightest intention to back down. Seeing that the swords were drawn between the two, there was a great intention to fight. The restaurant owner, who didn't know what he was doing, popped up at the right time. Two guests. Don't get excited. Peace is precious. This seat was indeed the one this little brother was sitting in just now, so if this gentleman is looking for a place to dine, I'll arrange a place for you. The latter sentence, naturally, was spoken to that yellow hair. However, Yellow Hair sniffed but looked viciously at Suyu, snorted coldly and said to the restaurant owner in a salty manner, no need. After saying that, he looked at Li Yuanxi. What are you still sitting there for? Have you grown up there? Get your ass back to packing and come back home with me this afternoon. Li Yuanxi didn't say anything and didn't bother to look at him, lowering her head to express her resistance in a silent way. Yellow Hair instantly became anxious when he saw this and reached out to pull Li Yuanxi, but before the hand could reach over, it was slapped away by Suyu. What are you doing? It's the 21st century, and you still want to forcefully rob a woman in public? Is there no law? Yellow Hair's face instantly darkened, as if he wanted to make a move, but after waving his hand, he held back. What, robbing the people's daughter by force? This is my sister. I'm disciplining my own sister. Why do I need you to do so? Your sister? So you looked up and down carefully at this yellow-haired man with a 5 short stature and a crooked mouth and collapsed nose. He also glanced at Li Yuanxi, who had a slender figure and picturesque eyebrows. Couldn't help but snicker. Brother, how many dishes do you drink so much? The restroom is in the back. Why don't you go pee on yourself first? If the two of them stand together, it's totally abstract and aesthetic put together. Not a painting style at all. Okay. If this could be brother and sister, so you would never trust biology again. What do you mean? Yellow Hair's face grew darker and darker, and his hands had clenched into fists. There was a great deal of talk. However, Suyu was not panicking at all at this time. Not that he was emboldened by the combat suit he was wearing. Mostly, he kind of sees it. This guy is just colorful and looks like he's being mean, but actually doesn't have the guts to do anything at all. It's just pure lip service. He only dared to be mean to such an aggravated person as Li Yuanxi. What do you mean? Saying you're ugly? Need to say it in more detail? Suyu did not even look at him and turned his head to pull up Li Yuanxi. Go. Li Yuanxi slightly jerked her hand and didn't pull it out. Solely, he let him pull him along, keeping his head down as he followed him. The yellow hair on the side immediately widened his eyes when he saw this, and not caring that Suyu had just scolded him for being ugly, he hurriedly stopped in front of the two. Who are you? Her? What are you pulling her for? My girlfriend I can't pull? Get out of the way. Suyu nonchalantly pushed yellow hair away and pulled Li Yuanxi outside. This kind of colorful punk, if you reason with him, he'll think you're afraid of him, but will instead intensify his actions. The best way to deal with such a person is to be more brutal and unreasonable than he is. That way he'll be afraid of you instead. Yellow Hair was pushed and staggered 2 steps before stabilizing his footsteps. Seeing Suyu ignoring his back as he left straight away, his chest rose and fell violently. Looking at the bottles of wine that others had finished drinking on the side table, he had the intention of copying them and rushing up to open Suyu's head, but after a few moments of hesitation, he couldn't muster the courage. The restaurant owner, who was staring at him half-heartedly, ready to grab the bottle at any moment, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief at the sight. "It's good that you can't fight." Among the surrounding Guagua crowd, a burst of snickers erupted, obviously mocking Yellow Hair for being a bully and only daring to bully the little girl. Yellow Hair's face was green and red for a while, so he could only grit his teeth and pick up his cell phone and quickly chase after him. The two were photographed, and then sent the photo to a microtelecommunication account with the note "Old Man," and at the same time sent a voice saying, "Dad, I can't control this money loser. You can control it yourself. You know you're looking for a man outside." That look, like a schoolboy who had been wronged outside and came home to complain, sent he was not yet relieved. And again while walking, that kid actually dared to. Just now, Yellow Hair had already walked to the door when he was in the middle of his words, and just happened to see Suyu leading Li Yuanqi onto the big black G outside, and instantly stayed in place. There was a look of disbelief on his face. He didn't come back to his senses until the Microsoft message alert went off, and he hastily tapped the voice message. Looking for a man? This money-losing thing. When she was told not to study and marry, she didn't listen. She sneaked off to Mordor saying she wanted to go to school, but in the end she sneaked off to look for a man in private? What's the deal with that guy? You tell him to get the hell out of here, or I'll go break his legs. That man. Yellow Hair looked at the big G that slowly drove out of the parking lot, and hurriedly picked up his cell phone to take a few more shots and send them over. Ecstatic. "Dad, this guy is a rich man. He drives a Pence. He's driving a Pence big G. He's got a few $1,000,000. He's on the money list. Thanks for the trouble." In the car, Li Yuanqi muffled his voice with his head down. "Just by the way, what's the trouble?" Suyu shook his head, slightly curious. "Is that man really your brother?" "Sort of." Li Yuanqi was silent for a while and briefly told Suyu about his family's situation. Probably her father died a long time ago, and then her mother remarried, and her second marriage was to the yellow-haired man's father just now, when her mother was still alive. Although she didn't have a good life at home, at least Huang Mao and his father and son didn't dare to bully her casually. But it so happened that when she was in her senior year of high school, her mother also died in an accident. After that, Li Yuanqi was at home but not much different from a parasite. The college entrance examination clearly took a very good score, but Yellow Hair and stepfather is not willing to pay for her school, and also said that they want to entrust someone to find her a rich man to marry. After all, Li Yuanqi's good looks are here, and with the current trend of marrying a rich man, they are still afraid that they won't be able to get a large dowry. Li Yuanqi, however, did not resign herself to her fate, and ran away to the Magic City alone with a sum of money that her mother had quietly left her before she was born, working and going to school at the same time. It's been almost 3 years now, yet somehow Yellow Hair found his way to the door again. After hearing this, Suyu also had to sigh. Sisal rope breaks only at the slightest point, and bad luck specializes in picking on bitter people. It's a bit of a tragedy. He didn't continue on that topic and asked instead, "Where are you going?" "I'll drop you off on the way." Although Li Yuanqi seemed quite strong, it was better not to say much about this kind of revealing people's scars. Li Yuanqi raised her head and looked deeply at him for a moment, but she didn't push back any further and let out a long breath and said, "Then please take me to school. I have classes this afternoon." Suyu nodded and concentrated on driving, but in a few moments, he arrived at the Magic City University where Li Yuanqi was studying. "Leave a contact information. If that guy wants to find you again, you'll send me a message." Suyu took out his cell phone and tapped the QR code. Li Yuanqi, who was about to get up and leave, was silent for a moment after hearing this, and then took out her cell phone and scanned the QR code to add Suyu's Weixin. Just when Suyu thought that she was going to leave, he didn't expect Li Yuanqi to suddenly look at him and say, "You are trying to bag me? Suyu, you don't say." To speak from his conscience, he is actually not a nosy person. Before, there wasn't even a single contact information for Li Yuanqi. At best it was a nodding acquaintance. Not even an acquaintance. According to his character, what just happened in the restaurant? In exchange for a female who didn't look as pretty as Li Yuanqi, the probability is that he would have chosen to eat melons on the sidelines, instead of going to break up with that Yellow Hair and attracting unnecessary trouble to himself. In the end, it was still because Li Yuanqi was beautiful. He craves human bodies. Of course, Suyu didn't have the intention of holding people hostage after helping them with such a small favor. If you can make it, make it. If not, forget it. That's what he's doing all this for. What package or not? If it really came true, He naturally wouldn't let Li Yuanqi work and go to school at the same time, and live a bitter life. Probably counts as a package if you have to say it. Cough. Coughing lightly twice. Suyu was surprised. Why do you say that? Don't all of you rich people like to harbor college girls? Li Yuanqi glanced at the steering wheel. She didn't know anything about cars, but she recognized the Pence label. It's also easy to tell that this car is definitely not cheap by how comfortable it is and the texture of the interior. It's not like all rich people are like this, and I don't count myself as a rich person. Suyu whispered a sly comment, then waved his hand and said, "All right, go to school. We'll talk about the future later." He wasn't in a hurry anyway. Right now, utilizing the hyperspace trading platform to get money for black technology was his first goal. Getting girls and all that can only be done in passing. Li Yuanqi gave him a look, then got out of the car. There's no denial, so that means it does mean it, right? Li Yuanqi looked at the big G that slowly drove away. Her eyes were a little complicated. Until after Suyu's car slowly drove into the traffic and could no longer be seen. She turned around and walked into the campus. Let's help him ask Professor Zhang about starting a company first. Whatever purpose people had, they were actually helping her. Helping Suyu to complete the things that he had entrusted her to help with before was a slight way to repay her. But that's all. If yellow hair continues to find her trouble in the back, and she doesn't want to be arrested back home, I'm afraid she'll still have to look for Suyu's help. There were so many favors owed that there was only nothing she could take out and pay back except herself as a person. Although Suyu said that the future things will be said later, Li Yuanqi felt that the next time if Huang Mao comes to her door, it will only be the time for her to make a choice. Will yellow hair let her go? Apparently not. She knew too well what that father and son were. All I can think about is finding her someone to marry and earn an astronomical bride price. Although she was studying law, it was precisely because she knew the law that she instead knew that it was actually very difficult for the law to take care of such matters involving family disputes. After all, she was still in the same book as the others on her account, and her stepfather did contribute some of the money in paying for her schooling and living before her mother died. Legally, she is obligated to support her stepfather. That father and son really wanted her to marry a rich man to earn the dowry without even having to use force. Just come to school when she's in school and mess around when she's working and go to the office when she's working. Just enough to mess up her life and put her in her place. As long as people don't hurt anyone, the police can't do anything about them, and the most serious thing they can do is to be detained for a few days. She had seen countless similar cases, and this kind of situation was actually not really handled better except for Suyu's kind of slightly intimidating strong-arm tactics. And among the people she knew, the only one who was capable and willing to do so was Suyu. As for Suyu's impure purpose, she could actually understand it. After all, why should they help her without any purpose? Ugh, a quiet sigh. The already somewhat autistic young girl was even more autistic now. On the other hand, Suyu drove his car slowly out of the city. In a little over half an hour, it was time to arrive at the warehouse in the suburbs. After waiting for a short while, 10 tons of each of the ordered vegetables and fruits were delivered to the warehouse. Along with it came the 10 tons of beef. After weighing the item to make sure it was correct, he called in the final payment and had the item put into storage. By the time everything was organized and he was already the only one left in the warehouse, it was already 4 o'clock in the early afternoon. The time agreed with Master Sun to trade gold is 9 o'clock tonight, which is still early. Suyu simply clicked to put the things into the item bar, and then with a flash of his body, he entered the trading platform. Entering this place for the third time, compared to the previous 2 times, Suyu was already quite calm. After sending a message to Froststar and getting a reply of "wait a moment," he first entered the familiar conference room from his private space. After waiting for more than half an hour, just when he was getting impatient to send another message to ask, Froststar was finally here. I can see she should be quite busy just now. Even the helmet of his power armor was confiscated when he entered the conference room, and his silver-white armor was even stained with blood. Across the 10 or so meters of the long table, Suyu could even smell the smell of blood on her. Sorry I'm late. Had a bit of a rush job on my hands. Once seated, Froststar casually tapped on his helmet. The cool-looking helmet then contracted into the power armor with a mechanical turning sound, revealing her head full of white hair. You're just finished fighting? Suyu glanced at the blood on her body. Well, just exterminated a group of alien beasts that were entrenched in a pre-war sanctuary. Froststar said with slight excitement. TSK, it's been a while since I've had such a good fight. You don't know, that kind of sadistic dread lizard, lying on the ground are 3 to 4 meters tall, is one of the most terrifying mutated creatures in the wasteland. Unusual tanks can't even help it. I'll cut its head off in one move. Old lady. Night. Awesome. The corner of Suyu's eye twitched. It was a little hard to imagine that scene. Secretly, the wasteland world was really dangerous, and there were actually such monsters. But thinking about it, he turned and asked, Say, what exactly are you on your side of the fence? That power armor is unusual, isn't it? Me, Froststar said with slight arrogance, Grand Commander of the 7th Regiment of Future City, 1-star Major General. You may also call me General Frost. As for this set of power armor, it's a product of the pre-war prosperity era. Our future city has the most advanced technology in the entire wasteland, and we can also produce power armor, but the power armor we produce is far inferior to the ones produced before the war. According to the comprehensive combat power, the combat power of the power armor produced by Future City is roughly equivalent to that of a 6th generation tank, while this set of mine, if we don't take into account the loss of ammunition, can probably beat 100 of them. To put it more bluntly, wearing it, I can tear open a meter-thick nuclear bunker door with my bare hands. Sue you. That's fucking outrageous. Iron Man isn't that good, is he? And it sounds like that power armor that Froststar's disliked Future City can mass produce is pretty awesome. Equivalent to the combat power of a 6th generation tank. You know, Bluestar's most advanced tanks today are only 4th generation. There's no telling how long it will be before tanks reach the 6th generation. If we get a bunch of these things, we'll be the king of land battles in no time. Thinking of this, his eyes lit up and he hastily asked Froststar if it was possible to get him a batch. Froststar, however, spread his hands helplessly. Die. Although Future City can produce it, it is limited by the lack of industrial disciplines, and some of the key components have to be recycled from the wasteland. So every set of power armor is numbered. There's definitely no way to get them in batches. Even if it's only 1 or 2 sets, I'd have to think of something to do it. And the company that produces the power armor doesn't have a good relationship with my family. My family. So you glanced at Froststar without moving. No wonder he became a general at such a young age. This guy is probably still from a big family of some kind. However, seeing the power armor on her body, so you couldn't help but wonder again. No, since it's so hard to get, then you said before that you'd sell me this power armor on you for 10,000 tons of grain? You don't want it yourself? Not the same. Froststar shook his head. The company that produces power armor is not on good terms with my family, but these pre-war power armors have nothing to do with them. My family took over a prosperity-era's strategic reserve warehouse a long time ago, and there are still a few hundred sets of such power armor in there. So I'll give you a set and I'll go get another one. Sue you. Well, it's too much of a pain in the ass to communicate with dirtbags. He turned to his personal panel and traded the prepared supplies to Froststar. Here's the payment for that gun. Money and goods. Froststar looked at the extra 10 tons each of fruits and vegetables and beef on the panel, and immediately brightened up, his eyes revealing a look of wealth. But then, as if he had remembered something, he hastened to say, by the way, when I was clearing out that shelter just now, I found something good in there that you'll be interested in. With that, she tapped on her personal panel. A 4 or 5 meter high, 10 or so meter long, wall-like black cube suddenly appeared in the conference room. Froststar got up and patted this thing, smiling at Suyu. Black box, ever heard of it? Suyu shook his head. You always know about 3D printers, right? Seeing him nod, Froststar added, this thing is similar to the general function of a 3D printer, but it's much more powerful than that. It's the prosperity era. Those top researchers anticipated the wasteland era after the war ahead of time, and specially produced it to help humans rebuild the world after the war. Each black box can only produce the same product, such as the one in front of you, which produces heavy-duty exoskeletons. The operation is very simple. From the feeding port to pour the required material into a brain. The ingredient list: want carbon, you throw charcoal. Want iron, you throw iron ingots. Iron ore can also be. Anyway, after you throw in the materials, you don't have to worry about it. Just wait for the finished product at the other end. Foolproof operation. The gorillas have used it and said it's good. Running at full power, it can produce roughly 500 heavy exoskeletons a day. And when these exoskeletons are worn, they can allow a single soldier to move at up to 100 kilometers per hour while carrying a ton of weight. Power armor is too expensive to equip everyone with. And even in the pre-war prosperity era, the grassroots soldiers in the army usually just wore these exoskeletons in combat. So awesome? So you looked at this thing and his eyes glistened. Fuck, if he bought this shit back, he'd be an arms dealer in situ. Right, and he'd still be worried about making money? Bluestar certainly has an exoskeleton, but that thing is just better than nothing. That's a far cry from this heavy-duty exoskeleton of some sort. But even in the midst of his excitement, he hadn't completely lost his mind, but asked in return. According to the law of conservation of mass, this thing consumes quite a bit of energy, doesn't it? What's it powered by? It comes with a small 4th-generation fusion reactor inside, which has enough helium-3 stored in it to keep it running at full power for 5 years. And if you do the math, you can produce nearly 1 million heavy exoskeletons. Froststar spread his hands. This thing is, after all, designed specifically for the wasteland world to be able to produce things with the most basic of raw materials even if one has nothing. And your concerns are basically within the scope of what its designers had in mind. If I had to say there's a problem, it's about 5 years from now. And if you can't get high-purity helium-3, the reactor shutdown is probably not going to work. Suyu nodded and after a moment of contemplation tried to say, "So you were going to sell it to me?" "Of course, why else would I tell you so much?" Froststar gave him an odd look. "Since you said that heavy-duty exoskeletons are a good thing that you all used as the mainstay of your armies before the war, I guess you guys are short of them yourselves, right?" Suyu was curious. "Of course there's a shortage, but does that conflict with whether I sell it or not?" Froststar snorted. "Future City has a rule that all loot gained in the process of clearing the sanctuary needs to be turned in. I stumbled upon this thing by accident, and I put it away in the platform item bar. No one else knows about it. If I take it back for my own use, it will still be confiscated if someone finds out. It's not like I'm going to get anything out of it, so why don't I just sell it to you? I have power armor anyway, so it's not like I need this stuff." Suyu, "Well, that's a very real reason. Compared to surrendering to Future City and not getting a single hair, it was indeed better for Froststar than selling it to him. And what price are you going to sell it for?" 100 tons each of fruits and vegetables and beef, and 500 tons of grain. Froststar shrugged and stated his conditions. "No?" Suyu was stunned. "Not expensive, but cheap. It's too cheap. You know at the time of yesterday's trade, that little pistol was worth 10 tons of fruit, 10 tons of vegetables, 10 tons of beef. This black box, as anyone who isn't a fool knows, is worth so much more than that crappy pistol. And that's it?" He had a mind to ask Froststar if there was something wrong with his head, but on second thought, what's wrong with people selling cheap? Immediately, he shut up and agreed to the deal. Both sides agreed. After signing the contract, "This thing so you can take away," in the agreed time to pay off the goods on the line. Looking at the big baby in front of him, Suyu felt like a fucking dream. Earn numbness. However, just as Suyu was immersed in the joy of earning hemp, Froststar on the other side who had finished signing the contract also revealed a smile like relief and said in a pleasant voice, "Be happy for a moment. We can talk about another collaboration now." "Another cooperation?" Suyu was stunned. "What else do you have that's good?" "Of course there is." Froststar had an extra palm-sized black rectangle in his hand at some point and casually threw it onto the table in front of Suyu. "Metallic hydrogen batteries. Power supply modules for mechanical exoskeletons. A battery like this is enough to allow a heavy exoskeleton to run continuously for 3,000 kilometers with a 1-ton load and full power. And this one battery contains roughly 900 times the energy of the same volume of gasoline." Suyu froze for a while at his words, then somewhat stiffly turned his neck to look at the huge black box on the side. "So this thing only makes exoskeletons, not batteries? Don't even think about it. The energy consumption of this thing is absolutely astronomical. In fact, in reality, if you want to build this kind of exoskeleton, although the material or design problems are also very big, but you are willing to spend a decade or 8 years, you can always overcome. The biggest problem is energy. Energy sources that can power such a big baby for extended periods of time are too hard to find. Blue Star's lithium-ion batteries have only a few tenths of the energy density of gasoline, and carrying a large 10-liter battery on your back wouldn't be enough to build this heavy-duty exoskeleton a few times. And this thing is going to be on the battlefield. If you get shot dry in the battlefield, the battery, with the instability of lithium batteries, I'm afraid that it will just roast itself. As for using gasoline, that's even more bullshit. Carrying a big gas tank into battle. So why not drive? This black box only produces exoskeletons, but there is a black box next to this one that specializes in matching batteries. But unfortunately, that one is broken." Froststar spread his hands. "Riley, but I wouldn't sell it to you if it wasn't broken is all. My family is the biggest battery supplier in Futurama, and that thing will be of great use to me. If you wanted batteries, you could have just bought them from me." "Price?" Suyu sat back in his seat with an expressionless face. Damn, this woman is really not a good person. It's a shame that he still thinks people can't do business. Now it seems like she'd be downright condescending to be some kind of regimental commander, and that's just too damn good at business. Before, the food was just needed for her, and those things she could give, except for the gold in the first time. The second time, the battle suit and the gun, were actually the best for Suyu to have, and it didn't matter if she didn't have them. In this way, when bargaining, in fact, Suyu will always be the strong party. She is not much of a bargaining chip, but Froststar simply created a rigid need for Suyu without knowing what Suyu had. It was like selling Suyu the technology to build airplanes at a cabbage price, but not the technology to refine aviation fuel. You can build an airplane. You can't fly it without fuel. In the future, any exoskeleton Suyu built that wanted batteries would have to ask her to buy them. This way it was that Suyu held the food that Froststar just needed, while Froststar held the batteries that Suyu just needed. Both sides have something to keep each other in check, so no one can sit on the fence. 1 ton of rice and 3 fully charged batteries. After a moment of deliberation, Froststar quoted a figure. After the experience of being overly cautious during the first gold offer, Suyu heard the price she quoted and without even thinking about it, he lionized her. 200 batteries for a ton of rice. Fully charged. Deal. Froststar painfully signed the contract in front of her. Suyu. A ton of cheap rice is only 2 or 3,000. And for 200 metal hydrogen batteries, that averages out to about $10 a battery. The profits here are unimaginable compared to the horrible energy density of metal hydrogen batteries. After all, if you can get a large number of batteries, it can be used for more than just exoskeletons. It can be used in so many ways, like those new energy car companies that are in the ascendant. Nowadays, new energy vehicles have hundreds of kilograms of batteries alone and only a few hundred kilometers of range? Come on. I'll change your battery. It weighs a few kilograms, and the range goes straight to 10,000 kilometers after the change. Batteries are $30,000 a piece. Are you buying or not? It's almost a matter of not even thinking about it. Those car companies could stomp all over his family's doorstep, but look at Froststar's smug look. Suyu's heart, however, was clogged. Actually, when you think about it, yes, the main ingredient in metal hydrogen batteries is hydrogen, which is the most plentiful stuff on any planet, and with the right technology, it's not worth much at all. Future City, which had inherited some of the pre-war technology, certainly had no shortage of relevant technology, and in Blue Star, where electricity isn't cheap, fully charging such a large capacity battery is kind of a big expense. But people have small fusion reactors and random black boxes in the wasteland world, and electricity is probably the least valuable thing in her place. Same as the last time I traded gold. Bright has earned hemp, but see her so pleased, so you always feel which is not good, as if he lost a lot of steam. But there is naturally no room for backtracking on words that have been said and spilled. He immediately signed the contract as well. The contract stipulated that the batteries would be traded for food once a week for the next 5 years, and the amount traded would be on a case-by-case basis. As for 5 years from now, just renew it if you need to at that time. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Suyu, who came out of the trading platform, let out a long breath. Gone were the fruits and vegetables and beef from his item bar, but there was an extra black box with 2,000 metal hydrogen batteries. If anything, the things he traded with Froststar before were just enough to make him some money and defend himself. Then this black box and metallic hydrogen batteries belong to the future technology that can really pry this world apart. A heavy exoskeleton capable of carrying a ton of weight and running at a speed of 100 km per hour would undoubtedly rewrite the paradigm of warfare in Blue Star. The crown of King of Tankland battle would even be challenged. And metal hydrogen batteries, with an energy density 900 times that of gasoline, are going to start an unprecedented energy revolution. The entire energy industry of Blue Star will be shaken. Seeing that the time is still early, Suyu did not rush forward to the abandoned industrial park in the suburbs, but strolled around in this logistics center. Spent a lot of money to procure some rare metals with steel and such in a metal smelting company's warehouse. These things are also considered strategic materials. Large quantities are not good to buy, but just the same to get a little, as long as he is willing to smash money, or not difficult. In less than half an hour before and after, he had gathered the materials needed to build 3 heavy-duty exoskeletons. After taking the black box out and placing it in the warehouse and pressing the on button, the originally square black box suddenly morphed in place, spreading out into a small black house that covered an area of about 100 square feet. The good thing is that this storage unit is big enough to fit this little house, but it's not a big deal. Suyu threw a wave of prepared materials into the intake. It then waited silently at the outlet. After only 3 minutes or so, a thick mechanical exoskeleton was boarded out of the discharge port. Not bad for a foolproof operation. There's one thing to be said for teaching a chimpanzee to recognize the material, and this thing can really be operated by any chimpanzee you can find. Suyu went up and touched the armor of this heavy exoskeleton, and in his hand he could even feel the residual warmth on it. This exoskeleton has ultra-powerful motors mounted on various joints, and the main structure is several titanium skeletons. If you don't look at the armor on the outside, it's not really that different from the rudimentary-looking exoskeletons that are on Blue Star right now. And if you add that layer of thick alloy armor, it's pure black technology. The armor was probably only a centimeter or 2 thick, and had no other characteristic. It was just hard. According to Froststar's statement, this thing can be hard to carry. 20mm anti-aircraft machine gun fire. Anti-material sniper rifles cannot be pierced. Where on the body than the special one to hide in the armored car is still safe. As for what material the armor was made of, Then Suyu didn't know. Not to mention him. I guess all the material scientists in Blue Star were brought in and couldn't read it. Anyway, the bull is done. Aside from its incredible protection, the heavy exoskeleton itself doesn't carry any weapons, but it is characterized by its superb compatibility and great room for modification. There are plenty of places up and down the line where weapons can be mounted. Wouldn't it be better to mount a heavy machine gun on it than an armored car if you wanted to? Nowadays, fourth-generation tanks can cost tens of millions of dollars, and ordinary armored vehicles can cost millions of dollars without moving. It's not too much for him to sell this thing for $500,000 apiece, is it? As for the cost, those materials he bought just now cost less than $20,000, enough to build 3 sets, which worked out to cost only $7,000 or $8,000 for one set. And that's just because there's a big premium for trading special materials privately. If he could purchase them in bulk, he could get the cost of a set of exoskeletons down to under $3,000. It cost $3,000 to build and sell for $500,000. Wouldn't that be a real moneymaker? Suyu forced down his excitement and tried on the exoskeleton somewhat raw. It was easier to get started than expected, and in just a few minutes he was able to walk around the warehouse in his exoskeleton. The 50-kilogram piece, the large gold ingot that he had to exert all his strength to pick up before, was now light as a feather in his hand through the assistance of his exoskeleton. Any random person could just transform into Superman in this thing, and the effect is really nothing to write home about. Not bad for pre-war black technology from the world where Froststar is from. Taking off the exoskeleton, Suyu looked at the time. It was already 8 o'clock in the evening, less than an hour before the appointed trading time. Immediately, he took back the black box and the 3 exoskeletons he had built all into the item bar of the trading platform. He then closed the warehouse door and drove to his destination. The warehouse was just over 20 kilometers from that abandoned industrial park by the sea. Less than half an hour's drive. Suyu quickly approached there. This time, however, he didn't drive the car straight in, but found a hidden grove of trees in the depression outside and parked the car inside to cover it with branches. Defense is not an option. It was the only road into the park, and he was bound to be spotted ahead of time if he drove in. To avoid some unnecessary trouble, it's better to sneak in. Of course, if anything really happened, he wasn't afraid at all. There's the absolute defense of the K-10 combat suit, and the super-powerful S-79 electromagnetic pistol. He was almost invincible. Even if the other party was really so awesome that he couldn't beat them like that, wouldn't there still be an exoskeleton? The item bar gives straight out to a set on the body, not to mention in a country where guns are banned. Even with gunfight every day's Eagle Jam, he's unbeatable in this outfit without going head-to-head with the military. Under the cover of the night, Suyu quickly and silently entered the abandoned industrial park. After looking around, 4 or 5 speedboats were spotted on the docks of the industrial park. Apparently he wasn't the only one on Master Sun's side to come, either. The already cautious Suyu became even more vigilant, yet there was no intention of retreating, and he soon found the agreed-upon plant according to the route he had memorized during last night's stamping. Suyu surveyed his surroundings and after determining that no one was around, he took out the entire 100 kilograms of gold that had been packed in a suitcase from the item bar. Not to mention, picking this thing up with your bare hands without wearing an exoskeleton is a real pain in the ass. Suyu exerted all his strength before he managed to move a dozen meters by lifting it and walked into the plant. Facts have proved that the internet said that carrying hundreds of pounds of cement cannot be carried. Carrying 200 pounds of gold can be able to walk like a fly. Is completely bullshit. Panting and glancing at the darkened plant, he placed the box on the floor and was about to take out his cell phone to make a call. A hard object, but at some point it was pressed against the back of his head. Don't move! The hoarse voice came from behind him. Suyu's eyes narrowed and he faintly said, "Is this going to be a blackout?" "No, merely a necessary safety measure," the raspy voice said. Suyu then felt someone groping him. It was a good thing he didn't have any weapons on him, as his gun was in the item bar. The man fumbled around for half a day, only to have his cell phone searched for him. After the transaction is completed, the phone will be returned to you. This is also for security and confidentiality reasons. I hope you understand. Understood. Feeling the muzzle of the gun on the back of his head move away, Suyu did not care too much. In fact, the fact that the other party was so cautious rather showed that they didn't intend to go dark. After all, someone else had a gun, and no one would know if they gave him a shot in this remote industrial park and threw him in the sea to feed the fish. There's absolutely no need to go to all this trouble. Of course, it is also possible that in their opinion, Suyu can get so much gold, there must be someone behind them as well, and they don't dare to fool around. "This way, sir. Our lady is waiting for you up there." The bodyguard in black clothes came to Suyu and respectfully led the way in front. Suyu immediately followed. As for the box that weighed 100 kilograms, naturally there were 2 tall and strong bodyguards, bulls and horses carrying it. There was no need for him to carry it. After weaving through the dark factory building for a while and going up to the second floor of the factory in 7 turns, Suyu was led by the bodyguard to a house that should be outside the office of the abandoned factory. When he got here, he realized that the lights were actually on inside. The lights seemed a little dim though. They should have been camping lights or something like that. Not that there was actually electricity in the factory. People are here. The bouncer leading the way knocked on the door. Click see. A toothsome sound came from the small, rust-covered door that was slowly opened. Another tall bodyguard poked his head out and looked at Suyu before bowing his head. Come in. Aha! Suyu entered the office with his face as usual. By the dim light, as soon as he entered he saw the back of a woman standing by the window overlooking the industrial park. The woman was wearing a decent black lady suit. Her feet stepped on a black high heel. Her figure was tall. Suyu estimated that counting the high heels, it was afraid that it was not less than 176. And beside the woman is Master Sun, who had a meeting in the Manfred Gold shop that day. Seeing him come in, Master Sun immediately greeted him warmly. Mr. Su has finally arrived. Let me introduce to you. This is our Wanfu Group's chairman's daughter, Ms. Shu Yu. She is mainly the one who will be talking to you about this deal today. I'm just a messenger. Suyu nodded at his words and looked at Shu Yu. And Shu Yu just happened to turn around at that moment. A pair of rimless glasses rested on his full, rounded googly-eyed face. And his features were deep and three-dimensional, plus the S-curve that was clearly visible the moment you turned around. Excellent! Suyu gave a dark praise in his heart. The woman was almost impeccable from her face to her body. If she scored 100 out of 100, she would have to have at least a 98. Chu-yuki, Suyu. After a brief handshake, the two took a seat at a makeshift folding table, and the chest with the gold in it had been carried in by now. Master Sun, who specializes in this line of work, took the tools and began to inspect the goods. In a few moments, he looked at Chuyue and nodded. Gold is fine. What's the deal? Mr. Su, have you considered it? Going public or private? Chuyu looked at Suyu and faintly said. Going public accounts will give you big money now because there's no risk. It's riskier if you smuggle the account. So I can only give you 20% now, and then settle the remaining 80% after it's done. The difference between going public or private is something that Master Sun has said for a long time. The public account is to find a domestic gold mine over the past. The tax should be paid. This is a piece of gold from the mine. Can be said to be safe, cannot be safe. But the price is lower. 300 a gram. The price of private accounts is high. 330 a gram. But the risk is high. Involving smuggling. And if something goes wrong then it's blood money. Suyu had an idea long ago. And naturally didn't need to think about it at this moment. Public accounts it is. 100 kilograms of gold. Going on the public account that's $30 million. It will be directly credited to that account you had before 10 o'clock. There's no problem with this money. You can spend it however you want. Chuyue seemed to have guessed what he would choose and spoke in a choppy tone. Suyu nodded and looked at the time. 9:30 out. It didn't get up afterward, but just sat there. Chuyu didn't get up either. After all, the money hadn't arrived yet, so she naturally couldn't leave now. The small house was a little quiet for a while, except for the sound of Master Sun checking the gold from time to time. There was only the sound of breathing. Suyu didn't like this atmosphere too much and casually found a topic. This is a nice place by the mountains. How did you find it? Chuyu glanced at him and said lightly, because my family owns this place, and if you like it, you can sell it to you instead. Oh, Suyu's eyes lit up. Taking over the industrial park was part of his plan. This is not necessary to trust people to find to meet the main body, but it is an unexpected joy. Sniffing hastily said, how do I sell it? Chuyu, who had always been as calm as water, finally showed some surprise this time. Looking at Suyu for a while before saying, are you serious? Can I still cheat you then? Make a price. Suyu decisively said, this place has almost no value right now. What are you buying it for? Chuyue's face was finally more than a little cautious, her eyes a little scrutinizing. Who knows? Maybe he thinks the scenery is good and wants to buy it to build a sea view house? Suyu shrugged, listening to his obviously bullshit reasoning. Chuyue's slender fingers tapped on the table and remained silent for a while before saying, it's an industrial lot, so I'm afraid you can't use it to build a house if you want to. Normal industrial land in Mordor is now usually 700,000 yuan, and if it's here, the price can't be any lower than 200,000. But the normal property right of industrial land is 50 years. The property right of this piece of land in my hand has only 10 years left. The price can be a little less. $50,000 an acre. What do you think? 50,000 acres. So you now hand more than 30 million all smashed into can only get 600 or 700 acres. And it's only good for 10 years. Expensive. Suyu shook his head decisively. This abandoned industrial park has basically been unusable. I disked down at least 2 years to spend remodeling to be able to. Would have only 10 years of property rights left. The real time to be able to put into use is only 7 or 8 years. And here the goods in and out of the main still have to rely on sea transportation. Can be more trouble than other industrial land outside. The normal price and then cannot be lower than 200,000. I, however, think it may not be. Let's get this straight then. How much can you offer? Shuiwei said bluntly. 10,000 an acre. This is the highest price I can give. Suyu decisively gave a cut of 80%. In fact, apart from the above reasons, there was another reason why he dared to offer such a low price. And that was that this piece of land was just sitting here. Hardly anyone but him would buy it. Instead of rotting in your hands, sell it to him and you'll make some money anyhow. The atmosphere was once again silent. A moment later, Shuiwei said, yes, late at night, the abandoned industrial park is rare lively. Shuiwei is clearly a woman of thunder. After reaching an initial agreement, and regardless of the fact that it was late at night, a direct call was made back. Have someone come overnight with a contract and proof of real estate. So the $30 million that Suyu had just gotten to his pocket, he immediately swiped another $15 million out. The industrial land, which covers an area of more than 1,500 acres and already has only 10 years of useful life left, has also become his asset. By the time it was all done, it was something like 3 in the morning. Shuyu and their gang of authors speedboat left the place while Suyu drove away alone. The deal is done. There's no blackout. Even made an extra deal to get this land he had his eye on for an extremely low price. Sort of a happy outcome for all. With this experience, the more than 300 kilograms of gold left in Suyu's hand at the back could be offered for realization in the same way. No longer do you have to go through the hassle of only being able to get out a little at a time. The next 2 days were lackluster. Suyu's day is a 3-point line between home, warehouse, industrial park. During that time, except for another trade with Froststar to make up for the supplies he owed earlier, Li Yuanqi did send him a message, roughly that she had already asked that professor, and that if he opened a battery factory according to Suyu's idea, letting their law firm act on his behalf would take at least a month or 2 or so to go through the process. And the process also requires Suyu to cooperate with the issuance of some information, a bunch of various certificates and documents. All in all, it's a huge pain in the ass. After all, the mainstream batteries are now lithium batteries. This thing is not a joke. A bad that is a large area of pollution. The approval is definitely much stricter. If it was before, encountering this situation, Suyu also has no way, even can only dispel this idea, because he simply doesn't have any qualifications sufficient for him to open a battery factory. His metal hydrogen battery, not to mention his thesis, he himself doesn't know what the principle is behind that thing's energy density being so high. Where can I get the information? But now he had a batch of a full 200 heavy-duty exoskeletons on hand after the last few days of pumping out production, and after another deal with Froststar, he now had 6,000 of the metallic hydrogen cells on hand. Since going through the normal process didn't work, he'd have to think about going through the abnormal process. For example, with the help of the exoskeleton at hand, get sponsorship from the military. With the parameters of this heavy exoskeleton, as long as the military is given a look, Suyu does not need to think about it to know that the matter of opening a factory in the district, people will certainly agree to help. And now the question is how to get this thing in the military sights. It's definitely not okay to barge into an army post directly dressed. Bullets couldn't kill him, but they were heavily armed. Pull out a tank and give him a shot. The exoskeleton won't hold up. As for finding a phone number to call directly, probably get treated like you're out of your mind. Right? Difficult to do. Lying on the bed, Suyu rubbed his temples with a headache, and then did not continue to think about this. Today is Saturday and tomorrow is the weekend. By next Monday, his chances of matching trade targets will be refreshed. Instead of thinking about these things, it would be better to first think about whether the new trading partner would be as suitable as Froststar, located on a world that just happened to be able to complement the strengths and weaknesses of the blue star he was on. Just then, his cell phone was vibrating twice, reminding him that someone from Weixin had sent a message. Yu Xiaoyu, Mr. Su, do you have time tomorrow night? I've booked a restaurant on the Bund. Yu Xiaoyu. Suyu pondered for a moment before suddenly remembering. This seems to be the same sales that I met the day I bought the car, and it's pretty good looking. I did have a dinner date with someone earlier for the weekend. Hiss, it's delivered to the door, so there's no reason not to go. Ah, Suyu was instantly energized and picked up his cell phone and returned to have time. Yu Xiaoyu over there also returned the message in seconds. The two soon made an appointment to meet tomorrow at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Surely it's better to be in time. Putting down his cell phone, Suyu fell back to sleep. What to do when you have a problem? Let's do it. Anyway, there's no shortage of money to spend now, and the problem can't be solved for a while, so we'll talk about it then. The following day, At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Suyu drove his big G to the place where he had an appointment with Yu Xiaoyu on the Bund in Magic City on time. The other guy was already there waiting for him. Today Yu Xiaoyu was wearing a khaki-colored trench coat, lined with a white turtleneck sweater, a simple scarf around her neck, a full head of long wavy hair draped over her legs, and meat silk with short boots. Compared with the previous day in the Force store, that body of intellectual and charming professional set of dresses, less serious, more youthful and lively, for Yu Xiaoyu to invite for dinner. In fact, Suyu originally did not hold much expectation. After all, they're just a Force store salesman with a small salary. However, Suyu did not expect that Yu Xiaoyu was actually down for blood, inviting him to have a meal in a restaurant that averaged more than 1,000. Is the commission on that car enough for this meal? After eating out, Suyu looked at the price of more than 4,000 on the bill and was a little surprised. Enough, just that car alone. The commission I can take must be more than 10,000. Yu Xiaoyu didn't hide it and said frankly. Then this commission of yours is quite high. Suyu nodded. Mr. Su is joking. In fact, customers who can afford to buy millions of luxury cars are usually in the hands of some old sales. We small sales are usually very difficult to meet. Yu Xiaoyu said smoothly. So thank you this time. It's still early. Why don't I treat you to a movie? Yes, Suyu certainly had no reason not to agree. After all, he didn't come here for dinner. The two turned their heads and walked into another movie theater. When I came out again, it was after 10 p.m. Only compared to when she went in. Yu Xiaoyu's face was slightly flushed when she came out, and her big eyes were watery and winking. There's no telling what the two did in there, but they all tacitly agreed that no one mentioned anything about going back, and walked seamlessly together into a 5-star hotel after exiting the movie theater. A night of fish and dragons. At noon the next day, Suyu, who had worked brutally all night, woke up from his bed. Looking at the time, it was actually past 12 noon. He was a little surprised and gathered Yu Xiaoyu, who had woken up at some point and was lying on the side playing with her cell phone, into his arms. It's Monday, you don't have to work? No need. Yu Xiaoyu turned around and wrapped her arms around Suyu's waist, lazily saying, the day after tomorrow there's a defense exhibition held in Magic City's Pence Exhibition Center. The headquarters transferred a group of people from several Force stores in Magic City to help out at the exhibition center, and I just happened to be on the list, so I don't have to go to the store to work for the next few days. A defense show? Suyu was stunned. Then his eyes suddenly lit up. What defense exhibition? Is there a defense show in Mordor too? Suyu hurriedly asked after him. Yu Xiaoyu didn't expect him to be interested in this, but explained anyway. In fact, besides the Pearl River Air Show, which is a world-famous defense exhibition, there are many other similar expositions that exist in the country. Some of them are locally led and some of them are simply run by corporate businesses that are small and not very well known. This time, the one held in Mordor is called the Kyushu Defense Science and Technology Expo, which is said to be led by the military, but there's not much military equipment on display inside, mostly small things produced by civilian enterprises, such as drones and whatnot, and it's said that the military will have someone come to attend every time, and if they come across something they find useful, they'll procure it as well. But private companies produce a mix of good and bad things, so this defense show is not well known, and when you talk about it, you probably don't have many people who know about it. At that, she winked. Do you want to check it out? What if I want to exhibit? Can I still get a booth now? Suyu directly stated his purpose. Yesterday he was scratching his head about how this heavy-duty exoskeleton was going to get into the military sites. I didn't realize that coming out for a booty call had led to a doorway. Exhibiting? Yu Xiaoyu gave him a stunned look, and then said with a little thought, I've heard that the exhibitors have to report all the parameters of the exhibit sometime in advance, so it's probably too late to go through the normal channels. But if you really want to exhibit, you can contact the person in charge of Pence in Mordor to see. This time the venue is provided by our Pence group. If you can convince him, you should be able to insert a team? She sounded a little uncertain, obviously not knowing much about this either. So you did not ask again. After all, people of small sales, where do you know these things? It is estimated that she herself did not carefully understand. Also asked in vain. Just asked her to leave the phone number of the head of the Pence Mordor district. Later on, Suyu could have called and asked himself. With this kind of obscure defense show geared towards civilians, I don't think it should be too hard to get a booth. As for now, woo, the lethargic Yu Xiaoyu suddenly murmured, and water mist gradually surfaced in her large eyes. It took 2 morning exercises before the two finally got up. After a wash there was a lunch together. Then Suyu drove Yu Xiaoyu back home. She was supposed to continue being mushy since she didn't have to work for the next 2 days, but it can't be helped that Suyu has something going on right now. It's Monday. The matching opportunities on the trading platform are refreshed, and he's still trying to find time to hurry up and match new clients. And with that defense show only 2 days away, he'd better finalize things today. 2. A call was made to the head of the Pence Group in Mordor to inquire about the defense show. Sure enough, it was pretty much what he had guessed. This kind of defense show doesn't really require much from exhibitors, not to mention the products of private enterprises. If they can pass the evaluation, even some small things made by private individuals can even be exhibited for free. After all, it is a military-oriented exhibition. The military is actually the most pragmatic. The exhibition is not wonderful and not in the scope of their considerations. People only care if what they exhibit is useful. It's kind of an opportunity that the military uses specifically to interact with some of the civilian tech enthusiasts and businesses, although most of the time with little success, that is. Suyu, although did not catch up with the trip, missed the timing of the appointment. Take the normal process certainly cannot go, but there are always some irregularities in the process. The defense show unfolded at the Penn's Convention Center under the Penn's name, and they had no problem getting to 2 booths if they needed to. After some friendly exchanges, Suyu made another trip to Penn's Magic City headquarters. It took a fortune to get this thing finalized. According to the other party, just send the exhibits over the morning after tomorrow, and a staff member will take him to his booth at that time. And because of the money he'd spent, that booth wouldn't be too bad of a location. The matter was settled, and it sort of let Suyu take a long breath. He could produce a lot of exoskeletons these days by relying on the black box, and it would be too much of a pain in the ass if he couldn't sell them. And now, even though he only got a spot in the exhibition, he was confident that this exoskeleton would 100% be looked at as long as it got into the eyes of the military. If he didn't get a look in, then he would have to wonder about the caliber of the military exhibitors. It was evening by the time we got home from all this. Suyu closed the door to his room and then entered the hyperspace trading platform. Name, Suyu. Identity, agent of the Blue Star Zone of the Supertime trading platform. Rank, junior agent, 3 out of 10. Trading points, 200. Number of matches available, 1. Suyu had already traded with Frost Star 4 times, gaining 50 trading points each time, and now had a total of 200 trading points. There's nothing wrong with this one, but on the junior agent's upgrade progress bar, it shows 3 out of 10. This is somewhat intriguing. Suyu's guess was that trading with the same trading object would only allow the upgrade progress to increase 3 times at most. If he guessed correctly, then in order to be upgraded to an intermediate agent, he would have to match the road with at least 4 people who could strike a deal. That means it will take at least a month, and it may be more than that in practice, because he had also heard Froststar say that there weren't actually many situations like his where he was matched with Froststar as soon as he arrived, and was able to reciprocate and gain benefits from each other. Just like Froststar himself, he had actually bound the Transcendence trading platform for a little over half a year now, and had to have more than a dozen trading objects matched to him. But in reality, apart from Suyu, she had previously succeeded in a total of 5 transactions. Moreover, these 5 transactions together, the grain obtained was not even as much as what Suyu had given for the first time. Anyway, with Froststar's previous experience, Suyu actually didn't hold much hope that he could match a suitable trading partner this time. But since the opportunity was given, it was time to try. Did you start matching deals? Yes. Matching of trading partners in. Match successful. Buzz. Suyu only felt a blur before his eyes, and when he opened his eyes again, he realized that he had appeared in a gazebo. The gazebo is located in the center of a lake, surrounded by pleasant scenery and connected to the shore by a rustic corridor bridge. And in the gazebo, besides him, there was also a middle-aged man with a majestic face, wearing a pitch-black cloak and a jade crown, who really knelt down behind the table across from him. At that moment, the man was staring at him with a pair of tiger eyes. An invisible pressure came to his face, causing Suyu to squint his eyes. It's an ancient? Suyu sized up the man across from him and was slightly disappointed in his heart. Based on the experience gained from exchanges with Froststar, it was often difficult to make a deal when encountering an ancient trading partner. There are so many factors involved, but ultimately, it's because the productivity of society before the feudal era was so low. There are so few commodities that can be used for trading. The things passed down from their time might still be considered artifacts and worth a lot of money. It can be traded over directly. It hasn't aged well. You say he's from the Western Joe. The experts look at it and say it's from last week. It makes no sense at all. But come all the way here. Adhering to the principle of mutual respect, Suyu still raised his hand and bowed. Agent of the Blue Star region of the Superspace trading platform. Suyu. The middle-aged man raised his eyebrows at the sight and also bowed slightly. Agent of the Superspace trading platform Shenzhou district. Ing Zhang. Suyu. He looked up in surprise at the middle-aged man across from him. Same name by chance? Or is it the Ing Zhang of another time and place? Thinking about it, he couldn't help but test the waters. Could it be that you are King of Qin? Ing Zhang did not show any surprise in his expression when he heard this, but only shook his head lightly. I am the first emperor of the divine state and have long since ceased to be the king of Qin. Su Yu. No. Isn't that a little too far out there? This trading platform can be matched to the ancient people he can still understand. Time and space. It's easy to understand that the course of history in other worlds is nothing like their world. But matching to historical characters with the same name and even the same identity would be magic. Although, according to the parallel time theory, this possibility exists, but it's always a little hard to accept when you actually encounter it. After freezing for a few moments, he sighed. It's incredible. There are always some commonalities among the 3,000 worlds to be linked together. There's no need to be surprised. Ing Zhang sipped his tea, his tone unperturbed. You know what I'm surprised about? Su Yu was a bit surprised. Naturally, I know. Before you, I have already matched twice with people from different worlds, and after they heard my name, they all said that there was also a me in the history of their world. Ing Zhang briefly explained, and then shook his head with some regret. But none of them were able to answer my questions. So it's a shame that none of them were able to strike a deal. Are you planning to use the question as an item needed for the first exchange? Su Yu was surprised. Rather, Ing Zhang nodded. My question is, what can be done to avoid the death of Qin? You don't have to give a perfect method. You only need to give a method that I find useful, and then the deal will be finalized. And the reward I can give you is a copy of the Tai Chi practicing scripture practiced by Qi refiners. I observe that you are a mortal body, and practicing this method can prolong your life. So I think it's enough to be used as a reward. Tai Chi practicing sutra? The corners of Su Yu's mouth twitched, thinking of the results of the historical Qin Shi Huang who died on his quest for immortality. He had the heart to spit, but before the words were out of his mouth, he himself froze, because he found that the trading platform actually recognized the deal. It is impossible for a trading platform to sell fake goods. That is to say, this stuff is real? Hiss. Also yeah, his world Qin Shi Huang cultivated immortality for loneliness, but other worlds may not. It was possible that the world where this one in front of him was from really had Qi refiners who could cultivate immortality. No way. This thing needs to be gotten and studied anyhow. If this really works, it's worth nothing less than a black box from Froststar. After a slight pause, he asked, I wonder how the Qin Emperor knew that the great Qin would die in the Second Age. The question of address is still a bit tricky when you're dealing with an emperor. Let's call him Ing Zhang. To the ancients, naming him is tantamount to cursing. Call him Your Majesty. He's not even a Qin subject. So what the hell? And business is about reciprocity. If you put yourself too low, it's not a good business. Come to think of it, it's better to call it Emperor Qin. Naturally, I heard it from the first person matched to the deal, and the second person from another world after that said the same thing, and all perished in the same way. So that, by and large, it was right. Ing Zhang didn't care too much about the name calling and answered Su Yu's question lightly. Su Yu nodded and asked again. And I wonder how they answered when you asked them that question? Ing Zhang sniffed and thought a little, and replied, the first trading partner claimed to come from 700 years after the death of Qin, in the chaotic world, did not read the historical materials, only know that Qin died in the second world, died in the hands of Xiang Yu Lubang, the details but do not quite understand, naturally, cannot give the answer. The second target of the deal came from more than 2,000 years after the death of Qin, calling me the first emperor of all time, claiming that he admired me the most, and even performed the 3 kneeling and 9 kowtowing salute as soon as he saw me. Ing Zhang shook his head as he said this, seeming to be somewhat confused, and then continued, but I asked him why Qin died in the second world, but he was not detailed, only said that Qin died because of Zhao Gaoli's power, said only need to kill Zhao Gaoli, killed the rebellion of Chen Shang Wu Guang, Xiang Yu Lu Bang, Qin will be able to become the foundation of the world. However, 3 feet of ice is not a day's cold. A great country tumbled. Is not to kill a few people can be resolved? I feel that this person is uneducated, fickle-minded, then also did not deal with him. After Su Yu heard this, he had a rough idea. One from the Wei, Jin, and North-South dynasties era knows about Qin Shi Huang, but is limited to knowing that the Qin dynasty died in the 2nd century, and nothing else. The other one is supposed to be from the 21st century in a parallel world, and is a fan of Ing Zhang's, who only knows that Ing Zhang is awesome, but has no idea of what the great Qin is like. After thinking for a moment, Su Yu replied, there are many reasons for the death of Qin too. I am not an expert specializing in history, and cannot fully understand. According to my personal opinion, there are 3 main points. When Ing Zhang heard this, he sat up straight and said seriously, enlighten me. Giving advice doesn't count. I'm just picking up the pieces. Su Yu shook his head and continued. For one thing, Qin died a legalist. The system of cultivation and warfare proposed by Xiang Yang was a good remedy when the world was not yet united, but after the unification of the world, it was poison, having lost the dividends of foreign expansion. The system of cultivation and warfare constructed by the Qin law was reduced to harsh penalties. Harsh penalties are necessary, but ruling a country can never be based on harsh penalties alone. Secondly, Qin died because he was too hasty. Although the 6 countries were unified, the people of the 6 countries were very different from the Qin people in terms of culture and customs, as well as language and writing. It was a good start to make the people adapt to the system, but they did not rebel against it, and they accepted it after a long time. But the problem is that we shouldn't throw out more innovative systems before the people have adapted to them, which will only be counterproductive. Thirdly, Qin died because there were no successors. There is no one to succeed the throne not only refers to no one to succeed the throne, but the great Qin from the emperor to the ministers. All are the vested interests of the law of cultivation and war. They are not willing to make a change. Then the demise is the inevitable end. What to make a change? Fu Su could not get on the throne, seemingly because Hu Haili Si Zhao Gao fake passed the imperial decree. But in fact it is the inevitable result of the choice of the aristocracy of Great Qin. If he didn't commit suicide, he wouldn't have been able to become emperor of Qin. Whoever destroys the 6 kingdoms is also the 6 kingdoms. Not Qin. The people of Qin are also Qin, not the whole world. If each of the 6 kingdoms loves its own people, then it is enough to reject Qin. If Qin loves the people of the 6 kingdoms again, then it will be a king for 3 to 10,000 generations. And who will be able to destroy the clan? At the end of his speech, Su Yu also quoted the ending from the Aphrodite's Palace Fugue. While it is slightly biased, and even exaggerated to say that this makes you a king for all time, the overall point to be made is correct. Whether it was Qin or the 6 kingdoms, they all died from within, not from without. After hearing this, Ying Zhang was silent for a long time before arching his hand. Thanks for the advice. In fact, when he was first matched with a trading partner and heard the other party say that Great Qin died in the 2nd century, he had also been pondering why Great Qin died. Although he is not like Su Yu who can stand as a later world to see the reason for Qin's death from God's perspective, he has more or less guessed. Now that he heard Su Yu say this again, he was almost certain where Great Qin's illness lay. He thought for a moment and clicked a few times on his personal panel. Su Yu here then received that immortal cultivation technique called the Tai Chi practicing scripture. A whole 100 or so rolls of bamboo slips. It also says on the system that this transaction is complete. Su Yu looked at Ying Zhang with some surprise, while Ying Zhang said frankly, although we have not yet learned how we can avoid the death of the 2nd age, but Mr. has already pointed out the reason why the 2nd age of Great Qin died, and knowing where the disease lies, naturally we are able to think of a way to deal with it. This transaction, so it is considered concluded. And in addition to that, I have a question. How can Great Qin eradicate these ills? The bargaining chip for this transaction is a life extension golden pill. The bargaining chip for this transaction is a life extension golden pill. With this elixir, anyone can extend their life by 20 years. As Ying Zhang spoke, an exquisite wooden box appeared in his hand. As soon as the box was opened, the golden dan inside could be seen, which was golden and round and seemed to emit a bit of fluorescence. The refreshing fragrance suddenly emanated in the gazebo. Su Yu only stabilized a mouthful and felt refreshed. The fatigue of yesterday's night's labor was swept away in this moment, and it was even more refreshing than sleeping until you woke up naturally. Su Yu's mind was shaken and he looked at his personal panel. After seeing that the system had recognized the transaction and confirmed that this golden elixir was not a fake, his heart was on fire. Longevity. It's something that so many people seek. A golden elixir that prolongs life for 20 years. If it was put up for auction at the Blue Star, I'm afraid it will only be auctioned for tens of billions of dollars. After all, for those who are really rich, they can earn more than a mere tens of billions if they live for 20 more years. Of course, if he really got this thing, Su Yu wouldn't be able to take it and sell it as all. Letting out a long breath, he forced himself to calm down. Then he said to Ying Zhang, does the Qin emperor know which dynasty unified the divine kingdom after the death of Qin? According to the previous trader, it was Liu Bang who founded the Han dynasty? Ying Zhang wasn't too sure and then asked in return, I don't know how long this great Han kingdom will last. Great Qin's reign was 14 years. After Qin's death, Chu and Han fought for supremacy, and the conquest of the vassals lasted for 4 years. For this period of history, Su Yu was still familiar with it and said as if he were counting. 4 years later, Emperor Liu Bang, Emperor Gaozu of the Great Han dynasty, united the world with his 9 vassals and established the Great Han on the ruins of the Great Qin. The Great Han is subdivided into the former Han and the later Han. The former Han lasted 210 years and the latter 195 years. The two Han share 405 years of statehood. After the demise of the later Han, Liu Bei established the quarterly Han, which lasted 43 years. After the demise of the Jihan, every time there is chaos afterward. There are regimes that bear the name Han. But of course, these regimes are no different from the Jihan. They can only be a part of the country, and it is difficult to become a great success. But although Lu's Han dynasty died, the people of that land, after the Han dynasty, called themselves Han Chinese and continued to flourish there for generations until more than 2,000 years later. Speaking here, so you looked at Ying Zhang with a smile on his face. I don't know whether, in Emperor Qin's opinion, the throne of this great Han is 400 years, or 2,000 years, or 10,000 lifetimes? Ying Zhang was stunned for a long time before he took a deep breath and said, "What Mr. Su means is that the problems encountered by Great Qin at the moment have all been solved by Liu Bang, the founding emperor of the Han dynasty?" There was something he couldn't accept. After all, he himself had pondered for half a month on the premise that he knew that Great Qin would die in the Second World, but he hadn't been able to figure out what to do, and he couldn't even pinpoint where exactly the problem was. But that Liu Bang, who seized the Qin kingdom after his death, could actually solve it? How could there be such a demon in the world? It can't be said that he solved it alone. Su Yu shook his head. Specifically, it was Han Gaozu, Han Wendi, Han Jingdi, and Han Wudi, for generations of bright rulers, as well as countless capable men and women under their command, who took nearly 100 years to completely solve those problems, and thoroughly blended the territory that had been united by force into the Great Han, which is a comprehensively great unification in terms of spirit, culture, and system. This problem is complicated to solve. It's hard to explain in a few words. All I can offer you is the history books about the Han dynasty from our world. There's history to learn from. You can refer to it. In that case, thank you very much. This deal, it works. Ying Zhang bowed with a solemn expression. De Qin's situation is different from that of the Great Han, but it is the same. It definitely wouldn't work for him to follow De Han's path exactly, but De Han's successes could definitely give him great inspiration. So you looked at the extra acceptance golden dan in the item bar, let out a long breath and laughed. Within 3 days, I will organize all the Han Dynasty history books I can find and bring them over to you. So very good. Ying Zhang nodded. The deal is over, and both sides can say they are happy. Su Yu moved his lips to obtain an immortal cultivation method Tai Chi training scripture, and then spent a few $100s to buy a few sets of hardcover version of the Han book after the Han book of history and so on. We'll be able to exchange for a life extension Jin Dan. It's not to say that you're not earning hemp. Ying Zhang, on the other hand, obtained a way to deal with his current problems in the later world through a bad ordinary cultivation technique and a life-extending golden elixir that he usually ate as a candy bean, and which no longer had any effect at all after he finished eating it. It's also earning hemp. This wave is everyone earns numbness. There's no way around it. With the huge difference in information, win-win is just that simple. Returning to the blue star, Su Yu looked at the small wooden box containing the golden dan in his hand, opened it and took a whiff, immediately feeling refreshed and in good spirits. For a while, he even had an urge to eat the golden dan, but he just thought about it, and didn't just give it a mouthful to swallow. After all, he was still young, and there was currently no rush to add those 20 years to his life. Keeping it on hand just in case is best. The next day, Su Yu woke up after another sleep until noon. The usual home, warehouse, industrial park tripleheader in the afternoon. Went to the warehouse to stock up on supplies. Went to the No Industrial Park and spent 2 hours building over 40 heavy exoskeletons. At night, he asked Yu Xiaoyu, who had a one-night stand, to have dinner with him and to have sex with him. So much for an unassuming day. Early the next morning, because he was going to participate in the defense exhibition today, Su Yu got up early on a rare occasion. After doing a morning exercise with Yu Xiaoyu again, the two hurriedly packed up and went straight to the Magic City Pence Exhibition Center. Yu Xiaoyu, as the person who was transferred to help, could just go straight in through the main entrance. Su Yu, on the other hand, as an exhibitor, needed to go in from the backstage with the exhibits. After the two parted ways at the door, Su Yu beckoned, and a brand new set of heavy-duty exoskeletons appeared on the back seat of the Big G, which he pulled into the back door of the showroom. Producing the certificate of admission that he had gotten from the person in charge of Mordor Pence, Su Yu quickly sent the nearly 300-kilogram exoskeleton into the exhibition hall using a forklift with the help of a few staff members. There are not many people in the showroom at this moment. It is in the setting up stage. It wasn't until the convention started at 10 o'clock that people would show up one by one. Of course, this defense exhibition is mainly for the military, and the private sector hardly sees any news, so by and large there wasn't much of an audience buying tickets to get in. Even when the convention started, Su Yu estimated that there weren't many people here. After boarding up the heavy-duty exoskeleton in a reasonably well-positioned booth, he found a massage chair next to the booth. Lay down on it and play with your cell phone to yourself. The time spent playing with the cell phone always passes very quickly, so you clearly felt that only a short while had passed, but in reality it was clear that more than an hour had passed. After a few unknown bald leaders said a pass of not much nutritious nonsense, the cold and quiet can only see the exhibitors and staff in the exhibition hall, but also finally is a little more lively. Of course, it's just a little bit. So you secretly observed and estimated that those who entered the convention center were afraid to be no more than 200 people. At least a good half of them were military personnel in uniform. There are far fewer real passerby viewers. After all, not everyone is idle enough to pay for a pricey ticket to an obscure civilian defense show. Seeing a large group of exhibitors' peers directly surrounded the audience, which was not as large as them, to promote their own products. The corner of Suyu's eyes twitched, then his body moved and changed to a comfortable position on the massage chair. There was absolutely no intention of coming together. The ginger man is a fisherman, and he'll take the bait. What the military came this time was not only the basic soldiers and officers, but also a lot of researchers belonging to the military research institutes. There is definitely no shortage of people who know what they are doing. With the strength of the heavy-duty exoskeleton, he didn't even need to go up with those demonic bitches licking their chops and begging to see their stuff. Things work well and people will buy them without a sales pitch. What's the point of calling people over to see something if it's not good? The showroom gradually came to life with people coming and going. I don't know how long it took, but Suyu, who had his head buried in his cell phone, suddenly heard a few footsteps stop in front of the booth and listened. When he looked up, he realized that an officer wearing a military uniform, but with glasses, looking somewhat elegant, was standing in front of his booth. He was followed by a few pugnacious men with rugged temperaments, who looked to be guards. Looking at the thick exoskeleton that stood on the station, both eyes glazed over. Suyu, on the other hand, was secretly sizing him up in his heart. Not like frontline commanders or combatants, mostly researchers, not very old, lieutenant colonel rank, and accompanied by a few guards. It's a big man. The target customer has finally shown up. G60, heavy exoskeleton. Sir, interested? So you lazily climbed up from the massage chair and smiled at the elegant man. Hello, my name is as a researcher affiliated with the Eastern District. Zhou Bo Wei. The man politely extended his hand. So it's Major Zhou, my humble self Suyu. Sort of a civilian military enthusiast. Suyu did not move and looked at the rank on the other party's shoulder. Mr. Su is modest. I am also a researcher in exoskeleton-related aspects. This exoskeleton, at least in the appearance of the structural design, I can't pick any flaws. If this can only be considered as a hobby, then it will make all of us researchers ashamed. Zhou Bo Wei's eyes sizzled as he gazed at the exoskeleton. But it was only the appearance and structural design of the exoskeleton that he could see at a glance. As far as actual usefulness, I'm sorry, but this exoskeleton with armor wouldn't work at all in modern times, because in Zhou Bo Wei's cognition, the main role of modern exoskeletons is still to allow soldiers to have a stronger weight-bearing ability, slightly more booster function, so that soldiers can carry more material supplies, move more quickly, and have more endurance during combat. As for things like hanging armor on an exoskeleton for added defense, is something that exoskeletons of this era would not consider at all. The reason is simple: lack of power. Or in other words, not as advanced a motor. The motors with enough power to drive this exoskeleton are at least as large as those carried in cars. Too big to fit. After all, if you put in a motor boost, it's not enough to put in one, but you have to put it in every key joint area. And the motors that are small enough to fit in there are nowhere near as powerful. Taking a step back, even if the motor problem can be solved, the energy problem cannot be solved. Still, as I said before, the battery doesn't work and the supply can't keep up. And it doesn't matter if there's no motor to provide a boost or no battery to provide energy. All of them are the Achilles heel of this big set. You can't expect soldiers to run in this thing with human power. Can you? This glance over at least 200 or 300 kilograms of bottoming. Superman to wear running 2 laps also have to kneel. The exoskeletons are now being positioned primarily to help take the load off the soldier, not to add to it. A big iron lump of several hundred kilograms with no power assist. It's conservative to say it's regular supercharged, pure and simple turbocharged. Major Zhou is flattered. But this heavy-duty exoskeleton is more than just looking good. So you took one look at his expression and knew that this big brother probably hadn't seen how bullish this thing really was, and immediately continued. If Major Zhou has the time, I can instead demonstrate it to you now. Oh, there are other functions? Zhou Bo Wei's eyes immediately lit up and he hurriedly said, there's plenty of time. There's no rush. Good. So you sniffed and walked straight to that heavy exoskeleton and physically knocked on the exoskeleton's thick chest armor. In the next moment, with a mechanical clicking sound, the heavy exoskeleton that had originally stood boarded up on the bleachers was accompanied by a mechanical rubbing sound. It actually slowly split from the chest to the sides, revealing a neat interior. This automatic opening of one hand alone made Zhou Bowei's eyes widen and his breath catch. Surprisingly, with motor assist? And judging by the way the chest armor had just opened, the motor was clearly mounted on the rib of the exoskeleton. But he looked closely for several moments, and saw no trace of a motor mounted in the ribs. To be able to make such a big thing move, the motor inside is definitely not smaller than the one in an unusual new energy car. Now this is, what's going on? Realizing that something was wrong, Zhou Bowei reacted quickly, but only froze for a split second, then hastily took 3 or 2 steps to pull Suyu, who was ready to put on the exoskeleton, and said in a low voice, "It's crowded, Mr. Su, let's find a quieter place to demonstrate." Suyu did not have the slightest surprise when he heard this and immediately agreed with a smile. Under Zhou Bowei's command, a few guards behind him exerted all their strength before barely lifting the 300+ kilogram exoskeleton onto the small flatbed truck that carried goods in the showroom. The group left the exhibition hall as if nothing had happened, pushing the exoskeleton as if nothing had happened, and found an empty meeting room in the backstage of the convention center. "Mr. Su, wait a moment. I've already notified a few of my colleagues and they're on their way," Zhou Bowei politely said as soon as he entered the door. At the same time his guards began to search the room, directly removing all 2 of the surveillance cameras mounted in the conference room. This defense exhibition has actually been held for some years now, but the military has really found only a handful of useful things from private companies or individuals. Most of the time it's more communicative than practical, but this time is different. Originally, Zhou Bowei, who did not have much expectation that he could find anything good at this civil defense exhibition, was heartened at this time. If his first impression of the exoskeleton was of an ergonomic, mechanically dynamic, and beautifully shaped piece of uselessness, well now, after seeing that this thing actually does have a transmission booster system, he then knew he had picked up a treasure. Even if this drive system wasn't enough to make this 300+ kilogram mechanical exoskeleton move, the micromotor technology inside alone was already a remarkable black technology. If he could acquire the patent of the motor from Suyu, he would have this kind of motor, and the military exoskeleton on hand would soon be put into actual combat use. Of course, the military exoskeleton he was working on was still just a few skeletons, the unarmored kind. Looking at Zhou Bowei looking around the exoskeleton left and right as if he had been given a treasure, the corner of Suyu's mouth hooked and he forced himself to hold back a smile. One could only lament that it was worthy of being the black technology of the wasteland world, only revealing the tip of the iceberg, and giving the Blue Star's research workers such excitement. If they knew that this thing could not only run and jump, but also carry a ton of weight at a speed of 100 kilometers per hour, they would be afraid of passing out directly on the spot. Not to mention the horrible protection and even more horrible various other parameters. After all, according to Frost Star, this G60 heavy exoskeleton, in fact, is actually similar to some of the light power armor in the wasteland world in terms of materials and structure. The only difference is the energy source. The G60 exoskeleton uses metal hydrogen batteries as its energy source, while the Frost Star Girl's world's power armor uses cold fusion reactors as its energy source. Lightweight power armor is stronger than exoskeletons precisely because it is powered by fusion reactors and can mount many functional components. For example, the deflector force field that is immune to almost all kinetic weapons and is similar to the force field. Then there's the work-free engine that allows power armor to fly. Another example is high-energy laser weapons. These are all big power eaters. It's not that the G60 exoskeleton can't carry these functional modules, it's that the metal hydrogen batteries can't carry them. In addition to these high-energy modules, the parameters and mechanical qualities of the G60 exoskeleton are not really that much different from the light power armor of the wasteland world, and power armor, even in the prosperity era of the waste world, where the technology trees were filling up fast in Frost Star's mouth. That was cutting-edge technology. It's been said that when technology is far enough ahead, it's indistinguishable from magic. The prosperous epochs of the world where Frost Star is located are into the space colonization era, and their technology is magic compared to Blue Star's. When this exoskeleton really exposes its performance, anyone on the blue planet would have to look sideways. Duck duck duck. It did not take long for all of Zhou Bowei's notified colleagues to arrive. Aside from a few old men who were known at a glance to be engaged in scientific research, a middle-aged man at the head of the group was actually a general with a general star on his shoulder. As soon as the general entered, his eyes settled on the exoskeleton. He then looked around the circle, glanced at Suyu, and then turned to Zhou Bowei who was on the side. Zhou Bowei saw this and hurriedly said, "General Wu, this is Mr. Suyu Su. This exoskeleton is his exhibit. Its value, of all the exhibits out there combined, can't be compared to the great use of it for our research." "All the exhibits combined can't even compare?" General Wu sniffed and looked at Suyu with some surprise. though most of the stuff on display by those civilian companies out there is sparse to the military. But basically, it's considered high-tech equipment. He had read Suyu's exhibition materials on the way here. A guy who got in on a temporary basis and exhibits something that's actually more impressive than the exhibits of those private companies? After a slight pause, General Wu reached out. Hello Mr. Su, my humble self Wu Fangjin. Tim is a staff officer of the Eastern District Staff Department. Can you demonstrate it live? He looked at the G60 exoskeleton and was a little unsure of how to describe it. After all, the exoskeleton in the Forces Research Institute was a skeleton made up of a few iron rods, and this thing was fully armored. So how could it not quite look like an exoskeleton? Instead, it looks like power armor from the movies. When Zhou Bowei notified him to come over, he only said that he had discovered an extraordinary exhibit, and did not specifically say what was so good about this thing. At this time, others have come. Naturally, or see to believe good. Also do not need Zhou Bowei explanation. Of course there's no problem. Suyu reached out and shook his hand. It then walked right up to the heavy-duty exoskeleton in front of a group of people in the conference room. In a stunt, he reached out and knocked on the heavy breastplate. The tight exoskeleton suddenly split down the center with an opening large enough for a man to enter. Suyu also did not have the intention to change his clothes. Wearing a loose sweatshirt, he drilled slightly raw inside the armor. Seeing this scene, Wu Fangjin didn't feel anything yet, but the researchers who came with him were breathing heavily for a few moments. These are professionals. Naturally, they can see at a glance the loaded drive motors inside the exoskeleton. No wonder Zhou Bowei was so eager to call them over. That alone is worth more than all the boring exhibits out there combined. However, their shock had only just begun. There was a sound of mechanical friction, burrowing into the exoskeleton. Suyu's entire body was encased in armor. Hands were placed in front of him, after moving his fingers a few times. Then, in front of a group of people who had seen a ghost, he stepped down from the cart, walked idly around the conference room. This can really move? Zhou Bowei was the most shocked and couldn't help but exclaim. The other researchers also revealed horrified looks, all of them somewhat in disbelief. Is this something to say? Wu Fangjin frowned. He also sensed something was wrong, but after all, he wasn't a professional and didn't see the problem the first time. This thing, more than 300 kilograms. Zhou Bowei looked at Suyu and swallowed his saliva. Wu Fangjin. After a brief moment of confusion, what followed was a double take. He's not a researcher and doesn't know much about research, but he's a military staff officer and knows best how and where to use the weapons. Such a gem of a set clad in heavy armor and still able to move around. If he could give a set to those warriors under his command, how much would the combat power be increased? With that in mind, his eyes grew hotter and hotter. On the other hand, Suyu's performance continued. He first slightly bent his knees, and with a slight leap, he leapt a distance of 7 or 8 meters, jumping from the corner of the conference room to the window, reaching out and casually pinching. The stainless steel-built security net on the conference room window was like paper mache, all pinched into a cake. Then he paced again to the huge conference table in the center of the room and grabbed the edge of it with his hand spread wide, slightly more forceful. There was a low whine from the motor and a ghostly look in the eyes of the crowd. The solid wood conference table that weighed more than a ton was actually lifted by Suyu just like that. The G60 heavy exoskeleton can move at 100 kilometers per hour with a 1-ton load. This 1 ton, naturally, cannot be its maximum load. It's just the best load under the energy efficiency program. In fact, this thing can lift and run 2 or 3 tons with full horsepower. It's just that the energy consumption will be much higher and the movement speed will be drastically reduced. This table Suyu weighs just a ton out. Can be said to be no pressure at all. Boom! The dead silence of the conference room was awakened by the sound of something heavy hitting the floor. The group of military personnel all involuntarily sucked in a breath of cool air. And Suyu also opened his facial armor at this time and looked at them with a smile as he said, "What do you think of this G60 heavy-duty exoskeleton, sirs?" Before General Wu had a chance to speak, a group of researchers gathered around. Each one of them had 2 glowing eyes as if they had seen an absolute beauty, surrounding Suyu while asking questions and reaching out to touch around on the exoskeleton. Unbelievable! Unbelievable! What kind of motor and drivetrain would it take to carry that much load capacity? Is this a drivetrain problem? Energy. What kind of energy can play like that? I don't see an external power source or its own battery either. Boy, how long can you work this exoskeleton if the horsepower is on full blast? Powerful weight capacity, flexibility and ease of movement, powerful jumping ability. How the hell is this thing built? Wait, what kind of material is this external armor made of? Why does it feel so strange when I touch it? Suyu was awkwardly in place for a while and didn't know what to say. Although he was offended, he could understand why these people were so agitated. And after thinking about it, he quickly raised his voice. Guys, take it easy. I have the exact parameters here. so take them and study them yourselves. With that, he handed out the printed flyer. This then has the general parameters of the G60 exoskeleton on it. Who knew it was better not to look at it? But once they looked at the parameters, these fellows got even more excited. There were even a few older fellows who barely managed to cover their hearts and close their mouths. Even General Wu Fangzhen, an outsider, couldn't help but shake his hand holding that leaflet after a few glances. What the fuck is this Zenith technology? In terms of load, it can still maintain a speed of 100 km per hour with a 1-ton load, which is still the most energy-efficient option. In extreme cases, regardless of energy consumption and drivetrain losses, it is even able to maintain a speed of more than 60 km per hour under a load of 2 or 3 tons. What kind of concept is that? Most compact family cars are only about 1.5 tons. This thing has all the horsepower in the world and can carry 2 cars. In terms of energy, a full charge will allow the exoskeleton to run continuously for 3,000 kilometers while carrying a 1-ton weight on its back, if the energy-saving scheme is followed. Of course, this only exists in theory, and in this case, the equipment carries the load, and the people can't carry it anymore. In terms of protection, the exoskeleton's armor is capable of resisting frontal fire from a 20mm anti-aircraft machine gun, and is able to protect against anti-material weapon fire up to 20mm without any dead angle. What does that mean? It probably means that when you wear this stuff, the enemy can't do anything to you without heavy weapons. The key doesn't do much good with heavy weapons. The warrior could even increase his speed to over 100 km per hour if he ditched the weight. A single soldier on the ground with that kind of speed would be virtually unbeatable. There is simply no weapon that can lock on to a ground target this nimble, this small, this fast. The enemy could only barely hold down the warriors wearing these exoskeletons by using stupid methods like fire coverage. But 1 or 2, you can still fire suppress if you have the numbers advantage. But what about 10 or 100? How about thousands? It would be nice to create a special unit based on this exoskeleton. What a few handfuls of sea and air superiority. It doesn't work at all against this thing. Small target, fast, thick armor, still active on the ground. Even if you are covered by enemy bombers with a complete loss of air control, it's completely up to you whether you can bomb or not, as long as they weren't too close to be shocked by the shockwave. With the strength of this thing's armor protection, they really weren't afraid of airplanes in the sky bombing them. What is this if not Zenith Technologies? After seeing the data, Wu Fangzhen almost instantly even brainstormed how to use this exoskeleton in bulk after equipping it, and how to take advantage of it on the battlefield. But he quickly came back to his senses and hurriedly squeezed away from the group of researchers surrounding Suyu and asked Suyu with an eager face, holding that leaflet, "The parameters on this, are they true?" Suyu sniffed frankly. "Of course it is true. You may test it as you wish. There's no point in me faking on something like this, isn't there?" Wu Fangzhen sniffed and hurriedly said again, "What about production? What is the cost of this exoskeleton? And what is the selling price? Has consideration been given to transferring the technology? If you are willing to transfer the technology, the military guarantees to give a technology transfer fee that will satisfy you. Of course, if you don't intend to transfer the technology, we won't force you to do so. If you produce it yourselves, how about the output under the premise of quality and quantity? No matter how many, as long as the quality and parameters are up to standard, and can pass our quality inspection, our military can eat them all." This series of questions from him gave Suyu all a direct dry spell. When he was about to answer the questions one by one, he saw Jobo way beside Wu Fangzhen poking him with a subtle expression. "General Wu, we're afraid we can't afford it." "Can't afford it?" Wu Fangzhen's eyes glared. "Every year so much military spending, all let the sea and air side eat. They are not every day a new airplane or a new aircraft carrier, but our army can only send a pair of new shoes. Now we have finally come across a good thing for us to use, which cannot afford to buy. Big deal. We'll file a report and apply. I don't believe the top can still not approve it. It's not a matter of whether the top approves or not." Joe Bo pointed slightly awkwardly to the metal hydrogen batteries in the energy section of the leaflet. "Look at this battery. 900 times the energy density of gasoline. Oh, although I can't figure out what principle this battery is built on. But if this is true, does the general know what it means?" "What?" The corners of Wu Fangzhen's mouth twitched, about to understand something. The existence of this thing can even pull the entire new energy automobile industry, allowing new energy automobiles to completely sweep fuel cars into the dustbin of history. If we calculate it in terms of market value, the value of this battery alone must only be $3 to $5 trillion. Our total military spending last year didn't even add up to $1.5 trillion. We can't afford it. And besides the battery, the motor inside, this guy, not much bigger than a thumb, actually has almost 200 horsepower, which is more power than many of the big motors in cars today. And the material of this armor, it's very special. It's harder than carbon fiber. and if it can be produced, it's worth immeasurable. Stop it. Wu Fangjin gave a bitter laugh and looked at Suyu. It seems I was abrupt. Even if these things really want to buy the technology directly, it would have to be bought by the state, and it's simply not something the military can afford. It's fine. Since I'm here at the exhibition today, of course I'm here to do business, and I really don't have any ideas in this regard in a short period of time if I'm transferring technology. In terms of production speed, I can guarantee on my side that once production is turned on, the daily output will be above 100 sets, although the black box power pull full capacity is 500 sets a day. But talk about business, always want to give yourself some leeway. What about the price? How geometrically does Mr. Su intend to price it? Wu Fangjin had come back to his senses at this moment after a short period of shock, restored his previous lean look. As good as the stuff is, if it's too expensive, then you'll have to put up with it. After all, it was single soldier equipment. If Suyu opened his mouth and quoted a price that was more expensive than a fighter jet, then there would be no way to talk about it at all. As of now, if the parameters of this exoskeleton and the subsequent tests were consistent with what Suyu had said, then the price would be acceptable in his opinion as long as it didn't exceed that of an infantry fighting vehicle. And the most advanced infantry fighting vehicles used by the military now cost around $5 million. There is no hurry to talk about the price. I can first give you 2 sets to take back to test the performance. After the test is completed, we will come back to talk about the price. Saying this, Suyu laughed. Don't worry, General. I can assure you that price-wise, I will definitely give a price that you can accept. Kidding aside, the cost of building a set of exoskeletons in a black box doesn't even cost more than $3,000, as long as the raw materials can be purchased in bulk at normal market prices. Right, Suyu said, not forgetting to add, actually, in my opinion, the strongest aspects of this exoskeleton are not just these parameters. It doesn't carry any weapons per se, but it was designed with a lot of redundancy left on it, with many interfaces for weapons and equipment. And the operating system of this exoskeleton is quite advanced and extremely compatible. Well, in short, you can have your experts in this area look into specialized matching modules. The G60 heavy exoskeleton. Rather than an exoskeleton, I'd rather call it a next-gen man-portable combat platform. As big as your brain is, it's as versatile as it gets. After all, the energy-saving mode load is a ton, so it's a waste not to hang something on it. Mr. Su, then let's say goodbye to this. And we'll be in touch 3 days later. Outside the arena, Suyu, who had a lunch with Wu Fangjin and the others, excused himself and left. What needs to be said has been said, and the stuff is in the eyes of the military. Just have the military test the various stats of the G60 heavy exoskeleton next. After all, how things are in the end. Naturally, cannot just rely on his mouth to say, put on the demonstration of 2 counts. It would have to be the military that tried it. In order to reassure them, Suyu had specifically left 2 sets for them. 1 set is used to use for real-world testing, and 1 set is dedicated to them to disassemble and study. After all, if the military is going to make a purchase, they have to make sure there's no spy equipment or anything like that in there to make it work. Taking it apart and looking at it is definitely necessary. As to whether they will try reverse technology after taking it apart, that was not Suyu's concern. Still, when technology is far enough ahead, it's no different than magic. Chances are they can't even understand the principles of all the black tech in there, let alone reverse reduce the technical replicas. Except, of course, for leaving 2 exoskeletons for the military to test and study. Suyu also talked to General Wu about his general conditions. Probably just set up a couple companies, build a couple food processing plants or something. Wu Fangjin didn't even ask him what kind of company he wanted to open or what kind of factory he wanted to run, and he verbally agreed to it. As long as the exoskeleton test is clean, odds are this will be finalized in 3 days, but the specifics will definitely have to be talked about when the time comes is all. The defense exhibition lasted for 3 days, and Yu Xiaoyu still had to work in the afternoon, so Suyu drove off alone, with nothing else to do. He simply found a larger bookstore nearby. I bought a copy of the Book of Han, the Records of the Grand Historian, the Great Encyclopedia of Political Science, and other books slightly related to the Qin Han period, all of which were packaged together as one book. Then it was home and straight into the trading space. After sending a message to Ying Zhang, he entered that gazebo. In barely 5 minutes, Ying Zhang, dressed in his court dress and wearing the Pingtian crown, appeared in the gazebo. By the looks of it, it seems to have just been at court. Meet Mr. Su. Ying Zhang did greet him politely, and did not see any feudal dynasty son of heaven's exclusive stance. Of course, it was also possible that he was better at judging forms, thus treating the trading objects in the trading space as if they were of the same status as himself, and thus acting so modestly. But no matter what, At least in the attitude of Su you cannot pick any faults to, trade partners, and gas to make money on the good. Greetings, Emperor Qin. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the two of them took their seats directly. Suyu directly transmitted all the searched history books to him through the trading platform. At the same time, he briefly told him what he needed to see to understand how the Han dynasty dealt with the legacy of the Qin dynasty, and what areas don't need to be looked at. After all, the records of the Grand Historian has more than 500,000 words, the Book of Han has more than 800,000 words, and the Ziji Tongjian has even more than 3 million words. If you really want him to read it word by word, you won't be able to do it without 10 days and half a month. The Han dynasty has exploded in power after addressing those issues you were worried about. There's always been a saying on our side of the pond that Honshu can accompany wine. It was a vibrant time. And if you're interested, you can instead move on to the back after you've read what you want to read. It's definitely useful. Suyu briefly said 2 sentences and joked at the end. After all, there's a saying about learning from history. And even though it's not the history of your world, a lot of things are still similar. Ing Zhang nodded at his words. With a movement of his fingers, he took out a copy of the historical records from it. Looking at the not-so-thick book in his hand, Ing Zhang couldn't help but frown. Just this, has over 500,000 words? Oh, almost forgot. Suyu hurriedly explained. Paper was invented in the Han dynasty, and you're still in the age of bamboo writing. Anyway, if you turn it over and look at it, you'll see, this thing is similar to a silk book, but it's a little more terse and thinner than silk, and cheaper, so it can be used in large quantities to record text. Ing Zhang thoughtfully glanced at the book at hand, and with a little fumbling he probably knew how to use it. But after opening the book, it was dumbfounding to look at the contents. Seeing this, Suyu guessed that he probably did not recognize the simplified characters. After all, the Qin dynasty was still using the small seal script, although it is the same as the text used in his era. But after 2,000 years of transmission, this text is not exactly the same. Right, it can only be said that it looks irrelevant. Luckily, he was prepared for this as well, pointing to one of the books underneath the pile. That one down there is a dictionary of the small seal script, so you can read it against that. Although your use of more scripts is a bit far from the era I live in, the script of my era originally evolved step by step from the small seal script as well. If you study carefully for 2 days, you should have no problem with basic reading. With Suyu's knowledge, Ing Zhang learned the simplified characters step by step against this little seal dictionary. In fact, there was no need to study for 2 days like Suyu said. I don't know whether it was because Ing Zhang himself was a genius, or because the world he was in really had supernatural powers. He learned so fast that it made Suyu smack his lips. In barely an hour, you can barely read the history word for word without relying on a small seal dictionary. After mastering the ability to read, however, he didn't look closely. Instead, he turned up a page curiously to Suyu. Earlier, I heard you say that this paper can be used to record words in large quantities and is not costly? When Suyu heard this, he immediately knew that he was probably interested in paper, and immediately returned. Yes, in our history, before the appearance of paper, books existed in the form of bamboo slips and silk books, which led to an extremely difficult dissemination of knowledge, and those who mastered knowledge were always only a few aristocrats and families. After the appearance of paper, knowledge gradually began to spread, and with the introduction of the printing press, knowledge was no longer a rare resource monopolized by the families and nobles. Printing? Ing Zhang frowned. Look at those words on the book. In fact, these words are not handwritten on, but printed with machine gazettes. Similar books. Printing houses have no problem printing thousands of books a day. Suyu explained. Of course, early printing presses were certainly not as efficient as all. Ing Zhang closed the book in his hand after hearing this and suddenly sighed after being silent for a while. This is the art of a certain country. As an emperor, no one knows better than Ing Zhang the horror of knowledge that can be spread on a wide scale. If everyone in Great Qin, no, 1 in 10 can read and write, then there will be a huge impact on the existing management system. When he thought of all the people in the world turning into the appearance of those eloquent public ministers in the courtroom, he felt a pang in his head. On second thought, though, that doesn't seem like it might be such a bad thing. If all the people in the world can read and write, then Great Qin will never be short of talent again, and all industries will see a spurt of development. Knowledge is power. Although no one had ever said this to Ing Zhang, as a nobleman born with contact with the lower classes, he naturally understood this. If he can really get paper and printing in Great Qin, so that all the people of Great Qin have books to read, at that time, everyone in Great Qin will be like a dragon, and he, the first emperor, will not be immortalized for ages to come. Thinking of this, Ing Zhang couldn't help but let his eyes light up. After all, there was a reference to the history of the Han dynasty in Suyu's world, in the knowledge of what would happen in the future. He is confident that he can solve these problems in front of him. As for the history of Su Yu's world, he doesn't have much life left. The world he was in had things like the life extension gold pill, which wasn't really a problem, even if it was heaven's will. With the existence of the Transcendence trading platform, he didn't think that he wouldn't be able to find a way to extend his lifespan. As long as he was given another 100 years, he would have the confidence to take Great Qin down an unimagined path. At that time, stretching out for 10,000 generations may not be an empty phrase. Thinking of this, Ying Zhang let out a long breath and solemnly said to Su Yu, I also ask Mr. Su to pass on my papermaking and printing skills. The conditions Mr. Su can mention whatever you want. Su Yu pondered for a moment and tried. 10 life extension gold pills. May. Ying Zhang agreed without hesitation, but added after some thought. In fact, the life extension golden pill is not without limitations. A person can only eat a maximum of one only, and this thing can extend the lifespan of 20 years, but it is not certain that people can live for 20 years more. After eating the golden elixir, was killed, poisoned or in the external interference in the accident, damned or will die. In that case, Mr. Su still only wants 10 life extension gold pills? 30 pills then, Su Yu said decisively. People are clearly asking him to ask for a lot of money. Wouldn't it be silly if he didn't ask for more? And looking at the way he easily agreed to it, Su Yu estimated that this thing was probably not a rare thing in the world he was in. But after saying that, he added, in fact, I still have a lot of good things here. Well, it's hard to talk to you clearly at one time, like this. Tomorrow we'll trade once more. Besides paper making, I'll bring you a book of our world's general history of China and general history of the world. A few more trinkets for you. After reading it you'll probably know what I have here and what you need on your end. As a modern man, there were so many things he could trade with Ying Zhang. Even if the other party's world could cultivate immortality, there was quite a lot Su Yu could give. But for one thing, he didn't understand what exactly Ying Zhang needed. And for another, people didn't know what he had. Instead of waiting for him to bring out the good stuff every time, Ying Zhang would find it not bad and then take the initiative to ask for a trade. Then it would be better to simply show the stuff and let Ying Zhang choose for himself. This was again a bit different from the relatively conservative strategy he had used in his dealings with Froststar. After all, to him, the world where Froststar was located was a relatively more advanced civilization. There was too much of what he needed on the Froststar side. That was why he couldn't let Froststar see through his depths, so that he wouldn't be taken advantage of. But Ying Zhang was different. And his mode of dealing with Ying Zhang happened to be the opposite of Froststar. It's the world he's in that's more advanced. It was the Ying Zhang who asked more of him. Those things that Ying Zhang can provide, such as the life extension gold pill, Su Yu does need it too. But yet, it's not just a necessity. It's best to have it. And it's okay if you don't have it for a while. That's why he's not at all afraid of being taken down by Ying Zhang in a reverse direction. This is very good. Ying Zhang nodded at his words. I see you on the life extension gold pills and chi practicing method door. This kind of cultivation things are interested in. Tomorrow I also let a person to organize a list out of it. What is needed? Despite the open mouth is. Then thank you Emperor Qin. Su Yu smiled and arched his hand. Doing business with smart people is simple. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, the two left on their own. Name, Su Yu. Identity, agent of the Blue Star Zone of the Supertime trading platform. Rank, junior agent, 5 out of 10. Trading points, 350. Available matches, 0. In his personal space, Su Yu looked at his panel and pondered. Currently doing trades. The bonus trading points for each trade are 50. Since acquiring the trading platform, he had completed a total of 7 transactions, 5 of which were done with Froststar. 2 strokes were made with Ying Zhang. And as with his previous guess, the same trading object can only allow up to +3 to the agent's progress in upgrading. However, there was no limit to the number of trading points. And 50 points were rewarded for completing a trade, regardless of whether it was the same person or not. But to say that there are no restrictions at all on acquiring trading points is not true, at least within the same day. The same trading object should only get 1 trading point no matter how many trades you make. This is also the trading platform's measure to prevent people from getting stuck in bugs and swiping unlimited trading points. After all, if there is no such measure, encountering users who like to exploit the loopholes come together. A grain of rice is counted as a transaction. That will not be the transaction point or burst? 350 trading points. Su Yu looked at the panel and pondered for a moment. In the end, he still couldn't hold back and spent 200 trading points to buy a primary gene potion in the trading platform's mall. This genetic potion thing, Su Yu had also once asked Froststar. The answer Froststar gave was that although there was research in this area in her world, it hadn't been researched much, as opposed to boosting your individual strength on a genetic level. For people their preferred prosthetic modifications. What with the robotic arms, legs, guts and such, There are even people who have completely mechanized themselves and their minds are given to uploading into circuit boards. In short, it's that people in the wasteland world didn't choose genetic evolution on their way to evolution. Rather, they felt bitterly weak in flesh and blood and chose the path of mechanical ascension. Although Froststar had strongly recommended the mechanical prosthetics produced by their future city to Suyu when she heard him ask this question, blowing up the sky. Still, Suyu refused without even thinking about it. Joking, really so awesome, she Froststar such an extraordinary birth of the world's big miss, can still be an original goods? She hadn't even given herself a mechanical makeover, and she was trying to fool him into changing it? Want farts to eat. Of course, the mechanical prosthetics produced in the wasteland would certainly be introduced later. Although Suyu himself couldn't use it, Bluestar wasn't short of disabled people who desperately needed these things. As for now, it was still the gene potions that came out of the trading platform's mall that were a bit more reliable. Inside the rental house, Suyu took a deep breath as he held the primary gene potion bought from the trading point, straight to the arm. He has confirmed this over and over again to the trading platform. This primary gene potion is without any side effects, and completely adaptable to the current Blue Star people's genes. Hit down will not have any problems. Sleep and get up will be fine. And the effect of the gene potion is that it strengthens his immune system to a great extent. All the current diseases on Blue Star are no match for his immune system. It will also greatly enhance his bone density and muscle fiber strength. In more intuitive terms, before he exerted all his strength can only pick up and walk 10 meters of 100 kilograms of gold. This needle down. He can carry that thing to run a marathon without taking a breath. The primary gene potion can help him break through the limit level of the human body, transforming into a small superhero in place after the fight. The cool sensation spread on his arm, while perhaps the amount of medicine injected was too much, making Suyu feel a little bulge on his shoulder. Luckily, the feeling didn't last long before he felt a wave of drowsiness hit him and collapsed headfirst onto the bed. In his sleep, Suyu dreamed that he had come to a small day traveling. I can't believe I went up to a volcano to see the view. Watch as the volcano inexplicably erupts. Heat, that was all that was left in his mind. And then the creepy awakening. I looked up and realized I was having a nightmare. Gee, that's not right either. A little daytime volcanic eruption doesn't seem like much of a nightmare. Mentally flirting, he was about to look for his cell phone to see what time it was, only to realize abruptly that the bed was already wet. It's all his sweat. It seems that the dream just now wasn't nonsensical, but really hot. That's right, the gene potion. That's when he remembered that he had used the gene potion before he went to bed, but after moving his body slightly, he didn't feel anything unusual. What happened to the promised incarnation of a little superhero? Puzzled, Suyu was ready to get out of bed and go to the bathroom to look in the mirror, but as soon as the covers were lifted, the toothsome sound of ripping cloth came. Het was the heavy quilt on his body were torn open by this gentle lift. Looked at the quilt and then at his hands. Suyu was confused for a while and picked up a glass from the bedside. Slightly harder. Click. The glass shattered in response. The sharp glass ballast stuck in the palm of Suyu's hand, making him feel some stinging pain. However, when he opened his hand to take a look, he found that there was not even a little wound, and the realm on his hand was just a little white mark from the glass ballast. I'm really a little superhero? Suyu got up and clenched his fists and took a few steps. After feeling this seemingly endless surge of power within his body, he couldn't help but let his eyes light up. As expected, it was a gene potion from the trading platform. Bull. And the bullseye doesn't stop at making his entire body unusually healthy and strong. Even his skin, at this point, looked white and tender, with not the slightest trace of roughness in sight. As the saying goes, one white color covers all the ugliness. Not to mention that Suyu was originally not ugly, even a little handsome. And after this injection, his already good base was even more handsome with the addition of genetic evolution, and is not the kind of fresh meat like Mother Handsome, but in the white at the same time. The face of the original some acne blemishes, a little flab all disappeared, a face of deep features, sharp edges and corners. Not only is it not girly in the slightest, but instead, a glance at it gives it an untainted, dusty air. Isn't this a million times more awesome than a beauty shot? Suyu looked at himself in the mirror and sucked in a breath of cool air. What's even rarer is that he looks roughly similar to what he did before even after becoming countless times more handsome. Rather, you don't have to worry about acquaintances suddenly not recognizing you. After excitedly moving around the room for half a day, roughly familiarizing himself with his current terrifying power, Suyu then slowly collected his excitement. Looking at the time, it was after 8 in the morning. He then washed up and got ready to go out. On the way out the door, though, a look at the messy rental house and the handsome soaked beds. Instead, he was baffled. It's about time for a new place to live, so I'll just go check out the house later when I'm done with my errands. He's not really that picky about living. but now he was, after all, in every way different from before. Not being comfortable enough to live in such a small house is not the least of it. Mainly, the concealment doesn't work either. He'd drop a glass over here and he'd probably hear it next door. Feel free to exercise in your room, and I'm afraid there will be complaints downstairs. He had too many secrets on him, and it would be better to change to a more independent residence to avoid trouble. Snap! With his mind made up, he closed the door and left. In the morning there were fewer people, and the elevator came down the stairs rather quickly. Only as soon as the elevator door opened, looking at Li Yuanqi inside, Suyu was stunned, and then laughed with some surprise. This morning, speaking of which, he and Li Yuanqi were really quite destined for each other. Every meeting so far has been a chance encounter. Despite living in the same building, the chance encounters have been a little too frequent lately. Seeing Suyu, Li Yuanqi's eyes clearly flashed with a trace of color. This person, how did he suddenly become so good looking? However, it seemed that she felt it was impolite to stare at someone like that. She hurriedly lowered her head and gloriously said, "Morning, are you going to school?" The closed elevator door, Suyu casually asked. "No, I don't have class today. I'm going to work at the store where I have a part-time job," Li Yuanqi explained in a small voice. "No class?" Suyu glanced at her. "It's Wednesday, and what kind of weekday has no classes all day? Probably skip any unimportant classes straight away. But college is still college life if you don't skip classes." He didn't break it down, either, and turned to add, "That yellow hair, has he come to you in the last few days?" "No." Li Yuanqi shook her head and added after thinking about it, "Thanks to you, it's just a matter of raising my hand." Suyu smiled carelessly. Just then the elevator went to the first floor. The two were about to go out, but just as the elevator door opened, a figure with a full head of yellow hair and as thin as a bamboo pole appeared outside the elevator. The atmosphere was awkwardly in place for a moment. Looking at the yellow hair in front of him who was staring at big dark circles under his eyes and knew at a glance that he had just stayed up all night, the corner of Suyu's mouth twitched. "Is it true that you're speaking of the devil?" But he didn't mind too much. He wasn't even weak to this guy before, not to mention that now that he had registered the gene potion, his physical quality was comparable to that of a small superhero. Glancing at the equally confused yellow hair, Suyu directly took Li Yuanqi's shoulders and swept her into his arms, then reached out to set aside the yellow hairs that were blocking the elevator entrance. Without even looking at him, he walked straight out the door. Yellow hair was pushed and stumbled, and immediately came back to his senses. Instead of being angry, he showed a joyful color and chased after him. Brothers, it was all a misunderstanding before. I'm really big brother Yuanqi. Speaking of which, you're still my brother-in-law. Hearing this bastard claim that he was his brother-in-law, Suyu almost didn't even break down. Li Yuanqi in her arms even stiffened her entire body. "Ask Yuanqi if you don't believe me. I'm really her brother. My name is Li Biao." Yellow hair caught up with the two and playfully introduced himself. Suyu looked at yellow hair and frowned. "I don't care to find out what your relationship with her is, so just tell me straight. What's the matter with coming to see her?" It's fine. Yellow hair hurriedly fawned. "I just happened to come to Mordor recently for work, so I stopped by to see her." "Oh, so it's done reading now? She's quite good." Suyu rolled her eyes and walked out with Li Yuanqi on her arm. Sis. No. Brother, wait a minute. Yellow hair saw this and hurriedly said. However, halfway through his words, he saw Suyu's unkind eyes and hurriedly swallowed the brother-in-law that was on his lips. "Say what you have to say, and let go of your farts," Suyu said impatiently. "Not to mention this Li Yuanqi, he hasn't even gotten to eat in his mouth yet. Even if we take it down, what kind of shit is this yellow hair to take advantage of him?" Hearing Suyu's unceremonious words, yellow hair was not angry at all, but instead, he smiled shamelessly. "It's that. I've been a little short on cash lately, and I'm new to the city and don't know my way around. So I thought, scram." Suyu didn't wait for him to finish his sentence and spat out a word without mercy. Yellow hair's expression suddenly froze, standing in place at a loss for words in embarrassment. Li Yuanqi was surprised and looked at the yellow hair that was like a quail in front of Suyu. As far as she remembered, this half-brother's cheaper brother, Li Biao, was not a good person, growing up fighting and brawling all over the place, not to mention being chastised so unmercifully. She'd seen this guy plow through tables, chairs and benches to start a fight with someone over a few words before. Is it really true that evil is still evil? Quietly glancing at Suyu, who seemed to have suddenly become particularly handsome, Li Yuanqi's cheeks slightly flushed as she dismissed this idea. He's so handsome and gentle. Surely he's not a bad guy, right? Suyu was not aware of Li Yuanqi's mental activities. After seeing yellow hair stay in place and mumble, he took Li Yuanqi in his stride and walked out. Li Biao saw the two of them to go, and hastened to drum up the courage to seem to say something, but before the words could be said, He saw Suyu glaring back at him as if he was prejudging, and instantly caved in. Never dare to say another word. He didn't even dare to blow up with Suyu in the restaurant that day. Later on, after seeing Suyu driving the big G, he even put Suyu in a higher position, positioning himself as someone he couldn't afford to mess with. At this time, naturally, he did not dare to bare his teeth. If he is replaced by an ordinary office worker, even if he is more capable than him and richer than him, with his experience of social mixing, he is not afraid at all. Just play straight and be a scoundrel and be done with it. So what if I have a few more bucks than him? As long as he doesn't do anything, people can't do anything about him if they call the police. Scoundrels like him have ways of disgusting ordinary people. But when he met someone like Suyu, who was more horizontal than him and also richer and more powerful than him, he was heartily afraid, because he could feel that if he dared to come to the rascal set with Suyu, he would really be beaten. And odds are, you won't even get compensation after the beating. After all, he was the one who provoked the trouble in the first place. If he really has the time to argue with him, he can't really get away with it in court. Ordinary people need to work and have too many ties, so naturally they don't want a lawsuit. After all, even if you win the lawsuit in the end, it will still have a great impact on the lives of ordinary people who are living their lives in a down-to-earth manner. But in the yellow hair impression, like Suyu, such rich people, but never afraid of lawsuits, beaten again and blackmailed for money, he wouldn't do such a stupid thing. After getting rid of the fly-like annoying yellow hair, Suyu had no intention of letting go of Li Yuanxi, just swept her along all the way to the garage. Li Yuanxi, on the other hand, had her head lowered all the way and did not struggle, allowing Suyu to just take her in his arms so intimately, her little face reddening. "Where's the pet store you work at? I'll drive you there directly." After getting on the car, Suyu looked at Li Yuanxi, who didn't know what he was thinking about and was wandering off into the sky, and asked out loud, "Ha?" Li Yuanxi steeply came back to her senses and hurriedly said, "Don't bother, I'll just get there myself." With that, he was about to open the door and go down with an embarrassed look on his face. "Aren't you afraid of going out alone and encountering that yellow hair again?" Suyu faintly said. Li Yuanxi instantly stiffened her petite body. It was obvious that she did have a rather large psychological shadow over that yellow hair. When Suyu said this, he immediately honestly didn't dare to move around, then whispered in address. It ended with some frustration. "What a pain in the ass." "Yeah, then mustn't you thank me properly?" Suyu flirted as he set up his navigation. Li Yuanxi looked entangled, and remembering those words she said to Suyu at the school gate the other day, her face was so red that it was almost dripping blood. After a while, just as Suyu had finally set up his navigation and was ready to depart, Li Yuanxi suddenly came up and gave him a slapdash peck on the cheek. Then shrinking back as fast as a frightened deer, he looked out the window with feigned composure. This time it was given to Suyu will not be whole. In all honesty, he really didn't mean it just now. He just wanted to find an excuse to let Li Yuanxi treat him to a meal or something. It's just a matter of boosting the relationship and speeding up the raid. Was really surprised that she misunderstood the meaning and came to this. Looking at Li Yuanxi, whose ears were all red, Suyu touched the place on his face where he had just been attacked and suddenly shook his head with a smile, then propped his elbows on the armrest box and leaned his upper body right over. Feeling him approaching, Li Yuanxi's breath stuttered and she turned her head to look at Suyu, who was close at hand, and said in a trembling voice, "You, do what?" Suyu didn't say anything either and just looked at her quietly. Just when she was about to resign herself to closing her eyes, she heard Suyu laugh softly. "Buckle up." With that, he reached over and pulled the seatbelt over to fasten it for her, then sat back in his seat. Shift gears familiarly and go. Only Li Yuanxi, who was breathing a bit heavily, was left frozen looking at him. This guy, good and bad, sent Li Yuanxi to the pet store where she works part-time. Suyu then turned to a nearby bookstore and browsed around, buying a set of the General History of the World and the General History of Huaxia that he had promised Ying Zhang, each, but separate books on how papermaking and printing work exactly. He was not able to find in the bookstore. This stuff is cold, after all, and even if there are books on the subject, they're probably not easy to find, and it has to be the ancient method of papermaking. Otherwise, if you give a modern papermaking technique to Ying Zhang, he won't be able to use it. The only thing Suyu had the impression of having recorded these things was the Tiangong Kaisher. But there's more to it than just documenting papermaking and printing. There's a whole lot of ancient black technology out there. Naturally, he couldn't take this book to Ying Zhang, otherwise he would lose a lot of money. Solely things like papermaking and printing are circulating on the internet. Suyu then had no intention of buying a book in the bookstore. Just go back and search for a few online and download them. It didn't even need to be printed out, and he was planning to buy a tablet or cell phone for Ying Zhang anyway. After all, knowledge was a bigger part of his dealings with Ying Zhang. Books can only carry words, and in some cases the presentation is not visual enough. Just give him a cell phone and play him some videos of the modern world. I'm not afraid that Ing Zhang won't buy from him. As for Ing Zhang's side with no electricity and no internet, it's not really a big problem. Get him a phone with more memory, download more stuff, and he'll have enough to watch for a long time at a time. As for electricity, that's a much better solution. Just get a solar charging panel. Where's the sun yet? After these several transactions, Suyu also roughly understood what the world in which Ing Zhan was living in the trading platform was like. Overall, productivity was quite low, not too different from the pre-Qin period in Blue Star's history. The only difference was that this world where Ing Zhang was from really had qi refiners. Only this qi refiner wasn't as bullish as he thought. The set of Tai Chi practicing scriptures that he had given to Suyu had actually tried practicing it. The effect is definitely there, but it's not very noticeable. It is basically impossible to fly to the sky and hide from the world after practicing, but it is certainly not a problem to strengthen your body and prolong your life. Suyu estimated that if this thing was popularized and studied by all people, he was afraid that it would make the life expectancy per capita go straight to 100 years old. On top of that, the life extension gold pill that Ing Zhang used to trade with him was truly amazing. Moreover, the production was said to be not small, and it was estimated that great Qin Qi practitioners would be able to refine thousands of them a year if they went all out with their refining efforts. The current deal between Ing Zhang and him was only a small one, so it was certainly no problem to pay with the life extension pill. But if the business gets bigger later on, then this bit of Jin Dan is definitely not enough to use to pay for it. But don't forget, it was a whole world. After all, people have resources. This was also the reason why Suyu was so attached to the parallel time and space great Qin, sending books and cell phones, letting Zhang understand all the advantages of modern times. And then Suyu assisted Great Qin in the construction of basic industries. When the time comes, the steel torrent of the gallant old Qin sweeps through their world. What resources does Suyu want that he doesn't have? After all, with the Supertime trading platform as a guarantee, he didn't have to fear that people would renege on their debts at all. This is the kind of deal where you invest in it up front and make a solid profit later on. It's a fool's errand. And in addition to this long-term planning, Daqin is also very much an investment in the short term. Other than that, if you can't solve the problem of the channels for buying and selling large quantities of food at Blue Star in a short time, he is perfectly capable of providing Ing Zhan with high-quality seeds, farming tools, fertilizers and other items. He farms directly in the parallel world of Qin, splits the harvest with Ing Zhang, and sells his share to Frost Star next door. Wouldn't it be nice to have the best of both worlds? Ahem. Far from it. All in all, Great Qin was still well worth his attention. After Suyu bought the book, he then looked for the cell phone store on the side of the road to buy a few more cell phones. He didn't care about the brand of the phone. There are just two criteria for buying a cell phone: large memory and high stability. There's nothing else to ask for. It's for Ing Zhang's use anyway, not his own. Just don't break so easily. As for solar charging panels and the like, Suyu didn't know much about this, so he didn't know what brand to choose. Good thing the best thing about him right now is that he's idle enough. After a bit of bouncing around, I found a store that is said to be the largest outdoor specialty store in the Magic City. On the recommendation of the beautiful sales clerk, I finally chose an outdoor power supply with its own solar panel. An outdoor power supply with a capacity of 600 W can probably charge your cell phone 20 or 30 times on a full charge. When the outdoor power supply runs out of power, you can recharge it using the included solar panel, which can be filled in about a day when the sun is shining. Weighing in at about 3.5 kilograms, it's a great gadget for the outdoor self-driving traveler. It's no problem to give Ing Zhang to take to the Qin dynasty to solve the electricity consumption of small power appliances like cell phones. There's basically no downside to it other than it's a bit pricey. Although Suyu is not bad for money now, but after hearing that such a thing is more than 4,000, it is also really surprised. But after hearing that you can get 200 off by adding their store's outdoor group, Suyu ended up spending only 3,999 to take this thing. Ride your bike to the bar, save and spend. After the things that should be picked up were bought, the time had come to noon. After finding a restaurant for lunch, and incidentally dabbling with the restaurant's WLFL to download a bunch of sci-fi videos, Suyu had wanted to check out the room. But when he thought of the 10 million or so left in his pocket, and then thought about the price of housing in Magic City, he dismissed the idea. This amount of money is enough to buy a 3-bedroom apartment in the Almost Road. Want to buy a more confidential, relatively independent villa in the Magic City is certainly not enough. After thinking about his remaining 300 kilograms of gold, he dialed the number of Wan Fu Group's eldest Miss Chu Yu. With the financial strength of the Wan Fu Group, it should be no problem to eat all of these 300 plus kilograms of gold. Plus there was a foundation of previous cooperation. He was in dire need of money now, so naturally he went to Chu Yu first. As expected, after knowing Suyu's purpose, Shu Yu's side agreed with almost no hesitation. The two parties agreed to meet tonight still at the abandoned industrial park and hung up. Reality is not a fiction movie after all. Things don't happen that fast. Like the kind in novels, you come up with something good, meet a so-and-so rich person, and they drop billions and billions of dollars on the spot to buy your stuff. Then tens of billions of dollars of huge money arrives in a second. Such a thing cannot exist. The reality is that those who are rich, the composition of assets on hand are basically stocks and securities plus real estate. After all, there is inflation in this world. Cash in the hand cannot increase in value to create more wealth. Then in the hands of one more day to hold is one more day to lose. The same applies to businesses, which generally only set aside liquidity in their accounts within the program. It must have taken some time to raise the money when something unplanned came up. It was impossible for Shu Yu to call now, and Shu Yu's side would let him bring the gold over to deliver and call the money. After contacting Shu Yu to meet him at night, Shu Yu thought carefully and realized that he should not have missed anything, and then he was about to go home and enter the trading space, looking for Ying Zheng to complete the transaction that he had agreed to yesterday. But unexpectedly, he had just gotten on the bus when the personal panel of the trading platform lit up in front of his eyes, and it was actually Froststar who had sent a message at this time. Got a minute? I need your help with something urgent on my end. Urgent? Shu Yu was stunned. Then he simply found a 5-star hotel in the neighborhood and opened the most expensive suite in the hotel. More than 10,000 a night. Those who would stay in such rooms are basically rich. There is usually nothing wrong with confidentiality. Shu Yu went in and searched around, and really didn't find any surveillance or anything like that. So he directly opened his personal panel and entered the trading space. In the familiar conference room, Froststar had sat down early at the end of the long table. Shu Yu skillfully pulled out the chair and sat on his seat, then looked at the decorations in this house and suddenly raised his eyebrows. That said, he didn't seem to notice before. Getting along is a different scenario when talking business with different people. The scene of the conversation with Froststar was such a quaint conference room. Instead, the place to talk to Ying Zheng was a gazebo located on the lake. I don't know if there's any deeper meaning in this, but without waiting for him to think about it much, Froststar across the room couldn't wait to see him arrive. You're finally here. I have something here that I need to ask for your help. It's a bit urgent, but if you can do it on your end, the payment I can give this time is also definitely more generous than all the previous ones combined. Tell me about it, Shu Yu said with interest. Our future city lord is dead. Froststar's expression was grave. The city lord is going to die? Shu Yu was stunned and puzzled. So what does this have to do with you? Or what favor do you need from me? Is it hard to believe that your city lord is dying and wants to eat some mountainous delicacies? This is something I can help with. That's not true. The city lord has lived for more than 200 years. His whole body, except for his brain, has long been all mechanical mechanisms, and he doesn't have any quest for food. Froststar shook his head and mused for a long time, as if organizing his words. It took a while before he said, "This is a complicated matter, so I'll explain it to you briefly. Do you know how Futurama was built?" Without waiting for Shu Yu to reply, she continued. Future City is actually a space city built by the Prosperity Era's escape faction on the eve of the Battle of Armageddon. Because of various reasons, the space city that was supposed to be built in space was finally forced to be built only on the ground, and the original plan was to use a super powerful anti-gravity engine after the construction was completed to send it up into space and out of the complex ground environment. Once in space, it was able to escape at FTL speeds with its warp engines, but in the end they were one step too slow, and the Battle of Armageddon came sooner than anyone expected. This behemoth, with a usable area of 1,600 square kilometers, capable of accommodating 3 million people for 500 years without external supplies, and essentially completed, was also unable to escape the gravitational pull of its home planet because it failed to install its anti-gravity engines in time to escape the gravity of its home planet, and was stranded on the wasteland of what is now the city of the future. You can think of Futurama as a starship that can't fly, but of course, in every way it's much better than a starship is all. Froststar shrugged, and the city lord, the master who holds the highest authority over this stranded starship, within the city of the future, life and death are at her whim, and now that she is dying, she is in the process of selecting an heir to hand over her authority. Froststar added with a stony face, she doesn't have any immediate blood relatives. When Shu Yu heard this, he was probably clear about her purpose. The future owner of the city holds the highest authority over the entire city, and the lives and deaths of all the people in the city, rich and poor alike, are at her mercy. This thing could be more awesome than being an emperor in ancient times. After all, it's not unusual for an emperor to be overthrown if he makes a scene, but not the city lord. He can even get everyone killed with a single thought. Now that the lord of the city is dead, prepare to hand over the authority. It was naturally impossible for those clans in the city not to compete for it. After all, The power of life and death without any constraints like this is in the hands of an absolutely impartial person. That's fine. Everyone else plays themselves within the rules. To each his own. The City Lord transcends the world, being an immortal who does not touch the mortal world, and those below him just don't violate the rules of heaven. Hearing Froststar say that, the current future City Lord was probably like that, but the point is that this person is now going to die, and no matter who the person who takes over this authority is, if he or she says that he or she can remain impartial, other people may not necessarily believe it, and once suspicion arises, even if a truly impartial person takes over the authority, I'm afraid that in the end, they won't be able to remain impartial. Once there are selfish words, the ones who want to have some face are still nominally lords of the city, and then pass the authority on from generation to generation in their own families. Shamelessly, they just take the throne and call themselves emperor and no one can restrain them. Not satisfied? The big deal is that they will give you a full mutation and then select a batch of high-quality genes from the gene pool to recreate a batch of new residents who are absolutely loyal to them. This was not a fight for the authority of the City Lord. This was clearly a fight to become the Jade Emperor. With so much authority, a chain of suspicion was bound to arise no matter who was to be the lord of this new city. Who wants to put his life in someone else's hands? However, when he thought of this, Suyu was puzzled. That's not right. How did this current City Lord of yours convince everyone in the first place? After all, with the City Lord's heaven-defying authority, who the hell would dare to enter Future City if they didn't trust him? Once inside, your life is in someone else's hands. Lord City Master is the chief architect of Future City. Froststar looked slightly odd. Early on in the coming of the Battle of Armageddon, the fugitive factions that invested in the construction of Futurama used it as a giant sanctuary. After their escape plan failed, they intended to completely seal off this fortress that could accommodate 3 million people for 500 years. And as long as the main structure of the space city didn't suffer huge damage, they and their children and grandchildren would be able to thrive in it for at least 1,000 years. But they didn't realize that Lord City Master had left a backdoor in Future City's system, and she used it to directly seize the City Master's authority and execute nearly 100,000 fleeing factions that wanted to close themselves off, then manipulated Future City's weapon system, cleared all enemies within hundreds of kilometers around Future City, and opened the door to accept more than 1 million refugees. Almost all of the residents of Future City are now descendants of the refugees who were accepted at that time, and all of our lives were saved by the City Lord, so why don't we believe her? Suyu sniffed and let out a long breath. In that case, the Future City Lord's way of gaining everyone's trust was quite simple. Just change the group of people who are grateful to him. But this is a bit too extreme and obviously not informative. He also finally figured out why Froststar was in such a hurry. After all, he felt it was too extreme. And the next city manager wouldn't necessarily feel the same way. If you can't get the City Lord's permission, you might actually get raided by the new City Lord. Thinking of this, Suyu could not help but sigh and said, "Say, what can I do to help?" The thing that is most on the mind of the Lord of the City is to take another look at the pre-war world, to see the blue sky and white clouds of the once home planet, and to see the once prosperous world of mankind. But our world is so devastated that, if nothing else, this dream of hers probably won't be realized until she dies. But now there's been an accident. Froststar tightly stared at Suyu and said, "I became an agent of the hyperspace trading platform." Suyu froze for a while at his words, before he looked odd and said, "You're not thinking of sending your City Lord to the world I'm in to see what's going on, are you?" Froststar didn't say anything, which was obviously the point. The corner of Suyu's mouth twitched. Under the constraints of the trading platform, I wouldn't mind showing her the world if you could send her over. But, are you sure that the trading platform allows living people to cross worlds? He had actually tried. Not to mention a living person. Even a chicken couldn't make it through the trading platform to other worlds alive. With the authority of a primary agent, at most you can only trade plant life like plant seeds. Animals can't be traded to other worlds for the time being. Intermediate agents or advanced agents may have the authority to trade live animals. But both Suyu and Froststar were obviously still just junior agents. If Lord City Lord is willing to data materialize his thoughts and upload them to a computer, it is actually possible to trade them through the trading platform. I've already consulted the trading platform on this point. Froststar immediately replied. Obviously, she didn't come up with this plan in the heat of the moment, but thought it through. Thoughts uploaded into a computer? Suyu was surprised. Data ascension? You have this kind of technology, so why is the City Lord still dead? Abandoning the body and directly in the virtual world of the computer can realize eternal life, right? No way. Froststar shook his head. The human mind is far more complex than you can imagine. And our current state-of-the-art computers can't carry the human mind for long. After the thought is data mined and uploaded to the computer, it can only be supported for a maximum of 3 to 5 days. Beyond that time, the memory will remain. but the thought will completely die out. After the extinction of the mind, the person loses the ability to think, and can no longer be considered a human being? We call it artificial intelligence. That is to say, even if the city lord uploads his mind, he will only have 3 to 5 days of life left at most. My plan is to convince the city master to upload her mind, and in the last few days you show her your world, fulfill her last wish, and then have her hand over her city master privileges to me. One last question, Suyu said with a slight pause. What if everything goes according to what you say, but in the end she still won't give you the city lord's authority? Froststar's expression didn't fluctuate in the slightest, and he said in a cold voice, it doesn't matter then, as long as she's brought into the trading space, she won't be able to designate the next lord of the city besides me. If you don't give it to me, the city lord authority will sit idle for too long, and it will trigger another set of city lord selection mechanisms run by System L, and then it's just a matter of each according to their own abilities. This woman is so mean. Suyu once again refreshed his knowledge of Froststar. From her tone, it wasn't hard to hear that she should know and respect the future city lord quite well, and perhaps there was some teacher-student relationship with the city lord or something like that, but in order to achieve his own goals, he did not hesitate to design the future city lord. Well, it can't really be considered a design. It's just an invitation to Yang. The future city lord might not know much about the trading space, but for something like letting her go directly to another world, there was no need for Froststar to explain. It was impossible for her not to guess that she would lose control of future city when she went to another world. It depended on whether this future city lord wanted to fulfill his long-cherished wish before he died, or whether he wanted to seriously select the next city lord. With the conversation with Froststar just now, so you felt that the success rate of Froststar's plan was feared to be very high, and after thinking for a moment he said, so what can I get? After figuring out what's going on, it's time to talk about the payoff. Everything in Future City. Froststar's phoenix eyes narrowed slightly. If I can become the city lord of Future City, everything Future City possesses can be used as items for us to trade. Technology, products, and even good and loyal commodities like clones can be traded in the future when we become more advanced agents. Even if I can't obtain the city lord's authority, with my family's strength, I'll be able to seize a large amount of resources and technology and leave Future City during the chaotic period between the vacancy of Future City's lord and the triggering of AL's automatic selection of a new city lord. The items that can be traded with you at that time will likewise be countless times richer than they are now. Future City serves as a space fortress for escaping the home planet, with almost all of Prosperity Era's technological reserves intact on it. Some of these things, we are limited by the environment of the wasteland, and we can't make them anymore even if we have the technology. However, the world you are in may not be unable to manufacture them if it has these technological reserves, like mature fusion technology that can be commercialized, or a space elevator, or a starship. There was one thing to say, Suyu admitted that his heart was moved. Almost all of these technologies that Froststar was talking about were things that Bluestar couldn't even think of at the moment. The value cannot be estimated in monetary terms. And she was really right. Space elevators and starfighters are not good if you can get a full set of mature technology. With current Bluestar tech, commercial fusion is something that can really be replicated. However, considering that this was a business conversation, Suyu still shook his head and said, the technical stuff is too far out there for now, and I'll need a lot of time to realize it after I bring it in, so just tell me straight up what you can pay me in kind for bringing it in and using it. Froststar sniffed and thought for a few moments before saying, okay then, far out for now. If the plan works out and I don't become city lord and no one else does, then you can pay you 10 sets of storm power armor. Don't haggle. My family has a lot of storm power armor, but it's all non-renewable. 10 sets is the limit. Suyu sniffed and glanced at the exquisite silver power armor on Froststar, nodded his head as a recognition of the payment and gestured for her to continue. If I become a city lord, in addition to 10 sets of storm power armor, plus 3 Peregrine Falcon class NEOs with a payload of 500 tons. Speaking here, she glanced at Suyu. I've had a team of professionals analyze the general level of technology in your world. And if I'm right, these 3 NEOs are perfectly capable of allowing you to dominate the skies of your world. At that time, I will master Future City. You will master the world you are in. And the scope of our dealings won't have to be limited to the small fights we had before. But instead we will be able to truly start an all-round cooperation. Deal. That storm power armor on Froststar. Suyu had been craving it for a long time. Just go along with her wave this time and send him 10 sets straight away. Whether it works or not, Suyu really had no reason to refuse. And that Peregrine Falcon class NEO is a heavyweight. According to Froststar, the thing had a payload of 500 tons and was powered by its own fusion reactor. The weapon modules are incredibly advanced, and the speed is such that it can exceed the speed of the second universe at the highest level. So while this thing is called a near-Earth orbiter, It can actually even escape the gravity of the blue planet and fly to Mars, acquiring 3 peregrine falcons and 10 sets of storms in one go. So you could even say without a doubt that there was basically nothing that could threaten him on the blue planet anymore. Well, except for the big mushrooms. As for who the gear is traded over to, it's not a problem in reverse. The slightly riskier approach would be for him to find a way to recruit a group of toolmen at Blue Star, who would only have access to use it, with supreme control remaining in his own hands. The safe bet is to just spend trading points to buy clones to use on the trading platform. If he was willing to wait a little longer, he could also wait until sometime after he upgraded to an intermediate or advanced agent and purchase absolutely loyal slaves from other worlds to use. Agents could trade living things after upgrading to a certain level, a conclusion he had reached with Frost Star. There should be no mistake. Anyway, as long as the equipment arrives, the people are instead a minor issue. Good. Then the next step is the question of how to convince the lord of the city that I can send her to your world. Frost Star said, taking out a milky white metal orb. It's a camera drone. It's characterized by its speed. It can move thousands of kilometers in an hour. My plan is for you to use it to take a picture of the world you're in. And it doesn't need to be just booming cities and beautiful landscapes. The good and the bad can be included. Then give me the video and I will use it to try to convince the lord of the city. So you received the small orb and sked. Half joking. There's not going to be some kind of black tech in this thing that's going to go over there and just hack into our network there and create a smart device crisis. Is there? Frost Star sniffed and didn't care. Explaining, that kind of black technology we do have here, but you can rest assured that it doesn't carry that level of technology inside. I can trade this item to you for free through the trading platform, and as with the usual traded goods, it can be guaranteed to be absolutely safe. That's good. Suyu did not refuse. From the first day he figured out the rules of how the trading platform operated. He had decided that he would not bring back to Blue Star any items that were beyond the regulation of the trading platform, not even if it's from someone else. Only things that are obtained by going the proper trading route on a trading platform are guaranteed to be foolproof. What people give away is not part of the trade route. There's no guarantee of safety. As far as the 2 worlds he had encountered so far were concerned, a wasteland where Frost Star was located, and another worldly Great Qin where Yingzhang was located. There was all too much he didn't understand. In case Frost Star lost his mind and spiked the stuff he sent, with the technology level of the wasteland world, he was afraid that the Blue Star humans would be able to be destroyed in a wave of regimentation. You can't do harm, but you can't do nothing to prevent people from doing harm. After obtaining this drone through a trade signing, Suyu got up and said, right now I happen to have nothing to do, so I can go out and shoot a video. So if you have time, you can wait for me for a while. Good. Frost Star nodded, her expression bland. Only after Suyu left, leaving her alone in this conference room, did she slowly let out a breath and skimmed her lips. This guy is afraid of persecution paranoia, but a world that has completed basic industrialization and hasn't been destroyed by war is quite enviable. Frost Star's eyes showed envy, then sighed and shook her head. Whenever you can trade life people would be nice. I'll trade myself straight through. Waste world. Dogs don't stay. An hour later, Suyu, who had finished shooting, returned to the trading space. The filming process was actually easier than he thought it would be. Just set up a direct command to shoot freely for an hour. Then open the window and let the drone out. Come back automatically after the shot. He was not required to operate at all in the middle of the process. Frost Star got the video and fast-forwarded through it before hurrying offline. On his way out, he also said that it would be best for Suyu to keep his contact open for the next 2 days. It looked like it had no small amount of confidence in convincing the future city lord. Suyu originally wanted to go offline as well, but then he remembered that he seemed to have an appointment with Yingzhang for another transaction today. So after exiting that conference room and returning to his own private space, he entered the pavilion where he had met and traded with Yingzhang. Yingzhang, as an emperor, obviously has basically no constraints in the area of uptime. It was only 3 minutes after Suyu sent him a message. He appeared in the gazebo. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the 2 of them got down to business. Suyu first took out the general history of China and other books that he had promised to give away earlier and gave them to Yingzhang. And then the heavy lifting came. He pulled out his cell phone. What is this? Yingzhang looked at the small square in his hand and wondered. Cell phone. Suyu said with the wording he had prepared long ago. In our place, in the earliest days it was used for talking, and you could hold it and talk to someone a million miles away at any time. Of course, this function is useless in Great Qin because you don't have satellites and base stations over there. Well, you'll understand what these are later. What I'm saying is that after development, the cell phone is no longer just a tool for long-distance communication, but an information terminal that combines many functions. Yingzhang listened in a clouded state, but memorized all of this, and didn't give any insights on things that were beyond his knowledge. This cell phone you have in your hand can play music, watch videos, read documents, and have quite a few functions even when there's no signal. Suyu briefly said a few words, then took the cell phone from Ing Zhang's hand and pressed the on button, and the screen suddenly lit up. Ing Zhang, who still didn't understand what this thing was, saw it and immediately brightened up. A rock that glows? And looking at those regularly arranged, self-contained patterns on it, it's clear that it does more than simply glow. He did not voice any questions and continued to quietly listen to Suyu's explanation. Suyu, on the other hand, was gushing, operating the demonstration and explaining at the same time. It took almost half an hour. It was only then that Ing Zhan was finally able to figure out the general functions of the current cell phone, and at the same time was able to use some of the simple functions on the cell phone by himself. To a person of 2,000 years ago, this was clearly a novelty object that had never been experienced before. After Ing Zhang roughly figured out how to use it, he lovingly held the phone in his hand and pondered over it. So you let him toss himself around for a while before continuing. I chose to give you this because the videos that can be played on a cell phone sometimes show things a little more visually than books. Saying that, he took Ing Zhang's cell phone and slowly operated to open the offline cache file of the BL station in front of him. This cell phone has 1 TB of memory, and Suyu had already downloaded a large number of science videos and documentaries in it before he came. History, economics, military, culture, almost every aspect is covered. He directly opened a history-oriented clip video with over 20 million plays, 10 minutes from the Battle of the Ancients to the abdication of the last emperor. Then he placed the cell phone in front of Ing Zhang. Ing Zhang curiously picked up his cell phone to take a closer look. At first he couldn't figure out what was in it, but as the video plays, the timeline gradually pushes from the ancient Yanhuang period to the spring and autumn and warring states period after the big event. He then finally figured out what it was playing, and sank down to watch it closely. Seeing Qin destroying the 6 kingdoms and unifying the world was accompanied by that stirring background music. Even Ing Zhang couldn't help but be slightly agitated. But then he saw his future die in the sand dunes, and with a cry from De Zhexiang, kings and lords would rather have seeds, the Qin Empire fell apart. He couldn't help but frown again, but having known the future for a long time, he patiently watched the evolution of history going forward, albeit with some displeasure. Western Han, Eastern Han, Wei, Jin, North and South dynasties, Great Tang, keep seeing the last emperor abdicate. 10 minutes and thousands of years of history flashed by. After the video was released, Ing Zhang was staring at the tiny screen of his cell phone, silent for a long time. Couldn't help but sigh eventually. Color. The history of the latter thousands of years is wonderful enough, and this object of the cell phone is truly ingenious. Bringing history to life in this way is really shocking enough and easier to understand than books. Viewing the past and present in a flash, caressing the 4 C's in an instant. Suyu shrugged. Whether it's a video or a book, it's a carrier of knowledge, each with its own advantages and disadvantages, and I gave you these with the intention of letting you more intuitively feel the difference in the future. With that, he clicked on another video of a modern weapon demonstration. In the video, rockets were fired and the range was instantly turned into a sea of fire, which directly confused Ing Zhang. Although he had little concept of thermal weapons, just by looking at the large craters all over the ground, he knew how powerful the thing shown in the video was. Asked in a hurry after coming back to his senses, "What is this?" One of the hot weapons. Right, not the most powerful. The most powerful can probably level Xianyang in an instant. Suyu simply said, "There's a record of weapons development in these videos, so you'll see for yourself when the time comes. Most of the things you see in these videos I can provide here. But of course, what I can't provide in the short term, give me a certain amount of time and I can give it to you. You can watch it first, and after you've read it and have some general idea of what I have, we'll move on to the deal. As for paper making and printing, I've also downloaded the relevant videos. You'll understand it when you watch it then, and we'll consider this single transaction completed." Ing Zhang, on the other hand, nodded and did not continue to inquire further. Instead, he gave Suyu the 30 life extension golden pills from the previously agreed number. Finished the deal. After the two of them exchanged pleasantries and Suyu taught Ing Zhang how to charge his cell phone with an external power source, they each took their leave. Looking at Ing Zhang's slightly hurried appearance, it was obvious that he couldn't wait to learn the vast amount of knowledge brought by Suyu. Coming out of the trading space, it was already dark outside, and it was after 7 o'clock in the evening. Went downstairs and fixed some random food in the hotel restaurant. Then Suyu hurriedly drove towards the suburbs again. After all, he had previously made an appointment with Chuiwei to trade gold tonight at the abandoned industrial park on the outskirts of the city. It was a busy afternoon, and I had to drive to the suburbs in the evening. He had realized what it meant to be too busy to touch the ground this time. That said, in the morning he seemed to be lamenting the fact that he was idle. It's definitely not possible to do everything yourself. We still need to recruit a group of people to help out. Things like purchasing supplies for Frost Star and Ing Zhang and the others that aren't very important are best left to the people under them. If you do everything yourself, you might die of exhaustion one day, but for the time being there is no hurry. Wait until the military side has finished testing the exoskeleton. By then it will not be bad for money, but also with the military backing, doing anything is more convenient than now. While driving, Suyu pondered on the next thing. The car soon drove to an abandoned industrial park on the outskirts. Since it was the second transaction, he wasn't as cautious as he was the first time. Straight away, he drove the car in, but oddly enough, with his superhuman perception after the injection of the gene potion. Normally, if someone was prying, it was only right that he more or less felt it. This he had experimented with today on the streets where people came and went. But whenever he felt someone sneaking another look at him, he could spot the other person as soon as he turned his head over. But on his way into the industrial park, he didn't feel that sense of being spied on. Is it that they haven't arrived yet? It shouldn't be. It's after 8:40. They should be there soon too. Or maybe they weren't planning on monitoring the industrial park entrance at all? Forget it. Whatever. Suyu was also too lazy to dwell on these things. Soldiers come in and water comes out and it's all over. Pulled into the abandoned industrial park and found an inconspicuous corner to park. He then carried a not so big, but sturdy suitcase straight out of the trunk of the car. The suitcase was filled with a full 300 kilograms of gold. It's all the gold he has left. At 300 a gram, the value is probably in the neighborhood of $115 million. So much gold, if put aside in the past, killed him cannot carry. However, after being injected with the gene potion, his physical quality had already reached the level of superhuman. More than 300 close to 400 kilograms carried in the hand. Only slightly feel a little heavy. Carrying it around for a few kilometers is no problem. Familiarly weaving his way through the abandoned industrial park, he soon approached the plant where he had an appointment. But before he could get close, he was startled by a gunshot that broke the silence of the dark night. Suyu reacted extremely quickly, and with little hesitation, he subconsciously threw away the gold and pulled out the S-79 electromagnetic pistol from the item bar, aiming it at the direction of the gunshot. It was only then, though, that he realized that the gunshots just now didn't seem to be directed at him, and that shot was just the beginning. Bang bang bang! It was as if a powder keg had been ignited. In the darkness of the night, fierce gunfire rang out in the factory building in front of them, and now and then there were wails of pain. This time Suyu could finally be completely sure that people were indeed not targeting him. But, what the fuck? Suyu was a bit puzzled for a while. If it came at him, it would be a blackmail. A situation that was actually expected of him in case it happened. But what's the point of fucking with someone else? And it sounds like there are a lot of people on both sides. Damn, this is a suburb, but it's also a suburb of a prosperous area. What kind of extra-legal maniacs are the ones who dare to have a passionate gunfight here? Suyu was confused for a moment, listening to the increasingly intense gunfire inside. After thinking about it, he still got a heavy-duty exoskeleton out of the item bar with a single move, then put it on in 3 tries. Though that battlesuit is more protective than an exoskeleton. But who would mind having thick armor on them, compared to the thin protective suit? It was the thick armor on the exoskeleton that made Suyu feel more secure. Moving his arms and legs, Suyu placed the chest filled with gold into the item bar. Then it was a quiet, mimicked circle along the factory's fence. Finally, on the other side, I found the second-floor office window where we had talked that day. Inside it was as faintly lit at this moment as it had been that day. Suyu's feet slightly force, will be in the exoskeleton under the aid of a leap of 4 or 5 meters high. Easily pickpocket windowsill. Head crashed into the glass into the office. Bang bang bang. Once inside, Suyu was greeted by a shower of bullets that split his face. Damn. Bad luck. Suyu cursed without a good breath. The exoskeleton's protection was naturally not something that could be hit by these broken pistols, and he looked up at the several frightened-looking bodyguards and Suyu behind the bodyguards. Thought about it, but dismissed the idea of smashing their heads into their chest cavities with a single punch. This is a golden master. It's not good to beat him to death. Waiting for a few bodyguards to all have their magazines emptied, taking advantage of the gap between their hands and feet to change magazines. Suyu then said, "Almost got it. It's friendly fire." Suyu did not have the good sense to clutch the gun in the hand of one of the bodyguards, and with a slight force he pinched it into a pile of scrap metal. The bodyguard who had his gun taken away looked blankly at the twisted piece of scrap metal, bewilderment written all over his face. The other 2 bodyguards also had a look of having seen a ghost, and their movements to change the magazines froze in place. What kind of monster is this? You are Suyu? Shuyu, who was protected in the corner, pushed aside the bodyguard in front of her and said suspiciously, "It's me." The exoskeleton's face armor contracted, revealing Suyu's face that had become much more handsome. Suyue stared at him for a while before finally letting out a sigh of relief. He then walked to him with interest, and seeing that Suyu didn't make much of a move, he tentatively reached out and knocked on the exoskeleton's thick chest armor. Surprised, "This is exoskeleton? You do have a good eye." Suyu glanced at her in surprise and added after thinking about it, "The military's latest product. The military still has this kind of thing?" Suyu looked at the thick exoskeleton and then at Suyu, disbelief written all over her face. Right away, Suyu was too lazy to talk to her about these has-beens, pointing at the door where the gunshots kept ringing without any good sense. "What's going on here? I'm here for business, not war." This. Shuyuki glanced at the doorway and chilled. "There were some problems with the company, and it was my fault that the deal went so wrong, and I can offer some compensation in the price of the gold afterward." Suyu pointed at the door and teased, "Don't be an afterthought. Think about what to do now. This gunfire could have been on the first floor a while ago, and now it's almost here on the second floor, and your people are only not quite able to withstand it." Unexpectedly, Shuyu heard the words but did not look anxious at all. Instead, she smiled and reached out to knock the armor on Suyu's body and said, "Isn't that still you? We're partners at least. You're not going to leave me behind, are you?" Suyu looked at her for a long while, then swept her hand away without a trace of anger. "Saving you is fine. It's going to cost extra. 100 million. Shuyu stretched out a scallion white finger. Suyu, his box of gold, over 300 kilograms, was just over $100 million. This woman is afraid she's not even 100 pounds, and she's worth $100 million? It's worth more than fucking gold. Ahem, what money or not?" As someone who was already relatively wealthy, Suyu felt that he couldn't bend over for 5 buckets of rice. While it was true that the $5 of rice was a bit much, was he someone who saw money in the eye of the beholder? 200 million. What money or not? My generation of hot-blooded youths just can't see these lawbreakers. Don't worry, Miss Chu. I will go and rip their heads off. Suyu took big steps towards the door. A moment before opening the door, he thought about it or turned back to add a sentence with some uneasiness. Just put the money in the previous account. There was no way around it. She was giving too much. Suyu had thought that he was already considered rich. But compared to these rich people, it's true that they're still poor. The capitalist of all evil. Suyu cursed and walked to the corridor outside the office. Once outside, the face armor was lowered, shielding his entire body. The night vision system that came with the exoskeleton helmet allowed him to take in the pitch-black plant. He realized that the gang of unknown forces below had indeed cleared the first floor and were now attacking the stairs up to the second floor. Each and every one of this group of people wore ordinary clothes that couldn't be any more ordinary, belonging to the kind that couldn't be seen out of place when thrown into a pile of people. It was a stark contrast to Chuyu's bodyguards who were dressed in suits, but they seemed to have more combat experience than the bodyguard. From some of the tactical maneuvers, it was obvious that he was a veteran of frequent gunfights, coupled with the fact that there were many of them and they were sneak attacking. This caused Chuyu's bodyguards to be beaten back in a short period of time. Suyu even saw a few foreigners with distinctive features among these unidentified people. There are foreigners, so it's more than likely not the military or the police coming to arrest Chuyuki. There were almost about 20 people down here, and it wasn't hard for Suyu to solve them. Before he came out, his only concern was that Chuyue was some kind of heinous criminal and that it was the officials who had come to arrest her. In that case, of course, Suyu would not save her, even to prevent the previous deal with Chuyuki from being exposed. He also had to think about whether or not he should take the opportunity to do Chuyuki in, kill him and then quietly run away. But since it's not official, it doesn't matter. No matter who it is, it's a very bad offense to have a firefight like that within Kyushu. He went down there to do away with these guys. What's that called? That's called bravery. A certain young man in Mordor saw justice done and killed a dozen gun-toting villains with his bare hands. Listen to it. How combustible. Boom. A heavy landing sounded. The exoskeleton wearing Suyu directly jumped over the fence to the first floor and copied the back of the bandits who were attacking the stairs. In the midst of the violent gunfire, this movement did not attract the attention of those in front. Suyu took a big step forward, reached out and gripped the head of a bandit who was probing and shooting in the corner, and directly picked him up, then threw it outside the bunker. The opposite side was suddenly filled with gunfire, and several of Chuyu's bodyguards gathered fire together, instantly sifting the bastard into a sieve. The change was sudden. The gang of bandits at the future stairway were instantly startled and immediately turned their guns to aim at Suyu behind them. But after seeing the heavy armor on him, they were all dumbfounded in place in unison. What is this? Listening to the gibbering birdsong coming out of the mouth of the skinny, dark bandit not far in front of him, Suyu was also too lazy to understand what he meant. One slap turned his head almost 720 degrees. 2. Under the enhancement of the gene potion, Although it was Suyu's first time doing this kind of thing, apart from some psychological discomfort, the whole person was surprisingly calm. Bang bang bang. Violent gunfire once again. Bullets in Suyu's armor hit a little sparks, but can only rub off some paint. There wasn't even a dent in the armor, let alone injuring Suyu. The thick exoskeleton was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, carrying the momentum of 10,000 pounds, and in an instant, it rushed into the middle of the bandits. The intense gunfire gradually fragmented, until finally it was completely laid to rest. Suyu shook off the blood on his armor in disgust and turned his head to look at the bodyguard, who at some point was already looking confused at the corner of the stairs. Go tell your lady that it's settled. Yes. The bodyguard froze for a moment, then hurriedly nodded his head and jogged up the stairs, running a few steps and then falling down, groping and crawling all the way to report the news. It wasn't that he had no talent, it was just that the scene just now was horrible, compared to killing someone with a gun and punching someone in the head like Suyu just did when he rushed into the crowd. It gave a completely different feeling. The visual impact of the latter is subversive. It didn't take long for Chuyue to descend the stairs under the protection of a group of bodyguards. Looking at the bloody mess on the ground, she frowned just slightly and didn't pay much attention to it. Instead, he placed his gaze on Suyu's exoskeleton, both eyes glowing. This thing, it's also a little too scary. And looking at the way there wasn't even a dent on it, it was clear that this level of firefight was far from touching the upper limit of this equipment's protection. It's of inestimable value. As a businessman, Chuyu instantly saw the value of this exoskeleton. Suyu did not know that she was thinking so far ahead, and when he saw her come down he asked directly, "When does the money arrive?" "The money for trading the gold can be given to you now, but as for the money for asking you out, it will have to be given to you tomorrow," Chuyu said frankly. $200 million in cash, which is not so easy to come by. "It's fine to trade the gold first, I'll go fetch the gold." "Wait a moment." Suyu nodded and walked towards the main door. Halfway there, though, he stopped and turned toward a first-floor window that had been fitted with a security screen, kicked through the rusted steel security fence and jumped out with ease. In a corner where no one could see, the gold was removed from the item bar, and then went back in through the window. But halfway through the flip, looking at the broken window, Suyu suddenly remembered something. He seems to have bought the place. Both this land and this abandoned factory are actually properties under his name. Grass. Turning his head to see the slaughterhouse-like bloodied stairway, Suyu's eyelids jumped. "I should have known to restrain my strength just now. It's fucking bad luck. Dang." The heavy suitcase was placed on the ground by Suyu, because his own territory was spoiled like this, causing his mood to be instantly not so good. Suyu directly said to Chuyu, "It's gold. You have someone come and inspect it. And by the way, have someone clean this place up. It's a bloody mess like nothing else. I'm a kind-hearted person who can't see blood, so if I don't clean it up, I won't dare to come to this land in the future." Chuyuki. If it wasn't for the fact that this piece of east and west all over the ground was made by Suyu himself, she would almost have believed it. Unable to help himself, he rolled his eyes. "Not having a good time. I'll have it cleaned up. As for the gold, there's no need to inspect it. According to the previously agreed upon price, for the 385 kilograms of gold you have here, I need to pay you $114 million. Erase the zeros, and I'll just give you $120 million straight up. That part of the money will be credited to your card later, and the rest will all be in tomorrow." Saying that, Chuyue suddenly paused and looked at the bodyguard behind her. "I have some things to say to Mr. Su. You guys go out first." These bodyguards weren't as capable of fighting as those bandits just now, but their professionalism was nothing to sneeze at. After hearing her command, he decisively left the factory without even thinking about it and went out to keep watch. When only herself and Suyu were left, Chuyu then said to Suyu, "Do you want to know why these people are coming after me?" "Don't want to." Suyu shook his head decisively. "Just kidding, he just wants to get money. He doesn't want to get involved in these people's shit." Chuyu looked stunned and couldn't help but glare at him. Then remained the word. "Actually, bodyguards were originally not allowed to carry guns in the country. The reason why my bodyguard is an exception is because our company has some cooperation with some state-owned companies, so I won't tell you more about it. Anyway, it's to do with this outside." With that, she pointed to a handgun scattered on the floor and continued, "Because of this, our company has offended quite a few outside forces in recent years, and there are quite a lot of people who want to kill me, so that's why the officials have specially authorized my bodyguards to carry guns, and these people were smuggled in specifically to deal with me." When she said this, Suyu instantly understood. Outside. Guns. Good lord. This woman looks delicate, but I didn't realize she's a fucking arms dealer. However, thinking of this, Suyu could not help but frown. If you're doing such a big business, 100 kilograms of gold the other night would have been a $30 million business. There's absolutely no need for you to risk your life and come to such a remote place to trade gold with me, right? A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. There was no way someone like Chuyuki wouldn't understand this. How are they going to come out if I don't give them a chance? Chuyu suddenly laughed softly. We've known for a long time about these people sneaking over here. But in a place this big, trying to find them is no different than looking for a needle in a haystack. I came out that night specifically to give them a chance. After all, it would have been easier and less risky to wipe them out in a remote place like this than in a densely populated urban area anyways. I just didn't realize that the gang was even less useful than I thought. And I didn't actually find them in time that time. So this time, Suyu's eyes narrowed. Chuyu didn't wait for him to ask out. So she walked over to a windowsill and pointed outside. Looking into the distance, I saw that several speedboats with patrol markings were coming this way on the sea, and I could vaguely see the armed patrolmen on the speedboats with loaded guns and well-equipped. At the same time, he heard sirens coming from the main road on the other side of the industrial park, and by the sound of it there must have been quite a few of them, even if he hadn't joined in just now. With the firepower of those bandits, I'm afraid that they wouldn't be able to take down the bodyguard guarding the stairs for only a moment. It was enough to last until these patrolmen, who had long ago ambushed the surrounding area, arrived. I apologize for not explaining the situation to you ahead of time. Chuyuki shrugged. In fact, it's more complicated than you think. According to the normal situation, no matter how much these people want to kill me, there's no way they would send people here. It's no different from sending them to their deaths. It's just that something has changed and some people can't wait any longer. So what are you trying to express by telling me so much? Suyu frowned. He had wanted to run away when he saw so many patrolmen surrounding him. But on second thought, this fucking industrial park is now his property. These people he killed are also dangerous people smuggled over. He is purely and simply see the righteousness. Run a hammer. Now that the military side knows about the exoskeleton, it's not like it's something that can't be exposed. I'd like to buy a few sets of these from you. Chuyuki walked over and knocked on the thick breastplate, a look of wonder lingering in her eyes. This is truly a perfect industrial creation. Seeing this look on her face, Suyu gradually realized that something was wrong and tried to say, "You've known about this exoskeleton for a long time?" "That's right," Chuyuki said frankly. "My other company is in that business after all. And when the military tested those two samples, our company had experts involved. So of course I know. But don't worry, the military is very satisfied with this equipment after testing it, and will probably sign a contract with you one of these days. And once it's been listed in sufficient quantities, it'll be an open show of muscle to the public. After all, the situation outside hasn't been that stable lately, and the military has a need for this. And compared to those tanks and airplanes and missile vehicles that have been seen countless times and that people are used to seeing, this epic-making exoskeleton is undoubtedly something that is more capable of deterring the curmudgeons. So they never intended to hide the existence of this exoskeleton in the first place, and I can't fault them for knowing that. The only thing they set up with the highest level of secrecy was actually your identity. To be honest, I didn't really think the military got those two exoskeletons from you until you walked up to me wearing it." After Suyu heard this, he probably had a number in his heart and turned to say, "If you're so close to the military, why don't you wait until it's listed to buy it from them? How much capacity do you have to produce this thing?" Chuyuki said helplessly. "In the short term there's just not enough for the military to use for themselves. So how could they sell it to me? And you're different. You haven't officially signed a partnership with the military yet. So if you sell me a few sets now, the military won't be able to say anything, will they?" When Suyu thought about it, it did seem to be the case, and after thinking about the thousands of sets of exoskeletons that had been piled up in his item bar, he said, "What price are you going to offer?" $10 million a set. Want 10 sets. Suyu gave his mentally expected price. Though for that price and a bit more you could buy a main battle tank. But somehow, this exoskeleton doesn't necessarily have less war potential than a tank. 10 sets can be given to you, but I'll say the ugly words in front. Suyu looked at her eyes and said, "I'll leave a backdoor in the system for these 10 sets of exoskeletons I'm giving you. And it doesn't support dismantling for research. To put it simply, it means that you can only use them. If you want to forcefully disassemble them, the batteries will activate a self-destruct program. And with a metal hydrogen battery that big, the explosion power is only comparable to that of a 155 howitzer shell. If you think it's feasible, you can have someone come here tomorrow to pick it up." With the current level of technology in Blue Star, the core technology of this exoskeleton was given to them to study and they couldn't understand it. Yet that doesn't mean that researchers really can't get any advanced technology out of the exoskeleton, like the drivetrain of the exoskeleton, the manipulation system, and the carbon-based chips used for computing, even as small as the advanced enemy recognition system, assisted targeting system, night vision system, etc. On the exoskeleton face armor, It's all stuff they can study and understand and potentially replicate. He doesn't prohibit the military from dismantling it for research, it's a passing favor he gives to the military. And Chuki's words, honestly, a hand-to-hand friendship. There was no way he was going to sell her an exoskeleton to study at her leisure just for these three. Yes, Shuiwe was quick to agree to the request. Tomorrow night or at this point, I'll have someone come to pick up the goods, and as for the money, I'll have someone give it to you along with the 200 million tomorrow during the day. Although it was said that the unit price was $10 million a set, Shuyu had actually paid $30 million a set for it. After all, just now she was fishing. Even if Suyu didn't come, she probably wouldn't be in danger. The $200 million that was offered was solely for the purpose of purchasing the exoskeleton now and making a good relationship with Suyu in advance. Deal. Almost right around the time the two reached an agreement, heavily armed patrolmen then entered this abandoned factory, but they had obviously been in contact with the bodyguards at the door before they came in, and the bandits inside had already been taken care of. Rather, he wasn't overly nervous, only although they had been mentally prepared. Some of the inspectors' faces changed drastically when they saw that Thule-like stairway. Even the experienced old inspector, who had seen many bloody scenes, couldn't help but smack his lips a little. Of course, they're much better than those bodyguards. If Suyu remembered correctly, there were two bodyguards who vomited on the spot just now. He was able to remain calm himself, and it was also because the genetic potion had strengthened his entire being in all directions. Rather, it was this woman, Shu Yu, who was actually able to talk business with him in such a place without changing her face. I have to say, it's really impressive. Hello, Mordor Patrol Division. A middle-aged man in uniform stepped out from the pile of heavily armed people, his gaze sweeping over the duo's faces before finally settling on Shuyuki. MS. Chuzzlewit, what's going on here? So it's Captain Zhang leading the team today. Shuyu pointed at Suyu and said, this is a scientific researcher from the military. Just now he was testing the military's newly developed single-soldier equipment nearby, and when he heard the commotion over here, he rushed over to help, and you saw the result. Her voice was so small that only the two of them, Suyu and Captain Zhang, could hear it. After saying that, she didn't forget to point to the stairway behind her. Captain Zhang sniffed and frowned at the bloody stairway and saluted Suyu. Officer's license, please. Generally speaking, scientific researchers affiliated with the military also have ranks, so naturally it is impossible for them not to have an officer's license. But this identity of Suyu is just Shuyu's bullshit. Where is this stuff? Shaking his head, he was about to say no, but Shuiwe was the one who jumped the gun. He has a higher level of confidentiality. Captain Zhang sniffed and looked at the exoskeleton on Suyu's body, and after a little thought, he said, I need to confirm that. Hold on a moment, both of you. In fact, he wasn't even concerned about the deaths of these bandits. The original order from the higher-ups was to shoot directly those who dare to resist such bandits who smuggle weapons into the country with the intention of committing misdemeanors, even if it wasn't Suyu who killed them. In the end, most likely they would be shot by the armed patrolmen, and the end was already predetermined if they dared to come here tonight. But the question now was, what was the identity of this Suyu who had suddenly appeared? Just now outside he learned through those bodyguards that almost all of these bandits were killed by Suyu alone wearing this iron lump with his bare hands. What kind of combat power is it for one person to take out nearly 20 gun-toting villains? If Suyu was really a member of the military, then there was nothing to say. He also had to marvel at the fact that the military actually had such advanced equipment. But what if it's not? This is, after all, the Magic City, a densely populated cosmopolitan city. An undocumented piece of equipment with such a powerful fighting force was in the hands of someone unofficial. Hell knows what kind of mess can be made. It was not for him to be careless. It's impossible to just listen to Chuki's side of the story. Chuyuki added in a low voice. It would be best for Captain Zhang to just have your superiors contact the commander of the Eastern District and explain that the equipment he's wearing is called an exoskeleton. Captain Zhang nodded, then went to the side to make a call, while Chuyu took the opportunity to explain to Suyu. You haven't established a partnership with the military side yet. People over there without a certain level simply don't know about your existence even if they know about the exoskeleton. And you're going to mess it up if you're honest. Directly say that it is the military confidential personnel. They cross the line to find people with high rank and ask them. After all, your information is indeed included in the confidential list by the military, which is not nonsense. With the military as a guarantor, the inspector general won't ask any more questions. Suyu, on the other hand, nodded. That's true. It's better to do more than less. As expected, Captain Zhang returned after leaving for roughly 10 minutes or so. The looks were all fleshly and light. Looking at the exoskeleton on Suyu's body again, his eyes had changed from previous scorn to envy. It's been confirmed. It's really hard on Mr. Su, letting you A scientific researcher. Do the work we should be doing. If you see an injustice, you should help each other. You should. You should. Any other person will do so. Suyu also laughed. Captain Chang, that's more than 20 armed bandits. Someone else would want to do that, but they don't have the ability. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look at the exoskeleton on Suyu's body again and gulped. This stuff is awesome. From the information he had gotten from his superiors, Suyu was indeed a scientific researcher for the military. And in his opinion, a scientific researcher wearing this equipment could actually blast those bandits without a hot weapon. This is outrageous to the core. It also levels out to confirm how much of a fighter this exoskeleton is. If this thing can be equipped to the armed patrol force, in the future when they encounter those vicious armed bandits in the city with complicated terrain, it will be much easier to deal with them. No way. After the military announced this equipment and didn't have to keep it a secret anymore, he had to beat the bushes and apply for it. How he could get his superiors to get a couple of sets to try out. It's obviously a good fit for their patrol department, so it doesn't make sense that it wouldn't be a good fit. The two chatted a few more times about what was there and what wasn't, because Suyu was still on the military's confidential list, in accordance with the usual practice, including Chu Yu and Captain Zhang, as well as all the inspectors who had just entered the factory and the bodyguards who had seen Suyu. They all have to sign a confidentiality agreement. After the signing there's basically nothing left for them to do. As for the aftermath here, Chuyu's side would send someone to settle things with the patrol contact. There was no need for Suyu to worry. However, when Suyu was about to leave, Captain Zhang suddenly left him behind again. He said that he had just gotten the news that the military side had heard about what happened here and wanted to come to the battle site to see what was going on, and hoped that Suyu would stay and guide him. Suyu understood as soon as he heard it. After all, this was kind of the first battle of exoskeletons in this world. The military naturally wants to get first-hand information to study it in depth, not to mention the fact that there was him, the person in question, present, and he could also take the opportunity to ask for a wave of advice on some of the queries he had encountered while testing the exoskeleton these days. Suyu did not push back and directly agreed. It didn't take long, as the helicopter's propellers rattled as they turned. Two military armed transportation helicopters slowly landed on an empty lot in the abandoned industrial park, escorted by several heavily armed warriors. A group of researchers in white coats eagerly jumped off the airplane and entered the abandoned factory. Mr. Su, it's really you. At the head of the group of researchers was Zhou Bo Wei, who was the first to discover the exoskeleton that day at the defense exhibition. The moment he saw Suyu, although he felt that he seemed to have changed quite a lot, he didn't think too much about it and hurriedly welcomed him. So it's Major Zhou. It's hard to work so late, Suyu briefly greeted. He was wearing an exoskeleton, so it wasn't like he could shake someone's hand or anything. Zhou Bowei didn't care about these details and said with a smile on his face, No hard work. It's rather that there are quite a few things I might want to ask Mr. Su for advice this time over. I'm only afraid that I'll have to trouble Mr. Su. Just feel free to ask. Are you guys checking out the battle site? It's right over there. Suyu pointed to the depths of the pitch-black factory. It wasn't as if there was anything wrong with him, and after another brief explanation with the patrolman's side, he left from the vicinity of the monumental staircase. This moment is in front of the factory. Good. I'll have someone take a look. This is valuable first-hand information. Uncle Joe smiled and waved behind him. There was a line of experts rushing inside with high-powered flashlights. That scene might be more bloody. It's best to have them mentally prepared. Suyu kindly reminded. It's fine. We are all professionals, sometimes testing weapons, but also have to specialize in foreign battlefield line to collect data. Good guy. That battlefield. Like the Shura. Jobo waved his hand in a slightly unconcerned manner. Suyu didn't say much when he saw this, but it wasn't long before they heard a gurgling sound of vomiting coming from inside. Jobo Wei's cheeks twitched at once. Suyu, on the other hand, was prepared. After all, even those old inspectors who had seen countless brutal murders almost didn't throw up when they saw the scene inside. These researchers may have a lot of experience in this area, but they are still civilians after all. It's not unusual to be tense. That's a bit of a conundrum they can overcome. So let's leave them alone for now. Jobo slightly awkwardly changed the topic and said, Mr. Su, this time when I came over, I also wanted to ask for some special advice. The control system that comes with this exoskeleton internally is truly subtle beyond words, but we've had some disagreements at the Institute when it comes to researching what equipment to give it to use with in order to maximize its functionality. I remember you saying before that it's as powerful as our imagination. I was just wondering if you had any guidance on this? Opinions? Suyu sniffed and pondered for a moment. Adding any weapons or such to the exoskeleton was something he hadn't specifically bothered to find out from Froststar in that regard. However, Froststar did show him a video of them using the G60 heavy exoskeleton over in the wasteland in order to show him the combat power of the exoskeleton before referring to the configuration of those videos wearing exoskeleton warriors. Suyu thought about it and said, actually, if this stuff is studied in depth, it would have to change the organizational model of the base unit. Nowadays, for example, a mechanized infantry squad is usually between 9 to 12 fighters, and these fighters are divided into different roles, such as machine gun teams, anti-carrier teams, etc. And some of those on special missions may also be equipped with sniper teams, drone reconnaissance teams, and so on. Also a squad will be equipped with an armored personnel carrier as a carrier and squad heavy firepower. And with this exoskeleton, a warrior can actually do basically everything that a squad of warriors can do now. Saying that, Suyu paused, then looked for Captain Zhang, who had not yet left, to borrow a sniper rifle used by patrolmen, and led the crowd out of the plant. With the sound of machinery turning, the exoskeleton's helmet flew over his head, and with the help of his night vision, he quickly locked onto a target in the distance. At that moment, he casually fired a shot. Bump! The discharged bullet instantly leapt hundreds of meters in distance, accurately hitting a bird's nest in a tree at the foot of a distant mountain. His shot was fired with the exoskeleton's assisted aiming system. It looks just as good as not even aiming, and hits rather casually, just as Jobo Wei and the others were confused. Suyu opened his face armor first, over there by the highway at the foot of the hill. It should be about 736 meters in a straight line. There's a pine tree with a bird's nest in it, so you can have someone go and see if they hit it. With that, he returned the gun to Captain Zhang. More than 700 meters? Jobo Wei's eyes widened as he looked at the sniper rifle and said, Type 88 sniper rifle. Effective range 800 meters. You can hit a bird's nest at night with it across 700 meters? What else? What's the assisted aiming system going to do if you can't even hit it? I remember writing in the feature description that this assisted aiming system can accurately calculate wind direction, humidity, visibility, and other factors, and aim at any visible target within 5,000 meters with a deviation of no more than 2 centimeters based on the performance of your firearm. Say, haven't you guys tested it? Suyu gave him an odd look. This, Jobo said with slight embarrassment. It's just that time is limited and there's so much functionality on this exoskeleton that I haven't had a chance to test this assisted targeting system yet. It wasn't long before the warrior who had just been sent out to check out the bird's nest came back in a hurry, and what he held in his hand was a bird's nest that had been pierced by a bullet through it, appearing to have small holes through the front and back. The warrior, who was the researcher's guard and apparently a skilled soldier as well, came back and didn't forget to say, I just tested it with a rangefinder. And the tree where the bird's nest is located is indeed more than 700 meters away from here. Hiss. Awesome. Jobo Wei looked at the bird's nest and inhaled lightly. Under normal circumstances, a sniper team needs to be equipped with a sniper, a viewer, and even a deputy sniper to fill in sometimes. Suyu said at the right time. With the G60 exoskeleton, you don't need so many people at all, and you can do the sniping alone. And with the help of the auxiliary targeting system, in fact, the fire suppression of the machine gun is not so important. As long as you shoot accurately enough, the automatic rifle a magazine of dozens of rounds of ammunition rifle as well as the suppression effect. This point Major Joe should not have any objections, right? Seeing Jobo's slight nod, he continued, look, just by me saying that, with its assisted targeting system, it's a good enough replacement for a sniper team and a machine gun team and a squad unit. As for the anti-vehicle, you give a recoilless cannon. Let the warrior wearing the exoskeleton with the speed advantage to find an angle to bomb is not simple, even to put it politely. With the exoskeleton's protection and speed, you can directly equip a few C4 bombs or something like that, so that the warrior can catch up with the enemy's carrier. And it's not a problem to put the bomb in his pants. After all, there shouldn't be many military infantry vehicles that can outrun it, should there? Listening to Suyu's words, Jobo Wei's eyes grew brighter and brighter. Before that they were discussing the traditional one. What with sniper-type exoskeletons equipped with sniper rifles, fire suppression exoskeletons carrying heavy machine guns, and the like, differentiating the exoskeletons with different positioning, and then working with each other in combat. But after Suyu said this, he realized that there really didn't seem to be a need to break it down. With the exoskeleton's oxymoronic assist configuration, a warrior wearing it can do almost anything a ground soldier can do. The pattern opens. Suyu patted Jobo Wei's shoulder. Compared to the limitations of an ordinary soldier, a soldier wearing an exoskeleton can undoubtedly be called a super soldier. Super soldier? Jobo Wei's eyes lit up and he felt enlightened. The brain grid opened up, instantly clearing the pattern of the exoskeleton's future combat and the need to pair it with resting weapons. It's really worthy of the genius who made this kind of cross-generation product. Mr. Su's words inspired me so much. Not so much, not so much. Suyu waved his hand. You guys just don't have a concrete understanding of how this exoskeleton functions for the time being, and after you've been figuring it out for a while, you don't even need me to tell you these things. That was not a modest statement on his part. There are so many talents in the military that things like getting a weapon and not being able to understand how to use it are old news from the feudal era 100 years ago. Once they familiarize themselves with the functions of the exoskeleton, it would naturally not be difficult for them to find the correct way to use it. Mr. Su is modest. The two men exchanged some more pleasantries. Zhou Bowei also revealed the news that the military was estimated to approach Suyu the day after tomorrow to finalize the cooperation. By the time the chatting was done, it was past 1 in the morning. Chu Yuki left shortly after the military arrived. After all, there were some confidential issues involved, and it wasn't good for her to stay right here. The patrolmen and the bodyguards that Chuiwa had left behind to cooperate with the cleanup of the scene had to wait for the military experts to finish collecting data before they could get down to work. The job of cleaning up the scene was for the bodyguards, not that the patrolmen had to do it. They stayed here to gather information on these bandits and determine where they came from. After all, this is Kyushu, and these bandits are running around here with weapons and spreading wildness. It's not over yet. Suyu greeted Zhou Bowei and left alone as well. Zhou Bowei had wanted to send 2 guards to escort him, but he politely declined. Don't say there's not much at all that will be held against him, even if there is. With this equipment on him, it was still uncertain who would protect who if he really encountered any danger. Alone, he was safest instead. Even if he really encountered any enemy that he couldn't defeat, he would just go to the trading space and get a loan from Froststar to get a set of storm power armor. You'd have to kill God and Buddha. Ahem. There is one thing to be said for that. After experiencing what it's like to blast and kill bandits in an exoskeleton, Suyu has been more and more looking forward to wearing the storm power armor. Is what the feeling. That thing is really the sky, land and sea trinity of the ultimate crystallization of science and technology. The road back to the city was not really close, and it was already 2 in the morning when Suyu returned to the hotel. After taking a shower and lying on the bed and taking out his cell phone, he realized that Yu Xiaoyu had sent him quite a few messages at 11 o'clock in the evening. At that moment he was talking to someone about something in his exoskeleton, so naturally he didn't have time to look at his cell phone. Turned the message over. Something along the lines of the defense show is over and she doesn't have to work tomorrow or something like that. The implication is that they want to find Suyu chatting and so on. After all, day after day, a feeling of fondness. It was a pity that he had something to do before and didn't reply in time, or else he wouldn't be lying in bed alone at this moment. But she does not have to work tomorrow is a good news. Just Suyu tomorrow there is nothing to do, but also ready to go to look at the room to come. Just in time to relax along the way. After thinking about it, he returned it. Something came up just now and I've been busy until now. So tomorrow you'll have lunch together at noon if you have time? After sending the message, he tossed his phone aside to get ready for bed. After all, it was 2 a.m. At this point, and people were most likely in bed early. Unexpectedly, he had only put his cell phone down when the ding-dong sound of a message received by WeChat went off. Still really not sleeping? Suyu was stunned and picked up his cell phone again. Sure enough, it was Yu Xiaoyu who returned the message in seconds. That's probably it. I can't believe Gigi is working so late. It's such a hard work. Only my heart goes out to Gigi. At the end of the incident, he also implicitly asked where Suyu was at this moment. The meaning is self-evident. How did I not realize before that she has this tea-art? Bah! What tea-art? It's clearly a good and understanding sister. Suyu picked up his cell phone and then sent his location, and then added a sentence. Out for a late-night snack? Yu Xiaoyu immediately sent a on the way emoticon. After chatting a few more sentences of something or other, and waiting for Yu Xiaoyu's side to say that she had already gotten into the car and would be there in half an hour at the most, Suyu put down his cell phone and pondered over a question. That was the question of how to treat Yu Xiaoyu as a woman. In fact, if it was before, he wouldn't have thought so much about it. If you can do it, then do it. If you can't do it anymore, then we'll split up. After all, after his incarnation as a scumbag, he's basically looking for someone who isn't very nice. Everyone is just playing around and knows what's going on. But this Yu Xiaoyu was a bit different from those women he had met before. If you say she's a good woman, that's definitely not true. She's so easy for him to get his hands on. But frankly, isn't it just for money? But to say she's scum is not really true. After all, the other day when I communicated with him, I was still in the state of the flower path has never been swept by the guests, and the door of the canopy is opened for you today. If I had to say, this is probably a woman who worships gold, but has a bottom line, or is smart enough to know to wait for the price. And now she was clearly giving Suyu her leverage after waiting to sell for so long. There was a saying that this situation was really the first time Suyu had seen it. Of course, If he were to put aside his previous state of wanting money without a life, the main fight would be an unsolicited and irresponsible one. Who cares what her situation is? If it's not right, run away and be done with it. But in the end, it's not that bad of a deal right now. It's not as if this is a runaway. But being responsible also depends on how it is done. It's nothing if you're just looking for money. It's a no-brainer if you're still charting names. It's so hard to hang on and get ahead, leaving a huge forest unexplored. Just getting rich and looking for a tree to hang on to. What kind of a rebel would he have to be to do such a stupid thing? Don't even think about it. We'll see what she means then. Nor did he continue to dwell on this issue. Suyu turned to the front desk of the hotel and made a call to have some late-night snacks sent up. In a hotel of this caliber, the kitchen is usually available for ordering 24 hours a day. Seeing that Yu Xiaoyu was almost there, I'm afraid I won't be able to sleep anytime soon. We have to get something to eat first, right? Let's start with a couple of large lamb loins. The next day, Suyu again slept until noon. Yu Xiaoyu on the side was still sleeping at this moment, and there were even these little tear tracks at the corners of her eyes. Thinking about his performance last night, he fell back and scratched his head in embarrassment. Damn, this gene potion is really fierce. Under normal circumstances, do not get high to reach half an hour is the limit of normal people. Suyu used to pay more attention to this aspect of maintenance, but barely have this level. As for those on the internet who can't move for an hour or two, or even a night, no need to think. 100% virgin. Of course, it can't be ruled out that there are certain diseases. In any case, it won't be a normal person. But Suyu broke the half-hour limit last night, reaching an unprecedented 2 hours. If it wasn't for the fact that Yu Xiaoyu really couldn't withstand this kind of protracted battle, he could even go longer. In cases where one can be sure that the body is 100% healthy, then it's just a case of enhancements from genetic potions. Just wonderful. After lying in bed for not long, Yu Xiaoyu also woke up. The two of them got up after a while of being mushy, and then went downstairs for a quick lunch before leaving the hotel. But the hotel room Suyu did not return, but instead renewed for another week. The shack he'd rented before was so messy and inconvenient that he didn't bother going over there again these days. After you buy the house, just make a trip back to clean up that little rented studio. In the morning, last night with Chuyu agreed to 200 million life-saving money and 100 million exoskeleton procurement costs. Has hit Suyu card, plus the 120 million from last night's gold sale and the nearly 10 million left over from before. He now had a whole $430 million lying on his card. If you don't buy a home now, when will you? But, where to buy? Suyu froze in the car for a while, and for a while he didn't really think of a suitable property. In the past, although his goal was to buy a house in Magic City, he usually paid quite a bit of attention to various new properties when he was not doing anything. But there was only a few dollars in my pocket at the time. The floor plans only dare to look at 2-bedroom apartments of a few dozen square feet. And the lots only dare to look at urban and rural areas. Today is different from the past, and it is naturally impossible for him to buy that kind of house now. Otherwise it's no different than continuing to live in that little single room in a rental house. Thinking for a moment, he said to Yu Xiaoyu in the passenger seat, "Do you have any friends who are in real estate sales? Or know more about the Magic City property market?" Yu Xiaoyu froze, surprised. "You haven't looked at the property yet?" At the hotel Suyu straight said that he wanted to come out to buy a house in the afternoon, and did not say much else. She thought that Suyu had already looked at the property and was just waiting for the afternoon to swipe her card. "I've been so busy lately, how could I have time to look at houses?" Suyu shrugged. "Well, I do have a friend who works for a housing agency, but she's from the same place as me. We've known each other since we were kids. She's a person who couldn't hide anything since she was a kid, and she still has my parents' contact information." Yu Xiaoyu's tone was a bit hesitant, and as she spoke, she quietly sized up Suyu. Suyu, on the other hand, knew right away that she was taking the opportunity to test herself. If she got her friend to help her look at the house, then the news of her being with herself would undoubtedly reach her parents' ears. This is actually a disguised way of informing parents. So the parents have been notified. What's the next step? Meet the parents? Talk about marriage? TSK. Suyu also said yesterday that he was looking for a chance to test her, but he didn't expect to be tested first instead. Then there's nothing to be done. Start pulling. Since it's inconvenient on your end, don't go to that friend of yours. It's just as well to change agents. Suyu's tone was flat, as if he didn't even hear the other layer of meaning in her words. Not picking up on that at all. The loss in Yu Xiaoyu's eyes flickered, but thinking that she and Suyu had only known each other for a short while, it was a bit too hasty to think about this now. Hastily hiding the lost look well, he added, "Tell you what, I'll just tell her you're my client. She's very close to me and I should be able to get an extra discount if I buy from her. And I heard that their company size is not small. In the Magic City Piers is one of the best. in the hands of a lot of housing. The company's location is not far from here. Just keep the current relationship for now. As for later, don't they say it's all about love and affection? Big deal. She'll go back and learn more tricks. The opportunity to become a rich wife of a wealthy family. She was still a little reluctant to give it up just like that. Who doesn't want to be a phoenix? Suyu laughed when he heard this. That's fine. We'll have to ask your friend to take a little more trouble later. If you can finalize the house matter in the afternoon, it will be a great merit for you, and I will accompany you to go shopping in the evening, and choose any gift. With that, he started the car and drove to the address she had given. Then I'm not going to be polite to you. Yu Xiaoyu's face barely revealed a smile as she said this and turned her head to look out the window, sighing quietly. Suyu's attitude was already clear. It's okay to ask for favors. Getting a job? Don't even think about it. After a bit of tugging and pulling, it was still her who was defeated. After all, she also simply didn't have any capital to pull with Suyu. On second thought, though, she thought that it seemed good to talk about such things now. At least she didn't have to struggle with how to deal with her relationship with Suyu and suffer all day long. After a fierce battle of ideas in her head, she then quickly accepted her position. Then it became more and more intimate. Within a short time, the two arrived at the housing agency where Yu Xiaoyu's friend worked. She had already contacted her friend long ago, and they were already waiting downstairs at the office before the two of them even arrived. As soon as the car stopped, a woman with a simple ponytail, wearing a lady's suit and high heels, looking competent and smart, greeted her with a quick step, directly gave Yu Xiaoyu a big bear hug. That scene, Mars on Earth. Suyu looked on from the side and called out brilliantly. There was one thing to say. Yu Xiaoyu's figure and face value was already considered very good, and in Suyu's judging standards, he could probably give a score of over 90. It's the kind of thing that causes passers-by to turn around a lot when you walk down the street. But Yu Xiaoyu, her best friend and hairdresser, is even more gorgeous than she is. It has to be at least a 95 or higher. Among the blue star beauties Suyu had seen, only Chuyu could be said to be superior to her. And that chip was also one mostly on the lonely aura that came from Chuki's long time in a high position. Of course, if the otherworldly counts, then the most beautiful woman Suyu had ever seen was undoubtedly Frost Star. If Chuiwe was 98 points, then Frost Star would undoubtedly be 100 points. It was the kind that Suyu couldn't even pick out the slightest flaw. It couldn't be helped. Her full head of white hair already beat Chuyuki by too much. Just as Suyu was ranking the beautiful women he knew in his mind, the two women briefly caught up on their old times and came together towards Suyu, with Yu Xiaoyu acting as an intermediary and taking the initiative to introduce them. Ash. This is my client, Mr. Suyu. Mr. Su, this is the friend I told you about. Su Shengyin. Su Qingyin swept her gaze from between the two men as she sniffed, not moving as she reached out her hand and smiled. Hello Mr. Su, I heard Xiaoyu say that you have the intention of purchasing a house. I just got a large batch of high-quality properties on my side. I can definitely get you the most suitable price. Then I'll trouble Miss Su. Suyu lightly shook her catkin. My main consideration is a villa, preferably a detached one. I wonder if Ms. Su has any suitable recommendations? The price is good, and it's best if you can move in with a handbag, and the procedures can be done faster. Lightning Su. I'm super. A big client. Mr. Su, we have plenty of properties here. We can definitely find a house that meets your needs. Let's go upstairs and talk in detail. Su Qingyin was instantly enthusiastic. Immediately, he led the two upstairs and found a parlor for them to sit in for a while he himself trotted off to get the information. At this time, Yu Xiaoyu came back to her senses and looked at Suyu with a face full of disbelief. You, really planning to buy a villa? This is the Magic City. Single-family home. Even if it is located in the suburbs, prices start at 8 figures or more. Although she knew before that Suyu was very rich, otherwise she wouldn't have been able to buy a car that time with more than $2 million in full payment without blinking an eye. Yet she still underestimated the extent to which Suyu was rich. What else? There has to be a place to land, doesn't it? Suyu shrugged. Not long after, Su Qingyin returned with a booklet. After glancing at Yu Xiaoyu who was sitting on Suyu's right side, she thought about it and sat on Suyu's left side, surrounded him directly left and right. Only then did he pick up the picture book and say, Mr. Su, detached villa, existing house, turnkey ready. Here are all of our company's current eligible listings. Suyu nodded at her words, signaling her to continue. Su Qingyin immediately began to explain in detail page by page, including the price of the house, location, neighborhood amenities, etc. She spoke clearly. In terms of business skills, there's really nothing to speak of. Suyu listened quietly, asking a few questions from time to time. Yu Xiaoyu, on the other hand, was secretly smacking her lips, because it's outrageous. The prices are just outrageous. From beginning to end, the house with the lowest price reported by Su Qingyin had to be more than $30 million. And the further back the more expensive. Looking at the booklet are almost turned to the bottom. The offer has been hundreds of millions. So you actually still face unchanged. Let Su Qingyin continue. It was hard for Yu Xiaoyu to imagine just how rich this big money man who was ghostly on her list was. And she only felt that listening to that string of astronomical figures had numbed her. After an unknown amount of time, Su Qingyin flipped the pamphlet to the last page. Peachtree Building 3. This villa is located in the southern suburb of Magic City. And the name of the property is Peach Blossom Dock. The main building of the villa is a classical Huizhou design style with 3 floors above ground and 2 floors below ground, totaling 100 square feet. In addition, the villa comes with its own yard with an area of 3,600 square feet. The courtyard was hand-designed by the top domestic garden masters, with exotic flowers and plants, rockery stacked on top of rocks, bridges and rivers, and pavilions, which is more like a work of art than a courtyard, Su Qingyin said, not forgetting to use her tablet to open a live video taken at the scene. Suyu asked after just a glance. How much? Su Shengyin was stunned and looked at Suyu in surprise. Introduced half a day. This is the first time Suyu took the initiative to ask for a quotation. Before it was all about her introduction and then quoted. It seems that Suyu seems to be more interested in this villa, but when she thought about the specifics of Peach Blossom Dock 3, she couldn't help but get a big head, so she could only say stiffly, Mr. Su, this villa is different from the other villas. It's not priced by the square meter. There's only one price, 380 million. And this price I have no authority to change. Can't give you any price concessions. At most I can only send you a set of better imported furniture within the scope of authority. Because the villa isn't technically considered an asset of our company, it was put on consignment by one of the owners. In fact, this price is already very favorable. Although the location there slightly seems to be a bit remote, but it is better than the environment. And the various configurations in this villa are almost already at the top level of the world's residential houses. And it has everything that should be there. That boss is doing real estate business. At that time to buy it is said to have spent 400 million out of the beginning. Inside the decoration is beautiful, but one day have not lived. Originally is tuned to wait for the sale of they. Only now the property market is not as good as it was back then. Plus his own company's money is tight and needs to turn over. So the offer only fell to 380 million. The condition is that it must be paid off in one go. After saying that, she looked at Suyu slightly nervously, waiting for him to answer. As a top salesperson, Su Qingyin naturally had no difficulty seeing that those previous rooms Suyu hadn't even looked at, and was only interested in this one. But let's not talk about whether Suyu has 380 million. The condition alone that it must be paid in one lump sum is too harsh. This building has been seen before by other clients who are worth billions and tens of billions of dollars and are not poor at all. But as soon as they heard that they had to pay in one lump sum, they ran away without even thinking about it, taking nearly $400 million in cash out at a time to buy a house. Even the president of a listed company with a market capitalization of tens of billions of dollars can't afford to part with it. And the young Suyu heir, it's not that Su Qingyin is looking down on people. The main thing is that although Suyu came in a big G, the price of that thing is not even a fraction of this villa. There's no way to make a reference. Coupled with Suyu's line of no more than $2,000 for this entire body. Not particularly rich by any stretch of the imagination. Thinking of this, in order to avoid Suyu being scared by this price, Su Qingyin was ready to recommend him a cheaper villa to change the topic so that he wouldn't be embarrassed. But before she could say anything, she heard Suyu say, let's go check out the room first, and if it's okay we can swipe the card later. By the way, how long does it take to get the paperwork done? When can we move in? I actually think this set is more. Subconsciously saying half of the words that had reached her mouth. Su Qingyin reacted. The rosy little mouth forgot to close for a moment and froze as she looked at Suyu. Mr. Su, you mean, really intend to buy it? What's the problem? Suyu gave her a surprised look. You Xiaoyu, how this BFF doesn't seem too smart. No problem. I'll take you to see the house right now. For the formalities, that person has already fully entrusted our company to handle it. So if you're satisfied, you'll be able to take care of all the formalities today. Su Qingyin hurriedly got up and said, I'll get the keys. Please wait. I'll wait for you in the parking lot. Suyu also got up obediently and led Yu Xiaoyu downstairs. His reason for choosing this villa was quite simple. First of all, the location was on the southern outskirts, not far from the abandoned industrial park, and he figured it would only take 10 minutes to drive there. Secondly, the Chinese garden design really points at his aesthetic, which is more to his liking than the watery European architecture recommended earlier. Of course, the main thing is to have this condition. That's what money is for. Within a short time, The three of them drove to the southern suburb of Peachwood neighborhood. Once inside, the place became claustrophobic to the naked eye, a stark contrast to the bustle outside. Actually, it's not really too out of the way, if you must say so. Outside of the neighborhood is a busy street, although it is said to be a suburb, but it is also more prosperous than the main road of some third or fourth tier cities. Only this neighborhood is too big. A set of villas can easily cover thousands of square feet, and also comes with a golf course, open-air hot springs and other public facilities covering a large area. That's why the further in you go, the more secluded it becomes, which is what gives it a remote feel. Suyu's car quickly drove to the front of the third building under Su Chingyin's directions. Green tiles and white walls, flying eaves and corners. The villa is surrounded by a circle of rustic fence, on the side of which are planted elegant thunder bamboo, the verdant leaves of which add a bit of vitality to the cold winter days. On the vermilion red door hangs a plaque with 4 big words Qingye Xianju. At a glance, a sense of history comes to the forefront. Suyu parked his car in the parking space, looked at the design style of this entrance and nodded with satisfaction. Even if you just look at the outside, this place definitely deserves the word elegant. Mr. Su, please. Su Shengyin went forward and opened the vermilion door, respectfully inviting Suyu to enter first. He didn't push back. Crossing the threshold, you are greeted by a delightful garden scene. The corridor waist is united. The eaves and teeth are high and packed. The pavilions and pavilions. The clear springs and flowing water. It's really extravagant. Suyu couldn't help but sigh. It's hard to imagine that there is such a place in the Magic City, where every inch of land is gold. 3,600 square feet of garden. He really didn't have any concept before he came here. You don't realize how big it is until you see it in the flesh. A basketball court is usually just over 400 square feet, and this yard is about the size of 9 basketball courts. It's no wonder the price is in the high 9 figures. I'm afraid the land alone would cost tens of millions of dollars. Simply looking at it inside and out under Su Chingyin's leadership, it was basically no different from what was shot in that demo video. The interior is not only decorated, but even the furniture is complete, and all of it is installed and in used. Even the hygiene inside and outside of the villa was regularly cleaned by specialized personnel, and not a single speck of dust could be seen at all. Ready to move right in. Suyu was quite satisfied with this and immediately said to Su Shengyin, "Why don't you have someone prepare the contract and sign it today?" When Su Shengyin heard this, she immediately revealed a color of joy that could not be covered by her words. "I'll notify my colleague to bring the contract over right now. I'll be there in half an hour at the most, and I'll be sure to get all the paperwork done today." Aha! Suyu nodded and was about to continue to take a look around, but he suddenly frowned. Then, as if nothing had happened, he said to Yu Xiaoyu, who had been following behind him, "I've got some things to do and I'm going to make a call upstairs, so don't let anyone else come up. You'll keep them waiting later if I'm not down by the time the contract is delivered." Yu Xiaoyu, who had already been numbed by Suyu's shock of throwing several $100 million to buy a house, froze, and then hurriedly said, "Good, I won't let anyone else up there." Suyu nodded with satisfaction and reached out to pinch her cheeks and said, "Pick yourself a room later." When Yu Xiaoyu heard this, she hurriedly looked sheepishly at Su Shengyin, who was on the phone with a colleague on the other side of the room, and then nodded her head with a slight blush. Suyu came all the way to the master bedroom on the second floor and then opened his personal panel. Sure enough, it was Frost Star who was sending him a message just now. "I've convinced the city lord. Come to the trading space quickly." She really did it? Suyu raised his eyebrows, then casually clicked on the panel and entered the trading space. Then with another flash before his eyes, he appeared in the familiar conference room. Across the long table, the white-haired Frost Star then sat waiting for him. Only this time, he and Frost Star were not the only ones in this conference room. Next to Frost Star, there was actually a blue-haired girl who was breathtakingly beautiful, with a face and body that was not inferior to Frost Star's. "This is..." Suyu glanced at the blue-haired girl and then turned his gaze back to Frost Star. It wasn't clear what was going on for a while. "This is our future city's city lord. Frost Star lifted her white chin and said with a slight bit of smugness, "She's not really dumb and sweet, even though she looks big most of the time." How could one not know that Suyu had previously suspected that she could not convince the city lord? At this moment, bringing people to Suyu. Naturally, he couldn't help but fool around a bit. "My name is Autumn End, future lord of the city." "Well, probably not in the future." The blue-haired girl rose and bowed, exactly the same as Frost Star did when she first met Suyu. "Suyu," Slate bowed back with a proper bow. Suyu then glanced at Frost Star again, hoping that she would give an explanation as to how in the world she had brought a large living person into the trading space. What about the promise that it's just a circuit board that carries thoughts? Without waiting for Frost Star to answer, Autumn End saw his confusion and took the initiative to explain. "It's just a bionic robot, not flesh and blood. and I uploaded the mind into the robot's computing module. Bionic robot? Suyu stared up and down at her in surprise for a while, and only after realizing that it seemed a bit impolite did he withdraw his gaze with some reluctance. Good lord. This is too realistic. In terms of both facial expression and skin texture, there was hardly the slightest difference from a living person. If those doll makers on Blue Star had this technology, they'd sell like crazy. Cough. Frost Star lightly coughed twice, attracting Suyu's attention before waving his hand and releasing 10 storm power armors. This is part of the payment agreed upon with you, and the lord of the city has arrived. Sign. Suyu nodded at this, then carefully consulted the contents of the contract. Frost Star is still more on the ball. There was a specific clause in the contract about this lord of the city, presumably that she was included in the deal. It was clearly stated in the terms and conditions that the control authority of this robot, which carried Autumn's thinking, would be fully transferred to Suyu after the transaction. After arriving at Blue Star, she needed to get Suyu's consent to do anything before she could do it. Don't have to worry about things like her going over and letting loose a big move to paralyze the Blue Star network. On top of that, after Chiu Mu's mind dissipated, this bionic robot and the AI in it that possessed Chiu Mu's memories would also be permanently owned by Suyu, while basically eliminating all risks. It also gave Suyu an incredibly beautiful inflatable doll and an epic-making super L for nothing on top of the original payoff. That's no reason at all for him not to sign it. Ding! The agreement was completed with a beep from the trading space. Suyu and Frost Star were already accustomed to this, while Autumn, who had been watching from the sidelines, looked at her slender vegetative hand in surprise and was amazed. It actually instantly seized the highest control authority of this bionic robot. The technology of the Transcendence trading platform has truly exceeded my understanding. However, she didn't dwell on this too much and smiled after looking at Suyu. Then the last part of my life is in your hands. I will try my best to fulfill your request. Suyu nodded. For this future city lord who had lived for nearly 200 years and was ruthless but had saved millions of people from danger, he still holds some respect. Autumn nodded, then looked back to Frost Star, sparingly removing a ring from her hand and placing it in front of her. You're too young and jumpy and cranky. Future city should never have been put in your hands. But since you've acquired this trading space that might change the wasteland, there's no better person to be the city's lord than you. Looking at the ring in front of her, which she had dreamed of and represented supreme authority, Frost Star's expression was first a bit stunned. She was genuinely surprised that Autumn could be so decisive as to give her the ring now. With that, her petite body shuddered in flesh, and she subconsciously reached over for the ring. That hand was shaking to the naked eye. Only before her hand could touch the ring, it was held by Autumn first. She looked up at Autumn in dismay, meeting those clear blue bionic eyes, and for some reason a wave of guilt suddenly flooded over her. Remember what I said to you guys the most when you were in school? Autumn smiled gently, not caring about her loss of composure at the sight of the ring. With supreme power in front of them, no one can guarantee that they won't be swayed. Frost Star took a deep breath and replied, "You said, future city, to find a future for mankind in the wasteland." It was what she had heard most in school growing up, and there was no mistaking it. However, to her surprise, Autumn actually shook her head and said, "It's the innate responsibility of every resident of Future City. Not something I wanted to say to you, but that's okay, that doesn't matter." Saying that, she reached out and pinched Frost Star's glowing pretty face and said somewhat ruefully, "Choices are a painful thing to make, but as long as you're in that position, sometimes you have to make trade-offs, and with monstrous power comes endless responsibility. Your every move involves the interests of millions of people in Future City and even hundreds of millions of survivors throughout the wasteland. No matter what you do, there will always be people who are dissatisfied. Don't care about those words. Just do what you think is right. It's a necessary quality to be a dictator." With that, she smiled to herself. "I used to be just a scientific researcher, and I've always been indecisive. And even though I know that I made the right decision in the first place, it still left me with endless guilt for the rest of my life. Whenever I dream in the middle of the night, I see the 100,000 wrong souls that fell in a pool of blood, as if I can still hear their mournful wailing. So much so that I clearly hold the highest power in Future City, yet I am afraid to take up my rightful responsibilities for fear of doing something wrong again, resulting in a wasted optimal period of post-war reconstruction, and failing to fulfill the obligations that should have been done for the survival of the community as the Future City Lord." Speaking here, Autumn paused, then slowly took Frost Star into her arms and softly said, "Son, you're stronger than I am, and I'm sorry to ask you with something I haven't done myself, but please." With that, she let out a long breath and was ready to let go and leave, but Frost Star suddenly reached around her waist at that moment and looked up. "I remember. I remembered what you said most often. Live like men. Our forefathers once conquered the stars and seas. We shouldn't rot like bugs in this filthy wasteland, said Froststar, suddenly laughing. Lord of the city, go see the unspoiled world, and I will take everyone. Live like human beings, right now. You're the lord of the city. Autumn helped Froststar put on that ring herself. Actually, there's something I haven't been able to figure out. In the bedroom on the second floor of the villa, Suyu casually sat on the bed and looked at Shiomu, who was enjoying the scenery outside by the window, and curiously said, "Is it true that you don't have disciplines like sociology and political science over there? Why would you give the future city lord such great authority? It's a little too scary to have no limits on your rights." On the contrary, Autumn looked back at Suyu and replied, "In fact, our prosperity era is probably about 500 years ahead of your world in terms of sociological and political ideas." When she had just arrived at Blue Star, Suyu had allowed her to view all public information on the internet. It had to be said that the function of this inflatable doll was much more awesome than Suyu had imagined. The arithmetic alone was a few 100 billion times that of Blue Star's most advanced supercomputers. And I don't know what Zenith technology. After receiving Suyu's permission, there was hardly any firewall in the cyber world that could stop her. That's why she was able to get a good idea of the current situation of the world within a few minutes. I'm afraid that Suyu, who had lived here for more than 20 years, didn't know Blue Star as well as she did. Still, hearing her words, Suyu couldn't help but spit them out. So far ahead of the curve, and you guys still have this dictator management style? What a renaissance! What do you think is the most important thing to do if you zoom in on the entire human community when the end times come? Autumn said lightly. Guaranteeing the continuation of the race? Suyu said tentatively. Yes, but what does that have to do with getting a dictator out? Autumn was slightly silent for a moment. Then countless blue light particles suddenly emerged from one eye. The light particles converged rapidly and formed a holographic projection in front of Suyu. Suyu gazed at it. What she projected seemed to be a street not far outside the neighborhood, and from the angle, it should be a camera installed in a corner somewhere. The projection is also simple. A man in a black jacket smoked a cigarette while walking, and when he had smoked only the butt of the cigarette, he casually threw the cigarette butt on the sidewalk. While not far away from him, there was clearly a garbage can that could extinguish the cigarette. What? What do you mean? Suyu looked confused, but without waiting for him to ask, the projected image in front of him changed, turning into a home surveillance view of a living room. It was the same man who had just sat on the living room couch playing with his cell phone and smoking a cigarette, only this time he didn't casually throw the cigarette butt on the floor after he finished smoking. Instead, he got up impatiently and ran to the study to bring an ashtray, in which he pressed out his cigarette. See? Autumn smiled gently. This instead gave Suyu dry silence. There will always be people who will not take care of public things, but not many people will destroy their own private property at will. When survival becomes the first priority, then private power is more likely to survive than public power. And even if the person who holds that power is not so smart, he at least won't let everyone die out. Otherwise, what's the point of his power? And if this power becomes a public good, then the probability of mankind's demise from internal conflict is far greater than the probability of unity. As for all that freedom, democracy, fairness, what are they compared to the continuation of the community? You guys, this. Wouldn't you think too outrageously of people? The corner of Suyu's mouth twitched. This is the best result that we have calculated with the most perfect algorithm after collecting data from more than 1 billion human copies and taking into account the most extreme situations. Autumn shook her head. Human nature can disguise, but numbers never lie. Well, Suyu admitted that he couldn't speak to her and was even on the verge of being convinced by her. An old hag who has lived for 200 years is truly terrifying. Unwilling to continue with the arm twisting on this topic, he hastily changed the subject and said, "How many days do you have left?" "About 4.5 days. Autumn's tone was flat, with an air of looking away from the world. "I have an important matter to take care of tomorrow morning, and it just so happens that Froststar also said that he would send the Peregrine Falcon over tomorrow, so why don't I just wait until the Peregrine Falcon arrives tomorrow and then I'll take you around the world? How's that sound?" Suyu proposed. "I'm already satisfied to be able to take a look at this vibrant world, so if you can't spare any time lately, there's no need to accompany me around." Autumn said gently. "LOL. It's true that a 200-year-old auntie can still hurt." Suyu sighed, but still said, "It's not that busy, and since I promised Froststar before, I can't go back on it, can I?" Autumn nodded and said nothing more. Suyu, on the other hand, took out his cell phone and looked at the time, realizing that he had been upstairs for more than half an hour. Immediately, he was ready to take Autumn down. It was strange to somehow bring someone down from upstairs, but there was also more than one entrance and exit to the house, so there was no need to explain to anyone why they could make a big difference. In the past, the two of them, Yu Xiaoyu and Su Qingyin, didn't dare to specifically come and ask about this, but just as he was about to greet them, he suddenly noticed Akuma was actually wearing the same K-10 combat suit as himself. Everything about this thing is good, but it's just too damn snug. It's definitely not a good idea to bring her down like this. Suyu swallowed his saliva, thought a little, and searched the cabinets on the second floor. Surprisingly, he did find a few sets of women's clothing that were still unopened. It's a very conservative type of lady's suit, even with matching heels. Not bad for a high-end home that claims to be turnkey ready. He let Autumn change into the outfit before taking her downstairs. As expected, Yu Xiaoyu and Su Shengyin were a bit surprised that he suddenly brought down an excessively beautiful woman from upstairs though, but didn't even dare to ask more. As for the legal officer who came over to sign the contract, he didn't even know that Xiumu came out of nowhere and thought that he was already here. Mr. Su, the contract on our side is ready. In addition to having made an appointment with the housing authority, you signed the contract, we can immediately send it over. The procedures can be completed today, and the license can be sent to you within 3 days. Su Qingyin hurriedly got up and respectfully said, Aha! Suyu received the thick stack of contracts and was about to flip it open for a closer look, but only when he opened the first page. His mind suddenly flashed and he looked behind him at Autumn End Road. Do you know the law? He was asking about Blue Star's laws. Of course. Autumn End nodded slightly and took the contract. The laws of each country were all clear to her the moment she connected to this world's network. It's not too much of a stretch to say that no lawyer judge on Blue Star knows the law as well as she does. Wow! The sound of flying pages rang out. There seemed to be some hidden light emanating from Autumn End's pale blue eyes, almost at the rate of 1 page per second. In less than 2 minutes, the thick stack of contracts with more than 100 pages was turned over. Then he handed the contract back to Suyu and nodded. No problem. Suyu also does not doubt. Immediately put a pen to sign. This, you don't look at it anymore? Yu Xiaoyu couldn't help but say. Good lord. It's a $380 million contract. And you're just going to go through it 1 second and 1 page at a time as if you're done reading it? Not that she had anything against Autumn End or anything, but this just seems so sloppy. No need to look. Suyu signed over and over again, shaking his head. She is gifted in speed reading, and what she's read is certainly not a problem. Also, there's still this kind of talent? Yu Xiaoyu looked at Xiumu in shock. She'd heard of speed writing, but speed reading? Autumn End, in turn, chimed in with a gentle smile. It only took her more than a minute to read the entire contract, but it took Suyu a full 10 minutes to sign it. After all, there are so many places to sign, and the contract was in triplicate. He had to sign it 3 times. Inevitably, it's a bit time-consuming. After signing the contract, Suyu then painfully swiped out the whole $380 million directly on the POS machine. The original deposit of $430 million was instantly reduced to a pitiful $50 million, but it was money well spent anyway. For this residence, Suyu was now satisfied with how he looked at it. Even if we don't mention the 3,600 square feet of large yard, just this main building alone has more than a square footage above and below the ground from before. There are a dozen or so rooms capable of accommodating people. When to have a golden house and stuff a beautiful woman in one room. Ahem. Restraint. Su Qingyin and their company left after signing the contract, and before she left, she specifically came to add Suyu's WeChat. Said the house has any problems despite looking for her. At the same time Suyu buy this house can let her get a large commission. She also want to invite Suyu dinner. That sounds familiar. The same reason Yu Xiaoyu added his contact information when he bought the car before. Let's just say it's true that we've grown up together as BFFs. I just don't know if he and Su Qingyin will end up developing a relationship like Yu Xiaoyu's as well. But he's not going to say no anyway is all. Seeing that it was already more than 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Suyu glanced at the only remaining Yu Xiaoyu and Autumn End Dao in the house. I see that although this house should have all, but more or less still a little monotonous, go out shopping to buy some things. Incidentally, dinner is also settled outside. Yes, Yu Xiaoyu said cheerfully, and Autumn End nodded serenely. After simply packing up, Suyu went out the door with the 2 turnaround rate pulling duties, driving all the way to the nearest commercial plaza. After parking the car several people went directly into the Givenchy counter in the mall. There is a say one. Suyu actually did not think well in the end to buy somewhat, although it is said to add something to the new home. But think carefully, inside seems to be really nothing is missing. But when you don't know what to buy, you're definitely right to buy clothes. After all, the clothes that Autumn End was wearing were the ones that came with the room, which were of average quality and didn't really fit well. It looked strangely strangled, and Yu Xiaoyu was apparently quite interested in clothes as well. Everyone's fine with that, so of course we'll see the clothes first. Only let Suyu did not expect is, yo, it's Xiaoyu I didn't hear that you talked about your boyfriend this is to accompany customers shopping. Suyu? Goodness gracious. They just picked a store at random to come in and look around. It's amazing that just as soon as he walked in the door, he ran into his anticlimactic first girlfriend, Yu Xiaoyu's resentful co-worker again, Zhao Xinhuan. Seeing Suyu once again, Zhao Xinhuan's mood this time was very different from last time. After all, the last time was in the store. Suyu is a customer. She, as long as she does not want to be fired by the force store, is how not dare to blow up. She could only allow Suyu to ignore her, and could only endure it no matter how much she was holding back her grievances. But not this time. Not being in the store this time around gave her much more room to play. Zhao Xinhuan had basically figured out what happened last time. Although Suyu buying the big G in full shocked her, she didn't believe things could be so coincidental. Though, Magic City so many pence force stores, Suyu biased to run to the store where she works to buy a car. Call it a coincidence? She wouldn't believe it. Although asked a circle of school friends, said Suyu did not look for them to ask where they work, but Zhao Xinhuan is still convinced that Suyu is rich specifically to find her store to pretend to show her. However, Zhao Xinhuan didn't care about this matter that had slapped her face. It's been so many years, Suyu is still not forgetting to go to her to pretend to be a pussy when he's developed. So what does that mean? It shows that Suyu still can't let go of her in his heart. In her mind, this was her chance. A chance to really be on the list of the rich and to be transformed into a rich wife of a wealthy family. Instead of the previous situation where you could only be a mistress to those rich middle-aged uncles and could be kicked at any time. This time when she took advantage of the break to come out shopping. She had wanted to buy some new clothes and new cosmetics or something to dress herself up. Then he would find another opportunity to ask Suyu to meet him. But I didn't expect to meet here by chance. After seeing Suyu, Zhao Xinhuan, who was originally prepared to speak out to mock Yu Xiaoyu, instantly focused on her mouth, and her mean look instantly became gentle. Suyu, you're here too. How have you been? How are you doing? She spoke softly, with a slight trill, and had a feeling of pity as soon as she opened her mouth. It's as if it's really like a goodbye to a long-lost first love. Suyu, Nima, you're doing a Szechuan opera face turn here. This change of face speed, do not go to be an actor is really a damn loss of internal entertainment. Of course it's great. I just bought a villa and spent $400 million. Yu Xiaoyu took Suyu's arm and raised her white chin. The corner of Suyu's mouth tugged, patting his but at an angle invisible to others, showing encouragement to Yu Xiaoyu's words. Top mouth alternate belongs to yes. Some of the things he says as a man don't really kill him. They just look like he's deliberately pretending. It would be perfect to let Yu Xiaoyu tear into Zhao Xinhuan. 400 million? Zhao Xinhuan's pupils shrunk violently, her tone unconsciously rising a few notches. And that put-on look almost didn't even tense up. Her first reaction was of course disbelief. But then she turned her eyes and remembered the day Suyu bought a car for several $1 million in full payment. For a moment, he was unsure. Let's go. Inside, Suyu shook his head, not bothering with her since the beginning, and led Qiu Mo and Yu Xiaoyu into the store. Zhao Xinhuan hesitated slightly when she saw this, and her eyes were about to spit fire when she looked at the way Yu Xiaoyu was intimately holding Suyu's arm. Once he gritted his teeth, he hurriedly followed him in and stopped in front of Suyu. Do you have time recently? I'd like to invite you to dinner. I haven't seen you in so many years and I have a lot of things I want to say to you. As she spoke, she also reached out and pulled the corner of Suyu's coat, her expression terrified. I feel sorry for her. However, Suyu was nonchalantly tugging back the corner of his coat and faintly said, no time. Just kidding. He had a bunch of things to take care of in the next 2 days. Even if it's really fine, there are still a bunch of big beautiful girls waiting for him to pick up, such as Li Yuanxi, Xu Yu, and Su Shengyin. Who the hell is Zhao Xinhuan? You still want to delay him? Yet Zhao Xinhuan remained unforgiving. You, really that desperate? Think about when we. Halfway through her sentence, she stopped her voice and actually forced out a few tears and sobbed. Su Yu, there wasn't a lot of foot traffic here, and when she did that, the people around her gathered around. Seeing Zhao Xinhuan's pitiful appearance of wiping her tears, and then seeing Suyu with the two beauties Yu Xiaoyu and Xiaomu by his side, he thought that it was a scum incident. There was a lot of finger pointing. A number of people even picked up their cell phones and started recording. The corner of Suyu's mouth tugged, and he instantly guessed what trick Zhao Xinhuan was trying to play. When he was about to ask the clerk to come and kick people out, Autumn End, who had always acted as a spectator and ate melons, was the one who raised her willow eyebrows, and a flash of red light flashed through her azure bionic eyes. The cell phones around them that were taking video flickered a few times and went straight to black. After doing so, she slanted her eyes at Suyu and came over to whisper, arching fire. Nothing you do in here will get out. Oh, even I can make sure everyone outside doesn't know we were here today. Suyu cried and laughed as he pushed her close head away. Although with her ability to control the network, Suyu, even if she really got annoyed and put on the power armor to tutu all the people here, She could still cut off all the clues and would not let half of today's events spread out. But this is not a wasteland where human life is worthless. Suyu wasn't some kind of murderous maniac either. Not so much as to get irritated over such a trivial matter. Ignoring the archfire autumn end, he turned his gaze to Zhao Xinhuan and faintly said, I'd advise you to be a little self-aware. Some money isn't that easy to make. He could probably guess a little bit about Zhao Xinhuan's purpose. It's nothing more than the usual tactics of certain groups to steer public opinion for sympathy. When the time comes, upload the video taken by an unknown passerby as soon as it's uploaded to the internet, by some traffic, and write a little essay. In a matter of minutes, Suyu could be pointed at by 10,000 people. But with autumn end around, the first step of this tactic won't be possible because no one will even be able to make a video. Of course, even if there was no autumn end, Suyu didn't bring fear at all is all. Do you really think his money is a waste of paper? You want to start a rumor? Did you ask him about his money? Without continuing to care about him, Suyu turned to look at the store manager who had already noticed the movement over here and rushed over. I just saw the logo on the front of your store has the trademark of the Wanfu Group. What is your relationship with the Wanfu Group? The store manager, who had just rushed over and was ready to make peace with the situation, froze and replied in a hurry. Sir, our wholly owned subsidiary Wanfu Movement under the name of Wanfu Group is the sole agent of Givenchy in Mordor, and this store is of course invested and opened by Wanfu Group. Oh, I am more familiar with Miss Chu Yu, the daughter of your Wanfu Group chairman's family, Suyu faintly said. The store manager's pupils suddenly shrank. The attitude made a 180-degree turn, and he hastily nodded his head and said, I can't believe it's Miss Chu's honored guest. Poor hospitality. Poor hospitality. Please come in quickly. Sir, we'll just take care of it here. Chuyu was actually extremely low-key, and would usually rarely meddle in the Wanfu Group's business in the country. This store manager had worked in the Wanfu Group for more than 20 years, and it was only once in a while when there was an annual meeting of the company that he heard the old man from the head office talk about this great lady. It was only known that Missy was in charge of the group's overseas affairs, and was the person who spoke the most in the entire Wanfu Group besides the chairman. Even an old man like him had only vaguely heard of Chuyu's name, let alone anyone else. It didn't matter if Suyu really knew Chuyu or was pulling a tiger's skin, at least he knew Chuyuki as a person. Then he was definitely not simple. It's simply not something a little store manager can offend. Instead of making peace according to the original thought process, it would be better to help Suyu solve the small matter at hand and send someone a favor along the way. You. Seeing Suyu leaving with his people, Zhao Xinhuan was instantly anxious and hurriedly tried to chase after him. She had clearly acted to such an extent that she had attracted so many people around her. Normally even if she couldn't just squeeze out the others and transform into a rich and powerful wife as she had imagined. But at least he could have knocked a fortune from the suddenly developed Suyu. After all, in this day and age, no one cares if the truth is not the truth. What had just happened? As long as it was filmed and posted on the internet, she had already won. At that time and then upside down black and white to write a small essay tearful accusations, and then spend money to buy some traffic. I'm afraid that Suyu is not obedient to comply, but these onlookers do not know what crazy. Clearly just raised the phone, but now one by one to the phone in the hands of fiddling to fiddling, actually did not take the video down. Messing up her earlier performance was all for naught. From what they were talking about, it seemed like the phone was broken. What the hell is it with so many people's cell phones breaking at the same time? This young lady, you have seriously affected the normal business of this store. Please leave or I will have to call security. The store manager stopped in front of Zhao Xinhuan and said with an unkind expression, but I'm with him. Zhao Xinhuan was hastily about to say something, but she was interrupted before she could finish her sentence. I only heard the store manager say impatiently, that gentleman said he didn't know you. If you really have any dispute with him, you can call the police to deal with it, or wait until he goes outside to talk about it. This is the store's business hours. Please leave. If you're not comfortable calling the police, the store can help you. Zhao Xinhuan looked hatefully at Suyu who was already picking out clothes while on the phone with people, and after stomping her foot she was preparing to go out first before thinking of a way out. But it didn't take long for her phone to ring. Seeing the note on it, she blushed and hastily chose to connect. Manager Wu? Calling at this hour. Is something wrong? Manager Wu, the head of the Forest store where she works. Where are you now? On the other end of the phone, Manager Wu's tone was unkind. Me? Zhao Xinhuan froze, puzzled. It's my day off. I'm out shopping. What's wrong? Is it something with a client? Did you just have a run-in with a Mr. Su? This. Zhao Xinhuan was directly confused. How did your own top boss know about this? Looks like it's you, right? On the other end of the phone, Manager Wu said indifferently. Just now General Manager Zhou from the Magic City headquarters called specifically for this. Mr. Su is our valued guest at Pence. And this behavior of yours has seriously violated the code of conduct for sales and service personnel. Come to the store next week, pack up your stuff, get your paycheck, and leave. Zhao Xinhuan. In the Givenchy store, Suyu glanced from afar at Zhao Xinhuan, who was standing in the distance with her cell phone in a state of disorientation. A helpless shrug. Originally, he was too lazy to take care of this one. Who let her not know what to do? Give face. Then don't blame him for being unsympathetic. That phone call he had just made was to the head of the headquarters of Pen's Magic City. Previously, because of exhibiting with an exoskeleton, he also went to the Pen's headquarters to meet with people in person. That said, there are still some meta parts to it. That guy received Suyu a lot of money. The district dismissed a small matter such as sales. Of course, mention a mouth on the line. Without continuing to pay attention to Zhao Xinhuan, he accompanied Yu Xiaoyu and Xiaomu to stroll around the store. By the time I got out the door, my hands were full of shopping bags of all sizes. Balance, 20W. An assortment of other stores followed. By the time you've wandered the entire upper field in a circle, it's dark outside. The trunk of the Big G was also stuffed with shopping bags of one size or another. But the money spent wasn't that much, and it only swiped away more than $700,000. After casually finding a restaurant to have dinner, they went back to the Peach Blossom Dock Building No. 3 that they had just bought together. There were no special events scheduled for the evening. After exercising with Yu Xiaoyu, they took an early rest. After all, there are quite a few important things coming up tomorrow. Zhou Bowei had already hinted to him before that the military side would probably have an outcome for the exoskeleton tomorrow. This alone will probably take half a day of negotiation when the time comes. And Frost Star has promised to send over 3 Peregrine Falcon-class NEOs. The next morning, Suyu got up early in a rare way. And although today is Saturday, but Yu Xiaoyu workforce store after all belongs to the service industry, there is no weekend argument. Got up early, and Suyu said hello to their own taxi to go to work. As for Autumn End, she was naturally not tired now that her mind was on the board, and she didn't need to sleep at all. Suyu had only gotten up and gone downstairs when she had already made breakfast. Looking at the rich and exquisite food on the table, Suyu was somewhat surprised. You actually know how to cook? I spent the first half of my life living in a prosperous era of unlimited material supply. Of course I can cook. Autumn End gave him a blank look and pushed a serving of fried rice, which just looked appetizing, in front of him. It's been years since I've made proper food. Try it. The source of energy for this body of hers is a cold fusion reactor located in her chest cavity. It is not necessary to eat, and there wasn't much food to savor in the wasteland world, before Froststar became an agent of the hyperspace trading platform. Ordinary people basically lived on unpalatable nutrient creams. Even the powerful people of Future City could only occasionally eat a few bites of normal food produced by the agricultural and livestock bases within Future City, and most of the time they had to live on nutrient creams. The sense of taste has long been a burden to the people of the wasteland world, so of course the bionic robots they build can't also have a taste module specifically added to them. No designer can be retarded to this extent. So you looked at her and then at the exquisite plate of fried rice, and also could not help but let out a dark sigh. I said I was coming to see Blue Star, but it turned out that I couldn't really experience anything other than seeing it. Casually sitting down at the dining table, Suyu copied chopsticks and took a bite even though he was skeptical of her cooking skills. Immediately afterward he brightened up and gave a thumbs up. Yummy! It really wasn't that he was making a show of it for Autumn End, but it was really delicious. Right, Autumn End's eyes completed the crescent. Half flirting. When I was a teenager, I won first place in our city's middle school cooking competition. In your teens? Suyu swallowed the food in his mouth and curiously said, your world was still in the prosperity era then, wasn't it? The prosperity era. What was it like? What does the prosperity era look like? A look of remembrance flashed across Autumn End's face. It was a great time. After a pause, she added, but it's also an unthinking time. Oh, how? Suyu curiously said. Well, Autumn End mused for a moment. Let me put it to you this way. According to your terminology here of the First Industrial Revolution and the Second Industrial Revolution, our world went from the First Industrial Revolution to the commercialization of controlled fusion in only 80 years. Suyu, wait, how long has it been since the First Industrial Revolution? It's been almost 250 years, hasn't it? Hell, here fusion is still 50 years away from being commercialized forever. Why can it be so fast? This rate of technological development is a little too outrageous. I don't know. Autumn End shrugged. The secrets about that era have long been dusted off by history. Why the technological development of that era could be so fast has become an unsolved mystery. Many people in the prosperity era have tried to explore this secret, and all of them have ended up coming up empty-handed. The most plausible account is that those 80 years were in a constant state of war that never stopped. It was only under the pressure of the arms race that IN was able to make a technological explosion in just a few decades. Of course, this argument is untenable, and as a researcher, I don't believe it. But it doesn't matter if you believe it or not. It doesn't matter anyway. It took us 80 years to go from the steam engine to nuclear fusion. It took us 210 years to go from the first satellite shot into space to the invention of the curvature engine. Then we entered the prosperity era. There are endless resources in space. And we also have advanced AI technology. Enough for everyone in the fallen world to live a clothed life. For most people in the prosperity era, ordinary jobs don't pay. Because work isn't about making money. It's just a pastime to pass the time. Of course, the prosperity era isn't all about lying around and waiting for the dole. The Human League will issue a bionic robot to every newborn. And these robots will work to create wealth in their place. And they don't need to do anything to collect the wages the robots earn for them. If the robots break down, they'll still need to pay for their own repairs. And the few jobs that pay a salary, such as those in scientific research like mine. Usually speaking, you can't work more than 2 hours a day either. And if you're paid, according to the purchasing power of your currency here, it's probably around 200,000 RMB per hour? It's not right. The world is different. You can't calculate it like that. No one cared about that back then. Money was just a number. People had plenty of time to enjoy life. But since then, our world's technology has come to a near standstill. 400 years into the prosperity era, our greatest achievement was just making some upgrades to our original technology. And there were no more major breakthroughs. Is this the prosperity era? Even Su Yu, who was already worth a lot of money, couldn't help but feel a yearning after hearing her description. It's utopia. It's a pity that such a world is ruined like this. Su Yu could not help but shake his head. It's not as wonderful as you think. The corner of Autumn N's mouth tugged, drawing out a sarcastic arc. I'm afraid you can't even imagine the absurdity of the prosperity era. Those rich people with countless amounts of capital in their hands, their favorite thing to do is to find a deserted planet, meaninglessly invest a large amount of resources into it, and even build an artificial sun in the planet's orbit to turn it into a livable planet. Then use a large number of clones to accompany them to play role-playing games as the emperor. Wantonly release the darkness of human nature. The day you're not having fun, just use a star annihilator cannon to blow up that planet with a single shot before playing another way. They called it the planet breeding game, and it was for a time a sought-after pastime for everyone, rich and poor, in the prosperity era. And slowly, the poor people began to be extremely dissatisfied and even indignant at the ridiculous life of the rich people, who could not persecute the citizens of the League of Man and could not harm their interests, but they would just be dissatisfied. The source of this dissatisfaction probably comes from the human desire to climb the ladder, and their demand is, they want the League of Man to issue a planet to every citizen. Although the prosperity era has already reached a point you can hardly imagine materially, this kind of request is also something the Human League can't agree to in any way. Then at the end of the prosperity era, the resistance appeared, and their slogan was to overthrow the tyranny of the League of Man. Oh, there's more than that too. There were also slogans like war is the ladder of human progress, we need war and so on. How's that for something that's hard to understand according to how your world has evolved? Su Yu, after being confused for a while, he managed to react to the most crucial part of Autumn N's paragraph. End of the prosperity era. The resistance. Gulp. He subconsciously swallowed and looked at Autumn N in disbelief. This isn't how you guys played the prosperity era into the current wasteland, is it? It would be too much of an anticlimax if that were true. Sort of, if I must say. Autumn N nodded. The League of Man also regularly encounters planets with natives in their explorations of the Star Ocean, so it has always still retained a fairly large fleet. Less than a month after the resistance appeared, it was defeated and whisked to the edge of the galaxy. Speaking here, Autumn N paused and turned his head to look out the window at the early morning blue sky. And then the end came. They encountered aliens that are more technologically advanced than you? Su Yu raised an eyebrow. With her description of the prosperity era, other than encountering aliens and being struck down by a descending dimension, Su Yu really couldn't think of anything that could have turned them into the ghosts they were now. It can't be called aliens. Only extraterrestrials beyond our understanding. A fungus. Autumn N explains simply. This fungus is capable of parasitizing humans, manipulating their minds, absorbing their memories, and turning them into monsters. The ones who chased those rebels were the Ninth Fleet of the Star Ocean, one of the most powerful fleets of the League of Man. They captured those rebels and tried to bring them back for trial, and then the entire fleet was silently controlled by this fungus. And then the fungi spread like a plague through the Starsea, and by the time the Human League discovered them, they had already gotten hold of most of the Human League's fleet. The war only lasted for 2 years, and the unrivaled Human League that spanned the entire galaxy was destroyed at the hands of this tiny fungus. Doesn't it seem very unbelievable? Reality is so absurd sometimes. Autumn N shrugged. Actually, The League of Man has a well-established process for exploring new planets. And if the process was followed, there's no way these weak and weird fungi would have had this opportunity. It's just that the Ninth Fleet skipped over those processes in their pursuit of the resistance. The end result was that we researched a large number of genetic and biological weapons to deal with this fungus. In the end, we wiped out some of the fungus and defended our home planet. But those monsters we developed were even more terrifying than the fungus and contaminated our entire home planet. And then came the wasteland era. Suyu was truly astonished. Humans still had this kind of death he had never expected. The mighty civilization that crushed the Sea of Stars had a bit of internal strife. And then good grief, they came across something so bizarre. Then a wave played itself out. And people are still fucking them out with their own weapons. That's a little too fucking outrageous. What's even more outrageous is that things have come to this point. And in fact, the humans in their world still have complete leeway to turn things around. With their technology, it wouldn't take years to pull a bunch of people in spaceships and run out and start over on a different uninhabited planet, and they'd be able to fight their way back. After all, it was one thing for these fungi to be able to manipulate human minds, but after all, they were only fungal organisms, and were definitely inferior to humans in terms of creativity. Develop a few years, develop some new weapons. You can't just hang on to them? But the people of their world did not hold back at the last minute, but developed biological and genetic weapons to fight with others. And then make a bigger mess and completely play yourself out. It's a real per capita death trap, isn't it? People really still can't be too idle. Suyu's heart palpitated. The fact that rich people can come up with such a counterintuitive maneuver as a planet farming game is a testament to how ridiculous they are. And those rebels are even more heavyweights, being provided with nothing to care about. Just need to eat, drink and play the good life nevertheless. Directly pull the flag to rebel. Yeah, Autumn End nodded thoughtfully. At this time, Suyu suddenly felt a message coming from the trading platform, and after taking a look at it, he said, Froststar sent word, do you want to come along? No need. Autumn End shook her head. Then sit alone for a while. Suyu turned his head and entered the trading space. In the familiar conference room, Froststar in his storm-powered armor sat across from him. However, a heavy smell of blood was stranded a long way into Suyu's nostrils, so that he could not help but pull the corners of his mouth, casually pulling open the chair to sit on it. Teasingly, how many people did this kill? 200,000 or so, Froststar said without caring. If I hadn't killed these people, I wouldn't have realized they were hiding so many goodies. I found more than one unopened starship. Starship? Suyu's eyes lit up. Don't think about it. It's either a battleship or a few colonization ships. Froststar shrugged. Then with a wave of his hand, he traded the 3 Peregrine Falcon-class near-Earth orbiters to Suyu. This business is settled in 2. Suyu nodded at the sight and couldn't help but mutter. Actually, it's not impossible to colonize a ship. There might be a great use for it. There's no use. Froststar rolled his eyes. Your world's current technology. This thing to take cannot be reproduced. To use, rely on these small colonial ships to colonize alien planets. Without 100 years that do not even think about it. For you is not as good as the Peregrine Falcon. Count on this is not as good as to climb the science and technology tree. Saying that, she had an extra hard disk in her hand at some point and raised an eyebrow at Suyu. All the technical information and production drawings for Generation I through Generation 4 Fusion. How about it? Interested? Suyu's gaze was immediately fixed. Good lord, here comes the king bomb. If he could get his hands on this, then this would be without a doubt the highest value deal he had made from the time he acquired the trading space until now. Taking a deep breath, he murmured, and the cost? Within the next 20 years, provide 10 million tons of food to Future City every year, with no limit on the types. Froststar gave his price. That's 200 million tons of grain? Kyushu is a large country with a large population, and naturally, there is no need to talk about the area of food consumption. According to statistics, Kyushu has about 1 billion tons of grain or more, if you count the private grain stocks, and the annual output of grain in Kyushu has now reached 600 million tons for many years in a row. 200 million tons is only 1/3 of a year's grain production, and at a price of $3.000 a ton, that's only $600 billion. $600 billion for a full suite of mature, working fusion technology. Let's just say that a fool comes to know what to choose. Not to mention the fact that the $600 billion in food can be paid over 20 years. What does nuclear fusion stand for? Representing endless energy. Endless food. Represents the real future. Yes, but this has to start from next year. Suyu nodded his head and agreed to the deal without even haggling over the price. Froststar already had a pretty good understanding of the situation on his side, and chose to give a fairly low price knowing that Suyu wouldn't refuse even if the price was set higher. There was no point in Suyu bargaining any further. The two completed this deal. Then Suyu turned and asked again, The kind of bionic that carries Autumn Zen's mind. Do you have much capacity over there? You want to buy a bionic man? Froststar asked subconsciously, then nodded. And yes, you do need those bionics too. That bionic of hers is a special edition, not a mass-produced thing, so you're definitely not going to get away with trying to buy it in bulk. But you don't need to buy that kind. We also produce some lower-end bionics in Future City. The ability to, under the scheduling of the artificial intelligence, they are definitely better than most of the employees recruited in your world, that is, down to the assembly line to hit the screws, up to the starships to colonize space. In addition to the lack of creativity, they can do all the things that people can do, and there is no need to think about the issue of loyalty at all. I just happened to seize a storehouse last night when I was clearing out. About 2,000 of them. And if you want, I can bring them to you now. Bionics and clones are not the same thing. A bionic human is technically a robot, just made to look like a human. A clone that is a real person is a real person, grown step by step in a petri dish from cloned human cells, and it's not too much of a stretch to say that it's a real person. Currently, both Suyu and Froststar's levels were relatively low, and they were not yet able to trade living things, so naturally, they could not do clone trading, and because of the end of fall, after her mind dissipates, the memories will merge with the AI module in that body of hers. Suyu would be able to obtain an AI that had all the memories of the former Future City Lord and was super awesome. With this AI scheduling from it, the bionic is instead much more useful than the clone. As for the price, speaking here, Froststar revealed a hesitant look. It was a little hard to know what to order for a while. Ask for food. With that fusion deal in place, you'll get 10 million tons of food a year starting next year. The Future City only has those millions of people, and they can't eat all this food every year, so it's useless to ask for more, and to ask for less would be a loss. In fact, to her, these 2,000 bionic humans were rather more precious than those fusion technologies that she had just made a copy of. Giving it away for nothing is definitely not an option. How about a life-extending golden elixir that allows one to live for 20 more years? Suyu smiled faintly and took out an exquisite small wooden box. Opening the lid, the refreshing fragrance immediately filled the entire conference room. The hesitant Froststar froze for a moment, and then his bright eyes widened as he stared at the marble-sized, crystalline-colored longevity extension golden elixir in the box. Life extension. Golden pill? Froststar stared at the wooden box for a while before looking at Suyu incredulously. The second person you matched to trade with actually traded again? The other party is still from the metaphysical world? Yeah, Suyu shrugged. This is really... Froststar didn't know what to say for a moment. She did not know how much earlier she had gotten the trading space than Suyu. However, if we really want to talk about it, the real sweetness from the trading space is just after Suyu. The ones I've encountered before are either all sorts of oddballs who can't trade properly at all, or the kind who are so poor they don't even have the life to spend the gold they take. And while Suyu's first match for a trade was her, the second time he actually matched another suitable trade. And you can get this good stuff that can prolong your life. Froststar admitted that she was really sour. So change or not? Suyu tapped the table to remind. Change, Froststar replied evenly. A golden elixir that could prolong one's life for 20 years would not be exchanged by a fool. Suyu sniffed and hurriedly signed the trade contract to finalize the matter. Then only a little puzzled. Speaking of which, isn't it possible in your world to prolong life through prosthetic modification and organ replacement? Just like the end of autumn. Why are you still so interested in extending your life by 20 years? There was one thing to say. He was just trying it out just now, and he really didn't expect Froststar to actually agree in a single breath. You don't understand. Froststar opened the life extension gold pill that had just been traded over and looked at the bejeweled elixir with a look of infatuation in her eyes. Replacing organs as a way to extend life is actually very low level. Probably just headache to headache. Wherever it breaks down, the vast majority of people who die naturally do so not because their lifespan has come to an end, but because the organs in their body have begun to fail. So replacing bionic organs is not so much about extending life as it is about giving humans back the lifespan they were meant to have. Whereas these things that come out of the metaphysical world are not the same thing. It's prolonging one's life in another dimension by some mysterious power. It's not the same thing at all. Is that so? Suyu nodded with seeming understanding, but then added. Then wouldn't that make it possible to use this to keep Autumn End alive? Froststar, who was admiring the Golden Dan, was also stunned and scratched his head. It does seem to work in theory, but she can't use it now that she's only thinking and her flesh is gone. Can she? Also, Suyu nodded and didn't think much about this. The fact that there were only a few days left in Autumn's End was supposed to be something that had been prepared for as well. Though after this day together, he was deeply impressed with how convenient it was to have a former Future City Lord by his side to help him with his business. He was willing to save people if he could, but if he can't be saved then it's not his fault. After completing another bionic human transaction, Suyu still didn't leave immediately. but turned to continue. Do you have one of those engineering machines over there that can build a house fast like that? Later on, after reaching a partnership with the military, with that relationship with the military, he could get his company and factory up and running. Naturally, the site of the abandoned industrial park on the outskirts of the city needs a bit of redevelopment. With Blue Star's current technology, it wouldn't be hard to refurbish it, but if you want to push to rebuild, you can't do it without a year and a half. And that industrial park is a product of the last century, and most of the buildings are already dangerous. Reconstruction is necessary, so you didn't wait that long, so naturally he had to hit the Frost Star side. After all, she was now the future city lord, and the productivity she could grasp at hand was only countless times stronger than the entire Blue Star. Not to mention that Future City has a vision to rebuild the wasteland. It is only logical that there should be relevant technology in infrastructure. J9000. All-terrain engineering retrofit module. Froststar said faintly. The module consists of more than 8,000 engineering robots with different divisions of labor, which are uniformly dispatched by the central AL. Simply put, you only need to delineate the project area, and it will automatically survey the terrain and automatically design thousands of architectural drawings. There's always one you like. Just pick one. After the selection you only need to provide the raw materials. Everything else is out of your hands. At the rate it's being built, a building thousands of meters tall can be constructed from flat ground in 3 days. I heard that the Prosperity era once completely knocked down and rebuilt a brand new city out of a regional center city with a population of hundreds of millions in 3 months with 10 sets of these engineering modules. Damn! This smells too good. How do I sell it? Suyu asked in a hurry. Not for sale. That's the only set that's coming to Future City. We'll need it later when we remodel the wasteland. Froststar shook his head, but raised an eyebrow before the words left his mouth. But it can be rented. How about a life-extending golden elixir rented for 3 days? 1 month. Suyu gave his price. No, 5 days at the most. 28 days. In the end, Suyu rented that what's-her-name all-terrain engineering transformation module for 12 days at the price of 1 life extension gold Dan rental. Froststar was in pain after becoming the future city lord. After only letting Suyu wait for less than half an hour, he returned with more than 2,000 bionic humans and that engineering transformation module, and then the deal of the day is sort of done. Suyu obtained all the technical information and drawings of the first to the fourth generation of nuclear fusion in the wasteland world. 3 Peregrine Falcon-class near-Earth orbital vehicles, 2,000 bionic humans, and a set of J9000 engineering modification modules. Frost Star, on the other hand, obtained the position of future city lord, 200 million tons of grain, and 2 life extension gold pills. If Suyu subsequently needed to continue using the engineering transformation module, she would be able to obtain more life extension gold pills. It's a win-win deal. Everyone has a bright future. Returning to the Blue Star, Suyu felt in a great mood when he thought of the harvest from this transaction. Looking at the empty villa, he released dozens of bionics from the item bar with a wave of his hand. The bionics serve no other purpose for the time being until he gets his company and whatnot sorted out. It would be better to let them out and let them muck about in the villa. Looks like you've gotten a good haul this time. Autumn teased as she looked at this yard of bionics. It's just a win-win situation. Suyu laughed. Next, I'll ask you to temporarily arrange a job for them. Whether it's repairing flowers and plants, or working as a doorman. Just don't make such a big yard look too cold. Autumn nodded. And then without seeing any movement from her, all these bionics standing frozen in the courtyard moved. And just then, Suyu's phone rang. Picking up the cell phone, it was officially the military researcher who had first discovered the exoskeleton before, Joe Boway. Can we go talk about the contract now? Good. I have time now. Send someone to pick me up? Hearing this, Suyu was about to agree. But then he saw Chiyomu suddenly shake his head. After a pause, he replied, No, just send me an address and I'll just go straight there myself. It's faster. Good. Then, the content of the call was naturally unsurprising. It was the military side that was basically nearing the end of their testing and ready to talk to him about acquiring the exoskeleton. After hanging up the phone, Suyu looked at Autumn. Naturally, she inquired why she had allowed herself to refuse the military to come and get her. And Autumn faded. In fact, with what you hold in your hands now, there is no longer a need to be so cautious, and you can slightly reveal some of your strength, which will allow you to gain more bargaining chips for yourself in the upcoming negotiations and gain greater autonomy. Otherwise it would be completely impossible for you to create a world free from the constraints and prying eyes of anyone in that abandoned industrial area. As you envisioned earlier, those technologies in the exoskeleton, while very impressive for this world, are not yet at the point where the military can completely ignore the safety hazards and let you do whatever you want. But if you exhibit technology and power far beyond their comprehension, then such problems won't exist. and they'll agree to those demands of yours as long as they're not stupid. Although he had only been in this world for a day, with Ottoman's terrifying ability to traverse the internet, it had been known for a long time what the deal between Suyu and the military was roughly like. Immediately, he gave his analysis. Then what do you mean? Suyu frowned. Don't you have Storm-class power armor? Let's just put on the power armor and drive the Peregrine Falcon over there. Ottoman said decisively. So direct? Would. He hesitated slightly. After all, in those novels, didn't the protagonist choose to keep a low profile and be discreet and keep his wealth to himself after acquiring something over the top? I'm afraid it's inappropriate to reveal all the family's secrets, isn't it? Will it make them think you're an alien? Autumn rolled her eyes. You, a small employee of the company who was still at work a few days ago, suddenly took out an epic-making exoskeleton set. Do you think this is in line with common sense? People have long since checked you out and are having a headache about what exactly you're from. Instead of letting them guess around on their own, why don't you just give them the whole big one and just tell them that you're the aliens who sent you? An extraterrestrial civilization that masters ultra-high technology not only didn't invade and harm people's bad deeds after coming to the blue planet, but instead was willing to trade on an equal footing. With that kind of background on your side, guess how much easier the negotiations will be back there. The most crucial thing is that with the Storm-class power armor and the Peregrine Falcon and all this equipment, they don't have a second choice but to cooperate with you. Before you had the power to defend yourself, you needed to think about wealth not being a problem. With these, there's still nothing to fear. Seems about right. Suyu came to a sudden realization. Damn. Novels hurt people. With Storm-class power armor in hand, there was no weapon on the blue planet that could give him seconds at a time, except for a large mushroom. As long as the seconds don't kill him, he'll be able to run straight into space in his upstream Falcon and take a few orbital strikes at the muggles on the ground. No worries at all. Okay. Then he's still hiding and afraid of a hammer. It's time for others to be afraid of him. Suyu glanced at Autumn. I'm sure it's better for older ants to see more. He was kind of sad to see Autumn die, but we can talk about this later. Since Xing has something like the life extension gold pill on his side, there might be some other metaphysical items that can save Chiu. I'll ask then. There's still a few days to go anyway. As for now, of course, go ahead and give the world a little wasteland shock. Buzz. With a wave of Suyu's hand, 2 Storm-class power armors appeared in the open space in front of the villa. According to the division on the wasteland side, exoskeletons are categorized as light exoskeletons, medium exoskeletons, and heavy exoskeletons, and power armor is also divided into light, medium, and heavy. Heavy exoskeletons are close in many ways to light-powered armor in terms of parameters, but combat effectiveness is actually worlds apart. It wouldn't take a light power armor to knock out 100 heavy exoskeletons, then the more advanced medium power armor and heavy power armor. This lightweight power armor isn't enough again. The Storm-class power armor is the standard medium-sized power armor of the Prosperity-era People's Union Air Force. The total height is 2.36 meters and weighs 2 tons. A high-powered cold fusion reactor is built in as the energy source. In addition to being immune to the deflective force fields of all kinetic weapons, it carries 2 high-powered, work-free engines capable of allowing the 2-ton monster to fly through the atmosphere at up to 6 times the speed of sound. If in space, this is capable of reaching 10 times the speed of sound. Meanwhile, it carries an electromagnetically powered large-caliber hand cannon on its left wrist, a high-vibration chainsaw sword on its right wrist, a high-powered laser emitter on its chest, and a high-precision Gauss rifle on its back. There are also miniature missile launchers on the shoulders, 8 miniature reconnaissance drones carried on either side of the spine on the back. It's not an exaggeration to say that it's armed to the teeth. Unceremoniously, this thing is put on the battlefield to be able to one-shot a main battle tank, single out a modern heavy armored synthetic brigade without any pressure. Suyu and Autumn each put on a power armor. It's not really difficult to maneuver this thing, and with the built-in L assist, a fool could tear up a tank with his hands in it. The two of them directly turned on their thrusters and flew up to 1,000 meters in the air. Suyu then pulled out the Peregrine Falcon class Neo from the item bar, boarding directly in the air. Though in Froststar's eyes, the Peregrine Falcon was nothing more than a gadget that could carry up to 500 tons, yet it is undoubtedly a behemoth. Blue Star's largest transport plane, the An-225, has a maximum load of just 250 tons. The Peregrine Falcon carries twice the load of the An-225. How can it be small? And indeed it is. The Peregrine Falcon was roughly 100 meters long, 30 meters wide, and around 10 meters tall. Overall conical layout. It's huge in sci-fi. It's a complicated thing to try to drive upside down. But the good thing is that he has a large number of bionics, as well as Autumn, who was able to control them. It soon got it moving. After appearing for only a few minutes, the massive Peregrine Falcon slowly disappeared into the clear blue sky, vanished into thin air. True optical stealth. A few more minutes passed. Several fighters whizzed into the airspace where the Peregrine Falcon had been. Look at the empty sky. The pilot and the fighter looked bewildered, then rushed to hit comms. Reporting to HQ. No UFOs in target airspace. Seems to have just disappeared. Seems to have just disappeared. Inside the cockpit of the Peregrine Falcon, Suyu listened to the pilot's report coming through the channel, swallowed his saliva, and looked out the window with a shocked face at the warplane that had just almost flown past the Peregrine Falcon's face. You really can't see anything at all? It's less than 10 meters away, right? Optical stealth technology, coupled with an absorbing energy field. Neither the naked eye nor radar can see the Peregrine Falcon. Autumn End shrugged. Not to mention Blue Star's detection technology. Even in our prosperity era, a Peregrine Falcon trying to hide would be ineffective against almost any other detection technology except for the large gravitational wave monitors that are only installed on the ground and on starships that can detect anomalous fluctuations in gravity to find it. Of course, the firing will certainly be exposed is all. As she spoke, she casually tapped a few times on the virtual keyboard in front of her. A projection of a command room then appeared in front of him. The command room was filled with all sorts of precision instruments, and many people in military uniforms were going in and out with serious expressions, as if they had encountered some major event. Suyu Music heard UFO, disappear and other keywords, immediately guessed what this place is. An Air Force command post somewhere. Would this be too penalizing? Suyu couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Good lord, this is proper theft of military secrets. What's the penalty? No one knows anyway. Don't believe me, I'll show you something else. Autumn End casually clicked a few more times. The projected image in front of him suddenly changed, and it turned into another place with a similar layout to the one just now. Apparently it's also a military-related base of some sort. This time, however, the flags on the wall behind this command room and the picture are the stars and stripes, and the people are white. Good lord, this is hacking the military bases in America, which is a million miles away. As Chiyomu's fingertips jumped around, a classified key place that Suyu wouldn't even dare to think about on a normal day was placed in front of Suyu as a live broadcast. Some of the conversational decisions that involved countless people at every turn also fell on his deaf ears. If it was said that before, Autumn End was limited by the arithmetic power of the bionic robot's built-in chip. Although it was able to break through all the firewalls, it would still take some time. Then now, after she borrowed the arithmetic power of the Peregrine Falcon's central computer, she was a true deity capable of crisscrossing the Blue Star network. If I ask you to shoot out all of Blue Star's nuclear weapons right now, can you do it? Suyu ghostly asked. Dazzling Autumn End gave a start, then looked at him in surprise. I didn't realize you had such anti-human tendencies. Those things are basically independent of the existing network, with people determining the launch procedures by hand, and it's hard for me to try to operate the launch directly. But it's not like there's no way around it. I'll create some fake messages to pass through the network, trick the people in those nuclear bases into saying they've been hit by a nuclear strike, and they'll activate the countermeasure program themselves, nuke to nuke. Saying that, she jumped her hands on the virtual keyboard like an elf, and actually did say she was going to do it. Don't. I'm just asking. Suyu hurriedly pulled her back. If we were to have a set of these, we'd have to shoot Blue Star into a wasteland. Wouldn't we? That's not the way to play it. Autumn End blankly glanced at Suyu, her gaze falling on his hand. Let's go. It's almost time to pass. Suyu drifted off and turned to the bionic human operating the Peregrine Falcon, incidentally squeezing her hand twice. Don't get me wrong. It's not that he's horny, it's really just pure curiosity. After buying another batch of bionics from Froststar, he realized that this bionic used by Autumn End was not just much richer in features than those bionics. Even the texture of the skin looks a little more advanced. He'd wanted to touch it for a long time. This touch was different. Seriously, if he hadn't known ahead of time, he would never have imagined that this was a man-made robot. It is not an exaggeration to say that the skin is like cream and the hands are like catkins. The touch is better than the real thing ever was. Almost done. Wear and tear isn't going to be easy to fix around here. Autumn End drew back her hand, looking slightly odd. It seems that you seem to have some special fetish for bionics as well, and I'm afraid that this bionic robot will have a hard time escaping you after my mind dissipates. Cough. Not so much. Suyu coughed lightly and changed the topic. How long before we get there? It's already here. Autumn End lifted her white chin, her gaze looking out the window. Suyu looked along, and between them the scene at the edge of the city just now had disappeared. The scene outside the Peregrine Falcon had turned into a large, sparsely populated mountain. A sizable base stands in a depression deep in the mountains. Some helicopter gunships could be seen flying out of the base from time to time, as if they were in some kind of emergency. So fast? Suyu's eyes narrowed. If he remembered correctly, The address Joe Boway had told him had to be roughly 90 kilometers away from the Peach Blossom Dock Villa area he was in. And I'm afraid it hasn't even been half a minute since he ordered the departure. Not fast. Autumn N shook her head. The first universe speed is 7.9 kilometers per second, which is 23 times the speed of sound. And just now our top speed was only 20 times the speed of sound out of the sky, not even reaching the first universe speed. The Peregrine Falcon's top speed can exceed the second universe speed. It's still far from the limit. Suyu froze for a moment, then foxed. That's not right, is it? Instantaneous acceleration so fast. Where's the overload? It's a well-known fact that when you drive a car that accelerates quickly, you can feel the pushback noticeably. And when that pushback is big enough, the human body is actually the first thing that can't handle it. This process, then, is generally referred to as overloading. The biggest problem with many manned vehicles is not the machines, but the fact that people can't handle that much overload. Anyone who has played some simulated air combat knows that at high speeds, the plane might be able to withstand a few too many exaggerated maneuvers in the air, but people are often blacked out. And just now the Peregrine Falcon crossed more than 90 kilometers in less than 30 seconds. According to reason, this overload is afraid that it must directly explode. But Suyu didn't feel a thing. That's not scientific at all. It's just a crude use for gravitational waves. No need to make a fuss. Autumn N shook her head and warned. You'd better make a phone call to let us know first, or I'm afraid that landing down there hastily might cause some unnecessary misunderstandings. Gravitational waves. Well, it wasn't something he, a schoolboy, should be asking about. Suyu took out his cell phone and dialed Joe Boway's number. In the main building in the middle of the base, Joe Boway was sitting in his office waiting for Suyu to arrive. There were a number of military researchers in the room besides him. They were supposed to be doing scientific research in another, rather secretive base. Today's special run here was mainly to finalize matters related to exoskeleton cooperation with Suyu. After all, for something like this that involves technology, the researchers who know what they are doing, definitely need to be present. So at this moment, although there seemed to be some tension outside for a few moments, they were still able to stay in the house and not have to do anything. After all, military bases like this one have their own set of emergency response procedures. Don't need their help at all. They might as well be helping by running out at this moment. But people are naturally curious. And after hearing the commotion outside and waiting for a while, an old pedant in the house with a full head of white hair couldn't help but be curious. What's going on here? Why are you so nervous all of a sudden? I don't remember scheduling any drills today either, right? Chopper shook his head slightly. I heard it was the radar over at the Air Force that just spotted some kind of UFO over Mordor. And it's at least 100 meters in length, bigger than a transport plane. But this UFO was only on the radar for a few minutes before it disappeared back into thin air. The first thing they did over there was to send fighter planes to survey the site, but they swooped in and found nothing. But that target was on radar for a few minutes can't be faked. And the fact that more than one radar detected it also rules out a radar malfunction. There's something very fishy going on here. So Command has asked the helicopters from our side of the land flight to also work with the Air Force to canvass the area around the incident site to see if they can find any clues. There's more to this? The room erupted in an uproar. An old schoolboy pushed up his glasses and looked out at another helicopter that had taken off and left with some concern. Suddenly appeared in the radar and suddenly disappeared. Alas! It's fine if it's a natural phenomenon or an unidentified flying object, but if it's something those people on the other side of the ocean have come up with, it's a big trouble. It's true that we have to figure it out, or else I'm just afraid that everyone won't dare to sleep in the future. Relax, Joe Boway said indifferently as he sat in his seat with his eyes closed. Soldiers come and go. Even if it's the other side of the ocean that's messing with us, as long as we can negotiate this cooperation with Suyu, we won't be afraid of them when these exoskeletons are mass-marketed. That's true, the room of people nodded. After all, in addition to Suyu and Shiomu in this world, I'm afraid that the ones who are most familiar with exoskeletons are them. The researchers who have gotten the first-hand information and have been in close contact with exoskeletons for many days. No one understands the power of this exoskeleton better than they do. Being able to mass-market this stuff, once war breaks out, they won't know how to lose a conventional war, except a nuclear one, an eventful fall. Joe Boway secretly sighed. In contrast to these colleagues who were focused on research, he was thinking a little more. One thing, whether it's them who are doing the research or on the staff side, didn't even mention it voluntarily. That's why Suyu was able to come up with this exoskeleton. If the beginning of the G60 exoskeleton is not to understand when, we may really think that this thing is Suyu, this folk research enthusiast's hand rub out. But with the deeper study of exoskeletons, the more they learned, the more they knew it couldn't be something one person could pull off. To be honest, a lot of technology in the dismantling out of the transfer of civilian use. Minutes to earn him a few trillion, no problem at all. A lot of epoch-making black technology. This room full of top researchers, not to mention research, belongs to the kind that is placed in front of them. They cannot even figure out the principle. But this kind of thing was taken out by Suyu. The military also investigated Suyu. Mediocre. These 4 words are probably a true reflection of the first half of Suyu's life. It's not a good life. It's not a bad life. But it was such an ordinary person who had taken out such a horrible thing. If this matter is to be looked into deeper, Zhou Bo doesn't know how to describe it other than thinly veiled. There were already people on the staff department side who suspected that Suyu was an alien, or a representative supported by the aliens to make contact with Blue Star. Although it sounded outrageous, Zhou Bo inexplicably felt that perhaps Suyu being an alien was instead the best outcome. After all, he would have to not be an alien, or have nothing to do with aliens. That would mean the existence of at least one mysterious organization on the blue planet whose technology far surpassed that of all nations. As for whether he could have been sent by America from across the ocean, this one is very unlikely to backfire. After all, unless that old thing in charge of America had Alzheimer's disease, there was no way she would let Suyu run to Kyushu with an exoskeleton. It was also because of the strange appearance of Suyu and the exoskeleton that all those who knew about it tacitly didn't mention much about it. There is only one thing on everyone's mind right now. Never mind for a moment what he's up to, what he wants. Let's get the exoskeleton first. Ask for money, give people. The stuff can be in place, so do what you like as long as you don't mess around in Kyushu. If he could get all that black tech in the exoskeleton as well, not to mention letting him build a few factories and start a few companies, send him to Penguin tomorrow as a ready-made chairman of the board all you want. Take a step and see what happens. Zhou Bo pinched his brow with some headache. Just then, his phone suddenly rang. As soon as he saw the note on it, he hastily chose to connect. Mr. Su, where are we? The military naturally knew where Suyu lived. It's over 90 kilometers from here. Zhou Bo naturally wouldn't think that Suyu would arrive so quickly. However, it's already here. Arrived? Zhou Bo slightly froze and subconsciously said, Mr. Su, are you sure you're not in the wrong place? From the time he called to invite Suyu to come and talk about cooperation matters until now, it was less than half an hour in total. Unless Suyu was able to fly, it was impossible for him to run so far so quickly, right? After all, this 90 kilometers of distance, most of them are dense traffic in the main road of the Magic City. According to reason, how can not be so fast, right? Of course I won't go wrong. Inside the Peregrine Falcon, Suyu looked at the scene in the conference room where Zhou Bo was and laughed lightly. Major Zhou, look out the window. By the way, remember to tell your men not to fire their guns, haha. Outside the window? Zhou Bo was slightly stunned. He didn't even have time to think about why Suyu knew he was in the room. He only felt that the light in front of him suddenly dimmed a bit, and subconsciously turned his head to look out the window. Then, the whole person was petrified in place. Less than 50 meters directly above the base, a 100-meter-long behemoth hovered silently at some point. The entire base was plunged into dead silence at this moment. A few moments later, the shrill air raid siren steeply rang out. Woo! Sharp alarms rang throughout the base. In this instant, the countless warriors who were originally a bit confused by the sudden appearance of the Peregrine Falcon's shock were all activated in general. At the first opportunity, they hastily copied their weapons and ran to their respective positions in the emergency plan where they were supposed to go. The equipment is a bit rudimentary, but the quality of the soldiers is very good, Autumn End commented, adding at the end after some thought, with the same equipment and number of people, those legionnaires from Future City are more than likely no match for them. What about your Prosperity-era soldiers? Suyu casually asked. Autumn End froze, then shook her head. Not to mention the technology, they're not as good as the family privates in the Future City Legion if you're talking about the will to fight alone. In fact, in the war with the fungus, although the fungus was found to exist when they had already mastered most of the fleet, but these fungus, even if they could steal the memories of those officers, their own adaptability was very poor, and their tactics were unusually rough, and many battles. In fact, the Human League's fleet was able to locally gain an advantage in strength, but it's just a lot of battles. The expansion of the Human League in the stars has been too smooth, so smooth that the Human League's fighters have completely forgotten how to fight against opponents of comparable technological level. Those fleets controlled by fungal parasites, with comparable equipment, can often defeat the Human League fleet with less just by not being afraid to die. Suyu, when he had heard this from Autumn End earlier, he had wondered how the Human League could be swept away by a bunch of fungi in less than 2 years when they still had a small half of their fleet at their disposal, and even more rear-exploded troops. You're all young master's soldiers, aren't you? Without any intention of continuing on this issue, he immediately had Shiomu open the communication module again and said to Jobo Wei, who was still dumbfounded in place with the phone, Major Zhou, can you hear me? Zhou Bowei steeply came back to his senses. Remembering Su Yu's words just now that he had told their people not to fire the gun, he instantly came back to his senses and his voice steeply raised an octave. You're on top of the ship? Yes. Receiving Su Yu's affirmation, Zhou Bowei's brain was slightly dangling. However, after seeing that there were already fighters who had brought out all the anti-aircraft missile vehicles, they immediately came back to their senses and rushed out of this conference room, running towards the command room upstairs. Hold your fire, hold your fire. Only a room full of researchers were left staring at each other, not understanding what was going on. A few minutes later, under Zhou Bowei's simple explanation, a line of senior officers wearing military uniforms, with serious and majestic faces, and with the rank of major at the very least, all walked out from the main building in the center of the base. All of the anti-aircraft fire around the military base had been pulled out, but it hadn't opened fire or pulled back. It was just pointing at the Peregrine Falcon as it was. Su Yu didn't care. Seeing that people were coming out, he put on his power armor and opened the hatch as well. Then, under the gaze of countless people, he directly leapt down from a height of over 50 meters with autumn end. With only the last few meters left from the ground, the power armor's work-free engine spewed out microwaves that were hard to see with the naked eye, allowing the two to land silently on the ground. Su Yu, here to talk business. Walking closer to the line, Su Yu unlocked his face armor and the right-hand armor and reached out. Commander of this base, Zhou Jing, the one in the lead, reached out and shook Su Yu's hand, and after thinking about it, he added, the way Mr. Su came out is somewhat special. After saying that, he looked at the Peregrine Falcon that was still hanging in the sky, and his eyes flashed with gravity. Not to mention the fact that this thing was able to get over their heads without a sound, and so far radar has detected no trace of it. It would be outrageous enough. That's if it's an enemy bomber. Now I'm afraid the whole base has been raised. In a hurry, this is a bit quicker. If the general feels like an eyesore, this will make him disappear. Su Yu smiled and snapped his fingers. In the next moment, the behemoth in the sky actually gradually became illusory. Eventually it disappeared completely. Optical stealth? The group of researchers were in an uproar. Not to mention them, even the more uneducated grassroots soldiers could feel a chill surging from their hearts to their limbs when they saw the scene of something so big disappearing out of thin air. As for those warriors responsible for air defense, they were even more directly human numb. Just now it was just that people could not be seen on the radar. In case if there was a real fight, it was not impossible to hit the machine aim at this distance, but suddenly you can't even see with the naked eye. It doesn't make sense, does it? There really is such a thing as optical cloaking, isn't there? The highest person in charge of this base, Zhou Qing, was also slightly stunned, then looked deeply at Su Yu and sidled up. We've prepared the conference room. Mr. Su, go in and talk in detail. Soon, the group appeared in the conference room. After looking at each other for a while, the leader, General Zhou Qing, took the lead to break the dull atmosphere. Mr. Su is here today to talk about the exoskeleton business, is that right? Of course. Su Yu nodded his head. Zhou Jing paused and then said, regarding the purchase agreement of the exoskeleton, the upper side attaches great importance to it and has specially ordered me to come to negotiate the relevant matters with you with full authority. If Mr. Su has no other questions, then let's start. Regardless of whether it was Su Yu or the military, everyone tacitly did not mention what had just happened. To be honest, if not for the fact that all of us here are professional soldiers with a good heart, I'm afraid that we would have been scared out of our wits by now. So how could we still have time to talk about business? The sense of oppression brought about by a 100-meter giant ship suspended in the sky out of thin air was just too great. So Yu did not worry too much, and immediately poured out beans and laid out the conditions he had long prepared. First of all, he hoped to completely remodel the abandoned industrial park in the southern suburbs, and at the same time put the factories producing exoskeletons and some other confectionaries there. The military would need to step in to help him smooth out the trouble in this regard, as well as the follow-up if they needed some special materials and such. They would also need to help solve the problem. Then again, his company doesn't need any privileges and pays its taxes on time every year, but it wants to maintain a certain amount of privacy, i.e., no one, military or official, should stuff people in there for information or whatever when they're not doing anything. In the end, the exoskeleton was offered at $1 million a set. There was no need to mention the first condition, which was originally one of the important reasons why Su Yu intended to cooperate with the military. And the second, of course, was to make sure no one knew his secret. Although he wasn't afraid if he knew, it was best not to be too publicized. As for the final question about exoskeleton prices, the first quote is definitely higher. As for why not Leoneize it and sell it for millions and millions of dollars a set, the main thing is that with the black box power pulled full, you can produce 500 exoskeletons a day. It's a go-to item that's too expensive to buy. so who's going to buy it? Who do you sell to if you produce more? From the beginning, he hadn't intended to ask for a lot of money, but rather to go cheap and go for volume. Suyu's bottom line was $500,000 a set. Quoting $1 million a set is, to put it bluntly, just giving the other party room to bargain. However, what he never expected was, Zhou Jing nodded his head almost without even thinking after hearing these conditions from him. We can agree to all of the above requests. So if there are no problems, let's sign now. All agreed? When Suyu heard the other party's words, he was confused for a while before reacting. His pricing for the G60 exoskeleton had always been around $500,000 at the earliest was enough. After all, the cost is low enough. He can never lose money on his own. And this time the offer of $1 million. In fact, really, or he specifically overstated a little, to give the military a counteroffer margin. Never would I have expected them to agree to all the conditions without even the slightest interest in bargaining. None of these conditions from Mr. Su are excessive, so why not say yes? Zhou Qing, who was negotiating on behalf of the military, smiled, then beckoned for a few contract materials to be delivered. After letting Ottoman check it over and making sure there was nothing wrong with it, Suyu signed the contract. He had wanted to sell it cheaply, but people were willing to pay more, so there was nothing he could do. It doesn't make a difference though. If he's given more money, he can also put more money into the development and production of new technologies, like nuclear fusion. If these things could have been gotten out earlier, it would have been the people of Kyushu who would have gained in the end. So of course the more money the better. The contract was quickly signed. In addition to those demands of Suyu, the officials naturally had their demands as well. In the content of the contract, Suyu also needs to specialize in setting up a company that manages exoskeleton patents, with Suyu and the Bank of Kyushu each taking a certain share. It's about a 3-7 split. Suyu 70%, Kyushu Bank 30%. What this company is going to do in the future is to specialize in exoskeletons in addition to high-power small motors, metal hydrogen batteries, special armor and other epoch-making black technology, all other tech for mass production and civilian realizations. After realizing the proceeds, Suyu is required to share the dividends with the Bank of Kyushu, and the price is that the Bank of Kyushu will pay Suyu $150 billion in 3 years as the funds to buy this part of the shares. It is also the largest amount of financial support that Suyu obtained in this contract. Whether you make or lose money on this one is a matter of opinion, because it's basically shaved off all the really valuable groundbreaking tech in the exoskeleton and didn't hit on any of that stuff. Instead, they focused on the next level of technology that, taken individually, were not worth much and not to a degree that Blue Star couldn't comprehend. These technologies are of limited value individually, but they can't help but be numerous. It's certainly not a loss if you can realize all of it. The problem is that to cash in on it you also need to invest resources in research. It's not like you can just take the technical information and figure it out. It takes some time to eat through the technology to get it right. I'm afraid it will be a decade or 8 before the Bank of Kyushu can make back the $150 billion it invested in the past 3 years from this. It takes 10 or 8 years to get back what you put in. You can't really say that people are taking advantage of anything in this business. What do people do that doesn't make money faster than this? On top of that, there are quite a few similarities throughout the contract. All in all, whether it's official or military, there's only one thing they're trying to say from the whole contract. Want it to be convenient? You can. Don't want to be watched? You can. Want money? That's fine too. They could fulfill all of Suyu's requests, but on one condition. Suyu must have common interests with Kyushu to some extent. This degree can be large or small, but it has to be there. After all, such a major cooperation. It is not possible to let Suyu's empty words so that people will unconditionally believe in him for no reason. Give up any regulatory measures, and allow him to run amok in the territory of Kyushu. Suyu didn't have any objections to this. Painfully signed. The whole contract was signed, with big and small clauses added together. There can be hundreds of pages. If there was no help from Ottoman to read the contract, I'm afraid it would take most of the day just to sign the contract. After everything was done, all of Suyu's previous plans could even begin, and he had planned to directly say goodbye. But the military side obviously wasn't going to just let him go after signing the contract. Instead, he enthusiastically kept him down for a meal. At the table, everyone got acquainted as they chatted. The conversation then drifted to the Peregrine Falcon-class near-Earth orbiter that had the entire East End on edge in the morning. Though they never said anything about it when they signed the cooperation contract about the exoskeleton in the morning. And rightly so, it didn't happen. But with something so beyond their comprehension appearing on Kyushu soil, how could the military people really not care? It was only that for a while they couldn't figure out what kind of path this was for Suyu, and they were afraid of irritating him, so they kept their curiosity pressed and didn't ask more questions. At this time at the table to push the cups, we are familiar with a lot. A few eat together military personnel before they speak out to test. Suyu was naturally clear about their intentions, and did not have the intention to hide it, or else he would not have driven the Peregrine Falcon in power armor in a high-profile manner. In the face of people's temptation, he said bluntly, "That one's a Peregrine Falcon class. Near-Earth orbiter." "A near-Earth orbiter?" A researcher froze, then said in horror, "So that big guy, he can even fly into space?" "Indeed." Suyu nodded and explained. "It can probably exceed second cosmic velocity at its maximum speed, which is enough to go to Mars, let alone space. That thing. About what kind of configurations are in it? Is it convenient for Mr. Su to reveal it?" A general from the Air Force asked with two eyes. "This fucking thing is way more awesome than an airplane. What's so inconvenient about this?" Suyu waved his hand carelessly. "The Peregrine Falcon class near-Earth orbiter, equipped with 4 work-free engines, is capable of flying through space at second cosmic velocity with a load of 500 tons. It is also equipped with a deflector force field capable of deflecting all kinetic weapon strikes. Extreme speed, extreme defense." The military bigwigs who knew what they were doing sucked in their hearts. This thing is really fierce. However, without waiting for them to finish being shocked, they heard Suyu continue. "On top of that, it has optical stealth and a wave-absorbing energy field, so no military observation in the world can find it if it wants to. Weapons systems, of course, there are also electromagnetic cannons, high-power laser cannons and so on. The firepower isn't that strong, but they can fly into synchronized orbit and take names." Crowd. "Is this the legendary Cybertronian technology? Don't be so outrageous." A researcher froze for a while then couldn't help but say, "No, it's not right. It's the work-free engines, and the deflective force fields, and the optical cloaking, and the electromagnetic cannons and high-power laser cannons and all that. Although I don't know much about any of that stuff. But how come no matter what, the energy consumption of all that equipment is astronomical, isn't it? How long will the energy carried inside support its range? It can make it fly until the end of time." Suyu ate a mouthful of food and said carelessly, "Because it gets its energy from a fusion reactor." Click. I don't know whose cup fell to the floor and shattered, but none of them paid any attention. Everyone, petrified in their seats. Nuclear fusion. It doesn't matter if they are researchers or military combatants or commanders here. Basically, all of them are high-level intellectuals. Things that aren't in their area of specialization, the technical aspects of which they may not understand as well. But there is no one who does not understand what the words nuclear fusion stand for. Not to mention them, any random netizen on the internet can tell you 100 benefits of controlled fusion energy. After a short silence, the whole table boiled over. Zhou Qing, who was sitting next to Suyu, was even more excited as he grabbed Suyu's arm. "Mr. Su, are you serious about what you said? You have really mastered nuclear fusion technology, and have even developed it to the point where it can be mounted on a spaceship?" Suyu, who had just finished bragging, seemed to have woken up from a dream, and did not follow up on his words, but instead, he repeatedly confessed, "Geez, drunkenness is drunkenness is drunkenness. Just pretend I'm rambling. Everyone, come on, I'll punish myself." With that, he raised his glass and took a sip. Drunkenness naturally does not exist. With his current physical fitness, it was no exaggeration to say that he wouldn't get drunk even if he gave all the people here a drink. Although he had all the technical information and even drawings of nuclear fusion, it was not a good time to realize it. The reason why Suyu deliberately revealed it was also mainly just to whet their appetites and incidentally tell them one more thing. The future. It's in my hands. Zhou Jing instantly came back to his senses and regained his composure, pushing cups with Suyu without changing his face. "It seems like you didn't hear any nuclear fusion at all just now." The fact that Tarzan crumbled in front of him without changing color was obviously a sign of having practiced the kung fu of raising chi to the extreme. And while they were observing and testing Suyu, how could Suyu not be testing them? Other than that, it's just this week of prime, just worthy of a commander on such a large military base. Calm and organized. The so-called joy and anger do not actually mean a taut coffin face at all times. Rather, it's not obvious what you're really thinking. This Chao King is clearly doing a great job of that. From meeting to negotiating and now eating together. The only time he really looked surprised during the whole thing was when he heard about nuclear fusion just now. And before that, even when he saw the Peregrine Falcon suspended in the sky. Although his expression was grave and scornful, he didn't look the slightest bit surprised. It wasn't that he wasn't surprised by the sudden appearance of the Peregrine Falcon, but it was just a good job of hiding that emotion. In that situation, he, the commander, was the backbone of the entire base. If he was showing surprise and panic, how could the other warriors remain calm? We were all busy people, and the meal didn't take long. After eating and being invited to stroll around the base, Suyu left with Qiumu. In full view of everyone, the two put on their power armor and stood in the plaza of the base. Without a sound, the armor slowly rose into the air, and in the space above the base, the huge peregrine falcon slowly emerged, the hatch below it opening to take the two in. Inside the radar room of the base, Zhou Qing looked at the empty radar screen and then at the behemoth suspended in the sky, and couldn't help but shake his head. Really just not a shadow on the radar. This technology, it's horrible. This should be the effect of the wave-absorbing energy field that Mr. Su talked about at the dinner table. The electromagnetic waves close to the ship were all absorbed by the energy field. The radar didn't receive any feedback, so of course it couldn't find it. Zhou Bo-wei, who was a researcher, analyzed, but this device is obviously a big power eater, and the average fighter certainly can't play like that. Electricity. Zhou Qing was silent for a moment before asking again. What he just said about nuclear fusion, do you guys think it's possible? From the known energy sources we have available to us, I'm afraid that the only energy source that could be carried on it to drive a guy this big floating in the sky by pure electricity is nuclear energy. But whether this nuclear energy is the nuclear fission that we already have, or the nuclear fusion that he's talking about, it's not so easy to tell. Zhou Bo-wei phrased it more rigorously, but when he said that, he sighed. General, you're actually overlooking something very important besides nuclear fusion. What? Zhou Jing was puzzled. Immune to the deflective force fields of all kinetic weapons. Another researcher with gray hair spoke up. This thing, I'm afraid it's much more powerful than we thought. Elaborate. Can't go into details. It's just a guess. The old researcher smiled bitterly. If it's true, as he says, that this deflective force field is immune to all kinetic weapon attacks, then it's highly likely that its technical principles involve the practical application of gravity. Of course, that's just a guess. What's actually going on is impossible to tell just by looking at it unless you bring that thing in and experiment with it. It's just that if this speculation is correct, then the technology they have at their disposal is far more terrifying 10,000 times more than we can imagine. Nuclear fusion is nothing more than a child's toy in front of this kind of technology. It's definitely something that can only be grasped by a civilization that can span galaxies. Several people talked while looking up at the behemoth in the sky. To be honest, for these researchers, seeing such a thing appear in front of their eyes, there is only bewilderment in their hearts. Much of the above is completely absent even in the theory. To put it bluntly, they can't even read it. Anyone faced with something like this that is beyond perception can't help but remain in awe. And compared to the researchers, generals in the military like Zhou Qing were all eyes, pondering how he should put it into practice if he had such a contraption. Thinking about it, he realized something. With a peregrine falcon in hand, they could even completely dominate the skies of the entire blue planet. Just as the people on the ground had different minds, each with their own thoughts. As Su Yu and Xiao Mu boarded the ship, the peregrine falcon, which had always hovered there without moving, finally moved. Almost just for a moment, the behemoth then steeply disappeared into the sky above the base. The speed is unimaginable. To have this kind of acceleration while carrying people, that old researcher who had analyzed the deflective force field earlier stared blankly. Even Su Yu could think of overload when he realized that he had crossed over 90 kilometers in less than half a minute. It was natural that they, the military researchers, could not have thought of it. It took a while before he exhaled slowly. If they don't have special techniques to mitigate the overload from ultra-fast acceleration, then it means that they have, indeed, mastered the force. Ignoring the shocked people in the base, after giving them another little bit of wasteland shock, Su Yu's choice was to run after pretending. He didn't run far, though, but turned to the abandoned industrial park on the outskirts. By this point, there was no point in them continuing to play hard to get in the peregrine falcon. Su Yu took the peregrine falcon back into the item bar of the trading platform and directly flew down with Autumn End in their power armor. Then he found a clearing and released the terrain survey unit from the J9000 engineering modification module he had rented from Frost Star. There are more than 8,000 engineering machines in various roles throughout the J9000 module. It's not time for full-scale construction yet, and a topographical survey needs to be done first. The topography is surveyed and then the program is designed. You can't start construction until you've chosen a plan and have all the materials in place. So you naturally didn't need to release all the engineering machines now. The survey unit has a total of 30 tracked robots of various shapes and sizes. At Su Yu's command, they scattered and began to survey the small plain between the mountains and the sea, including the abandoned industrial park. Originally, what he owned was only the title to the 1,000 acres of land in the abandoned industrial park campus. But after reaching a partnership with the military, or simply the official Kyushu, now from the pier to the back of the mountains in the middle of this almost 10 square kilometers of area, has all been Su Yu. He can remodel at will. Since he had something as good as the J9000 engineering module in his hands, He certainly wanted to take this opportunity to transform it at once. Put the survey bots out and just wait to see the program next. Suyu was busy with all of this, but he turned his head to find that Chiyo-mo had run off somewhere. It was only after looking around that I saw her on the beach. At this moment, Autumn was sitting alone on a raised reef on the beach, quietly looking at the distant skyline, her silver-white power armor standing behind her like a guard. Seeing this, Suyu also took off his power armor and climbed onto the reef to sit beside her and said, "Like to see the sea? Can't really say I like it. I just haven't seen this kind of scenery in a long time." Autumn opened her hands and closed her eyes against the blowing sea breeze, calmly saying, "The last period of my life. I can still leave that world of despair and see the blue sky and white clouds. Among the remnants of the prosperity era, I'm probably considered to be the luckiest." Suyu sniffed in silence for a moment, then changed the topic. "I've always heard you say that before the war you were in scientific research. I wonder which area you studied." "Which way?" Autumn shrugged. "That's a lot. Math, chemistry, physics, biomedical. Well, I seem to have dabbled in all of these before the war. After the war, I studied the humanities and social sciences more, but the results of my research haven't been used much as all. Heck, it's still an all-around talent." Suyu, who had simply wanted to change the subject, sucked in a breath of cool air. However, hearing her being so knowledgeable, Suyu instantly remembered a question that had been troubling him for quite a long time. "Speaking of which, you're in a state where your mind is uploaded into the board. What exactly is this mind? This is rather difficult to explain to you." Autumn frowned and pondered for a moment before saying, "In words you can understand, thinking is probably equivalent to a soul. In the prevailing view of our academic community it is the mind that is the mainstay of a person's existence, and when the mind dissipates, then legally, the person is dead. Just like in my case, after my mind dissipates in a few days, this special bionic will inherit all the memories and knowledge from my life, and it won't be any different from the current me in terms of behavior and habits, except for its lack of creativity. This situation involves some ethical and philosophical issues, so the law is needed to determine whether I am dead or not." It was only after nearly a century of discussion in the academic community that we finally legislated that the dissipation of the perpetrator's mind would be the basis for a determination of death. "Can't understand," Suyu said frankly. "It's normal to not understand." Autumn nodded, clearly not surprised. "All you need to know is that a mind is a person's soul, according to your definition of soul here. In that case, perhaps." Suyu thought of Ing Zhang's world where metaphysics was real. "Maybe what?" "It's nothing." Suyu shook his head, not intending to say this to her directly so as not to make any mess. "Later on, I can ask Ing Zhang if they have anything on their side that warms the stowed souls. If it did, it would be a good idea to get it and then surprise her with it." Autumn didn't press the issue and turned to the question. "The terrain survey is finished. The design program is also given out. I sifted through, picked out dozens of more in line with your aesthetic design program passed to your cell phone. You can look at it first. If there is no satisfaction then say again." "That fast?" Suyu picked up his cell phone in surprise. Above it is not surprising that there has been an app. Click on it. It is more than 50 kinds of design programs. Where did this app come from? Suyu opened a design program and asked absently while looking at it. Temporarily made chant. "Convenient for you to see the effect of. Your side of the virtual technology is not developed. Otherwise this design program is completed. Is possible to world to enter the virtual world to see the effect after completion." Autumn explained. "Before people in the prosperity era build a house, they can all replicate a house out in the virtual world one-to-one according to the design plans, and live there for a year and a half before considering whether to build it that way. If there are any design flaws that you are not satisfied with, you can modify the design directly in the virtual world. And even people who do not know anything about architecture at all can design beautiful and scientific buildings from scratch. It's really convenient." Suyu sked. "What does it mean that technology changes life?" "That's it. It took more than an hour to go through all the 50 or so designs." Suyu had some difficulty choosing. After considering it for a long time, he finally chose a design called Ziwei, and this design proposal was ranked first among the dozens of proposals. Autumn who was on the side, saw this and revealed a smile that was true. "You knew I would pick this?" Suyu curiously said. "Of course, why else would I put it at number 1? Autumn said with a rare hint of smugness. "We have a complete set of algorithms. Predicting the future is impossible, but it is possible to roughly figure out what a person will do based on their behavioral habits, personal preferences, and other factors, but only if this is a normal person and not a temperamental lunatic. Like I said, math never lies." The corner of Suyu's mouth tugged, not knowing what to say about this behavior. He now kind of knew how scary it was to have a person's brain with hundreds of millions of times the arithmetic of a supercomputer, but idling away the time. Damn, this late fall wants to count everything in sight. But after thinking about it, he didn't care. At the end of the day, he had the highest authority over this bionic, all of which he himself had authorized to automend. You can count it if you want to. Well, Suyu's current reaction was probably within Automend's calculations, which was why she was so open about such things with Suyu. Shaking his head, Suyu opened the details of the Ziwei Gaki design program. Just now all the design program he actually just roughly glanced. This moment is naturally to take a closer look. The Ziwaiki project, covering an area of 968 square kilometers, encompasses almost the entirety of this small coastal plain. In the program, the plain was designed into 4 areas, namely office, production, living and recreation areas. The office area is not too complicated. It is a super tall building of 388 meters. The building covers an area of 160,000 square meters and is divided into 209 floors above ground and 16 floors below ground, with a usable area of 359 million square meters upon completion. The production area, on the other hand, consists of 4 super plants with a height of 50 meters, covering an area of nearly 1 million square meters and a usable area of more than 7 million square meters. The total usable area of the 4 plants available after completion is more than 28 million square feet. These plants are well equipped and can be used as laboratories as well as factories. In addition to this, there are 10 supporting warehouses of similar design and structure, but smaller, and the total usable area of the warehouses also reaches 10 million square meters, or 10 square kilometers. The living area is a city in the sky consisting of 8 900-meter-high buildings with a relatively complex design. The vast majority of the entire city in the sky is filled with high-tech smart homes and a few stores. The usable area is more than 13 million square meters, which can accommodate 100,000 people living in it, with a single person's usable area reaching more than 100 square meters. The entertainment district is a bit more complex, consisting of a huge hemispherical building that encompasses all kinds of sports facilities, a movie theater, a large shopping mall, and an amusement park. In addition to this, the recreation area includes a large area of ocean. Because it's so close to the mouth of the Grand River, the water is more turbid. And the recreation area has also requested that several ultra-powerful seawater filters be placed in the sea while the surrounding waters are cleaned. When completed, it will also have beautiful beaches and blue waters comparable to those of a tropical island. Apart from these 4 areas, there are, on the contrary, projects to rebuild piers, dredge waterways and so on. However, compared with the design proposals for these 4 districts, the redevelopment of the pier is undoubtedly a minor project. The entire Ziwaiki project requires a total of more than 6 million tons of steel and more than 9 million cubic meters of concrete. Even if you ignore everything else, the cost price of these 2 raw materials alone would be around $27 billion. Adding the others as well, it would take at least $40 billion or more to get off the ground. And that's just the price of raw materials. Because of the J9000 module, only raw materials are needed. If this super building cluster is built according to Blue Star, let's not talk about whether or not that 388-meter main building can be built, even if it can be built, factoring in raw materials, labor costs, technology costs, production losses, and so on. I'm just afraid that if you want to complete this plant, you can't even think about it without $200 billion, and the duration is at least 5 years. And with the J9000 module, all Suyu had to pay was the money for the raw materials. That's just over $40 billion. The rest can all be left to the more than 8,000 various engineering machines of the J9000 module. As for the duration, 3 days. With all the raw materials available, the J9000 module took only 3 days to complete this cross-generation project with quality and quantity. After Suyu read the complete details of the program, he couldn't help but call out the bull. It's a spectacle to build a 388-meter tall main building, a city in the sky consisting of 8 900-meter tall residential towers, 4 giant factories, a giant recreational facility, seawater filtration projects, and a bunch of smaller construction facilities. What's not a spectacle when this is finished? However, such a large amount of building materials, wanting to get them in place in a short period of time, relying on Suyu himself was definitely not an option. So after finalizing the design, he made a direct phone call to the official liaison that was specially arranged for him and was able to be online 24 hours a day, in order to facilitate him in dealing with some matters. The military and the officials each equipped Suyu with a liaison officer to be used as a bridge of communication between the two sides, so as to avoid another situation where he got the Peregrine Falcon straight out in the morning and didn't turn on the wave-absorbing energy field and optical stealth yet, making the military all nervous. Buying large quantities of building materials is obviously the kind of thing you'd want to contact an official liaison for. After reporting what he currently needed, Suyu could feel the little liaison girl's dumbfoundedness on the opposite side through the cell phone. What kind of fucking psychopath purchases tens of billions of dollars worth of steel and concrete at once? After repeatedly confirming that Suyu really wasn't joking, the liaison officer over there carefully said that he needed to inquire about his superiors. After all, it involves tens of billions of dollars of procurement at once. Although the above has already given her a lot of authority, but after all, she is only a liaison officer. Encountering such a big thing is certainly not able to make all the decisions. After Suyu waited patiently for nearly half an hour, the reply was finally given over there. First of all, help is definitely available. That much material is astronomical to the average person, but for the official is nothing. The annual infrastructure to consume hundreds or thousands of times this building materials. And in addition to promising to help, that side even enthusiastically stated that it could provide Suyu with an interest-free loan of $30 billion in the name of the official of Mordor. If he nods, the money will be delivered immediately. For this proposal, Suyu did not reject it. The only liquidity he had in hand now was the entry fee from the Bank of Kyushu when they partnered with him to establish the Exoskeleton Patent Development Company. The total amount is $150 billion, to be settled in 3 years, and this is the first year, so it is only $50 billion. Although only $40 billion were spent on this design program, it is inevitable that there will be some other aspects of the actual operation of the trouble. It will certainly cost more than that when the time comes, and it wasn't like he was going to build the spectacle and then do nothing. Afterward, he was also going to hang up a company and recruit high-end talents to digest the cutting-edge technology he had gotten from the wasteland. Obviously more funds need to be prepared. Originally, his plan was to build the Z-Way Gaki first, and then get the nuclear-powered black box to build the exoskeleton as hard as he could. He currently had more than 2,000 sets of exoskeletons in stock on hand, and he would work overtime to put together 5,000 sets when the time came. At $1 million a set, you can get $5 billion even if you sell it directly to the military. But now that the Magic City side is willing to provide him with an interest-free loan of $30 billion, then there is no need to open his nuclear-powered money printing. Ahem, nuclear-powered black box now. Of course, the money wasn't for nothing. Even if there weren't any binding clauses, by taking this loan, he would still be considered to owe someone a favor. It is to be paid back later. However, it was good that Suyu had a lot of things on him that could return favors, so he wasn't afraid of owing such a small favor. After communicating with the professionals there in detail for a while, the official then said that they would mobilize these materials he needed from all over the world within 3 days. Suyu's current situation was different after all. Not only is it able to provide the military with groundbreaking man-portable equipment like the G60 exoskeleton, his hands were exposed to the Storm Power Armor and the Peregrine Falcon Neo, especially with all that black tech in the Peregrine Falcon. Even if you don't count the unknown fusion technology, the value of just the work-free engines, optical stealth, wave-absorbing energy fields, and other technologies that allow a ship that size to hover motionless is unimaginable. Not to mention that he is suspected of having the technology for practical applications of gravitational waves. In the eyes of the Kyushu officials, just by virtue of these things in Suyu's hands, it was completely worth befriending at any cost. So although I do not know Suyu to engage in such a large project, why not divide it into multiple phases? A phase of slowly purchasing raw materials, but to a breath of all the raw materials ready. But they still agreed to it in one breath. After solving the material problem, Suyu did not continue to linger here. Just leave a few bionics behind and just have them interface with the official material delivery people when the time comes. He doesn't need to come over for a few days. When the materials are all in place, he'll come back and just release all the robots in the J9000 module to start work. The rest of the matter is naturally settled by the officials. Now that I think about it, exposing the Peregrine Falcon's existence was a wise choice. Otherwise it would never be so easy to get this project done now. Other than that, just that 1,388-meter high main building, if he didn't have the special status he now had, he would never have been able to get through that hurdle of approval. After all, tall buildings have long been banned on this side of Kyushu, even if people give him the green light to build. I'm afraid he'll have to run around and do a bunch of paperwork. Other than that, a 388-meter tall building is 100% going to interfere with airplane routes. For that alone, he'd have to make a special trip to the Space Administration to file. And now, for things like this, naturally, there are officials who step in to handle it for him, so there's no need for him to do it himself. Of course, these are favors to be returned, but not something to think about right now. Now it was time for Suyu to think about how to recruit manpower. 3 days for materials to be in place and 3 days for the project to be completed. In a week at the most, this place will be brand new. He's definitely going to be hiring when the time comes. Things like using black boxes to produce exoskeletons can be left to the bionics. But to study all that technology gained from the wasteland, the bionic man is clearly out of the question. And by the time the products produced by his company once on the market, but also need a professional operations team responsible for docking with the outside world, sales to make money and so on. These are things that bionics can't do. After a brief thought, Suyu said to Autumn End, I may also need to trouble you to draw up a list of hires for me. Which positions in the company are irreplaceable by bionics? All of them need to be hired. Treatment words, 9 to 5. Salary according to the top of the industry to send. Work for a year you can buy the company's goods at cost. Work for 3 years or have excellent performance. Send a suite in the city of the air. Well, for the time being, that's it. By the way, the requirements should be as high as possible. Crooked jerks cannot be. Suyu finished speaking, but when he saw Chiyo-mo looking at himself so quietly, he couldn't help but be puzzled. What's the problem? Aren't you forgetting something? Autumn End raised an eyebrow. Forget? There shouldn't be any, right? Suyu scratched his head and thought carefully, realizing that there really shouldn't be any oversights. Is your company registered? What is the name of the company? What is the registered capital? Autumn End teased. Suyu. Well, that's something he forgot. In fact, it was already stated in the contract signed before that this matter would be officially cooperated with him. All he needs to do is to tell the liaison officer the name and type of company to be registered, and the side will register it for him. Don't worry about anything else. But Suyu went straight to the abandoned industrial park to survey the terrain as soon as he left the military base, and really forgot about it. What do you think this company should be called? Suyu scratched his head. The type of company was a no-brainer, but the name was something he hadn't really considered. I don't know. Just think of one. It's just a name anyway. Autumn End shrugged. Indifferent. Just like how she named Futurama. She felt that it was the future of the wasteland humans, so she called it Futurama. Look, it's simple and straightforward. Just kidding. How can this be casual? It has to be forced. Suyu skimmed his mouth and started brainstorming and thinking hard. Nehi is pure name waste. Play the game to take a nickname can be entangled half a day, and then also have to Baidu search a name of the kind. After thinking about it and not coming up with a good name, he simply swung for the fences. Forget about it. Forget about it. Since it's getting rich off of the hyperspace trading platform, let's call it hyperspace technology. Those who sell batteries under their banner will be called Supertime batteries. Those who sell exoskeletons will be called Supertime heavy industry. And in the future, if there are any prosthetics or life extension gold pills for sale, they will be called Supertime medical. Well, isn't this fine? Perfect. Suyu slapped his thighs and praised himself for his wit. Yet late autumn poured cold water on it. According to the public information on the internet, Supertime technology has already been registered by someone, and the person's company is still in operation today, with a market capitalization of billions of dollars, so I'm afraid that they won't give up this trademark. Suyu. What the fuck is the difference between this and when he finally thought of a nickname after half a day of playing the game? And the system told him, the nickname is already taken? I'm super. Hard. No super then. Let's call it TimeTack. He looked at Autumn End in a depressed manner. The corners of Autumn End's mouth curved out in an arc, stifling a laugh, and said in a serious manner, the nickname is already taken. Suyu. #% at #$% But without waiting for Suyu to get mad, she added, but this one is just simply occupied by the ton logos. You can get them to buy it. It shouldn't cost much. Buy. Suyu gritted his teeth. As a name-taking wastrel, he hated plantings that took up good nicknames but didn't use them. Although there were some ups and downs in the process, the company was quickly listed and registered with the cooperation of the official side. A total of 4 companies are currently registered. One is Time and Space Technology. For the head office, Suyu 100% Holding, there are 3 subordinate enterprises under the name, respectively, Timeless Heavy Industry, 100% owned by Timeless Technology Group, only produces G60 heavy exoskeleton for the time being, and should introduce more heavy industrial technology from the wasteland world to produce other products in the future. Time and Space Battery, which was 100% owned by Time and Space Technology Group, was temporarily responsible for selling the metal hydrogen batteries that were introduced from Future City in the waste world, and later on, Suyu would try to get the production technology of these batteries from Frost Star, the Time and Space Technology Reserve Company Limited, 70% held by Suyu's Time and Space Technology and 30% held by the Bank of Kyushu, is responsible for the custody and civilization of the branch technology of exoskeletons. Subsequently, Suyu also planned to set up a nuclear fusion-related enterprise, as well as a medical-related enterprise. But that's an afterthought. No rush for now. Later that night, a job posting that appeared abruptly on the front page of every major internet job platform set the internet ablaze. Time Battery Technologies seeks professional operations team. Grassroots salesperson position requires extensive experience selling technology products, conscientious work, and a good understanding of the current battery market. The company is located in the southern suburbs of the Magic City and is able to accept working in the suburbs. Salary and benefits, guaranteed monthly salary of 1.5W after tax plus performance commission plus 5 insurance and 1 gold plus work for 1 year can be purchased at cost price of time and space. Group commodities, including houses, cars, plus work for 3 years or have excellent performance can be assigned 100 square feet of residential set, value not less than 500W. Every morning at 9 o'clock to work, 2 hours of rest at noon, 6 o'clock in the afternoon off, no overtime on holidays, gifts on New Year's festivals. From time to time in the workday group building, working day cafeteria free for all employees to provide 3 meals a day and afternoon tea. All the employees who have joined the lease staff apartment minimum 200/month. All of the above benefits will be written into the labor contract. There is no falsification. Mid-level business manager job requirements. Salary and benefits, guaranteed monthly salary of 3W after tax plus performance commission. Time Battery Technologies seeks specialized legal team. Time Heavy Industries is hiring researchers. Grassroots researcher position requirements, doctoral degree or higher in a related field. Salary and benefits, guaranteed monthly salary of 5W after tax plus research commission. After working for 1 year, or having a major breakthrough in the related research field, you can be assigned a set of high-rise residence in the city in the sky, over 200 square meters. Recruitment information about the two companies, Time Battery and Time Heavy Industry, appeared silently on the major internet recruitment platforms. It instantly attracted the attention of countless people. Then on this mundane day when no big news broke, it rushed to the top of the hot search in a very short period of time, attracting countless people to watch. I'm over? This is really false. Grassroots salesman 15,000 after tax? Do not quite understand, but the Magic City this wage is not very normal. Before there is a survey, the average wage in Magic City are 18,000. This for what can be on the hot search. Bye. Have you graduated from middle school yet? The first thing you need to do is to get your hands on some of the most popular products in the world. And even if you don't look at the commission, there are 5 insurance and gold plus 9 to 5 plus double rest. Isn't this 10,000 times more comfortable than making $18,000 a month and curling with someone until their hair falls out? And do you know what an average salary is? Just look at a basic salesman's salary of $15,000. Do you want to look at other positions? Basic researchers 50,000 a month. According to the average salary, the two companies in this recruitment information, the average salary is estimated to be 20,000 to 30,000, plus those allocated residential welfare, 50,000 to 60,000 or more than. I'm afraid there must be 70,000 to 80,000. Wash up. Such companies are only dreamed of. And capitalists are not philanthropists. Didn't he say that all salary packages are written into the labor contract? Oh, the recruitment of common words just. Who believe who's stupid? The first one is that they have recruited a lot of people. At least more than 20,000 employees for all positions together. If the recruitment is full, every month just wages will have to pay nearly $1 billion. Not to mention that a bunch of super high welfare. Just so two unknown enterprises. Registered capital can have 100 million not? Upstairs. Guess what I just found out? Spacetime Heavy Industry and Spacetime Battery are all subsidiaries of a company called Spacetime Technology Group. And Spacetime Technology Group name there is another company, named Spacetime Technology Reserves Limited Company. This company is interesting. Spacetime Technology holding 70%. The Bank of Jojo holding 30%. In addition, Time Heavy Industries and Time Battery, both with a registered capital of $10 billion. What? I'm super. Bank of Kowloon? No, 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 it's all fake. Don't you go taking posts from me. Nima. This fired the boss to carry a bucket and run away in the night. Time Dad I come spicy. The recruitment advertisements for the ultra-high welfare benefits of the two companies under Suyu's name had attracted countless attention as soon as they were sent out. In barely 2 hours, the number of people booking interviews through the major online job platforms has exploded. And it's still growing. Arithmetic Idol with no place to use the end of the fall also sort of found work. First, we screened all the ones that didn't fit the bill for pure hilarity. Then once again, the first round of interviews were conducted online, one-on-one with the remaining applicants, and another group was screened. Hundreds of thousands of people have made appointments to apply for the job, but in the end, only a mere 30,000 to 50,000 people can actually enter the interview stage. Ottoman directly used the funds given by Suyu to rent a sports field in Magic City to use as a temporary interview center. Recruitment officially opens tomorrow. As for the HR responsible for the interview, given that the current company is currently only Suyu a bare-bones commander, the overcounted late fall then picks up the slack alone, when the time comes to directly arrange hundreds of bionic robots to the scene to act as an interviewer. The end of the autumn behind the scenes through these bionic people to assess the applicants on the line. With the math in her head, handling interviews with tens of thousands of people would just be killing a chicken. It couldn't be simpler. As for what Suyu does, after he returned home from dealing with the industrial park renovation program, he dove headfirst into the trading space. In the elegant pavilion, Suyu waited for a few moments before Ing Zhang, wearing his regular clothes, appeared. Mr. Su is suddenly looking for me. What is the matter? Ing Zhang said with a warm smile as soon as he took his seat. Some small things are just that. There's no rush. Suyu smiled and changed the topic. I wonder if Emperor Qin has finished reading all that information I brought the other day? I've read almost all of it, but it's all just a shallow taste, and some of it is so profound that I'm afraid it will take some time if I want to realize it all. Ing Zhang frankly said. That's it? Suyu but gave him 3 cell phones. Each phone is 1 TB capacity, a few TB of video, up to now full of less than 3 days. He actually gave it a read. Looks like the history books were right. This is indeed the Liver Emperor. If there is anything you don't understand, you can tell me. I might be able to clear up the confusion for Emperor Qin. Suyu laughed. However, Ing Zhang did not pick up on this, quietly glanced at him and turned to him. Mr. Su was asking for something, right? Just say so. You and I are now in a mutually beneficial relationship, and being in 2 separate realms and with no conflict of interest, there is nothing to say. I will never push back what I can do. TSK, I don't know if it was Suyu's illusion. It always felt as if Ing Zhang seemed to even talk a little differently than before. Open your mouth for mutual benefit. Close your mouth for no conflict of interest. This set from his mouth out somehow let Suyu feel a little out of place. Ahem. Then I'll be straightforward, Suyu said after thinking about it. I wonder if the world where Emperor Qin is from has a way to keep souls that have lost their physical bodies indestructible? Making the soul that has lost its physical body immortal? Ing Zhang's brow furrowed at this and he shook his head. Do you have a friend or relative whose physical body is about to die? You can directly use the life extension gold pill to renew your life. You don't need this. My friend is special. Her physical body is gone. Only a soul remains. Well, it should be a soul. Suyu spread his hands. In short, there is the life extension golden pill she can't eat. That's a bit tricky. Ing Zhang also couldn't help but gently inhale at the words, frowning and deliberating for a moment before saying, there is a way, but it requires a treasure to do so, and this is not a foolproof method. It can only prolong the time of the soul's survival. It cannot be done once and for all. Oh, Suyu's eyes lit up. There really is a way? Hastily, please teach me, Emperor Qin. Just wait a moment. Ing Zhang nodded and turned around to disappear into the gazebo. It took about nearly half an hour before he came back. When he came back there was an extra pure black jade pendant in his hand. Casually placing the jade pendant on the table in front of Suyu, Ing Zhang explained, this is a magic treasure refined by the Yin-Yang clan's founder, called the soul-devouring jade, whose original effect was to imprison the souls of the dead into the jade, so that they would remain in peace after death. A rather sinister treasure, but preserving the souls of those who have lost their physical bodies, as you need, does work. Suyu nodded and looked at the soul-devouring jade in front of him, only feeling that the pitch-black jade pendant in front of him seemed to have an endless attraction. In a trance, he felt like he was being sucked in. The entire person actually couldn't help but slowly approach the jade pendant. It wasn't until he was about to touch it that he snapped back. When he looked at the soul-devouring jade again, he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. This thing really wasn't anything serious. He just looked at it for a few moments and felt like his soul was almost sucked out of him. This object is unable to devour the souls of living people when it is not driven by a founder. But it is after all contaminated with too much yin qi, and it is normal for ordinary people to experience some hallucinations when they are constantly in the company of it, as it will have some effects on their bodies, Ing Zhang faintly explained. But it's also because of its densing energy that it can warm up the yin spirit and keep the soul undying. Suyu glanced at the soul-devouring jade with a palpitating heart. Then what did you mean before when you said it wasn't a complete method? Is there some drawback? The disadvantage is that it can't preserve the living soul for a long time. At most, it can only allow the living soul to stay on Earth for half a year more, and after half a year has passed, the living soul will still slowly dissipate. Half a year? Suyu nodded. That's fine. He had the hyperspace trading platform, and it wouldn't be surprising if he could match up with a trading partner from whatever world he wanted to trade with later on. It's not unlikely that you'll meet someone from a world with greater transcendent powers who can trade in the flesh and blood. Although the soul-devouring jade could not be used once and for all, but with this extra half year, then there were more possibilities. At that moment, though, he remembered another problem. Can the soul communicate with the outside world if it is absorbed into the soul-devouring jade? Or is it similar to a prison that specializes in imprisoning souls, and after entering it, they can no longer communicate with the outside world? If it's the latter, then it's only a matter of still putting Autumn End in jail. If there is no Fangsher who is proficient in this way to set up a prohibition, naturally it is possible to communicate with the outside world. Whether or not the soul-devouring jade is a sinister magic treasure depends on who is allowed to use it. Ying Zhang patiently said. Placed in the hands of those ill-intentioned Fangsher, they would use all sorts of prohibitions to imprison a person's soul in the jade pendant, and then set up some karmic flames and other torturous soul punishments within the jade pendant, using it as a torture device. And if you just wanted to be a carrier to help renew the life of a soul that has lost its physical body, then it is the most suitable treasure under the heavens for warming up the soul, and there is naturally nothing wrong with communicating with the outside world. That's good. Su Yu nodded in satisfaction. And the price? What does His Majesty require? Ying Zhang knocked on the table at his words and pondered for a moment. In fact, this item is a lone item. It is a Yinyang family of a Fangsher accidentally collected this square of black jade, and only in a coincidence was it refined in accordance with the ancient method. It is difficult to replicate. If you say the role of it, in fact, limited, placed in the Great Qin in addition to as a torture instrument, probably not much other use. But if you want to say it is not very valuable, after all, is only one thing, price you look at yourself to give it. Watch and give? Su Yu thought briefly and turned to ask. Then I wonder if your majesty has had any difficulties lately? Difficulty? Ying Zhang raised his eyebrows and mused. That said, there are some real difficulties. The Huns in the north invaded the border, and although Meng Tian led his troops to fight them, the Huns were good at riding and shooting, and came and went like the wind, so it was easy to defeat them, but difficult to exterminate them. I originally wanted to build the Great Wall to protect the enemy, but after reading those things you gave me these days, I realized that this move is indeed too hasty. The Great Qin has just unified the world. The people's livelihood is withering. Conscripting people to build the Great Wall will inevitably lead to the people's grievances. But if the Great Wall is not repaired, if the Xiongnu cavalry once again south to plunder, Meng Tian may not be able to block them again, and then all the northern border for the Xiongnu horse-running land carry on. Infantry fighting cavalry. This is indeed a historical problem. Su Yu stroked his chin. Great Qin certainly can't be without cavalry. But how can you be a thief for 1,000 days and not a thief for 1,000 days? Compared to the long border in the north, and the lack of information in that era could not determine in advance from which direction the enemy attacked these factors. If the Great Wall didn't exist, it would have been too easy for the Huns, who came and went like the wind, to come and pillage in the face of a sieve-like northern defense. People grab a wave and run away, and by the time your army arrives, the city is all butchered. Does Emperor Qin know about our world and why the cavalry eventually retired from the stage of history? Because, Gun? Ying Zhang said with a slight hesitation. I have recently watched a number of documentaries on your side of the so-called World Wars, in which it has been mentioned many times that cavalry was withdrawn from the stage of history because of the existence of those powerful firearms. Right and wrong. Su Yu shook his head. It's true that the popularity of automatic weapons has made it impossible for cavalry to be aggressive on the frontal battlefield. But is cavalry only strong on the frontal battlefield? Obviously not. The greatest advantage of cavalry is mobility. And we have a saying over there that the only martial art under the sun is speed. If you have a gun, people can have a gun. But people have 4 legs, but they can always run faster than you on 2. So what really took the cavalry out of the history books wasn't really the gun. It was the internal combustion engine. Those cars and tanks? Ying Zhang's eyes steeply lit up. Yeah, it's not like his Daqin soldiers can't beat those Huns. In front of the Daqin crossbow formation, any cavalry is no good. The biggest reason why you can't help the Huns is that you can't catch them. Not that you can't beat them. Even if you give Daqin generals heavy machine guns, you can't do anything if they don't fight you. Do you have a good plan? Sir? Ying Zhang couldn't help but ask. I don't blame Ying Zhang for being anxious. Doesn't he know that the Great Qin is still in the process of rebuilding? Apparently not. The main reason why he had always insisted on building the Great Wall before was still the border trouble in the north. In the era he lived in, there was almost nothing else to do but build the Great Wall in the face of nomadic raids on the steppes. This is determined by the nature of civilization and is beyond his control. Without the aid of fortifications, the horse-starved farming people could hardly stand up to the nomads, even if they could fight on the battlefield. The reason why the Han dynasty in later times was able to buck the steppe was because people had prepared for this for decades and raised countless horses in the central plains. Qin doesn't have that right now. Good advice cannot be counted, but I really have a way to help you solve the northern border problems in the short term. As for the future, when Great Qin industrializes, these problems will naturally cease to exist. Suyu smiled and waved. An armored monster nearly 2 meters tall then appeared beside him. Heavy-duty exoskeleton. Putting it on will enable the Great Qin brigands to carry 10 stone weights on their backs and run 500 miles in an hour. And this thing is invulnerable to swords and spears, and has infinite strength. With it, even if you encounter 10,000 Hun soldiers, you can go in alone and kill them 7 times. The unit of stone has been changing, and during the Qin dynasty 1 stone was roughly equivalent to more than 100 kilograms, and 1 mile during the Qin dynasty was roughly equivalent to more than 400 meters today, and 1 hour was roughly 2 hours today. After realizing that the second object of his deal was Ying Zhang, Suyu had specifically gone to refresh his knowledge in this area. How could there be such a divine object in the world? Ying Zhang instantly got up and came to the exoskeleton. Eyes glowing, he looked at this creation that had condensed countless cutting-edge technologies. Naturally, if there are 100 soldiers wearing this armor to guard the various passes in the north, you can ensure that the north is free from worry. If you want to take the initiative, but it is not difficult, I can find a way to get you some reconnaissance drones and other equipment. Not afraid to find the Huns in the vast steppe, Suyu swung his chest and assured. Kidding aside, wearing this thing will immediately show the Huns what it means to be a Great Qin Superman. He could even already imagine the scene of a Great Qin fierce warrior wearing an exoskeleton and killing his way into the Hun Dragon City 7 times. You Huns come and go like the wind? Can it outrun an exoskeleton going 100 kilometers an hour? Fight. Can't fight. Run. Can't run away. Hiss. The picture is so beautiful. What? All the soldiers of the Great Qin have failed in fetal education and can't play with high technology? If he's not afraid, he can send a few bionics over as instructors. There's one thing to be said for the bionic man that works really well. How much of this item can Mr. Su provide? Ying Zhang asked evenly. You can be given 100 sets first as a price in exchange for that soul-devouring jade. What does your majesty think? Suyu gave his price. May. Ying Zhang agreed at once. Not to mention 100 sets. A piece of soul-devouring jade that was of little use could be exchanged for a set of these exoskeletons and he would have to wake up laughing. Although the world he was in did have Feng Shi who had special abilities, these Feng Shi were limited to the role of refining pills and some magic treasures. Occasionally, a few thousand enemies or 10,000 enemies who had practiced the method of qi refining to a high level would appear. But even this kind of person is just flesh and blood. Under the siege of the army, facing the rain of arrows in the sky and swords and spears all over the place, it was actually very difficult to get out of the situation once they were entangled. After all, no matter how hard a body of flesh and blood was practiced, it would eventually be injured. And people have limited physical strength. Even if you are an enemy of 10,000 people, you can't really kill 10,000 people hand to hand. It's just a figure of speech. If you fight long enough to lose your strength, you can only wait to die. But this soldier wearing an exoskeleton, in Suyu's description, had clearly exceeded the concept of 10,000 enemies. With such terrifying strength and speed, coupled with the armor that was impervious to swords and spears, arrows and swords and spears couldn't do anything to them. Ying Zhang estimated that even an army of 100,000 might not be able to capture him, and he could have gotten away with it. Isn't this more fragrant than that bullshit Soul Eater jade? The deal was a profit for him either way, and for Suyu, the deal was equally profitable. After all, the exoskeleton thing, to put it bluntly, costs that much. The biggest problem may be the energy issue with the black box, which won't work in 5 years without energy. But now that he had the Peregrine Falcon, and it really wasn't that hard to drive directly to the lunar collection point Helium-3 when the black box ran out of energy, the problem was basically a non-issue. Saving Ottoman's life with 100 exoskeletons was definitely a profit for him. After all, a knowing ant and wise helper like Ottoman could bring him help and value far beyond this measly 100 exoskeletons. Another win-win. After both parties signed the trade contract, Suyu scratched 100 sets of exoskeletons from the item bar to Ying Zhang. And by the way, he got 2 bionics who knew how to operate an exoskeleton for nothing. Only then did he say, this exoskeleton is powered by a type of battery, and there's probably enough power in the battery to sustain a soldier for 20,000 miles or so in it. Replacing the batteries isn't difficult. These 2 bionics will teach you exactly how to do it. 100 exoskeletons are the items traded for the soul-devouring jade. As for the subsequent batteries, they will need to be traded separately. If Emperor Qin still wants more exoskeletons, I can provide them from my side. Because of those science videos, he didn't need to spend time explaining to Ying Zhang what a battery was. It should be so. Ying Zhang nodded, not objecting, but turned and added, but this object is too powerful. How should I ensure that those who wear it will not plot against me? Suyu could understand his concern in this regard. After all, even in modern times, there are still countries where pilots have been known to run away in their airplanes, not to mention the Qin dynasty. Loyalty or disloyalty really depends a lot on where the individual stands. When a person masters unprecedented and terrifying power, they may not be as loyal as they were before. As a feudal monarch, it is normal for Ying Zhang to have such worries. You can bind the ownership of the exoskeleton ahead of time before handing it out. In this way, the supreme authority of all exoskeletons is with you. As for those generals, they only have the right to use them, and you can stop their exoskeletons with a single thought when they are in front of you. How this works exactly, you can ask the Bionic Man. It should not be difficult. As for wanting to wear this to escape Great Qin, go somewhere else to make a fool of yourself, and never come back. That would be even more impossible. It's not like the exoskeleton's power is unlimited, and when you master the batteries, you master their lifeblood. Suyu explains simply. Very good. Ying Zhang nodded his head in satisfaction. Looking at the mighty exoskeleton, the more he looked at it, the more he liked it. Immediately, he saw the hunt and planned to go back and try it out. And naturally, Suyu took that soul-devouring jade and returned to Blue Star's home, because he had chatted with Ying Zhang for a while in the space. It was already dark outside when Suyu came out. Looked at the time, 8 o'clock in the evening. He looked around the house and finally found Autumn sitting on the second floor rooftop looking up at the stars. So then he walked over to her and sat down as well. Busy? Autumn gave him a look. What do you want to eat? I wrote a cooking program for a few bionics. They can cook better than those hotel chefs now. So feel free to order whatever you want. There's no rush for dinner or anything. Suyu mysteriously said. Guess what goodies I got? Autumn turned her head to look at him for a moment, then laughed softly. I guess you found a way to keep my soul. TCH, boring. Arithmetic power is high to a certain extent, based on a person's behavioral habits and facial micro-expressions, together with some psychological knowledge. It is really not difficult to calculate a person's logical behavior. At least it wasn't hard for late Autumn, assuming, of course, that there is logic to the behavior. And the great uncontrollability of man is that not all behavior is logical at all times. There are plenty of people who have sudden seizures, so trying to figure out how everyone behaves by this is certainly unrealistic. But counting Suyu's was enough. He prided himself on being sort of a normal person for the most part. This was also the reason that after not spending much time together, Xiaomu was able to make Suyu feel physically and mentally pleasurable, and was even a little bit inseparable from her, because Autumn could always tell ahead of time what he wanted to do and help him out with something from his point of view. Shaking his head, Suyu took out the soul-devouring jade and shook it not far from Xiaomu. Well, how does it feel? Autumn's azure-colored pupils shrunk and subconsciously tilted her head back. The feeling it gives me. It's dangerous, and it's highly likely that minds will be sucked into it if they get close. The soul-devouring jade was unable to absorb the souls of living people when it wasn't powered by a founder using special means. But Autumn was different. She technically had no physical body at all, and certainly wasn't much of a living person. According to the algorithm of Ying Zhang's and their world, it could at most be considered a wandering soul parasitized in an electronic component. That's right. Suyu immediately gave her a general explanation of the efficacy of the soul-devouring jade, though he hadn't tried to see if the thing sucked the human soul and whether it warmed it up or just devoured it. But with the trading platform's reputation as a guarantee, there shouldn't be any problems. Just such a small thing that can make my mind exist for half a year longer? Autumn received the soul-devouring jade and felt the violent fluctuations of the thoughts hosted on the board. A look of surprise appeared on his face. It was another area she knew nothing about at all, and naturally she couldn't help but be a little curious. After hearing Suyu say that there was definitely no problem, after a moment's hesitation, Autumn pressed the jade pendant to her forehead, which was closest to the location where her thoughts were stored. Suyu looked at her with slight nervousness, but did not see the slightest abnormality. Only after a few moments did Xiaomo put down the jade pendant in his hand and looked up at Suyu. As soon as the two of them looked at each other, Suyu realized that she was different. Those originally soulful azure-colored eyes were somewhat dull and dead at this moment. After they stared at each other for a moment, Autumn suddenly said, "Greetings, Master. Anthropomorphic level AI at your service. Please name me." Sure enough, it wasn't Autumn's end, but the original AI program inside this bionic man. Returning to his senses, Suyu hurriedly asked, "What about late fall?" According to the original procedure, when I appeared, the mind belonging to the future city lord, Autumn had already dissipated. The bionic man replied, "You may authorize me to use the memory module about Autumn's end, and after using it, I am Autumn's end." Not right. Suyu shook his head. "You're not her." With that, he glanced at the jade pendant held in the bionic man's hand, and was about to bring it over to take a look at it, but the bionic man suddenly spoke again. Warning, there is an unknown message attempting to seize the central processor control unit. Are countermeasures being taken? Unknown information. Suyu glanced at the soul-devouring jade and turned to it. Authorization for unknown information. Although it was said to be an unknown message, upon careful thought one could guess that it was mostly Autumn's own mind trying to take back control of the bionic man after entering the soul-devouring jade. After all, without this, the rest of her time would be spent in a jade pendant. Not much different from jail. As for the eventuality that it wasn't the end of Autumn, Suyu wasn't afraid. After all, the supreme authority of this bionic was in his hands, and even when Autumn End was still around, he could say whatever he wanted to do at the drop of a hat. Not to mention encountering a lone ghost, or some other hacker or other information intrusion in this world. In case something does go wrong, it's not really a big deal. Warning, this action may result in irreversible dangers such as storage loss and data leakage. Is it? The bionic man added. I said, authorize, authorization being granted. The bionic man's eyes suddenly showed a blank look for a moment. Phew, Autumn End let out a long breath. There's actually something so amazing. The world is a big place. You're back? So you took a closer look at her eyes. Well, it's the same as before. Spiritually clear. It should not run. Can't say I'm back, either. Autumn End thought about it. My mind, or soul, has been transferred from the bionic man to that jade pendant. But that jade pendant itself has the ability to communicate with the outside world. And being able to communicate means being able to pass on information. By transmitting information through the mind waves, with your authorization, I will still be able to control this bionic. But the jade pendant is limited in the range it can conduct information, so it's not like I can keep it too far away from me. Then it will be yours in the future. Make it into a jade pendant and hang it on your body. You don't need to be too far away. Suyu laughed. Thank you. Autumn End looked at the black jade pendant in her hand and couldn't help but sigh. It's the first time I felt this relaxed after the extensive use of released prosthetics to remodel my body. This can only give you an extension of half a year only. It's too early to say thank you. Suyu let out a long breath, got up and scowled at her. Do a good job for me, and sooner or later I'll build you another real flesh and blood body out of it, and then you can thank me all you want. Saying that, Suyu walked towards the downstairs, not forgetting to say as he walked, hungry. When's dinner? Half an hour. Autumn End replied indifferently, then turned her head to continue looking at the vast starry sky. After a few moments, he suddenly laughed softly and shook his head. Kid. With that, he got up and went to the kitchen. Not much happened over the next few days. During the weekend Suyu went out to have a meal with Su Qingyin. Of course, it was just a simple meal. Rather, he didn't do anything else like he did with Yu Xiaoyu last time. After all, people are different from each other, and although Yu Xiaoyu and Su Qingyin are bosom friends, they are still a bit different in character. Although Su Shengyin had also acted in a slightly suggestive manner during the meal, it was nevertheless far less obvious than Yu Xiaoyu had been in the first place. Adhering to the principle of not taking the initiative, Suyu naturally treated it as if he didn't see it. As for Monday, it was not easy to wait for the matching trading object to be refreshed. Suyu entered the trading space with gusto. And then there was no more. The person he matched to trade with this time was actually a tentacle monster from the abyssal world. This guy doesn't want anything. He wants Suyu to offer his soul to it and become its slave. And as a condition of the deal, it will grant Suyu a powerful power far beyond that of a mortal. After several rounds of fruitless communication, Suyu could only curse his bad luck and consider this matching opportunity fed to the dogs. The promotion of a junior agent to an intermediate agent requires the completion of 10 valid transactions, and a maximum of 3 points of experience can be added to the promotion progress bar between the same trading partner. The only people he had reached a long-term deal with so far were Frost Star and Ning Zhang. The experience that could be brushed from the two people Suyu had long since finished. The experience bar from mid-level agents has been stuck at June 10th. I was going to say that if I matched up with another suitable trade this time, I'd be able to push my experience bar to September 10th. Just one step away from becoming an intermediate agent. As it turned out, luck unsurprisingly did not favor him again. This also made Suyu realize that it really wasn't that easy to match a suitable trading partner. When you are matched with someone, sometimes it is difficult to communicate and reach an agreement because of various factors. Not to mention matching up with such inhuman monsters like he did this time. Although the other party was also an intelligent creature, the two sides' thinking was completely off the charts. He could tell that the tentacle monster on the other side was really sincere in wanting him to sacrifice his soul. Everything it showed was so natural, not even a semblance of malice. Rather, from the bottom of my heart, I think it's a win-win deal. How the hell can we communicate? People in different worlds have different views on three things, not to mention different species. After encountering two suitable trading objects, Frost Star and Ning Zhang, In a smooth start, Suyu also finally encountered the first wall of the trading platform, moping through a long-awaited Monday. But the good news is not absent. After 2 days of scheduling, a large amount of construction materials have been delivered to the construction site of the Ziwaiki project by the Kyushu government. Originally, Suyu's intention was to wait for the official to send all the materials within these 3 days before starting the construction. But then it was realized, there is a major problem with the capacity of that abandoned industrial park on the waterfront. By sea, big ships can't get in, and small ships are too slow to deliver supplies. And that little dock definitely doesn't have enough cargo throughput to receive that much construction material in 3 days, if you go by land. So a small mountain road, not to mention. Therefore Suyu simply gave up the intention of waiting for all the materials to be delivered before starting the construction. Instead, all the J9000 modules were released over the weekend. Let it begin by expanding the harbor and dredging the channel with the limited materials already delivered. In less than half a day, the small, dilapidated port, which could only take in 1,000 tons of cargo ships, was given a new look. The original small harbor with a depth of less than 10 meters was dug down another 30 meters, turning it into a good deep water harbor with a depth of nearly 40 meters. Another route connecting to the main channel of the Great River was dredged to a depth of more than 20 meters. In this way, a raggedy little harbor was transformed into a real deepwater port. Except for the relatively short coastline of 7 or 8 kilometers, the water depth and passability would crush almost any port. The world's largest cargo throughput of Wednesday Harbor. The channel is also more than a dozen meters deep. The average depth of water in the harbor is only 20 meters out of the head only. The commotion of remodeling the harbor in this way, of course, could not be hidden from the officials of Kyushu. However, in the case that Suyu had greeted them in advance, people did not express any objections, and there were even people who specifically came to the door, saying that they wanted to see them. Suyu did not refuse. And when those people were dry and silent after seeing him literally turn this broken harbor into a deep water harbor in half a day, all of them were dry and silent. Totally unbelievable that this is something humanly possible. After the silence, however, many people began to do a double take. What's the port? What a catalyst for modern trade the port is. But it's not like the harbor is something you want to build. Excellent deepwater harbors, in particular, all need to be tailored to local conditions. At least the waters of this ocean it would have had to be deep enough to do so. It was unheard of for water like Suyu to not be deep enough for hard digging. Hard digging the harbor with modern technology is certainly not a problem if you really want to do it. The point is that a project of this magnitude takes too long. And due to topographical factors, the dredged harbor will be silted up again in no time. It's not worth it at all to spend a lot of manpower and resources to dig a harbor that won't last long. But Suyu really dug it out. And there is also said to be a current deflection technique used that changes the direction of ocean currents near the harbor to prevent sediment from silting up the harbor again. With this kind of technology, it would be hard not to be impressed. If every coastal city could dig a deepwater harbor like this, then the already extremely low cost of ocean trade could be further reduced. Even Boulder dredged all the great rivers and streams with this. Then the cost of transportation of goods can be really low to a terrible extent. Under such a great temptation, naturally, some people could not help but ask Suyu for cooperation. However, Suyu snorted and did not agree to it. After all, he had only rented this J9000 module from Froststar for 12 days. There aren't many days left to get the Zwaigaki project finished. Suyu could have no intention of renewing the lease and then subletting the place to someone else to make money. One of them was that the life extension gold Dan was more precious, and he couldn't afford to rent this thing with a large amount of life extension gold Dan. And the other reason is more complicated. The J9000 module can do more than just cut harbors and dredge shipping channels. It's even stronger in engineering and construction. As good as advanced productivity is, something can go wrong if it's too advanced and comes out of nowhere. It's no exaggeration to say that something like the J9000 module, as long as the materials are in place, it's no problem to build dozens of neighborhoods a day. Not only is it fast, but the cost is horribly inexpensive, because it simply doesn't require a lot of processed, semi-finished material. Only the most steel, cement, lime and other basic materials are needed to build a building flat. So here's the question. If the J9000 module is used on a large scale in Kyushu, then there is a whole chain of people involved. From the processing of raw materials, to the delivery of building materials, to the manufacturing of construction equipment, to the workers who build the buildings, to the designers, to the interior decorators, and so on. All of them will lose their jobs. And how many people in Kyushu feed off this chain? Uncountable. It's a number of people that no other industry could possibly absorb. So pulling out the J9000 for use in Kyushu at this point in time is largely sinful instead. This was also the reason why Suyu had only rented it from Froststar for 12 days and had no intention of using it after building the Ziwayaki. Coming up with this kind of over-the-top technology that can outlaw human labor on a large scale in an era where it is impossible to provide for all of humanity will only result in unimaginable disasters. Thursday morning, 9 o'clock. Suyu, who had recently adjusted to jet lag and was determined to be a healthy brother, climbed out of bed. He even slept alone last night. After a brief wash, he went downstairs to get ready for breakfast. For her part, Autumn sat at the table without saying a word, propping her chin on one hand and watching him quietly. She waited for Suyu to finish her breakfast before she said, "Recruitment is basically about to be completed. A total of over 12,000 grassroots staff have been recruited this time. All of them have been carefully selected, and I've already notified the time of entry. There are only a few final rounds of interviews left to be done with some of the company's top executives. Do you want to check out the site today? Go to the scene?" Suyu gave her a surprised look. "You've been handling it before, so you're just going to keep handling it." He didn't feel like the person he'd selected would be a better fit than the one Autumn had selected through the algorithm. After all, with recruitments like these, the uncontrollable elements whose behavioral logic is inherently questionable and unpredictable by that algorithm at the end of the fall are weeded out in the first round. Those that stayed were basically more normal people. There was absolutely no need for him to intervene. "Not that I'm asking you to pick someone." Autumn shook her head. "These people were actually chosen a long time ago, and when they say it's the final round of interviews, it's really just a walkthrough. The construction of Zweigaki is basically complete, so you can go over to the interview side and walk through the process, and then you can take these new executives directly to the completion ceremony of Zweigaki. By the time the whole process is recorded and transmitted to the internet, it's also considered a free wave of advertisement for you and the Timeless Technology Group." "Already completed?" Suyu's eyes lit up, though he put the J9000 module to work starting Monday, building it while he waited for the official building materials to be delivered. But the progress of the project is exceedingly slow. The previous official statement of getting together the raw materials within 3 days actually meant that these raw materials would be sent to the Magic City within 3 days. After arriving in Mordor, it had to be delivered to Suyu Ziwagaki's construction site through other modes of transportation. It is preferred that this last stretch is instead the most difficult path. Even after Suyu opened up the harbor there and rebuilt the docks, enough for hundreds of thousands of tons of cargo ships to come in and out to unload. But it also takes some time to load the goods from the port of Mordor again. Without raw materials, the J9000 modules naturally could not operate at full capacity, and project deliveries had to be delayed. When Suyu went to see it last night, the 388-meter main building had only just hit a foundation as well. The city in the sky made up of those 900-meter high residential buildings, moreover, has not even laid a foundation yet. He hadn't expected that it would all be finished in one night's time. Well, the officials sent the last batch of materials in early this morning. Autumn explained. "Alright then, what time to go over?" Suyu turned to ask. Since it was something as big as the completion ceremony, he naturally couldn't continue to be a salted fish and muddle through. "Let's go to the recruitment site before 10 o'clock. Go over there to go through the process, and just meet with those executives to get acquainted. I've rented a bus, so I can haul people there with me when the time comes. In addition, I have also recruited a group of chefs, who should have arrived at Ziwaki by this time, and after completing the completion ceremony, we can invite these new employees to have lunch in the restaurant in the entertainment area, which will help to enhance the employees' sense of identification with the company. In the afternoon you can give them a tour of the office and living areas. The event will last until about 3 p.m. When it's over, there is also a company opening ceremony. At that time you may need to go on stage to speak on behalf of the company and accept media interviews. There will be some media and official people involved. I've already prepared the speech. You can read it later. If you don't think it's good enough, you can play it as you like. It doesn't matter what you say." Well, that's about it. Between Autumn's glibness, she had already helped Suyu arrange everything. It made his head spin to hear it. There's one thing to be said for a completion ceremony for a big project like this one, plus the opening of a big company held at the same time. What's going on in there is only absolutely beyond imagination in terms of complexity. Examples include guest reception issues, ceremony flow issues, how to organize these people. The forest is too numerous to count. Suyu's head was about to explode when he thought about this pile of crap. One could only say that it was fortunate that there was Autumn. Otherwise he was afraid that he would have to find the officials to borrow a few teams specialized in handling such things to get it again. And I'm guessing it's going to take at least 3 or 5 more days of preparation to get it right. After a little preparation and a change of clothes, Suyu set off with Shiomu. The recruitment site is located in the south of the Magic City close to the suburbs of a stadium, next to the subway station. The transportation is very convenient. Candidates want to come is not difficult. When Suyu arrived, the group of executives recruited by Autumn had also arrived early. Hello chairman. Hello guys. Just after entering the temporary conference room, Suyu saw the group of executives that Chiu had found for himself. These people all looked to be around 30 or 40 years old, both male and female, and every one of them was dressed in suits and exquisite and sophisticated clothes. Suyu had roughly looked at their information, and every one of them inside was basically a talent who had once served as an executive in a Fortune 500 company and had rich management experience. All of them are top-notch workplace elites. After all, these people were found by Chiu, and the person in this world who knew Suyu the most was probably Chiu. She was of course clear about Suyu, the big boss who was quite the shirker. Therefore the executive team recruited are not mediocre and are certainly capable of fully supporting a top company when they get into shape. And all Suyu has to do is just clap on some important decisions. The usual trivialities don't need him to interfere. Whether or not these recruited executives were loyal to the company was not a matter for late Autumn to consider. The information age has no secrets for her. And whoever dares to make small moves in private and do things that jeopardize the company's interests simply can't be hidden from her eyes. After a brief greeting, they followed the previously prepared process, allowing these executives to come in front of Suyu for the final round of interviews. I say it's an interview, but it's really just mostly a mix-up with the big boss. The middle and lower level employees Suyu cannot recognize, but these executives, it is still necessary to recognize. Next, as a competent woman in a lady's suit left, a middle-aged man close to 40 entered the interview room. As soon as he came in, Suyu couldn't help but stare. Mr. Sun, eh? The middle-aged man was also stunned at his words, and then he hurriedly said, Don't. The chairman can just call me little son. However, Suyu was back to his senses at this time, and after sighing that the world is really small, he said with a smile, Mr. Sun, don't you remember me? Shanghai Trading Company, Operations Department, 6th Operations Group, part of the Shanghai Group. The middle-aged man who called himself Xiao Sun looked up at Suyu blankly at the words, and only after a while did he remember who this old boss in front of him was. Immediately afterward, he couldn't help but blanch and say, Oh no, Sun Qingyun, one of the deputy general managers of Shanghai Group. In the Shanghai Group is absolutely the mainstay of the existence of the proper power executives. A single word or action can many times even influence the decisions of the entire board. During his 10 years of service in Shanghai Group, he has done things including but not limited to expanding the business scope, laying out new industries, optimizing the management mode, removing the group's shortcomings and so on. It can be said that Shanghai Group can be ranked among the top 500 enterprises in China. Sun Qingyun credit. However, last year, he offended a number of shareholders on the board by proposing a motion. Fortunately, he was prepared for this and argued his case after being opposed by these shareholders. Finally, the board of directors agreed that he should find a subsidiary under the Shanghai Group to try out his proposal. The motion is not complicated and is summarized in 2 words. Layoffs. The Shanghai Group is an enterprise that has been around for decades, with a complex mix of shareholders within it, and many of its senior executives have likewise been in office for a long time and have deep roots. Under such circumstances, many group executives then like to stuff the group with some family descendants or relatives and friends whose abilities are not too good and can only wait for death. This has led to the fact that the Shanghai Group is now exceptionally bloated and overcrowded, but it is surprisingly inefficient. Seeing through this, Sun Qingyun then submitted that proposal for layoffs. Then, he was kicked by the board of directors as if to a subsidiary of the Shanghai Group, Shanghai Trading. He knew that he was not going to do this so well, and he also knew that if he came in and did it straight away, there would be people who would go against the grain and end up doing bad things out of the goodness of their hearts. For this reason, he also served as the general manager of the Shanghai Trade for 3 months, just to figure out the real situation of the Shanghai Trade, and to distinguish those who really do things from those who don't do things at all, and then put the knife in. Until last month, Sun Qingyun, who thought he had understood almost everything about Shanghai Trade, finally made up his mind and started laying off employees. There is also a limit on the number and scope of layoffs, within which a sufficient number of people must be laid off to make it work, and in order not to offend the rest of the company's executives too hard, his list of layoffs this time around wasn't too big, and even only involved those connected people who were so completely swinging for the fences that they didn't even bother to clock in at work. The assholes who didn't do much on a regular basis he turned a blind eye to, ready to cut next time. Results? The results didn't amount to much. Layoffs of this magnitude would surely have to be submitted to the head office board for approval first. The day after he put the proposal up, Shanghai Trade executives learned the news, and then took advantage of Sun Qingyun did not come to the company on the weekend gap, take the initiative to persuade some of the staff who do not matter, can do things to leave. Those who don't want to leave are just laid off for any reason. While it's a big no-no for executives to go over the board's head and lay off so many people without authorization, these executives basically did so at the behest of their shareholders. Sun Qingyun couldn't do anything about them, and there were already few people in the company who could do the job, and naturally even fewer by the executives. Even if the board had approved the motion he submitted for layoffs after dragging it out for a few days, he wouldn't have been able to make the cuts. Any more layoffs and the entire Long Sea trading company will have to shut down. When the time comes, the losses will only be measured in hundreds of millions of dollars. Even if he had some say in the Shanghai group, he could hardly be blamed when it came to that time. After this incident, it also made Sun Qingyun, who still had some expectations for Shanghai group, greatly disappointed. At the same time, it felt that the Shanghai group had no future anymore. It so happened that at this time, he saw the job advertisement of Coming Time Technology. When he first saw the job advertisement, he was actually a bit disbelieving. After all, the benefits are way too high for the current average salary level in the Magic City. But after all, he has been in a high position for a long time, and he is also considered well informed in Magic City. After entrusting his connections to inquire from many sides, he finally confirmed that this time and space technology group was not only real, but that what was involved behind it was much bigger than anyone could have imagined. It is said that even the top of the official hierarchy is quite concerned. So Sun Qingyun did not hesitate to put in his resume, and secretly sold all the stocks of Shanghai Group, ready to run away from the muck pit that could not be helped. Meanwhile, in the past few days, he had gotten more news about spacetime technology through multiple inquiries. More and more. I feel that I made the right decision to jump ship, and things were going extremely close to what he had initially envisioned. With his qualifications and abilities, he quickly passed several rounds of interviews. As long as you've met the big boss of timeless technology today, you'll be considered successfully on board. And there are tons of empty positions at TimeTech because it's in its infancy. Once he's in there, he can go straight into an executive role and doesn't need to spend any more time starting from scratch and fighting for power. But just when he was looking forward to entering a vibrant new business to make a name for himself and to realize his talent, but he was confused by the sudden surprise. That mysterious big boss behind the scenes of time and space technology was actually one of the employees who had been laid off by those executives when he was the general manager of Shanghai Trading, because he had made a point of finding out beforehand which employees were really doing their jobs and which were not. So for Su Yu, whose performance has always been good, there is actually some impression. The first time did not recognize, because Su Yu looks with the then already have not a small difference, and identity status and this big boss completely incomparable. No sane person can connect the two. But at this moment, when he heard Su Yu's words, he took a closer look at Su Yu's looks. Even if he didn't want to believe that it was true, Sun Qingyun still had to admit it. Su Yu, the big boss behind time and space technology, is really the employee of Shanghai Trade who was laid off. Sins. Although it was those executives who laid off Su Yu's group of capable employees in order to disgust him. But if it weren't for his insistence on layoffs, this wouldn't have happened. Not to mention the fact that the laid-off employees don't know that there are so many insiders in the district. People just know that the ones who were doing a good job got laid off and the ones who were waiting to die didn't. It must be a stupid company and the executives must have a bad head on their shoulders. If it were usual, being scolded would be scolded, and not a piece of meat would fall off. But now the employee who was laid off had become the big boss of timeless technology. That's not the same thing. Sun Qingyun only felt his eyes go black and his heart had already cooled halfway down. However, what he did not expect was that Su Yu saw him remember who he was, and did not make things difficult for him, but instead reached out warmly. Welcome to TimeTech. In the Shanghai Trade has also been on the class for a few years. Sun Qingyun, this person, he still heard something. There's absolutely nothing to say about the ability. And although the matter of layoffs may seem complicated, Su Yu is now, after all, standing in a different perspective than when he was an employee. There is also a natural difference in the way of looking at things. I had guessed that there were some unknown secrets behind the layoffs in the first place. Without knowing the full picture, he naturally wouldn't jump to conclusions and kick out the people that Autumn had handpicked to be here. Sun Qingyun was overjoyed and hurriedly held Su Yu's hand, excitedly saying, "Don't worry, Chairman, I will do my best to do what I have to do." After exchanging a few more casual pleasantries, Su Yu asked him to go out and wait for a few moments first, and continued the interview himself. There are not many executives who need him to personally interview, except for Sun Qingyun. Su Yu only spent a few minutes on average for each one he met. The interviews were completed just before 11 p.m. and it was announced that all executives had passed the interviews. Then they took the rented bus and headed for the completed Zwaigaki with these people in tow. Accompanying them were some weighty official media and some of the local media in the Magic City. A miracle in the history of architecture is about to be unveiled. In front of all, Is this going to the suburbs? Why does it look like it's getting more and more out of the way? Isn't it normal to be remote? Doesn't the job posting say that you need to be able to accept working in the suburbs to be able to work, so the location must be remote? That I do know. But looking at the size of the recruitment, it's impossible for the company to be small, right? Has there been such a large project in the southern suburbs of Magic City in the past 2 years? Never heard of it. From what I've heard, it seems that the headquarters of TimeTech is newly built, and it's rumored to be huge. Such a large-scale project, even we don't have any news at all. I heard before that the background of time and space technology is not ordinary. Now it seems to be true. What TimeTech? That's our company now. That's true. I was getting excited to see what the company's headquarters would look like. On the way to Ziwagaki, a group of executives were extraordinarily curious about the mysterious headquarters they were about to arrive at. After all, they were all people with some status and position in magic, and had their own information channels. But there was really no knowledge of whether there had been any major projects in the southern suburbs of Mordor in the past 2 years. It is impossible for people not to be curious, even these executives who had been in high positions for a long time. As several buses slowly drove towards Ziwagaki, the crowd's mood grew excited, until at a certain point, a sharp-eyed woman in the bus at the head of the group suddenly pointed to the distant sky and exclaimed in alarm, "Look, you guys, what's that?" The crowd sniffed and parted to look up through the windshield of the bus. It's not a very nice day in the Magic City. It's overcast and rainy. The sky was cloudy. The visible height was only a few hundred meters. Plus at this time the caravan had already entered the mountain road and was blocked by the hills, so it was reasonable to say that they couldn't see those super high-rise buildings in Ziwagaki. But it was at this time, between the clouds rolling around in the sky, the 388-meter high main building that was hidden in the clouds could be vaguely seen, as well as the 900-meter high buildings that made up the city in the sky. Magnificent buildings rising straight up into the sky, shedding their presence between the clouds. The trance gave the feeling of a crushing break straight into the clouds of an annihilating beast. In an instant, it caused many people's giant object phobia to erupt, and they couldn't help but feel creeped out. And as the caravan got closer and closer, the behemoth hidden behind the clouds finally revealed its true colors. Looking at the terrifying tall buildings that rose straight up into the sky, as well as the city in the sky made up of 8 tall buildings, everyone on the bus couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Many fast reaction quickly took out their cell phones to take pictures. Some of the accompanying journalists have long taken out the camera and began to frantically shoot. At that exact moment, Ottoman's soft voice rang out within all the buses. "Welcome, everyone, to the headquarters of the TimeTech Group, a milestone in the history of Blue Star architecture, the greatest architectural cluster of the century. Ziwagaki. The Ziwagaki plan divides the nearly 10 square kilometers of the coastal plain into 4 sections, 4 parts: the work zone, the factory zone, the living zone, and the recreation zone. Among them, the main building of the work area is a 388-meter high super high-rise building, which covers an area of 160,000 square meters, has 209 floors above ground and 16 floors below ground, with a usable area of 359 million square meters. This building will be the main office of the future Timeless Technology Group. With Ottoman's unflinching and gentle introduction, the doubts in the eyes of the crowd not only did not subside in the slightest, but instead gradually transformed into surprise and horror. A 388-meter building for the group's office, 8 900-meter buildings for staff dormitories, for super factories, 10 mega warehouses, deep water harbors with water depths of tens of meters, and high-tech artificial beaches. All of these things add up to just the headquarters of a company? Some small fourth-tier towns aren't this big, are they? After the initial shock, a slew of executives fell into a state of skepticism. These workplace elites, who are incredibly confident in themselves, are already wondering at this point whether they are capable of doing the upcoming job or not. Unlike them, the media reporters who accompanied them, after a brief moment of confusion, were ecstatic. Big news. Big, explosive news. Those with fast hands had already recorded the sound of Ottoman's introduction just now, and then paired it with the video of the giant building through the sky taken from afar, and sent it to the major video platforms. As soon as the video was released, it drew countless spectators and calls of impossibility. But after seeing that a number of media outlets had cut similar videos, and even many of them were authoritative official media, everyone fell silent. In a short while, the convoy followed the path into the mountain and entered the interior of Ziwagaki. Buildings with no visible roofs at a glance, mega factories lying on the ground like flooded giants, classical garden designs carved out of the ground. The combination of classical and technological gives an unreal cutthroat feeling, and yet, it all seems so natural and harmonious, as if it were impeccably formed. This dreamlike scene made all the guests who came in stop and watch. It's as if you can't get enough of it. The greatest architectural complex of the century. Ziwei-gaki. Well deserved. Sun Qingyun looked at his surroundings and let out a long breath, both glad for his decision to jump ship and grateful for Su Yu's generosity. Yes, working in such an environment, I reckon I can live 10 years longer, a charming and plump woman exclaimed with a smile. I heard that the houses in the city in the sky over there are actually available for purchase, and each person is limited to one set. So it seems that I have to sell my house in Magic City and live in a different home. Yeah, I don't know what the prices are like. If they're not too high, I'd like to buy a set too. Another executive chimed in. It is said that the group executives work for more than half a year. Without problems, you can buy a set of Air City at cost. Work for more than 2 years. If you did not buy a house, the group will give a set of gifts. And I do not know how the specific process. The group of executives had only just gotten off the bus when they marveled at the grandeur of Ziwei-gaki. After sighing, the topic gradually shifted to the house. With their gaze, it was naturally not difficult to see that the future of spacetime technology was absolutely unlimited. And the houses in that city in the sky will definitely be priced treasures in the future. It is also at this time, they understand the time and space technology to put the recruitment advertisement in the sentence work full XX years to send a house. The gold content. Even the lowest level employees are given a suite after only 3 years of employment. The perk is simply unimaginable. To be honest, the salary of an employee who has worked for 3 years is only less than the value of this suite. Time tech. It's just so trenchant. Seeing that the executives there were discussing hotly, Su Yu did not have the intention to intervene, letting them know how high the employee benefits really are. Those would have been in the late fall plans as well. As the saying goes, there will be courage in the face of heavy rewards. To get employees to contribute, it's no use painting a cake. You have to show the real thing. Su Yu's chips have been given out, and the next step is to see how these employees perform. The employee benefits on the job posting are all real, but the only one that's not simple to get is the house gift. A complete appraisal system was developed in late fall. Regardless of the level of the employee, you need to pass the assessment, plus the number of hours worked before you will be given a room. There is no such thing as swinging for a few years and still giving away rooms. And Su Yu is not an ingrate. This assessment standard Su Yu has also read. In fact, it is not difficult. That said, it can be a lot simpler to get there than curling until your hair falls out at one of those internet powerhouses 996. So although he played some word games in the job advertisement and didn't mention the existence of the test, Su Yu didn't feel like he was cheating. This is not so much an appraisal as it is a standardized line that separates normal employees from those who grope and mingle. Anyone who goes to work normally and completes his or her job honestly actually passes the test and receives a company-issued house. After all, Su Yu wasn't really doing charity. It was impossible to give out super high benefits to even those who were posing and not working. And not only will they not pay benefits, if they fail the assessment for more than 3 consecutive months, they will be kicked out of time and space technology directly. It's not like he's got an iron rice bowl. Those who work well, then eat meat. Asshole lazy dog, then eat shit. If you're still swinging for the fences with such high benefits, are you still a human being? Of course, Su Yu believed that as long as he could really fulfill his promises, and every benefit was issued on time, the vast majority of people should be able to work well. The people of Kyushu are not afraid of suffering. What they are afraid of is that they can't get anything after suffering and tiring. And in Su Yu's case, it was clear that this would not happen. After sighing for a while, the group of executives were guided to the site of the completion ceremony by the bionic humans that were spread throughout the Zweigaki. The completion ceremony is actually not complicated. After the MC team read the congratulatory speech, Su Yu went up and simply said a few words of the speech that Autumn had prepared for him long ago. Then he filled in a shovelful of soil for a stone tablet with the word Zuwaiki written on it at the center of the Zuwaiki wall with his own hands. Then in order, the official representatives of Mordor, the executive team and so on went up to fill in the soil. Once all these executives had filled in a shovelful of dirt, the completion ceremony was considered complete. The time also happened to come to 12 o'clock out of noon. The large group turned again to a hotel in the middle of the entertainment district and enjoyed an impeccable meal. The afternoon's activity was for the bionic people in the Ziwei-gaki to show these new arrivals around the Ziwei-gaki. It was worth mentioning that the 2,000 bionics that had previously been bought from Frost Star had long been insufficient, and Su Yu had purchased another 6,000 units from her. However, this time, the price was a bit cheaper, and the item being traded was no longer the life extension gold pill. Instead, it's water, 600,000 tons of seawater. But this deal is where things go wrong. Frost Star originally requested 500,000 tons of low pollution, radiation-free seawater. Blue Star's water reserves were as high as 1.38 trillion cubic meters, a mere 500 tons could not even be counted as a single hair of a cow, so Suyu naturally had no reason to refuse. But after Suyu went to the beach to pour water over her, she actually detected trace amounts of radiation in the seawater. Then, Suyu was then complained by Frost Star, so an additional 100,000 tons were paid over. That's when he remembered that there really was a bunch of fuckers next door dumping nuclear wastewater into the ocean. Grass cost him 100,000 tons of seawater. Let's write these bastards off first. Anyway, it was that he got Frost Star to get a large number of bionics again. These bionics will be placed into the major service facilities in the factory and Zweigaki, completely replacing the real-life employees. Not only are they cheap and capable, but they are also never likely to reveal the secrets of the factory. As for those Blue Star employees that Suyu had recruited, they were still mainly engaged in links that could not be easily replaced by other bionics. Of course, if it was under Ottoman's control, all the work in the company would actually be done without any employees, all by the bionics. But although the arithmetic power of this bionic man of Ottoman's current body was heaven-defying, it wasn't infinite after all. If she really let her control all the bionics to accomplish everything in the company's operation, then she wouldn't need to do anything else in the future. And she would have to run out of arithmetic power just to control the bionics. After all, operating the bionic man to do some simple work though consumes little arithmetic power. Just give commands. But controlling a bionic human to talk business, fight a lawsuit, or do something like research that requires improvisation consumes too much arithmetic. That was why Suyu had recruited employees, leaving these things that did not involve the core secrets of spacetime technology to the recruited employees. In addition to the bionic man, Suyu also approached Frost Star to purchase a complete lightweight exoskeleton production line, as well as 5 million metal hydrogen batteries of various types of discharge. With the help of Autumn, he couldn't be clearer about the general situation of Future City. Had the upper hand in negotiating this deal? First, the previous 5-year, weekly battery purchase plan with Autumn has been scrapped by mutual agreement. After all, both men are in very different worlds now than they were when the contract was signed, and the way they worked together then is clearly not applicable now. The new contract was that Frost Star would provide a total of at least 5 million metal hydrogen batteries of different models every month according to the list provided by Suyu. The duration is 1 year. This list was developed by Autumn in reference to Blue Star's current market conditions. After all, this was a new product for the Blue Stars that had never been seen before, and it was going to take time to digest it once it hit the market. It doesn't even have to be thought about to know that once the metal hydrogen batteries are exposed, after squeezing the living space of those existing battery companies, rumors about the instability of metal hydrogen batteries are bound to buzz. After all, it's no fun for this thing to explode. Even the smallest cell phone battery, with the amount of metallic hydrogen in it, it could vaporize a person right where they are once it blows up. Though the technology for such batteries was fully matured in the prosperity era of the wasteland world, and the probability of an explosion without the deliberate use of violent dismantling was less than 1 in 100 billion, which could almost be said to be non-existent. But Suyu knew that others didn't. And it's true that metallic hydrogen is an extremely unstable item in the technology that Bluesterians can understand. All the time it's too easy for someone with an axe to grind to start a rumor. There's no way this thing is going to sell that well initially. It will take some time for the general public to be convinced of its stability. So for now, Autumn's End only suggests buying 5 million different types of batteries from Frost Star every month. It's natural to pay for both. For the lightweight exoskeleton production line, Suyu spent a life extension gold Dan. For 5 million batteries, he paid for 10,000 tons of oil. That's right, it's oil. Oil is at this stage besides an indispensable source of energy for Blue Star. It is even more important as an industrial raw material. Naturally, Frost Star did not seek him out to buy oil to use as an energy source. After all, they had a near infinite energy source in the form of nuclear fusion, and bought the stone only to use as an industrial raw material. She was on a wasteland world where the easily extractable crude oil on her home planet had been pretty much mined long before the prosperity era. The rest are difficult to mine, not to mention that there are countless horrific xenos on the wasteland that have mutated under the influence of genetic and biological weapons. Future City is a fool's errand trying to extract the crude oil under the wasteland on its own. But the future of the city wants to realize that huge amount of reserves of technology. Crude oil is an inextricable hurdle, so looking for Suyu to buy is the inevitable result. With the current price of crude oil, a barrel of crude oil costs about $550 or so, and a ton is about 4,000. 10,000 tons is just over 40 million. As for those 5 million metal hydrogen batteries of different models, according to Chiyo Mu's estimation, after selling them, they could at least bring more than 40 billion or more for Suyu. That's still a large number of some smaller batteries of relatively low value in there. All in all, it was this deal, under the guidance of Autumn the future city rebel ninja. Suyu was truly earning hemp. And it's still the kind that earns physical and mental comfort and doesn't hold back. When he thought of Frost Star's dumbfounded look later on when he realized that the life extension gold pill was actually only useful for the first one, Suyu couldn't help but want to laugh. It was also a way to avenge Frost Star's previous sale of the G60 exoskeleton black box, but not the batteries. This introduction of lightweight exoskeletons and metal hydrogen batteries is probably the representative product that Time Heavy Industries and Time Battery will show off at the opening ceremony of Time Technology tonight. Metal hydrogen batteries need no introduction. As for the light exoskeleton, although the parameters are far from the G60 heavy exoskeleton, it is also a proper black technology product. A person wearing this lightweight exoskeleton is able to run continuously for 500 kilometers at 60 kilometers per hour while carrying 200 kilograms of weight. And that's just the energy-saving mode. At its limit, the exoskeleton can carry up to 400 kilograms and reach a maximum speed of 80 kilometers per hour fully loaded, though the range drops to 180 kilometers. This figure was certainly not comparable to a heavy exoskeleton, but it was considered a super single soldier equipment that could not be found on Blue Star. Heavy exoskeletons can only be produced through black box production, and not to mention the limited production. The war potential of the thing is just too insurmountable. Suyu's positioning for it was actually a non-sale item. Aside from the Kyushu military, he had no intention of selling it to anyone else or forces anytime soon. Sentiment or not, let's not talk about it. Just the official help given to him during this period of time. The unlimited supply of all kinds of materials. He will have to bear people's love. It's a way of giving back to the officials for making things easier for him. Suyu's positioning for the lightweight exoskeleton is a globally oriented and unlimited civilian exoskeleton. In the domestic market, this exoskeleton he would only use to trade with officials, and if it's oriented abroad, then he doesn't care so much. $2 million a set. Anyone with money will sell. So whoever it is, look at the opponents you're exchanging fire with are equipped with these things. Per capita Superman. If you don't come here, how can we fight this war? Just throw in the towel before it's too late. So who still has trouble with Toyota pickups being too nimble? Come up with a lightweight exoskeleton and punch a pickup truck. Let others have a good look at the fact that even the black state with its excellent matching mechanism can be transformed into a god of war with the procurement of these exoskeletons. Of course, he certainly will not tell others that the heavy exoskeleton procured by the Kyushu military for 1 million apiece can beat dozens of such light exoskeletons with one hand is. For this kind of export to generate income, the official is naturally strongly supportive. Only the official made a small deal with Suyu. That is, overseas users of these lightweight exoskeletons need to settle in RMB when purchasing products from Timeless Technology, and the official favor given was a direct order for 100,000 lightweight exoskeletons as the domestic police version. The total price tag is $200 billion, to be delivered in 4 phases within 6 months. What price Suyu sells outside? They purchase at what price? Payback is not even with payback. Instead, more money was spent on procuring these lightweight exoskeletons as opposed to the 1 million apiece heavy exoskeletons. It could be said to be extending an olive branch to Suyu in a very intuitive way. In addition to this, the official also gave all the raw material procurement of spacetime technology to open the door, and even take these materials to do what asked, not even bother to ask. What with oil, food, and other things that sound completely unrelated to the business of Timeless Technology, they will help dispatch and sell to Timeless Technology at the lowest possible price if asked. It was able to save Suyu a great deal of time and money costs. All in all, with the 2 main products, the lightweight exoskeleton and the metal hydrogen battery, Suyu is not worried about not having anything to say at tonight's opening ceremony. Sitting in the top floor office of the 1388-meter-high giant building, Suyu was not in the mood to enjoy the scenery on the sea of clouds at this time, but rather had a headache as he looked at the speech that Chiyomu had prepared for him in his hand. The entire speech had tens of thousands of words, and even if he had already undergone genetic agent modification and his brain development was far beyond that of normal people, it was a great challenge to memorize tens of thousands of words in a few hours. For her part, Autumn sat on the edge of her desk and swung her legs over the edge, quietly gazing out at the dreamlike skyline over the sea of clouds from afar, until at a certain moment, Autumn suddenly raised an eyebrow and said, "Gee, you don't seem to need to force yourself to memorize these speeches." Suyu raised his head in surprise, and was about to ask, when the cell phone placed aside suddenly rang. He picked up his cell phone and saw that it was General Zhou Qing, who he had a meeting with the last time he was in that military base, calling. Glancing at the early expected Autumn end, Suyu clicked answer. "Mr. Su, I heard that you've been preparing for the opening of your company and product promotion recently?" As soon as the phone was connected, Zhou Qing's extremely fast-talking voice came through, appearing somewhat anxious. "Yeah, what's up? We now have an opportunity on our side where we can provide real-world demonstration equipment. I wonder if Mr. Su is interested? Zhou Jing tried. Actual combat demonstration? Suyu froze, completely not expecting him to actually say actual combat as soon as he opened his mouth. After thinking about it, he added, how is it a practical demonstration? Is it a drill or a real movie? Towards the end, there was even a slight excitement in his tone. Good lord, he hasn't had a chance to try out his power armor since he brought it in. I've been wanting to try a couple of grievance seeds for a long time. It was a pity that the domestic environment was relatively more peaceful, like the last time he happened to meet Chuyu being assassinated. That was an opportunity that could not be missed. So much so that his power armor was taken to the point where it served little purpose other than to pretend. Now, listening to Zhou Jing's words, it seems like there's a real chance to do battle? As expected, after hearing Suyu's question, Zhou Qing over there decisively said, go abroad. For real, to war. Go abroad. For real, to war. Hearing Zhou Qing's voice on the other end of the phone, Suyu could not help but be confused for a moment even though he was already mentally prepared. But then came the doubt. Really on the battlefield? Where's the battlefield? What's it like? He threw out a series of questions, while Zhou Qing on the other end of the phone answered without hesitation. It's true. The battlefield is located in a small country in the northern part of the Black State, and the general situation is that there's a civil war over there, and the resistance captured the country's capital 3 hours ago, and then started to slaughter and ransack outsiders and foreign companies with impunity. Kyushu has dozens of important mines and factories in that country, and more than 100,000 Kyushuans are working and living there, now that they are all in extreme danger, and because of the suddenness of the incident, we are not prepared to evacuate early. It will take at least 2 days to mobilize the warships in that vicinity to get there. At present these compatriots have gathered in a large factory to take refuge under the guidance of the local embassy, except that the resistance side has discovered them and is forcibly attacking the factory at this moment. The armed forces at the factory won't last long. They'll be overrun in 2 hours at the most, and by then these maniacs will have a large number of hostages from Kyushu, which will make us very passive, and I'm afraid that with the way these people have acted in the past, they're going to cause a lot of casualties. Hearing him say this, Suyu became roughly clear about Zhou Jing's purpose and blurted out, you want me to use the Peregrine Falcon to help you guys get the people there? The lives and properties of a large number of Kyushu people stationed outside the country were jeopardized, and the nearest Kyushu military forces could not arrive quickly enough. Then Zhou Jing's purpose for calling him was naturally self-evident. After all, the Peregrine Falcon's top speed can exceed the second cosmic velocity, and the equatorial circumference of the blue planet is just over 40,000 kilometers. At full speed, the Peregrine Falcon can circle the blue planet along the equator in less than an hour. You can be almost anywhere in the world in half an hour. If Suyu agreed to help, he would be able to send the military's fighters and equipment to that small black state country 10,000 miles away within 10 minutes. Our purpose indeed, Zhou Kang said frankly. As for the cost, we don't know exactly what Mr. Su needs. You can mention whatever you want, as long as it's within the official capacity of Kyushu, we'll try to satisfy it. Try to meet. Suyu weighed the conditions he offered and did not answer immediately, turning to add, so what you mean by a live demo is that I can go and film all the live fights and upload them to the internet? Yes, Zhou Jing said without hesitation. And if necessary, some official media can also disclose some details of this operation to the public to prove the authenticity. It's okay. Suyu pondered for a moment, and after seeing that Xiao Mu also nodded in favor, he agreed. It wasn't that he didn't have his own opinions and had to listen to Autumn End on everything. Rather, it's because compared to himself, the invincible Autumn End who crisscrosses the internet is clearly able to make a more sound judgment when it comes to this kind of thing. Poor information is always the biggest impediment to fair trading. Autumn End's presence, on the other hand, completely erased the information gap between Suyu and the others on the blue planet. Let him always make the right choice. Hearing Suyu's words, Zhou Qing on the other end of the phone couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief, and then hurriedly told Suyu the preliminary plan for this operation. To put it simply, Suyu did not need to exert much effort throughout the whole process, and directly drove the Peregrine Falcon to the military base that had been there that day. Then take 100 warriors equipped with heavy exoskeletons and head straight for that small black state. When you get to the place, put the person down and it's done. As for the need to use the Peregrine Falcon to provide more fire support or something like that, Zhou Jing didn't even mention it. Apparently, people have just one request. Suyu just sends people there. He trusted the elite warriors equipped with heavy exoskeletons to handle the rest. As for the benefits given to Suyu, that is also very simple, is to try to meet all his needs, whether that need is reasonable or unreasonable. If they can do it, they can fulfill it. Don't think that this stuff is a blank check. In fact, when the level reaches a certain height, Contractual agreements may not work better than verbal promises. After all, to put it bluntly, if Suyu was not willing to cooperate, the law could not care about him. Not to mention officially, people make this stuff up. What really holds the relationship together is really more about interests, with a little bit of family sentiment added in at most. After Suyu and his time and space technology had unveiled countless advanced technologies, the official attitude towards him now was simply to hold him in his hands for fear of falling, and to hold him in his mouth for fear of melting. It's not too much of a stretch to say that there is a demand for it. It was naturally impossible to backtrack at such a time and destroy the trust between the two parties. Of course, how many things to take how much benefit? Suyu himself also need to be able to carry out the clear only. Can't give a favor to a person to ask for a large amount of money to split the land to be the king or something? This kind of request is obviously not possible to agree with the official. Some people may also think that, in Suyu's current situation, the Kyushu officials would have responded to his needs, and then added to meet all the needs is completely unnecessary. But to think that way would be a purely small picture. The official support given to him now is in fact the maximum support that can be given within the scope of principles, and this within the limits of competence is obviously much broader, almost equal to any requirement. The meaning is completely different than before, and on top of that, there was an addendum attached. That is, the official would help Time Technology publicize the product, and would even be able to let him use these precious first-line battlefield video materials, and for some well-known reasons, it is officially impossible to send one's own army directly into another country. So these 100 fighters will not enter the battlefield in the name of the military when the time comes, but rather they will be given a name of security personnel of a certain company. If Suyu was willing, this company could be Time and Space Technology. At that time, once the exposure out, even the most wonderful publicity and speeches are not as shocking as the headline Time and Space Technology Group security personnel wearing exoskeletons produced by the group to face 100 times their own enemies, and won the battle. No matter how exquisite the booth is, there is no better proof of the advanced technology of timeless technology than the warriors wearing exoskeletons across the battlefield. After ending the conversation with Joe K, it was only a little over 1 in the afternoon time-wise. Executives and media visiting Ziwagaki are being immersed in the Bionic Man's arrangements to experience this piece of Time and Space Group headquarters that seems to have appeared overnight. There was no need for Suyu to show up for a short period of time. He just needs to be back in time for the afternoon opening. Therefore, although it didn't matter if he went or not this time, Suyu still decided to go and join in the fun. After releasing the Peregrine Falcon from the item bar, he put on his Storm-class power armor and entered the Peregrine Falcon with Autumn End. Speaking of which, the trading platform initially dispensed him with an item bar now long insufficient. His current bar of items were all purchased exclusively using trading points. For 50 trading points, you can trade for an item bar with a capacity of 100,000 cubic meters. It's so much bigger than those item bars that platforms give away for nothing. Works very well. The 3 Peregrine Falcons that sit in the bar of these purchased items, just like last time. From the time the Peregrine Falcon started up to the time it stopped, barely more than a dozen seconds passed before it arrived over the military base in that mountain pass, slowly descending and docking in the open space prepared by the military in advance. Suyu, wearing power armor, once out of the hatch, he saw the 100 warriors in formation, wearing heavy exoskeletons, with weapons hanging from all interfaces of the exoskeleton. And at the forefront of these people, the one leading the group was actually Suyu's old acquaintance, Jobo Wei. Aren't you a researcher? Can you actually command battles? Suyu walked to Jobo Wei, who was wearing an exoskeleton, and reached out to gently knock on his shoulder armor. Jobo Wei immediately felt a huge force coming from him, and he retreated 2 steps before he was able to stabilize himself. Then his eyes looked at the power armor on Suyu's body, and his eyes revealed a look of envy. They had already tested the various properties of the heavy exoskeleton, and the data could only be described with the word horrible. But it was such a terrifying thing that was as powerless as a child in the face of Suyu, who was wearing power armor. When you get poked, you can only back up in a row. Luckily, this state of disorientation only lasted for a few moments, and Jobo Wei quickly came back to his senses and hurriedly replied, "Not commanding operations, I'm just the nominal commander. And this time I went over with the team to actually collect data on how the exoskeleton performed on the battlefield. The specific battle plan has already been formulated. These fighters are the best of the best. They know how to utilize their strengths to take care of the stinkers." Jobo Wei pushed up his glasses, obviously not looking too favorably on the resistance that could only rob and extort even when rolled out under the excellent matching mechanism of the Black State region. Of course, this looking down means just looking down on the other person's behavior. As for how well the other side fights and how well they fight, it's certainly hard to say until you've played it. Although it was feared that it would be difficult for an awesome army to emerge from the Black State region, people were after all rolled out. and they couldn't be careless and lighthearted. Then your profession is quite dangerous. You still have to go to the front line. Suyu was surprised. It was indeed dangerous in the past. Although not on the front line, there were quite a few colleagues who had been hit by stray bullets, and some of them had lost their lives as a result. Zhou Bowei shook his head, then patted his chest armor and laughed. But it's not so dangerous now. After all, with this, it's practically impossible to die without being on the front line. The two casually exchanged pleasantries. The soldiers on the open space also completed the final equipment inspection. One after another began to enter the Peregrine Falcon, on the point of whether they would come in and flip out and try to take control of the Peregrine Falcon. Suyu was not worried at all. After all, while he hadn't intended to use it, the exoskeleton did have a backdoor in it that he had left behind. If one really wanted to take the Peregrine Falcon by such means, it would be too childish. With a single thought, he was able to deactivate all of his exoskeleton altogether, transforming it into a large lump of iron several hundred kilograms with flesh wrapped around the inside. This was a situation he didn't think the military side wouldn't consider, so it was only right that they didn't have the slightest motivation in this regard, no matter what angle they took. Boom! Violent explosions came from the distance. A man in a dirty punching bag with a hiking pack on his back woke up with a start. Looking in the direction where the voice came from, he couldn't help but show some panic and worry in his eyes. Li He, the leader of an exploration team in the Black State branch of the Kyushu mining group, according to the original plan. In fact, by this time he should have already returned to his home country for a transfer and could have stayed at home with his wife and children. But just the other day when he was ready to go home, he was suddenly notified to lead a team to a mountainous area with an iron ore outflow for exploration, suspected to be a small open pit deposit. Another mission came before he was about to go home, which made Li He very helpless, but he couldn't refuse the mission assigned from above, so he had to lead his team to rush over. Because of the time off taken, the trip out was rewarded with an extremely hefty stipend in addition to double pay. There's no way around it. They give too much. After several days, Li He finally found the destination in the vast mountains, after a preliminary survey with several teammates using various instruments carried. It was then that he realized that he seemed to have found something extraordinary. Iron ore does exist in this mountain, and it's not even the small open pit deposits that the intel says it is. To be precise, underneath this open pit deposit, there is another immense deposit buried under the earth and rocks. The richness of the deposits underneath this one is simply unheard of. Based on his own expertise, Li He initially determined that the iron ore reserves down here could be as high as 8 billion tons, and it's all high-grade iron ore. After coming to this conclusion, he was taken aback himself. After all, the world's largest iron ore mine now has only 7.2 billion tons of proven iron ore. He's breaking records with this random search? At first he thought it was a mistake in the equipment, but after returning the equipment several times for the same result, he realized the seriousness of the matter. He did not dare to tell his teammates, decisively concealed the final results of the survey, claiming that there is only a small open pit deposit here, and led the team away. The intention was to report the results directly to the higher-ups after returning to headquarters. But He never expected that he would return to the capital of this small country in the front foot, and the rebel army would fight in the back foot. He had no choice but to follow the local embassy and evacuate to the factory where he now hides. More unfortunately, he was also separated from his teammates during the evacuation and is now all alone, listening to the increasingly intense gunfire outside. His entire body was gripped in fear. Pessimistically, "I'm afraid I'm dead this time." Many of the people around him coincided with his thoughts, and even some of the open-minded ones were already recording their last words with their cell phones. Seeing this, He also took out his own cell phone and turned on the camera function, ready to leave his last words. But the moment he had just taken out his cell phone, the bright sky suddenly darkened a little. He subconsciously looked up, only to find a huge object that actually appeared above everyone's heads at some point. That's arrived? At the porthole, Zhou Bowei looked down at the huge factory below, his voice a little dry. In less than 20 minutes, they had traveled over 9,000 kilometers across the country, arriving here from the Magic City. Although it was known before they came that the Peregrine Falcon's maximum flight speed exceeded the speed of the second universe, it was completely normal to arrive at their destination so quickly. But after actually feeling it, it's still unbelievable, especially during the acceleration process. He was walking as if he was walking on the ground inside the Peregrine Falcon, and he could barely feel the slightest bit of that sensation of acceleration. More than that, he was completely baffled and couldn't see what kind of technology it was. Just heard from a couple of highly respected physics gurus that it might be some sort of practical application of gravity. Inarticulate. And people are just guessing. They're not sure at all. Although he knew that it was 100,000 times more urgent down there at this moment, Zhou Bowei still couldn't help but ask this doubt. This How exactly did you guys solve the overload problem? Can you reveal it easily? Suyu, who was looking at the situation below, glanced back at him at the words and said in an inscrutable manner, "It's just a crude application of gravitational waves." Joking aside, if Suyu wanted to know this, why would he need to get rich only after obtaining the trading space? He's the richest fucking man on the blue planet. Gravitational waves. Zhou Bowei's pupils shrunk and his heart shook tremendously. Sure enough, it has something to do with gravity. However, thinking that there was an urgent matter at this time, he did not continue to dwell on this, and turned to add, "It's a bit more complicated down there. Mr. Su, is there a pre-made troop drop program in the ship? Normally, there is a complete process for transport planes to drop airborne troops. There are strict requirements as to what altitude, what speed, and what weather conditions can be used for skydiving. This will minimize accidents." This Peregrine Falcon was bigger than all the transports in the world, but it was hard to say whether it was a transport or not, and people didn't always have any regularized process for dropping troops. No need. Autumn behind Suyu shook her head. "Later I'll have the Peregrine Falcon find a clearing and hover 5 meters above it. After opening the door you'll just jump straight down." At this height, Suyu, an ordinary person who had only used an exoskeleton once or twice, could casually jump. I'll be damned if anything can happen to these elite warriors who are highly trained and have been using exoskeletons for close to a week. Zhou Bowei nodded at his words and didn't ask any more questions. This overly beautiful blue-haired woman was quite mysterious, and the officials hadn't even found out the slightest bit of information about her. It's as if the person appeared out of thin air, and in addition to the unknown identity, this woman gave him a very strange feeling. Obviously every day behind Suyu is a secretary role, can speak with outsiders but always inadvertently exudes a strong aura that cannot be questioned. The aura thing is abstract to say, but it's real. Similar to this kind of aura on Xiaomu, Zhou Bowei had only seen it on some big shots who had been in high positions for a long time and held the power of life and death in their hands. Therefore, every time he saw Autumn he couldn't help but feel a bit of awe. Instead, he was able to communicate normally when he was with Suyu. Within minutes, the bionic man operating the Peregrine Falcon drove it over a playground inside the factory. This is because this playground is located in the middle of the factory, far away from the firefight in front of it. For the sake of relative safety, the place was packed at this point. There is only slightly open space in the center, but there was enough for 100 fighters to go down. The Peregrine Falcon, still an optical stealth, silently hovered in the air only 5 meters above the ground. Autumn glanced at the 100 warriors who had finished their formation and were ready to go down, and faintly said, "The hatch is about to open. You have up to 5 minutes to disembark. In 5 minutes the Peregrine Falcon will close the hatch, turn on the optical cloaking module and lift off to standby." No sooner had her words left her mouth than the hatch at the back of the Peregrine Falcon, large enough for a tank to drive through, slowly opened. At the same time, the optical engine disengages. The 100-meter-long floating ship appeared in front of everyone below, blocking the early morning sunlight, and one by one, the warriors in their heavy exoskeletons fishtailed out without hesitation. Looking at the Peregrine Falcon that suddenly appeared in front of him, Li He's brain went completely down at the first moment. This kind of thing was completely beyond his knowledge, but the sound of something heavy hitting the ground immediately afterward brought him back again. Fixing his eyes forward, Li He actually found a person clad in heavy armor slowly stood up straight, then looked around, took a step and jumped to a dozen meters away, and raised the gun in his hand to start guarding. And that was obviously just the beginning. As more and more people in the same armor jumped out of the ship, they were heavily armed and didn't say a word. They looked disciplined and murderous. The entire playground had spotted the mysterious Peregrine Falcon with the warrior jumping off of it by now. Fear of the unknown gripped everyone's mind. No one dared to make a sound at a time like this, and the playground was awfully quiet. Until, "This is the security squad under the Kyushu Time and Space Technology Group. Everyone, you are safe." The silver-white power armor hovered in the air, and Suyu spoke the words through the power armor's amplification device, and behind him, the huge Peregrine Falcon turned on optical stealth and slowly disappeared into the sky. Seeing that everyone was looking at themselves in a daze and actually didn't have even the slightest feedback, Suyu couldn't help but tug at the corner of his mouth. Well, pretending to be lonely. However, he didn't think so and turned to Zhou Bowei. "I'll take care of the south side. I've been wanting to practice for a long time. Just now in the sky, I saw that the battle seemed to be more intense in the south. Can you do it alone?" Zhou Bo slightly worried. Although he knew that the power armor on Suyu's body was definitely many times more awesome than their exoskeleton. The opposite side is also an army born out of the excellent matchmaking mechanism of the Black State region, where combat is all about faith-based shooting. But this is a real battlefield after all, and there are so many variables, not to mention RPGs and whatnot. He seemed to have just seen what appeared to be tanks and armored vehicles over there. One man. Don't worry. I just looked. The south side is a street with only one entrance and exit. I'll go straight around and I'll be able to take it all in one pot. One will never let one go, Suyu said without thinking. After saying that, the workless engine nozzle behind him moved, and he stuck to the ground and flew off to the south, leaving behind only the clueless Jobo Wei. No. Is it a matter of being able to let people run away? It's a bit of a middle ground. But what man hasn't dreamed of driving a mech across the battlefield when he was young? It was hard to catch a chance like this. How could Suyu not stay on the Peregrine Falcon and watch others fight? What a son of $1,000 doesn't sit in a hanging room. With this power armor on, he's a pure and simple descending blow to those rookies. This is all afraid of death. Then simply do not do business. Business and failure to jump off the building it. And compared to Suyu's enthusiasm for the battlefield, Xiaomu was lacking in interest. She didn't like war and wasn't the least bit worried that Suyu would have any accidents. So it didn't follow. After sweeping through the crowd in the playground, her gaze finally settled on Li He. The heavy power armor that weighed over 2 tons slowly landed in front of Li He. With the sound of mechanical rotation, the face armor slowly faded away, revealing Autumn An's delicate face. Looking at Li He with azure eyes, Autumn An said in a flat tone, "You're pretty good at business if you can find the biggest iron ore mine in the world. Are you interested in coming to work at Timeless Technology? The salary package can be doubled for you." Li He sniffed with a huge change of expression and looked in horror at the woman in front of him, who only showed one face and the big iron lump. He couldn't understand why Autumn An knew about it. All the data in the exploration team will be summarized and calculated by him. He should be the only one to know the final result. He hadn't said anything about it to anyone, including his teammates, and was going to report it to his superiors when he got back in the first place. After all, such a large iron ore mine, and it was located in a place like the Black State. In the end, there aren't really many forces capable of competing. Kyushu finds out first and gets the upper hand, so his secrecy is necessary. But how could he not expect that he hadn't even told his teammates? And the woman in front of him of unknown origin, claiming to be from a company of some kind in Kyushu, had actually broken his secret with a single breath. "Surprised how I know you found the iron ore?" Autumn An laughed softly. "Actually, I'm not the only one who knows. Or else how do you think these rebels who have been fighting the official local army for over a decade were able to take down the capital here in one night?" As he spoke, a ray of red light flashed in Autumn An's azure eyes, and his armor-covered right hand was raised without haste, blocking in front of Li He. Click! There was a slight metallic tearing sound, and a single yellow-orange head was caught just between her index and middle fingers. The force was so great that it had almost flattened the bullet. It was only then that Hop Li heard the sound of gunfire in the distance. Li He's pupils shrank, realizing with hindsight what had happened. "There are a lot of people here right now who want to kill you." Casually dropping the bullets in front of him, Autumn An drew one of the electromagnetic pistols in the leg holster of his power armor and, without looking, took a shot at a small 6-story house hundreds of meters away. Li He subconsciously looked over and could vaguely see blood flashing. Swallowing hard, he asked with some trepidation, "You mean those people out there attacked us because of me?" "No, it's the reason for that iron mine. You simply know something you shouldn't." Autumn An shook her head. "We can help you out with the resistance, but we can't always keep you safe. And the next time someone tries to kill you, it's up to your luck." Li He instantly understood what Autumn An meant. It was nothing more than agreeing to go to work at Timetech so that they would keep him safe at the end of the fall. If he didn't agree, Autumn An and the others would obviously leave after settling the resistance, and it was hard to tell if he would be subsequently assassinated. It wasn't considered a threat. After all, it wasn't like people were official people of the Kyushu. It was already impressive to ensure the general safety of so many people present. There was no reason to keep protecting an outsider like him. I am an employee of the Kyushu mining industry. If I go to work for you," Li He was a little hesitant. "Don't worry, we'll explain the situation to the Kyushu officials, including that iron mine. You don't need to have any worries." Autumn An pointed at the Peregrine Falcon that had once again revealed its form and said, "Say yes and I'll have someone send you up right now. If what you say is true, then, I promise." Li He nodded. "It's work anyway. Where wouldn't it be? It's still your own little life that's a little more important." Autumn An didn't say anything else, except that the Peregrine Falcon's altitude dropped some more, and after the hatch opened, the entrance was less than 2 meters from the ground. 2 bionic men in heavy-duty exoskeletons jumped out of it, one on the left and one on the right, and then got into the Peregrine Falcon with Li He on their backs. Autumn An's sudden recruitment of Li Hop was certainly not on a whim. Rather, they are laying out for the future. There weren't really many unexploited mineral resources of any kind on the blue planet, and most of the conspicuously unexploited deposits were either in poor taste or difficult to mine, and none of them were really worth much. But Suyu's future places where he could mine were obviously more than just Blue Star. The divine world where Ingjiang is located is still an unexplored virgin land. Once Suyu and Frost Star's guess was correct, after upgrading to an intermediate agent or advanced agent, they would be able to trade living people to the other world. A talent like Li he would be of great use. Although it was still a long way off as to when they would be able to trade living things, as long as that possibility existed, it seemed to Autumn that it was necessary to make some preparations in advance. On the other hand, Suyu had already arrived on a small 4-story bungalow on the edge of the battlefield south of the plant. At his feet lay a body with its spine trampled. This is a resistant sniper who hides on the roof of a bungalow and lets off cold shots. It was directly stomped to death by Suyu's heavenly justice kick. Looking at the 5 T-62 tanks slowly advancing on the street below, as well as the infantrymen scattered far and wide around the tanks holding their AKs above their heads for a shot of faith every now and then, he couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. They say that the Black State region has an excellent matchmaking mechanism, and now that I've seen it, it's true to its name. The gang had been attacking this factory for at least an hour or so, and as a result, they hadn't even gotten through the door by now, and that's with a tank in the way. Although the T-62 is an antique from the last century, it is a main battle tank anyhow. Facing those factory security personnel across the street who only had light weapons, they should be able to run right over them anyhow. But this group of people even the simplest infantry tank synergy cannot do. Every time is the tank forward, infantry in the back of a long distance from the faith-shooting blind hook 8 fight. The security personnel on the other side had managed to stop a couple of main battle tanks outside with some cluster grenades, and so far in the fight only 2 people had been grazed by stray bullets, and casualties were almost negligible. Instead, several were killed on the resistance side. This is so magical. Looking at Suyu straight away, he called out for his next meal, but after all, he wasn't here to watch the show. And after watching for a while he didn't continue to watch any longer. Straight away, he got up and grabbed the Gauss rifle behind him, aiming it far away from one of the tanks at the front of the pack. Open the can. Bear with me. The tungsten cord armor-piercing rounds were accelerated to Mach 20 by the magnetic rails and discharged, tearing through the sound barrier with an ear-splitting whine and instantly piercing the rear armor of the main battle tank. Boom! The shell inside the tank was hit and martyred, and the turret was blown off in the intense fire. A second ago there was a crackling battlefield which was directly silenced by the dry. The two sides of the rookie chicken were in a state of skepticism as they looked at the tank that was instantly gone. I'm super. This can opener does work. So you looked at the tank in the distance Eb that had been shot in the face with a single shot, and his eyes flashed with surprise. 1 gun. 1 tank. That's a lot of bull. Immediately, he resumed his old trick of aiming again at the side armor of a tank. Boom. +1 for opening a can. Now, even if these resistance forces were slow to react, they realized that something was wrong. Having been killed off 2 tanks in a row, the crews in the remaining 3 tanks had long since been scared out of their wits, and ran off their vehicles with a roll. Suyu on the rooftop didn't continue to shoot, but allowed these people to escape the big can and hide in the cover to look around. For himself, he casually slung his Gauss rifle behind his back. The armor on either side of the spine behind the power armor flipped at a rapid pace, and in a split second, poof, 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 poof ejected 8 tiny drones. Some of these drones are purely reconnaissance, while others come with some attack capability. It can be said to be an alley fighting artifact. Of course, Suyu couldn't use this thing, and put it out for only one purpose. That's the shot. 8 on-the-go monitors with 360-degree views, plus the first-person camera system that comes with the power armor helmet. If we cut it out after the fight, it will be 10,000 times more shocking than those movies. Inside a street-side hut, a few resistance crews were looking around through the window with their guns, and every now and then they would glance at the 2 destroyed T-62 tanks on the street with palpitations. If they hadn't run so fast, they would probably have been opened as tin cans by now. Even if the key was open tanks, they were open 2 tanks, and they didn't even know exactly where the enemy was and by what means the tanks were destroyed. That's a little too creepy. Now that the tank is sitting there they are afraid to even go near it for fear that it will be opened again. In fact, by all rights, it should be the infantry and the infantry tank synergy that is responsible for the defense of clearing the nearby anti-armor units in any situation like this. But who let them have the concept of step tank synergy at all? Tanks rely on their armor to fight hard, but when it comes to anti-tank weapons, it's all over. That's the average level of armed personnel in the Black States. Suyu observed the reaction of these people through the drone view and realized that they were actually really planning to hide in the houses by the roadside and not come out after having 2 tanks driven at them. How can your fucking wall be thicker than the armor of a main battle tank? It's no use hiding inside. Pecking each other with a group of such rookie chickens made Suyu even feel a bit out of place for a while. It was damn near as bad as the assassin who came to assassinate Shuiwa that night. Wow! With a flick of Suyu's right arm, a string of chains with countless small pieces of iron hanging from them was popped out from his wrist. In the next moment, the string of limp chains polymerized into a sharp chainsaw sword. Although the chainsaw sword was improvised from these scattered patches, the slightest gap could not be seen under the electromagnetic effect. The high-frequency tremor on the blade at hundreds of thousands of times per second with the power drawn full can make this chainsaw sword achieve an indestructible effect. Under the early morning sunlight, Suyu looked at the chainsaw sword in his hand that was flickering with a cold aura and couldn't help but nod his head. This thing looks fierce. Boom! The heavy power armor jumped off the small bungalow and blocked the back of the street straight away. There are 420 armed men in the surrounding public, 3 tanks and 7 armed pickup trucks, listening to the battlefield data given by the auxiliary AI in his ears. Suyu's eyes were like having perspective opened. All the enemies within hundreds of meters nearby were marked out in front of his eyes. This was the result that those 8 drones calculated after mapping the surrounding terrain, by monitoring the video data, thermal imaging data, and so on in real time from multiple angles in the sky, and finally summarizing the information into the central computer of the power armor. The error is almost zero. It can be said that as long as Suyu is willing, he can completely rely on the Gauss rifle's horrific penetration to stand directly on the street to go through the wall and take names. But hitting these rookies with this thing would undoubtedly be like hitting a mosquito with a cannon. Totally unnecessary. And it's no fun. Suyu shook the chainsaw sword in his hand and walked towards a house on the side of the road without haste. There were 7 or 8 armed men there who were firing a volley of bullets from their AKs at the factory entrance in the distance. With the chaotic gunfire, the men apparently didn't realize that death was behind them. Snort! A sword chopped out. Several militants who relied on an earthen wall for cover were cut in two by the chainsaw swords with the wall. Blood spurted out, drenching a few of the blacks who were groping around next to them. After a brief moment of confusion, the remaining few people suddenly came back to their senses and looked at Suyu, who was wearing power armor behind them, in horror. One of the more responsive ones picked up a walkie-talkie in one hand and gabbled something. With one hand, he picked up the gun on the side and aimed a crackling output at Suyu. However, when all the bullets were close to Suyu's peripheral position of about 2 meters, they all involuntarily deviated to both sides and actually deflected 90 degrees to hit the wall on the other side. Deflective force field. Too late for organic. Cough cough. Sorry for saying the wrong words. Cut this out later. Suyu sent all these people away with a sword, picked up the walkie-talkie on the floor and said, "Your weapons, they're so outdated." Boom! The closest earthen wall to the factory's defenses was brought down by a kick, and in the smoke and dust, the bloodstained power armor stepped out without haste. Suyu fought from the street to the end of the street, and halfway through, he also hand toward 2 T-62 tanks, and this whole process was carried out under the eyes of these factory security personnel. They've been looking confused for a long time, even have forgotten to escape. All stupidly stood behind their own fortifications looking at Suyu in horror. Not even the courage to shoot. Everyone's mind was now filled with one sentence. What kind of monster is it? While the people around him were terrified, Suyu was in his power armor watching the video that had just been edited by the AI. After fast-forwarding through it, it summed up in one word. Cool. Suyu was very satisfied with it. After reading it, I saved it, so that when I go back to attend the opening ceremony of time and space technology later on, I can use it as video material. Ignoring the horrified factory security, he had the drone scout the perimeter again. After confirming that there were no leaks, he turned on the engine and flew straight to the playground where the Peregrine Falcon had just parked. When Suyu returned to the playground, the 100 warriors had also returned from their mission, including the 400 or so on Suyu's side. The 1,000 or so resistance forces that had besieged the factory were all annihilated in less than 20 minutes. The 100 fighters, on the other hand, did not suffer a single casualty. What happened next was out of Suyu's hands. These 100 warriors will be stationed here in place, waiting for the Navy's fleet to come by, and after evacuating the people of Kyushu here, they will return home with the ship. After briefly explaining with Jobo Wei about the fighting situation in the southern streets, Suyu could go home and continue to get his opening ceremony and product launch. However, after boarding the Peregrine Falcon, Autumn N suddenly said, "It's 2 hours before the scheduled opening, so we can stop by somewhere first. Going to check it out? What place?" Suyu was puzzled. Autumn N's eyes radiated a dense blue color, building a topographical map of her surroundings. Then pointing to a red dot on the map, "There is a high-taste iron ore mine here with amazing reserves, and if the survey data is correct, the estimated reserves may reach 8 billion tons. Iron ore?" Suyu looked at the map. "You mean we've got to dish out this iron ore?" There was one thing to say. With so much high technology at hand still waiting to be realized, he really didn't have the idea of making money by mining. Autumn End nodded, then explained, If it's just an iron ore mine with an incredible amount of reserves, it's not much to talk about. Compared to high-tech products, the benefits brought by mining are so low that there's absolutely no need to pay so much attention to it. But it's different here. Saying that, she gazed at Suyu. Can you guess what this place is? Guess? This is not just a small black state. Suyu was halfway through his speech when he saw the latitude and longitude lines on the map and suddenly froze for a moment. Then he reacted. This iron mine just happens to be on the equator? Right. Autumn End nodded, pulling the map a little farther away again and said, not only is it on the equator, but it's in a stable area of the continental plates, with a stable geologic structure, so there won't be any geologic disasters. What's more crucial is that it's less than 30 kilometers from the coast, and it's extremely convenient in terms of transporting supplies. So, Suyu's eyes narrowed slightly, roughly guessing what she wanted to say. This is the perfect place to build a space elevator. Autumn End said faintly, located near the equator, geologically stable, with the world's largest iron ore reserves, not far from the sea, and easy to transport by sea. There's absolutely nothing wrong with saying that this is the ideal environment for building a space elevator. Then go and take a look. If it's really so suitable, then take it down. Suyu nodded. The space elevator is the true hub that will allow humanity to break free from the gravitational shackles of its home planet and make a complete dash into space. According to the records of the Prosperity Era, even after the success of the first generation of nuclear fusion and the possession of endless energy sources, entering space was still an unattainable dream for the humans there. Only a handful of astronauts have access to the universe. People don't go to space to exploit the endless resources in space either, but just to conduct some scientific experiments. This continued until after the first space elevator was completed. After that, space was no longer a natural testing ground. Instead, it became an inexhaustible treasure. Even the average person can take a space trip across the solar system for just a month or two's salary. It is for this reason that humanity in the Prosperity Era has entered the interstellar age for good. Productivity has risen tremendously, and material goods have been greatly enriched. That was the beginning of the Utopian Era, so the importance of the space elevator cannot be overstated. While the technology isn't available yet, there is mature technical information available on the Frost Star side. It's only a matter of time before we get it. After all, if Frost Star wanted to get more things from Blue Star's side to remodel the wasteland, then it would need to help Blue Star increase its productivity as well. She just had to not be stupid. And none of the space elevator technology was going to be used to sit on the ground. Now, since there was an advanced layout of the space elevator, Suyu certainly would not give up. It's only not that easy to take it down. Autumn End shook her head and gave a close-up of Li He, who was sitting in a small room inside the Peregrine Falcon. This is an exploration team leader sent out here by the Kyushu Mining Group. His name is Li He, and the first to discover this giant iron mine. He thought he had concealed the true situation of this iron mine, and was going to report it to his superiors after he returned to the capital of that small country, so that Kyushu could take the first opportunity to take the iron mine. But he didn't realize that he wasn't the only one in the exploration team who actually knew the real data, and there were a few senior explorers who had long ago guessed that the iron ore reserves here would definitely not be small through some bits and pieces of information. One of the explorers collected $100 million and secretly sold this information to a giant mining company from America. That's why the resistance, beaten back by the local army, was suddenly able to take the country's capital overnight. You mean, this matter of the resistance is still related to external forces? Suyu was surprised as he overlooked the devastated capital of the small country, not realizing that there was actually such a hidden agenda. That's for sure. If there weren't weapons provided by outside forces, the war here would still be fought with cold weapons. Autumn End explains simply. In fact, usually speaking, when a small, remote country like this one has little resources to catch the eye, there's usually not much of a big country willing to intervene. Previously, among the major powers, the one with the deepest understanding and the best relationship with this small country in the Black State was Kyushu. And now that Kyushu's exploration team has discovered this iron mine, after reporting back, with Kyushu's influence here, it won't be difficult to take this iron mine. In order to prevent Kyushu from obtaining the world's largest iron mine so easily, that's why certain people plan such an operation. Through several nearby neighboring countries, a large amount of weapons and ammunition were imported to the resistance in a short period of time. The purpose is to make the place chaotic and not allow Kyushu to get that iron ore easily so that they can step in and eat it up later. Actually, they don't really need an iron mine that much. They mainly just don't want the other side to get it. Some of the tactics of the Great Powers game are doomed for small countries. Suyu nodded, then suddenly said, in that case, if we want to take this area by ourselves, it's really not that easy. Besides robbing it hard, let's leave it to the officials of Kyushu. We just need the result. Autumn End gave him a surprised look, then nodded. That's what I mean. Didn't Kyushu promise you this time that you could make a random request? Just use this area as a bargaining chip. But although Lihi's news here hasn't been conveyed to the Kyushu side yet, the news of this iron mine can't be hidden, and the Kyushu side will know about it sooner or later. That's why I don't recommend hiding it, so you can just make it clear with the Kyushu side. Reveal the space elevator program a little if necessary. This project can't be completed by relying solely on the J9000 module. At that time, we definitely need to provide assistance from the Kyushu side, and it's best that we can work together to complete it. After a brief discussion, the two men came to a decision. Then it was off in the Peregrine Falcon to the mountains where the iron mines were located. Although there was no equipment for detecting minerals on the Peregrine Falcon, there was in the J9000 module that Suyu had rented. After all, in extreme conditions, the J9000 module is even able to extract minerals such as iron and calcium carbonate from abandoned houses by remelting them and recasting them into steel and cement for the construction of new houses. It naturally comes with its own exploration unit. Needless to say, this place is indeed very remote, almost a virgin forest, with no one around. No wonder such a large reserve of iron ore was never discovered until now. It was only after the detection that Suyu and the others were surprised to find that the reserves of this iron ore mine were much larger than what Lee had estimated from his initial survey. The exploration unit of the J9000 module gives a figure of over 20 billion tons of iron resources stored in hematite or 700 meters below the surface, covering more than 30,000 square kilometers in the surrounding area. And the iron ore has more than 68% iron grade, low alumina content and few harmful impurities. It is a high-quality iron ore that is rare to find in the entire blue planet. The only problem, presumably, is that the vast majority of its deposits are deep underground, with not much exposed on the surface. But because of this iron mine has not been discovered until now. After all, it's rare to find plants around an iron ore mine on the surface, and the bare, crimson land would easily be recognized as such. So burying it deep sometimes isn't such a bad thing. Anyway, for Suyu, who could get his hands on the advanced production tools of the wasteland world, a deeper and shallower point didn't really make much of a difference. The iron ore thing is sort of finalized for now. Next, have Autumn communicate with the Kyushu side and just have them help out to get it done. If the Kyushu officials really couldn't handle it, then Suyu didn't care. Whenever he gets the technology for the space elevator, he'll just come over and start construction. As for who owns the land, whoever has the biggest fist is the one who owns it. You can't blame him for giving face. Of course, the likelihood of that happening is very small is all. Kyushu, after all, had been operating here for years, and this time showed off another fire drop of a 100-man exoskeleton squad operating 10,000 miles away. Odds are that whoever was behind the whole thing is scratching their hair at the sudden appearance of horrific exoskeleton armor and quietly horrific troop delivery capabilities at this very moment. An iron ore mine. And people are more than likely not going to be dead set on it. After all, the 100 elite exoskeleton-clad warriors were still stationed there, with their combat power. The entire Black State region's rookies were afraid that they wouldn't be enough to fight. Those people want to play any more proxy wars to disgust people is out of the question. Really get pissed off and rip off some kind of carrier battle group to screw things up. So you didn't mind driving the Peregrine Falcon over their heads for a while. Let's just ask how many mass rounds dropped from NEO your crappy ship can withstand. When Suyu went to the Black State, it was past 1 in the afternoon on the Kyushu side and past 6 in the morning on the Black State side. And by the time he got back, it was after 8 in the morning here in the Black State. It's only 3 p.m. out in Kyushu too. Those executives and the media were also guided by bionic people on a tour of Zwaigaki. In addition to them, there were also many employees who had already joined Timeless Technology who had also made the trip over. Although today was not the day to start work. However, these employees were already people of Timeless Technology from the moment they signed the agreement. The place is naturally open to them. I didn't come before because I didn't think it was time yet, and the lot where Zwaigaki was located was remote, so I didn't rush over. But just a few hours ago, with many media into the Zwaigaki, completely unveiled this miracle in the history of human architecture mysterious veil, coupled with the official intent to promote the Kyushu, the towering 1,388-meter main building, the 8 900-meter buildings arranged in a complex array consisting of a city in the sky. It almost instantly set off the entire internet. In just a few hours it butchered the hot list of all the major forums. Almost in less than an afternoon, the entire internet was swept with news of Zwaigaki and Timeless Technology. Many of the prospective employees of Timeless Technology who had brushed up on the news couldn't help but spontaneously come over to visit in advance out of a sense of curiosity. Although it's all about detalization nowadays, but really when a behemoth of more than 1,000 meters high appears in front of the eyes, hardly anyone can ignore it. Coupled with the beautifully landscaped interior of Zwaigaki, almost no one could pick out the slightest flaw. It was at this time that someone inadvertently revealed on the internet that Zuwaiki was the headquarters of spacetime technology. In the meantime, he inadvertently posted the previous recruitment information of time and space technology and the contracts signed by the current employees on the internet. So it was. Crap. Such a high salary and benefits. Almost twice as much as your peers. You're even getting a free house when you've completed your service? I'm cracking up. Before I saw the recruitment advertisement of time and space technology, I thought it was a scam. So I didn't put in my resume. I obviously meet all the requirements. I also didn't submit my resume. Please, 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 please. I will work hard. Woohoo! I'm the king of roles. Give me a chance to prove myself. I want a room in the city in the sky. See my hair? Not a hair on my head. Timeless dad. Dad, don't make me get down on my knees and beg. Pictures? Your father? Our father. Dad. Look at me, look at me. I have 10 years of 996 experience. If necessary, you can also 8,127. The salary cannot want. Air City is sweet. I give you 3 years of work for nothing into. I've just seen a real shot of the interior of the city in the sky. The residents inside and a full set of smart home. That thing is really smart. Laundry and cooking are almost fully automatic. And after living in it, you really only need to eat, sleep and go to work. And you don't have to do any housework. Then my home to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars to install the artificial retarded bull too much. The most crucial thing is that a set of 100 square feet of 3-bedroom suite with such an awesome home. If you rent it, you actually only need $500 a month. And the water and electricity grid are all free. I'm right here in Magic City, and I'm going to rent a room. Overthinking. People only open to employees. Not only that, according to their standard, the most ordinary employees in the work of a year later. You can buy the cost of spacetime technology commodities. The Air City of the house is also counted as commodities. Intentionally or not. Surprise or not, Air City's 100 square feet of 3-bedroom. The cost price is only $8,000 a flat. I saw the recruitment information before and thought that the location of the house sent by time and space technology was so remote that it would be useless to send it. But now it seems that I have a small pattern. The entire Zuwaiki is clearly a small city integrated with countless high-tech. Until 100,000 people live full. I'm afraid that the value of the house here is not lower than the prime location of the Magic City. It's hard to say. If timeless technology really does become a giant company in some way in the future, what you're talking about will only hold true. And if it goes out of business at some point, then this Zuwaiki will be a useless spectacle at the end of the day. TSK, bro. I suggest you check out the news just released by the Kyushu News. Link, the security squad under the jurisdiction of time and space technology was outnumbered in the Black State, defeating thousands of rebel troops and protecting the safety of more than 100,000 compatriots. What? I'm super? 9 States News just released this news, and it instantly drew countless viewers once it was sent out. After all, it is something issued by the official media. Although in recent years there are a bunch of official media tawdry operations, but compared to those unscrupulous self-media, there is still too much credibility in the news coming out of the official media, especially with such a big event involving foreigners. It's obviously impossible to make stuff up. So when he saw that headline, Security Squad under time and space technology defeats thousands of rebels and protects the safety of hundreds of thousands of compatriots, many people were completely and outright confused. The first thing is disbelief. But after seeing that the account posted was Kyushu News, it had to be believed. But that feeling of absurdity was lingering in everyone's mind. Lingering. It drove everyone to watch the entire video attached under the news. After reading it, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Then, open spray. CNM. You guys are daring to post anything now, aren't you? Dude, did you forget to change your nickname before posting this? This is the official media number. If you don't delete the video, you'll lose your job. It's okay for you to take a fucking gameplay video and make a headline like that. Get the fuck out of here. There's one thing to be said for that. I've played so many 3M masterpieces and I've never seen a scene so realistic. It's almost like the real thing. Is there such a thing as a possibility that this is true? That's bullshit. That exoskeleton. That speed. That power. You're telling me it's real? I've only seen this kind of image in sci-fi movies. I think it's more like a game screen. Seriously. This time and space technology is not a game company. Is it? If they can really make a game like this, I'll buy it. There was no way around it. The video of hundreds of warriors in heavy exoskeletons rampaging through the battlefield, tearing apart armored vehicles with their hands was too shocking. After watching the video, almost no one believed it was real. and all thought it was the official media's way of making a living. Even after the comments below festered, netizens were divided into two factions, arguing over whether this was game footage or movie footage. That is, until several more authoritative official media outlets released out another view of the exoskeleton combat video, using the same title. Also at the end of the video there is a brief overview of the G60 heavy exoskeleton. Now the previously unconvinced is really being screwed, won't? After all, this situation in Kyushu, although the official media occasionally have a tawdry operation, but so many official media at the same time the whole of these tawdry operation of the situation has not really appeared. And look at the general info on the G60 heavy exoskeleton that was put out there. Everyone couldn't help but swallow. The energy saving mode is capable of carrying a ton of weight and making long runs at 100 kilometers per hour. The frontal armor is more than capable of taking machine guns hard. Is this not Iron Man in the flesh? As more and more is released, the information becomes more and more credible. People are just gradually coming around. Turns out, it's surprisingly true. Then a number of people noticed the point in the matter. A security team under the jurisdiction of Time Technology, which defeated thousands of rebels in the Black State and saved over 100,000 of his countrymen. What the hell does Time Tech do? Why is there a security force that can defeat thousands of rebels? What's happening in the Black States again, and why do over 100,000 of our fellow citizens need saving? Soon. The phrases hashtag TimeSpaceTech hashtag as well as hashtag Black State Situation hashtag rushed to the top of the hot search. The Black State was, after all, 10,000 miles away from the 9 states, and it was definitely impossible to get a clear picture of it for a while if the officials didn't disclose more information. But it's not the same with Time Tech. The headquarters is in Magic City, and there's going to be an opening ceremony today. For a while, the opening ceremony of Timeless Technology was thrown into the limelight, and Autumn End, who had been observing the situation on the internet, came out at the right time to release a notice in the name of the official account of Timeless Technology. The opening ceremony of Timeless Technology will start at 6 o'clock tonight, and the whole event will be open to the whole network in the form of live broadcast, which will also be the product launch of our company, and the latest batch of Timeless Technologies products will be unveiled at the launch. Stay tuned. As soon as the announcement was sent out, the netizens saw that it was released by the serious official V of the major platforms, and they immediately topped it, and the heat was instantaneous. The following is even more countless netizens' message to ask the official media said G60 exoskeleton is true or false. Black State combat is indeed true. In just under 2 hours, the comments and retweets exceeded hundreds of thousands. Gee, the heat's really picking up. I guess it's going to be a big show tonight. So you looked at the real-time data that Xiaomu gave him and the estimated ratings for tonight's live broadcast and couldn't help but sigh. In this part of the web, Autumn's End is really playing it out. Combined with her own powerful arithmetic, she can pretty much do whatever she wants in the cyber world, and that's even with her following the rules and not being reckless. A few hours in the zone can spark a hot topic. If she was allowed to do whatever she wanted in the Blue Star network, that scene so you wouldn't even dare to think about. There are still 2 hours left. You have to get ready. That speech can be shortened appropriately, but you'd better memorize the important parts. Autumn End replied as she sat on the sofa while making tea. So you looked at the manuscript in front of him and rubbed his head with some headache. He thought he wouldn't need to memorize these scripts when he came back from his trip out on the wave. I didn't realize that it was just shortened a bit, putting the focus of the evening from what had been a simple opening ceremony to a product launch later on. However, at that moment, he glanced at Autumn End, who was sitting on his knees beside the coffee table meticulously brewing tea, and with a flash of light in his head, he suddenly said, "Why don't you go up and speak for me?" Autumn End's demeanor did not see the slightest change, doing the matter at hand in a flowing manner, and said lightly, "You're the chairman and founder of Timeless Technology. How can an assistant like me go up and preside over this kind of scene?" "What assistant? You're the CEO of our Timeless Technology. Why can't you go and speak?" "I'll be on when the product launch takes place." So you paced in front of her and took the tea she had brewed and tasted it. "Well, this mother tree Dahongpo can't seem to taste any unique flavor." Autumn End gave him a blank look, then got up. Go. Suyu froze, looked at the time. This moment is only more than 4 o'clock in the afternoon to come. From the opening ceremony began there is still more than an hour. Cannot help but stand up and puzzled. "Where to? Accompany me to pick out a dress." Autumn End shrugged. "How much are you going to pay me as a CEO every month?" "I spend a lot of money on clothes, and I won't do it if I'm underpaid. The account is right there. Take as much as you want. The bank firewall can't stop you anyway." "It's not the same." "What's different? Is robbing yourself the same thing as a paycheck?" "It's not all about money." "How it's not the same thing? And no one's going to catch you anyway." "A certain amount of ritual and romantic cells are missing from your thinking." "No. Why is this a personal attack when it's so well said?" Giggle, giggle, okay, out the door. At 5:50 in the evening, the live stream on the official website of Timeless Technology that Autumn had made up as he went along was already open. There were still a few minutes left before the opening ceremony of Timespace Technology, but more than 100,000 viewers had already entered the live broadcast room. After all, Autumn had only slightly steered public opinion in the afternoon, and it was already impressive to gather so many viewers in a few hours. Like that kind of live fiction where millions and millions, even hundreds of millions of people run to see it, it basically doesn't exist in reality. Want to achieve the effect of millions of people watching the live broadcast at the same time? At least have to be the official media decades of operation out of the reputation coupled with a long time in advance to publicize the momentum of the big event to add, not to mention tens of millions and hundreds of millions. The real ratings for the Spring Festival at its peak couldn't even break 100 million. A live broadcast that suddenly appeared, even if it was to demonstrate that an hour later a cannon crashed Blue Star. With the speed of the spread of the internet topic, it would not be possible to gather hundreds of millions of viewers in an hour. Those who can find their way through so quickly to watch the live broadcast are basically seasoned internet users who have been surfing for a long time. Most people don't realize there is such a thing until after the fact, so don't think 100,000 or so is small. It's really quite a lot. The 388-meter main building of Zwicky was named Arctic Palace after Chiyomu asked Suyu's opinion. It is rumored that there are 3 walls in heaven: Zway Wall, Taiwei Wall, and Tianshi Wall. The Zway Wall is the middle wall of the 3 walls, in the center of the north sky, so it is also called the Middle Palace or Zway Palace. The North Pole is the center of the center. The east and west of the 2 plans a total of 15 stars, divided into the left wall and the right wall of the 2 columns. Therefore, as the centerpiece building of Zway Gaki, it is named Arctic Palace appropriately everywhere. And tonight's opening ceremony is being held in the giant showroom on the first floor of the Arctic Palace. At this time the showroom set has been completed. The audience also all entered, only waiting for the time together. The end of the Autumn can go on stage instead of Suyu to host tonight's opening ceremony. However, at this moment in the backstage dressing room, the makeup artist who had been hired was looking at Autumn's end and was in trouble. Miss Autumn, you are just too beautiful. I can't find the slightest flaw at all. It seems there's no need for any makeup. In my humble opinion, makeup would rather spoil your natural beauty. Autumn didn't care. Though, I know, and I wasn't asking you to do my makeup. I just wanted you to refer to what dress would be appropriate to wear on stage tonight. With that, she pointed to a side closet. The makeup artist subconsciously looked over and couldn't help but gulp, only to see the closet, all by a variety of noble silk weaving exquisite Chinese dress, rather than the common Western transfer of the chest exposed back gowns. You, planning to wear these to the ceremony tonight? The makeup artist said subconsciously. What's the problem? Autumn smiled gently. Instead, I prefer these styles to the more common gowns. I don't know if it was because she had stayed with Suyu for a long time, but her aesthetics in Blue Star also gradually favored the classical style of Kyushu over the Western style. Thinking of the identity of the CEO of Spacetime Technology in front of him, and then look at the chairman of Spacetime Technology, Suyu, the makeup artist silently put to the edge of his mouth, will not be too maverick, swallowed down, and turned to laugh. With Miss Autumn's figure and appearance, she is a natural clothes rack. Any clothes worn on you will definitely be absolutely beautiful. There is absolutely no need to get entangled. Joking aside, what with the etiquette fad, it's something completely optional in front of these two. With the strength of time and space technology, the end of the Autumn dressed again maverick go up to host the opening ceremony. Others will only kneel really beautiful. No ungrateful person would pop up at this point and say she would look out of place dressed like that. Not to mention that these clothes can be many times more exquisite than those crude handbooks on the internet. With Autumn's face and body, it's really impossible to wear it out. After the two exchanged a few more words, Autumn finally selected a black and red palace dress. It's not that complicated, yet it's dignified and serious. After having the makeup artist put her hair in a bun, she stuck a couple of fine gold steps in the back of her head. When you look in the mirror, you look like a beautiful woman who came out of an ancient painting. How is it? Autumn, who had chosen a good dress, came to Suyu and slightly displayed it in front of him. The beautiful body is in full view. Beautiful, Suyu could not help but praise. Honestly, Autumn really poked his XP with this one. The solemn and classical gown, paired with her gentle temperament, was completely Suyu's ideal style of an ancient absolute beauty. Alright, the only pity is that this body of hers is a full, bionic man. Otherwise Suyu could give her 120 points. Right, Autumn raised an eyebrow before she collected her smile and demurely said, "It's about time. I'll go up first." Suyu looked at her back and suddenly felt that this old aunt seemed to be getting more and more lively recently. When she first came here she could mostly be seen with a light melancholy, often either looking at the sea or the sky, and seldom would she dwell on such things as what to wear to look pretty. It seemed that having an extra half-year of lifespan, coupled with leaving behind the responsibilities of her identity as the future city lord, had indeed allowed her to let go a lot, gradually revealing some of her natural instincts. Who says a 200-year-old auntie can't like nice clothes and obsess over what to wear for important occasions? Superb arithmetic combined with absolute rationality is not necessarily a machine without feelings. Pretty good. Suyu didn't dwell too much on these things either. It must be nice for Ottoman to have a bit of a hobby of her own on Blue Star. After all, it's not like she's really an AI without feelings. As for spending money, these clothes really weren't cheap. They were bought from some of the old tailor stores in Kyushu that they had run around in their Peregrine Falcon during the afternoon. The average price is about $100,000 a set, but these 3 melons and 2 dates. Suyu naturally did not care now. It's good that auntie is happy. When she's happy, she can work well. Suyu turned to the giant exhibition hall of the Arctic Palace, which was now filled with media reporters who had come from all over the world and the employees and executives of Timeless Technology. More than a few official people. Even the Mordor City Guard took the time to come. After all, time and space technology is such a large group settled in Mordor. The future is a large source of tax revenue. Mordor officials must be very concerned. After greeting these people, Suyu unreservedly sat on the C-seat in the front row. The opening ceremony wasn't really much to write home about, aside from the end of Autumn's appearance, which wowed the audience both live and on the webcast. The rest of the show was slightly boring. Autumn had spoken for half a day just introducing the business scope of Timeless Technology. After all, although there were only 3 companies under the jurisdiction of time and space technology now, either selling exoskeletons or batteries, time and space technology was bound to come up with more black technology in the future, so it's a bit more tedious to present. This was also the reason why the speech given to Suyu before still had tens of thousands of words after it had been streamlined. The good thing is that Ottoman's ability to control the scene is first class. Even with such a boring and complicated content, she can make the audience listen to the audience, and can listen to it. The 2-hour-long opening ceremony passed before we knew it. In the eyes of everyone with some regret, Ottoman left the center stage with a gentle lotus step, and with it, the main event of the night, Timeless Technology product launch. The convention center was briefly darkened. A blue light popped up. These blue particles of light soon coalesced into a 3-dimensional projected image. Suyu fixed his eyes on it, and it was actually a first-view projection of himself going to the Black State this afternoon to drive a power armor to hang the kids. The lights of the convention center suddenly went out, which was a shock to everyone. But without waiting for them to cry out in shock, they saw the blue particles of light that gradually emerged from the stage in the center. A large number of blue light particles slowly emerged, gradually coalesced, and finally formed a first view of a full system projection of power armor that could not be picked out as flawless from any angle. This is naked 3D? Nope, it's a holographic projection. A real holographic projection. Crap. It's still true. After a few years of not paying attention, has holographic technology developed to such a level? That's not right, is it? The company I worked for before was making VR equipment. If holographic projection is this awesome, then why are we still doing VR? As soon as the projected image appeared, there were immediately a number of people who let out gasps. After all, even if the grassroots employees of the time and space technology here are not what DDYU, for all types of technology is basically some understanding, it was natural and inevitable to be surprised when a holographic projection that worked so well was put out in front of your eyes. But marveling at the holographic projection technology was only momentary, because the next moment, the shock brought to them and the projected image was 10,000 times greater than a holographic projection in the district. Only in the middle of the screen, the first view of the power armor gradually pulled up and began to fly forward. Upon reaching a certain height, the screen suddenly shifts to a third-person view. A close-up of the power armor flying through the air is given from the drone's point of view. The high-speed flying power armor was no more than a classified distance from the ground, and after nimbly avoiding countless building obstacles, it easily landed on the roof of a building and stomped on a Black State resistance sniper lying on the roof. Then there's the image of Suyu opening a can with a Gauss rifle in hand. The just right switching between first-person and third-person perspectives and the shock of one tank per shot left almost everyone stunned and speechless. And then Suyu abandoned the Gauss rifle, changed to use the chainsaw sword to jump downstairs to close combat, a sword of resistance, screwed down the T-62 tank turret, bare hands pinch burst flying RPG also unharmed scene, directly let all people look silent. Well, it's a sci-fi movie. Many people mentally skimmed the surface. Although it was in a relatively dim environment, Suyu, who had superb eyesight, also still saw the reaction of the crowd, but he didn't feel there was any problem in his heart. After all, when technology is too advanced, it's no different than magic. Expecting these people to understand why power armor can crush an RPG with their bare hands and remain unharmed is a bit too much for them. Indeed. But the good thing is that after editing, this video isn't too long. The zone was over in a few minutes. Plus, the occasion is different here, so there is no one who is impatient to leave in the middle of the show. Everyone waited patiently, wanting to see what the deeper meaning was for timeless technology to show a movie at a product launch. As the blue particles of light gradually went out, a holographic projection slowly began to dissipate. The showroom went dark once more. This time the reaching blackness lasted only about 10 seconds. In the next moment, a pillar of light suddenly appeared in the darkened exhibition hall, shining at the very center of the exhibition hall stage. There, a power armor, identical to the one in the earlier projection, stood silently in place. Everyone couldn't help but have their pupils shrink. An absurd speculation suddenly appeared in everyone's mind. Could it be that what was shown in the holographic projection just now was all real? Just the next moment, those who thought of this shook their heads, subconsciously dismissing this possibility. After all, just now in the segment video, whether it was the Gauss rifle that shot a tank in one shot, or the deflective force field on the power armor that could deflect bullets dozens of degrees off the big air, all of the technology required for this is unimaginable for the current Blue Star. It's normal for everyone's first reaction to something beyond their perception to be denial. Ignoring the audience's disbelief, the lights in the exhibit hall came back on with another beam. This time, the one illuminated by the light was instead a G60 heavy exoskeleton. The moment they saw it, everyone was instantly reminded of that afternoon incident. Those few news releases from several official media in Kyushu. In the video of the news, those elite fighters who were referred to by the official media of Kyushu as the security personnel under the jurisdiction of time and space technology were wearing this equipment, and they had crushed and hung all the way through thousands of Black State resistance troops, themselves unharmed. This is all still hanging around on the hot search now, and is the main reason why the opening ceremony and launch of timeless technology tonight can have so many people's attention. Both those in the audience, and those watching via the live stream, all recognized the G60 exoskeleton almost the moment it appeared, and immediately afterward, a third beam of light appeared. Only this time what was illuminated was a bit thin compared to the Storm-class power armor and the G60 heavy exoskeleton. G20 series, lightweight exoskeleton. In energy-saving mode, it can carry 200 kilograms of weight and run continuously for 500 kilometers at 60 kilometers per hour. The external armor was nowhere near as heavy as the heavy exoskeletons of the G60 series, but it wasn't something a normal small-caliber gun would be able to do anything about. Under normal circumstances, the chest armor can even block armor-piercing rounds from a 12.7 mm caliber anti-material sniper rifle. The fact that every parameter was slung by the G60 exoskeleton didn't stop this from being an equally groundbreaking single weapon. Not to mention the G60 that is not for sale. Putting it out on the booth is just showing it to others and proving the technical strength of timeless technology. Want to buy? That's it. Take it or leave it. What? You don't want it? Then I'm going to have to aid your enemies a bunch of times without compensation. The appearance of two exoskeletons plus a power armor time left the audience a bit confused. Some people remembered the way those official media in Kyushu swore to guarantee the authenticity during the day, and then remembered the video of the power armor combat that had just been released. The mind is actually somewhat convinced that this is true. But then when you think about the technology exhibited by the power armor, those who really know what they're doing think it's completely impossible. Just the things shown in those few minutes of video, the technology contained therein, if it was mastered by a certain power, then this power would have been the Blue Star hegemony long ago. Not to mention the fact that it was all of this forward-thinking technology that had been concentrated into such a small power armor. If such technology really existed, timeless technology would have been famous all over the world long ago. Why would it need to wait until now to list its business? And just then, Su Yu, who was sitting in the first row C seat, had gotten up at some point and came to the stage. The booth's spotlight was kind enough to give him a close-up. Su Yu looked at the suspicious looks of these people under the stage, and without saying much, walked straight to the power armor. Gently open your arms. The power armor behind him then automatically came up and wrapped his entire body in it. The work-free engine runs quietly. The 2-ton power armor slowly floated up. A line of holographically projected letters appeared in the air alongside it. Storm-class power armor. Storm-class power armor. A product that combines all of the technology of time and space technology. This type of power armor is feature-rich, capable of using a wide range of operating environments on land, sea, air and sky, with a maximum speed of 6 times the speed of sound in the atmosphere and 10 times the speed of sound outside the atmosphere. In the case of a full-force swing, it is capable of erupting a huge force of over 100 tons in an instant. At the same time, it carries a high-frequency shock chainsaw sword module on its right arm and an electromagnetic cannon firing unit on its left arm. The holographic projection subtitles briefly introduced the Storm-class power armor, and it didn't shake out all of its features at once, but even that was enough to shock the audience. And in order to prevent viewers from questioning whether it was a special effect or faked again, Timeless had made arrangements. Suyu maneuvered the power armor over the heads of many people and arrived at a corner of the exhibition hall. Here, a huge iron ingot lay. The size is probably close to 15 cubic meters or so. This stuff is leftover trim from when the J9000 module was built for the Zweigaki. After simply melting it down, the engineering machine sent it to the warehouse to be stacked up as surplus material. Naturally, Autumn End was aware of its existence, so it was purposely sent to the corner of the showroom. A volume of about 15 cubic meters of steel weighs roughly the equivalent of over 100 tons. From a distance it looked exactly like a solid little iron house. And the reason why Chiyomu did so, the purpose was naturally to let Suyu give these viewers a live demonstration of whether or not the power armor was really that powerful. The ingot is here. And for those who are more familiar with steel, it's not hard to deduce from the size of the ingot whether it's that heavy or not. Suyu didn't even need to do anything else. As soon as we get this thing up and going for a couple of steps, the test of the power armor is complete. In full view of everyone, Suyu flew straight to the top of the iron ingot and picked up a specially reserved piece of handle with one hand. In front of so many people, with the work-free engine running at full power, he easily picked up the nearly 100-ton behemoth. It had just risen into the air, and the holographic projections commentary duly appeared in the void aside. Steel ingot, volume size of 15 cubic meters, total weight over 120 tons. The audience was in an uproar of disbelief. But without waiting for him to question it, Suyu gently let go of his hand and threw it to the ground. Boom! Feeling a vague vibration coming from the ground, everyone's breath couldn't help but stop for a moment. But anyone with a little bit of common sense would have no trouble feeling the heaviness of the ingot from the commotion of the fall just now. It wasn't until Suyu met the power armor at the center of the booth and detached himself from it to initiate the opening of his mouth, which brought some of the people back to their senses. Welcome, everyone, to the product launch of Timeless Technology. The product just shown for you is the Storm-class power armor produced by Timeless Technology, which has recently participated in military operations in the Black State region. Although I know it may be a bit unbelievable to say this, that video just now is the video taken during the actual battle of the power armor. Of course, for our latest product of Timeless Technology, it is not so mature at the moment, so I won't talk about it. The next thing I will introduce is our group's masterpiece. Suyu raised his right hand, just when everyone thought he was about to introduce the G60 exoskeleton. Instead, he pointed his hand at the too small G20 lightweight exoskeleton. Suyu looked at the audience, who looked a little stunned and laughed in his heart. But on the surface he did not move and said, "Don't think he looks a little thin compared to the Storm-class power armor and the G60 heavy exoskeleton. But the power contained in this 2 exoskeleton isn't bad at all. The G20 lightweight exoskeleton carries the..." Naturally, the next step is the long and smelly introductory session on the parameters and features. Because it is a product launch, Suyu also allowed to let the reporter can ask questions if they do not understand. So it took over an hour just to introduce the parameters of the G20 lightweight exoskeleton. But the results brought about were clearly not comparable to a dry list of data like the holographic projections introduction of the power armor just now. After taking a deeper look at the real parameters of the G20 lightweight exoskeleton, everyone couldn't help but have their mouths open. It was completely unexpected that such a small thing actually contained this kind of power within it. 400 or 500 kilograms of extreme load at full power. It's nowhere near as good as the G60 or power armor, but compared to a weak human body, it's already way too awesome. That alone was enough for them to marvel. Not to mention other more novelty gear. Under a detailed introduction, the participants could not help but call out the bull. And at this time, Suyu was the one who drew a change in style and announced, "The G20 lightweight exoskeleton is a civil engineering assistive device designed and developed by our company. With it, workers will be able to perform some of the dangerous operations faster and safer. I believe that in the near future, this type of exoskeleton will be the biggest boon for manual laborers." All viewers. No. You built this thing and you call it a civilian product? Wasn't it just a few moments ago that we were putting aside this introduction to the aiming aid module inside? Didn't they say that with this thing? The gun is held in your hand and you can point it wherever you want as if you had yourself aim on. What the hell is this supposed to do with civilian engineering equipment? What do you want, an assisted aiming system for your home siege equipment? To make the air rifle hit the nails more accurately? Mr. Su, a reporter couldn't help but raise his hand. Suyu, who was gabbling about how promising the G20 exoskeleton is in the civilian field, was interrupted and was not annoyed, but laughed. "What's the question from this reporter friend?" The reporter asked directly. "May I ask, Mr. Su, when you say that this is a civilian product, Do you mean that it is an item that can be freely traded by civilians as well? If so, have you considered the consequences of such behavior? Civilian products, of course, can be casually bought and sold and traded, Suyu rightfully said, but halfway through his words he couldn't help but slap his head. Oh, I forgot. Because of the G20's excessive emissions, it currently doesn't comply with the relevant laws and regulations in Kyushu, so it won't be on the shelves in Kyushu for the time being, but you can rest assured that the scientific team of time and space technology is working night and day to overcome this problem, and I believe that it will be able to appear on the market in Kyushu in the near future. Continuing where we left off. Where were we? Oh, yes, energy and power. The G20 exoskeleton utilizes an all-electric, environmentally friendly design, with the core energy coming from a piece of metallic hydrogen battery produced by our time technology, which is technologically environmentally friendly and non-polluting. Reporter, you might as well just say its arms intended to be sold abroad, otherwise the reasoning is too insulting to one's intelligence. Naturally, this one reporter is not the only one who feels his intelligence has been insulted. The whole scene couldn't help but cause a commotion. Even the pop-ups in the live stream instantly multiplied. However, the audience on the network is not too obsessed with Suyu's open-eyed blindness, but instead is surprised that the chairman of this time and space technology is actually quite good at the whole job. The live audience, on the other hand, reacted much faster after the initial uproar, immediately grasped the focus of Suyu's words. Immediately another reporter got up and asked, Mr. Su, I noticed that you just mentioned the metal hydrogen batteries that your company produces. If I remember correctly, there are currently two wholly owned subsidiaries under Timeless Technology, one being Timeless Heavy Industries, so I'm sure the products currently being produced are these exoskeletons in front of us. There is another one is Time and Space Energy. Is the metal hydrogen battery you just mentioned a product produced by Time and Space Energy? I saw a lot of friends say earlier that it's better to call it spacetime energy, and it seems to be true, so I changed it. This reporter friend, you found the blind spot. Suyu clapped his hands. The floor of the booth parted and a tray slowly reached out from under the ground. On top of the tray lay a black battery the size of a slate. Suyu casually picked it up and briefly introduced it. This is our current mainstay of time energy, the metal hydrogen battery. The metal hydrogen battery is an extremely energy-dense battery. How big is it? The current highest energy density lithium battery carries roughly the equivalent of 0.35 degrees of electricity per kilogram. The energy carried per kilogram of gasoline is roughly equivalent to 12 degrees of electricity. And this metal hydrogen battery in my hand that weighs exactly 1 kilogram has more than 10,000 kilowatts of electricity in it when all the energy in it is released. It has an energy density that's 900 times that of gasoline. Boom! The whole room was in an uproar. Almost all of the audience present subconsciously stood up, looking at the small brick in Suyu's hand, with disbelief written in their eyes. 900 times the energy density of gasoline? Bullshit, right? What kind of zenith technology is this? That's outrageous. Even more so than the flying power armor sounded earlier, although the one that carried hundreds of tons in its hands was also outrageous as all. Have you considered one thing? That power armor not only can fly, but also has so much power. Where does its energy come from? I mean, that thing's awesome in other ways, right? If we talk about energy alone, for the short time we just demonstrated it, it's enough to add some gasoline. And anyway, didn't he say that it's a non-sale item? So it's not like you have to think about using it for a long time. Good point. What about the G20 lightweight exoskeleton that is available for sale? How do you solve the energy problem? It's so small, you can't refuel it too. Can you? Crap. It's still true. And that heavy exoskeleton. Looking at the actual combat videos posted by the official media, people seem to be fighting from the ground up, and they don't seem to need to think about energy at all. As soon as many people heard Suyu's words, they immediately remembered the many details that had been overlooked before. And the source of the energy is clearly the most obvious thing in these details. Whether it's power armor, or the G60 or G20, this compact single piece of equipment is capable of exploding with such power and speed. A little bit of thought goes a long way to know that it's a big power eater. And if TimeTech doesn't have an efficient solution to the energy problem, then all this cool gear is obviously up in the air and not realistic at all. No matter how powerful it is, if the energy supply can't keep up, it's all for naught. Mr. Su, are you really not joking? The reporter who had asked the question before froze for a while and hurriedly asked after him. Of course, I can take responsibility for what I say. Suyu laughed lightly. Only after the words fell, another holographic scene appeared in front of everyone's eyes. A bionic man wearing the uniform of a TimeTech employee appeared in a field with staggering terrain and many obstacles. There are timing devices on the side, proof that it's a one-shot and there's no post-editing going on. The Bionic Man was seen taking a metal hydrogen battery and stuffing it into the energy slot of the G60 heavy exoskeleton without the slightest delay. The exoskeleton, which weighs more than 300 kilograms, is then manipulated to carry a load of more than a ton on its back, and perform all kinds of difficult, humanly weak moves in the field that would never be possible with a weak body. The entire test lasted over an hour, but after fast-forwarding, it took less than 10 minutes or less for all the viewers to finish watching the video, and in that short 10 minutes, a Bionic Man appeared behind Suyu, naturally wearing the G60 heavy exoskeleton. Then there was a brief demonstration on the showroom floor in situ. When the Bionic Man was done demonstrating in his G60 in the large showroom, the viewers who were skeptical before had no choice but to believe it, even if it was hard to accept in their hearts. Without mentioning anything else, just that metal hydrogen battery, just by looking at the effect shown at this moment, it can prove that its energy density is absolutely fantastically high. At least it's way better than the current batteries. And if it's really as awesome as Suyu said, the energy density is 900 times that of a battery. Almost all of the knowledgeable people present were able to predict in advance what a massive market this metal hydrogen battery could bring. It's at least in the trillions. Mr. Su, a reporter from a financial news media with a sharper sense of smell, hurriedly got up and asked, "May I ask your company, this metal hydrogen battery has been able to mature mass production? What is the production volume? How about the selling price? What about safety?" Listening to this series of questions, Suyu waved his hand to signal him to be at ease before answering. Since metal hydrogen batteries are the main product of Time Energy, it's natural that they can already be mass-produced. In terms of production, there are many kinds of specifications we can produce at present. Cell phone batteries, car batteries, and batteries used by some small electrical appliances. The specifications are different. It is still very troublesome to figure out a total output. If we have to say the overall production, the different specifications of the batteries are all added together by weight. Probably the current production capacity is around 5 million kilograms. These batteries are categorized according to different specifications, probably around 5 million pieces as well. After all, car batteries are bigger and heavier, while cell phone batteries are smaller. Averaging out is almost this number. As for exactly how many batteries of each specification can be produced each month, this needs to be asked to our CEO of Timeless Technology, MS Autumn End. In terms of selling price, the metal hydrogen battery is still quite advantageous. Slightly more expensive than the batteries currently on the market, but not too much more expensive, and definitely at a price suitable for popularization. This reporter is asking all these tough questions, and it's not hard to see that the real crux of the matter, he's still hiding behind. That's battery safety. If the safety of the metal hydrogen battery itself is not passable, then no matter how awesome Suyu's blowing its function is, and how great the energy density is, it's all for nothing. The energy density of TNT is more than 10 times that of current lithium batteries. But everyone knows this thing won't replace batteries. The same goes for metallic hydrogen. This stuff isn't really an uncommon concept at Blue Star. Liquid or solid hydrogen under high pressure of millions of atmospheres into an electrical conductor. Conductivity similar to metal. So-called metal hydrogen. A small piece of metallic hydrogen was once created in Hawkmaster's lab by applying extremely high pressures greater than the Earth's core pressure to a sample of solid hydrogen. But just because of an experimental accident, this sample of metallic hydrogen disappeared. This shows that the stuff is actually extremely unstable in at least the current understanding of the Bluesterians. And it's just as well that it's unstable, because metallic hydrogen is a dense, high-energy storage material. In Bluestar academia, the role of metallic hydrogen can be related to military applications. Many people believe that this extremely high-energy density item, in addition to being used as a battery, was also a good material for developing weapons. And indeed it does. According to the information Suyu got from the Wasteland side, metallic hydrogen batteries are indeed capable of being used as bombs after hacking security programs. And the Wasteland world does have metal hydrogen bombs that specialize in face value. That stuff is much more powerful than TNTs. Who dares to use such a dangerous thing if its safety cannot be guaranteed? Suyu knew that someone would ask this question before he went on stage, and had already prepared for it, so he naturally didn't panic. Safety is a top priority and a huge concern for everyone. And for that, I think people are completely comfortable. He casually picked up a 1 kilogram metal hydrogen battery and set it in front of him, and after connecting it to an instrument specialized in testing power, he pointed to the value displayed on it and said, "As you can see, this battery is currently in a fully charged state, with over 10,000 kilowatts stored inside." With that, he nodded to the power armor off to the side. Then everyone saw, the tall, lanky power armor actually moved without being manned. After taking a step forward to a suitable position, he directly raised his hand and threw out a chainsaw sword located at the wrist of his right hand. same as what we just saw in the video. The first moment everyone on the scene saw the power armor in action, they felt something bad in their hearts, but without waiting for them to speak, the power armor had already made a clean slash. Splits the entire metal hydrogen cell in half along with the tray underneath. The battery that had been sliced in half snapped to the ground, but it only emitted a little white smoke before returning to its normal state. Suyu picked it up without a care in the world and used the cutout with a metallic luster to address the camera and the audience. We have a protocol for stabilizing and preserving metallic hydrogen cells, whether by squeezing, cutting, puncturing, blistering, or burning, even in the most extreme cases, which only allows them to release their energy in a special exergonic path and not explode. Safety-wise, it's absolutely fine, and most of the time, even if the battery as a whole is damaged, it not only won't explode, but it will continue to work. Saying that, Suyu connected this half of the battery to that power testing instrument just now once again, only to see that the 10,000 odd kilowatts of electricity shown on it just a moment ago had turned into 5,000 odd kilowatts. Other than that, nothing has changed. This technology, at once, caused an outcry. Many people who knew something about the field of science and technology could not help but suck in a breath of cool air and scramble to ask questions. Unlike exoskeletons, even the G20 lightweight exoskeleton just now, obviously it can't be a civilian product, and everyone knows that Suyu was just bullshitting before. In the future, even if a civilian version does come out, it will be hard for everyone to get any share of the benefits, but metal hydrogen batteries are different. This is a complete revolution in the field of energy. It's worth over $1 trillion on its own. The value of related industries that can be driven after the listing. It is not polite to say that $10 trillion may not be able to beat it. That's an unbelievably vast market. Among the people present, apart from the employees and executives of Timeless Technology who were shocked that the company they had joined actually had such awesome black technology, they felt that this wave had come to the right place. The media thinks about how to dig up as many big stories as possible. The official representatives of Mordor were thinking about how to get Suyu to place the battery production in Mordor to ensure that Mordor would get more tax revenue and a colorful mark in the sky in their own political achievements. And among the many who watched the live stream on the web were thinking about how to get a piece of the pie in the onslaught that metal hydrogen batteries are bringing to the existing market. Imitation of production is no need to think about. This is obviously the exclusive technology of spacetime technology. Even before even the relevant papers spacetime technology has not published. It can be seen that Timeless Technology simply does not have the idea of liberalizing the production of batteries and only earning royalties. Instead, we need to get a firm grip on metal hydrogen batteries. But putting aside the point of producing batteries for sale, the profits that can be made just by buying batteries from Timeless Technology and installing them in some of the existing electronic products are unimaginable. As long as from the hands of time and space technology to get a number of metal hydrogen battery production capacity, even if they do not build electronic products, as a second-hand dealer to sell to those electrical industry giants, can earn hemp. Suyu patiently answered some of their questions one by one, originally expected to end before 9 o'clock in the evening product conference. Hard to be pursued until more than 10 o'clock in the evening. Suyu announced the end. As for more details, he promised to have them updated on the official website of Timeless Technology later. That's what calmed these frenzied spectators down a bit, and it doesn't matter if it's a live audience or if you're watching it live. At this point all realized that they had not come tonight for nothing. Even if you can't gain anything from it, it's highly likely that you'll witness the dawn of a new era. Exoskeletons, power armor, metallic hydrogen batteries. In the product conference of Spacetime Technology tonight, several products were displayed, giving people a feeling that was simply too shocking. It even made many people see the world outside after exiting the stage and wonder if they had just traveled through time and space and mistakenly entered the future. The name of Spacetime Technology appeared suddenly in everyone's view on this ordinary evening. Not only did it amaze the audience present at the time, but in a very short time after the launch, it became famous all over the world, reaching every corner of the blue star through the internet, gave the world a little bit of wasteland shock, and those electrical giants reacted far more quickly than anyone could have imagined. After 11 o'clock that night, Suyu's phone was being called. You called. In the villa of Peach Blossom Dock, Suyu was eating a late-night snack. Autumn End, who was sitting across the table, saw his phone light up and couldn't help but give a reminder. Suyu looked at it and casually hung up the phone, then said to Chiyomu, "Aunt Autumn, get me a program to not answer any calls except for a few more important numbers." Autumn End gave him a blank look. Information gleaned from the internet tells me that you don't call me that out of respect for my age, but out of some indescribable backstabbing. Put. The porridge that Suyu just drank into his mouth directly sprayed out. Wolfie drew paper and wiped his mouth before rying. "You're slandering all right." Tisk. Autumn End bristled, unimpressed, and turned. Let me program your phone and you're not afraid I'll see those little movies on your phone? Ha, what do you take me for? Suyu said confidently. Feel free to look. Kidding. What kind of wealth is he now? How can he only have one cell phone? The study materials are all on the other cell phone. Okay? Autumn and glanced at him derisively. Just then, though, another call came in. Suyu was surprised. Don't you design a program in a second? A program that intercepts phone calls? It's not done yet. This call falls into the more important category in the program's determination. But it's not really that important, so take it or leave it as you please. Autumn N shrugged. It's so late. There are actually more important calls? Suyu picked up his cell phone and glanced at it, still choosing to answer it. Hello, is this Mr. Su from Timeless Technology? On the other end of the line, a muffled voice came through. Not hearing who it was, Suyu directly asked. It's me. Who are you? Oh, my humble self is Chen Fu from BYC. Do a little racking, just so people know. Chen Fu? Suyu froze for a moment and then remembered who the other party was. BYC, the leading company of new energy vehicles in Kyushu and an industry giant with an annual shipment of nearly 2 million vehicles. And this Chen Fu is the founder of BYA Auto, a proper business tycoon. However, thinking of what the other party was doing, Suyu instantly understood why Chomu said that this call was more important. It doesn't take much thought to realize that people are coming for metal hydrogen batteries. After all, the biggest problem with making new energy vehicles now is that the battery is too pulled. Take BYA's flagship model, the Han. For example, the 2-ton medium-sized car has 550 kilograms of batteries alone. The range turned out to be only about 600 kilometers. There's a bit of a discount when it comes to the cold northern winters. For that matter, it's at the top of the industry. Other cars have more range to pull across. So for metal hydrogen batteries, which have an energy density 900 times that of gasoline, these new energy vehicle companies, of necessity, are the most uptight. After all, it doesn't matter if your phone's battery is nearly as good. For most people, one charge a day is fine, but the batteries used in the car are poor. And that involves the issue of range, which in turn is the issue of the popularity of charging piles. Range anxiety, the biggest problem restricting the development of new energy vehicles. And at the moment, there is only one solution for car companies to solve this problem. Build charging posts all over the world. It's stupid, but there's no way around it. But even so, it is impossible to cover the charging pile to the world in a short period of time. Or even cover the whole country is difficult. Only in some big cities popularization. Therefore the main users of new energy vehicles, too, are basically only big cities. That's why the internet has always had a new energy source for urban commuting to save money. And it's still a reliable gasoline vehicle for long trips. After all, it's not news to drive a trolley on the highway and be afraid to turn on the air conditioning when you're stuck in traffic. So it's Dongchen. I've heard a lot about you. Suyu asked knowingly. I don't know if Dongchen has something important to talk about when he calls so late. Chen Fu on the other end of the phone sniffed apologetically. Mr. Su's time and space energy has already mastered the preparation and mass production technology of metal hydrogen batteries. And as soon as I heard about it, I tossed and turned and asked someone to come and get Mr. Su's contact information. I'm sorry for the sudden contact. It's fine, Suyu said without caring. So Dongchen is interested in metal hydrogen batteries? That's for sure. Chen Fu laughed. You don't know, Mr. Su, but I just watched the entire recording of Timeless Technologies conference. And the technology your company has mastered is truly an eye-opener. Watching the launch almost made me think I had actually entered the future world overnight, living up to the name of Time Tech. After a little bit of rainbow farting, Chen Fu then revealed his purpose. I've already booked an overnight ticket to Mordor from my side. I wonder if Mr. Su has time tomorrow? I'd like to have a good chat with you, sir, about metal hydrogen batteries. Mr. Su should also be clear about how important this kind of battery is to our company. Don't be offended if you take the liberty of disturbing us late at night. Suyu had already made it clear in the conference. Metal hydrogen batteries are just intended to be sold. It's not unusual for him to say directly that he wants to talk about the battery deal. Tomorrow was Friday, and Suyu thought that there shouldn't be anything to do. Immediately, he said, Chendong personally came. Of course, Timeless Technology is welcome. Tomorrow I will wait for Chendong at Zuwaiki. The two of them exchanged a few more business blows and set a time to meet tomorrow before hanging up. This kind of bending and twisting in the business world was something Suyu was familiar with, though the people talking business have changed from the little-known players of the past to the business giants of today. But he himself is very different from before. Not quite stage fright, but during the day, they're still doing battle in power armor and traveling the stars in a peregrine falcon. You have to worry about all this business crap at night. He always felt a bit out of place. That's not right. Didn't we agree to be hands-off? Thinking about this, Suyu then suddenly remembered. Timeless Technologies has recruited a large number of executives with excellent business skills though. It is sufficient for these executives to handle most of the business, but when faced with an important business giant like Chen Fu to talk about cooperation, if Suyu did not show up, it seems that no one in time and space technology is really convenient to deal with. This one has rather less to do with ability. Rather, its identity. In the end, executives are just part-time workers, and it would be impolite to let ordinary executives receive people when the powerful founder of a large group comes over in person. That's why Suyu needed to be on it himself. This is difficult. Suyu had a slight headache. First of all, he definitely wouldn't share out the shares of Timeless Technology, but if you don't share it out, executives without equity will always be wage earners, and will inevitably have to be put on the back foot when faced with the founders of other companies and other cooperative partners. The end of Autumn as a CEO is quite enough to do these things in her capacity, but as the former lord of Future City, a murderous and ruthless character, it's okay to let her run the company. Let her rip people off and talk business. That would be a waste of talent. It's actually not that hard to do. Autumn, who had already guessed what Suyu's headache was, smiled meaningfully. As soon as her words fell, Suyu's cell phone rang again. Only this time, the number was not the unfamiliar one shown when Chen Fu called earlier, but one with a note. Chuyuki? Suyu glanced at Chiomu, who had expected this, and turned to pick up the phone. Mr. Su, I haven't seen you in a few days. How are you? As soon as the phone was connected, Chuyue's greeting came from the other end. The voice was slightly raspy and magnetic. According to the internet, it's a typical imperial voice, a far cry from the softer vocals of late autumn. Not bad, Suyu said casually. MS. Shu is still calling here at this late hour. Is there something wrong? I've taken the liberty of calling, so I'm sorry to bother you. Shujue made a polite remark, then went straight to the point. I've heard that Mr. Su's Timeless Heavy Industry has a G20 light exoskeleton that it intends to sell overseas. I wonder if Mr. Su has any overseas sales channels for weapons? Sales channels? Suyu's eyes narrowed, but he was a little surprised that she suddenly asked about this. Do you want to be an arms dupe and buy G20 from him and then use your own channels to sell it abroad at a high price? That said, though, Timeless Technology does seem to be lacking in overseas sales of this gear at the moment. Of course, Suyu is not the only one in the company now. Give those executives under him some time. This is not a big problem. After all, if something is good enough, there is no fear that no one will come to buy it. There was no way that Chuyue didn't know about this, but she still specifically called this number. That's a little intriguing. Suyu replied after a brief thought. Our executives at Time and Space Technology have only been on board for a short while, and although we're working hard to open up overseas channels, but after all, our time is limited, and we really lack a path in this area right now. Why? Does MS. Chu have any suggestions? Suggestions aren't really a thing. Chuyuki laughed. But just now, one of my clients overseas came to point of inquiry and wanted me to contact you about purchasing a batch of G20 exoskeletons. I wonder if Mr. Su is interested? Oh, what kind of client that can make you so attached that you call me in the middle of the night? Suyu said with interest. Wagner. Suyu. Good lord. That's quite a big client. And it's a big client who's in the middle of a war with someone. It's not an exaggeration to say that it's the most capable mercenary army in the current world, because the fighting force is too strong. It can even hang the regular army. That's why many internet users in Kyushu also jokingly refer to this mercenary army as the Wagner Front. It is a major force in a battlefield that is currently attracting the attention of countless people around the world. And crucially, it's a mercenary army, privately armed. It's much easier to trade with them than it is to trade directly with some countries. Just pay with one hand and deliver with the other. How much are they planning to ask for? Suyu changed his sitting position, his expression all a bit more serious. It said mercenary, but he hardly even had to think about it. If he dared to sell this to Wagner today, he was afraid that tomorrow he'd be condemned by Eagle Jam and have a hatchet job on him to start sanctions. The good news is that he's not at all afraid of sanctions. The bad news was that if the list was too small, Suyu wouldn't bother to take it. 3,000 sets, Suyu hurriedly said. This is the first batch. If the actual combat effect is good, additional purchases will follow. After all, you understand the situation on their side, and it is estimated that there are more than just Wagner himself to use after buying them. 3,000 sets are definitely not enough. 3,000 sets. That's 6 billion even with the lowest configuration of the G20 exoskeleton. Suyu had long ago marked clearly the selling price of the G20 exoskeleton in the official website of Time and Space Technology. The most basic model sells for less than $2 million, or a little over $1,999,000. The base model carries almost no modules, just the most basic drivetrain, light armor and such. It's not too different from what he introduced in the previous launch. But there are advanced models of this stuff. The advanced model, at the expense of some of the load, allows you to hang on to thicker armor and equip more sophisticated auxiliary modules in your helmet. Included in this is the auxiliary aiming module in the G60 exoskeleton that is comparable to self-aiming, priced at just $399. If that's not enough for you, that's okay. Private customized versions are also available over here. Straight up give you a G60 heavy exoskeleton with the same specs of armor and a full defense pull, also equipped with upgraded power system, although not as good as the G60 set, but also more advanced than the G20 comes with some, although the energy consumption is higher, but you can change a larger battery. How much? This is the end of the autumn and the G20 based on the special design of the modification. Do not even need to go to the Frost Star to ask for technical modifications. Directly in the Blue Stars factory can be changed. Only $699 for a set. Even that drone battlefield situational mapping module in the Storm class power armor can be added if one is willing to add more money. There's a set of these, and everyone's a hang-by with perspective on. Alley-oop? Laugh it up. Just go straight through the wall. I'm just asking if you have a craving, right? $999. 3,000 sets of all basics? Or do you buy a little of each? Suyu turned to ask. 2,500 sets of the basic model. 400 sets of the advanced model, 100 sets of the private customization model, plus 2 sets of that exoskeleton of yours with the battlefield situational awareness module, Chuyu said quickly. That's a total of 7. 280, 998, 000. What method of payment does that side intend to make? Suyu quickly gave the price with his powerful mental arithmetic. They're going to commute it in gas and oil. But of course it's not too much of a problem if you're not going to want that. I can pay you on their behalf. And just get rid of this oil and gas for me. So, Suyu nodded, and then said with interest. What do you figure though? It's not easy for your company to eat so much oil and gas and withhold so much cash from me, is it? He didn't believe that Wagner would give her a lot of benefits if Chuyu did this favor. This kind of thing, to put it bluntly, even if Chuyu didn't help and gave people some time, they could still contact the side of time and space technology. As for any oil and gas settlement, it's even less of an issue. That stuff is hard currency. There are ways to convert it to money. A bit of a pain in the ass, but a limited pain in the ass. There was no way that people would give Chuyu a sky-high agency fee or something just for that. Unrealistic. I need them to do me a favor. Well, it's to kill someone. Chuyu pondered a little, but she didn't hide it. This way, Suyu sniffed and did not pursue the matter. Turning to Chuyu, he chatted with her for a few more minutes, and after making an appointment to come to Timeless Technology tomorrow night to sign the contract, he hung up the phone. Only then did Suyu look at Autumn End in surprise. What you just meant is, letting Chuyu come to work at Timeless Technology? Why not? Autumn End shrugged. Just pull it down. Suyu shook his head. The Wanfu Group under their hands is originally a large group with assets of hundreds of billions of dollars. And they also have an arms company of unknown size in their hands. How comfortable to be your own boss. Why come to work for me? I'm afraid that this boss is not that good. Autumn End said lightly. What do you mean? Suyu frowned and immediately guessed that there was probably something else in here that he was not clear about. It was a good thing that Autumn End wasn't a Riddler. And he sniffed and said at once, do you know what the Chu family is about? The Southeast Chu clan, a 1,000-year-old family. It is rumored that the Chu family is descended from the royal family of the Chu kingdom during the spring and autumn and warring states periods. But of course, I'm afraid that even the Chu family themselves don't know whether this rumor is true or not. But it is well documented that the Chu family has been active in the southeast for at least 1,000 years. Since the end of the Tang dynasty. It's an old and large family. What you know about the Wanfu Group is only the tip of the Chu family's iceberg. Millennium family. Suyu was stunned and then surprised. This kind of family, there's really one in reality. Ha! Of course there is. In the last 100 years all of your familiar people with the surname Chu are basically from their family. In all walks of life. But people never mention the family outside. So ordinary people naturally don't know. Autumn End explained. Running water dynasties, iron families, this has been the case since ancient times. If you think that because of some turmoil you can make these families disappear into the river of history, then you're underestimating the wisdom of these 1,000-year-old families. Even in the wasteland era of our fallen cloud world, there are still quite a few forces in the wasteland that exist in this mode of clans. The powerful ones among them are not even worse than Future City. A mature lineage is a rather advanced organizational structure, using bloodline inheritance as a bond, holding together to control the means of production. Although it seems simple and crude, but in reality simplicity has another layer of meaning. That is stability. These people silently integrate into all walks of life during times of social stability, and grow their families with their large volume of collection and control of advanced means of production. In times of chaos they shrink their heads and hibernate, waiting for the next period of stability to arrive. The rise and fall of the world and the change of dynasties have nothing to do with them, so it's hard to disappear. Suyu was greatly shocked after hearing this. On second thought, it seems to be true. This kind of big family, as long as there weren't a couple of some kind of deranged head of the family messing things up, with the power they wielded, no matter what era they were in, they were all targets to be pulled in. It's still really hard to die out, but having said that, he couldn't help but wonder, so what does all this have to do with letting Chuyuki join Timetech? Autumn N shook her head. Although Chuyu's ability is good, but with her age and seniority, if she wants to control such a big family, that's definitely not enough. The reason why she's basically in charge of most of the Chu family's business now is essentially because the contemporary Chu family's head of the family supports her. By the way, the head of the Chu family is her great-grandfather, 92 years old this year. Recently it is said that his health is not very good. It seems that he will die soon. Without this one's support, it won't be easy for Chuyu to take control of the entire Chu family. Just waiting for the Chu family's old master to swallow his breath, there will inevitably be great chaos behind the Chu family. Last time, some people smuggled over specifically to assassinate Chuyue. You don't really think that these people would dare to be so unafraid of death and come to Kyushu to assassinate her just because of a little conflict in the arms trade, do you? If this matter, Suyu still had some impression. At that time, Chuyu herself had also said that the matter of assassinating her that time was complicated. Otherwise, according to normal circumstances, those bandits would not have risked so much to come within the territory of Kyushu even if they wanted to kill her no matter how much they wanted to. It's no different than looking for death. According to Chuyuki, it's because there's been some kind of change and someone couldn't wait for her to die. So, this change is that the old master of the Chu family is going to die? Suyu grasped the point with a brief thought. According to Chiyomo's description of the Chu family, such a large family, in this era of globalization, obviously could not just be entrenched in Kyushu. Most of them have branches overseas as well. And based on the analysis of the available intelligence, that was more than likely the news that the Chu family's old master was going to die had gotten out. Someone in the Chu family wanted to compete for the position of family head, so naturally, they wanted to do away with Chuyu. It made sense to cooperate with those bandits who were at odds with Chuyu because of the arms business, and then collude with the Chu family members on the Kyushu side who were disgruntled with Chuyu, and then collaborate with them to try to assassinate her. So the person she just said she commissioned Wagner to kill was also a member of the Chu family? Suyu immediately asked. This one wasn't really hard to guess. Because of a family like the Chu family, if one wanted to inherit a position like the head of the family, one would at least have to be a Chu family member to be able to do so. Only the Chu family's direct lineage, which was high up overseas, had the ability and motive to assassinate Chuyu. The others wouldn't be able to get much out of her even if they killed her. And there was no way they would risk so much. Well, it's her own uncle, and as long as she dies, the probability is that her own uncle will become the next Chu family head. Do. Suyu knocked on the table and said after a moment of contemplation. So you're suggesting that I take her great-grandfather's life in exchange for her working for me? If that's the case, it's not impossible. This thing, the life extension golden elixir, really wasn't considered too rare on Ing Zhang's side in the divine world. Suyu himself alone still had dozens of them on him right now. Give one out for a wage earner with status and land for, to help yourself with the jobs you can't conveniently hand over to executives. Seems worth it when you think about it. To be able to renew her great-grandfather's life for 20 years in exchange for her giving you 10 years of labor, I'm sure she'd be willing. In that case, then let's do it. Suyu immediately took out his cell phone, found Chuyu's number and called back. Somewhere in a mansion in Magic City, Chuyu, who had just finished talking to Suyu on the phone, slightly tiredly laid into the bathtub. The snow-white skin was as delicate and warm as ivory. Perfect curves were hidden under the heat of the tub. Hidden from view. It's evocative. It's just that there's no one else who can appreciate this beauty, and Chuyue herself doesn't have the heart to care about that. Wordlessly, she lay in the tub for a while, feeling the exhaustion in her body being taken away by the hot water, and she couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. Thinking about the recent bad things, he couldn't help but get a little headache. I hope the second uncle's head will be returned successfully over there. These people are getting restless. Just then, the cell phone next to the tub suddenly rang. Chuyu glanced at the above note Suyu, then after a pause, picked up the cell phone and put it to his ear. A few moments later, the phone suddenly slipped out of her hand and fell into the tub. Chuyue froze for a moment before she panicked and fished out her cell phone in a hurry. Luckily, her cell phone was waterproof, so fishing it out worked. Looking at the call that was still going on above, Chuyue couldn't help but shudder. Do you really have the medicine in your hand that makes people live 20 years longer? After making the call, Shu Wei, who was lying in the bathtub, put the cell phone to the side, her expression shifting. After a few moments, she exhaled slowly and lay back in the tub with her eyes closed again. We'll see tomorrow. Suyu tells her that he has a medicine in his hand that can make people live for 20 more years, and the price was for her to go to TimeTech as vice president for 10 years. Of course, there's a fee on top of that. $10 billion for a drug like that. However, compared to going to work for Suyu for 10 years, 10 billion was in turn not a price to Chuyu. Compared to the medicine that prolonged her life for 20 years, this amount of money didn't even seem like a price to her. It was just an addition. As for whether Suyu has this kind of medicine or not, she's no science nerd and knows how hard it is to make people live longer. As far as biomedical technology is concerned, if a middle-aged or elderly person in his or her late teens suffers from any disease and is willing to drop money to use some radical medical treatment, he or she may be able to extend his or her life a little, but that's limited. It's basically overdrafting your body to heal. And in the case of her great-grandfather, who was over 100 years old, it was too difficult to prolong his life. At this age, the body organs have begun to dry up, and even replacing them with organs that can match will not help. The rejection alone after replacement is fatal enough. Slightly more stimulating drugs may kill the old man, and only the mildest medical treatment can be used to slowly regulate and hang on for dear life. Modern human medical technology is actually far less advanced than the general public thinks. One of the most common colds that humans can only rely on their own immune system to cure. Those so-called cold and flu remedies are, quite frankly, just a shot in the arm to provide a little assistance to the immune system. So rationally, Suyu's claim that he possessed drugs that could prolong a person's life, even as long as there was still a breath left in him, was definitely unreliable. But then he remembered Suyu's mysterious origin and all the magical technology he brought with him after he appeared. Shuiwei couldn't help but believe it a few more times. After all, both the power armor and the metal hydrogen batteries were products that far exceeded current Blue Star technology. Who knows if Suyu has any more cutting-edge medical technology products on hand? The following day at noon, Suyu met with Chen Fu of the BY Group at Ziweigaki. After a friendly tour of Zweiki, the two of them got down to business. First, because metal hydrogen batteries have 900 times the energy density of gasoline, so even if it is a car battery, it does not need to be big at all. And in the end Chen Fu chose to purchase 3 sizes of batteries, 5 kilograms, 3 kilograms and 1 kilogram. A 5 kilogram metal hydrogen battery, fully charged, is equivalent to the energy contained in 4,500 kilograms of gasoline. And 4,500 kilograms of gasoline is roughly equivalent to about 5,800 liters. Based on a conventional fuel car midsize car 10 gasoline per 100 kilometers. Enough for 58,000 miles. 2. This range has been so high that it's scary. And that's based on the gas mileage of a conventional fuel car. New energy vehicles, on the other hand, consume less energy than fuel vehicles because the energy utilization of electric motors is much higher than that of internal combustion engines, based on the efficiency of the motor. I'm afraid that 5 kilograms of metal hydrogen batteries, fully charged, would be enough to run a car for more than 100,000 kilometers. Many people may wonder why trams are said to be more environmentally friendly than oil vehicles when it is clear that electricity generation also pollutes. It's actually the energy utilization that's forgotten to be accounted for when doing this math. The energy utilization of electric motors is more than 90% compared to 40% for internal combustion engines. That is to say, the internal combustion engine wastes much more energy in the process of burning oil than the electric motor does in terms of losses. This is why gasoline energy density is dozens of times that of batteries. But the range of new energy vehicles can also do with the oil car is not too bad. A car with 10 fuel for 100 kilometers would have roughly 50 kilograms of gasoline when filled if the tank was 70 liters. A new energy vehicle, however, can carry a 5 or 600 kilogram battery in the car with about the same overall weight because it doesn't need to be loaded with all those complicated components in a car. In this way, the difference between the energies that the two sides could actually carry on their own was not so exaggerated. Plus, electric motors are more efficient than internal combustion engines, so at the same level, an oil car can run 700 or 800 kilometers on a full tank of gas, but a trolley car can also run 500 or 600 kilometers. The high energy utilization is what makes trams more environmentally friendly than oil cars. As for the current generation of electricity, which still relies mainly on thermal power, the pollution is as big a problem. There is actually a solution, because there are many ways to generate electricity, not just thermal. As other environmentally friendly ways of generating electricity improve, electricity use is going to become more and more environmentally friendly. That's why most countries currently promote trams as being more environmentally friendly than oil cars. And for a manufacturer like BYA that makes new energy vehicles, A 5 kg metal hydrogen battery is perfectly adequate as an energy source for the top model. A lower-end model with a 1 kg battery and enough range for 20,000 kilometers in a single run would have been a complete solution to the current range anxiety problem of trams. It has even exceeded expectations too much. There's enough trams to create a descending blow to the tanker. As for in the price of the battery, Suyu is very plainly priced by weight. For a kilogram of metal hydrogen batteries, he offered $50,000. Based on the fact that a kilogram of metal hydrogen batteries can run a tram for 20,000 kilometers, the pricing is actually too high. The average cost per kilometer has reached $2.50. If there is only one benefit of long range, I'm afraid that cars with metal hydrogen batteries will have a hard time competing with other new energy vehicles. After all, people have been able to do it at a cost of less than $0.10 per kilometer. Even with an oil car, it's only about $0.5 to $0.8 per kilometer. Despite the range troubles of today's trams, the problem is not really that much of an egghead for some users who don't travel much in big cities. The odds are that people won't spend so much money for nothing. After all, users only look at whether you're affordable or not. They don't care what tech you've got on board. Even if you put a fusion reactor in the car, the range pulls full to 10 million kilometers. If the cost of using the car is higher than the unusual tram oil car, people still do not buy. And the main reason why CU dared to sell like this was because it was a one-shot deal. Metal hydrogen batteries are actually not rechargeable and require hydrogen to be added after the charge is depleted. Time and Space Energy here has the metal hydrogen preparation technology that Suyu got from the wasteland side. This stuff is fine as long as there is water. Build a plant towards the sea and produce tens of thousands of tons per day. The only cost is the large amount of electricity needed to produce metallic hydrogen. But Suyu has already let the nuclear engineers summoned by time and space technology to study the first generation of nuclear fusion drawings. According to the estimation of the end of the autumn, in the case of Suyu unlimitedly smashing money into it and her scheduling help from it, in a month at most, the first fusion reactor could try to ignite. Electricity will be about as free by then. So the cost of metallic hydrogen is almost exclusively in transportation and preservation. As for why he had to go to Froststar to buy metal hydrogen cells when he already had the technology to prepare it, the reason is also simple. Preparing metallic hydrogen isn't really that hard, after all. Even the blue stars have come up with the stuff before. The hard part is how to keep it in a tiny battery to power it. To be clear, that battery case is the real hack. While Ottoman knew how that stuff was made, Blue Star lacked a lot of important materials, so might as well just get it from Froststar. What Suyu means by a one-shot deal is actually that for those who use metal hydrogen batteries, hydrogen refueling is free of charge after the battery's energy is used up. You only have to pay out a certain amount of money for transportation, preservation and labor each time. It is not expected to cost more than $500 per hydrogen refill. This free hydrogen refueling lasts until the car has done 300,000 kilometers, and then after that you have to charge for it. But it's not too expensive. So it looks like a $50,000 range of 20,000 kilometers at a cost of $2.50 per kilometer of car use. In reality it's a $50,000 range of 300,000 kilometers at a cost of less than $0.20 per kilometer. It's a bit more expensive than many of today's trams, but without the range anxiety, the advantage isn't insignificant, and it's at the level of a total slam dunk. An oil truck? What the hell is that? There are always people say that the protagonist of the thing sold cheap. In fact, selling these things you not only consider the value of the technology itself, but also consider the market spending power. In short, you have to consider the use of other people do not have to afford, especially some of the popularity of technology products. What's the point of pricing something even more black tech so high that no one else can afford to use it? A set of exoskeletons sells for tens of millions of dollars. So of course some people will buy them, but they won't buy a lot of them. Rather they will buy a little bit to go back to research or a small amount of equipment. This is, after all, a single equipment. Single equipment on the battlefield to kill the enemy. Efficiency is not destined to be higher than the missile aircraft warships these equipment. The price is too high. People are unlikely to large-scale procurement. And without mass purchasing, poorly selling a little here and a little there, you may not end up making as much as you would if you went low. Because the heavy-duty exoskeleton itself was low enough in cost, low enough to sell for only $500,000. The profit was close to 20,000%. I guess we have all seen The God of Medicine. Pharmaceutical companies do have a hard time selling overpriced drugs because the research and development cost is very high and they cannot recover the cost without selling at a high price, which is an incidental cost of technological products. But it doesn't cost much for the protagonist to acquire all this tech. So why bother? The first batch of contracts signed between Chenfu and Suyu's side was 1 million kilograms of metal hydrogen batteries. These include $50,000 in the 5 kilogram class, $100,000 in the 3 kilogram class, and $450,000 in the 1 kilogram class. A whole $50 billion big list. Both parties will settle the payment within the next week. The batteries are enough for BYG to produce 600,000 vehicles equipped with the new metal hydrogen batteries. And that's just this month's orders. Chen Fu and Su Yu signed a long-term order. And in the year to come, BYG would purchase at least 1 million kilograms of metal hydrogen batteries from Timeless Energy every month. What specifications will be purchased will need to be negotiated at that time. Last year BYG sold less than 2 million cars in the whole year. It must be reasonably impossible to eat such a large production. However, after owning metal hydrogen batteries, this Mr. Chen was so ambitious that he not only set his eyes on the domestic market, but also on foreign countries. If his plan goes well, I'm afraid the BYC group will produce more than 7 million metal hydrogen cars in the next year. Even with a black technology like metal hydrogen batteries, this is quite a challenge. After all, the battery of spacetime energy is not only sold them. BYG also supports spacetime energy every month 1/5 of the production capacity only. Other manufacturers can likewise buy batteries from here. Metal hydrogen batteries don't really make for an exclusive selling point. And the reason why Chen Fu dared to make such a decision to increase production by so much, there's another reason. He also has an exclusive program with one of the most obscure subsidiaries of Timeless Technology. That subsidiary is called Spacetime Technology Reserve Corporation. That's the one where Suyu holds 70% and Kyushu Bank holds 30%. This company currently holds all of the next-level technologies in the G60 heavy exoskeleton except for those top-tier black technologies. And even if it's next-level technology, it's definitely ahead of its time when put on the blue planet. Other than that, the enemy identification system in the G60 exoskeleton alone, slightly altered, is an onboard radar that far exceeds current market technology. The ability to provide top-of-the-line hardware assistance for autonomous driving. And while the armor technology of the G60 exoskeleton is a Tier 1 black tech, it's not on the list of technologies of the Time Technology Reserve Corporation. But in addition to the armor, many of the internal components themselves use a lot of special materials. The skeleton, for example, is a titanium alloy built with another composite material. This composite material doesn't cost much and it's lightweight. However, the strength can reach 4,000 MPa, far exceeding the current high-strength steel that is generally used for critical parts such as automobile pillars. It's a little less than high-strength carbon fiber, though. But the point is it's cheap. It's both lightweight and affordable. Cheaper than high-strength steel. It's perfectly fine for building cars. The exclusive cooperation program reached between BYG and Time and Space Technology Reserve is that in the next 5 years, all commercial technologies produced by Time and Space Technology Reserve and developed in the field of automobiles can only be cooperated with BYG. The realization of technology outside of civilian automobiles, naturally, has little to do with BYG. The temporal technology side can screw around all it wants. Of course, the price is naturally not small. 200 billion. That's the money for signing this contract. Subsequently, if it involves technology transfer or procurement of products after production, additional money will have to be paid. The cooperation with Time and Space Technology was the key to Chen Fu's daring to increase production so dramatically. In fact, he still has some regrets. Because TimeTech didn't have the same set of super powerful motors that were carried in the G60 exoskeleton in its technological reserves. It would be awesome if that stuff was there too. Nowadays, a car with 600 or 700 horsepower is considered a performance car. And thousands of horsepower that's a top-of-the-line performance car. And going by the publicly available parameters of the G60 exoskeleton, the motors in it, if redesigned according to the principles, would fit on the car. I'm afraid I can build cars with more than 5,000 horsepower. True, more horsepower than a tank. What's the point of talking about 0-100 acceleration when that kind of horsepower is put into a car if it's not limited? I'm afraid 0-500 acceleration is going to be in the 5-second range. A car? That's called a fucking stick-on vehicle. Of course, regrets were regrets. But he was satisfied with the business he had negotiated on this trip. Unsurprisingly, the next thing you know BYC is going to be in a real messy killing mode. Even if the peers also look to Time Energy to purchase metal hydrogen batteries, it's useless. And Suyu was equally pleased with the deal. $250 billion in one afternoon. Though 200 billion of them were from TimeTech. And only 70% of them belonged to him. But it's not a big problem. That's also 140 billion in revenue. Plus that 50 billion for the batteries. That's $190 billion a day. Cost? The costs add up to less than $100 million. That's what over-the-top tech realizations can do. And it's still just the beginning. In fact, today, in addition to him personally returning to see Chen Fu, The business department of Timeless Technology that had just gone to work was basically busy as well. Countless offers of cooperation are floating in from all directions. The staff and executives who have just come on board are already busy. The good news, though, is that TimeTech strictly enforces a 9-to-5 work schedule. It's time to get off at the end of the day. What? There's still some important cooperation left to be negotiated? Make the client wait to go. Not willing to wait? Buy what you want, but don't buy what you don't want. These employees, who had just started their first day, never expected it. Used to work elsewhere, talk business with customers, have to take the customer as a father to hold. Once the business is yellow, but also by the supervisor and the boss scolded the bloody head. The most I've heard is, if you can do it, do it. If you can't do it, get out. If you don't do it, there's plenty of others to do it. It turned out to be the other way around when it came to TimeTech. Getting off work at the end of the day. They can even be tough if the customer is not satisfied. I'm going off duty. If you can talk business, talk business. If you can't talk business, don't talk business. If you don't buy it, there's plenty of other people to buy it. As a result, those customers heard not only dare not be angry, but also do not force lie. All signed the contract quickly, lest the late change. I think of the old days when I used to be dunked at the table by clients until I threw up and acted like a grandson for my performance. These businessmen almost had tears in their eyes. Damn, that's a big difference. Instead, clients became grandchildren begging them to leave work a few minutes late, something they never expected. Some employees summarized their first day of work experience and posted it online, which naturally caused another wave of envy and jealousy. If you count the cooperation you made with the BY Group today, the total sales of the 3 subsidiaries of Timeless Technology for today's day is roughly $312.78 billion. At dinner time, Autumn N dutifully performed her duties as secretary. Although she is CEO, TCH, that's not too good. The BYG side alone accounts for $250 billion, and that's all that's left? Suyu swallowed the contents of his mouth before continuing. Forget about that 3,000 exoskeleton business you were going to talk to Chuyuki about tonight? No, Autumn N shook her head. The calculation here is for those that have been contracted to close. It should be at the beginning of $320 billion if you count that one. And if you add the $10 billion for the life extension gold pill, it's $330 billion. A single day's revenue of $3,300 million is actually already exaggerated. And these are just the ones that have been closed. There are countless more intended contracts and potential customers waiting to be talked about. In my opinion, I'm afraid your 500 kilograms of metallic hydrogen batteries aren't quite enough. Don't you consider buying some more from that Frost Star girl? No more. Suyu shook his head. At 5 million kilograms per month, this capacity is already exaggerated. And the reason we can sell so much now is because metal hydrogen batteries are currently opening up a completely blank market. It's normal for a short period of time to cause customers to chase them. And when time goes by they'll realize that the energy density of metal hydrogen batteries is so high that they may not actually work that well. A lot of electronic devices actually don't use such a high capacity battery at all. Plus, if we put too many into the market at once, it is estimated that the price will drop very much by then, which will have a great impact on the customers who have signed contracts now. So we need to control the number of batteries flowing into the market. 500 kilograms a month is just right now, and it will be later when people are familiar with this high-capacity battery and develop products with greater energy consumption and richer functionality based on metal hydrogen batteries that metal hydrogen batteries will really take off. Also, Autumn N nodded in a daze. And Suyu suddenly grinned and laughed. The real problem is yet to come. Believe it or not, within 3 days, the metal hydrogen battery is bound to blow up in a safety scandal. And it's more than likely going to be a big deal. After all, this thing can cut off too many people's fortunes. That's a small problem. Can't we just tell them to shut up? Autumn N didn't care. She was just invincible when it came to the internet. As long as she doesn't want to see it, no one is going to give a bad review of a TimeTech product. After a moment's thought, she added, just blocking it on the internet isn't very secure either. They can still smear it through offline newspapers and such. It's not a big problem though. Just find the people behind it and make them disappear. She wasn't too fond of killing people, but she wouldn't mind physically destroying them for this kind of person. Not so much, Suyu said in a hurry. What about passionate commercial warfare? How interesting. Waiting for today to take Chuyu. The company's business matters can all be left to her to deal with. We have nothing to do. Always have to find some fun is not. He'd like to see what kind of work the opponents he trashed could pull off. Autumn N gave him a blank look and said nothing more. It wasn't long before Suyu finished his dinner before Chuyu arrived at Ziwagaki as well. Instead of a bodyguard, he brought a blonde woman. It's not hard to tell that it's a hairy girl from her physical features. However, this hairy girl had a shrewd aura all over her body, and she was quite organized between her actions. At first glance, it's a practitioner. Thinking again of the real buyer of this list, it was naturally not difficult to guess that this should be the representative sent by Wagner to talk about things. This is the chairman of Timeless Technology, Mr. Su Yu, as an intermediary, greeted Su Yu and then introduced herself to Mao Mei. After saying that, she added to Su Yu, "This is Ms. Anna, a representative of Wagner. She was originally in Kyushu to purchase a batch of drones and just happened to come over this time to take a look around while taking care of resolving some of the detailed parts of this order." Su Yu nodded at his words. "Hello, welcome to Time Tech. Mr. Su is even more handsome than in the video. Simply the most perfect work under the creator." Anna's eyes stared hotly at Su Yu and sighed in a fluent Kyushu dialect. "And this headquarters of your company. It's so amazing. I thought I had entered the future world when I came here just now. Ms. Anna is also stunning. The best-looking Western woman I've ever seen. Beautiful ladies obviously have an accurate sixth sense that this is the future." Su Yu smiled non-committally. There was one thing to say, and like Anna's complimentary words, he really wasn't being polite about it either. Originally, in the Western race, the hairy girl was also the most aesthetically pleasing to the people of Kyushu. And again, Anna is clearly the best of the hairy girls. Three-dimensional features. The skin is not as rough as other hairy girls, but in the case of no powder as usual look delicate and soft, plus the unbelievably long legs under the tall figure. A score of 95 out of 100 would be no problem. Exotic could have added more points. Overall, it wasn't even that much worse than Shuyue. Of course, the nobility between Shuyu's hands and feet was something that was hard for an ordinary person to compare to. It was the precipitation of a 1,000-year-old family. It was the same as the kind of dominance belonging to a dictator that Ottoman occasionally displayed in front of outsiders. That had been accumulated over 100 years of being in charge of Future City, and was unique and difficult for ordinary people to replicate. One look and one gesture can give the impression that you can't be denied. Mr. Su is a good judge of people. Anna appeared confident in her face value and added after frankly accepting Su Yu's compliment. "Your company's technology is indeed even more impressive than the headquarters." After a few words of business boasting to each other, the next natural step was to get down to business. Su Yu directly led them to the 5th underground floor of the Arctic Palace. This is an underground equipment testing ground that was made specifically for this purpose. There's not enough room to test power armor or anything, but there's definitely enough room to test the G20 light exoskeleton. Anna was obviously not some weak woman with no hands either. As soon as he arrived at the place, he offered to test the equipment himself. Su Yu naturally had no reason to refuse. Anna put on the exoskeleton and began to test its performance one by one, the whole process taking close to an hour. It was easy to guess how happy she was with the exoskeleton by looking at the way that she was in love with the G20. This is a piece of equipment that is enough to change the battlefield dynamics. Anna came to the waiting Su Yu and the others with a slightly agitated expression. She experimented with several versions of the G20 after the late fall magic modification. To summarize, one at all, especially the 999W1. The configuration of carrying the UAV battlefield situational mapping module plus assisted targeting module on it is just too damn awesome. For a moment it even gave Anna the illusion of playing a game on the fly. Then the next moment she reacted. It does seem like it's fucking on. Locks plus see-through. What's this if not open-ended? So how much does Ms. Anna intend to purchase? We have quite a lot of stock on our side. So if we purchase now, we can ship tomorrow. Su Yu smiled and said, "The 3,000 pieces that Ms. Chu previously negotiated with you are of course unchanged." Anna looked at Su Yu and winked. "But I think there is a need to purchase an additional batch. And later I will report to my superiors and probably get an accurate answer tomorrow. So the exact contract I was hoping to sign tomorrow." "Of course," Su Yu nodded. After that the two of them chatted about half a dozen other things, with one thing in mind. Anna speaks Kyushu quite fluently and is very knowledgeable about the culture of Kyushu. There are almost no barriers to communication. And she's also very talkative and is clearly a little more open-minded than the Oriental girls. Even a few dirty jokes now and then. The two of them did have a good conversation. Shu Wei, on the other hand, had been keeping company, but hadn't inserted herself much into the conversation between the two, and had instead been talking to Autumn and. It wasn't until after Su Yu had someone send Anna to rest at the hotel in the Ziwaiki Entertainment District, and only the three of them were left in the room. It took everyone a moment to talk about what was really important tonight. Longevity Extension Golden Elixir. The one you said would extend a person's life by 20 years. Is this it? In the top floor office of the Arctic Palace, Chuyu looked at the life extension gold pill in the box in front of her. Her eyebrows knitted. Before she came here she thought it would be some kind of potion or something. Something that looked like a high-tech product at first glance. And it turned out to be just such a pill? That's it. Suyu shrugged. Don't you smell anything else? Shuiwe subconsciously moved closer and sniffed. The scent of the life extension gold pill was obvious. Of course she had smelled it long ago. She was just a bit disbelieving. It's very fragrant. One whiff of it gives you a feeling of relaxation. It works better than incense or ambergris. But what does that have to do with extending one's life? Shuyu looked up at Suyu with some incomprehension. Where did Suyu know what the principle of this thing was? And immediately babbled. Don't pry into the science. Not being an insider. It's probably hard for you to understand if you say it. Shuyu gave him an odd look, then couldn't help but say, I have a doctorate in basic medicine from Tongji Medical College, which I finished the year before last, so I should be considered slightly knowledgeable in this area. If it's convenient, Mr. Su might as well say so. Who the hell would have thought that a strong woman who controls a huge amount of assets could be a medical student? Inconvenient. Suyu's face stiffened a little and said, MS. Shu, this is our company's secret. We can't disclose it. Please understand. So how can I trust if this drug works? Do you have a clinical trial report? Shuiwei asked rhetorically. After all, it was for her great-grandfather to eat. Of course she couldn't listen to Suyu's few words of flimflam and bring back something from an unknown source. Don't let the old man have a month or two to live. But this bite will kill him. No, don't ask. Asking is a partial prescription. Suyu shook his head. The point is you don't have a choice either. Other than me, who dares to guarantee that they can let the head of your Chu family live for another 20 years? Chuyu frowned and turned her head to look at the life extension gold pill with some hesitation. Standing in the huge floor-to-ceiling window money to enjoy the distant night scenery of the magic city of the end of the autumn at this time did not return to the head said. It's a completely different principle of biomedicine than what you understand at Blue Star. But it does work. If you really don't want to use it, I do have another way. Saying that, she turned around and looked at the bewildered Chuyu, and between her light smiles, many blue particles flowed out of her azure-colored eyes. Holographic projection. A multitude of particles gradually form a long made up of complex machinery. If I remember correctly, the Chu family head's biggest problem at the moment is suffering from lung cancer, and my solution is simple. Just replace the lung. Of course, that wouldn't keep him alive much longer. And more mechanical organs would have to be continually replaced in the aftermath until they were irreplaceable and completely extinct. Replacement of mechanical organs? Chuiwa didn't realize that this holographic projection was projected from Akuma's eyes and thought it was a facility that was already in this office. Walking up to the mechanical lung, she looked it up and down carefully for a few moments before wondering, you guys, do you really have this ability to create mechanical organs? Saying this, Chuiwa suddenly froze and stared back at Autumn End. If I heard you correctly, you just said, you're Blue Star? Instead of answering her later question, Autumn End faintly raised her hand and said, of course I have. As she spoke, greenish-red arcs of electricity suddenly appeared on her fingertips, and the arcs made contact with the air, exploding and splitting. Late Autumn casually grabbed one of the landscaping trees in her office. Boom! The violet arc of electricity instantly split the landscape tree in pieces, casually signaling for the sweeper robot to come and sweep up the debris all over the floor. She then looked at Chuiwe, who was already confused. It's just an electric shock device built into the robotic arm, capable of discharging upwards of 5A for self-defense. Saying that, he inadvertently glanced at Suyu. Of course, there's no deterrent is all, because the highest authority of this body was in Suyu's hands. So, your hand is a mechanical organ modified with this technology? Chuyue's eyes were dead set on Autumn End's hand, but you can't see the slightest difference from the rest of the world. Autumn End smiled without explanation and turned. So, mechanical modification, or medication to live 20 more years, take your pick. Of course, according to my estimation, if you use a mechanical organ, you won't be able to use the life extension gold pill to renew your life in the future. And conversely, trying the life extension gold pill before using the mechanical organs shouldn't have any effect. I'll think about it. Chuiwe was a little uncertain for a moment, mostly because she's a little messed up in the head right now. Autumn End's words just now hit her a little too hard. Something about your Blue Star or something like that. It's just a little too scary. And the mechanical organ was too sci-fi for her to accept for a moment. Suyu and Autumn End were not in a hurry and did not rush. After a while, Chuiwe cleared her mind and asked Takuma, if you choose mechanical modification, can you do what you do and not see the slightest difference from a normal person? Of course not. Autumn End immediately shook her head. This bionic human of hers was a one-to-one replica of her own youthful appearance that she had mobilized a great deal of rare resources from Future City. Prosperity-era top scientists hand-rubbed hand puppets with unlimited resources. Put in the wasteland are unique and unrepeatable. The bionic mechanical organs that could be brought out for trade were basically mass-produced things from the factories in Futuro City, and had no comparison to her body. It only gives a cyberpunk beauty when mounted. Then, I choose Jean Dan. Chuyu looked at Suyu and said in a deep voice, if it really works, I'll fulfill my promise and work for timeless technology for 10 years. Yes, Suyu nodded. If it didn't work, there was no reason for him to take people captive to work for him. Trading is all about what you want. After Chuyu inquired again if there were any points to pay attention to when using the life extension gold pill, she left with the gold pill. In the large office, there was then only 2 people left, Autumn and Suyu. Tomorrow is the weekend. There shouldn't be anything in the next 2 days. How about finding a place to go on vacation? Suyu raised an eyebrow at Chiyomu. Every camera in your world is my eyes, and I've seen basically everywhere someone could go. Autumn N shook her head, but turned around. But I'll go with you if you want. Then, go to a place where no one can go. Suyu suddenly looked up at the starry sky outside the window. Speaking of which, I've been wanting to visit space ever since I got the Peregrine Falcon, and I haven't even gotten around to it. Pick a day. Now go check it out? Autumn N sniffed and looked out at the stars as well. The weather in the Magic City these days is not great though, rainy and cloudy, but the top of the Arctic Palace is already higher than the clouds. The view from here is of the sky above and the sea of clouds below. The rainy weather down there doesn't bother the place too much. Then, Autumn N cocked her head. Departure? Walk. Suyu immediately got up and directly opened the door of the top floor office and walked out. Behind the office, there is an apron. The tarmac wasn't huge, but it was big enough for a Peregrine Falcon to land on. After all, the thing itself doesn't need to be on the ground. It just needs to have a flatter area to facilitate its approach to the ground for the occupants to board. The 2 entered the Peregrine Falcon in succession. The next moment, the Peregrine Falcon set off a sonic boom and disappeared into the top floor of the Arctic Palace. Because he wanted to see the process of gradually entering the starry sky, so Suyu didn't let the Peregrine Falcon fly too fast. Except for the moment when it just started, the back didn't even double the speed of sound. It doesn't actually have to be first cosmic velocity to fly out of the blue planet. As long as the engine keeps doing work, it's not even a problem to fly out of the solar system. Not to mention the blue planet. The so-called first cosmic velocity refers to the fact that after a vehicle reaches this speed it will not fall back to Earth even if no work is done and the engine is turned off. So if it doesn't reach the first cosmic velocity, it will consume an infinite amount of fuel doing work all the time to keep from falling off. So even if Suyu flew so slowly, the Peregrine Falcon was still able to fly away from the blue star. It just takes more energy. But this thing is carrying fusion anyway, so energy isn't an issue at all. Looking out at the ground that was gradually moving away, and the bustling night scene on the ground, Autumn N couldn't help but sigh. Beautiful. A landscape like this she had only seen 100 years ago. After the waste era, that world never had such a huge complex again, and naturally, there was no such thing as a night view. When Suyu heard this, he suddenly thought of a question and could not help but ask. Then again, you future city can't fly out of your home planet though because you don't have anti-gravity devices, but you also have quite a few equipment like the Peregrine Falcon or more advanced starships on hand, right? Why is it that I've never heard you or Froststar talk about developing space? Since your home planet is no longer suitable for survival, why not give up on it and go directly to outer space to find a planet to colonize? Other than that, in the vast universe, with your technology, it shouldn't be too hard to find a place where you can farm, right? Getting out of the gravity of the home planet is easy, getting out of the shelter of the home planet is hard. Autumn N shook her head. Why? Suyu was surprised. It was reasonable to assume that with the level of technology they had in the Prosperity era to colonize the entire galaxy, the rich could have nothing better to do than play planet-raising games. Long gone are the days when you didn't need a home planet to shelter you, right? Autumn N said helplessly. You've obviously missed something when I've told you these things before. Suyu sniffed and thought back carefully, still did not recall what he had missed hearing, and could not help but wonder. Missed something? When did I say we completely wiped out the fungus? Autumn N turned her head. In reality, we've only eliminated a portion of the fungus that entered the home planet. There can still be quite a few starships under the fungus control existing in space. But the good news is that the battleships with the ability to annihilate the star have basically been destroyed. That's why we're able to live on the home planet. That means, there are still starships in space above your heads controlled by the fungus that will give you a shot every now and then? Suyu said rather unexpectedly. He had thought that the humans of the wasteland had taken out all those fungi with their bioweapons and genetic weapons, and now the only major threat left was the stuff they had come up with themselves. And you're telling me the fungus isn't dead yet? Hiss. It seemed that he had underestimated the horror of the wasteland world. On the ground were all sorts of technological monsters, and in the sky stared starships built a century ago in the Prosperity era. That's too hellish. The occasional strike from space? It happens, but not much, and the targets that attack us aren't fungi. Those bioweapons that have been modified to be able to swim in the universe. Autumn N said helplessly. In the battle that ended up defending the home planet 100 years ago, someone threw these bioweapons into space to attack the fleet of fungi, and although they ended up wiping out most of the fungi fleet that entered the home star system, the bioweapons went out of control for some reason. The star system we're in has been home to these monsters ever since, not to mention those of us in the wasteland. The fungi that control the starships are no match for these bioweapons, and some of these bioweapons have been born with some consciousness, have a relatively simple mind, and will hunt organisms with a purpose. What's even more frightening is that not only are they able to survive in space, but they have also undergone some kind of mutation due to cosmic ray exposure, and have actually supplemented the reproductive system that didn't even exist in their original design, and have begun to reproduce in large quantities in cosmic space. Having grown to the extent that they have, I'm afraid that the total number of these monsters is already in the tens of millions, spread throughout the entire star system. Their vitality is exceptionally strong, able to feed on even the most basic substances, and by gnawing on the uncountable fleet wreckage in space, they are able to grow and thrive indefinitely, and in order to adapt to the cosmic environment, their surface skin is so tough that it's terrifying, and to destroy these monsters, you need at least hundreds of millions of degrees of heat to do so, which means it would have to be at least the temperature of the very center of a nuclear explosion, or some ultra-high power laser to kill them. Kinetic weapons are virtually ineffective against them, and you won't even find a substance harder than their epidermis. This bioweapon was originally designed to deal with fleets controlled by fungus, and as such is almost immune to most weapon attacks in the Prosperity era. Except I'm afraid the designers didn't think at the time that eventually they would get out of control is all. What's happening in the wasteland right now is that any human or fungus-controlled human fleet that dares to enter the galactic space we're in will be torn apart by them. In the face of man-made monsters that have developed to this scale, even if the humans of the Prosperity era were to go all out, it would be a bitter battle to completely purge them, let alone the wastelanders that are lingering on today. The stars? That belongs as the land of fungi and bioweapons, and the stars further out of the galaxy are blocked by remnants of fungal warships that can't get out. It's hard to imagine what the hell kind of technology it takes to come up with a monster like this. If your star system is stuffed with such monsters, why are you still able to hide in your home planet? Couldn't these monsters just enter your home planet? Suyu remembered another problem. According to Autumn N's description, these bioweapons are powerful and plentiful. So why are the people of the ruined world still living on the home planet? They wouldn't dare come in. Autumn N shook her head. For reasons I don't know. The fact that such monsters were designed is completely out of character. And my perception of Prosperity era biotech simply can't do such things, if I have to say it. Speaking of which, Autumn N's expression was a rare bit hesitant. Have to say what? Suyu wondered. I have a feeling that the appearance of these bioweapons may involve the real reason for the technological explosion of our world hundreds of years ago. Autumn N explained after a slight pause. While the Prosperity era propaganda about the history of that technological explosion has always said that wars drive technological progress, this view is not shared within our academic community. From the appearance of the first steam engine to the appearance of the first internal combustion engine, with less than a decade in between, the potential of the steam engine itself was not even exploited to its limit before we moved on to the age of the internal combustion engine. And before that, even the basic theory about the internal combustion engine was unsound. There is more than one similar case, and with regard to nuclear energy, I'm afraid you can hardly imagine that one of the first things we were exposed to was nuclear fusion. In the midst of a certain battle, a hydrogen bomb with a yield of 2 million tons was used, wiping out hundreds of thousands of enemy troops in one go and shaking the world. Less than a decade after the first hydrogen bomb was invented and used, we mastered first-generation controlled fusion technology. Speaking of which, Autumn N suddenly snorted. And more than 30 years after we achieved controlled fusion, a team of scientists released a paper announcing a huge breakthrough in the field of nuclear energy. And guess what they found? What? Nuclear fission. Autumn N's expression sank. Before that, about the nuclear energy technology is completely secret. People only know that nuclear fusion, this thing exists, do not know the specific theoretical formulas, reaction process, except for a few big countries at that time. Almost no one knows this amazing energy source because of where it comes from, until someone researched the nuclear fission to unveil the real veil of nuclear energy. What's even more ridiculous is that this team that worked out the principles of nuclear fission was the nuclear physics team of some major power that had been involved in and designed to update fusion reactors. Do you know what it means that a team like this, after discovering the fission reaction, the first thing it did was to think instead that nuclear fission was a more advanced technology than nuclear fusion? Means. So you gently sucked in his breath, a feeling of absurdity in his heart, meaning they didn't even know how fusion worked when they came up with it? The fission reaction only requires slow neutrons to bombard the U-235 nucleus, which then causes the U nucleus to split. and the neutrons are released as the U-nucleus splits. Theoretically only one slow neutron is needed and the rest of the reaction can happen automatically, hence the name chain reaction. To control the reaction, you only need to control the speed of the neutron and its density, and this is not difficult to control. But nuclear fusion is very demanding, requiring tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of degrees of heat to support, so it is extremely difficult to try to control. The two are simply not on the same level of difficulty. It's just as well that it's hard before it's easy. The point is that controlled fusion is commercially available, and it is somewhat intriguing to think that nuclear fission is a more advanced technology. It was indeed unclear, and so came the biggest scandal in the history of our world's technology, at a time when countless people were reveling in the fact that the field of nuclear energy had taken another giant step forward. A small researcher who had just joined a country's nuclear energy institute and had access to fusion theory compared fusion and fission, and that's how he found out. Almost no one before him, including the big names in academia who have come up with controlled fusion reactors at the Nuclear Energy Institute, have found this out, because they were basically reading from a book and had no idea what the principles of nuclear energy really were. There's more than one similar incident, and technology that goes beyond theoretical support is fine once in a while again, but the fact that it occurs so frequently is a good indication of what's going on. The so-called claim that war promotes technological development is complete nonsense. The humans of that time definitely possessed some unknown source of technology. It's just that after we went out into the stars, that source of technology was sealed away for some reason. It wasn't until the fungus came along and humanity was losing ground that this was when someone brought that back again. This bioweapon, which has no theoretical support at all and is completely beyond current technological understanding, is almost identical to the way the hydrogen bomb appeared at that time. So, Ottoman looked up at the starry sky outside and sighed. If we can find that item, perhaps the humans of that world can still be saved. If we can't, then we'll have to rely on Froststar, who has obtained the trading platform. There's no way to get to the top, and without outside help, the wasteland will be the dominant theme of that world. Is there such a possibility? Suyu mused. And the source of all that technology you guys got out of the blue was actually someone who got a trading platform? It's not impossible, but it's highly unlikely. Autumn N shook her head. According to the rules of the trading platform you and Froststar talked about, there should only be one agent in each world. So if our world had an agent long ago, what does that make Froststar? As for whether or not it could be that the original agent died, that's even less likely. If the technological outbreak was really due to a platform agent, then that agent would be at least an intermediate, if not advanced, agent if he could survive from the era of the technological outbreak to the end of the prosperity era and still come up with bioweapons. Judging by the trajectory of you and Froststar, if it really came to that, you would definitely have mastered technological and even metaphysical abilities far beyond the understanding of the prosperity era. There's no way that you would have let the wasteland last until now, much less die unexpectedly for some reason. Based on the calculations, I'm leaning more toward the source of the technological outbreak being some sort of dead thing with no consciousness than a person. It's complicated. Better check out the view from Blue Star. Suyu coughed lightly, turning this relatively somewhat heavy topic back to looking at the scenery. Though there seemed to be quite a few more big melons in the wasteland world, and the background of the world was much more complex than he had previously thought, but that had nothing to do with him either. And even now it had nothing to do with Autumn End. There's nothing to say. Our current altitude is over 370 kilometers above the ground and we have passed through the stratosphere and mesosphere and are in the thermosphere. Your Kyushu space station is about the same height. If you're just enjoying the view from space overlooking Blue Star, this is a better place to be. Autumn End laughed. Want to go out and take a look? Of course you have to go out. Suyu beckoned. The two Storm-class power armors parked a short distance away then automatically came up behind him and Autumn End, unfolding their armor and loading them in. Prosperity-era power armor is also known as all-terrain armor. It means that it can be adapted to the operational needs of any terrain. This naturally includes space. There is a life support system in the power armor, and the device contains cured nutrient fluid, which can be broken down into nutrients needed by the body and fed into the body through the life support system when it is necessary to fight in extreme conditions for long periods of time. Supplies the energy needed for human activity. In the parameters of the Storm-class power armor, it is capable of surviving a crew in space for over a month without additional resupply. Wearing this thing into space could not be easier. Not to mention it's only 300 kilometers high. Even without the Peregrine Falcon, the power armor alone could have flown here on its own. Once the two had put on their power armor, they opened the hatch of the Peregrine Falcon and stepped right out. After reaching this altitude, the Peregrine Falcon did not continue upward, but accelerated to first cosmic velocity, then shut down its engines and put the ship into a circular orbit, which at this point was traveling at a constant speed around the Blue Star. Suyuchio Shuei in the Peregrine Falcon. Naturally, also reached the first universe speed. After reaching this speed, the gravity of the blue star would have a hard time dragging someone down. The gravitational pull is still there, but it gives the impression that it is minimal. It gives the illusion of freedom from gravity. The first moment I opened the hatch, I looked at the huge blue planet overhead and then felt the weightlessness coming from my body. So you also counted on experiencing the feeling of an astronaut out of the capsule. Only unlike the Blue Star astronauts who had to take huge risks when they went out of the capsule and had to be cautious in every move, he was much more casual. The right hand that was included in the power armor gently held the hatch forward and he shot straight out of the hatch, leaping hundreds of meters in an instant. It wasn't until he adjusted the power armor's engines to push back slightly that it came to a gradual stop. The massive peregrine falcon became small when he looked back again. How does it feel? Ottoman's voice came over the comm channel. This feeling. So you looked at his hand and froze for a while before he couldn't help but say, it's still peculiar. In the peregrine falcon. Because of that gravitational wave technology or whatever it was, even at this altitude, you couldn't feel the slightest sense of weightlessness. But out of the peregrine falcon, this feeling is very obvious. This feeling of not being able to find up and down is a very peculiar experience for any creature that has lived on the blue planet for a long time. The two of them returned to Blue Star after seeing the sights and experiencing weightlessness in near-Earth orbit for a while. Needless to say, getting 3 peregrine falcons from Frost Star was still very profitable. This proven flying machine is versatile and practical. Subsequently, if there was an opportunity, Suyu would like to get a few more from the Frost Star side. Other than that, just the fact that nuclear fusion requires helium-3 would require future time technology to go to the moon and set up a base. Similar spaceships will certainly be scarce in time. Of course, it would be nice to get a full set of drawings. Not much to say about the next 2 days. The company is gradually entering the right track, and for the time being, there is no need for Suyu to personally negotiate a large single. Suyu's side didn't know if she was still hesitating and didn't feed the life extension gold pill to the Chu family head either. On the afternoon of the weekend, after nearly 2 days of research on Wagner's end, the number of exoskeletons purchased was finally finalized. Havana increased the original planned purchase of 3,000 G20 exoskeletons to 5,000. It also includes 10,999W worth of magic modification upgrades. The equipment was secretly transported directly to the Moists by overland railroad. And naturally there were no surprises along the way. And that very same day, Wagner made the high-profile claim that he had procured a batch of over 5,000 G20 lightweight exoskeletons from TimeTech. About this, Anna had come to ask Suyu specifically. Suyu, of course, had nothing to say. After all, the customer is God. It doesn't make sense that people would spend so much money on something and not let it blow over when they buy it. What's more, the harder Wagner blew it, the more international fame the exoskeleton would have, and the more he could make. There's certainly no reason to object on the side of TimeTech. The first time the news was released, it caused quite a shock internationally. The war on their side would have been the hot international event of the last 2 years, attracting the attention of countless people. Coupled with the fact that timeless technology came out of nowhere a few days ago, the technological power on display likewise made the world look sideways. The combination of the two made Wagner's announcement of the purchase a natural center of international attention when it came out. Later that night, at Kyushu's external press conference, the spokesperson was asked by the foreign media if Kyushu's supplying exoskeletons to Wagner in such a blatant manner was an idea about the war over there. To such questions, the speaker answered without thinking. A company in Kyushu has the right to sell legal goods to anyone and does not represent Kyushu officially. We have no right to interfere and have no need to. Personally, I like one of Eagle Sauce's propositions, freedom of trade. The foreign media, who had already been rubbing their fists, were dumbfounded by this statement. But I don't know how to refute it. Because you don't care what the parameters of TimeTech's exoskeleton actually are. They did position it as a civilian product at the launch. You can't just say that people are weapons just because they're faster and more powerful when they wear an exoskeleton. Can you? There's not even a gun up there. And the bottom line is that this whole thing is really a trade between TimeTech and Wagner. It also doesn't involve the national level at all. It doesn't make much sense at all to run and ask a spokesperson from Kyushu, either. This series of events soon created a furor on the internet all over the world. Wagner, TimeTech, all thrust into the limelight. Of course, because of the war, Wagner was supposed to be the one who got yelled at on the extranet for the most part. As the saying goes, they don't care about lice. Other people curse and don't bother to curse. Instead, it's the upstart TimeTech that has the audacity to deal with Wagner, who stinks on the extranet. Once this news was released, it attracted countless verbal attacks. Arms dealers, warmongers, and so on have all been put on the head of time and space technology. Anyway, greet them with whatever hat is big and whatever words are hard to hear. In time, the fishing wheels of TimeTech in the outer nets were reduced to a role similar to that of the Umbrella Corporation in the movie. an evil group with powerful technology. Even in the forums in Kyushu, the comments about spacetime technology became polarized with mixed reviews. The devalued part isn't too far off from the reviews on the extranet. It's the same thing that calls TimeTech an arms dealer. The praise is from the spacetime technology employee benefits, technology and so on, all-round praise. That is the ceiling level of technology enterprises in Kyushu. There are even a number of professional vloggers on the internet posting reviews. Thinks Timeless selling the exoskeleton to Wagner was a bad move. Originally, TimeTech brought a little bit of wasteland shock to Bluestar with its technological prowess, causing the world to look sideways in disbelief. At that time, both at home and abroad, more were praised and shocked at the technology of timespace technology. But now, because of the sale of arms to Wagner, turned into a target of everyone's criticism, a wrong step will cause a lot of trouble. The loss is not worth it. However, no matter what people out there say, the employees of Timeless Technology were looming large. Just kidding. It's the weekend. Is the Zuwagaki Entertainment District Mall a bad place to hang out? Or is the beach a bad place to play? I have nothing better to do than go on the internet and shoot my mouth off with people. Love to scold to go. Anyway, not a penny of their wages, much less the behemoth of time and space technology to have the slightest impact. As for Suyu, laughing to death. If he hadn't let Ottoman deliberately guide the fishing wheels on the internet, this matter might not have such a high degree of heat. It's mostly verbal, but it's not going to have any effect at all on Timeless business. Other people sell other people's, he makes his. Metal hydrogen batteries are instead a product that will be geared towards the average person. But it's not like this stuff is currently being purchased by ordinary people. It's companies that need to use batteries. It's simply not a question of whether the average person will buy it or want to buy it. When the time comes for these companies to put out products that use metal hydrogen batteries, won't anyone buy them? The public will eventually vote with their feet when faced with a metal hydrogen battery product that no longer has range anxiety. Once you get down to brass tacks, product power is the key, not what the online reviews say. There are literally countless examples of being blackballed all over the internet and ending up with a product that sells well. In the end, the internet is just a corner of the world. It would be foolish to really take the internet as the other side of the world. So whether it was Suyu or those companies purchasing metal hydrogen batteries, they were not the least bit worried that they would be boycotted just because of this matter. And products like exoskeletons are much less likely to be purchased by people who can afford to pay lip service to them on the internet. Even right after the heat was copped and attracted more attention, the exoskeletons of TimeTech have instead come into the sights of more people who can afford to buy them. Less than 2 hours after the incident, Timeless received dozens of phone calls or emails from overseas customers. All were inquiring about G20 exoskeleton procurement-related issues. Although Wagner has a stinky rating on the internet, but people are fighting there after all. And no one would think that Wagner is some kind of stinky fish or shrimp. No one could ignore the equipment that even Wagner had spent tens of billions on purchasing at once. Especially after hearing that Timeless Technologies exoskeletons were sold to everyone and didn't pick their customers at all. There are literally countless people who move their hearts. Big to some large and medium-sized countries of the official, small to some war-torn areas of armed organizations, and even there is the Eagle Sauce side of the civilian firearms companies hope to introduce G20 put on the market to sell. In short, it's a clusterfuck of people. After all, those big countries sell high-end arms that pick their customers, not just because you have money. And Timeless Technologies G20 exoskeleton is, by all accounts, clearly a top-notch piece of man-on-man equipment. Since we don't pick our customers, what is this waiting for if we don't order yet? As for whether or not it's as awesome as it's blown up to TimeTech, didn't someone already buy it? Wagner was actually prepared to go to war in this thing. You can't joke with the lives of your own soldiers, can you? So it's not the same form of verbal abuse as it is on the internet. Instead, the orders on the side of Spacetime Technology came like snowflakes, and the capacity of the G20 exoskeleton was almost booked out this month. Suyu had naturally anticipated this situation, didn't care much at all, compared to this little hit and miss stuff. Adding to his concern was the fact that it was time to refresh his clients once a week again. Name, Suyu. Identity, agent of the Blue Star Zone of the Supertime trading platform. Rank, junior agent, 6 out of 10. Trading point, 1050 points. Available matches, 0. Next refresh time, 59 seconds. 58 seconds. Stuck in the last minute of the refresh, Suyu entered the trading space and looked at this familiar personal panel. The proxy upgrade experience he could get here from the two trading objects, Ing Zhang and Frost Star, had already been gleaned by him. One is 3 points for a total of 6. To upgrade to an intermediate agent, you will also need to match at least 2 trading partners in order to do so. And trading points, he currently had over 1,000. There are actually a lot of things that you are able to buy in the platform mall already, but nothing he needed very much at the moment. Before, He was practical with a primary gene potion for 200 trading points. There were also intermediate gene potions in the platform mall that required 2,000 trading points. Suyu planned to just save up enough to get one for himself. Time passes by. Finally, at some point, the number of available matches, 0, on the personal panel turned to number of available matches, 1. Suyu immediately said impatiently, "Match the trade. Match for trading partner is in progress. Please wait." Match successful. After a familiar splash in front of his eyes, Suyu appeared at the top of a towering mountain. The peaks have beautiful views in birdsong. What made Suyu even more surprised was that on top of this wall, there was actually a beautifully crafted hall that exuded an aura of gold and splendor. It doesn't look like something that could be built by human hands in any way. Each time you trade with a different person, the trading space chooses a different location as the place to trade. These places are each unique each time. You can't help but be mesmerized by one look. After exclaiming that the trading space was divine, he couldn't help but look at the object of this transaction, a tall woman in a light yellow silk dress. Of course, the most crucial thing was that the woman was carrying a sword in her hand. Sword on. It's dripping blood. Hello? Suddenly seeing such a trading object, Suyu did not react for a while. Even if it's murderous, why is this carrying a murder weapon? After thinking about it, he subconsciously took a step back and took his power armor out and put it on. Though there should be a restriction in the trading platform that is not allowed to attack each other. Even after Froststar showed his weapon earlier and gave the wall a shot, the next time he went to look at it, the gunshot holes in the wall had disappeared. But rules are rules. It's always better to have power armor on your body to feel a little safe. The woman on the other end still didn't say anything and just stared at Suyu. Suyu put on his power armor before he let out a long breath and arched his hand. Blue Star District Agent. Suyu. This little. What is this girl's name? The woman frowned and pondered for a moment at her words, before she casually threw the long sword in her hand. The long sword seemed like it had eyes, and flew back to the scabbard behind her with precision. Only then did the woman arch her hand. Tianxian Realm on behalf of Agent Shen Fluttershy. Very good. Very metaphysical. Suyu looked at the words "does not conform to the laws of physics" on the helmet of the power armor, and in his heart, he already had some guesses about the world where the target of the deal was located. As the woman threw her sword, the power armor's computing module did a quick calculation. She had a lot of strength, and the sword that she had just casually thrown, according to the parabola, should have fallen down the cliff 10 or so meters behind her, instead of falling into her scabbard. However, the sword was apparently bound by some external force while in the air, and eventually turned around twice before being sheathed with precision. This wasteland world can do it too, with electromagnetic traction or with gravitational waves. But looking at Shin Fluttershy's outfit, it was obvious that she wouldn't be from some technological world. The power armor's detection module also did not detect any fluctuations in the relevant force fields. To be able to do such things as pulling items out of thin air without borrowing such high-tech means, one would obviously certainly not be on the tech side. Rather, it's the metaphysical side. The point is, in terms of the means by which she threw the sword just now, very much like the royal sword art described in some novels. If Suyu's guess was correct, this Tianxian realm that Shin Fluttershy was in, I am afraid that it was a metaphysical side world that was even more advanced than the divine state that Ingzhan was in. With the aid of the power armor's built-in computer, the current Suyu was undoubtedly able to take a peek at the whole picture. No wonder when I was talking business with Froststar I was taken at every turn. How do you play when you're open? Mentally sputtering, he returned his attention to the woman in front of him. Judging from the woman's behavior so far, she was obviously a beginner in the trading space as well. After thinking about it, he took the initiative to speak. I don't know what Miss Shin wants to buy, or what she wants to sell. Suyu wore his power armor and found a stone bench carved with Yin and Yang Bagua and sat down. The same stone bench. There was also a piece next to Shin Fluttershy, obviously dedicated to the two. Buy, sell, trade. A look of bewilderment flashed across Shin Fanran's eyes, and she pondered for a moment more before saying, "This trading platform, what great power created it? What is the reason for allowing me to come here?" "I don't know." Suyu opened his face armor and said frankly, "We only care about interchanging with the worlds of the heavens here to grow ourselves. Does it matter if we're clear about who founded it?" Also, Shin Fluttershy nodded and sat cross-legged on the stone bench in front of her, looking at Suyu. Curious, this on you is armor? A single piece of armor can make me feel threatened. Could it be the treasure of a Foundation Establishment cultivator? Good lord, the Foundation Establishment cultivators are all here. It's really from the metaphysical fairy world. Suyu was delighted in his heart, but on the surface, he did not move and asked, "How did you know it was a threat to you?" "Naturally, it's spiritual sense." Shin Fluttershy glanced at Suyu in surprise, but then said indistinctly, "Also, judging from your aura just now, Without this treasure, your strength would be at the early stage of body tempering, and you'd have to get at least the chi refining stage to have spiritual awareness. To put it in a way that won't make you laugh, for that matter it's still a genetic potion that relies on a trading platform. In the place of other people from Blue Star, they were afraid that they wouldn't even be able to quench their bodies. Wait, what's the segment of hardened body again? The corner of Suyu's eyes jumped, and he subconsciously tried to scratch his head. Damn, it's also hard not knowing the cultivation system of the opposite world. With that in mind, he mulled over what he had to say and politely said, Miss Shin, it's like this. Our respective worlds may have somewhat different divisions of realms, so I can't quite understand what you mean by body hardening or foundation building. Shin Fluttershy was also smart and instantly realized what he meant, and hurriedly explained. Cultivation naturally involves first tempering the body, which is divided into initial, intermediate, late, and consummation. And then there's chi refining, which is similarly divided into 4 stages, initial, intermediate, late, and consummation. And then there's the realms of foundation building, Jindan, and Yuanin. After a moment's thought, she added with a somewhat haughty lift of her white chin, I am currently in the late stage of chi refining. That's all? Suyu glanced at her in surprise. This little girl is quite good looking. Why do I feel a little lack of heart? Hastily, he asked the computer in his power armor to record this, and then he asked again, pretending not to notice. We have strong people over there who can tear apart the starry earth with a single strike. I wonder what level of cultivator they are considered in the Tianxian realm. Well, he wasn't bragging either. Who said that the Annihilator wasn't considered a powerhouse? While he doesn't have one at the moment, he'll certainly be able to get one in the future. Tearing apart the stars with a single strike? A horrified look surfaced in Shin Fluttershy's eyes as she said in shock, with such supreme greatness, I'm afraid I'm at least a transformation god powerhouse. I once heard that when a Yuaning powerhouse fights, it can only shatter 1,000,000 miles of earth, and it's impossible to tear apart a star. Wait a minute. Is this in you're talking about the same thing as I understand it? Suyu's face stiffened a little and he couldn't help but ask, how long is a mile? 1 mile? Shen Fanran inclined her head, a little puzzled as to why he would ask this, but still answered, about 150 feet. Over a foot long? Naturally 9 feet. How about a foot? Why do you people ask this specifically? It's that long. Shin Fluttershy somewhat impatiently gestured with both hands. Suyu couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air when he saw the 1 foot length she had compared. According to her comparison, a foot in the Tianxian realm was about 30 or 40 centimeters, which meant that at 10 feet in their place should be 3 meters out, and a mile, that's estimated to be 400 or 500 meters. It was similar to Suyu's mile at Blue Star. Million miles. At the risk of asking again, how far is your world if you go from south to north? Who knows about that? Anyway, it's far. Far away is what it is. It's estimated to be 1 billion miles. Shin Fluttershy frowned. What are you asking for? Suyu, the equatorial circumference of the fucking blue planet is just over 40,000 kilometers, which translates to 80,000 miles. The world people live in is billions of miles long north and south. The Annihilator that could take out the Blue Star with a single shot. I'm afraid that when it comes to a world like this, beating the energy dry would only scratch an itch. Thinking about what he had just said about a strong person who could tear apart stars, Suyu could not help but twitch the corners of his mouth. It's broken. I've become a night man. No, just simply curious to ask. Ahem. Suyu lightly coughed twice to cover up his embarrassment before putting on a straight face. I wonder if the girl has something she wants to trade. Buying or selling is fine. The purpose of the trading platform is to allow us to exchange things. I still have enemies chasing me outside, and I don't have anything on me that I can use to trade. Shin Fluttershy deflated her mouth and said in a disheveled manner, I can see that blood was dripping from the sword just now. Suyu pondered for a moment and then said, actually, there's no need to take out items to trade right away. You can say what you need and I'll try to provide you with it here if I can. As for the reward, give it now if you can. And if you can't, it won't be too late to give it to me after you've escaped with your life. The other party came from a very powerful world of immortal cultivation, obviously very much an investment. Suyu didn't mind investing some resources in her upfront. After all, this was different from Ing Zheng's divine world where there were only a little bit of chi refiners, but it was a true immortal cultivation world. You can take credit? Shin Fluttershy's big, soulful eyes lit up, and she hurriedly said, is it okay if I want this armor on you too? The ones chasing me outside are a couple of late chi practicing and a chi perfecting thieves. If I had this foundation establishment magic treasure, I would have been able to kill them. Power armor? The vision is good. At once, he looked at the best thing Suyu could take out right now besides the Peregrine Falcon. He only had 10 sets of power armor in total. One for himself and one for Autumn and, instead, There are 8 sets that are vacant. Give a set of words. It's not impossible. After a little thought, he had an idea. But instead of agreeing directly, he asked further. You and I are in different worlds with different cultivation styles. So why are you so certain that this set of movable armor will help you to rival a foundation establishment cultivator, just based on spiritual sense? Of course, spiritual awareness gives me the feeling that it has the might of a foundation establishment cultivator. So of course it does. Shin Fluttershy froze in mid-sentence, then looked at Suyu with some pity. I'm sorry, I forgot that you don't have a psychic sense, so it might be hard to understand. Suyu, okay, who made you a fairy cultivator? He thought for a moment and stood up, the electromagnetic cannon in his left arm slowly gathering energy. A few seconds later, seeing that the blue light of the gun's muzzle had turned red, and the words, maximum power, popped up in front of him, the mass bullet that had been storing up its power for a long time then shot out. At maximum power, the mass projectile's exit velocity reached a terrifying Mach 80 plus, tearing through the air and setting off a sharp sonic boom almost instantly. The mass projectile, which had already turned into a stream of metal at ultra-high speed, blasted hard into the clearing on the other side of the hilltop. Boom! Violent explosions came from under the ground, accompanied by gusts of tremors. The towering mountain actually began to slowly tumble from the place where he had just been struck by one of his cannons. In an instant, the already small area of the peak was directly blown away by a third of this cannon. Suyu estimated that the power of this cannon was feared to top the explosion of hundreds of kilograms of TNT. It was also the most powerful weapon carried on the power armor. Only after doing so did he turn his head to look at Shin Shenran, who had shocked colors flowing in her eyes. This is my full strength strike. How does it compare to the foundation establishment cultivator on your side? Shin Fluttershy sniffed and thought for a moment before saying seriously. It's a bit stronger than an unusual chi practicing perfection, and it's barely enough for some weak foundation establishment cultivators to strike with their hands. But the strength of this armor of yours is obviously not attack. It should be defense. With that, she casually pinched a sword trick. The flying sword in its back scabbard that was stained with blood suddenly came out of its sheath, setting off a burst of detonation, and in a split second, it stabbed in front of Suyu. He hadn't reacted yet, but the power armor's deflector system was the first to react. An invisible repulsive force spreads out, and all items traveling faster than 60 km per hour are deflected by the force field. The flying swords that shot out were bounced off at once when they were 2 meters away from Suyu. Instead of being disappointed, Shin Fluttershy, who didn't score a hit, revealed a look of excitement. That's it. I was right about my feelings. What a miraculous means of defense. I'm afraid that even a cultivator in the middle stage of foundation establishment would find it difficult to injure you with just a sword or fists and feet. The corner of Suyu's mouth tugged, and did not care any more about her suddenly coming to such a thing. Anyway, in the trading space she could not hurt herself. Instead, she carefully pondered the information revealed in her words. Deflector shields. That said, it's also true that things like gravitational waves are much more technologically advanced than electromagnetic cannons. But the rules of physics, are they universal in the world of metaphysical immortality? Also, she said swords and fists and feet. This should refer to physical attacks. So the foundation stage cultivator she spoke of probably also has similar spells and other means of attack. And I'm afraid that this type of attack power armor isn't that easy to block. Rather, it makes sense that the deflective force field would have only been immune to kinetic weapons as well. Also, it can only withstand mid-foundation stage, which means that cultivators above late foundation stage can break the deflector field with brute force? This is only the deflector field on the power armor. The power isn't that high. What if it's replaced with the one on the Peregrine Falcon? Or a more advanced starship? Or even the deflector field in a space fortress like Future City? What level of cultivator would be needed to break it with brute force? Shin Fluttershy's few words revealed a bunch of information. Suyu was unable to project any reliable information for a while, so he wrote it down, intending to study it when he returned. Since Shin Fluttershy said it was useful, then of course he had no problem with it. A storm-class power armor in exchange for a trading object located in the world of immortals. Although he didn't know what this object could give himself at the moment, the world she was in alone was enough for Suyu to invest a fortune. He nodded instantly. Since you want it, I can give you this armor. But what are you going to trade for it? It doesn't need to be something you have now. It doesn't have to be something you can get out now, after you get out of the trap. A look of embarrassment appeared on Shin Fanran's small face as she stammered. A treasure that can save one's life under a foundation establishment cultivator. I'm afraid I don't have anything worth as much as it. Kinda honest. Suyu shook his head. We live in different worlds, and we don't necessarily have to be judged by your side's value standards, so you can say what you have to offer, and I'll listen before making a decision. After all, Shin Fluttershy really wants to get a foundation stage magic treasure that is equal in value to the power armor in her mind. Giving it to Suyu won't be of much use. Is this? Shin Fluttershy pondered for a moment. Then suddenly her eyes lit up. From his arms, he pulled out a scented pouch. After unraveling it, I reached down and pounded on it for a bit. Then, fished out a monster bigger than a tank. Boom! Smoke filled the air. Shin Fluttershy looked at the monster lying on the ground and said smugly, "Know why I'm being hunted? Know why I'm being hunted? You've got the stuff out. What's the point? Besides, how come it feels like you're proud to be hunted?" So you felt that this girl seemed to be a bit childish, but after thinking about it, he was still surprised with a tone of coaxing a child. Is it because of this monster? This isn't a monster. It's a late-stage chi refining Tianlin beast. Shin Fluttershy reached out and patted on the back of the giant beast. There's a cultivation family called the Sun family in our city that bullies men and women on a regular basis, and it's especially annoying. It's said that in a few days it'll be the birthday of the old ancestor in their family. So the cultivators of the Sun family were planning to hunt down a heavenly Lin beast as a congratulatory gift, but it just so happened that I came across it. While they were fighting the Tianlin beast to the death, this girl took the opportunity to strike and snatch the dying Tianlin beast. She even chopped off an arm of that Sun family's second young master. Amazing, isn't it? You're not beaten to death right now. You do have something. Suyu secretly spat, but on the surface he still said against his will. Awesome. Shin Fanran also did not see his perfunctory, and then fiercely boasted a wave of how he was so heroic at that time, and how he struck hard against the scum. After blowing for a while, he seemed to remember the main thing, and hurriedly turned his words around and said, "Right, let's start with the Skylin beast. This is good stuff. It's said to have the bloodline of the Kirin divine beast, although the bloodline is thin. It's not ordinary, it's a good tonic. Just this one Skyliner beast, if I take it to the merchant house and sell it, I'll have at least 200. No, 300 spirit stones. I see that you're only at the early stage of body tempering. The meat of the Tianlin beast is most suitable for you, especially this late stage of chi practicing Tianlin beast. You only need to eat a small piece every day for a month, and you'll be able to reach the middle stage of body tempering. This heavenly Lin beast is so big, it's enough for you to eat for more than a year, and by then, it will definitely allow you to reach the realm of body tempering perfection. How about trading this for your armor?" As Suyu listened to her words, he couldn't help but have both eyes glowing and his gaze towards the giant beast again. If it really works the way she says it does, then this stuff is awesome. He spent 200 trading points to buy the gene potion in the system mall, and with one shot, his current strength was at the early stage of body hardening according to her. If 1 year of continuous eating of the heavenly Lin beast would be enough to reach body tempering perfection, taking that in between would be at least a span of 3 small segments. That's like 3 or 4 gene pills. Good stuff. Take it. Suyu made a decision right away, but naturally he wouldn't just let it go, suppressing a flash of heat in the bottom of the eyes. After listening to Shin Flutterland's introduction, Suyu's color light him a sound. The meaning is obvious. This is something you can ask for, but it's not enough. Shin Fluttershy was slightly deflated by the situation, but she didn't think there was anything wrong with it. After all, in her worldview, the value of a heavenly forest beast that could be handled by a few chi practicing stage cultivators was obviously too much worse than a treasure that could rival a foundation establishment stage cultivator. So what if it allows body hardening cultivators to take a tonic? 100 body tempering perfection cultivators weren't enough for a foundation stage cultivator to fight with one hand. Not a level of existence at all. Then add another 100 spirit stones, Shin Fluttershy said after pondering for a moment. Spirit stones. What is the use of spirit stones? Given this girl's little bit of intelligence, Suyu still chose to ask directly. What's the point? It's useful. Seeing that he was interested in spirit stones, Shin Fluttershy hastened to popularize it. Whether it's for alchemy, artifact refining, or formations, spirit stones are essential materials, and spirit stones can also be used for cultivation. However, those who use spirit stones for cultivation are generally strong cultivators. Ordinary cultivators can't afford to use them, nor can they use them. Below the Jindan stage, the heaven and earth spiritual chi is enough. That's probably what it means. Spirit stones are a good thing that everyone loves. Shin Fluttershy was stunned for a moment in the middle of her sentence. Then she hastily changed her words. Suyu looked at it in his eyes and did not point it out, casually saying, "Then, according to you, there are a lot of spirit stones on your side?" Shin Fanran subconsciously tightened her small scented pouch and hurriedly said, Not much. In a spirit stone mine, to be able to dig out a few thousand spirit stones is an extraordinary rich mine. An ordinary chi practicing stage cultivator is already rich if he can have hundreds of spirit stones. I've been saving these spirit stones for years." Nodding his head, Suyu rambled again. Then if you Jindan cultivators all have to use spirit stones in order to cultivate, how many spirit stones do you normally need to break through the realm? Shinfanran subconsciously then replied, that's too much. I heard that the county guardian lord used nearly 1 million spirits to break through from the early to mid Jindan stage. Halfway through her words, she suddenly realized that something was wrong, glanced at Suyu, and only after seeing that he didn't seem to have any reaction did she hastily change the topic and said, oops, this is not important. Can we add another 100 spirit stones? Okay, but it's not enough. Suyu smiled and said, the words he wanted to set out had basically been set out, and he was naturally in a good mood, if he had guessed correctly. I'm afraid that the battle power of the world Shin Fluttershy wasn't as high as she said. Of course, things like the Yuaning stage battle spreading over millions of miles and the God transformation stage tearing up billions of miles of earth in the north and south could be true. However, their world might not have a strong person of this level existing right now. Previously, Suyu was somewhat skeptical, and after hearing her say that above the Jindan stage, the original heaven and earth aura would not be enough to support immortal cultivation, and would need to be assisted by spirit stones, this skepticism grew a few points more. That was why he had just said her words to understand the production of spirit stones in their world. If spirit stones were crappy things, then naturally there wouldn't be much to say. But on the contrary, it wasn't hard to hear from between her lines that spirit stones were actually quite precious, and just the early to mid Jindan stage had consumed millions of spirit stones. According to her description, that was the entire fortune of tens of thousands, if not tens of thousands of cheat practicing stage cultivators. If the immortal cultivation world she was in wasn't an extreme situation where the strong used their spirit stones as air and the weak couldn't even smell their breath, then it would prove that there were actually not many spirit stones in their world, and the top of the Golden Dan needs spirit stones to assist in cultivation. So in the case that the total amount of spirit stones is not much, the odds were that there wouldn't be many high-level cultivators on top of Jindan in their world. Of course, it was also possible that Shin Fluttershy looked harmless on the surface, but was actually black inside the dissection. Everything he showed before was a pretense, deliberately leading Suyu to think in the wrong direction. So in the absence of evidence, he wasn't too sure. He just thought it was possible. Then I really don't have anything I can give. What I do have I carry with me. The more precious ones are with my master. She usually doesn't give them to me. Shinfanran deflated her mouth. Nothing can give? Suyu suddenly laughed. Not necessarily. Truth be told, I'm more interested in the technique you cultivate. No. Only after Suyu's words fell, Shin Fluttershy's little head shook like a rattlesnake drum and decisively refused. My gong method was passed down to me by my master, and it can be cultivated to the Jindan stage. It's unattainable in our place. There's no way I'd trade it for this. Seeing her appearance, Suyu estimated that it should be difficult for him to get this elixir from her, and did not intend to continue fooling her. Although this girl looked as if she wasn't too smart, but the more this kind of person was, the worse it was to trick her instead. Of course, Suyu, adhering to the principle of fair trade, also simply do not intend to cheat her. Is that? Ahem. Since she couldn't cheat with her own feats, it would be fine to let her get some of this one. Anyway, it was to take it back for research. It's not like Suyu was planning to directly cultivate it himself as a guinea pig. Who cares if his feats are high or not? But before he could say anything, Shin Fluttershy took the initiative to speak. How about this? I still have some pills. See if you can use them as payment. With that, he put his hand into the small scented pouch again and drummed for half a day. Then took out a few porcelain vases. Shinfanran held up the porcelain bottles and introduced them one by one. This is the pill of warding off evil. One goes down and cures all diseases. This is the pill of nourishing the face. A mortal who eats one will be able to keep his or her face ageless until death. This is the clear spirit pill. It's the best to aid in cultivation. If you give it to a mortal, one goes down is to become a genius and learn everything faster. This is. She took out a total of 7 or 8 types of elixirs, each in a different porcelain bottle, each with about 10 of them, one by one after the introduction. She then looked at Suyu hopefully and said, all of these pills were given to me by her elder master. If I went to buy them, it would cost me at least 300 spirit stones. The heavenly Lin beast, 100 spirit stones, plus these pills, together they're already worth no less than 600 or 700 spirit stones. How about exchanging these for your armor? Through this moment's conversation with Suyu, her thoughts gradually opened up. In the Tianxian realm, there were basically only 2 ways to purchase a foundation establishment stage magic treasure. That's buying with spirit stones or bartering. If one purchased it with spirit stones, a foundation establishment stage magic treasure would require at least 1,000 spirit stones to purchase it. She obviously didn't have that many spirit stones. As for bartering, in her original conception, it would only be items of the same level that could be bartered. For example, if you have a foundation stage treasure, then you can only exchange it for other foundation stage treasures. As for the idea of getting together a bunch of low-grade stuff, the value added up to gather 1,000 spirit stones, and then looking for someone to exchange for foundation establishment stage treasures. This kind of thing would be laughed off by other cultivators in the Tianqian realm if they said it. But Suyu obviously didn't see any problem with this, seeing that no matter if it was the heavenly forest beast, or 100 spirit stones for these items, he gladly accepted them. Shinfanran then remembered that he still had these pills on him to trade. These elixirs were in bits and pieces, and separately they were not worth much, but when you add it all up, it's not a small amount. She really wasn't bullshitting when she said the total value was 300 spirit stones. Elixir. Suyu frowned and reached out to take a porcelain bottle that was sent to him by Shin Fluttershy, opening the wooden stopper on it and taking a sniff. There is a very strong medicinal scent. If I remember correctly, this is the evil-preventing elixir that she said just now that cured all diseases. If what Shin Fluttershy said was true, this thing could really cure 100 diseases if one went down. That worked out pretty well indeed. But the reason that made Suyu frown was that, for some reason, he always felt that these elixirs were far inferior to the life extension golden elixir that Ing Zheng had given him just by listening to their medicinal effects. After opening them up and smelling them individually, this feeling intensified. Life extension golden pill even without looking at the efficacy of that irregular extension of lifespan by 20 years. Its flavor alone was far from being comparable to these pills. A single sniff of the life extension gold elixir can make you feel refreshed and seemingly sweep away your fatigue, which works better than drinking a box of Red Bull. But these elixirs are different. It also smells like medicine though. However, this medicinal fragrance is simply incense and has no other effects. Suyu glanced at the trading panel. The system has recognized the deal. Obviously, at least in terms of the efficacy of these pills, Shen Fluttershy was not lying. That's a little weird. Suyu did not give a reply at first, but pondered carefully. First of all, it was known that the divine world where Ing Zhang was located was obviously not as developed as the Tianqian realm in terms of just the metaphysical side of the world. You can tell by the fact that Ing Zheng bought a G60 exoskeleton from him. Other than that, on the hands that Shin Fluttershy just showed, dismantling a few G60s with his bare hands is simply like playing. Not to mention the foundation establishment cultivators that were stronger than her, and even Jindan and Yuanin. These levels of powerhouses. If the metaphysical power on Ing Zheng's side was really more developed than Shin Fluttershy's Tianqian realm, then there was no reason to still buy the G60 from him to fight the Huns. And under the premise that the metaphysical side power of the divine world was inferior to that of the Tianqian realm, the life extension golden elixir that Ing Zheng had taken out was more advanced than the elixir that Shin Fluttershy had taken out, which was worthy of scrutiny. Because judging from the fact that Ing Zheng had casually given him dozens of them, the life extension gold pill was at least not something precious in Ing Zheng's hands. Although Ing Zheng was the head of a country in the divine world, it was not too much to say that he was the first person in the world. And his status was not something that Shin Fluttershy could compare to in the Tianqian realm. But Shin Fluttershy had already mentioned my Jindan stage master more than once. Obviously it wasn't some small chi practicing stage cultivator with no background either. Coupled with the jaggedness of the different worlds, with the cultivation system of the Tianqian realm being more developed and perfected than that of the divine state world, logically speaking, even if the elixir she brought out was not as good as the life extension golden elixir that Ing Zheng had made with the help of his country, it couldn't be too much worse. But as it stands, these pills were far inferior to the life extension golden pill that was able to ignore any preconditions, and as long as there was a breath of life left, one could live for an additional 20 years if they ate it. Of course, it was also possible that Shin Fluttershy had hidden the good stuff and brought out some crappy stuff to fool him. After thinking about it, Suyu tried. On your side, are there any elixirs that can prolong life? A life extension elixir? Shin Fanran was stunned, then looked at Suyu with an odd expression. This kind of elixir can be encountered but not sought. It has long been impossible to refine, and the occasional ones that appear are all dug out from some secret ancient tombs. Even if it's an elixir that can only extend one's lifespan by 3 or 5 years, it can still make some old monsters whose lifespans are about to expire snatch their heads and even go so far as to fight. Life-extending pills are precious to the core. Why would you think that I, a small cultivator at the chi practicing stage, would have one? Sure enough, Suyu's heart was certain, feeling that he should have caught a very crucial piece of information, a relatively low level, even just starting out, metaphysical side world in Shenzhou. However, he was able to create a large number of life extension type pills that were very precious even in a relatively perfect immortal cultivation world like the Tianqian realm. This is clearly not normal. Suyu analyzed it briefly and felt that there were probably 2 reasons for this situation. The first, the Tianqian world was far stronger than the divine world in terms of its power system, but it was inferior to the divine world in this aspect of alchemy skill instead. The second, The heavenly Shen realm was indeed countless times more developed on the metaphysics side than the divine world. Yet the divine world also held certain advantages in certain places. This advantage does not necessarily mean technological, but can also be resourceful. The first possibility was very small. Objectively speaking, Suyu felt that the second possibility was more likely, because just now, Shen Fluttershy had also said that it wasn't as if there weren't any life-extending elixirs in the Tianqian realm. I just can't refine it now. Existing life-extending elixirs are all archaeological. This would mean that the Tianqian realm used to be able to refine it. It's not hard to guess why you can't refine it now. Certain kinds of materials are missing. Of course, the worldview of immortal novels always has some settings that are thicker than the ancient, and that the ancient method is always better than the modern method. Ancient immortal law skill to destroy the sky and the earth. Now the immortal law practice for 100 years to beat the ancient a dog. Such a situation is always very easy to appear in. Suyu has seen some immortal or metaphysical novels. If one really wanted to forcefully interpret it, one could also say that the heavenly Shen realm's previous alchemy techniques were more advanced than today's, and had simply been lost. But the likelihood of this is almost negligible if one is objective. Like that kind of one lineage single transmission, pass on the male and not pass on the female of the supreme divine power. You have to say that lost. That is still understandable. Because of the poor popularity of this kind of kung fu, it is indeed easy to lose it if the people involved have accidents and people are gone. But the refining method of life-extending type of elixirs obviously did not belong to this category. Judging from the fact that Shen Fluttershy said that it was still possible to obtain life-extension elixirs through archaeology now, the method of refining life-extending pills was not something that could be passed down from one lineage to the next and lost in the event of an accident, even if it wasn't rotten, and with the refining method hardly ever lost. They, however, could not refine this type of elixir. That leaves only the possibility of a lack of vital materials. Suyu's heart roughly had some guesses, but did not look for Shen Fluttershy again to confirm his guesses, because it wouldn't have mattered much. The key message now is, life extension pills were a good thing that could not be found in the Tianqian realm. They say the longer you live the more you fear death. These cultivators had long lifespans, and it was obviously more difficult for them to look at life and death with equanimity. It's a given that there will be a need in terms of extended life. Suyu glanced at Shen Fluttershy, who was still expecting his reply, and suddenly laughed. A heavenly forest beast, pills, and 100 spirit stones in exchange for a piece of armor. Yes. At this price he didn't need to think about it to know that in Shen Fluttershy's opinion he must have taken advantage of it. But that's okay, he's not losing out anyway. Originally, he had even planned to purely invest in it, and had already made plans for Shen Fluttershy to go out with his power armor and still fail to fuck over the enemy, and then he would lose all his money. Now having these things coming in was more than he expected. Suyu could certainly continue to squeeze more benefits out of her, and even emptying her little scented pouch that seemed to be a spatial storage device might not be impossible. But there's no need, because he had another thing to think about. That's the emotion of the person you're trading with. For Frost Star and Ying Zhang, everyone was smart and would only do what was good for them most of the time. Whether or not the process of doing this is enjoyable is beyond them. So when Suyu was doing business with them, he was trying his best to haggle and earn a little more, because he wasn't even worried that Frost Star or Ying Zhang would not trade with him because of this. But Shen Fluttershy was different. Judging from her behavior just now until now, not only did she look to be in her 28th year, but her behavior did seem to match the impulsiveness and childishness of that age. At every turn, he raised his sword and chopped off one of the young master's hands of that what's-his-name, even going so far as to put himself in danger for it, doing things apparently based on likes and dislikes, and not thinking much about the consequences. Doing business with her and pushing too hard is not pretty, in case it provokes a backlash. It's a deal she simply won't make. That egghead is still Suyu. What she represented was after all a true metaphysical immortal world. Just thinking about the various magical aspects of their world, Suyu couldn't help but gulp. So it wouldn't be a bad idea to sweeten her up a bit now for the longer term. Anyway, he had gained 10 sets of power armor just by receiving such a right-hand man as Autumn End, which was not a loss at all. As expected, upon hearing Suyu's promise, although Shen Fluttershy tried to taunt her little face, her face still showed a joyful color that was visible to the naked eye. Just about laughed outright. Suyu didn't care and signed the trading contract, after trading an unopened piece of power armor to Shen Fluttershy. Nor did he wait for Shen Fluttershy, who had just obtained the power armor, to study it carefully, and then continued, with the armor deal out of the way. I think we can talk about the other deal. Saying that, an exquisite mahogany locket appeared in his hand. Suyu casually opened the lid, and the refreshing aroma immediately came out from the box. Another deal? Shen Fluttershy, whose attention was all on the power armor she had just acquired, subconsciously turned back. He froze for a moment at the first moment he saw the life extension gold pill in Suyu's hand, and then froze in place. The beautiful eyes stared at the golden elixir dead on. Eyes revealed a color of scorching heat visible to the naked eye. Breathing gradually became ragged, and the extended mountains all oscillated visible to the naked eye. Obviously, the life extension gold pill that suddenly appeared in front of her eyes gave her a greater impact and temptation than the power armor. It was only after a long period of silence that she brought these trembling voices and somewhat incredulously said to Suyu, "Could this be life extension golden pill?" Suyu lightly laughed. "One will extend your life by 20 years. This can also be traded?" Shin Fluttershy's eyes lit up, and without even waiting for Suyu to answer, she continued, "What kind of reward do you want? If it's a merit law, I can give it to you right now. Feats are naturally required." Suyu murmured, "The gongfu that your master passed down to you, plus at least 3 different types of gongfu, can be a little worse than yours, but not too much." Although he couldn't tell if it was poor or not, Shin Fluttershy didn't know. "Yes," Shin Fanran agreed without even thinking. Obviously, in her heart, the value of this golden dan far exceeded these feats. However, just as Shin Fluttershy was fantasizing that she had exchanged just a few techniques for such a precious elixir, and that she would be praised by her master when she returned, Suyu's voice, however, came again. "Not so fast. There's more. In addition to the gongfu, but also plus." Saying this, he paused and looked at Shin Shanran, whose eyes were staring nervously at him, and laughed. "Spirit stones? 500,000. What exactly are spirit stones for?" Suyu didn't know, but he knew one thing. That is that this stuff, like gold, is actually a currency that has some popularity in trading platforms as well. It's the same as quite a few world traders who collect gold. Many metaphysical side worlds actually collect spirit stones. It is one of those things that is hard currency. This was the information he had gotten from his exchange with Froststar, and it was more than likely not false. Now that he had the chance to get a batch, he certainly wouldn't let it go. And there's also the fact that probably the biggest difference between the metaphysical side and the technological side of the world is that the technological side of the world doesn't have, or is sorely lacking in, one substance, the Reiki. If he could get a cultivation technique that could be cultivated from Shin Fluttershy, if he really wanted to cultivate on his own at that time, I'm afraid he can't practice much in that environment of Blue Star alone. It's just like those cheap practicing techniques that I got from Ing Zhang. The effect is indeed there, but it is almost negligible. Let's just say it's a bit of a bodybuilder. But if you just strengthen your body, let alone practicing Qigong techniques, so you and the Blue Star to get a Taijiquan fight cannot be strong and healthy? This was the main reason why he had gotten the Qi practicing technique from Ing Zhang, but then left it alone. With that little rate of enhancement, practicing for 10 years was afraid that it wouldn't be as effective as a single shot of Gene Potion. And since the world Shin Fluttershy was in could solve the problem of insufficient aura by aiding cultivation through spirit stones, then at that time, if Suyu was about to cultivate these immortal cultivation techniques, these spirit stones would be of great use even if he didn't take them and trade them with people from other worlds. So get some spirit stones. How can you not lose just that? 500,000 spirit stones. 4 feats. Shin Fluttershy's brows knitted, and for a moment, she was a bit indecisive. She obviously wasn't much of a business talker, either, and this time she recoiled from the bargain. After thinking for a moment, he gritted his teeth. "I have to go back and question Master first. But don't worry, if your life extension golden pill really has this kind of effect, Master would definitely agree." Although the gongfu was precious, this thing was frankly as long as there was a copy of the original gongfu. The rest were copies that could be copied infinitely. Spreading it around in the Tianxian realm and messing up the gongfu to make it rotten would have a great impact on the people who practice this gongfu. It can be used to trade with people from other worlds, which actually doesn't cost much when you think about it. Even if Suyu took her gongfu and passed it around Blue Star for everyone to cultivate, it would not affect the people of Tianxian realm at all. So when you did the math like that, the real cost of the deal was the 500,000 spirit stones. The value of the life extension gold pill thing, I guess, is actually hard to define. In the world where Shin Fluttershy was from, cultivators at the beginning of the Jindan stage could live for thousands of years, and Jindan consummate cultivators even had a lifespan of 2,000 years. A mere 20 years was just a snap of the fingers for these great powers. Those Jindan stage cultivators who still had plenty of longevity would definitely not spend so many spirit stones to buy the life extension gold pill, as they themselves still needed spirit stones to aid in their cultivation. But not necessarily for those cultivators whose lifespan has come to an end, especially Jindan cultivators who were stuck at a bottleneck, just one step away from breaking through to the next realm, but had little life left. Don't say 500,000 spirit stones. Millions of spirit stones people are willing to take out. After all, if you live, there is still hope, but if you die, there is really nothing. There is often another characteristic of these types of monks. That's a lot of family. After all, They were all old monsters who had lived for at least 1,000 years. And there was absolutely no way that their spirit stone reserves would be small. So 500,000 spirit stones for a life extension gold pill would definitely be profitable if he met the right buyer. But the most crucial problem was that the Tianxian realm was too big. Cultivators who had a need for this and could still afford to pay for spirit stones were not that easy to meet. So for the matter of whether or not to buy a golden elixir, Shin Fluttershy certainly cannot take the idea at a time. Have to ask the master first. After all, she wouldn't be able to take out so many spirit stones if she only relied on herself. Good. Then it is so agreed. Suyu did not continue to pursue anything else, but only nodded his head in agreement. The two sides exchanged ideas for a while longer, and Suyu gave Shin Fluttershy a good science about the trading platform before they each left. It is worth mentioning that in the subsequent exchange, they signed another contract of intent regarding the purchase of the life extension golden elixir. The approximate content of the contract was that Suyu's side guaranteed that the life extension gold pill would be effective, while Shin Fluttershy would hand over her cultivation technique to Suyu first as a deposit. After the rest of the subsequent techniques and spirit stones have arrived, both parties will then pay with one hand and deliver with the other. Shin Fluttershy had been a bit hesitant at first. However, after seeing all the mysterious aspects of the trading platform and confirming that it couldn't be anything like an illusion, then there was no more hesitation. Painfully, he reproduced his gong method on a jade sketch and gave it to Suyu as a deposit. The deal was satisfactory for both parties. Shin Fanran's satisfaction was naturally that he had obtained a piece of power armor that was enough to rival a foundation establishment stage cultivator even in the hands of a mortal, as well as the subsequent life extension gold elixir that can be obtained by simply replenishing your resources. Whereas Suyu's satisfaction was that he had finally developed a new trading object. If you are matched with a person who is not interested in working with you in the first meeting, you will not be able to continue to contact them later. But as long as a transaction is completed, or at least the intention to do so is reached, when the initial match is made, then the two agents will gain regular contact with each other, and there will be plenty of opportunities to exchange ideas later on. Now that a single transaction had been completed with Shin Fluttershy, there was another appointment about the life extension gold pill behind it. Both sides are naturally already firmly locked in place. There will be plenty of opportunities to continue working together later. On top of that, the world that Shin Fluttershy was in also made Suyu report great expectations. After all, it was a metaphysical immortal world, and after establishing a stable trading bridge, the benefits he could gain from the Tianxian realm were simply uncountable. Another win-win. Name, Suyu. Identity, agent of the Blue Star Zone of the Supertime trading platform. Rank, junior agent, 7 out of 10. Trading points, 1100. Available matches, 0. Returning to his personal space, Suyu looked at the experience bar of the agent level that had finally risen from June 10th to July 10th, and his heart was overjoyed. Now that we're at July 10th, it's only a matter of time before we get to September 10th. That is, as long as he meets another person he can trade with when the next matching opportunity is refreshed. To complete a deal, upgrading to an intermediate agent is the nail in the coffin. How long it took for the other agents to upgrade from just binding their agent qualifications to intermediate agents at the fastest, Suyu was not sure, but he himself was now just a foot away from being a mid-level agent. That's only after only 4 opportunities to match the person you're trading with. It was less than 4 weeks from start to finish. It's still a bit of an accomplishment to say the least. At least for the time being, he seemed to be making much more progress than both Frost Star and Ning Zhang. Out this late, looks like the deal is done? In the villa's restaurant, Qiu Mu, who had prepared a late-night snack, looked at Suyu, who had descended the stairs, and asked, "Well, it's roughly about the same. The other party comes from a world on the side of metaphysics, and it seems to be a bit more advanced than the power system on Ning Zhang's side and theirs." Suyu made it to the dining table and explained briefly, "My power armor is upstairs, and it has a video of the whole thing that I recorded, so you can watch it." "Yes," Autumn End replied, then nodded slightly in a contemplative manner. A moment later, she continued, "Judging from the power armor's logs, the sword she threw at you was fast, close to Mach 10, and there was almost no acceleration process. The metaphysical side of the world is truly amazing. If the speed of this sword exceeds Mach 200, the deflector force field on the Storm-class power armor should have a hard time stopping it. If she's not hiding anything, then there shouldn't be too much of a problem with what she said about the Tianxian world's power system. And from the analysis of the facial micro-expressions, the odds are that she doesn't have that deep of a heart. But that's not exactly true. We don't even know that much about the metaphysical side worlds, so it's not good to jump to conclusions." Autumn End clenched her jaw, then added, "Give me a few copies of the spirit stones and those pills, and show me their immortal cultivation technique. I want to study it. Let's see if we can figure out what the principle of the so-called aura as well as practicing qi to cultivate immortality actually is." There was a professional lab in Zweigaki. Some of the equipment in it had been purchased, and some of the equipment had been printed out by the end of autumn using the 3D printer in the J9000. It could be said that apart from something like the Large Particle Collider, there was no more fully equipped laboratory in the world than Zweigaki. Tsuyu naturally had no reason to refuse. He shared this information with Autumn and originally with that in mind. After all, neither he nor Chiyomu, nor even Ing Zhang, who was originally from the world of metaphysics, knew that much about immortal cultivation. In order to pave the way for future dealings with Shin Fluttershy, he had to at least have some understanding of this thing before he could do so. Currently, Shin Fluttershy thought that he was also from some metaphysical world and was not aware that there was such a thing as a technological side to the worlds of the heavens. It's not guaranteed after you can. If the other party knew that he was completely in the dark about immortal cultivation, when the time came to trade up, even if he brought along Chiyomu, he would still inevitably be pitched. The information gap, if large enough, cannot be smoothed out by an algorithm. What's more, people who cultivate immortality may not really have a brain worse than a computer. Shin Fluttershy was like a heartless, stupid white sweetie, but definitely not like an ABA fool. After eating a late-night snack and giving the things that Shin Fluttershy had gotten from Autumn to study after. It's already after 6 in the morning. Outside it was already lightening up and about to break. Tsuyu threw himself into the villa's large bed and fell asleep. Speaking of which, the villa was currently filled with basically just a few bionics responsible for maintaining the villa besides himself and Autumn. It was also Yu Xiaoyu who would occasionally come over here to stay for a few days. This woman was quite measured, and after knowing that her relationship with Tsuyu could not possibly go one level further, she found her own position. There was no intention of moving in, even though it was said that there was a room for her in the villa as well. Still on their own classes, occasionally on vacation will come to Tsuyu to get a night of pleasure. Tsuyu did not treat her poorly. There was no direct money given, but there was a bunch of stuff given away in the mess. It's only worth $1 million or so. However, for the current Tsuyu, these 3 melons and 2 dates were in different things. The once-a-week matchmaking opportunity is used. The company hasn't been doing anything important lately. The next few days Tsuyu entered a state of not knowing what he should do again, and stayed in the villa as a salted fish for a few days. Every day was either flirting with the few beauties he knew, or lying in his room trying to match the spirit stones to cultivate the gong method he had gotten from Shin Fluttershy. Originally, he wouldn't have dared to practice this stuff blindly, but there has been some progress in the research over at Autumn's end, and it clearly says that there will be no side effects from practicing this. Like those novels where no one guides the blind hook 8 practice and go into the fire is basically impossible to happen. Plus there's the trading platform to back it up. Only then did he dare to cultivate. Not to mention, this stuff actually works when practiced. After only 3 or 4 days of cultivation, paired with a small piece of Tianlin beast meat every day, Tsuyu felt that his strength was at least twice as much as before when he had just injected the gene potion. I don't know if it was because the gong method was bullish, or if the effect of the Tianlin beast's meat was too good, or maybe he has a talent for it himself. Anyway, he cultivated smoothly according to the gongfu given by Shin Fluttershy and hardly felt any obscurity. This state of calm did not last long. By Wednesday, the G20 exoskeletons ordered by Wagner had all been delivered by rail to the front lines of the battlefield. Only 2 days later, after allowing the legionnaires there to familiarize themselves with their equipment, a large-scale military operation was launched on Friday night of this week. 5,000 fighters wearing G20 exoskeletons paired with several heavy armor brigades, with the cooperation of the Air Force and ground artillery units, directly penetrated the opponent's defenses in one fell swoop. In one night it knocked out 7 of the opponent's full brigades equipped with advanced equipment, killed, wounded, or captured more than 20,000 men, and advanced the battle line by more than 100 kilometers. And with the excellent mobility of the exoskeleton, a strategic encirclement of nearly 20 brigades of the enemy's main force in the other direction had been formed. The originally stalemated battlefield suddenly formed a one-sided situation overnight. In this battle, the G20 exoskeleton, this civil engineering equipment from Spacetime Technology, Shine, equipped with the G20 exoskeleton, the Wagner Corps became the sharpest pointy knife on the entire battlefield. And those trenches and fortresses and urban attack and defense alley battles that had originally given both sides of the warring parties incomparable headaches, suddenly it doesn't work so well under the power of the G20. A few fighters in G20 exoskeletons could easily clear a street with complex terrain with a simple combination. 3 veterans in G20s could easily pull down a trench bunker manned by dozens of the other side. Under the G20 exoskeletons' terrifying speed and powerful defense, those who had only looked at the paper data before and still felt that it was nothing more than that, finally felt the fear from the descending blow. At noon on Saturday, a Wagner spokesperson praised Timeless Technologies products as both advanced and useful at an external press conference, while at the same time, in the face of a reporter's question, implicitly expressing their company's plans to purchase more G20 exoskeletons from Timeless Technology. On Saturday night, Eagle Jam across the ocean, citing the sale of inhumane weapons of mass destruction, along with its allies around the globe, warned Timeless Technology not to sell the G20 exoskeleton out of the country, or sanctions would be imposed. So you used to often see a terrier on the internet. That's when Eagle Sauce says you have WMDs. You better really have them. Unfortunately, he does. Needless to say, the Peregrine Falcon flew into NEO to drop mass bombs like this maneuver. If he wanted to, with all that equipment in Zwe labs, Autumn could handroll a large mushroom of several tens of millions of tons of equivalent in a matter of minutes. So in the face of Eagle Jam's threat of sanctions, he simply didn't care. A few words were posted directly on the individual's bib. None of your business. None of my business. Because of the recent meteoric rise of Timeless Technology, his personal social accounts had long been dug up as well. This basically unused Scarf account has even had nearly 10 million concerns on it, and the Scarf official even thoughtfully gave him a certification. Therefore, as soon as his 2 sentences were posted, they immediately caused quite a storm on the internet. The melon eaters who were originally still worried or gloating because of the sanctioning of spacetime technology were all silenced by the dryness. Brother, this is a hawk sauce sanction, eh? How many flourishing enterprises were all devastated by a wave of sanctions by Eagle Sauce? You're about to be sanctioned and you're still so arrogant. Is that appropriate? As it turns out, it's actually appropriate. Because Hawksbane looked left and right after announcing the sanctions program, and then discovered something very egregious. It's amazing that TimeTech hasn't purchased any high-tech products or equipment from Eagle Jam and its allies. Not even any finished or semi-finished industrial materials were procured from Kyushu. All you buy are the most basic things like steel, and sometimes you don't even buy finished steel. You just buy iron ore. Want to monopolize high-tech products through the neck? This means against the time and space technology is obviously not. So after announcing the sanctions, their side studied the matter for half a day and decided to ban several international mining giants from selling ores, oil, and other basic resources to Timeless Technology. But it's basically useless as all. At best, TimeTech is a bit of a pain in the ass to procure through Kyushu's channels. After all, they can't just ban these industrial materials from Kyushu, the world's largest market. Anyone who actually dared to give such an order would be cutting off the multinational mining giants. The order was given today, and I'm afraid the men will have to leave tomorrow. Committed suicide by being shot dozens of times in the back. As expected, after repeated warnings to TimeTech went unheeded, Eagle Jam had no choice but to release specific sanctions. A chorus of boos ensued. No, what's the deal with not letting people buy mines? This I've never really seen. JPG. Laughing to death. Worthy of being the world inspector. The control is really wide. People buy a little iron or also want to sanction. Why don't you sanction people for breathing and drinking water? I checked the Time and Space Technology announced the purchase list, which does not have any high-tech products, all industrial raw materials and a variety of ores. Eagle Sauce want a sanction can only really sanction the Time and Space Technology imports of minerals. The actual fact is that it's a lot more than just a few of the most popular products in the world. I'm super. That's the point. Time and Space Technology can come up with exoskeletons and power armor this black technology even if actually only need to import some raw materials on the line. That means, from the most basic raw materials such as steel to an exoskeleton finished product, the whole process they can completely realize self-production. This is what level of industrial capacity. If I don't remember wrongly, the Zuiki at the headquarters of Time and Space Technology is just a small place, right? It covers an area of less than 10 square kilometers. And this technology is really heaven-defying. All links self-produced. No wonder Eagle Sauce sanctioned half a day to come up with so many things. Bung boo live ha. I'm at my wit's end now. Of course, while Hawk Jam's maneuver was reduced to a laughingstock on every major forum in Kyushu, it wasn't really completely useless. Because this sanction actually has a clause in addition to prohibiting those mining giants from selling minerals to TimeTech. Prohibit Eagle Sauce and its allies from purchasing all products from TimeTech. This sanction is what is really powerful. It's still a limited role, but it does limit the development of spacetime technology a bit. At least a small half of the orders that came in like snowflakes the other day cancelled their orders after seeing this sanctioning regulation. The solution Suyu gave to this was also very simple. You don't want it? There are people who want it. Wagner is ordering another 10,000 G20s? Give. Orders go straight to the top of the queue and ship tomorrow. You don't want my goods? Then prepare to be beaten. Who doesn't know that the side that Wagner represents is actually at war today against the real opponents of Hawk Jam with their allies? When they were fucked to pieces on the battlefield by the exoskeleton wearing Wagner. Suyu would like to see if their mouths were still hard. Originally he meant not to pick his customers at all. selling to Wagner on one side and across the street from Wagner on the other. Both ways, since he's not allowed to eat. Don't blame him for being unreasonable. And that's still a big list for Wagner. The small list of hundreds and thousands of units in those chaotic areas is even more numerous. The source of the mess in many of these areas was originally oil-borne mold. For the orders from the resistance forces from these regions, Suyu's meaning was also simple. Increase capacity and give him as much as he wants. It's okay to give money for money, or resources against the bill for no money. He needs these industrial materials anyway. Even the small orders from some illegal organizations in the homeland of Eagle Sauce and its allies. Suyu also came and gave priority to shipping. Don't want to make it easy on him? Then don't fucking pass. Calling me an arms dealer? What a good judge of character. And the most bottomless and reckless kind at that. What's going on? After simply dealing with the sanctions from across the ocean, Suyu had originally planned to continue to Nestle into his home to cultivate, but then news came from the Kyushu side. The piece of land from the small black state is pretty much negotiated. A piece of coastal land of more than 30,000 square kilometers was finally negotiated to be leased for 100 years at a cost of 50 billion Kyushu dollars. At this price it would be an understatement to say it's a freebie. Of course, the main reason is that these black uncles have no idea that there is a world's finest iron ore mine worth no less than $10 trillion buried in this piece of land. This wave is kind of picking up the slack. In the middle of the process, although there are also Eagle Jam's intelligence officers want to make trouble from it, telling the people in that country that there is iron ore in that land. They can't get it themselves and don't want to let the Kyushu in time and space technology get it so easily. However, Suyu had let Shiomu make a move to monitor their network and invade their satellites, leaving all of these intelligence officers, whose identities are supposed to be top secret, exposed. Within 2 days, all those Eagle Sauce intelligence agents who were in the Black State and knew that there were iron mines in the area had all evaporated. On the other hand, some news media and people in the know on the local side of Eagle Jam who had intended to publicize this incident, before the manuscript was sent out, they found that their computers had been hacked, and then all the materials and evidence had disappeared. Not only that, these people can't even make phone calls. Obviously the cell phone is connected to the internet, but all the statements on the internet will disappear without a trace. That's the scariest thing about epic-making computers. So what if you know? Can you still talk? Even President Eagle Jam's public speeches could be made to convey not a single word if Autumn N so desired. Want to communicate? Write a letter. Without Eagle Jam to get in the way. The lease agreement between Kyushu and the small country of the Black State regarding that piece of land naturally flew by. It was negotiated in just under 2 weeks. And this little Black State is very interesting. They don't want cash for this 50 billion Kyushu dollars either, but instead ask for a batch of $10 billion worth of G20 exoskeletons to be brought in from timeless technology upfront. As for the remaining $40 billion, it was kept in the bank, ready to purchase some more arms and equipment from time and space technology. Naturally, this bank account was not created in the name of the country, but was a private account. Selling land, raking in money, buying weapons. Standard warlord behavior anymore falls under is. But as long as the land is in hand, what people are Suyu does not care at all. The guys were going to fuck Eagle Sauce anyway when they took the exoskeleton. Suyu even hate to give them a discount. Ahem. Speaking of which, the small Black State country is actually quite famous in the world. Not a good reputation though is all. Yes, this is the same place that is known worldwide for its pirates. Poor, broken and barbaric. Probably what the world thinks of this land. Put in a few hundred years ago. The sea robbery of that is the seafaring pioneers, the New World pioneers. Now that the version has been updated, this profession has retreated from the environment and has become a pirate that everyone shouts at. These black uncles are not having a good time either. Belonging is a typical reverse version of the player on Blue Star OL, so players still have to get used to the version changeover. But that wasn't to say that they were bad. In fact, they were quite capable of playing under the excellent matching mechanism of the Black State region. That's where Eagle Sauce took a big loss in the first place. And after that, he didn't forget to make a movie about a helicopter crash, washing himself as a White Lotus and portraying people resisting the invasion as savage and bloodthirsty. It's kind of a traditional art ability. Therefore for people to sell their land and buy exoskeletons to do things like Eagle Sauce, Suyu naturally strongly supports it. Isn't that a G20 exoskeleton? This will be packed and shipped. That piece of land is still a wasteland today, although it is now considered to be taken down. But Suyu is not in a hurry to start building a space elevator. Just a group of workers from Kyushu were recruited at a high price with procured engineering equipment and were going to let them do the initial remodeling there first. Other than that, at least get the roads fixed first. Lest it be like the previous construction of Ziwaiki. The road is impassable, but also have to temporarily specialize in the construction of the port to expand the highway to allow the construction materials to be sent in. Anyway, He hadn't gotten the design information and drawings for the space elevator from wherever Frost's star was, so there was no rush for now. In order to protect the safety of these workers, Suyu also sent a team of combat bionics wearing G60 heavy exoskeletons over, a total of 200 bionics, and after putting on the G60, it would not be an exaggeration to say that they were the strongest armed force in the Black State. There's no need to worry about any accidents at all. Autumn had been in Ziwei Gaki's lab for almost a week now, working on topics related to auras and fairy cultivation. Apparently, even for this titan of academia who was able to preside over the construction of a space fortress even from the prosperity era of the fallen world, studying the metaphysical side of these things is also a great challenge. It's hard to figure it out in the short term, but not without the slightest clue. Although Autumn was in the lab, the contact with Suyu was not broken. Occasionally, he would confide in him about some of the difficulties he had encountered in his research. Suyu, in the course of conversing with her, could also probably hear that she had indeed researched something unimaginable out. It was discovered in late Autumn's research that the spiritual power obtained from the refining of a substance like Reiki also seemed to be a form of energy manifestation similar to electricity, and compared to the incompatibility of the human body with electricity, psychic power is much closer to the human body and has a wider range of effects than electricity. What is the principle of this she has not yet figured out, but has already come up with some related products based on these principles. For example, the spiritual prosthetics product, which combines spiritual power with wasteland prosthetics technology. According to her calculations, this kind of prosthetic limb, if fitted to a disabled person, would not only be able to perfectly replace the mutilated organs, but also would not be like ordinary mechanical prosthetic limbs fitted to the body, which could be used but were not their own but were always not their own, and would give the user a sense of incongruity. The difference is probably the difference between a normal person using chopsticks to hold something and just going up to the hand and holding it. The mechanical prosthetics of the wasteland are not functionally much worse than people's own limbs, but in the end they are not original organs. But psychic prosthetics have no such concerns. These spiritual forces are very magical. Even if it is a prosthetic limb made of steel, after using spiritual power to drive it, these spiritual forces will actively hook up the neurons and prosthetic control system between the human body and the prosthetic limb. It can be done in such a way that one cannot feel the difference between a prosthetic arm and a real hand at all, even if the prosthetic limbs built with some special substances that are closer to spiritual power. After replacing them with people, these prosthetic limbs will actually be gradually transformed into flesh and blood under the subtle effect of spiritual power. In time, it can be fully fleshed out and perfectly integrated into the human body, doing a true amputation. Suyu really never thought that spiritual power could actually be played this way. Not to mention him, it was estimated that Chen Fluttershy from the Tianqian realm would never have imagined that there was such an operation. People who cultivate immortality want to reborn limbs also have to have a certain level of cultivation at the bottom before they can do it. However, according to this path of Autumn End, the rebirth of a severed limb did not require the user to have any foundation at all, and only needed to provide enough spirit stones as a source of spiritual energy. Just outrageous. But this thing, after all, required spirit stones to provide energy, and it would probably be difficult to popularize it. Autumn End had only engaged in this because she had found that spiritual energy was too pro-body, which was why she had studied it in passing. Her main research is still to find the secret of the metaphysical side of the cultivation of immortality can make the human body evolve from the cultivation techniques and the characteristics of the aura. It was just that compared to something like a psychic prosthetic limb, which had been researched in passing, the subject she was currently majoring in was obviously much more complex. After all, it was the cultivation path summarized by countless cultivators from other people's heavenly Xian realm, so if it was really cracked by her in a few days, that would be unreasonable. But Autumn End didn't forget to focus on some other issues besides studying these metaphysical side of things. For example, the issue of the life-extending golden elixir produced in Ying Zhang's world being more advanced than the elixir of the Tianqian realm. She had come to a conclusion through her research on the life extension golden pill and the heavenly Xian realm's pills. That is, Suyu's previous guess was not wrong. The alchemy techniques of the Tianqian realm were bound to be higher than those of the divine world. However, the divine world where Ying Zhang was located clearly possessed some resources that the Tianqian realm lacked. That's why it was possible to refine a more advanced life extension golden pill. Under Chiu Mo's suggestion, Suyu, who had been a salted fish cultivating for quite some time, took the initiative to contact Ying Zhang, who he hadn't seen for a long time. In the elegant pavilion, Suyu only waited for a few moments, and Ying Zhang, who had not even had time to change his coronation clothes, came. Apparently, this time again, he had just gotten off the court, or maybe even came halfway through the court. I haven't seen you in a few days, Mr. Su's elegance is even better than before. It seems that his cultivation has improved again. As soon as Ing Zhang came in, he sized up Suyu for a few moments, and with a flash of color in his eyes, he could not help but praise him. Emperor Qin also passes the Qi practicing technique? Suyu was surprised. He hadn't been asking questions about this before. However, on second thought, I thought that since there were such existences as Qi refiners in the divine world where Ing Zhang was from, it was normal for him, as the king of a country, to have practiced a little bit. Ing Zhang nodded and turned around. Mr. Su suddenly seeks me. Is there something important? Suyu also did not have the idea of playing Tai Chi, and immediately took out a spirit stone and said, "Can Emperor Qin recognize this object?" Ing Zhang received the spirit stone and carefully examined it before frowning. Isn't this just an ordinary piece of jade? Could it be that there is something else divine in it? Jade? Suyu was stunned. Speaking of which, these spirit stones given by Shin Fluttershy were really similar to Blue Star's jade. Late Autumn has also used jade at Blue Star to compare. However, after verifying it, it was found that Blue Star's jade and these spirit stones were not the same thing at all except for the fact that they looked similar. Or at least there was no aura or anything like that in the jade. Spirit stones were condensed from aura throughout, and after consuming the aura in them, they would gradually dissolve, like ice turning into water. At most, only a few impurities will remain. The composition of jade on the blue planet, on the other hand, is much simpler. The main component of jadeite is sodium aluminum silicate, and the main component of Huttian jade is calcium magnesium iron silicate. She thought it was mostly coincidence and paid no further attention. However, when I heard that Ing Zhang also said that it was jade, it was a bit intriguing. Suyu inexplicably recalled the aura prosthetic limb that Xiaomu had come up with earlier. That thing would also gradually adapt to the human body into flesh and blood after a long time. In that case, wouldn't it be possible that jade on the blue planet? Thinking of this, he got up in a hurry and said, "Wait a moment." As he spoke, he flew out of the trading space and returned to the villa. After rummaging through the closet, she finally found a jade pendant in Autumn N's room that she had bought back from shopping at some point, then dashed back into the trading space. Put the pendant in front of Ing Zhang. If that's jade, then what is this? A piece of stone that resembles jade? Ing Zhang frowned and sized it up for a moment before saying with some surprise, the fact that the stone could look so much like jade was something he hadn't expected. Suyu, in the world of Shenzhou, where Ing Zhang is from, jade obviously refers to spirit stones. As for the so-called jade on the blue planet, Suyu guessed that it was either a complete coincidence and just looked like a spirit stone. Either these jades were originally spirit stones, and then because of various reasons, the aura of the blue star gradually dissipated, and these spirit stones gradually fused with the stones in the land gradually, turning into the present-day plain jade. He felt the latter was more likely. After all, Kyushu has been saying since ancient times that jade nourishes people, but the current jade in Blue Star is just plain old stone. How could it possibly support people? If these stones were really spirit stones in the past, then the claim that jade nourishes people is obviously not the old ancestors not knowing science nonsense. But it's true, because in every way, it's clear that wearing a spirit stone for a long period of time can be extremely beneficial. Good lord, Suyu felt as if he had discovered some blind spot again. However, he didn't dwell on it for too long, and after a moment's thought he proceeded to say to Ing Zhang, "Then I wonder if this kind of jade is produced in large quantities in the divine world?" Yield? Ing Zhang frowned and thought for a moment before saying, "I have heard that a few hundred years ago, jade was still quite a rare thing. Only the princes and nobles could afford it, and it was 10,000 times more precious than gold. But in recent years it has been heard that jade mines are constantly being unearthed all over the world, and nowadays this is not a rare object. Some of the commoners' children in my great Qin can occasionally find some exquisite jade between the mountains and rivers, and with a little polishing, it is a fine piece of jewelry. It's not hard to collect when it really is, and the yield is not small. Could it be that Mr. Su is interested in jade?" Case solved. Suyu came to a sudden realization. Apparently, the divine kingdom where Ing Zhang is located seems to be a world in the midst of a spiritual revival at the moment. On the other hand, the Tianqian realm where Shin Fluttershy was located should be a world where the aura had gradually moved towards depletion after a long period of immortal cultivation civilization. This could also explain why the Tianqian realm was obviously much more refined than the divine state in terms of alchemy techniques. But the pills produced were not as good as the life extension gold pills that Ing Zhang could casually take out a few dozen of. Because a coquette can't cook without rice, the Tianqian realm's aura was gradually heading towards depletion, corresponding to some heavenly materials and treasures and the like. It was obviously impossible to have as much as the divine state, and the situation on the divine state side was that although the alchemy was crude, it couldn't resist the fact that other people's worlds were on the upswing. There's a lot of heavenly treasures. Throw in whatever bullshit you want to throw in your head. Let's not talk about refining it into an elixir. Getting a pressure cooker and stewing it would probably be better than the effects of the elixir refined in the Tianqian realm. After realizing this, Suyu's eyes immediately flashed with a light called surprise. He had heard Ing Zhang himself describe it before, and thought that the divine world was just a low Xian world with a little bit of aura, and that the combat power might not even be as good as some martial arts worlds. Didn't put too much stock in that aspect at all. The original plan for the divine world was to help Ing Zhang to develop resources and raise the level of agriculture and industry, and then to act as a middleman to trade the industrial and agricultural products of the divine world with other worlds to gain benefits. But now it seems smaller. The previous pattern was too damn small. Of the 3 worlds he had been matched to so far, the divine world was clearly the fattest and most fattening one. The other 2 are either fallen worlds that have become wastelands with nothing but technology. Either that, or the Tianxian realm, which was suspected to have entered the age of the end, didn't seem to have much left other than an advanced cultivation system. In terms of the world's resources, both of these worlds were completely hung up on the existence of divine state. After all, according to Ing Zhang's description, such things as spirit stones had become rotten stuff that ordinary people could just find and pawn in the divine kingdom even now. But in the Tianxian realm, a disciple of a Jindan stage bigwig like Shin Fluttershy would have to feel a pain in the flesh to take out 100 or so spirit stones. The reason why Suyu was previously given the illusion that the benefits that could be gained from the divine world were limited was entirely due to the fact that this world, regardless of whether it was on the technological side or the metaphysical side, was still in the blank state of just starting out. After Suyu finally figured out the situation, after a moment's thought, he confessed to Ing Zhang what he had encountered after matching Shin Fluttershy. If Suyu wanted to get a large amount of spirit stones through Ing Zhang and wanted to do this business for a long period of time, the best way was obviously still to just confess. He already knew more about the divine state where Ing Zhang was. As for Ing Zhang, after reading all that information given by Suyu, he also had a good understanding of Blue Star nowadays. Occasionally, he might not feel there was anything wrong if he approached Ing Zhang to procure some spirit stones, but after a long time, Ing Zhang, who already knew what Blue Star was like, was bound to feel that it was not normal. Instead, it will then destroy the trust that has been built up between the 2 sides. If it's a one-shot deal, it's just as well to take advantage of the information gap to screw someone over. As for the long-term trading, at most, it is to utilize the information difference to allow themselves to gain some more benefits, similar to the trading pattern of Suyu and Frost Star's previous pit against each other. Although it pits the other party, it is only a minor problem, and the other party will at most be slightly upset and will not interrupt their business because of it. Because even if you get screwed, you still don't lose. But if you don't even want to give someone soup, then the deal may not continue. If Suyu wanted to obtain spiritual stones from Ing Zhang in the long run, it was obviously best to directly confess to him the true function and value of jade, instead of taking advantage of the information gap and just white-knuckling it. After hearing Suyu's words, Ing Zhang suddenly said after a moment of silence, "Why do you always match the right deal? I have acquired the trading platform for a longer period of time than you by all rights, but so far, you are the only one who has successfully traded. The last 2 matches have traded with either ghosts or demons, and are completely incommunicable. It's really strange." Suyu did not expect Ing Zhang's brain circuit to be so clear, and after freezing for a while, he was a bit embarrassed. "It's probably just my better luck." Nonetheless, Ing Zhang shook his head. "There must be a reason for this. Mr. Su doesn't have to be self-effacing. Compared to other agents, there's clearly something about you that's different." With that, he wrenched the conversation back on track. "In that case, I think I know what Mr. Su is looking for me for. Jade, spirit stone. I did not expect that the jade that can be found everywhere in the district actually has such efficacy. The world of the great and the great is really nothing strange. Mr. Su treats me with sincerity, and I naturally return the favor with sincerity. When I go back later, I will order people to collect spirit stones, and with this as one, I will be able to provide Mr. Su with more than 1 million of them tomorrow." With that, he weighed the piece of spirit stone in his hand. This is the Mei in the Tianxian Realms units, which is just a thumb-sized jade tablet. A small piece like this weighs in at about 50 grams. 1 million pieces. That's 50 tons. To be able to get so much in one day, Suyu once again had a new concept of the fat of Shenzhou. Apparently, there was a lot more of this stuff in the Divine Kingdom than he thought. He was about to speak, but unexpectedly, Ing Zhang continued without waiting for him to speak. "This 1 million is just the first batch, and subsequently within 10 days, I will provide you with another 9 million, for a total of 10 million spirit stones." When Suyu heard this, he knew what he meant. Immediately, he took out the booklet containing the cultivation methods of the heavenly Xian realm and directly handed it over. The trading platform drew up a contract at once. When Suyu saw this, the last big stone in his heart fell to the ground. The trading contract was written as spirit stones for feats, and since the trading platform had recognized the deal, It proved that Ing Zhang was truly able to take out so many spirit stones, instead of bluffing. It also showed that all his previous guesses were correct. Decisive contract signing. The deal is done. The two men smiled at each other. To Ing Zhang, 10 million spirit stones were just 500 tons. So little stuff. Find some people to go to the Wei River outside Xianying City to pan for a few days can be enough. To be able to exchange such a small amount of spirit stones for a more advanced immortal cultivation method than the primitive and rudimentary qi practicing technique was naturally earning hemp. For Su Yu, I traded the life extension elixir given by Ing Zhang for Shin Fluttershy. What's not to like about a pure white whore? He kind of got it now. The answer to this trading platform version is obviously to be a middleman. The more worlds that were fixed for trading, the more ways he could earn favors. As long as he could match up with more people to trade with. There is absolutely no need to be limited to the constraints of the resources of the world you are in. Every trading partner is both a partner and a resource. Thinking of this, Suyu could not help but ask. I wonder if Emperor Qin estimates how much the spirit stones of the divine world could be produced if they were mined on a large scale? This question is very necessary. As of now, the divine world is a world with fewer people and more resources. With the spirit stones produced by the divine state, there was absolutely no problem supplying the blue star where Suyu was in themselves. However, if he wanted to import these spirit stones into the Tianxian realm and exchange them for some items in the Tianxian realm, it would not be too easy to say. Therefore, he had to first figure out to what extent the spirit stones in divine state were abundant before he could conveniently decide how to subsequently trade with Shin Fluttershy's side. According to the unit of measurement on your side of the blue planet, with the current level of our mining, if I mobilize the great Qin sons and daughters to mine at full strength, we should be able to dig out tens of thousands of tons every month. If we use some of your digging instruments and digging patterns over there, I'm afraid the yield is no less than your steel. Ing Zhang had watched those videos given by Suyu over and over again these days, and had already gained a considerable understanding of many aspects of Blue Star. Certain places were even clearer than Suyu. After all, being in a different position, one sees things from a different perspective and focuses on different points. As the king of a country, he more often than not saw things from a macro perspective. Often, they could see things that Suyu didn't know much about even as a blue star. Suyu, on the other hand, was stunned to hear him say this. Nice guy. Spirit stone production is comparable to steel can be okay. Last year Blue Star produced 1.8 billion tons of crude steel a year. So many spirit stones. Suyu subconsciously sucked in a breath of cool air. That's really fat. Not to mention him, even those Yuaning and transformation god powerhouses in the Tianxian realm who didn't know if they still existed or not. Knowing that God's country is so fat, I'm afraid I'd have to drool with red eyes. Let's just say it's worthy of a world in the midst of an aura recovery. Spirit stones are completely worthless big time over there. Thinking of this, Suyu immediately sat up straight in excitement and said, Don't worry, Your Majesty, as long as you nod, we can sign a cooperative development agreement right now. All the instruments, the bionics that operate them, all of it can come out of me. Regarding Suyu's proposal of cooperative development, Ing Zhang's side neither agreed to it immediately nor denied it. Just say we'll talk about it later. Suyu didn't force himself to do so when he heard this, not to mention that he wasn't disappointed. For Ing Zhang, the true efficacy and function of the spirit stone was still unclear to him, so it was only normal that he needed to use the spirit stone in conjunction with his gongfu to cultivate for a bit first, and then make a decision after trying it out. The next thing the two talked about was pills. Because of Suyu's confession, Ing Zhang was naturally clear about the fact that the heavenly materials and earthly treasures produced on this side of the divine state were even more abundant and advanced than those in the Tianxian realm, and he also promised that he would send another batch of herbs for refining the life extension gold pill to Suyu along with tomorrow's batch of 1 million spirit stones. It wasn't really something that was scarce with them, or else Great Qin wouldn't have been able to come up with thousands of life extension gold pills a year with that kind of shoddy alchemy technique. So the batch that was given out was quite a lot, but it wasn't much for Ing Zhang. He also has only one request. If Suyu had gotten the advanced alchemy technology of the Tianxian realm from where Shin Fluttershy was, he needed to share it with him. Of course, this sharing is not for nothing. At that time, Suyu could mention whatever he wanted. This is the promise given by Ing Zhang. Suyu certainly had no reason not to agree. After all, the divine state side of alchemy is still more or less a bit of a base there. And after coming into contact with advanced alchemy techniques, it will soon be able to eat these techniques. Not so with Blue Star. No foundation at all. If he wanted to recruit people to refine pills, others were afraid that he would think he was crazy. I'm afraid it's not that easy to train a group of alchemists in a short period of time. Unless Automand could figure out the principles of alchemy and come up with a fully automated mechanized alchemy technology. Otherwise, so you might as well get the heavenly Xian realm's alchemy method and give it to Ing Zhang. Then find Ing Zhang to trade the finished pills. After talking to Ying Zhang, Suyu did not return to Blue Star at the first opportunity, but turned to contact Frost Star again. It could be seen that Frost Star seemed to have become very busy ever since he took over as the future city lord. Wind and fire ran over, and after hearing that Suyu needed the technical information and drawings of the space elevator, he did not push back. He directly went back and brought him all the space elevator information that he had already collected and was ready to trade with Suyu. As for the reward, her request was 2 life extension golden pills, plus 100,000 tons of crude oil. Crude oil she was going to take and use as an industrial feedstock, an add-on of sorts. The focus was on the 2 life-extending gold pills. It seems that Frost Star still hasn't discovered the problem that a person can only eat one of the life extension goldane. Suyu thought about it and didn't say much, decisively agreed to get the technical information of the space elevator from her hands. However, when the deal was done and he was ready to leave, Frost Star called out to him, "That, the city lord she, how's it going?" Suyu was stunned at his words. Thinking carefully, he realized that if the original situation was followed, Ottoman's mind could only be preserved in the chip for a few days, and if he hadn't had that soul-devouring jade that he had gotten from Ying Zhang, it would indeed have dissipated by now. However, there was no need to hide the fact that Ottoman was still alive from Frost Star, and he immediately said frankly, "I found something on the metaphysical side of the world that retains the soul." Well, the soul is probably what you call the mind, so she's alive for now instead. But this thing won't retain the soul for long. It'll probably keep her alive for another 6 months at most. Frost Star sniffed, revealing a look of determination. Then he opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something, but in the end he didn't say anything and just shook his head. "Don't bother with all that crude oil. Be nice to her, and next time you trade, if you can, please bring her along for the ride. I have some things I want to ask her about." "Okay," Suyu nodded. Then, not knowing what came to his mind, he revealed an intriguing look and laughed. "There might even be a surprise for you then." With that, he dashed out of the conference room. Surprise? Frost Star looked at his back and shook his head in a bewildered manner. And in the end, he didn't think much of it. Returning to the Blue Star, Suyu went directly to Ziwei Gaki's laboratory. Ottoman was currently placing a spirit stone in a glass case, testing something with some complicated experimental equipment. He didn't bother rashly when he saw this, and just watched Ottoman's back as she concentrated on her research. It wasn't actually true that Ottoman was in a state where she didn't feel tired. Though the body is fully mechanical and bionic and tireless, the mind tires. Focusing on something as complex as immortal cultivation for a long period of time would be very taxing on her soul. However, Suyu was not in a position to persuade her. Speaking of which, the reason why she put up such a fight actually didn't have much to do with Suyu. After all, Suyu was a Blue Star agent, and it was estimated that it wouldn't be long before he would even be able to upgrade to a middle pole agent. He had the resources and the techniques. Even if Ottoman didn't figure out the principles of immortal cultivation, he would still be able to practice a little bit of it by following the cat's drawings. Even if she really cracked the secrets of immortal cultivation, at most, it would only allow Suyu to have an additional bargaining chip in his hand suitable for trading. As for things like promoting universal immortality cultivation in Blue Star, in all honesty it was nothing more than incidental value to Suyu. It's best to have it, and it doesn't really matter too much if you don't. The real reason for Ottoman to be so tireless in her research was, in the end, because she felt that unless Suyu or Frost Star could happen to match up with a super powerful Techside world, they wouldn't be able to save the wasteland. And where does one meet such a powerful world? Even after meeting them, why would they trade with you? To help you rebuild the wasteland? So she actually stopped expecting much from the Techside to save the wasteland world a long time ago. However, the immortal cultivation technique that Suyu had gotten from the Tianxian realm had truly given her hope. It would be nice to research and understand how to build immortal cultivators in bulk, or pool resources to feed a god transformation level immortal cultivator. That doesn't matter if it's monsters roaming the surface of the wasteland or a fleet of bioweapons and fungi in space. It was only a matter of time before they were purged. Ottoman obviously also knew that Suyu had come. After finishing the experiment at hand, she gathered her blue hair and came to him. "How's it going? What's the situation over there in the divine world?" The previous guess was correct. The divine state does have a large amount of spirit stones and heavenly material resources. Suyu briefly told her about the news he got from Ying Zhang. Indeed, Ottoman let out a long breath, as if a boulder had fallen to the ground in her heart, before explaining, "My research has gotten somewhere so far. Yesterday I used 5 spirit stones to take over the mind of a mouse by controlling its brainwaves, and made it absorb the aura from the spirit stones in accordance with the Kung Fu method." "What about the results?" Suyu was curious. Without saying much, Ottoman walked straight to a glass case wrapped in black cloth in the lab and casually pulled the black cloth off. Seeing what was inside, Suyu could not help but have his pupils shrink. Inside the glass case behind the black cloth was a huge mouse that was 2 meters tall even when it was lying on its back. However, it's not the same as the biochemical monsters that science nerds come up with in those sci-fi movies. This little. No, the rat not only didn't look the least bit hideous, it even looks cute. The white fur was immaculate, a million times cleaner than an unusual mouse. And in addition to the original white color, there were actually faint golden arcane patterns on the fur, emitting a faint fluorescent light, appearing beautiful and mysterious. But although this rat looked big and bluffing, Suyu felt that he should be able to take it down easily even if he didn't wear power armor. Of course, this was because he already had power equivalent to the heavenly Xian realm's body tempering realm himself nowadays. If it was an ordinary person, without the use of a hot weapon, 3 or 5 grown men would be a send-off in front of it. I'm afraid even the Northeast tiger can only serve it as a dish. The rat that was originally sleeping on its back in the cage was agitated when it saw the black cloth being lifted, and a pair of front limbs kept knocking on the glass. A humanized, pathetic look was shown to Autumn End. Autumn End casually pressed a button next to it and released it. The rat came out looking very well behaved, and after circling around Shiomu twice, it obediently laid down in front of her, allowing her to rub its head. Immortal cultivation really is amazing. It's an evolutionary process that has almost no negative effects. Autumn End sighed as she rubbed its head. If there weren't enough spirit stones, it would even be able to make it turn on its spirit. 5 spirit stones that can turn it like this is already amazing enough. Suyu curiously walked over and also rubbed its head twice. The rat hadn't seen him before, and after wincing and looking between him and Autumn's End for a few moments, he plucked up the courage to reach out and lick his hand twice. TSK, quite smart. Suyu laughed. One thing was for sure, he didn't really like rats, but this big white rat was really cute after being transformed by aura. He teased the guy twice before turning to Autumn End. So if the spirit stones manage to be enough, you can also make people cultivate in this way? The rat obviously wouldn't take the initiative to absorb the spirit stone to cultivate. According to normal biological instincts, it would only think that the spirit stone was a good thing, and then carry it back to the nest to hide it. Autumn End had also said just now that it was after she had taken over this little white mouse's mind through the brainwave controller that it had learned to actively cultivate and absorb spirit stones. And the process here is clearly not as simple as she makes it out to be. If a normal person's talent wasn't too good, even if there was an unlimited supply of spirit stones, how could it take 10 days and half a month to cultivate to the body tempering realm from an ordinary person? But it only took a day. This accelerated process is clearly what Late Fall has been working on all this time. Yes and no. That depends on the person. Autumn End frowned. I recently discovered that whether or not a person can cultivate depends mainly on 2 factors. One for the body, one for the soul. Body-wise, since the lab is full of bionics, I haven't specifically experimented with them for the time being, but I've already done the soul experiments. You experimented with your own soul? Suyu was instantly dissatisfied at his words. And not afraid to play yourself to death? Just tell me if you want someone to experiment on. There's plenty of fucking scum in the world. Just go and grab a few of them. It's not the same. Autumn End shook her head, but she didn't know what came to her mind and suddenly froze for a moment, looking towards Suyu who had an unhappy face. Then he covered his mouth and laughed. You're worried about me. Ha? What am I worried about what you do? You have to figure it out. I have spent a lot of effort to get the soul-devouring jade. If you want to play yourself out of it, the one who loses out is me alright. At that time who will manage so many bionic people in the company? Suyu said without changing his color. Yes. Not next time. Autumn End let out a soft laugh, seemingly in a good mood, and proceeded to explain. I found that some people's souls are suitable for cultivation, while others are not. This is probably one aspect of what they call qualifications in the immortal cultivation world. And the other aspect is of course the physical body. Then I projected that my own soul should be the more suitable type for cultivation, and that's why I did this experiment. It turns out that my speculation was also correct. After taking over its body through the brainwave controller, the efficiency of absorbing spirit stones with its body is very fast. It's not the flesh. In fact, I've done many groups of controlled experiments, and out of a bunch of experimental mice, it's one of the slowest to naturally absorb aura, and at its own rate of absorption. It may not be able to finish absorbing the spiritual energy in a spirit stone in 10 years, but after I took over the mind, it was able to absorb 5 spirit stones overnight and evolve to this level. Souls with cultivation qualifications do absorb aura faster than souls without cultivation qualifications, and how to convert it into its own spiritual energy after absorbing the aura, that depends on the flesh. It's a rat after all. The conversion efficiency can't be compared to a human, not to mention that it's also a relatively poorly qualified flesh body among rats. If it were a different person who had absorbed 5 spirit stones, how could it have a mid-stage body tempering strength? but it's just barely touching the threshold of the early body tempering stage. Autumn tried her best to roughly explain the principle of it in words that Suyu could understand, and Suyu couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air after hearing it. The eyes that looked at her became strange. This woman is truly a genius among geniuses. Surprisingly, she had actually figured out this kind of cultivation bud by combining technology. She did this mouse experiment, and to summarize it in 2 simple words, it was chargers, using her soul to control the mice's physical body to cultivate. Because of her soul's high qualification, the absorption efficiency was very fast. Even though this little white mouse's body was extremely drawn across, sucking an aura that was originally enough for a person to reach the middle stage of body tempering, it was only able to transform a strength that was not even at the early stage of body tempering, wasting a large amount of aura. But that's pretty unbelievable. That is, if the spirit stones managed to be enough. Under the vicarious cultivation of the soul, Autumn was even able to hard feed this mediocre little white mouse to become a Yuaning stage, or even a great power at the transformation of God stage. That's a bit of a departure. Not to mention Suyu. Even if you let Fluttershy's Jindan stage master come, you have to be dumbfounded and kneel on the spot to Chiyomu. Okay. According to her style of play, cultivators who had good soul qualifications but not physical bodies were perfectly capable of cooperating with cultivators who had excellent physical bodies but not so good qualifications in terms of their souls. You give out your soul, I give out my body. Let's cultivate immortality together. What is this if not a stuck bug? It's actually not as simple as you think. Autumn knew what Suyu was thinking when she saw his expression and turned to him. This mode of cultivation actually has no small drawbacks. First of all, it's not the power that comes from cultivating one's own soul. It's extremely flimsy, and in immortal cultivation terms, it probably means that the foundation is unstable. Then again, something like immortal cultivation is a parallel between the soul and the physical body, and after the soul that cultivates on behalf of the body withdraws, the original soul regains control of the body, and may not be able to utilize the power in the physical body as it should be. If you don't go through a certain amount of acclimatization training, or if the qualifications of your physical body are really poor to a certain extent, your cultivation will even regress. Also, doing so does place a certain burden on the soul. If it wasn't for the soul-devouring jade that has been warming my soul during this period of time, I'm afraid that I wouldn't necessarily still be able to do the experiment today, and would have to rest for a while before doing so. Of course, these problems should be solvable with further research, and the results of the current trials at least prove that this path can be taken. In addition, this gong method currently only reaches up to the Jindan stage, and the logic of cultivation is actually still based on absorbing aura and transforming it into spiritual energy, which is why it can do so at the higher Yuaning, or even God transformation levels. I'm afraid that cultivation isn't as simple as simply absorbing aura, and this method may not be useful at that level, and if higher levels really need to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth, then cultivating like this in the early stages will cause serious spirit-flesh disharmony. And most likely there will be no possibility of cultivating to a higher level, and Jindan will be the end of it. Is that so? So you calmed down and thought about it, and felt the same. After all, people didn't just simply absorb spiritual energy when their cultivation level was high. Absorbing spiritual power to enhance strength and driving spiritual power to fight. The essence is still the same thing as boiling water and throwing stones. Whether it's on the metaphysical side or the tech side, it's something for low-end players to play. Really high-end monks and technological civilizations are either law collisions or two-way foil descending strikes. This aspect was clearly now beyond Autumn's comprehension, and trying to figure it out was going to be difficult. I'm afraid, but it doesn't matter. Being able to batch build Jindan level cultivators was also already pretty awesome, alright. Well, there's still a long way to go in perfecting this, and most of my current research is over, so just wrap it up. Autumn laughed. Didn't you say that Frost Star Girl had already given you all the technical information and drawings for the space elevator? Show me. Suyu nodded at his words and handed over the hard disk given by Frost Star to Autumn. After she took it, she pressed one finger to the connector of the hard drive, her azure eyes flashing red. A moment later, she recovered and looked at Suyu. There's nothing wrong with the information. I'll just modify it a little more based on the Blue Star environment. But it's a big project, so you can publicize the news and get Kyushu involved in the construction as well. After all, there are too many things needed inside. It needs to be supported by a full set of industrial system in order to get it done. It can't be done if we just rely on the J9000 module, without Kyushu's participation. If we rely on our own industrial capacity alone, it will take at least 10 years or more to get it all up and running. Oh, so troublesome? Although Suyu had originally had the intention of involving the Kyushu as well, he did not expect Shomu to feel that it would take so long without the Kyushu's involvement. I recently saw a quote on the internet that aptly described this aspect. Autumn laughed softly. If I want to bring an aircraft carrier to completion, I would need the National Planning Commission and the Industrial Military Commission, as well as 9 defense industry departments, more than 600 related professions and more than 8,000 supporting manufacturers. In short, it would take a great nation to pull it off. Building an aircraft carrier requires such a complex industrial system and organizational scheduling support, let alone a space elevator. There are things that bionic humans and even more intelligent machinery can't do. The world still essentially needs people to keep it running, and when it needs people, that means it needs advanced organizations to dispatch from. It's not something a company can do. That's right. Suyu nodded. Of course, Autumn was only talking about the current situation. That computer in her head right now was powerful, but it wasn't enough to control that many bionics building a project of that magnitude. If she was given a faster computer, she would still be able to do most of these things on her own, but there's no need for that. With Kyushu's participation, the combination of Kyushu's industrial construction capabilities and the technical information and drawings provided by Time Technology as well as advanced engineering instruments from the wasteland, it's entirely possible to get a space elevator built in no time at all. There was no need to leave Autumn to toil alone. Well, if you're okay with it, then I'll use the official blog to put the news out, warm up a little now, and then prepare a public bidding conference in a couple days to give the Kyushu officials some time to prepare. Autumn inquired. Suyu naturally had no problem with it. She knew more about this aspect than herself. It's best to leave the professional work to the professionals. Shortly afterward, a heavy news was updated on the official blog of Timeless Technology. It is my honor to announce to you that after a long period of technical accumulation, the current technology of time and space technology has completely reached the original expectations, and in a few days, the Tongtianjianmu program will be launched to open bidding, and I hope that you will pay more attention to it. A detailed description of the Tongtianwood building program is attached below. The Tongtianjianmu program refers to the construction plan for the space elevator project, which was built under the leadership of time and space technology. The plan foresees the construction of a 90,000 kilometer long space elevator from the surface of a small country in the Black State, which will be used to connect the ground to a synchronous orbit. We will build a giant spaceport in published orbit 36,000 kilometers above the ground to be used as a future Starship production base, and a counterweight space station 90,000 kilometers above the ground to be used as a Starship port as well as a staging area connecting the Earth and the Moon. After briefly describing the general content of the Tongtianwood building program, it is followed by the 3 phases that Timeless Technology has almost prepared for this. Phase 1, achieve the ignition of the world's first commercially available controlled fusion reactor within a month of the plan's release, allowing Blue Star to enter the era of energy freedom and solving the energy problem for the construction of a space elevator. Phase 2, completion of the surface portion of the space elevator with the NEO Starship base and the counterweight portion of the spaceport. Stage 3, connecting the ground, near-Earth orbit, and counterweight through carbon nanotubes. The space elevator is completed, and Blue Star enters the interstellar age, where it can begin to gather scarce resources to its heart's content in the endless cosmic space. Once the plan is announced, everyone was confused. The world was suddenly struck with the surreal feeling of why did you evolve without me? The main thing is, it was too sudden, and people weren't prepared for it at all. Wait, let me make sure. The year is 2024, right? Bro, be confident. This is the year 2024. I'll bet my dog's head on it. Scared the hell out of me. I thought I woke up and traveled. Ha ha ha. Is it possible that this is more thrilling than crossing over? Building a space elevator. I'm curious if this is a joke or a real game by TimeTech. And the point is that today is not April Fool's Day. As a grassroots researcher of Timeless Technology, I'll give you a little bit of information. In fact, our insiders are also dumbfounded. But since Mr. Su dared to say so, I think the probability is true. While I know that TimeTech's technology is awesome, with its metal hydrogen batteries and power armor, this space elevator, isn't that a bit too far-fetched? And is that the first step to getting fusion fixed first? Or in a month? Crap! Isn't this chosen location the same place where the security department of Timeless Technology saved more than 100,000 overseas compatriots some time ago? Is there something else going on here? It's still true. Fine thoughts, brothers. The message was sent out for only half an hour, and it directly rushed to the hot search, attracting countless people's attention. With that, it was Suyu's phone that was directly busted. Basically, all of them are from some official departments and state-owned enterprises in Kyushu. Suyu only answered the calls from a few bigwigs, and after explaining that he did have the relevant technology, that side only considered it for less than 3 minutes, and immediately agreed to this matter. It's not that they brainlessly trust Suyu. Listening to him is just can't wait to put countless human and material resources into this vast overseas project. Rather, compared to the rest of the blue planet, Kyushu officials actually know the most about spacetime technology. Suyu previously recruited researchers and professors in the field of nuclear energy in China to engage in nuclear fusion according to the technical information and drawings. But the problem is that there are not too many experts in this related field. So many of these people recruited by Timeless Technology were originally talents officially supported by Kyushu. And it's not an unspoken support, but it's something that Suyu took the initiative to do after it became clear to him that he wanted to recruit talents to engage in nuclear fusion. But he was not able to find people. Suyu also agreed without hesitation. Because the most crucial part of the core technology of controlled nuclear fusion was actually done with bionics controlled by Autumn End. He was also not afraid of leaks at all. As for the other parts of the technology, it's not that critical, and it doesn't matter much if it's leaked or not. In fact, his hand is not to prevent the Kyushu, if in accordance with his original plan to come, after the completion of the controlled nuclear fusion, he himself also intends to cooperate with the Kyushu power grid, with nuclear fusion energy to outlaw the current backward mode of energy acquisition. If the technology was really only leaked to the Kyushu officials, he actually didn't care. It would be considered a contribution to his country. But the problem is that there are no impermeable walls in the world, let alone such a huge organization as the Crown. His main concern was still that someone had taken his technology and leaked it to the outside. When the time came, although he could also make these people who dared to leak the information physically disappear, it would be quite embarrassing for everyone when things got to that point, and there was no need for it. It would be better to hold the core technology in your hands from the beginning. The fewer people know, the lower the chance of leakage will naturally be. It's also because there are official people involved in the fusion research at TimeTech. Therefore, the officials of Kyushu are the most aware of what kind of black technology Suyu actually holds in his hands. Whether or not the latter two steps of the Tongtian Jianmu program can be completed and whether or not the space elevator can be constructed is not a matter of concern for the time being. With the current news obtained by Kyushu, it would not be a problem at all for Timeless Technology to complete the ignition of the fusion reactor within a month. Even if the next two steps all fail, this first step of controlled fusion alone will be enough for the Kyushu officials to invest resources at all costs. So after hearing Suyu's certainty that he wasn't joking, the official side quickly agreed to his proposed joint construction plan. Of course, Suyu had said that he wanted to open the bidding, so the bidding meeting in a few days would still have to go through the process. After all, under such a large collective as Kyushu, there is competition among state-owned enterprises. Since he hadn't specified who to work with, it would naturally be a matter of each person's own skill when the time came. But then that wasn't something he had to think about. In the midst of all the skepticism and cluelessness on the internet, the major Kyushu corporations that have gotten the word of certainty from the top have also finally started to come out and start talking. Kyushu Nuclear Energy at TimeTech. Controlled fusion and space elevators will be mankind's greatest inventions of the century. Jojo Railway construction at Time Spacetech. In the 19th century, mankind built the first railroad, and since then the world has entered a new era. And the upcoming space elevator is no less significant to human civilization than the first railroad. KCB at TimeTech. What is the exact bidding date? What are the bidding items? Hurry up to announce. Urgent. A bunch of companies that started in Kyushu suddenly appeared at the same time and took the initiative to interact with Timeless Technology. It was an instantly dazzling experience for the people who were eating it. If we just talk about that announcement made by Timeless Technology alone, most people would still be skeptical, and many people wouldn't even believe it at all. Then now these 9-character state-owned enterprises initiative to support the time and space technology. The significance is completely different. Time and space technology is, after all, Suyu's private enterprise. The emergence of time and not long. The product is currently really put into the market to use. There is only G20 exoskeleton. This stuff is completely out of the reach of the average person. As for the metal hydrogen batteries, after Suyu sold these batteries to the relevant manufacturers, these manufacturers are still developing new products adapted to metal hydrogen batteries. Batteries all clutched in hand. There are simply no batteries on the market. So for most people, Timeless Technology is a company with a great reputation, even on the Eagle Jam sanctions list, and supposedly very impressive technology. As for what's so great about it, most people don't even understand it because they've never even used a product from TimeTech. Naturally, there is a certain lack of trust in this new tech venture. It's actually quite normal for no one to believe what was posted earlier, but now these old state-owned enterprises are different. Which one of these singled out is well known? Even if you really do not understand this area, just see the Kyushu 2 words beginning with the name of the enterprise. Also know what these enterprises are doing. And with so many old state-owned enterprises coming out to support Timeless Technology at the same time, anyone who isn't a fool knows that. This represents the official approval of Kyushu. The official Kyushu Certified Space Elevator Program, And it's easy to see from some of the corporate responses that Kyushu officials are even planning to get involved. The official statement naturally hammered the matter home. The previous large swath of skepticism disappeared at once. At this time, normal people, even if they still don't believe that timeless technology can have this kind of technological strength, but they will first choose to wait and see. But the world is a strange place. Strange in the sense that there are always some abnormal people. Even in the case of official endorsement, they are still not willing to wait a little while before publishing their arguments. And even some of them simply pull the officials down. Open and shut their mouths is the misuse of taxpayers' money to build wonders. Then argue their anti-intellectual statements from all angles. What space elevator and controllable nuclear fusion is useless. All are face-saving projects, laboring the people and hurting money. Have this money should be donated to the mountainous areas. What building a space elevator will affect the feng shui of Blue Star, leading to the destruction of the ozone layer and the extinction of species. Whoever builds this thing will be the sinner of the blue planet and will surely remain in infamy for years to come. The large chunks of skepticism about time tech were gone, but these voices suddenly sprang up again out of nowhere. There are even a number of well-known vloggers among those who say such things. This kind of blogger with a large number of followers rashly published anti-intellectual remarks, although not many, but coincidentally, also really by Suyu to brush one. He was still in the lab at the moment, waiting for Autumn to come back along with the last few experiments she had wrapped up last night. When I was idly brushing short videos, I suddenly brushed a video of a well-known host with quite a high fan base sharply commenting on the Tongtian Jinmu program. This person first briefly said the general content of the Tongtian building would plan, and then motionlessly patted a pass of explicitly positive and implicitly negative farts. And then the focus came. He began to worry about whether space elevators and nuclear fusion would have an adverse effect on Blue Star. And then talking about it, he brought out a bunch of papers published at some unknown time abroad as an argument for the validity of his concerns. If it wasn't for the fact that Suyu could at least read a little English, he found that one of the papers cited was actually a bachelor's thesis from an unknown foreign university. He almost had to believe it. A fucking bachelor's thesis to discredit a trillion-dollar tech company's official partnership with Kyushu can be okay. Even if the English paper makes him feel more advanced, then at least find a paper issued by a master's doctor, right? It's a fool's errand. Furthermore, with all this technology that TimeTech currently has at its disposal, not to mention the far-flung battery shell that holds the metallic hydrogen, to the world's Nobel Prize winners all pull to study for 3 to 5 years cannot understand take foreign papers to negate the technology of spacetime science and technology. This kind of operation really gave Suyu a whole laugh. Sometimes it's like that, the more ignorant you are the more justified you are instead. It was the world's renowned academics who saw what those metallic hydrogen batteries and power armor were capable of when timeless technology was founded. Almost no one has ever questioned the technological capabilities of TimeTech, because people really know what they're doing, knowing how hard it is to put hard-to-preserve metallic hydrogen into that small box to use as a battery. Know how hard it is to get a 2-ton power armor to levitate and pick up hundreds of tons of iron. Even when Eagle Sauce threatened to sanction TimeTech, it was about him selling arms, not about the exoskeletons that TimeTech sells to fool people. In a way, it's rather a recognition of the technological power of TimeTech. Those who know what they're doing haven't jumped in to question the technological level of TimeTech, and those who are against it haven't jumped in to question the technological level of TimeTech. It's counterintuitive that a bunch of people here have to say that the space elevator of TimeTech will affect the climate of Blue Star. Can't it be that the designer of such a big project is not as considerate as him, a netizen? At the end of the video, the webcam host delivers a classic soulful question. I can't help but ask whether the so-called Tongtian Wood building program is beneficial to the country and the people, or whether it is a labor of love. Is it an advancement of human civilization or a trigger for the destruction of the world? End of video. Open the comments section. Sure enough, it was a mess inside. While the entire video is full of holes and the paper used as an argument actually includes a bachelor's thesis, that doesn't stop a lot of people from believing it. At this point, people who believe in this video and those who don't have faith in it have already started trading barbs in the comments section. A video with over 3 million likes and 300,000 to 400,000 comments. So you could even guess where this pussy was absolutely hiding right now, looking at the rapidly growing data in the background and snickering. Throw a topic. Bring a controversial rhythm. Whatever it is, try to lean towards conspiracy theories. Start filial sons and daughters and the occasional passerby, normal people spraying to expand the situation to attract more people to watch and count the money. Self-employed media get rich quickly up belongs to is. But it would be fine if Suyu didn't see it. But since he had swiped it all, he certainly couldn't let this kind of goods count their money in peace. After thinking about it, Suyu directly on the direct in the neck was certified by the big number sent a message. A capable backwoods man, an occasional visitor to the front hall, drunkenly dancing in the scripture pavilion with half a volume of books, sitting in the well and talking about the vastness of the sky. Picture, 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 picture. At the end, he manually added the webcam. A very simple verse and a couple of pictures, but those 3 pictures are anything but simple. One was a picture of Suyu wearing power armor in space, with an endless universe under his feet and a huge blue star above his head. One is a revealing selfie of Suyu in power armor on the Peregrine Falcon, with the porthole facing blue star in the background. The last one gives a close-up of a Peregrine Falcon suspended in space. If anything, the previous announcement from Timeless and the official corporate stand was setting a tone for the event that took everyone by surprise. Then Suyu, as the chairman of Time and Space Technology, suddenly sent out such a picture, and also took the initiative to aid out an unknown netizen out of the torture. The effect of the show is just pretty bombastic. Many curious people specifically clicked into the homepage of that web host and quickly found the video. After taking a look at the few pictures Suyu had sent out, and then taking a look at the statement made by the netizen with 10 million followers, everyone had a weird feeling. Good lord, this comparison is really just sitting on a well and saying it's wide open. The chairman of the board of directors of Time and Space Technology himself has been in space. You still put here with that little bit of poor knowledge to question others to build a space elevator will be how. But it's just a frog in a well, isn't it? Of course, it is only a very small percentage of people who are concerned about this aspect. After the vast majority of people saw this dynamic posted by Suyu, first it was clueless, then it was still clueless. With the 3 pictures, it was clear that what Suyu was trying to convey was that not only was Timeless Technology's power armor able to move around in space, but he even had ships that could go into space, and even he himself had gone up there. Brother, you're not serious, are you? That power armor is awesome too. On link. Is this serious? Flying a spaceship into space? Anyone who knows what they're doing come out and tell us. Does this make sense? I'm an aerospace major, and if it was someone else who posted these pictures, I'd think it was a joke. But if this person is the chairman of Timeless Technology, I can't say. I mean, it's normal to have a starship when you're ready to build a space elevator, right? At Kyushu Aerospace, the big guy comes out and says something. Jojo Aerospace at Suyu. Brother, when will the next train leave? Take me to see the world. Eater. Suyu's Peregrine Falcon. The Kyushu side is aware of it. Even some of the specific parameters he deliberately revealed that time in the drinking game at the military base. Even the last time he went to the Black State for support it was him who sent people there. So it's safe to say that officials are not at all surprised that he was able to fly a Peregrine Falcon into space. Even the official number of Kyushu Aerospace is half-jokingly playing a stunt below. Of course, some of the truth is sometimes hidden in the terrier is all. For these practical researchers, with such advanced technology in front of them, face is nothing, and there's no shame in that. Being able to put your head down and learn something more advanced is supposed to be a virtue. Not to mention that the Peregrine Falcon was more advanced than anyone could have imagined. From the first day it appeared, this thing was the most discussed topic within the space community. The unanimous conclusion was that this was not at all something that mankind could get out of its current technology. It must be at least 500 years ahead of the world. As a result, this Peregrine Falcon is almost indistinguishable from the status of God in the eyes of devout believers, in the eyes of these people who have devoted their lives to spaceflight. The only difference is that the Peregrine Falcon is real and God is fictional. So with the status of the Peregrine Falcon in their minds, if Suyu loosens his tongue and jokes that it's okay, he didn't doubt for a second that tomorrow the esteemed professors would have to pay for their own airfare to come to Zwicky to see the Peregrine Falcon. The phrase #Time and Space Technology Chairman goes to heaven #. Less than 10 minutes after Suyu posted that dynamic, sprang up to the #1 hot search at a terrifying speed. It crushed the Tonto Wood building program released by Timeless Technology. After all, the plans released by Timeless Technology were all textual descriptions, and in this fickle age, many people could not read those long-winded words. The dynamic that Suyu posted was much more succinct. A poem and a few pictures. Those pictures alone are shocking enough. Of course, there are a lot of people who think he's a p-picture is all, and after he took the initiative to etch, that Netflix host was quick to respond. In Suyu's comment area under the reply ruthlessly patted a plausible horse's ass, and then said in a conspiratorial manner that he was not learned enough, did not understand the technology of time and space technology, and vainly asked Suyu to teach him why his second picture was not levitated when he took pictures in the spaceship. The meaning is obvious. There was no concept of gravity in space, and this picture of Suyu is p. At the end he added a, well, after his LD in a conspiratorial manner, shady taunts while putting himself in the position of the victim, and he was blocked. And not only was he banned, it didn't take long for the official inspectorate to issue a notice of the man's arrest. The reason for this is that the Kyushu inspectorate received some reports of evidence that he was privately receiving money to lead the beat. Among the specific times and dates, who was the person who gave him the money, and who was behind the person who gave the money. There's even a video of him being caught on roadside surveillance when he's collecting money in offline deals with people. It was all stripped clean. Originally prepared to torture this imbecile a little more, Suyu saw such a clear incriminating statement. The corner of his mouth couldn't help but pull, glancing at Autumn End, who was still busy in the lab and didn't seem to pay much attention to these things. Apparently, the only person capable of picking apart what a person has done so clean is Autumn End. Since Anti-Cho's Iron Fist had already smashed this guy, Suyu was too lazy to bullshit with this guy. Turning to another randomly posted dynamic, Tongtian Jianmu's bidding will be held 3 days later. We intend to bid in the form of a global live broadcast by then. The location of the organization has not yet been determined. Why don't we all vote on it? Which one has the highest number of votes will be held wherever it is. A. High-altitude conference room located on the top floor of the Taiji Palace in Zywaiwaki. B. The site of the space elevator in the Black States. C. Tendering into near-Earth orbit by Peregrine Falcon. The number of people in this program may not exceed 300. As soon as this message was posted, the internet was in chaos again. It says 3 options. Actually, there are only 2 for Kyushu's netizens. Everyone pretty much ruled out option B outright. After all, the space elevator hasn't even started yet. So what's there to see in that shithole of a black state? Not so with the other 2. The top floor of the Zywaiwaki Taiji Palace, which is a super high building at 388 meters above the ground, and holding a meeting there is the same as holding a meeting on the clouds. Anyone would like to see a meeting at a height of more than 1,000 meters. Almost everyone would choose A if there was no option C. But it's a shame, compared to having a meeting on a building over 1,000 meters high. The vast majority of people agree that it's a little more shocking to go to a meeting in space and watch. After all, pictures of the Peregrine Falcon have been released, and with that sci-fi appearance, who wouldn't be confused when looking at it? On this live broadcast to organize the bidding meeting, even if the vast majority of the melon masses can only look at it, that can also be over the eyes. After all the videos and pictures of humans in space that people have seen before have all been of just a few people. But Suyu wanted to take 300 people up in one breath this time. Hundreds of people are zipping out into space. I've seen this kind of scene a lot in movies. Who's seen this in reality? So there was hardly any doubt that option C took the top spot in the poll in a crushing fashion. The people who chose options A and B together are not enough to get a fraction of the people who chose C. The official blog of Time and Space Technology in late autumn's hands also quickly gave a response, announcing that the bidding program for Tongtian Jianmu would be held in near-Earth orbit in 3 days. Peregrine Falcon's exposure in near-Earth orbit to organize the tender such a big operation directly let all the previous questioning in yin and yang voice all disappeared. On this day, the yin and yang people finally felt the fear from the descending blow. Who would have thought that they were just yin and yang for a few sentences? And Suyu actually gave everyone such a big job. How can this still be questioned? It was the weekend when Timeless Technologies released the Tonto Wood building program. The public bidding will be open in 3 days, which is Wednesday. On Monday, the system's matching opportunity was refreshed again, and Suyu used the opportunity to match a new trading partner with great anticipation. And then there was no more. As it turns out, one can't be European all the time. This time he was matched with another non-human in the deal. It was a green-skinned, ugly humanoid creature. According to this dignified appearance, Suyu thought for half a day in the countless literary works he had read, and finally realized that the only thing that could be counted as similar to this thing was probably the goblins. And what shocked Suyu was, this one looks ugly to the point of abstraction, but it's a mid-level agent. That's right, intermediate agents. It was also from its mouth that Suyu verified what he and Froststar had been guessing all along. That is, intermediate agents can indeed trade living things already. Because as soon as this bastard entered the trading space, after seeing Suyu, his eyes were glowing, full of talk about how it's their favorite thing to do business with humans and all that. Finally, it named the items it wanted to trade. People, or more specifically, women who are still of childbearing age. As soon as it said this request, Suyu remembered the settings for these kobolds in certain works. It is a single-sex creature that lives in a cave and does not reproduce on its own. To reproduce, you need to capture humans to do so. As it turns out, that's really the case in the world this one's from. Moreover, it didn't intend to hide it, and after Suyu simply tried a sentence, it confessed its side of the situation, and it also indicated to Suyu that the more people the better, how much it could take it all. As for what it could offer, it was magic items that were close to the metaphysical side, yet not at all in the same path as cultivation, and it pays quite well. The efficacy of those things was still quite magical, and Suyu was very moved by what he saw, but in the end, I resisted the urge to turn it down. After proposing other aspects of the deal to no avail, the parties parted ways. Another wasted opportunity to trade. Suyu didn't regret refusing too much. He just felt that it was too bad luck to be matched to such a contraption. There was one. And he had seen episodes like the one where the female knight was defeated and captured in the Goblin Cave. But look at it. He couldn't really do it if he had to send someone as a captured female knight. This kind of behavior can no longer be described by the word animal. Even the worst offender, who kills no more than his head, gives a shot and that's the end of it. It doesn't matter if you feel that one shot doesn't relieve your anger, or death by 1,000 cuts, but sending it to be tortured by such alien monsters, that's not something that should be done between the same species. At least in Suyu's current self-perception, he was still a human being. So it can't be done if it's not done. Since you are a human being, you still have to have a little bit of a bottom line as a human being. There was basically nothing going on for the next 2 days. And the news of the Tontine Kenwood program has continued to fester on the internet. The number of companies or organizations booked into this NEO bidding session reached thousands on Monday. Almost all the companies around the world that had something to do with the bidding program announced by Timeless Technology all came. After the final screening, only more than 100 enterprises were qualified to participate in the conference. And because of the number of people limit, each enterprise can only send 2 representatives into the Peregrine Falcon. In addition to some official enterprises in Kyushu, the rest of these are all giant multinational capitals from overseas. Industry leaders. The Tontine Wood building program. Even without looking at the gain in reputation that it will bring to the business once it is built itself. The budget for this program alone, the figure given on the side of time and space technology was a continuous investment of at least 1 trillion Kyushu coins over the next year. The stakes involved are simply incalculable. Though Timeless is certainly not able to come up with that kind of money at the moment, yet no one would doubt that the temporal technology could be taken out later. Other than that, just the metal hydrogen battery alone is enough for Timeless Technology to count money until their hands cramp. Not to mention the first stage of controlled fusion in the Tontine Kenwood program. Really want to be able to handle this thing. Not to mention 1 trillion. Time and space technology is willing to go public. The market value is afraid of 10 trillion cannot hit. Then the world's 10th ranked economy in a year's GDP is still more. Truly rich in the truest sense of the word. Invest $1 trillion in a space elevator. That's not a sprinkle? Without having to worry about Timeless Technology drawing a big pie without money. In the face of such a big project, everyone naturally participated enthusiastically. Of course, I am afraid those international enterprises do not know that the quota for this so-called bidding session has actually been fixed internally a long time ago. It's just going through the motions. But it's also possible that they know, but are holding out for some luck. But not important. Not to mention these foreign companies. Even many foreign journalists have gotten tickets to the upstream Falcon. In addition to the corporate representatives, each media can send 1 reporter to swim upstream Falcon. Both domestic and foreign well-known media, not the least of which are notorious media outlets like BBG. Think of it as letting them come and see the world. Lest the dog barks every day and annoys people. Otherwise one day when Suyu was in a bad mood and saw them barking, his brain gave them some big treasures, then it would be too unholy. On Tuesday, Timeless then announced the list of those who were screened and allowed to participate in the conference this time. The Enan young people who had been holding back for a few days, intending to pick holes in this list, were once again dry silenced after seeing the people on it who had been allowed to set foot in the Peregrine Falcon. Before so many state-owned enterprises in Kyushu came out to endorse space and time technology, as long as they are not fools, they all know that the relationship between space and time technology and Kyushu officials is absolutely very good. This so-called tender for the whole world, which will also be held in a spaceship of some kind, will only sound good in the eyes of those who oppose it. In the end, Timeless Technology will definitely not cooperate with foreign companies, much less let foreigners on board the ship. After all, if the spaceship was real, it must be top secret technology, and according to Kyushu's usual style, this kind of thing must be hidden. How could it be disclosed to the public? So they're all waiting for the list to become public, and they're going to seize on it and attack it hard. As it turned out, Timeless Technology actually let in so many multinational corporations and media outlets this time. This is something they didn't expect. For a while, they didn't know what to say. The other group of people who originally supported spacetime technology and thought that it was the light of Kyushu instead felt that this move was inappropriate, worrying that some outsiders would run to the ship to steal secrets or something like that. They have been bitterly stating the pros and cons underneath the announcement, urging Suyu to change his mind. With this persuasion on their part, the opponents who had intended to come and pick a fight were immediately anxious. After all, most of those foreign media and multinational corporations are from their hometowns that they have never met. And there is such a good opportunity to get in touch with the first-hand information about the spacetime technology spaceships, in case Suyu really listened to the advice and changed his mind, then it is not a loss. Thus, This group of people who had originally intended to come and attack timeless technology had instead become hardcore supporters of this list of timeless technology, from all aspects of human destiny, free trade, etc., in an attempt to convince those who are afraid of having their ship's secrets stolen. For a while, the two sides switched roles instead. Suyu, who knew with the help of Autumn and what these people were originally supposed to be composed of, couldn't help but sigh at the sight. This world can be really fucking magical. On Wednesday, after 9 o'clock in the morning, Suyu, who had gotten up early, headed for Ziwagaki. The original plan was to board at 10 o'clock on the plaza below the Arctic Palace, so he came over after 9, which wasn't really late, but he never expected that the only road that led to Ziwagaki to be jammed at this point. The road was originally a two-way mountain trail, and traffic was even then. But later, because of the official listing of time and space technology, a large number of employees entered the work of Ziwaki. In order to facilitate the entry and exit of employees, this road has long been Suyu with J9000 module expanded into a two-way 8-lane big road. That it could be fucking blocked too was something he hadn't expected. Looking at this sea of people on the road, he could guess without asking that it was mostly due to the fact that too many people had come to eat. After all, the Peregrine Falcon is taking hundreds of people into near-Earth orbit today, and who wouldn't want to see what the so-called spaceships of spacetime technology actually look like, and whether they match the pictures? The result is a total traffic jam. After waiting for half a day and not seeing any movement, he didn't bother to wait any longer, pulling over to the side of the road and beckoning with his hand. A power armor then appeared in the large trunk where Suyu had snapped off the back seats. After saying hello to Autumn End, he got up and opened the door to get out of the car. Because the traffic jam was so hard, a lot of people had already gathered on the road at this moment. As soon as Suyu stepped out of the car, some people around him immediately recognized him as the famous chairman of time and space technology. There was a flurry of attention. Some of the people who had brought filming equipment and were preparing to film the Peregrine Falcon taking to the sky were excitedly aiming their lenses at Suyu. Some of the bold ones even came over to get an autograph or a photo, but they were all stopped by the bionic bodyguards in the car behind them. It wasn't that Suyu was putting on airs. The point was that he had to go to Zwicky for something at this moment. Where's the time to be signing autographs here? There were so many people around, signing autographs for this one and that one asking for a photo. To give or not to give? He wasn't a traffic star who relied on his fans, so why should he coax others? The trunk door of the SUV slowly opened. The power armor half sitting inside suddenly appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Seeing this, the crowd surrounding Suyu instantly became excited like chicken blood. The pure passers-by who originally hadn't taken out their filming equipment and only intended to eat a melon couldn't help but pull out their cell phones to take a fierce shot after seeing the power armor. Armor on, Suyu said as he took 2 steps back. The next moment, the blue lights on the chest of the power armor lit up with a slight flicker, signifying that the miniature drastic change reactor within had ignited. It was barely a second apart. The power armor, which had been sitting silently and half-sitting, came to life, deftly out of the trunk of the SUV without anyone operating it. The entire vehicle's suspension rose quite a bit with the naked eye once the power armor, which weighed over 2 tons, came down. The unmanned power armor walked behind Suyu and the armor unfolded, wrapping Suyu in it. The whole process is flowing smoothly, and the people watching are calling it sci-fi. Once the power armor was worn, Suyu unclasped his face armor and looked towards Autumn End, who had put on a dry lady suit today. MS. Autumn, do I need to give you a ride? Or what? Let me walk there by myself? Autumn End walked over to him and gave him a blank look. The trunk of the car could only hold one power armor, and although Suyu still had it in his space, it wasn't appropriate to take it out directly in plain sight. Then sit firmly. Suyu lifted her up onto his shoulder with one hand. The Storm-class power armor was over 2 meters tall and looked very stout when worn. Directly placing Autumn End on his shoulders and sitting there, it actually didn't look the slightest bit out of place, but instead had an inexplicable sense of contrast. Petite beauties and lanky power armor, gives great visual impact. Drive safely. I'm leaving first, casually greeting the eating crowd watching him. Suyu carried Chiyomu and slowly lifted off into the air, flying towards Ziwagaki. Though the people who came here today to join in on the fun basically had some knowledge of the movement of time and space technology, but after seeing the power armor in the flesh, everyone still had a sense of dissonance, mostly because this stuff is so cognitively subversive. I saw it online before and didn't think anything of it, sighing at the bull and passing it by. Subconsciously it's actually still equated with something from one of those sci-fi movies. It doesn't make a difference if you can't access it yourself in reality anyway, but now that I've seen the power armor in person, it's a completely different story. And compared to those who were concerned about the power armor, some of the more sensual little girls were watching Suyu carry Chiyomu on his shoulders as he flew towards Ziwagaki, their eyes glowing. That's too cool. Hiss, he's going to lift me up and fly me like that for once. It feels like I have no regrets in my life. That's so romantic, my god. Originally, Suyu had harvested a large number of female fans on the internet because of his top-notch face value after the injection of the gene potion and the identity of the chairman of time and space technology. Now that's more. The power armor flew unhurriedly along the sky above the road blocked with cars, just 30 or 40 meters above the ground. Wherever it passed, it was inevitably accompanied by gasps and photo ops from the eating public on the ground. Ottoman on Suyu's shoulder couldn't help but laugh at this. You're going to be late if you don't hurry up. Late, then let them wait a while, Suyu said indifferently. He had been paying attention to the time. How could he not know that Ottoman was bluffing him? Boarding starts at 10 o'clock. That's nearly 20 minutes away. It wouldn't even take 5 minutes for the power armor to reach Zvaigaki at this speed. No rush at all, okay. It was hard to meet such a crowded occasion. If he didn't put on a good show, wouldn't he have bought this power armor for nothing? If we really want to fight, a peregrine falcon is enough on the blue planet. If it wasn't for the fact that the power armor looks good and forces Dara to be full when you wear it. With these 10 power armors, he might as well use them to get 2 more peregrine falcons from Frost Star. Wouldn't it be a night of brocade if you didn't act like a pussy in this thing? Ottoman naturally knew what was on his mind, and turned to him after a slight flirtation. Speaking of which, the Storm-class power armor is actually average in appearance for a medium-sized armor, I guess, and its functionality is modest at best. I remember that there are still 5 units of Sky Punishment class power armor sealed in the warehouse in Future City. Sky Punishment class is the armor that only Starfleet commanders could be equipped with during the Prosperity era, and it was known as the strongest medium-sized power armor in the Prosperity era, with more combat power than most of the heavy power armor, and with the most unique appearance and design. You should like it. You can ask Froststar for it next time. Suyu's eyes lit up when he heard this, and his head rubbed towards Ottoman's leg. It's still Auntie Autumn who understands me. After flying slowly all the way and enjoying the gasps and stares of countless passers-by, Suyu, who was satisfied with pretending to be a bully, finally entered Zwaigaki when there were still more than 10 minutes before boarding. At this moment, the peregrine falcon that had been taken out by Suyu yesterday was hovering in the square at the entrance of the Arctic Palace, less than a centimeter from the lowest part of the ground. It's in a state of levitation, but you can't tell unless you look closely. And those business representatives and media reporters who arrived early, none of them were sitting in the Arctic Palace lounge. All of them gathered around the peregrine falcon pointing and marveling. Some of those who came with special assignments had cameras in their hands and didn't stop shooting. Suyu was simply too lazy to care about them. Take all the pictures you want, and really, I'll be damned if anyone can figure out some of the specific technical principles on the peregrine falcon with just a few pictures. People have to have corresponding gongfu to upgrade their cultivation. You, a blue planetarian who even has difficulty getting rid of the gravity of his home planet, can parse the words of wasteland technology based on a few pictures. The degree of heaven-defying is comparable to the immortal cultivation realm where a body-hardening stage rookie sees a Yuaning powerhouse make a move, and then has an epiphany on the spot and helicopters to Yuaning. Really someone can do. Not to mention Suyu. I'm afraid that the end of the autumn cannot help but give this kind of genius to grab a slice to study a little bit of his brain is what structure. So since he had let these people swim upstream to the Falcon, he hadn't worried at all about the possibility of a leak. You can bring anything except weapons, which you're not allowed to bring up there. He flew straight from the heights to his office on the top floor of the Arctic Palace, and after straightening his clothes, he descended from his exclusive elevator with Autumn End. The Peregrine Falcon is actually a very specifically positioned piece of equipment. According to Autumn End, there are 2 types of flying machines in the Prosperity era. One is the spacecraft, also known as starships or spaceboats, which generally operate in space, from construction to mooring and resupply in spaceports, and basically never go down to the surface in their lifetime. Even when the occasional need arises to strike surface targets, the Prosperity era's weapons systems are more than capable of supporting such vehicles in space for ultra-long-range precision strikes. The circulation of personnel to the surface is basically by the space elevator in the spaceport. These types of vehicles are usually characterized by their versatility, with internal circulatory systems that are even capable of being self-sufficient in space for long periods of time. And it's all very big. According to the classification of the Prosperity era, all those under 100,000 tons could only be considered as spacecraft, and those over 100,000 tons and under 300,000 tons could only be considered as escort-type starships. The real main battle starships, fully loaded, are at least 3 to 5 million tons level behemoths, while the Annihilation ship is easily tens of millions of tons. Just inside the Annihilation system occupies a small half of the hull. After all, it is a horrible weapon that can give a person several light years away from a cannon to the planet young. The construction inside is extremely complex. The other is an intra-atmospheric vehicle. This is easy to understand. It's similar to the positioning of Blue Star's airplanes, which can't fly out of the atmosphere and are generally civilian products of the Prosperity era. The Peregrine Falcon, however, does not belong to either of these two, and is positioned somewhere in between, falling into the category of being able to fly inside the atmosphere and outside of it as well. The cost, of course, is that a gadget as small as the Peregrine Falcon, which carries 500 tons, costs as much as a 100,000-ton frigate in Starfleet, and because it was so small, it didn't have the ability to travel through space with the reckless abandon of a real starship. The Peregrine Falcon is a pretty cockamamie piece of equipment in the Prosperity era. There are very few scenarios where it can be used, but instead, it's the kind of cockamamie thing that designers need to think about when designing it to make it at least a little more versatile. So it's straightforward to modularize the functions above and make it more and more complicated. With a weapons module it can be a small air combat ship. With a passenger module it can be an air transport ship. With a rescue module it can be a rescue ship. That was why Suyu dared to let 300 people board a Peregrine Falcon without worrying about crowding. With the weapons module unloaded, this thing could fit 500 people with little problem. By the time Suyu and Shiomu came downstairs, there were only a few minutes left before boarding time. After a few brief remarks about the scene, he took the lead in boarding the Peregrine Falcon. All those who got the qualification to board the ship then walked in accompanied by excitement. In order to facilitate the conduct of this tender, Ottoman had the Bionic Man specialize in some minor upgrades to the Peregrine Falcon's passenger module as well. After removing some unnecessary compartments and equipment, the inside is quite spacious and the interiors look sci-fi and luxurious. Those who got the tickets couldn't help but gasp in awe as soon as they came in. Even such big names as the multinational capital giants and the heads of Kyushu state-owned enterprises among them couldn't help but lose their composure. Some reporters with live streams on and quick reactions, on the other hand, were shooting back and forth as soon as they came in. Well, Suyu liked it when they hadn't seen the world. Once everyone had finished boarding, the Peregrine Falcon, which specialized in carrying passengers, slowly pulled up under the gaze of countless people outside. It was so silent that you couldn't even hear the slightest roar of the engine. The people inside the Peregrine Falcon couldn't feel anything yet, but when the people outside saw this scene, they only felt that it was too sci-fi, and it simply went against everything that people thought about flying machines. There was no way around it. The work-free engine wasn't as high-flying as the anti-gravity system, but it was just as cognitively disruptive to the Bluesterians. But that's just the beginning. When the Peregrine Falcon rose to a height of 100 meters above the ground, everyone on the ground watching the Peregrine Falcon only felt a blur before their eyes. Then it was realized that to the left and right of the passenger-carrying Peregrine Falcon, two more Peregrine Falcons of similar size and appearance had actually appeared out of thin air. The only difference is that the passenger-carrying Peregrine Falcon can't yet tell if it's carrying a weapon on it. These two Peregrine Falcons acting as escorts, with their morose gun ports at the bow and the rows of closed magazines on their bellies, were all but portentous. It's armed to the teeth, it's two battleships, and it's still a battleship capable of optical cloaking. Those who knew a little bit about the military only felt their heartbeat miss a beat after seeing these two Peregrine Falcons that suddenly appeared in a military base in Kyushu. Zhou Qing, who had finalized the order for heavy exoskeletons with Suyu, looked at the three Peregrine Falcons and couldn't help but have envy flowing out of his eyes. Another look aside at the empty radar, can't help but sigh. It's not the first time I've seen it, but it's still so shocking. It's a shame I didn't get to go up and see it. And unlike Kyushu, which knew of the Peregrine Falcon's existence, Eagle Jam, who has been OB on the other side of the ocean, is not so calm. F***K. Can someone tell me what the F***K this is? What about the intelligence services? Do you guys take so much funding every year and eat shit? 3 ships of this sort and not a single word previously? In the White Palace, the clueless sleeping emperor directly glued the tablet he was holding to watch the live broadcast onto the equally clueless head of intelligence's head. Earlier though, Suyu released pictures of the Peregrine Falcon taken from space. And there's also a high-profile announcement that we're going to hold this bidding conference for a space elevator in space. The Hawksbane side of the family does notice these things as well. But those photos, they've had someone analyze them. The result is that there is absolutely no way it can be true. After looking at the pictures of the Peregrine Falcon, the people from NASA even swore to the sleeping emperor that it was definitely not something that could be built by the people of Kyushu. Not to mention Kyushu, even they, Eagle Jam, couldn't come up with something like this in another 100 years of development. After all, he was a professional, so naturally he could tell at a glance that the construction of the Peregrine Falcon in the picture was very different from the conventional flying machines nowadays, and definitely should not be a product of this era, assured by the experts. It's not like the intelligence services that claim to penetrate the world have come up with the slightest hint that something is amiss. The sleeping emperor didn't take it seriously and thought that Kyushu was in the middle of a whole new job. I did not expect that today, just happened to be in the mood. said to take a glance at the live broadcast, but the result was 3 peregrine falcons of the same type, suspended in 100 meters in the air to dry silence the scene. The pictures are fake, so the live stream can't be fake, right? It's a fucking live broadcast from their Eagle Jam media on the scene. After scolding the head of the intelligence department and the NASA expert, the sleeping emperor had wanted to make them feel like rolling out to find out more, but then a ghostly remembrance of another question turned up. They say the site for the space elevator is in that small country in the Black States. If I remember correctly, it wasn't too long ago that we supported a shipment of weapons there through an ally in that neighborhood. Was it? Shouldn't it be a mess there? How did they take that land? Besides, why did they choose a site there? Compared to that chaotic and poor place, there should be more places better suited for building a space elevator than there, right? Halfway through his speech, he added to himself in a godly manner, that's not right either. How can they afford to build something like a space elevator? It's mostly smoke and mirrors, so what are they trying to hide? There was silence in the large office for several moments, and he frowned at the head of intelligence who had been silent before him. You haven't answered my question yet? Why did they choose that part of the Black State? If you don't know the intelligence of the 9 states, you can't be unclear about the Black State as well, right? The head of intelligence stammered. But the intelligence on that side I wrote up and sent to the president's office in a report 10 days or so ago. Impossible, absolutely impossible, the sleeping emperor said righteously. I've never seen a report on this. Are you now engaging in a sophomoric defense of your workplace failures? That intelligence chief was obviously in a hurry too. The big deal about offending the sleeping emperor is that you quit and go home. If he is solidly hammered for failing to do his job on an issue of this magnitude, he is going to take the fall. Immediately, he retorted with a strained neck. Every report submitted by our department is documented and available for inspection. If you want to see the records, I can have them pulled now. Then you go and tune in. The sleeping emperor's temper came back. Good lord. I was only going to knock him around a little bit, but I gave him the boot. It's got a backbone. Soon, the records of the recent reports submitted by the intelligence department to the sleeping emperor's side were all pulled out. The bad news is that there is absolutely no record of it in the electronic version of the record. The good news is that Eagle Jam Intelligence has a habit of keeping records on paper, and they found the relevant report submission records in the paper files. The record showed that the matter about that small country in the Black State had indeed been summarized by the intelligence department and handed over to the think tank in the sleeping emperor's office a few days ago. But when the information was sent, it was judged useless and sent straight to the shredder. After all, no matter if it was the sleeping emperor or his team, their energies were very limited. It was impossible for them to accept whatever intelligence was sent to them from below. It's something that has to be screened through by the White Palace reviewers first. Roughly, the screening process is to have someone look over all the documents sent over to be categorized, and those that need to continue to be submitted upwards will be stamped with a seal of approval, and those that don't need to be submitted will be stamped with a disapproval. Then it's all thrown into document organizers, which distinguish the engraved stamps on the documents and pass the ones that pass upward, and the ones that don't go straight to the shredder. This semi-manual and semi-mechanical model can effectively avoid excessive contact between auditors and other people leading to infiltration. This is the eagle sauce in the last century with the Mao bear against the line when left a good habit. After all, that master when the main fight is a penetration. Eagle sauce is really afraid of this set of screwed up. Until now, some of the key positions are still a lot of counter-espionage measures. The White Palace auditors have access to so much information that they are clearly a priority for monitoring. And that file, that's what got weeded out of the screening process. Apparently, it was stamped with a no pass. But it's reasonably impossible to weed out documents sent in by the intelligence services about things being done overseas. Something went wrong in the middle. The sleeping emperor and the head of the intelligence department glanced at each other, and the hairs on their backs broke out in sweat. A thought appeared in both men's heads at the same time. There's a mole. Terminate the transaction. Because on a whim intended to knock the subordinate sleeping emperor did not expect, actually discharged at once so big a thunder. Soon after, the people involved in the trial of those documents that day were arrested. But sleeping emperor did not expect. This group of people actually all hardcore, until the end also did not explain anything, and has always claimed that he was then through that document. The sleeping emperor scoffed at this argument and simply ignored it. Oh, if it wasn't your 250 that had the problem, is it possible that it was the document organizer that had the problem and sent the documents that came through into the shredder? Just kidding. That night, the White Palace's document reviewers underwent a major turnover. On the other end, Suyu was naturally not aware that he could still cause such a chain of events on the other side of the ocean by organizing a bidding session. It has led to several innocent auditors being forced to commit suicide. Of course, if he knew that he was afraid to laugh out loud is all. The peregrine falcon was already in the limelight, directly pulling onions from the dry ground. flying vertically upward to the near-Earth orbit several hundred kilometers from the ground, and maintaining the first cosmic speed in the cruising state. 300 employees from various state-owned enterprises, multinational capitals, media, and even timeless technology. All of them were now lost in thought, looking out the porthole at the mesmerizing azure planet. Though there is no shortage of photos of the blue planet taken by astronauts or weenies in space during this era of the blue planet. Anyone who knows what Blue Star really looks like. But photos and videos are not the same as what you see with your own eyes. After all, only when they personally come to this endless space and look back at the blue star can all of them feel how small they are and how great this mother star that has nurtured countless lives is. Welcome, everyone, to Cosmic Space. The interior design of the passenger-carrying Peregrine Falcon is closer to an auditorium model. The interior is divided into a total of 4 levels. The number of people who could sit on each floor was decreasing in turn, with the first floor having the most, and being able to seat more than 200 people, and the 4th floor having the least, and being able to seat only 50 or so people. In total, it can hold more than 500 people. In addition to the 300 slots given to various companies and media outlets to share, there were also quite a few employees and executives of Timeless Technology who boarded the ship this time. Rather than letting them come up to work or something, this thing Suyu is when the employee welfare draw out. Sort of a reunion. At that time, upon hearing that there was such a good thing, the nearly 20,000 employees of Time and Space Technology, it was everyone who enthusiastically signed up, but there were only a measly 100 or so lucky ones who made it up in the end. But Suyu has promised that similar group building activities can be held once a week in the future, each time to draw 500 places, and later may also be appropriate to increase the number of draws, as well as the activities after going to space, so that more people go to space, and come up as not just to see the scenery. After all, as an employee of a tech company, you can't have never even been in space, right? And at the very front of the 4th floor is a podium with its back to the cockpit. This place was naturally reserved for Suyu, the chairman of Time and Space Technology, to speak. Standing at this podium, all the audience could see him. Welcome, everyone, to Cosmic Space. On the not-so-big podium, Suyu laughed. My humble self, chairman of Time and Space Technology, Suyu. Without further ado, the scenery I'm sure you've all seen about as much as you can. So next, let's get down to business. Not unlike the first time when Timeless was founded and was still slightly nervous about speaking in front of everyone, this time he was rather more subdued. A brief word and then straight to the point. Everyone should have read the plan about the Tongtian Wood building program, so I won't say much here. The bidding event will be hosted by my CEO Miss Autumn, and later, after the bidding is over, in order to thank all of you for coming to support us, we have also arranged some special experience activities in space on our side, and those who are interested can sign up for them at that time. As for now, I believe that all of you still have many questions about Timeless Technology's Tongtian Wood building program, so you can speak freely and I will try to answer them for you. Of course, don't ask me about the overly hardcore technical aspects. I wouldn't understand if I did. There was a good-natured chuckle from around the room. Those who could get on this ship, even those sent by multinational corporations, were basically proficient in Kyushu. Naturally, he could understand what he was saying. Immediately after Suyu finished saying that it was time for a Q&A session, a representative of a Kyushu enterprise raised his hand and inquired, "May I ask Mr. Su, with the technological power that Time and Space Technology has shown so far, I personally don't have the slightest doubt that your company will be able to build the space elevator again. But can you say a little bit about what the significance of building a space elevator is? What are some of the advantages it has over traditional launch vehicles? What are we able to gain in space through the space elevator?" The one who asked the question was an old professor from the Kyushu Aerospace. Suyu had always had a good memory after being genetically modified, so he naturally recognized him. As an astronaut, it is naturally impossible for people not to know what the significance of a space elevator would be if it were built. The reason why he asked this was obviously because he wanted Suyu to take this world-renowned opportunity to popularize the role of the space elevator to the world, lest some of the uninformed masses be taken for a ride by people who have a heart and don't even realize it. Suyu nodded at him and then laughed. Prof. Lu asked a very level question, and although I am not a professional technician, I can say something in this regard. As we all know, the current spaceflight model is to send people or equipment into space by means of a launch vehicle. This model is not only costly, but also has an extremely limited carrying capacity, and the most advanced launch vehicle currently available, which sends materials from the ground into space, costs upwards of $20,000 US per kilogram, and with a space elevator and cheap energy from fusion, we can compress that cost to less than 100 Kyushu dollars. What is the significance of being able to save more than 1,000 times the cost of transportation? I'm sure I don't need to tell you all. And with a low-cost ground and air transportation chain, what we can get out of space, that's so much more. Not to mention how much scientific research resources such as high-altitude locations, high vacuum and ultra-clean environments, microgravity environments, and so on can contribute to the scientific development of mankind when they are completely inexpensive. The resources available in space alone are much richer than those available on the blue planet. On a solar system-wide basis alone, there are abundant mineral resources on bodies such as the Moon, Mars, and asteroids, and abundant hydrogen energy resources on Jupiter-like planets and comets. Suyu spoke eloquently, making the future prospects of the space elevator clear, especially when he mentioned asteroid mining. He also specifically demonstrated the planetary mining machine developed by Timeless Technology. These people on the scene didn't really feel anything when they heard this, but those mining giants who hadn't entered the Peregrine Falcon and were following the live broadcast from the ground couldn't help but have their daisies clenched. Everyone knows how rich in mineral space is. Other than that, it's just Mars next door. Mineral resources are just plentiful enough to make one's mouth water. Some experts have projected that Mars has reserves of ilmenite as high as 15 million billion tons, based on samples brought back by the rover. And on the blue planet, there are only 180 billion tons of mineable iron reserves, tens of thousands of times the difference. More intuitively, the fiery red soil on Mars is rich in large amounts of iron oxide to give it that red color. Previously, although we all know that there are a large number of minerals, but after all, do not have the strength to mine, there is no difference between what there is or is not. But now if the space elevator from TimeTech is really built, no one would doubt that TimeTech really has the ability to harvest minerals from Mars. Other than that, just by looking at these Peregrine Falcons, one could tell how advanced the flying machine technology of Timeless Technology was. How low can the price of these basic mineral resources go then? The mining giants of the blue planet suddenly had the feeling of being backstabbed by a mysterious force from an alien planet. Of course, what they thought. Suyu and the others in space would not care for the time being is all. After Suyu answered this question, the next few representatives of enterprises from Kyushu asked some popularization questions, and Suyu answered them one by one. He knew that this was obviously not an answer to the official Kyushu audience, but rather a popularization of Kyushu, but also very patient to break up and crumble the knowledge as much as possible in simple language to say out, easy for the public to understand. And when these Kyushu companies had almost finished asking questions, a reporter from Eagle Jam Media finally grabbed a chance to ask a question. Mr. Su, Time and Space Technology has placed the address of the space elevator on a small country in the Black State, and according to the information disclosed by Time and Space Technology, you have already negotiated with the local officials and obtained the right to use the area for the next 100 years. Although your plan said that you have paid the rent, but it is the territory of a sovereign country in any case. May I ask whether that country has the sovereignty of the elevator after the space elevator is built? Or are you planning to split the proceeds of the space elevator with the country in the form of equity? The blonde-white reporter opened his mouth with a question and its sharpness. Admittedly, Timeless Technology had signed a lease with the local officials and had also taken that big piece of land at the low price of $50 billion. But it is precisely because the land was taken too cheaply, so it is also easier to fall into words. Being asked such a question, Suyu could be said to not be surprised at all. After all, he'd known what these people were like for a long time, and he was a little uncomfortable if he didn't get a little prickly about it. To this question, he also answered simply. It is an irrefutable fact that the ownership of the space elevator belongs only to TimeTech. As for the lease agreement with the local officials regarding this piece of land for the construction of the space elevator, it was the result of harmonious discussions between both of us under the premise of equality and mutual assistance. We didn't use any coercive behavior in between, in line with the spirit of free trade. And this reporter friend's question is obviously overly concerned. I understand that Eagle Sauce has military bases in a number of sovereign countries around the globe. Do those countries have sovereignty over Eagle Sauce's military bases as well? That reporter listened to Suyu's words in front of him and became excited with the naked eye. Was just about to take advantage of his comment and give him a hegemony hatchet job for coming down hard on him. But after hearing his last sentence, he was directly silenced by the dry, shit, it seems to be true. It's the kind of thing that they do more of in Eagle Jam anyhow. However, since he was a reporter who could be chosen to be sent here, naturally he wasn't some kind of a straw man. He immediately thought of an angle to retort and hurriedly said, Mr. Su, I'm sorry that I can't agree with your last sentence. All of our Hawk Jam bases overseas are built at the invitation of local officials and at local expense, with the role of maintaining local peace, and the space elevator of TimeTech, which is clearly a commercial facility. The two cannot be compared. Well said. Suyu laughed. But it's unfortunate that our time and space technology is also invited by the local officials to go there. The construction of the space elevator will not only boost the local economy, but also provide a large number of jobs for the local area. And our Time and Space Technology Security Department will also help the local officials to maintain the order. The construction department will build bridges and pave the roads, and carry out a large number of infrastructural construction for the local area. He's not making this up. Rather, it's something that TimeTech is actually doing. If you don't believe me, go look. Is there another pirate and terrorist in the land that was leased by TimeTech? It was all fucking sanctioned long ago by heavy-handed bionics in G60 exoskeletons. Laugh your ass off. Can't even see a black guy. It's definitely the lowest crime rate in the world right now, alright. As for building bridges and paving roads, he did build them. Not only roads, but ports too. Only in the area you rent though. But didn't you say it was someone else's country? So by building infrastructure here, isn't he building infrastructure for that country? It's not just sniping and hooliganism. Who doesn't know how to do that yet? That reporter was dumbfounded and sat down resentfully. But he was just the first. The foreign media, who had come to make trouble, raised their hands as if the floodgates had been opened. So you randomly picked a reporter from Gaul. The reporter asked as soon as he got up, "May I ask Mr. Su, after the completion of the space elevator, will you stand up for all mankind and open up this hub connecting to space for everyone in the world to use? Or will you only choose some of your partners to open it up?" Here we go. The classics give a hi-hat first and then talk about human destiny. For this question, Suyu was also prepared and said lightly, "The space elevator has a sole proprietorship of spacetime technology. It's an exclusive device that belongs exclusively to spacetime technology. It's the property of spacetime technology, and we certainly have the right to pick the object of our cooperation. The sanctity of private property is supposed to be an article in the laws of every country, right?" Next, Suyu could hardly pick any faults with this answer. That reporter had no choice but to accept it. After all, what he said about the sanctity of private property is the very core element of the Constitution under the modern Western system. Anyone who dares to deny this article is against all capitalists. He's a reporter. He wouldn't dare say anything. Mr. Su, you just said that you want to vigorously develop the resources in space after the space elevator is completed. But cosmic space has long been recognized as a common resource belonging to all mankind. Is it consistent with international law for you to exploit space for your own benefit? Another reporter asked. Cosmic space belongs to all humanity? Suyu asked rhetorically. Do the Trinists know about this? Reporter. The sound of stifled laughter kept coming from the scene as well, and compared to the scene of these high-quality talent can still hold back not to laugh. The network watching the live broadcast of the netizens heard Suyu's answer. Directly to the laughter flew. I am so tense. Triton, what? I've become the property of mankind? Don't be an awkward hack. The Lord doesn't care. The Lord doesn't care even if he becomes the property of mankind. That reporter disliked by Suyu's sentence and stammered for a while before saying, "What I mean is that in order to avoid possible future disputes in space, we should have a good discussion about sovereignty in space now, instead of presenting verbal arguments. And shouldn't our current consensus be that cosmic space should be a treasure shared by all mankind, as opposed to aliens who don't know if they exist? After all, there is no jurisprudence that supports anyone having sovereignty over cosmic space." He was probably in a bit of a hurry, and his speech seemed a bit incoherent, but in the end it got the point across. That is, your time and space technology is awesome, and you can develop the resources of the universe, but that is the wealth of all mankind, and you are robbing the world of its money. For this kind of logical confusion, Suyu was also lazy to talk to him properly, and directly took out an ID card from his pocket, pointing to the ethnicity on it. "Do you recognize this word? Isn't that a Han?" the reporter queried. "Since you were able to say words of bravado just now, proving that you still have a little understanding of the culture of the Kyushu, do you know what this word means?" Reporter. "No, why are we talking about this all of a sudden?" He suddenly had a bad feeling. "No, it's okay, let me popularize it for you," Suyu said. "The Book of Psalms says, 'There is a Han in the sky, and there is a light in the light.' Han, a substitute for the heavenly river, the Milky Way. Han, which you can also understand as galactic." Speaking here, Suyu looked at the reporter who was already confused and smiled. "So, since the beginning of time, really? The word Han means something like that? I looked it up and it really does mean heavenly river. The Milky Way." Hiss, the mediocre ID card in his hand suddenly became elevated. "What? I'm a galactic. The galaxy has been an integral part of our galactic race since the beginning of time. Who agrees and who disagrees? Agree to pinch." Not to mention the audience in the live broadcast room. The people in the scene were not going to be whole by this theory of Suyu. "No, it's been around since the beginning of time?" The reporter who asked the question froze for a while before he couldn't help but raise his voice. "You know, Mr. Su, this kind of far-fetched argument won't convince anyone. Of course Suyu knew that this wouldn't convince anyone because he was just talking nonsense. But, it's not like he's trying to convince anyone. Hearing this reporter's words, Suyu also just laughed lightly. I don't need to convince anyone but myself. Mr. Su, with all due respect, if there is not enough jurisprudence to back it up, your development of space is pure hegemony. It's an act of hegemony over cosmic space. That reporter finally heard what he wanted to hear and said excitedly, yes? Suyu inclined his head, puzzled. If I remember correctly, 300 years ago, your colonizers crossed the ocean and occupied Mijo. Was there a legal justification for their occupation and development of Mizu at that point? If I want to develop a star space that doesn't even have a single living being, I must need jurisprudence to develop it. So why didn't you need jurisprudence to support you when you developed Miju? There are still aborigines in that place, aren't there? Oh, I forgot. The aborigines can't feel their heads when they see you guys. Suyu smiled as he said these words of condemnation under the lens of the world's synchronized live broadcast. The entire interior of the airship went silent at that moment. Everyone looked at him incredulously. Part of the people were angry, because although the scandalous things their own ancestors had done were no secret, there weren't many who dared to expose them so publicly. Some of them were terrified, because this behavior of Suyu was equal to pinching Eagle Sauce's neck and flinging slaps left and right. It doesn't take much thought to realize that the Eagle Jam people who are watching the livestream at this moment are afraid that they are going to be furious. Although Suyu had spat on Eagle Jam's military base before, this kind of thing was, after all, a contemporary matter. There's a lot of trolling going on, but no one wants to hear about the ugly things they did hundreds of years ago. After all, they can have Thanksgiving every year now. It's just a bunch of natives. I'm thankful. What more do you want? No one expects that even the big powers dislike each other seldom reveal the scandal that is Eagle Sauce. In favor of Suyu. He dared to say it without fear in the global broadcast. This mouth-breathing lunatic. Mr. Su, have you considered what consequences there will be when you say these words in this scenario? That reporter said with a trembling hand. Why Suyu? And please take back what you just said. It's not hard to see that he's really pissed off. Consequences? Take back? Suyu snorted. I said, how? This tough attitude of his finally completely silenced that reporter dry. Never again did he continue to speak. Suyu didn't care about him and continued. Next, after disliking that uninformed cargo, the scene was all cleared up. No one in the back of the room ever dared to mention some of the digging questions again. The whole process of repartee was soon drawing to a close. The next step was the bidding meeting chaired by the end of the autumn. The entire Tongtian building would plan. There are many things of low technical content, will eventually be distributed by bidding. Of course, at the end of the day, all of these projects will end up in the hands of the Kyushu SOEs is all. Those multinational capitals that came to the conference are, frankly speaking, just to join in the fun and have a good time. Most people come in guessing that this will be the outcome, but are just holding out for a chance. In the end, I didn't get what I wanted, but I didn't get a trip to space for nothing. Many people even chose to leave the conference room outright, knowing that the bid was hopeless, and look out the portholes around the Peregrine Falcon to see the view. And compared to the still harmonious scene on the Peregrine Falcon, the scene on the ground would be quite incongruous. Eagle Jam, who was originally jumping out of his skin, was unsurprisingly directly furious after hearing Suyu's words. They've been world leaders for so many years. Where have they ever been so angry? It was 10 minutes past noon Kyushu time, and it was midnight on the Hawk Jam side. As a result, the sleeping emperor insisted that the spokesman hold a conference in the middle of the night, claiming that Timeless Technologies' leasing of that land in the Black State was an unfair deal, an act of bullying that used force and money to say that it forced the local officials to do so. There is no way that Hawksbane, as the world's policeman, is going to sit back and do nothing. As for how to manage it, don't ask. Asking is sanctioning. Eagle Jam's side has outright banned all of its allies from introducing Timetech's products, and it was announced that they would not give up their sanctions as long as Timeless Technology did not interrupt the construction of the space elevator and return the land to the country. Although the content of this sanction sounds similar to that of the last one, last time it was just that their allies were not allowed to bring in exoskeletons from Timetech. The scope of this sanction also includes the metal hydrogen batteries produced by Timeless Technology, and all products that use metal hydrogen batteries. In other words, if other companies use metal hydrogen batteries in their products are also not allowed to flow into the countries where Hawksbane and its allies are located. This extreme form of sanction is low but effective, because that would then mean that all the products that used metal hydrogen batteries couldn't make it to Eagle Sauce and their market. But as it happens, they are the biggest market in the world besides Kyushu. Eagle Jam's purpose is clear. Since they can't restrict Timetech from sales, they're going to restrict it from trade. There is no multinational corporation that is willing to use Timeless Technologies products at the expense of the international market. And now that construction has begun on the space elevator for Timeless Technology, it's the time when a lot of money is needed. This hand is kind of like taking the money from the bottom of the barrel and locking up the source of funding for Timeless Technology. Although there is no restriction on the Kyushu side, how many metal hydrogen batteries can be sold in the Kyushu market alone? In the Peregrine Falcon's lounge, Autumn End, who had already finished the bidding meeting, sat across from Suyu and finished the Eagle Sauce's latest sanction proposal for time and space technology, without the slightest hint of half-eagerness. Suyu's expression didn't change much even after hearing this. It was a matter of time. And his words just now were just a speed bump. Timeless Technology had exposed so much this time for the Tanto Kenki program, so much that even Eagle Jam could feel threatened. It's understandable that a dog would jump over the wall. Suyu was just handing him a ladder to make them jump faster. So what are you going to do about it now? Autumn sat on her knees in front of the coffee table in the lounge with a bemused look on her face, leisurely making tea in space. As originally planned, the Peregrine Falcon will also fly around in near-Earth orbit for about an hour after the tender is closed. And some of the passengers were selected to experience the out-of-cabin experience. The meeting was over, but it wasn't time to go down. How to deal with it? Is this still not easy to deal with? Sanction me. Counter-sanction it. Suyu picked up the tea she had brewed and took a sip. You send out an announcement that all the countries and companies that followed Eagle Sauce to participate in sanctioning Timeless Technology will likewise enter Timeless Technology's sanction list. All products of spacetime technology now and in the future will not be sold to them. That's right. It's best to make another list. The targets of sanctions can be not only countries and enterprises, but also individuals. In the future, even if they go out of the country and want to buy things from Timeless Technology, they won't be sold to them. Suyu put the teacup down. Not only could he not see the slightest hint of eagerness, instead he appeared to be very leisurely. Now that the hugging sanction is cool, this is not going to be fun until I get a few knocks. Metallic hydrogen and exoskeletons don't count as necessities. They're perfectly fine without them. Autumn N shook her head. Exoskeletons can make a huge difference on the battlefield, but at the end of the day, not many people would dare to fight on their home soil in an exoskeleton, and it would be a limited deterrent to them. Since you're planning on counter-sanctions, what are you going to come up with that's new this time? Suyu smiled at his words. Didn't you tell me 2 days ago that Chuyu, her great-grandfather, was already terminally ill, and whether he lived or died would be a matter of these 2 days? What about terminal cancer? Sheesh. Oh yeah. And contact the Kyushu site to register a medical company. This is not sold to them. Indeed. Then not sold exoskeleton kill most of the power. Okay, by then there are really people to kowtow and beg you. Autumn N covered her mouth and snickered. Suyu's countersanctions are quite simple. You can do without the metallic hydrogen. And you can do without the exoskeleton. Even if controlled fusion ignites by then, cheap energy you can still do without. After all, it's the average person who lacks that electricity bill, not the congressional lords. But what about life-extending elixirs? What about a bionic organ that fits perfectly into the human body with few side effects? You want it? If you want it, come and beg the old man. The official blog of Timeless Technology. In response to the unprovoked sanctioning actions made by Eagle Sauce and its allies against Timeless Technology that are not in line with the principles of free trade, we at Timeless Technology, after compiling some information, have also given a reciprocal sanctioning proposal. All countries, enterprises, and individuals involved in the sanctions will be subject to the same sanctions by Timeless Technology, and Timeless Technology's products will be refused to be sold to all groups and individuals on the sanctions list. So let's hope for the best. The Kyushu netizens who had previously been sanctioned because Eagle Jam had stepped up their efforts again saw this direct, head-on, hard-hitting, center-door to snipe anti-sanctions notice after seeing it. It all boiled over. Support. The dog said the Eagle Sauce every day to sanction this and sanction that. Do not look at what they are. If you don't buy it, you don't buy it. Oh, we don't have enough of the good stuff for our own use, so how can we have the capacity to sell it to you? At BIA Motors, can't you guys hurry up and build a car? It's been so long. Where are the cars with hydrogen metal batteries? I want to buy a car. BYC, it's being built. Expect new cars with metal hydrogen batteries to hit the market next week. So stay tuned. And compared to the appreciation of the people of Kyushu for the hard-headed counter-sanctions of Timeless Technology, people on the extranet were mostly cynical when they saw the notice. Though Timeless Technology does reveal a lot of black technology at the moment, but after all, it's just a district company. How can it compete with the behemoth that is Eagle Jam and its allies? To most, this is nothing more than stiff upper lip after being sanctioned. However, after half an hour, another notice was sent out on the official blog of Time and Space Technology, and this time, no matter if it was domestic or foreign, they were all confused. the official blog of Timeless Technology, warmly celebrate the establishment of Timeless Medical, a subsidiary of Timeless Technology. Synopsis: Timeless Medical is an international leader in the production of medical devices and biopharmaceuticals, with two current main products. 1. Bionic organs. Bionic organs is the pinnacle of Timeless Medical's work in biomedical science and technology, capable of creating all human mechanical organs except the brain one-to-one, including mechanical arms, mechanical legs, mechanical internal organs, etc., which are able to perfectly replace human organs that have become diseased or necrotic. Second, gene potion, mild type. This type of gene potion is able to change a person's physique by a very small margin, playing the effect of detoxification, strengthening the body, healing wounds, greatly enhancing immunity, and so on. Ordinary minor illnesses can be cured within a day with just a single injection, and the disease can be cured within a day. In addition to the above two products that are already quite mature and can be put into the market, Time Medical has many other products under development, so stay tuned. With both products, the bionic organs naturally need no introduction. This is the wasteland side of the technology has been quite mature, and the essence is not complicated. And even so, you do not have to specifically find Froststar to trade production lines and so on. You can hand roll a line out by yourself in late fall. Anyway, in the early stage of the estimated, not many people will believe that this thing exists. Sales should not be too big. The end of the fall to get out of the production line, even if limited by the current technology of Bluestar. The production of some lower does not matter. And the second so-called mild genetic potion, that's pure bullshit. That stuff was the product of diluting the aura from the spirit stone into water, not a genetic potion at all. After all, there wasn't much research on genetics on the wasteland side, and people's main focus was mechanical ascension. But while calling it a genetic potion is bullshit, but in terms of its efficacy, Suyu really didn't brag at all, and even said it was conservative. The aura in a spirit stone, after diluting it into water, could probably only produce 1,000 of these potions. The amount of aura contained within is actually very high. Reiki, in turn, is extremely beneficial to the human body. It's no stretch of the imagination to say that a single shot for a common ailment is a very modest statement, even for serious illnesses that require hospitalization, as long as they don't involve cancer or something like that. A couple of shots will most likely cure them, and this stuff is more than a cure. It's a healing artifact, even for those open wounds or even penetrating wounds caused by thermal weapons on the battlefield. A single injection will heal and close the wound in a day or two at most. Compare this to a bionic mechanical prosthetic arm that breaks wherever it is replaced. This aura water is definitely a more approachable product. Not too bad in terms of effectiveness and not too high in terms of price. A shot of aura water. Nope. Mild gene potion. Time Healthcare is currently giving a price of $800 in Kyushu, and the pricing abroad is pretty gee-whiz. 3,888. Only Kyushu dollars are accepted for settlement. A spirit stone could get thousands of aura water, and after taking out the cost of preservation and the value of the spirit stone itself, Suyu could earn no less than $500,000. Compared to those sky-high priced medicines, with the efficacy of Reiki water, selling this price within the country of Kyushu was already quite affordable. After all, it's not too much of a stretch to say that this stuff is a cure for everything, and it's still stackable, even if you do get cancer. If you're rich enough to get a few more shots, or get a concentrated one from Time Medical, and you might be cured. In addition to curing diseases and injuries, it can even beautify and nourish the skin, not only without any side effects, and the effect is even better than those beauty needles. Priced at 800 apiece in Kyushu, it's not an exaggeration to say it's a cabbage price, but Suyu hadn't expected to make money from the Kyushu market. Subsequently, if the official government of Kyushu had the intention to include Reiki water in the medical insurance, he wouldn't mind lowering the price some more. This aspect of healthcare is in demand all over the world. There are plenty of leaks all over the world. Why do you have to focus on cutting leaks in your own hometown? The foreign 3,888 Kyushu coins apiece is still only for those countries that are not involved in sanctioning spacetime technology. For those who participated in the sanctioning of time and space technology, if they really came to beg Suyu for forgiveness later, the counter-sanctions were lifted. Suyu's pricing for them wouldn't be less than 50,000 apiece. There are hardly any poor countries in this group. They are all rich. They have been lying on their backs and sucking the blood of people all over the world for too long. And the so-called high welfare society is built on the bloody and tearful carcasses of others. Now that's a real quality leak. Without knocking the bones and sucking the marrow to them to peel off a few layers of skin. Suyu felt loss. Of course, that's an afterthought. As for now, just sanction each other. He was in no hurry anyway. Can't afford to build a space elevator? Joke. He doesn't have any money. Doesn't Kyushu have any money? As for why Kyushu would give him the money to build a space elevator that is only for spacetime technology, there are so many ways to do that. He's got a bunch of awesome technologies here. Which one of them isn't worth a few $1 trillion? The Kyushu side is waiting for him to talk. Nuclear fusion and metal hydrogen batteries and whatnot. Just share any technology with Kyushu. What's the money for building a crappy elevator? Just drop it on him in a minute. This aspect was never a concern for Tsuyu. Even Kyushu doesn't have the money. So the big deal is to fix it slowly. How big a deal? He could live for 200 or 300 years less now. And the people who sanctioned him? How many years left to live? Tsuyu has all the capital to drag. It depends on whether the opposite side has the guts to die to him. Put in the past. Tsuyu believes that they are there. After all, the matter of dying or not dying is not something they can control. But now he has introduced a prosthetic limb that can be replaced wherever it breaks down and aura water that can cure all kinds of difficult diseases and also prolong life. He didn't believe that the guys would be willing to die when there was a way they could extend their lives. Not to mention the fact that he was going to follow it up with the life extension golden pill that would extend his life by 20 years. For those in high positions, living a few more decades is definitely the greatest temptation in the world. One thing leads to another. As expected, the news released by Timeless Technology about the establishment of Timeless Healthcare's listing once again drew the attention of countless people. Some media outlets had even dedicated a column to this event, combing through the entire process in a timeline fashion, starting from the day Timeless Technology was founded. And as for the two main products of Timeless Medical, the features look too awesome for both. But it's different compared to the previous TimeTech stuff that drew countless skepticism as soon as it was released. This time there were surprisingly few skeptics. The main reason is that all of the technology that Timeless Technology has shown so far is too far ahead of its time. There are even spaceships that can carry hundreds of people into space for meetings. Take out these medical things again and the skepticism is naturally much less. That's where branding comes in. Nowadays, in the eyes of the world, Timeless Technology is the most technologically advanced company in the world. Bar none. Even some of the major countries are far less technologically advanced in certain areas than Timeless Technology in the public eye. So it just makes sense for them to bring out some more over-the-top technology. What's more, whether it's a bionic mechanical prosthetic limb or a genetic potion, they all seem to be technological products. It's more in line with the image of TimeTech in the public's mind. This was also the reason why Tsuyu was going to call the aura water a mild gene potion. To call it directly aura water would be too metaphysical, and I'm afraid it doesn't quite match the impression of time and space technology in the public's mind. It's going to take a long time before you want to promote it quickly. And called mild genetic potion, coupled with the name of time and space technology, this thing is believed to be popularized in Kyushu soon. At the end of the notice announcing the formation of Time Healthcare, there was also a call for volunteers. The content is probably that Time Medical intends to recruit 10 physically handicapped persons with disabilities and 10 patients with moderate to severe illnesses and invite them to come to the Time Medical headquarters in Ziwaiki. Receive treatment from Time Medical under a live broadcast for the whole world. Time Healthcare provides free round-trip travel, hospitalization, medication, and prosthetics, etc. Replaces mechanical prosthetics for the disabled, and injects patients with mild genetic remedies to cure their illnesses. In case something happens in the process, or if your life is compromised due to the medication provided by Time Healthcare, for each volunteer, Timeless Technology will compensate a huge $100 million. It is not uncommon to test drugs. While it's rare to take about going to the front office, it's true that it's always been there. After all, even after many rounds of experimentation, drugs that want to be put on the market ultimately need to go through human trials before they can be used. The risks of doing this are not really small, because not all drugs are stable enough. There are actually quite a few that have gone wrong during drug trials. When things go wrong, usually the pharmaceutical companies then face huge compensation. It's something that's written into the contract. And no matter which pharmaceutical company is looking for someone to try the drug, the so-called huge compensation is not as big as Time Healthcare. Once something goes wrong, it's a straight $100 million a person. And there's going to be a live trial of the drug. How confident is that? Originally, after seeing the announcement of the time and space technology, for this just listed Time and Space Medical is still not much trust. Intends to wait and see people. Suddenly moved up. Even if we don't talk about the huge amount of compensation. With a company as technologically so awesome as Timeless Technology, the fact that it can do its best to give medical attention in a live global broadcast is enough to make people's hearts skip a beat. For a while, there were numerous applicants below. The number of volunteers who had signed up on the official website of Timeless Technology reached more than 100,000 the night the news was released. This situation is a demonstration of the credibility of time-space technology after it has repeatedly demonstrated its over-the-top technology. If this volunteer drug testing live broadcast can be successful, The prestige of timeless technology will be taken to the next level when it comes to the field of science and technology. If it fails, the good image that has been built up before will just collapse. So you had people sift through these enrollees and picked out 10 each of the disabled and the difficult patients. And it's still specifically picked for the kind of family that has a very difficult time and isn't currently located too far away from Zwiegacki. After all, this so-called live drug test was originally a show in his opinion. It's just a means of getting the populace to accept the bionic organs and aura water produced by TimeTech. The bionic organs on the wasteland are pretty well established and there is no chance of failure. Choosing these people from relatively difficult families to volunteer is a way of giving them free treatment. It's because of the location of the chosen people who are not far from Zwiegacki. So the live broadcast was scheduled for the next afternoon. Late Autumn got a few bionics to simply change some of the equipment in the lab, and took care of the lab that would need to be used when the time came. Replacing a mechanical prosthesis naturally requires surgery. The lead surgeon, on the other hand, is a program-controlled medical bionic. Compared to a human doctor, this medical bionic grips the knife more steadily and makes a more precise cut. There is less likelihood of accidents during surgery. According to Autumn End, if she were to operate on someone with this bionic she was currently using, she could even control the nanoscale scalpel to precisely split normal cells from cancerous cells. And this is very efficient. If she wanted to, it would only take her a day or two to remove all the cancerous cells from a person's body and cure the cancer by simply performing surgery. It's nanoscale surgical capability. Of course, this level of surgery would be too slow to be done efficiently with a bionic human. If necessary, you can just get on the nanobots, and under Terminal AL's control, a full-fledged medical-type nanobot can wipe out all the cancer cells in a person with advanced cancer in less than an hour, returning the person to normal. Such technology exists on the wasteland, but it's basically useless is all. People were cancerous directly cut off and do not want. Replace the bionic organ is not better than the fragile flesh and blood? All the front value issues were resolved in one night. The next afternoon, the selected volunteers were picked up at the Zwiegacki headquarters as scheduled. In the large laboratory, 10 disabled people with physical disabilities were lying on different operating tables. Dozens of medical bionics in white coats were standing by their bedsides preparing for surgery. And in front of each operating table, there were several cameras constituting a dead-angle live broadcast that was being synchronized on the official website of Timeless Technology. The live stream was only opened when countless people flooded in. It took only a few seconds to go from 0 viewers to over 1 million people watching online. And that number is growing. By the time the experiment was really ready to begin, that number had reached over 5 million. Just one day of previews attracted 5 million viewers, which shows the influence of today's time and space technology on the internet. This is not the watered-down data of those live broadcast platforms that say 5 million, but actually not even 50,000. Instead, it was a solid 5 million viewers, one in all. Today's broadcast, however, didn't have many pop-ups. After all, having something like surgery is still heavy anyway. Many people though are still a bit resistant to Timeless Medical's claims of bionic organs and mild genetic potions and are not entirely convinced. But it didn't stop them from hoping that the experiment would be a success. After all, if it did come to fruition, both the bionic organ and the mild-type genetic agent would undoubtedly be technologies that could benefit all of mankind. It is a high-end medical product that will be available to everyone in the future. With time running out, the surgery finally began. The procedure was a bit gory, but this time there wasn't any coding. After all, time and space technology is now in such a situation that it's impossible for the Kyushu officials to still specialize in managing him for such a crappy thing. Not to mention the fact that the Kyushu officials themselves are extremely interested in this technology of theirs and would like to have some professional doctors come to observe and learn from them. Time passed by, and the anesthetized patient lay motionless on the bed and let the doctors, who were as meticulous as robots, move the knife on his body. In the middle of the process, because the surgery was a bit gory, many viewers who were not too mentally competent exited the live broadcast room, intending to come back in to watch after the surgery was done. Fortunately, the surgery to replace the prosthetic leg was not difficult to perform. After just under an hour, all the prosthetics were replaced. In full view of the crowd, the first to react was a middle-aged man with a broken arm. Since only the hand prosthesis needed to be fitted, he was the first to have the surgery done, with a small dose of anesthesia, and likewise the first to wake up. And under the bionic doctor's precise knife skills, the middle-aged man even finished installing the prosthetic limb without even giving out much blood. All woke up actually not counting as much weakness. At the suggestion of the bionic man doctor, actually stood up directly from the hospital bed, looking at his right arm which revealed a sci-fi style from the inside to the outside. The middle-aged man froze for a long while, and then drew a cold breath and said, "Hiss, that hurt a little." Replacing the robotic arm was a minor surgery, but it was still somewhat invasive. and those wounds will heal within 2 days, which is why you are feeling pain. The bionic human doctor replied with a flourish. But as far as your condition is concerned, you can already move around normally. Try your arm, and as long as you don't do anything too strenuous, you usually don't have any problems. Once the wound has healed completely, you will be able to use your mechanical arm as normal. Really? The middle-aged man looked hopefully at his mechanical right arm, tried to move, seeing the 5 fingers move as they pleased, with little to no hindrance. A brilliant light erupted in his eyes. Impatiently, he slipped on his slippers beside the hospital bed, went to one side of the bedside table, and tried to pick up an apple. After thinking about it, he picked up the fruit knife on the side and lightly peeled the apple. The whole thing is so smooth that you can't see the slightest lag. When everything was done, the middle-aged man looked at the peeled apple in his hand, and only one thought had left his mind. Like an arm and a hand. The middle-aged man came from a poor background and his arm was accidentally lost in a car accident more than 10 years ago. And because the surveillance system was not well developed in those days, the driver escaped gracefully after the accident and was not brought back. Compensation and whatnot is naturally non-existent. Having come from a poor background and having lost his arm at a young age, he was destined to lead an extremely difficult life. Knowing that last night, his daughter told him that there is a company called Time and Space Technology, which can replace mechanical prosthetic limbs for the disabled free of charge. And it is said that after this kind of mechanical prosthetic limbs are installed, there is almost no difference between the arms of more normal people. He certainly didn't believe it at first. It was only after my daughter's painstaking persuasion that she finally agreed to enroll. Originally, when he saw that there were more than 100,000 people who had signed up, he didn't think he would be selected. As a result, he never expected that he would actually be selected. It also made him think even more that this temporal technology might be a scam. With so many disabled people in the world, he didn't feel special. If I had to say special, it would probably be extraordinarily poor. No matter how he looked at it, the selection made him feel incredible. But when he saw that once the surgery failed and caused something to happen to the volunteers, Timeless Technology would pay out a huge amount of $100 million. Although he was skeptical in his mind, he chose to go without hesitation. Even up to the point of lying on the operating table, the mind kept praying that the operation must fail. Better yet, have another hemorrhage or something and let him die on the operating table. In that case, Timeless Technology is in plain sight, and that $100 million will have to be paid out no matter what. His family would never have to live in poverty again. He felt that he had been a loser all his life, and this time he had finally done something good for his daughter and his wife who had never left him all his life. However, at this moment, looking at the hand this can be peeled beautifully apple, all previous doubts and disbeliefs, all thoughts of generosity to death, suddenly dissipated. The feeling of being on all fours after a long time made him even somewhat doubt that he was dreaming at this moment. After waiting to make sure over and over again that I really wasn't dreaming, the middle-aged man, who had lost an arm as a youth and had spent more than a decade in a state of confusion, finally could not hold it together any longer. Bean-sized tears suddenly welled up. It started with sobbing, followed by bawling. It's not just a physical build-up, it's a redemption from the past. Not long after, the middle-aged man's wife and daughter also entered the hospital room. Looking at the way he cried like a small child while trying to touch this and that with his bionic prosthetic limbs, they couldn't help covering their mouths and shedding tears. Such a scene made countless people who were watching the live broadcast in the light unable to hold back their tears. The sense of substitution is too strong. I am also a bit disabled, but only missing a finger. Most of the time normal life is not a problem, but even so, life will encounter very many difficulties. It is difficult to imagine how this uncle missing an arm for more than 10 years over. Disabled people really suffer too much. I am an able-bodied person, and it is really hard for me to imagine how I can have the courage to live if I am missing an arm or a leg. I didn't think there was anything to this bionic prosthetic before, but suddenly I was in tears after seeing this scene. Whoops, sand in the eyes. Whoops, shell in the eye. Damn, I was going to cry. This pussy in front of me is really outrageous. Half a day's worth of emotions brewing for nothing. Is no one discussing the technicalities? The prosthetics look too flexible, my ass. Wasn't it mentioned in the brief introduction of Time Medical that it was said to be able to bionic organs that could directly connect to neurons and could be directly controlled by the brain? And there was more to it than that. Like this mechanical arm, the joints inside seem to have more joints than a normal human arm, and it can do all the things that a human hand can do. I also read the introduction, and even in addition to retaining the functions of the human hand, the robotic arm has more functions that can be expanded. Look at the video of the demonstration. The mechanical arm can actually free turn 360 degrees, and each finger joints, even including the wrist joints, are removable. In doing some professional things, such as playing screws and so on, you can directly change the hand into a screwdriver. At first glance, It's a thief with a good use. A fucking robot arm to drive screws can be okay. That's what it does. It's a metaphor. Are you all focused on functionality? Has no one noticed that both robotic arms and legs can be decorated bionically? I saw the effect of that decoration, and I couldn't tell any difference from a real hand. It is said that the bionic skin is made of special materials, exactly the same as human skin, and is not easy to break. There's not really anyone who needs this fake skin, is there? That's right. The robot arm is fucking awesome. I'm a normal person and I'd like to cut off my hand and get a new one. What's the point of having skin? Isn't this a proper cyberpunk style? Handsome is the end of the story. Speaking of which, it seems that almost all the organs of the human body except the human brain are included in the mechanical prosthetic limbs of Timeless Medical. You guys, if all these organs are replaced and only one brain is left, don't ask. To ask is to suffer weakness in flesh and blood and mechanical ascension. Damn. I'm really good at this. Save up and soar. At Timeless Medical. What about a quote? What are the quotes for these mechanical prosthetics? Hurry up and announce it. I'll chop my hand off if the price is right. This is too damn cool. True chopping. Everyone watching the live stream was abuzz when the first disabled person who had a successful surgery demonstrated what the robotic arm could do, especially after seeing the mechanical arm's flexible movements and cool styling. Even many able-bodied people are born with the idea of chopping off their hands, and it wasn't even an impulse to just think it was handsome. Rather, it's really triggered from a practical standpoint. It was because after the surgery was completed, the middle-aged man cooperated with the staff of Time Medical to demonstrate some results and functions. Before the demonstration, Timeless Technology had directly given him another shot of aura water to facilitate his control of the robotic arm, allowing the wounds from the surgery he had performed to heal quickly. It was only in the midst of the function demonstration that all of them realized the awesomeness of these mechanical prosthetics. There's more to this thing than just being a little flexible. In both strength and functionality, it can finish off a human arm. After testing, the grip of the middle-aged man's mechanical arm was able to reach hundreds of kilograms. In full view of everyone, everyone witnessed him crush the grip tester with one hand. His arm strength is even more amazing. He can lift sandbags weighing 200 to 300 kilograms with his hands. Even that number would have to go up home if the rest of his body wasn't strong enough. And on top of that, there are a lot of awesome little features on it that dazzle the audience and call it too damn flavorful. On the way to the middle-aged man's test, other disabled people who had received mechanical prosthetic modifications also completed their surgeries. With the aura water speeding up the healing of the wounds, they soon fully recovered as well, and began to cooperate with the staff of Timeless Medical to demonstrate the effects of the prosthetic limbs. All of this is in the contract, and after the volunteers have done the work, Time Healthcare also pays them a substantial fee as compensation. So no one complained. Of course, even if the Time Healthcare side didn't pay anything, they wouldn't be the least bit dissatisfied as all. Because for them, the disabled, Timeless Technology gave them these prosthetic limbs for free, which is like giving them a new life. In addition to the middle-aged man who replaced his arm, the people who replaced other prosthetic limbs showed even more features that shocked the audience. For example, a girl who replaced her e-cigarette. The replacement electronic eye isn't as twitchy as everyone previously thought, but instead looks great after its bionic camouflage. The eyes took on the characteristic black color of the people of Kyushu, and they didn't look the slightest bit different from a normal person, if not prettier. And I don't know what kind of geek designed this bionic disguise, but she can actually adjust her eye color on her own. Red, orange, red, green, blue, purple, whatever color you want. Even the shape is fucking changeable. Look at the audience called the future of the pupil money can be saved. And aside from this fancy feature, what this pair of mechanical eyes really does is even more outrageous. Once mounted, the normal visual distance is a little light hundreds of kilometers away in good weather. Normal in the premise of pure air without pollution. The human eye visual distance can see up to more than 20 kilometers away from the candlelight. This mechanical eye, on the other hand, functions so much better than the human eye. And more than that, this is just normal. According to Timeless Medical, this mechanical eye even has farsightedness. How awesome is this feature? Well, it's the same level where you can see the craters on the moon from the blue planet on a good day. I guess. It's a bit better than the average astronomical telescope. In addition to seeing far, this pair of electronic eyes comes with thermal imaging, infrared and more. You can even tether your own cell phone, take pictures and videos with your eyes, and upload the photos to your phone. The clarity is better than a normal video camera. It can be said that after installing this pair of eyes, the original blind girl directly evolved the world's best eyesight. In addition to all of these features, this pair of electronic eyes actually has some unlocked special abilities, hidden in the unpublished data of Time Healthcare. That is, they could actually add an assisted aiming module to the electronic eye if they wanted to. That is, with such a pair of eyes, It would be the world's best sniper if it went into battle. Machine sights don't care about hitting a target 3,000 meters away. Not only electronic eyes, but other mechanical prosthetics have the same unlocked features. After all, these things were made by Ottoman along the lines of the wasteland. In that part of the wasteland, everyone is dying to arm themselves to the teeth. Designed mechanical prosthetic limbs of course can not only normal human organs of those functions. Of course, these would be the kind of features that ordinary people simply don't need. And temporal medicine is naturally not something that needs to be added. In the future, if the military wants to install prosthetic limbs for veterans who have lost their lives on the battlefield, Suyu will consider unlocking these features. As for the current civilian products, it's better to harmonize them. With one disabled person using a mechanical prosthetic limb showing off his modified appearance, the mechanical prosthetic limb soon gained the recognition of countless people. In addition to the rich functionality of the mechanical prosthetics, the fact that those 10 volunteers did not have any accidents throughout the whole process and were able to move around freely not long after the surgery further convinced the audience of the technology of time and space technology for a few more points. Along with that, the mild gene potion, which hadn't been experimented with yet, was also recognized by everyone. After all, though this gene potion has yet to be recorded as a cure in front of everyone on the air, but the disabled people who have recovered quickly after surgery have proven the usefulness of this stuff. After all, it's not like everyone is as traumatized as the middle-aged man who only had his robotic arm replaced. Some volunteers replace internal organs such as hearts and kidneys. That surgical incision was anything but small. However, after a single injection, the wound could heal almost rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. At least on the point of healing, no one could deny the power of the mild gene potion. This feature alone already makes military personnel watching the livestream want to drool. One general even informed the logistics department directly. And the order was simple. Buy hard. Compared to the mechanical prosthetics that have no announced pricing, these so-called gene potions have already announced their selling prices. 800 a pop within Kyushu is not expensive at all. But on the battlefield, it's a real lifesaver. Even if you can't use it now, it's perfectly fine to use it as a part of the strategic material stock. In addition to the Kyushu military, the people of Wagner, who were still fighting on the front lines, saw the miraculous effects of these genetic potions. Out of the sweetness of the previous deal with spacetime technology, they also sent another person to Kyushu without even thinking about it, intending to vigorously introduce a batch of them. Although the selling price in foreign countries Suyu is currently priced at $38.88, this is something that can really save lives on the battlefield. The price of $3,888 a shot is nothing compared to the cost of training an elite soldier. For these sudden orders, Suyu basically accepted them as they came. However, in the contract with them, it is written very clearly. The genetic potions sold to them could only be used by them and were strictly forbidden to be circulated. Once the act of selling genetic agents was discovered, Timeless Technology would not only cut off their dealings with them, but would also claim an astronomical amount of compensation. Both the Kyushu military and Wagner agreed to this clause without even thinking about it. It was just a small blip in the live broadcast. After the 10 disabled people have been remodeled and demonstrated, they are all finished. Another highlight of the day then begins again. Mild genetic potion. Cure disease. After seeing the cases of those 10 patients, everyone just sucked in a breath of cool air. You call these diseases medium to severe? There's only one fucking breath left. The patients selected by Time Medical include, but are not limited to, diabetes, Alzheimer's disease, heart disease, AIDS, and other difficult conditions that are no match for cancer. And the patients are basically in a pretty serious state. None of them are just suffering from it. When faced with a patient in this condition, even the best doctors in the world can do nothing but use medication to curb the progression of the disease. But Time Healthcare invited these patients to come and treat them in public. And unlike those disabled people who have their mechanical prostheses replaced, they will only be compensated if an accident occurs during the treatment process that results in their death or disability. The promise given by Timeless Healthcare to the patients invited here is then, Time Healthcare can't cure them in another month and will offer no less than $100 million in compensation. In the event of their death during the course of treatment, the compensation will be doubled and paid to their contractually designated relatives. The fact that Timeless Healthcare is so confidently big is naturally making countless people have no small amount of confidence in this treatment. After all, no one's money comes from the wind. Even if Time Healthcare is rich, it's not so ooh-and-ah. The fact that they dared to make such an offer proved that they had absolute confidence in their mild-type gene potion. But treating this disease is obviously a not-so-short process compared to the kind of surgery that could be done in a few hours to replace a prosthetic limb before. After evaluating each patient's physical condition, Time Medical's bionic human doctors gave different treatment plans, each ranging from 3 to 5 days. The shortest is for treating diabetes, which only takes 3 days. During these 3 days, The patient ate and drank normally, moved around normally, and only needed to stay in Zwaigakis hospital, where he was injected with a genetic agent every day. Treatment options for other patients are not too far off. After such a long live broadcast, most of the people in the live room naturally retreated after hearing it. In the end, there were only a few 100,000 people left in the live stream that had been watched by millions of people. Of these people, basically, they themselves, or their family members, suffer from the disease in question. They watched the live stream while praying that Time Healthcare really had the ability to cure these diseases. Once all these patients were successfully cured, with the selling price of the mild gene potion announced by Timeless Medical, they would absolutely not even think about it and would come to buy it. So this Reiki water can really cure these difficult diseases? Suyu looked at the video in front of him in which a pale and thin patient after hitting the aura water, the pained look on his face soothed down and peacefully fell asleep. He couldn't help but ask. Theoretically it's possible. And if it's not, a few more stitches will do the trick. Autumn End explained. The human body is actually an extremely complex and precise structure that is not so easily knocked down by disease. And if it is knocked down, it only means that the body is not strong enough. Then you say, you currently cultivate the Heavenly Shin Realms cultivation method and injected the system's gene potion. Although you are still a mortal flesh, your body strength is already far beyond everyone in the Blue Star. Similar to those diseases they suffer from. Even if the strains were transplanted into you, your immune system could easily kill those viruses. And the function of the aura water is to increase the strength of the human body. I added some other formulas to the aura water to make the aura in it easier to be absorbed by the human body. And even if it can't be absorbed, it will still be stored in the body within a short period of time. Of course, this kind of storage is different from converting the aura into spiritual power for one's own use after practicing a kung fu technique. And it won't allow the injector to gain transcendent power, but the aura stored in their body will gradually improve their physique. For humans, any disease is too much for them to handle if they are fit enough. So after injecting enough Reiki water, these people will be able to spell their own constitution to defeat the disease, a process in which the Reiki will not be involved in destroying the virus, but merely help the person to strengthen their constitution. It's just that this enhancement is so billion points stronger than most people think. Then if someone injects a large amount of aura water, wouldn't they be able to directly inject themselves into Superman? Suyu frowned. Of course not. Autumn End laughed. The people of the Tianqian realm and the divine world live in the world of abundant aura every day. Is it hard to believe that everyone is superhuman? Passively being subconsciously changed by Reiki to change one's physique, and actively guiding Reiki cultivation are two concepts. If you don't actively cultivate with Gong Fu, the human body can't continue to get stronger after the aura it absorbs reaches a certain level. This limit degree should refer to the limit of the human body, and according to the division of the Tianqian realm, it should be less than the body tempering stage. Those who have reached this degree, slightly using the corresponding Gong methods to actively cultivate, would presumably be considered body tempering stage cultivators. And the reason why you were considered by Shen Fluttershy to be a body tempering stage cultivator when you hadn't yet cultivated after the injection of the gene potion should be that at that time, you had already broken the limit of what the human body could achieve by freely absorbing Reiki, and already belonged to a non-human physique. Autumn End tried her best to put her recent findings in as concise a language as possible. Suyu was listening to the clouds, but it was good that he had almost figured out the meaning. Immediately after that, though, another question came up. Then according to this, the divine world, which is in the midst of an aura revival, shouldn't have diseases, right? But how come I've heard Ing Zhang mention plagues and such? Reiki simply gets to Blue Star to be able to cure people. That's because Blue Star lacks Reiki. Humans will unilaterally become stronger after ingesting Reiki. Those viruses and bacteria won't. But if aura is abundant everywhere in the divine world, the bacteria and viruses there will only be stronger than Blue Star. Autumn End shrugged. So all along you may have overlooked one issue. The items you have traded in the trading space should all have been purified by the trading system. Otherwise, with such a fragile environment of Blue Star, not to mention the kind of metaphysical worlds like Tianqian Realm and Divine State, just those various germs and microorganisms in the wasteland that have been mutated by radiation would be enough to make the entire Blue Star come to a mass extinction. You've gotten so many things from the wasteland. And Blue Star isn't in the least bit of trouble right now, so it's obvious that the trading system is doing something from it to ensure the safety of both parties in the transaction. With the exchange of different worlds, all these dangers on the surface are really nothing. The bacteria and microorganisms that are invisible to the naked eye are the really deadly things. Autumn End briefly explained the principles of how aura water operated, and then continued. Instead of dwelling on these things, I think you should look at the current issues regarding mechanical prosthetics first. With that, she pulled up the comments on the official Timeless Technology website under the section on Timeless Medical. This has descriptions and links to purchase the two products that Timeless Medical is currently promoting. It's just that in contrast to the already priced Aura Water, the bionic mechanical prosthetics is all links and no pricing. It's understandable. After all, compared to having anyone come in for a shot of Reiki water, these mechanical prosthetics aren't really that easy to price. After all, different prosthetics are constructed differently and cost differently to produce. Once produced, the cost of installation can be a big issue. It's certainly not as difficult as installing a mechanical arm, for example, as it is to install a mechanical heart. And two different people are to be installed with the same part of the mechanical prosthesis. The installation of the two people's physique is not the same. The difficulty of installation is not at all the same level. For example, a stronger person is obviously easier and less expensive to install than an already weaker one. This stuff is pretty much the same thing as surgery. And people who are not in good health tend to have a lower success rate with major surgeries as well. That's the point. Difficulty in pricing is the result of this difference. After all, hospitals don't have specific pricing for their procedures either. Instead, they charge on a patient-by-patient basis. But consumers obviously don't pay attention to these issues. At this moment, under the mechanical prosthetic limbs of the Time and Space Medical, all of them are urging the Time and Space Medical to hurry up and price the mechanical prosthetic limbs, so that they can see whether they are dead or punch a hand. Since consumer enthusiasm is hard to resist, after Suyu thought about it, he still let Autumn End give a preliminary pricing for different parts of the prosthetic limb purely from the manufacturing difficulty. This pricing does not include the cost of fitting though, just the price of the prosthetic itself. For the time being, you will need to come to the headquarters of Timeless Medical to install them on a case-by-case basis. Of course, the follow-up Time Medical will also open branches across the country and train a group of doctors to operate the devices to install the prosthetic limbs. It's just that if you want to be fitted with a prosthetic limb in a short period of time, you'll have to come to the Time Medical headquarters. Specific prosthetics are sold for: robotic arm, priced at 2.8W in Kyushu, tentatively priced at 12.8W abroad. Mechanical legs, 3.6W in Kyushu, 15.6W tentatively abroad. The most expensive of these mechanical prosthetics is actually the mechanical eye. Even the domestic selling price in Kyushu reaches more than 50,000 a piece. In fact, a piece is normally enough for a blind person to use normally after installation. However, if you are looking for aesthetics and more versatility, it would be best if you need to install two of them. That's over $100,000. While abroad, the price of this pair of eyes, the official selling price of Timeless Medical, is more than 1 million Kyushu dollars. This is still simply the cost of purchasing the prosthetic limb. As for the cost of prosthetic fitting, if you come to Time Healthcare for fitting, or go to the subsequent hospitals designated by Time Healthcare to cooperate for fitting, then you will only be charged the cost price. The pricing for this prosthetic is not too high to say in Kyushu, and not really too low to say. Most people with disabilities are not that well off either, and this price is actually easily enough to discourage many people. However, before Suyu even announced the selling price on his official website, the Kyushu Medical Insurance Department had already contacted, intending to talk about including mechanical prosthetics in the Kyushu Medical Insurance. The negotiating team at Timeless is currently pulling the rug out from under the health insurance department on this issue. It was already selling for a modest price in Kyushu, plus the health insurance pocket. When the time comes, the price that people with disabilities in Kyushu who really need to be fitted with prosthetic limbs will not be too high at the end of the day. This thing, in fact, Suyu initially was originally intended to be a public good to do. Also did not intend to rely on this in the 9 states to make money. For Timeless Medical, Aura Water is the real moneymaker. As for mechanical prosthetics, there is a large market abroad to cut the domestic to ensure that they do not lose on the line. Of course, the price of these mechanical prosthetics could be even lower if more advanced production equipment could be introduced from the wasteland side to increase production. But there's no need for that. With the technology that Autumn End now possessed in his hands, the production of these prosthetic limbs would not have been much of a problem. As long as the equipment was improved for a few more generations, it wouldn't be much different than those devices in the wasteland. There's no need to make a special trip to Froststar for this. As soon as the price of Timeless Medical's mechanical prosthetic limbs was announced, Inside caused an uproar on the internet. For those in Kyushu, the price is not too expensive, but exceedingly cheap. Before the price was announced, almost everyone imagined that this kind of over-the-top technology product would be absolutely sky-high. But now that it's been announced, most people are realizing that even if they're not that well off, they can actually afford it if they bite the bullet. It was a pleasant surprise. Numerous people who have some disabilities themselves, or who are surrounded by friends and relatives who are physically disabled, are instantly on the run. The price of Time Medical's mechanical prosthetic limbs had only been released. and the number of reservation orders on the official website had exceeded 1 million. What made Suyu confused was that from the big data, there were actually quite a number of people in these appointments who were able-bodied and didn't have any disabled relatives or friends around. These people order basically robotic arms and legs and things like that. Simply put, they want to give themselves a makeover. These people make up at least half of the appointments amount. Although Suyu knew that after the release of this thing there would definitely be cyber crazies who would saw off their hands for prosthetic limbs, he was really surprised that there were actually so many crazies. It's really that mechanical ascension, isn't it? In response to these people's orders, he had Timeless Medical make a direct announcement. That's where Time Medical produces mechanical prosthetics, prioritizing the supply to the truly disabled. Only after capacity is liberalized in the future will mechanical prostheses be fitted to those who have built a full body within the limits permitted by laws and regulations. As for when the time comes, if the law doesn't allow such a change, then they will still sell it, but they won't install it for you. But even after the notice was sent out, the number of people making appointments to buy prosthetic limbs continued unabated. There's even an argument online. These mechanical prosthetics are not expensive, and they look beautiful, even if they are not mounted. Buying them back as a hand puppet is still handsome. Well, Suyu couldn't quite understand the brain circuits of these people, but since people had to buy it, he could only let them go. And compared to the ecstasy of domestic consumers when they see the price of prosthetics, it's a different story abroad. Discrimination. This is blatant discrimination. BBG. Today, a subsidiary of Timeless Technology from Kyushu, Timeless Medical Corporation, live-streamed an experiment that could change the entire human civilization. They fitted mechanically built prosthetic limbs to human bodies. You heard that right? The same kind of prosthetic limbs as in the game, which the mad scientists of TimeTech built and then installed them on human bodies under the watchful eyes of millions of people. What madness and audacity this is. Of course, if we put aside the human rights issues and just look at the functionality of mechanical prosthetics, I have to admit, flexible and practical, it is a boon to people with disabilities all over the world. But also today, we learned of another sad piece of news. Although Timeless Technology has mastered technology that can benefit all of mankind, they are outright racist. New Age Nazi, Suyu, the chairman of Timeless Technology, is even more of a demon like Hitler. They set the selling price of the mechanical prosthetic limbs at a very low price within Kyushu, while the selling price outside of Kyushu is more than 10 times the price in Kyushu. What a confusing and heartbreaking move. Such advanced mechanical prosthetics. It's just that they don't publicize the manufacturing method for the benefit of all mankind. But they actually use their Nazi-like way of doing things with so much fearlessness, setting a selling price for these prosthetics that everyone can't afford to buy. This kind of behavior should be resisted by the international community. It should be resisted by everyone, including the people of Kyushu. Although you are able to purchase the advanced products of spacetime technology at a low price, it is based on the exploitation of other people. This isn't freedom. It's another form of oppression in disguise. And if you still have a conscience, you should join forces and boycott TimeTech with us. The first paragraph of this story is fairly normal. BBG everyday play is just that. Suyu had expected this. There were no surprises at all, so to speak. But after seeing the second half, even if he had expected it, he spat out a mouthful of tea. Calling on the people of Kyushu to boycott spacetime technology can be okay. Not to mention him. After seeing this report, even Autumn couldn't help but furrow her eyebrows and was confused for a while before shaking her head. I've noticed that since I abandoned my human body, it seems to be getting harder and harder to understand the human mindset. Ahem. Not so much. Not so much. You have what I generally call an aversion to stupidity. I am also like this sometimes. After seeing overly anticlimactic words, I would also wonder if I am actually of the same species as the person who said it. Suyu hurriedly explained. The comments that even Autumn found unbelievable naturally stunned the Kyushu netizens. I'm stupid. Really? I never thought in my life that there would be such an anticlimactic statement. Boycotting TimeTech can be okay. I can't wait for them to sell more expensively abroad and cheaper domestically. How much did you sell your old cars abroad and how much did you sell them in Kyushu? Now they are being cut as leaks in a hurry? My suggestion is to step it up and cut these Guilo leaks hard. The first 2 orders were booked in the area of tens of thousands of dollars, and they were purchased as handbags for the home, but they smelled too good to be envied. Under the taunts of a crowd of netizens, BBG's side was directly pretending to be dead and not moving. But it doesn't end here. The operations team that now runs the official blog of Timeless Technology actually took it upon themselves to give a reply under this BBG press release. Friends from John. In fact, you do not have to worry at all about the selling price of Time Medical's prosthetic limbs abroad, because what the selling price is has nothing to do with you. You have been sanctioned. Oh, BBG. A bunch of half-rushed netizens. Scattered and scattered. Half a day's rushing for nothing. That's just it. It's not for sale. What are you barking at? The emperor is not anxious, eunuch anxious belongs to is. People can buy has not said what you can not buy called Nima it. The Kyushu netizens rushed a few sentences and then found it tasteless and dispersed. The foreigners from developed regions such as Eagle Sauce, on the other hand, were completely dumbfounded after seeing the speech of timeless technology. Most of the foreigners, although they also felt that there were problems with BBG's statement, thought that it would be good if they could knock down the price. So it's just as well to hold your nose and support it. But then TimeTech came out of nowhere. It's several times more expensive than Kyushu, and that's for sale. You guys can offer me a few times more. And I'm not selling here. If these foreigners understand terrain, they're probably thinking of a classic movie line at this point. So I'm a beggar on my knees? All the people of the countries that were on the TimeTech sanction list suddenly reacted after being dumbfounded for quite a while. What followed, of course, was an even more vociferous tongue-lashing. Of course, nothing works as all. Regardless of whether it was Suyu or spacetime technology, it simply didn't take care of it. I'll look like you can charge as much as you like, and I'll count it as a loss if I pay attention to you. For these mechanical prosthetics, the foreign market can be said to be no worse than the domestic one. After all, the group of rogues led by Hawkmaster represents as the collection of developed areas in this world. That's why they can be so high and mighty to initiate a de facto sanctions embargo when they know how advanced those products from TimeTech are. Because they have the confidence that any international trade cannot be separated from them. But now, this hand of timeless technology has made them all dumbfounded. Even if people don't engage in cross-trade, just within Kyushu, with the degree of leadership of timeless technologies products, there's no problem at all in living. But now the mechanical prosthetic limbs produced by time and space technology are a necessity for disabled people all over the world. No disabled person can say no to something like that. But off the top of my head, timeless technology really doesn't sell to them. Say sanctions. Seeing that after the network's own people couldn't punch timeless technology, they gradually turned their spearheads to punch themselves. Officials in these countries also panicked. The tug of war always goes by fast. In the blink of an eye, 2 or 3 days had passed since the bidding session for the Space Elevator program of Space and Time Technology had ended and Space and Time Medical had been established. Before you know it, it's the weekend again. The treatment of those difficult patients on the medical side of the time has reached the final stage. Several of the patients are said to have recovered considerably in their physical condition and appear to be as normal as they can be. Netizens who have been following the progress from start to finish have been reporting the progress online every day. Almost a couple of hot topics a day. After another day or two of injecting Reiki water, it was estimated that these patients would be able to get rid of the roots of their illnesses and recover completely. There is no doubt that this is a miracle that has shocked the medical history of the world. In fact, by this stage, it is obvious to the naked eye that these patients are recovering day by day, and even one of them in the advanced stage of acromegaly has actually been able to walk around freely. The shock to people is very great. Although these patients have not fully recovered from getting rid of the root cause of their illnesses in the judgment of timeless medicine, and will need a few more shots of Reiki water to do so. But for now, no matter what, the Reiki water effect has also been recognized by the public, as opposed to what different medication was needed for what disease you had before. Again, more versatile than antibiotics. According to Autumn End, it is effective against almost any disease. The appearance of Reiki water simply shook people up more than the appearance of antibiotics. And in addition to the aura water disguised as a gene potion, another product of Time Medical is equally hot. After the experiment ended that day, the orders on the official website of Time Medical were lined up, because it was Suyu who, in response to Eagle Sauce's sanction, let Timeless Medical hang out on a whim. So at the moment in the capacity of mechanical prostheses is still relatively stretched. In the past 2 days, although 3 production lines have been added, compared with the massive demand for orders, this capacity is simply a drop in the bucket. But even so, in the past few days, Time Medical has sold thousands of prosthetics for different parts of the body. Installations have also been completed for thousands of people with disabilities at Time Healthcare's headquarters. The entire installation was carried out by Timeless Medical's Medical Bionics. Currently, in addition to these medical bionics, Timeless Medical has also recruited a large number of medical-born professionals for training in fitting prosthetic limbs. With the help of precision instruments, these general practitioners are also able to fit prosthetic limbs into the body very well. One thing that has to be mentioned here is this. The mechanical prostheses produced by Time Medical require specific instruments to be fitted to the human body. These devices connect the electrical signals in the mechanical prosthesis to the neurons, which is the key step in making a mechanical prosthesis fit to the body and still allow a person to use it as they would a human arm. If this step is omitted and the prosthetic limb is fitted to the body by ordinary surgical means nowadays, it is not really useful and can only be used as a decoration. That's why the Time Medical side allows anyone to buy mechanical prosthetics. And there's no fear of anyone smuggling these prosthetics into sanctioned countries. Since there's no specialized equipment installed by Timeless Medical, the best these things can do is probably be a hand-me-down. As for the mild genetic potion, also known as Aura Water, apart from a few official organizations, Timeless Medical was not open for purchase. At least not at the moment. If you want to get an injection, you need to go to a location designated by Time Medical. This minimizes the risk of being outflown to places that are sanctioned by temporal technology. Of course, this is limited to large-scale outflows, and small-scale smuggling can certainly not be stopped. Other than that, just those Aura Waters sold to Wagner. With the unprofitable appearance of these mercenaries, it was obvious that they couldn't honestly keep them for their own use. Turned around and sold quietly for sure. But as long as they don't want to be put on the sanctions list by TimeTech, this kind of thing can't be done on too big a scale. Selling a few dozen privately is a drop in the bucket. It's also just for those top dignitaries to use. For those ordinary people in the areas sanctioned by spacetime technology, there's no use or no use, and it's time to make a fuss. It won't affect his plans at all. Suyu naturally turned a blind eye. Oh, and it's rumored that there have been demonstrations and disturbances on the side of Hawksbane and their allies lately. After failing to punch TimeTech, I don't know which one of the ghosts suddenly remembered that even if TimeTech's stuff was willing to be sold to them, their officials have also placed an embargo on TimeTech. Things don't sell to them as usual. And so there were those who felt that Timeless Technology, as a business group, couldn't willingly give up a market as big as Eagle Sauce's and theirs. Now it is said to be anti-sanctions, but it is just a show of stiff upper lip after being sanctioned by Eagle Sauce. As long as they can punch the official release of the embargo on spacetime technology, Time and Space Technology will definitely go down the slope and be willing to open up the mechanical prosthetics and genetic agents to their market. And everyone will be able to enjoy these high-tech medical products then. Never have to worry about the disease again. Everything will be fine. For a while, a vote of countries, including Eagle Butter, had a domestic clusterfuck. Demonstrations, smash and grab, $0 purchases, traditional arts and crafts reproduced belonging to It is a headache for the officials of all countries. It's rumored that Eagle Sauce already has legislators who have submitted bills to lift the embargo on spacetime technology in order to garner votes. It is still under discussion. Suyu wanted to laugh when he heard these news. You want to embargo me so you can embargo me. And you want to liberalize me so you have to sell me stuff? Wanted to fart eat it. He couldn't wait to make it harder. To make it worse, until Eagle Jam couldn't stand the idea of lifting the embargo. The embargo has been lifted? But Master still won't sell it to you. How's it going? In contrast to all this bullshit crap on Blue Star, it's the weekend again. And Suyu was already looking forward to what he'd be matched with for trade this week. Unexpectedly just at this time, Shin Fluttershy, who hadn't seen him for almost half a month, finally took the initiative to contact him. Suyu thought that the girl had been killed by her enemies and her power armor had gone down the drain. I didn't realize it was still alive. It's just that it seems to take a little too long to contact him. One could only say that it was worthy of being a long-lived immortal cultivator, and that the efficiency was simply ridiculously low. Of course, spiteful as he was, he quickly entered the trading space even after receiving the summons. Although he was able to solve the problem of spirit stones in the divine world, he still had to think of something from the Tianxian realm regarding the direction of cultivation. After all, according to speculation, the Tianxian realm, as an immortal cultivation world that was about to enter the end of the Dharma era, was clearly very mature in terms of its cultivation system. Being able to get their cultivation style would make both Blue Star and Divine World a lot less difficult. There you are, high on a mountain peak, wearing power armor. Shin Fluttershy only revealed her cute little head, and when she saw Suyu appear, she immediately greeted him with excitement. Looking at this girl wearing sci-fi style pulling power armor on her body, but her head was wearing an elegant hairbun with a beautiful pin. Suyu always felt that there was something wrong somewhere, but it's just that with her amazing face, she's able to perfectly manage this weird style of painting. Gives a beauty full of defiance. It's just weird. After saying hello, Suyu sat down on his seat. After thinking about it, he didn't hold back and said, "Did something happen to you on your way back the day after our deal was done? Accident?" "No," Shin Fluttershy blinked. "I have the Foundation Establishment stage magic treasure you gave me. So where could I have gotten into any accidents? And as soon as I went out, I decimated all those people who were chasing me. Then why did it take so long? Could it be that the journey back to find your master is too far?" "It's not far. Less than 500,000 miles. It would only take me 7 or 8 days to go back by myself. And with this armor of yours, it would only take less than a day to go back," Shin Shenran said easily. "Well, Storm-class power armor can reach Mach 20 plus at terminal velocity. You can fly over 24,000 kilometers in an hour. And 500,000 miles is at most 250,000 kilometers. So a day is pretty much the same. Suyu nodded, but without waiting for him to ask again, he heard Shin fluttering proudly say, "You're asking why it took me so long, aren't you? You may not believe me when I say this. I personally beheaded that Sun family's foundation establishment stage-old ancestor. After I returned to my master's clan, my master, her old man, complimented me for crossing the ranks to cut down the enemy, and for having the appearance of a great power in the ancient times." Suyu, if he remembered correctly, this girl seemed to say last time that she was in the middle or late stage of chi cultivation. It was reasonable to say that there were still a few small segments left from the early stage of foundation establishment. That's crossing the line to kill the enemy? Hiss. Could it be that this silly little girl was really the heavenly destiny of that heavenly Shen realm? Thinking of this, Suyu's eyes lit up and he hurriedly said, "The girl is really skillful. I just don't know how the girl crossed the ranks to cut down the enemy." To be honest, things like killing the enemy by crossing the ranks. In the novels he had read there was either some kind of divine weapon or the feats were bullish. He had to figure out why Shin Fluttershy was able to cross the ranks and kill her enemies before he could lure her into selling her treasure to himself. "It's not that simple," Shin Fluttershy said as she patted the armor. "That old dog Sun is nothing more than a mere early stage of foundation establishment. He can't hurt me at all. I fought with him for 10 days and 10 nights, and then I wore him out alive." Suyu, he felt like he had never been so speechless in his life. It's okay to give people a hard time, but that being said, the power armor has a deflective force field in it. So if that what's-his-name Sun family foundation stage ancestor really doesn't have much in the way of spell attacks and relies on physical damage, I'm afraid I can't really help her. When you think about it, being exhausted is pretty normal. After all, the power source of the power armor was a miniature fusion reactor. There's enough energy in this thing to keep the power armor functioning properly for a decade. However, Suyu had only just thought of this when he heard Shin Fluttershy ask somewhat awkwardly, "So do you have anything else over there that can energize it? After I fought with that old dog, it kept prompting me that I was low on energy and needed to replenish the so-and-so 3. Helium 3? Suyu tried. Right. So that word reads helium. Learned, Shin Fluttershy said in a hurry. So do you have any more there? Suyu felt that he had still underestimated the foundation establishment cultivators. 10 days and 10 nights to beat the power armor dry of energy is okay. How intense is that? The most power-hungry module on the power armor is, without a doubt, the deflector force field. But this thing, even if it's on all the time, under normal circumstances, with the energy of a microfusion reactor, it would be fine for a year, 10 days to knock out the energy. It could only mean that the deflector force field hadn't just been on all the time for the past 10 days, but had been kept at maximum power. It also sidestepped how fierce foundation stage cultivators were. It was estimated that with a casual blow, the L inside the power armor would have to automatically turn on the maximum power of the deflector force field to resist it. Looking at the way this girl was still giggling, Suyu couldn't help but pinch a cold sweat for her. If it wasn't for her luck that the energy output from the fusion pile ended up being still one step stronger than the foundation establishment cultivator, I'm afraid she would have really been killed. On the contrary, she was still acting like nothing, as if she hadn't realized the seriousness of the matter, and was still fucking fooling around. "You're really brave." Suyu decisively changed the topic. "Ahem. This energy thing aside, let's talk about the deal we didn't finish last time. What did your master's side say?" That one life extension gold pill needed to be exchanged for a copy of the Jindan stage technique that Shin Fluttershy herself had cultivated, plus 3 more of this subclass of the technique to come. There's also another 500,000 spirit stones to hitch a ride on. Although he didn't need spirit stones too much now, the technique was really something he desperately needed. Shin Fluttershy laughed awkwardly, then took out a mirror and said, "Master said she wanted to talk to you herself." As he spoke, he wiped on the mirror, and a magnificent long-skirted woman appeared in the mirror out of nowhere. If Shin Fluttershy was the kind of fairy whose body cast revealed youthful vigor, then there was no doubt that she, the master, was a true fairy. An unearthly and cool look, with a tall figure and picturesque eyebrows. What surprised Suyu even more was that Shin Fluttershy, the master teacher in the mirror, was actually alive and well, like a real person. As soon as he appeared, he set his eyes on him. After taking a few glances, he clasped his fists. "Poor Taoist Li Wutong. Neat fellow Taoist." Suyu. "Meet Fairy Li." Somewhat awkwardly, he gave a greeting. Suyu, who wanted to fool Shin Fluttershy, never expected that people would directly give the master all moved out, and then to think that Frost Star sent Autumn's end to Blue Star with a little trickery. How come he always feels like everyone can get stuck with the trading platform bug except him? Or is this not a bug per se, but a mechanism? These things flashed rapidly in his mind, but there was no change on Suyu's face, and he did not take the lead to open his mouth after greeting. but waited quietly for this Jindan stage powerhouse from the Tianxian realm to speak. Unlike Shin Fluttershy, who just looked silly, this Li Wutong was clearly not a good character to deal with. Other than that, just the name of the Jindan stage was enough to bluff. The early stage of Tsukiji could almost fuck the power armor into oblivion. He didn't even dare to think about how much power the Jindan stage had. Alright. In the Tianxian realm is also absolutely a party of big people. I am afraid that the heart is not know how much deeper than such an untouched little girl like Shin Pianran. After waiting for a moment, the woman in that mirror finally spoke. Fellow Taoist, Su sold the life extension pill to my disciple at such a low price. But do you have any other intentions, Su Yu? Hearing Li Wutong's words, Su Yu was directly shocked. What do you mean by selling the life extension gold pill at such a low price? Is this something that can be brought out in a trade? Can't I just sell it to you at a low price? It's a world away. What the hell could he be up to? After freezing for a moment, he then fixedly looked at Li Wutong. Seeing that she had a righteous face and indeed was not after the yin and yang, a feeling of happiness suddenly went straight to the sky. Boy, how does this master look as if he's more naive than his disciple? So this cool and wise fairy look is all an act? It's really just not a family. After a brief thought, he hastened to confess. It is good to teach the fairy to know that the small realm's oligarchs do not know the prosperity of the Tianxian realm. So how would a mere roughly refined elixir dare to offer a heavenly price? Earlier, I heard Fairy Shin talk about the prosperity of the Tianxian realm's immortal path, and I have long longed for it, and I only seek to exchange it for some cultivation methods, so that we can take the road less traveled. As for other attempts to say, naturally there are none. Li Wutong in the mirror sniffed her embroidered eyebrows and pondered for a moment before nodding her head. In that case it's not bad. Your spirit elixir refining is indeed rough. It's a pity that the heavenly materials in it. With that, she shook her head with some regret and then added, however, cultivators of my generation are concerned with being open and honest and having a clear conscience. Even if it's a trade, we mustn't shortchange our fellow Taoist. Those conditions that Fluttering Ran talked to you about earlier will be null and void. This one life extension spirit pill. I'll far use 10 books of techniques, plus 1 million spirit stones to trade with you. How about it? Su Yu. How? That's certainly as good as it gets. Who would mind if you gave more? He agreed in a heartbeat. Immediately, he signed the deed that the system had redrawn. However, before he could ask when these techniques and spirit stones could be given to him, he saw that Shin Fluttershy, the toolman with the mirror, had already sent 10 different techniques into his trading space. As for spirit stones, there was not a single one. What? Suyu was surprised to look at Shin Fluttershy, but did not wait for him to ask questions, then heard Li Wutong Todd's delicate little face. Seems a little embarrassed to say. These 10 techniques will be handed over to you for the time being. As for the subsequent spirit stones, we will be able to hand them all over to you within 3 years. What's the point? Credit, right? And 3 years? Why do I need your stupid stones after 3 years? When I think of Ing Zhang's generous manner of giving tens of millions of spirit stones with a wave of his hand, and then I look at this Jindan stage power of 1 million spirit stones, all of which are withheld and searched for 3 years, I think it's a good thing that he's not a big fan. Suyu always felt a bit strange, but it seems pretty normal when you think about it. This also counted as further validation that the Tianxian realm was indeed in the end times, a Jindan stage cultivator, according to Shin Fluttershy's previous description, was clearly considered a big shot in the Tianxian realm, but it was so difficult to take out even millions of spirit stones. It's not a normal metaphysical side fairy cultivation world by any stretch of the imagination. Seeing this master and disciple staring at him with burning eyes, waiting for his reply, he mused for a moment before testing the waters. 3 years. Wouldn't that be a little too long? 3 years is a long time? Li Wutong's beautiful eyes flashed with a bewildered color that was visible to the naked eye, and she subconsciously said, I unusual closed once half to 10 years. 3 years is just a flick of the finger. My generation of cultivators is not immortal. 3 years not long. 10 years of retreat at a time can be okay. So you felt like he was not on the same channel as her. Then he remembered how Shin Fluttershy could fight with someone for 10 days and 10 nights, not taking time seriously at all. Sudden reaction. Immortal cultivators do seem to have little sense of time. After all, a long lifespan is added to the mix. Compared to mortals who live a short life of a few decades and have to fight for every moment, these cultivators are really not bad with time. People have all the time in the world to take their time and be salty, but already closed 10 years. Suyu suspiciously looked at Li Wutong, who was in a magnificent state in the glasses, and curiously said, I don't know how old you are. Taoist Li? Li Wutong froze. Seems to be not expecting Suyu will ask this kind of question. For a moment some did not react. The side holding up the mirror Shin Fluttering then grabbed the answer. I know. Master teacher is only 36 years old this year. It's my mother's younger sister. I usually call her sister-in-law, automatically ignoring anything like sister-in-law after her. All that was left in Suyu's mind was what she said earlier. 36. It's a decade of closure at every turn. You're only 36 now? And at 36 years old, he's a Jean Dan. This is proper genius. Thinking about it more carefully, it was no wonder she looked so naive for a Jean Dan stage powerhouse. Feelings have been cultivated since childhood. Do not understand these curved human feelings at all, is it? Shut up. Seeing that his good disciple had uncovered his own bottom, Li Wutong chided with some shame. Then he looked at Suyu again and gritted his teeth. If fellow Taoist Su feels that 3 years is too long, then 1 year? Suyu sniffed and let out a long breath. His complexion finally serious for a few moments, and said seriously, forget about the spirit stones. I think we can exchange them for something to trade. Like what? Li Wutong queried. For example, magic treasures, such as alchemy or weapon refining or other feats. They can all be traded. The magic treasure. Li Wutong automatically ignored what Suyu said later about the gongfu and whatnot. Those things were complete trash in her opinion, and were simply not worthy of the price of such a life extension gold Dan. Instead, he focused on the mana. After thinking for a moment, her eyes suddenly lit up and she said, come to think of it, this seat here also has a scapegoat doll, able to take the place of the dead ones. Fellow Taoist, your cultivation is low. Other magic treasures for you may be useless, but this object is more than suitable for you. But if it's just this one, I'm afraid it's not enough to cover the 1,000,000 spirit stones. I'll think again. How about adding 2 more alchemy spells? There should be 2 books of alchemy in the clan's bookstore, which contains a number of high-grade spirit pills recipes, so I'll give them to you together as a credit against the 1,000,000 spirit stones. Suyu couldn't help but be dumbfounded when he heard this. He'd never seen business like this before, but after a little thought, he agreed. Mention the dead doll thing, though the chances of him having an accident are so small that it's not too much of a stretch to say he's dispensable. But who would deny themselves an extra life? As for the advanced alchemy of the Tianqian realm, it was originally the thing he focused on trying to get when he traded with Shin Fluttershy. Now that the opportunity had come, it was naturally impossible for him to give it up. And looking at Li Wutong's appearance, he still felt that he had made a lot of money, and even had an embarrassed look on his face. Apparently this partner doesn't feel she lost money on this deal. Of course, on the side, Shin Fluttershy, who had been beaten as a simpleton by Suyu long ago, clearly seemed to be a bit smarter than her master. At this moment, he was looking at the back of the mirror with a heartbroken expression on his face, and he didn't know what he was saying in a broken voice. However, although Shin Fluttershy was crumbling with indignation, she was obviously afraid of her master's majesty and did not dare to raise any objections in the slightest. Only after Suyu and Li Wutong had reached a consensus could they obediently sign the trade contract. Since the last deal for that life extension gold pill was considered to be temporarily resolved, it was time to talk about a new deal. Not waiting for Shin Fluttershy to leave holding the mirror, Suyu called out to her and said, Miss Shin, wait. I have something else here that you might be interested in. With that, he took out from the item bar those herbs that Ing Zhang had given him for refining the life extension gold pill. This is. Shin Fluttershy looked at the herbs, a look of bewilderment evident in her large eyes, but Li Wutong in the mirror did instantly widen her eyes in shock. Ling Shueji, Wan Longevity Grass. Where did you get these? She reported the name of the dish as if it was the name of a dozen herbs in a row, all of which were different from what Ing Zhang had told Suyu. Apparently this was what the Tianqian realm called these medicinal herbs. Looking at her surprised expression again, it wasn't hard to tell that these things should be quite rare in the Tianqian realm. In that case, his previous guess was correct. The divine world's resources were obviously much richer than the heavenly Xian realm. When Ing Zhang took out these herbs, he didn't even blink. Suyu lightly coughed twice and then said, just some souvenirs from home. After a moment's thought, he added, these are the raw materials for refining the life extension gold pill. The raw material for refining the life extension gold pill. Li Wutong in the mirror was directly confused, and after repeating the sentence several times in a dumbfounded manner, he couldn't help but say in pain, waste, waste, waste. I previously thought that you had only used more spiritual medicines that could prolong life to refine that life extension golden pill, but I didn't realize that you had actually added so many extinct heavenly materials and treasures to that pill. Do you know, but if you guys cooperate with the Gongfu guidance, just that manjasang grass and Ling's Wazi, directly eating them will not only extend your life by 20 years? Suyu, crap, there's more to this? He had previously only known that the alchemy techniques on the divine state side were very rough, but he had never thought that they could be as rough as this. Reverse alchemy up belongs to yes. While he was surprised, Li Wutong over there was still blathering with heartache. This kind of heavenly material, then the immortal medicine are only inferior. You use this actually only refined only once, and can only prolong the life of 20 years of broken pills? It's heaven's punishment to waste things like this. Not so much, not so much. The corner of Suyu's mouth twitched and he hastily changed the topic. Fairy Lee, I took out these medicinal herbs just to ask if there is any service for refining pills on your side. Although we would soon be able to obtain the high-end alchemy techniques that came from the heavenly Xian realm. But alchemist training obviously takes time as well. And in the early stages of cultivating alchemists, of course it was impossible to directly allow them to take this kind of high-end heavenly material to practice. On Ying Zhang's side, there were ordinary medicinal herbs, and just plucking a few of them was full of spiritual energy, so they could be used for alchemists to test their hands. As for these high-end medicinal herbs, it would be better to hand them over to the heavenly Xian realm's established alchemists to refine them at the moment. After hearing Suyu's words, Li Wutong finally calmed down for a few moments and lightly coughed, resuming that cool fairy appearance. After a slight pause, he said lightly, it's naturally possible for you to pay for the herbs and we'll help you refine them. However, according to the rules of the heavenly Xian realm, after this level of spirit elixir is refined, for each furnace we need to take 2. 1. These heavenly materials and treasures you took out are probably enough to refine a portion of the evergreen pill. If we let the alchemists within our clan refine it on our behalf, we can probably produce less than 20 pills of Dan in one furnace. This grade of herbs has been extinct in the Tianxian realm for many years, and there are almost no alchemists who can familiarize themselves with refining pills of this grade. That's why it takes some time to get used to it. That's why only 20 pills can be produced in one furnace. If there are more of these types of medicinal herbs on your side, this production will only get higher and higher in the future. Well, this evergreen pill, its function is probably similar to the life extension golden pill that you guys gave, but the effect is much better than that. A single one is enough to extend your life by more than 80 years, and it can be taken at least 3 times even by mortals. If one has cultivation in place, or even similar to a Jindan stage cultivator like me, if one is able to channel their spiritual energy to refine the medicinal power in the elixir, this kind of elixir will still have an effect even if they take 10 of them. At this point, she couldn't help but pause before adding, in fact, with such a good heavenly material, I wouldn't recommend using it to refine pills that increase lifespan. It would be best if it could be used to refine pills that increase cultivation. Just by using any one of these medicines as the main medicine, and we'll supplement it with some ordinary spirit herbs and elixirs, we can refine an extreme quality body quenching pill. And with your current strength, a few extreme quality body quenching pills will be enough to reach the qi practicing stage. At that time these herbs can also refine some qi practicing pills and base building pills. Just these precious medicines that you took out, after refining them into different stages of pills, are enough for you to eat pills up to the Jindan stage, and then cultivate on your own for a decade or so to stabilize your cultivation. And it won't be worse than the unusual Jindan stage's combat power. The increase in lifespan brought about by an increase in cultivation can be much more effective than refining these pills into pills that increase lifespan. Those who need to extend their lifespan are usually the kind of old things who have been stuck at a bottleneck for a long time and can't break through again just by relying on elixirs. Or simply some mortals. For a young, low-ranked cultivator like you, getting directly high on pills to raise your realm is the most convenient way. Wait, let me stroke, Suyu hurriedly said. He was still shocked that these materials from the divine world that could only refine a life extension gold pill could be put into the Tianxian realm to make a furnace of evergreen pills with better effects. As a result, Li Wutong actually came back with a bigger one. These materials were refined separately and paired with some worthless other elixirs, and they were actually enough for him to get high until the Jindan stage? Is the difference between this world and the world really that great? And then think about those life-extending gold pills that he used to hold as his greatest treasures. He was very wrong just now. It's not that Li Wutong hasn't seen the world and made a big deal out of it. Suyu's own heart was dripping blood at this moment. What a waste. But sometimes the world is like that. When resources are abundant, people do not know how to utilize them, resulting in a great deal of waste of precious resources. By the time people know how to utilize them later, these precious resources have become scarce and unavailable. But the good news was that because of the existence of the trading platform, Suyu could now become the middleman between the divine world and the Tianxian realm. Thanks to the blessing of Shen Fluttershy's simple master, he was also able to finally realize how valuable these herbs that seemed mediocre to him and Yingzheng really were. After another round of friendly negotiations, Suyu finally reached another cooperation with this master and disciple. Presumably, he was the one who provided a copy of the materials for refining the life extension gold pill here. And Li Wutong's side is hitching some not very valuable common spirit medicine, spirit grass and so on. Will be this one refining life extension gold Dan heavenly materials and earth treasures separate refining into enough so you can be all the way high to the Jindan stage of the pills out. There was no guarantee that Li Wutong would be able to refine a few copies, because this level of heavenly materials, not to mention the current alchemists in their clan, alchemist his master ancestor, I'm afraid he has never seen. Alchemists are inexperienced, and when the time comes, how many pills can come out of a furnace is not even known. However, they were contracted between them and the trading system and ended up with a few copies regardless of refining, all in accordance with the 8-2 split. That is, Suyu 8, they 2. In the beginning, Li Wutong was mentioning 91%, and even if they were to produce spirit medicine and spirit grass, they would only share 10%, and also frankly told Suyu that even if they only took 10%, they had already earned a lot. It can be said to be straight to the point of outrageousness, but in the end, Suyu deliberated for a while and decided to share 20% with them. It's hard to find such a straight partner. The Tianqian realm was still a world with great trading value in Suyu's eyes. In order to ensure long-term cooperation, it was now natural to let these two take more benefits as well. If the trading partner had a lot of heart, he wouldn't mind squeezing hard when he had the chance to ensure that the cooperation between the two parties could still continue. Think of it as a battle of wits to develop the spirit of struggle. Frost Star, for example. But Li Wutong, the master and disciple, one could only say that Beans Suyu didn't even want to bully them. Instead, they wanted to give them more favors so that they could boost their strength as well. Don't suddenly nail it one day in the crisis-ridden world of fairy cultivation. Then it's going to be hard to find another partner who knows so much about what's going on. In Li Wutong because took Suyu too much benefits and guilty look. Shin Fluttershy while giggling while signing the transaction contract. After signing she didn't forget to say to Suyu, "You're actually willing to share 20% with us. This is much more than what most people in the Tianqian realm would give if they asked an alchemist to make pills on their behalf. Thank you so much, Suyu. You see, she still has to read my mind. After the transaction contract is signed, how many pills can be refined in one furnace will be recorded by the transaction system. They are absolutely impossible to have the opportunity to refine the pills to the less reported that set." Suyu was completely at ease. After the transaction with Shin Fluttershy's master and disciple was over, Suyu went back to his platform's private space. It's the turn of the clock, and it's time for the once a week, intense and exciting matchmaking of teammates. Going by the previous situation where the first match was to a tentacle monster and the next match was to Shin Flutter, he was still pretty confident in this match. After all, last time he was matched with a kobold. This time he should be matched with a normal person according to the rules, right? However, it turns out that this so-called law clearly does not exist. After a good half a dozen matches, he was looking forward to it. On the wall of the private space, matching transaction object, the words on the wall suddenly went dark, and then it became match failure. He was never expecting that there was actually such a thing as a match failure. The two previous encounters with non-humans that didn't result in a deal were upsetting to him, but understandable. After all, there are differences in the world and it's normal to not be able to trade. But that's an outrageous match failure. I can't believe I didn't even match a non-human can be okay. After repeated protests against the trading platform failed to give any answer, he had no choice but to go back. Back at Blue Star, it was past 1 in the morning. Autumn End was familiarly preparing his evening meal. Suyu leaned in the doorway of the kitchen, looking at her busy back. Because the match failure brought a little bit of depression suddenly felt dissipated. For some reason, after spending a lot of time with Autumn End, it always felt like there was a kind of magic in her that made people feel at ease. Back, how did it go? Autumn End looked like she had eyes behind her. Even though Suyu's footsteps were already very light, they were still detected by her in the first instance. Talking with Shin Fluttershy's side is okay. Suyu sighed in a pretense of melancholy. While briefly telling her about the deal that had been struck with Shin Fluttershy's master and disciple, he walked into the kitchen without moving. Taking advantage of the fact that Autumn End's back was turned to her, she reached straight out and took her by the hand. But matching the trading partner failed. So I need Auntie Autumn's comfort. The movement in Autumn End's hand froze. Subconsciously, electricity arced out from her fingertips, but it only appeared for a split second before she retracted it again. After freezing for a while, she then pushed Suyu's head resting on her shoulder away without any good reason. Cooking. Stop it. Failure is failure. There's plenty of time anyway. It always works. Directly ignoring her later words, Suyu tried. So it's okay to make a mess after cooking? Autumn End glanced at him with a surprised expression. You don't really have some special fetish to do something with bionics, do you? That. It's not like it can't be tried. Suyu rubbed his hands together and leapt to try. There was one thing to be said for other bionics. Even if the other bionics were fine, but this special bionic at the end of Autumn, he really wanted to see just how real it was. No way. Autumn End righteously refused. Another ghostly whisper was muttered after that. Didn't you say that there are ghost cultivation techniques in the techniques traded from the Tianqian realm? Wait for me to study it and talk about it later when I have a body. Suyu's eyes widened when he heard this and he hurriedly said, that's a deal. No backing out. Yes. Cooking. Hurry up and get out. Bionic people don't blush though. but late autumn has clearly been in a similar mood. Hurriedly, he pushed Suyu out of the kitchen. When she closed the kitchen door, she showed some rare signs of panic. It took a while before he took a long, somewhat distressed look at himself. This guy is getting more and more nonchalant now. I should have known that I wouldn't have been lazy about that aspect of the function module at the time. She, a polytechnic woman who hadn't touched a man in her 200 years of living, naturally didn't specialize in that aspect when rubbing herself a hand puppet. But this kind of thing, she was obviously too embarrassed to tell Suyu directly. So while it's not too irresistible, it's certainly not an option right now. How can you wait until you have a physical body? It was only the blue eyes that lost focus every now and then that revealed the fact that she wasn't that calm in her mind. A few moments. Hiss. Why does something so trivial take up so much computing power? Muttering slightly annoyed, she felt her CPU burning up and felt busy distracting herself with something else at hand. Let's cook first. This brat has so many things going on. The next day. It's Monday again. However, Suyu was sleeping until noon. The company was now on track, and there were no major issues for him to deal with at the moment. It doesn't matter if you go or not. After Autumn got those feats, he dove headfirst into the lab again. For this kind of behavior, Suyu was strongly supportive. He couldn't wait for Autumn to hurry up and study and understand what that ghost cultivation technique was, and then he would cultivate his soul to be more powerful. And then it's just a matter of getting some genetic samples of Autumn from Froststar to create a body for her via cloning. With the ability of a ghost cultivator, the problem of taking over the body of a clone without a soul was certainly not a big problem. There should be many drawbacks as well, but it's not like you can cultivate immortality. Over time, it naturally becomes no different from normal. This was the solution that Autumn had come up with last night during the late-night snack, and it was up to her to follow up with her research as to whether it would work or not. As for Suyu himself, he had planned to be a salted fish nesting at home today. Instead, though, they received an invitation from BYG. It says over there that they're giving him a car. It's based on BYG's original technology and metal hydrogen batteries. And then there's also the reserve technology over at the Time and Space Technology Reserve Corporation. It's said to be at a level where it can hang with all the cars in the world in terms of functionality. Suyu was idle anyway, so he agreed. While going to pick up the car this afternoon, dropped by the BYG's new car launch. They are said to be releasing a total of 6 models this time around. Prices range from $100,000 to $1 million. It covers the entire low-end to high-end range of models, all of which are pure electric vehicles built on metal hydrogen batteries. This shows how ambitious they are. Sales of all cars in the country have hit the freezing point after the release of Timeless Technologies' metal hydrogen batteries. Whether it's trams or tankers, sales have dropped almost 99% in the last month compared to the previous month. All those who have recently made plans to buy a car are now waiting for a car with a metal hydrogen battery to hit the market. Kyushu was originally ruled by a slew of new energy vehicle companies, as well as the tanker market, which was ruled by joint ventures. Almost all of them were wiped out in just 1 month. Not the same as when the tankers were almost all mailed in and the stock fell so far that it couldn't be dropped. Though, those companies that originally produced trolleys, as soon as the rumor spread that there was a cooperation with Timeless Technology in the area of metal hydrogen batteries, although the recent sales were almost equal to nothing, but the stock remains strong. It's not even decreasing. It's increasing. Everyone is waiting and waiting for the metal hydrogen tram to hit the market. But eat this wave of dividends or not a lot of all the trolley business. For example, the TES Group, which was originally on par with BY sales and even had a bigger reputation than BY. Originally they were with the Time and Space Technology to obtain some cooperation on the metal hydrogen battery. Although the terms of the signing is not the same as BYA, sales to overseas metal hydrogen battery car is to draw a portion of the profits to be shared with the Time and Space Technology. Pricing needs to be higher. But in the end, to eat the dividends of the metal hydrogen battery change, TES has already won the vast majority of car companies too much. Suyu didn't intend to strangle these foreign companies early on. To be honest, he was really prepared to develop together. As a result, Eagle Sauce sanctioned Timeless Technology, and TES, as an Eagle Sauce business, had no choice but to follow suit. And then it's pretty much in the mail now. They can't sell the cars now. And in the future, when the metal hydrogen trams are on the market, Eagle Sauce will still be afraid to use the batteries from Timetech if the embargo isn't lifted yet. The car still won't sell by then. Of course, even if the Eagle Jam side contacts the sanctions and embargoes, Suyu won't lift them is all. Suyu had heard that the TES Group seemed to have closed its super factories in Mordor. Those experienced skilled workers were recruited by BY. And I don't know what to say. Let's just say it's do or die. It's the people who bought the trolley made by TES who suffer. Nowadays, if you want to take a new prospective car that you just got in and sell it, you have to get a discount first. Warranty? What the hell is that? But how can this matter not be blamed on Suyu is? Of the 6 models released by BYG this time, the one given to Suyu is naturally the most expensive one. Current pricing is said to be $1.28 million for the lowest trim level. Tsuyu is naturally the highest matching version. I heard that if you want to buy it is estimated that no 3 to 5 million cannot land. Belonging is a limited edition. The metal hydrogen battery alone on this version weighs 20 kilograms. Using material technology obtained from exoskeletons, the entire car is stiffer than the ultra-high strength steel that would only be used in the ABC pillars, a key part of those luxury cars. As far as horsepower is concerned, the car is equipped with 4 advanced motors made by the BYC group that control each of the 4 wheels. At full power output, it's capable of 2,300 horsepower. That horsepower isn't too far off the mark. After all, next door to Bugatti a sports car with 1,000 horsepower with an off-roader like this weighing close to 3 tons, having over 2,000 horsepower isn't really that much of an exaggeration. Of course, the reason the car is 3 tons is still the result of a whole bunch of fancy and messy features that BYT stuffed in to increase the counterweight. After all, metal hydrogen batteries are inherently light in weight, and the body materials are similarly light. The 2,000 horsepower weight car is just under a ton without getting some extra features to add a little counterweight. It's not a car, it's a ground plane. Who the hell dares to drive? Anyway, after seeing the actual car and trying it out, Suyu is still quite satisfied with the car. It's so much more awesome than the crappy Big G he's driving now. In addition to the one that BY sent him, he went to BY to order an additional 100 units that he intended to use as company cars. In the blink of an eye another $300 million were casually scattered. This is still BYA chairman personally opened the mouth to give concessions after touching the price of zero. Otherwise these 100 cars have to be more than $370 million. Although they definitely still have something to earn. It's not like people are like Suyu. The company is theirs alone and they can do whatever they want. More or less. You have to consider what the shareholders think. Not to mention sending a car to Suyu and he took it. Give him 100 units. Then he won't want them for free instead. Try not to brush off problems that can be solved with money. It's kind of a life lesson. That's why it's better to do business in this kind of thing and get the money in goods. If you don't say you can't go out. It's not like you have to spend money as soon as you leave the house. After looking at the car and spreading the money, Suyu then followed again to attend BYG's car launch, and was placed directly on the C seat of the VIP table. Everyone else, no matter what their status, could only sit on either side of him, and no one had the slightest objection. It's kind of a reflection of the influence of time-based technology now. Naturally, BYG's launch was not as neat as the one organized by Timeless Technology, but even so, when the host said the performance of those cars in order, it caused countless people to gasp, especially the range of tens of thousands of kilometers. See a lot of car owners who have a car straight to change the car. The conference ended successfully. Suyu sat there as a half-day toolman, halfway through the BYC group and the introduction of the most expensive car, but did not forget to mention a mouth of spacetime technology ordered 100 things. After all, compared to Bia himself, time and space technology is now synonymous with advanced technology in the minds of the general public. This gold standard obviously works better and is more convincing. This matter was agreed to by Suyu with a nod of his head, but it was nothing. However, after the conference was over, Suyu, who was ready to leave, was pulled back by the chairman of BYG. Instead, he didn't ask any questions about the launch or the technology. Instead, he mysteriously said to Suyu, "I heard that old Master Chu of the Chu family in Jiangnan fell critically ill last night." "Oh," Suyu laughed. "What about now?" The little girl who was now in charge of the Chu family didn't know where to get a kind of medicine that can live for 20 more years after eating it, and now the person has been discharged from the hospital. Chen Fu squeezed his eyebrows and said, "I heard that Mr. Su is a close friend of Chu Yu of the Chu family? Don't try. It's me who gave it to him." Suyu laughed. The moment these words came out, all the people around who were originally pretending to be deaf and dumb all couldn't hold it together and cast their gazes over. The technological prowess demonstrated by Time Healthcare is basically known to anyone who cares a little about their health these days. Therefore, even if Suyu admitted at this point that he had a drug that could make people live for 20 more years, most people's first reaction was not skepticism. Rather, it was disbelief, followed by excitement and thrill. Seeing a circle of people around him staring hotly at himself, Suyu just shrugged his shoulders indifferently and said, what was given to her was really just a test subject that wasn't quite ripe yet. It'll take a while before the real finished product is rolled out, so you all might have to wait a bit longer if you want it. He didn't have much of the life extension pill in his hand, and had planned to find Ying Zhang to get some more. However, now since the Tianxian realm side said that a single copy of the life extension gold pill's ingredients could refine a furnace of the evergreen pill with better effects, he certainly couldn't go back to Ying Zhang to trade the life extension gold pill. import the materials directly and give them to the Tianxian realm to refine. We might even be able to sell it to Yingzhen for another profit. Where is this coming from, Mr. Su? It was unknown which enterprise's boss laughed. With the technological prowess of Timeless Medical, I'm sure it will be done quickly. We're in no hurry. No hurry. It's that this medicine is still only a semi-finished product now, all of which can make people live for 20 more years. I don't know how the finished product yield and effect. What about the selling price? So you tapped his finger on the armrest a few times and said with a slight pause, if the finished product is, probably one down can make a person live for 80 more years. And with the current technology, an ordinary person can only take a maximum of 3 of such pills. For the price. Suyu said this and did not say any more, because the price is something they could never afford. Evergreen Dan he also did not intend to sell in Blue Star, mainly for his own living familiar with the use, and then to bring in the trading platform trading. On the Blue Planet he might go out a little, but basically doesn't charge money for it, but rather uses it as a bargaining chip in an exchange of benefits or gives it to someone he admires more and who is more positive for the progress of the world. Some people live too short a life as a loss to all of humanity. There are people who are the scourge of all mankind if they live too long. And, not coincidentally, the former is a rarity and the latter is the vast majority. Although Suyu never boasted of being a long ball player, this was his hometown after all, and he certainly didn't want it to get too bad. Eternal life is poison. He holds the key to open this Pandora's box in his hand, whether to open it or not, and to what extent, he still needs to deliberate. But at least for now, the practice of directly selling an elixir like the Evergreen Elixir, which could make a person live for 80 more years, and 240 more years if 3 of them went down, to other people on the Blue Planet, is absolutely undesirable. But it wasn't like he didn't have something else to make people live longer besides the Evergreen pill. Things like cultivation techniques, aura water, mechanical prosthetics, and the like. These things are absolutely controllable and allow for limited life extension, so Suyu chose to let go a little. Hearing him speak of the Evergreen pill's medicinal effects, the circle of people around him grew hotter and hotter in their eyes. 1 will give you an extra 80 years of life, and 3 down will give you an extra 240 years. If this kind of medicine Suyu is willing to sell, they would take it even if they had to dump all their money. Who here is not a human being? Even if they lose their family's money, they are confident that they will earn it back. Taking money for longevity can be so worth it in their eyes. However, after seeing Suyu shut his mouth about the price, they closed their mouths again, with a look of regret in their eyes. There was no fool here. It was naturally impossible not to understand Suyu's meaning. This stuff isn't even something money can buy. Mr. Su, what do you want to directly open up on the line? My old Wang, although not compared to the hands of Chendong, have BYG kind of giant company, but also a little family background. Contacts are also considered to say. An old man whose age doesn't seem to be small anymore and whose hair is white doesn't die and says, alas, Mr. Wang's words, it's not that the finished product hasn't been studied well yet. There will be plenty of opportunities for everyone when it is well studied. Suyu snorted and did not pick up on this. Chen Fu, who was on the side, turned to him. Speaking of which, that gene potion produced by Time and Space Medical is indeed a good thing. I went to take a shot yesterday, and I felt that some of my old problems of so many years had gotten better overnight. To sell such a good thing for only 800 apiece. Mr. Su really has his heart in the world. He's not bluffing. Other than that, just the efficacy of that aura water. If the medicine on the spot to see, this one sells 100,000. It is estimated that there are people who grab their heads to buy. Suyu in the 9 states will only sell 800. Pure do charity belongs to is. Chendong, this is something you don't know. A leader from Mordor laughed. I heard that this genetic agent has been negotiated with the health insurance side, and finally to the hands of the people. Health insurance reimbursement. I'm afraid that after a less than $100, Mr. Su and spacetime science and technology is truly beneficial to the country and the people of the conscience of the enterprise. It was only after some more rainbow farts that Chen Fu inadvertently asked his other concern. Mr. Su, what I see in the report from Time Medical is that this genetic agent can be injected without limit until it reaches a certain threshold. After the body can no longer absorb it, the injection will be useless, but by that time, the person is also basically free of diseases and pains, and can normally live to the limit of their lifespan. I wonder if it's true or not. Of course it's true. Suyu laughed. The aura that the human body could naturally absorb was at its limit, and it was only a foot away from the body tempering stage. There's no problem living to the limit of your lifespan if you don't die. No more worrying about sickness and disease. Then I don't know if Timeless Medical has any advanced gene potions? Chen Fu gradually also figured out Suyu's temperament and did not bend the rules, but asked directly. People like them have specialized medical teams. The aura water released by Time Healthcare has been analyzed by them for a long time. Though what the principle is can't be read at all. But after a little study of the people who were injected with Reiki water, one can come to a conclusion. This develops the human body to its fullest potential. And timeless technology might be able to break this limit if it had more powerful technology and developed a higher level of genetic potion. At that time, without having to ask, I knew that the life expectancy aspect would definitely still increase even if I didn't take that life-extending medicine. Since looking at Suyu's meaning, the medicine that directly prolonged his life was not given. What about the more advanced gene potions? More advanced? That would be the body-tempering stage cultivator. The corner of Suyu's mouth pulled. After a moment's thought, he picked up a delicate glass. As a circle of people around him watched, his palms fired slightly. Click. In full view of everyone, Suyu just gave a gentle push. The whiskey glass, whose walls were not thin, then shattered in response, along with the thick base underneath. It was crushed into pieces of debris. Suyu lightly clapped his hands and slapped down the glass shards, then showed them like his palm that didn't even show a single white mark. That done, he glanced outside at the sky. And I don't care about the clueless bigots around me. Straightening up, he said, "It's getting late, and I have some things to do back there, so I won't keep you." When he said that, he left with a flourish. Only a group of people were left staring at each other in place. It was only when he was halfway gone that the group reacted. One of the middle-aged men subconsciously picked up an identical cup and held it in his hand and squeezed it. But no matter how hard he tried, the cup didn't move in the slightest. After a few moments of squeezing, he frowned and tossed the cup to the ground. But I didn't realize that the quality of the cup was unexpectedly very good. It's amazing that it didn't even break straight away when it was thrown to the ground with no water in it. Crowd, crush this kind of cup with your bare hands. Is this something that people can do? Everyone, I still have some things to take care of. Farewell. Chen Fu was the first to react and hurriedly excused himself and left. The same goes for everyone else. They have risen to take their leave. Suyu only showed his hand in a small way though, but this was clearly an exposure to them. That's that timeless technology definitely has even more awesome genetic technology, and has even reached the point of being able to turn people into superhumans. Although it was a bit of an exaggeration to say that Suyu was Superman from crushing the cup, but the focus of Suyu revealing this hand was obviously not just crushing the cup. Instead, after crushing the glass and getting his hands full of glass, he actually didn't get hurt at all. This kind of skin toughness is obviously not something that ordinary people can do. Some people engaged in special industries, hands covered with calluses, may be able to not be cut by glass ballast. Not even to mention the glass ballast can catch the white blade of the empty hand of the odd man is not unheard of. But Suyu's hands looked whiter and more tender than a woman's hands, so obviously this could not be the case. All those present were knowledgeable people who could naturally realize the difference. The realization was followed by a hard heartbeat. There is no way. Suyu has already implicitly indicated that let a person prolong life for 80 years medicine want to buy not so easy. But this method of allowing people to go beyond the limits of the human body, Suyu didn't say that he wouldn't sell it. Now all they have to do is find some more doors to ask for a little information and get their chips ready. Then find a chance to hook up with the time tech side. Leaving the pavilion, Suyu drove into the car that BYA had given him. Looking at the time, it was after 5 in the afternoon. After thinking about it, he called Chuyuki. Since the medicine had already been given to the Chu family's old master, it was time for this Chuyu to come and work for him. Less time tech always look like it's missing its backbone when he and Autumn End aren't there. Those executives, although the ability, are still okay, but the volume of time and space technology is now too large. Some of the decisions that have an important impact, now in addition to the end of the Autumn and Suyu, basically no one dares to clap. This was extremely inconsistent with Suyu's goal of wanting to be a salted fish. That's why it's still very necessary to have a woman as capable and bold as Chuyue as a senior wage earner. After all, Suyu himself was too lazy to care, and it was impossible for Chiomu to focus all his energy on the company side. After receiving Suyu's call, Chuyu's side was very dry and agreed to report to the company tomorrow, and also invited Suyu to go out for a meal, so she could thank Suyu for the life extension gold pill. The place to eat was in a sky restaurant on a high floor in Mordor. Of course, for Suyu, who often stayed on the top floor of Ziwagaki, this height was not considered high at all. Instead of wearing that serious and capable lady's suit today, Chuyue was wearing a long floral dress that she wore on a daily basis. The temperament has also shifted from the previous imperial strongwoman to a gentle neighborly big sister style. It's a different kind of flavor. Still, most of the conversation between the two centered around this issue of temporal technology. Although Chuyu had not been inducted into timeless technology these days, it was not difficult to hear from the conversation that she had been paying attention to timeless technology recently. Speaking of which, is it true that you guys have been able to guarantee that there are no difficulties with that Tontine Wood building program? Technologically speaking? Chuyue wondered as she ate. After all, it was the company she was about to start with, and she still preferred to get some inside information before she started. Technically there are naturally no more difficulties, and there is not much of a problem with funding. Suyu nodded. Currently the first-generation controlled fusion experimental reactor has been constructed in a mountainous area on the southern outskirts of Mordor, and the progress is nearing completion. In 3 to 5 days at most, it will begin to attempt ignition. If you're inducted tomorrow, you'll be just in time for the lighting ceremony. As for the airborne portion of the space elevator, according to our plans, after the fusion fires, it's time to start gradually sending the spaceport and Starship Factory modules up into space through the Peregrine Falcon once they're finished being built on the ground. That's a lot of work. The entire weight of the spaceport and Starship Factory probably weighs and has to be millions of tons, and with the limited capacity of the Peregrine Falcons, it would take a long time to transport it without interruption. Suyu took a sip of juice and casually said, "The fusion reactor itself involves many nuclear energy engineers from Kyushu, and is not a secret in itself. Naturally there was no need to hide it, not to mention a high-end talent like Chuyu, who was about to be inducted into timeless technology, and even if said, Suyu is not afraid of her leaking anything. Since there's no problem technically, the only problem now is the situation. On the hawk sauce side, you guys really don't care?" Chuyue frowned. "Why should I care? It is said that they sanction spacetime technology, but now the actual situation is instead that they are riding the tiger," Suyu said without caring. "That's not what I meant." Shuyuki shook her head. "With all the stuff that Timetech has now, Hawkjaw and the others sanctioning Timetech are really riding the fence. That much she certainly knows. But have you thought about the fact that the above is confined to a trade war? And what if they dogged it? A dog jumping over the wall in a hurry?" Suyu froze for a moment, then laughed. "That would be great." Hawkjam wanted to play within the rules, and he didn't mind playing along with his opponent within the rules. But they want to break the rules and rob in the open. Well, it all depends on who's got the biggest fist. And bigger than a fist, Suyu is clearly not afraid of anyone. "Also," Shuyuki nodded, "you've got that ship and exoskeleton and power armor in place. And Hawkmaster and the others probably won't dare mess around with it until they figure out what the equipment can really do." Suyu was about to nod his head, but the cell phone placed aside suddenly lit up. Subconsciously turning his head to look at the message on it, his eyes instantly narrowed and he sneered. "It seems you still underestimated the guts of these bandits. White Palace spokesman, Eagle Jam and its allies will recently hold a Red Sea Navy exercise. The scope of the military exercise on both sides of the Red Sea. The exercise is mainly for the Navy and Air Force to cooperate in combat. The exercise subjects include but are not limited to the sea strikes, strikes on the ground, strikes in the air, beach landings, coordinated attacks on the sea and land in the important areas, and so on. It is reported that the area of this Eagle Sauce exercise includes the site of Timeless Technologies Space Elevator site in the Black States. There are currently over 6,000 employees of Spacetime Technology and over 20,000 employees of Kyushu Construction there. Eagle Sauce did not announce the coordinates of the specific strike, but only issued a notice for all civilians in the area to be safe and to try to stay at home and not go out during the exercise. This was a news push that suddenly appeared in Suyu's phone. Obviously, it was Autumn who showed him on purpose. After glancing at it, he turned the phone around and pushed it in front of Chuyuki. "These guys have a little more guts than we thought. What do you think?" Chuyue narrowed her eyes at the consultation and then shook her head. "Seema's heart is in the right place." With that, she flipped to the map of the last officially announced maneuver by Hawkjam and pointed to the coast of the take near the equator. "It is said that you have excavated the harbor here. Is it now finished?" "It's already completed. The channel has also been dredged through, and it was put into use a few days ago." Suyu nodded. "Then their maneuvers have covered the harbor including the shipping lanes. You can grab that and say something," Chuyue said as she zoomed in on the map. "They would never dare to open fire directly, and frankly speaking, they are just shooting their mouths off, using this to direct a little bit of the current conflict in the country outward. The biggest problem on their side right now basically comes from the negative impacts of sanctioning spacetime technology, and as long as you make some drastic moves, or even sink a few of their warships, they'll be able to use it to convince the restless population in the country to solve their internal problems. Since they have no intention of firing, my opinion is to seize on the blatant violation of sovereignty that they are countering by zoning their maneuvers directly into a sovereign nation's harbor. Although it is a normal situation for the scope of military exercises to cover shipping lanes on the high seas, it is absolutely abnormal for them to cover the ports and coastlines of other countries." Suyu sniffed and thought for a moment, originally wanting to say that this reaction of hers was a bit conservative, but after a little thought, he nodded. "Good, let's do as you say." With that, he made a call to the publicity department. It wasn't long before Timetech officials reacted to the scope of this Eagle Jam military exercise. The title is Protest. Of course, the content was certainly not as gentle as what Chuyuki had said is all. The operations team running the official account had basically figured out the temperament of Suyu, the boss. After several previous occasions, it was now completely in the shape of Suyu. The first part of the article is pretty polite, but the further it goes on, the more the picture gets out of place. I don't even know what the ghostwriter was thinking. A protest article, written to directly hang up and stink up eagle sauce at the end of the article, with an addendum at the end. A robber is a robber, and after putting on the garb of civilization, the style of acting is still the same as that of a robber. Blatantly covering another country's ports and coastline with maneuver areas is an act tantamount to aggression, which is, of course, what Eagle Jam has been doing. And it also said, Timetech's routes and ports will not be shut down as a result. The construction of the space elevator will still continue, and shipping vessels from Timetech and Kyushu will be traversing the exercise area as normal for the duration of the exercise. But if any cargo ship has any accidents in this area, Eagle Sauce will pay for it. Call it a protest, but call it an outright threat. Chuyu, who was still with Suyu, couldn't help but twitch the corners of her mouth when she looked at this notice. Is this how our company operates? Writing scripts? What's wrong with that? Suyu was surprised. If he were writing it instead, he wouldn't even bother typing it. Directly first sent the Peregrine Falcon to maneuver. Take a video of the space throwing tungsten rods to let those robbers see what is called a descending blow. If it wasn't for Chuki's suggestion, he wouldn't have even bothered to pull this with Hawkjaw. I might need some time to get used to the company's style. Chuyuki rubbed his temples. Her original intention was to back off and reason first, occupying the big picture. When the time comes, reason and fists are on me, and Hawksbane and the others will have no choice but to make a nuisance of themselves. But now that this piece of provocative announcement has been sent out, there is certainly nothing more to say. Although Timetech still had the upper hand, with Hawkmaster and the others having been world bosses for so long, the populace had some of the arrogance of the Skylanders. How can you stand this? Now they have enough to calm the agitation in the country even if they don't make sense. Of course, all of this assumes that Eagle Sauce can be fought once there is a real conflict. If by some chance the guns do go off and it turns out that Hawksbane can't beat them instead, that's a lot of fun. Chuyuki thought carefully for a moment and decided that this seemed fine. But it's just that if you really can't help but go off when the time comes, you'll have to control the scale a bit. Don't really give Eagle Sauce a hard time and start throwing mushrooms. That would be overkill. If a conflict does occur, do you have a general expectation? Like how big the scale is controlled? Chuyue asked with slight concern. Expected? Suyu shrugged and said, that's not so simple. If they really dare to open fire on ships or ports transporting goods, then the whole fleet shouldn't go back, right? Are you that confident? Chuyue couldn't help but say. After all, that's the world's strongest navy that's crushing the world. If this point of confidence wasn't there, how could I be able to punch Eagle Sauce's face like this madly? Suyu snorted. From the first day of releasing the Tongtian Wood building program, he had anticipated that this day would definitely come. If you sink an entire fleet of them, I'm afraid they won't stop. Chuyue shook her head. So what? Suyu laughed. Then he picked up his phone and tapped it, opening an interface. It's an image of the blue star from space. This is a Peregrine Falcon now in space in real life. Zoom in and take a look. Peregrine Falcon? Chuyuki picked up her cell phone and zoomed in and out of the Peregrine Falcon's actual blue star. It was only at last that he realized that the surface of the blue star, which the Peregrine Falcon was facing at that moment, was actually the famous White Palace. There's also a green collimator in the middle of the screen right in the middle of the White Palace. What's this? Chuyuki said over and over again while looking at the various icons that littered the screen of her cell phone. My advice is don't press it. That White Palace is going to disappear if you press it wrong. And the tungsten rod thing is no fun to drop from near-Earth orbit. Chuyuki froze, then withdrew his hand like an electric shock. She never thought that Suyu would be so bold as to directly drive the Peregrine Falcon to the top of someone's head and just aim at the other party. More to the point, looking at Eagle Jam's reaction, it's clear that she doesn't know anything about it. If I knew that, I'm afraid Eagle Jam would have to just piss himself right now. After having dinner with Chuyu, Suyu went back home. About Hawk Jam wanting to have a military exercise at the site chosen for the space elevator of time technology. He actually didn't put too much stock in it at all. After all, they are talking about the near future on their end, and they haven't even announced a specific date. As he saw it, there was a higher likelihood of sniping over there. Power armor and exoskeletons they wouldn't be overly concerned about, but until they figured out what the Peregrine Falcon could do, they would never do anything rash. Today's Eagle Sauce is all about superficial splendor, but all that splendor is based on strong military power. While the army has had its share of losses and wins in recent decades, their fleet is good enough to claim invincibility across the seas. That's what makes them kings and rulers and all over the world. Once that veil is torn away, then it was destined to be the beginning of the decline of Eagle Jam. Although it is now being made very difficult by this wave of counter-sanctions by timeless technology, especially on the stock market, it is a few days to evaporate countless assets, but at the end of the day, as long as the meter dollar oil system exists, even if Time Tech did come up with nuclear fusion, they'd still be able to use me dollar to lie down and suck the blood out of people all over the world. But once you go to war without knowing the function of the Peregrine Falcon, which can easily take people to space, and cause the Navy to lose a lot of money, that would inevitably lead to the collapse of the metric system. The next thing that collapsed was the stock market. Then there was a chain reaction. That's something Eagle Jam can't afford in any way. So Suyu was really not convinced that they would dare to tear their faces off and start a hot war now. Of course, Suyu was even more convinced that if they knew the specific function of the Peregrine Falcon, they would be even more afraid to directly tear their faces off. So it was something he didn't even put a thought into. In the end, it's just a matter of beating around the bush. However, the Eagle Sauce himself will not strike, but the Black State region after all. The matching mechanism is excellent. It is also difficult to guarantee that there is a want of money not life by the Eagle Sauce flinging to disgusting people. So it's a good idea to step up your defenses these days. Suyu returned home while driving, and was preparing to go to the company tomorrow and arrange for another batch of bionic people to go over and take care of security. But he had only just arrived home when there was another message from Autumn inside. There's a change in the Black State. Suyu, who had just entered the door, had a footstep. With that, he took out his power armor and put it on, and flew straight to Zwicky. With the speed of the power armor, he crossed dozens of kilometers in less than a minute and was soon in Zwicky's lab. Autumn is sitting on the experiment, staring intently at the glass case in front of her. The box was surrounded by a layer of distorted space visible to the naked eye, and inside the box was the mouse that had been lying silently inside. Above the mice, there was actually a light blue shadow. It seems to be spiritual body? And what Autumn was staring at the moment, was this spirit body? And was observing it while recording something every now and then. Noticing Suyu coming in, he didn't turn around either, just concentrating on two things, recording while saying, "You're here? There's something going on over in the Black State. There's unrest in that small country." The short answer is that their head is dead. Dead? Suyu frowned. How did it die? If he remembered correctly, the bastard had bought quite a few G20 lightweight exoskeletons. There are even a couple of top sets of these. The above features and its richness. A little care in picking a few loyal henchmen to wear these exoskeletons would be enough to keep him safe, right? And because timeless technology needed a stable environment to build a space elevator, it had secretly sent people to help the bastard purge some of the rebels in their country. How can this be dead? Well, died in a coup. Let's call it a coup d'etat. One of the colonels under him has a hometown on the site of our space elevator, and this colonel is secretly plotting to replace him because he's unhappy that he's leasing that land to us. I've been taking up too much computing power with my experiments lately, plus my main focus has been on Eagle Jam, so I didn't realize they were conspiring. The results? Pretty outrageous anyway. That colonel gathered more than 30 men and intended to rise up last night, but when it came time to rise up, 2 men reported them in advance because they were afraid of death. But after they reported them, no one in their official army believed them, and paid no attention to the informers at all. And these 30 people had no idea that they had been reported, and rose up in the middle of the night according to the plan, with one part of the group responsible for going to occupy the mansion of their head and arresting the head, and the other part going to occupy the local television station to declare their sovereignty, because there were no streetlights on the road and it was too dark at night. The part of the group that went to take the head's residence got lost in the street and was arrested by the police on patrol, and the other part of the men who went to take the TV station got separated on the way, and in the end the school officer was the only one who managed to get to the TV station. And he just walked in, and then used the TV station to announce to their whole country that the uprising had been successful. And then, the head of the small country that received our funding then thought they had actually succeeded and ran away from his mansion in the night. And on the way he encountered their own exoskeleton patrols that thought his convoy was suspicious and were going to stop and check it. And thinking that these elite troops in exoskeletons had gone rogue, he ordered his own troops to engage them in a firefight. Ended up getting shot down on the road. Both sides lost over 100 G20 exoskeletons in total. The battle was pretty grueling. When they killed the guy, both sides of the firefight realized that they had made a mess, but the head had already been killed. So when they put their heads together, they simply and literally pushed the school official who had gone to the TV station to announce that the uprising had been successful into the head position. Suyu? What the fuck is this? Pretty incredible, huh? Autumn shrugged. I didn't believe it at all when I first figured out what was going on either. And it took a lot of time and double checking of the few surveillance cameras in their city, as well as log data on some of the exoskeletons that were present, to come to terms with the results. It's like a joke. Even without seeing Autumn N's face, Suyu could hear her breathlessness in her voice. Suyu was originally quite speechless, but after careful consideration, he realized that this matter seemed to be something that the Black State region could really do. If she remembered correctly, there had been more than one similar case that had worked like a joke. The most famous of them all is the infamous Kadesuki. That guy was even sloppier than that when he started, and it worked out for him. Let's just say that reality is sometimes more magical than fiction. I'm really not making this paragraph up. If you're interested, you can check out how Card Dazo took over power. It was fucking outrageous to the point that it was the gold standard of the Black State region. So what's going on over there now? Taking a deep breath, Suyu allowed himself to accept this absurd fact before him, followed by rubbing his head and began to consider how to clean up the mess. Well, all in all, the situation just isn't good for us. Autumn N said faintly. That side was supposed to be Gaul's backyard, and the first thing that school official did after his success was to have contacted the Gaul side, who in turn contacted Eagle Jam. In a nutshell, they've also emailed our staff and security team stationed at the space elevator site, ordering us all to leave within 3 days. At the same time, an invitation was sent to Hawk Jam and their allies, offering to ask Hawk Jam's military station nearby to help them evict the personnel of Time Tech and Kyushu by force of arms if necessary. Well, that's probably what happened. Meaning they want to renege on the debt? Suyu, on the contrary, didn't have any mood swings anymore at this moment, except that the course of that incident struck him as a bit too absurd to take in for a while. He had been prepared for a similar situation. After all, it was the Black State, and it could be all too normal for that to happen. What credibility? It's completely non-existent. Okay? Pretty much. And then he also demanded that we return all of the remaining $40 billion that the former head had deposited in our side of the bank as compensation for the illegal exploitation of their territory by timeless technology during this period of time. Autumn End added after finishing her sentence. And it says they won't guarantee the safety of the local Time Tech employees and the people of Kyushu if we don't do what we're told. Meaning not only reneging on the debt, but also robbing? Suyu snorted. I remember that the previous head had a son, didn't he? Where is he? Oh, it's on vacation in Eagle Jam. It's been arrested. Autumn N shook her head. Suyu, what a bunch of fucking piggybackers. The relationship between Time Tech and Eagle Jam is so tense. His dad is the power that Time Tech has supported in the Black State. How dare he take a vacation to Eagle Jam? Forget it, just find a local tribe leader. Suyu rubbed his brow and said with a bit of heartburn, let the tribal leaders come out and say a few words, then just let the bionic army run over them. Autumn End nodded, then added, do we need to open the back door of those light exoskeletons? They're equipped with a few thousand light exoskeletons as well, plus the fighters' tanks and whatnot that Hawk Sauce and the others are supporting. The firepower is still good. If we don't open the back door, those 200 heavy exoskeletons locally will take at least a week or more if they want to solve the problem over there. All light exoskeletons and heavy exoskeletons sold by Time Tech leave a back door open. The highest authority was in the hands of Suyu and Shiomu. With a single thought, they could turn these exoskeletons that crisscrossed the battlefield into a pile of useless tin cans. However, Suyu shook his head after thinking about it. Not open. Send 2 power armors straight over. The reason for not using the back door is also simple. A few thousand lightweight exoskeletons would be too easy for him to fix. And with the back door open, it means something different. You sell someone arms with a back door and they can't detect it and don't know anything about it. Who will dare to buy your stuff in the future? It would be more trouble than it's worth if this came out. Autumn End had obviously expected him to choose this way, and at his words, he just nodded and didn't say much, turning to ask again, so what are you going to do about things over there afterward? With the level of chaos in the Black State, even if you support some tribal chieftain up there this time, there's a huge possibility that something else will go haywire in the future. It's best to think of a way to do it once and for all. This doesn't need to be cared about right now. So you shook his head and laughed. Just wait and see. Someone will do this dirty work for us in time. Other than that, Eagle Jam could still have a military base there coming up, and he wouldn't mind having the ascendant tribal chiefs yank Eagle Jam's military base when the time came. When the time came for Hawk Sauce to rage, he turned a blind eye, and these instabilities would be resolved by Hawk Sauce for him. Incidentally, let Eagle Jam take the blame. When the time is right, he'll hit hard to do away with Eagle Jam. Just take over that land directly after and then find an opportunity to have that rented place completely cut off from the country. In the future, let them do whatever they want. As long as they don't come to the space elevator side, it's none of Time and Space Technology's business. And rightly so. Autumn End nodded and said, it's getting late, go back and rest. I'll arrange for power armor to go over there tonight. Well, no matter if it's Eagle Sauce and their airplanes or warships, as long as they dare to interfere in this matter, just directly shoot down and sink them. Suyu instructed and was about to leave the lab. but remembering the afternoon at the BY conference, he added, "Do you think it's appropriate if I properly release some cultivation techniques now? I'm afraid there will be some hidden dangers if we release it directly." Autumn finished recording the experimental data on hand. Pacing around, he came to sit in front of Suyu. "Though if you master the spirit stones you have the lifeblood of all cultivators, and as long as they want to cultivate, it will be hard to go against you. But although the blue star's aura is so thin as to be negligible, in the end it's not a world where the aura is completely depleted. It's not impossible for people who appear to have some sort of special cultivation physique to still be able to practice something with their gong methods in such a thin environment of aura. I've recently read quite a few relevant records in the Heavenly Shin Realm's merit laws, and there are quite a few of these types of cultivation wizards in these records, who are still able to cultivate great power in all kinds of harsh situations. If this kind of variable also exists in Blue Star, hastily releasing the cultivation technique may lead to the emergence of uncontrollably powerful individuals, and I'm afraid that it won't be easy to solve it when the time comes." "Like this?" Suyu frowned. In fact, he wants to popularize the cultivation method is not the heart of the world's people and so on. Rather, he felt that if he had a certain amount of cultivators under his command who had mastered transcendent powers after he had become an intermediate agent and could trade living things, trading might be a lot more convenient at that time. Like on the Frost Star side. For example, if something happens to ask for help from yourself, he wanted to send support to the Wasteland world, and sending some armed men in exoskeleton power armor or something like that would obviously be of little use. There is no shortage of such people in the Wasteland, and people have more experience. And if there was an army of yet another immortal cultivator, he could just drive it into the Wasteland world by way of trade. While helping Frost Star, they could also obtain more advanced technology from the Waste world to feed the Blue Star side. But the problem that Autumn is talking about does exist. After all, who could say for sure about something like the Son of Heaven? Don't say that the Blue Star aura is thin. No one can cultivate out any fame in this kind of environment without relying on Suyu's spirit stone. That refers to ordinary people. Is it still called the Son of Heaven if people's destiny can be seen with common sense? But without waiting for him to say forget it, Autumn continued. But actually, if we want to popularize cultivation techniques and raise the overall strength of Blue Star, it's not like there's no way at all. "Oh, you have a solution?" Suyu's eyes lit up. "It's not that hard." As soon as Autumn reached out, a holographic screen appeared in front of her, and with a few simple clicks, a helmet-like object appeared on the screen. Brain-computer connection device. Casually turning it around and displaying it in front of Suyu, Autumn then said, "This thing connects directly to the nerves of a person's brain. In Blue Star terms, it's a brain-computer interface. If you want to publicize the merit law, you may not need to use the normal way to directly write out the merit law and pass it on. Put the gong method directly into the brain machine, and then design a game or something like that, so that people can enter the virtual world to cultivate after connecting to the brain machine. When simulating cultivation in the virtual world, the body in reality as well will also cultivate in tandem. With a simple design of the program in it, it can be done in such a way that after one leaves the virtual world, one forgets the principles of the gong methods one has cultivated, and only retains the strength and some of the related spell skills. At that time, if you want to cultivate, you have to enter the virtual world, while in the real world the spirit stones are installed in the access equipment, such as helmets, cockpits, etc., to provide the supply of aura for those who are cultivating in the virtual world, and you need to look for us to buy replenishment when the spirit stones are consumed. While practicing in the virtual world, their cultivation progress can be monitored by us through the whole process of AL, which can completely avoid the possibility of a certain variable, and after obtaining a merit law, even if it doesn't need our resources, they can also obtain extremely strong power with a merit law. In short, it is to let their brains cultivate in the virtual world, and their bodies absorb the aura from the spirit stones in reality to gain gains. This way not only ensures that people can cultivate without the gong methods leaking out, enhancing Blue Star's overall strength. Normally, with the assistance of the brain machine, the speed of cultivation is also definitely faster than the traditional way of cultivation. It was easy to tell from the way she spoke so eloquently that Autumn had obviously been thinking about this aspect for a long time. Even the solution is taken care of. After Suyu carefully thought about it for a while, and likewise felt that it was feasible, he instantly said, "And what is the yield of this access device if it is to be massively popularized?" "The production can be increased at any time. This is not difficult. The problem is the supply of spirit stones." Autumn shook his head. "After using this set of equipment, even for those with the worst qualifications, I estimate that it's not a problem to cultivate to the chi practicing stage. If one were to cultivate with only spirit stones, one would need at least thousands of spirit stones to cultivate from no foundation to the foundation establishment stage. Even if one only cultivates to the chi practicing stage, one would still need hundreds of them. If you want at least 50% of the people in Kyushu to hit the cheap practicing stage cultivation, it would take at least 70 billion spirit stones, which is close to 4 million tons of spirit stones if you do the math. This is still only the most basic spirit stone demand needed to popularize cultivation. The subsequent popularization of Reiki water will also require spirit stones. With so many spirit stones, are you sure that the Divine State site can provide them? Suyu shook his head as he sniffed. Hundreds or tens of millions of tons I guess that side should be able to provide, but we won't be able to use that much for a while. It's enough for 5% to be able to participate in cultivation. Hundreds of thousands of tons then. It shouldn't be much of a problem for the Shenzhou side to provide it over. After all, it's not like it's an overnight thing. It's obviously a long-term investment. As for further promotion, we'll talk about it later after we've become an intermediate agent and can send people to the Divine State to help them dig up spirit stones, and see how much they produce over there. Well, as long as there are no problems with the spirit stones, producing brain-computer connection equipment is simple. Autumn End nodded. I'll have the Bionic Man remodel the factory's production line, and we can start production tomorrow. And I'll contact the Kyushu officials to get the relevant documents and subsidiary license registration done tomorrow. And you can just pick a day to hold a launch party. There's no need to pick, just tomorrow. It just so happens that Chuyu will come over to work tomorrow. Let her host the launch, Suyu casually said. He's going to have to settle things on the Black State side tonight, and the news is bound to break tomorrow. That's why he chose tomorrow. One more epic-making virtual reality technology to come while the world's attention is focused on timeless technology. Except that it'll show the dumbass what else is black about time tech. Incidentally, he told them that the shit in the Black State wasn't even a thing with him. Not even a nuisance. The following day, a fiery story about the Black State shocked the world. The small country of the Black State, where the space elevator is located, actually changed hands twice in one day yesterday. The original head was shot down directly in the street by his immediate men. The head who replaced him was clearly more pro-Western, but his head was ripped off before his ass was even warmed up. According to informed sources, the successful school official who had risen to the top had taken refuge in the underground shelter facility built at great expense underneath the former head's mansion that night. After realizing that a chief had issued a diatribe against the thieves and was preparing for a counterattack in conjunction with the security corps of the Time and Space Technology Department. This evacuation facility is said to have extremely high specifications. It can even withstand small tactical nuclear bombings. But it turned out to be a hard break and a twist. Died for no reason. And those light exoskeletons that the country had originally spent a great deal of money on procuring from spacetime technology, under the onslaught of the legions of heavy exoskeletons, they couldn't even hold them back for 2 hours. And all of them were scrapped, even the people with their armor. Even including the dozens of old fighters in the sky that the West retired and sold over. They didn't even go out of the hangar. And all of them were directly reimbursed in a few fields. The Allies, led by Hawksbane, hadn't even reacted to what was going on when that small country's army was wiped out. All forces on land, sea, and air swept away by Time Tech's security department. Now the tribal chief who came forward to accuse the schoolmaster of mutiny is the head of the country. All in all, Time Tech had only deployed 200 heavy exoskeletons, plus 2 power armors. The war record obtained is more than 3,000 sets of light exoskeletons, more than 60 jet fighters, 7 ships of various light and heavy types, and more than 100 tanks and armored vehicles. And the battle losses on his side were almost negligible. Many of these soldiers and equipment were extremely far from the battlefield. But still, it was emptied overnight. The fighting prowess displayed by Time Tech's security department was evident. The world was dumbfounded when this news was released. For those who do not understand the military, the first point of attention is still on that time and space technology actually dare to do this kind of thing. But those who knew a little bit more about the military immediately flipped out the map and scrutinized it against the details of the battle that had been exposed by the accompanying reporter from the Security Department of Time and Space Technology. Then the cold sweat of the military personnel of the countries all over the world could not help but run down. Except, of course, for the Kyushu military. This is considered the first time that heavy exoskeletons and power armor have been involved in combat on a large scale in the open. Although the battle results are bright enough, but that is after all a small country in the Black State. For those who are in the military of the big countries, with the power in their hands, it is not difficult to destroy these sparsely organized Black State army groups overnight. What really shocked them? Then there is the number of troops that Time Tech has fielded in this battle. 200 G-60 heavy exoskeletons, 2 Storm-class power armor. In one night, it swept through almost the entire land of Suwa. Although Suwa can only be considered a small country in the Black State, this small country is small in the sense of national power. In reality, the country can't be considered small. More than 600,000 square kilometers of land, which includes plains, swamps, jungles, deserts, plateaus and other complex terrain. And the location where TimeTech is leasing for the construction of a space elevator is in the southernmost part of the SOC. Troops were deployed from the far south, spanning dozens of kilometers from south to north. It swept through the whole of Somalia overnight, wiping out all the armed forces of that country. That mobility and fighting ability, and information gathering, is what's scary. It was even so horrible that none of the warplanes that had been divided in the airports of Shikoku had a chance to rise to the sky before they were all destroyed in the hangars. To be fair, it really wasn't that hard for those powers to command their own forces and do that battle overnight. The prerequisite, however, is that the air, land and sea forces are linked together to launch simultaneous attacks from all sides. Overnight, with naval and air cover, a large number of ground mechanized units would just run right over it. The number of participants in the battle, not to say more, must be at least around 100,000 people. Even on the Kyushu side, after a sandstorming exercise, the staff believed that before the G60 heavy exoskeleton was available, to do this overnight would require at least a group of troops, spread out in battalions, or even companies. Couple that with air and sea superiority to do it. What is the configuration of a group army in Kyushu? That's 6 synthetic brigades plus 6 service brigades totaling around 80,000 men. One of the heavily armored synthetic brigades has 112 main battle tanks alone. A full group army is undoubtedly a torrent of steel. It's not too much to say that against a country like Shikoku it's a cannon hitting a mosquito. But even so, after all, people still have a strategic depth of existence. Want to disarm all the armed forces of the people overnight. It is also very strenuous. It's not that you can't beat it, it's that you're too rushed to run over there. But TimeTech did it with just 200 heavy exoskeletons. After deducing the result, the bigwigs of the Kyushu military couldn't help but swallow their saliva as they looked at the G60 heavy exoskeletons that had been equipped with close to tens of thousands of units on their side. Although they knew that this thing was bullish, they were truly surprised that it could actually be bullish to this extent. That's a pure and simple downgrade on the battlefield. Other than that, just look at some of the images of the battlefield put out by TimeTech itself. The fighters wearing these heavy exoskeletons all work in groups of 2, and one group can take out an enemy battalion of hundreds of troops in 10 minutes. Even quite a few soldiers wearing G20 light exoskeletons over there were like kindergarten children in front of these warriors wearing heavy exoskeletons. It's easy to get your head crushed, compared to the Kyushu military's shock. On the Maoist side, Wagner had thought that he was already invincible after being equipped with so many G20 lightweight exoskeletons. Who knew this thing was a pure toy in front of the G60? It's simply not enough for someone to throw a punch. However, they maintained good trade relations with TimeTech after all, and the shock was accompanied by thoughts of how to get some G60. This thing looks better than a tank when you look at it sideways. Okay? And except for a few that trade with TimeTech, those that follow Hawk Jam to participate in sanctioning TimeTech, or even Hawk Jam itself, all of them were more than a little terrified in their shock. Heavy exoskeletons show simply too much outrageous combat power. And in addition to the heavy exoskeleton, although the specific combat footage of the power armor was not released, the Time Technology side released the route of the power armor combat. Even the route from those 2 power armors from Kyushu to reach the Black State was marked. In less than an hour it crossed thousands of kilometers, and in less than an hour it swept all the airfields and military bases from the southernmost part of Somalia all the way north, taking out all the country's planes and tanks. With that kind of maneuverability and combat power, Hawk Jam was silent as he watched. Finally they came to a conclusion. This thing, if flown onto their carriers, would only need one to seize control of the carrier, and with people's speed, they could really just come when they wanted to, and there was nothing they could do about it. Couldn't stop it at all. Just fucking outrageous. After some facepalming, that exercise plan that the Eagle Jam military had posted on the official website was silently deleted. What rim of the earth naval exercise? There's more to this? Do not blame them to concede. But look at Suyu, this kind of unscrupulous style of action. They are really afraid that by the time the military exercise to half, people send Taiwan Power Armor rushed in to give them a carrier to rob. The world's #1 military power, Eagle Sauce, had its aircraft carrier seized on the way to the exercise. That's a lot of fun. I'm afraid we won't be able to end this without dropping a nuke. You can say that everyone in the world is afraid of nuclear bombs, but Suyu may not be afraid of them. People have peregrine falcons, ready to head off into space at a moment's notice. You can't really drop a nuclear bomb on him. That's what's so egregious. So after Hawkmaster and his allies scrutinized the combat power of the TimeTech security department, suddenly it doesn't matter if the military exercises go or not. By the way, for this time what TimeTech did, both their military and official have kept a rare silence. No more self-proclaimed world police heavy-handed as before. However, the official and the military kept silent because they saw that the purpose of timeless technology this time was to knock down the mountain and intentionally intimidate them. but folk are not so sensible. After all, not everyone understands the military or knows how outrageous it is to disarm all the arms of a country that covers more than 600,000 square kilometers overnight. In the face of timeless technology's sudden military action in Shikoku, it was different from the military and officials of each country who all tacitly remained silent. Those news media, as well as the self-proclaimed world police, even other countries eat meat to control the white left, are like sharks who have asked for the smell of blood, and have come forward to accuse with righteous indignation. BBG. The military action of time and space technology in the country of Suwa is an illegal, an unjust act, a blasphemy against human rights, and a trampling on a nation's jubilee rights. It should be duly punished. New York Times. This is a terrorist attack, a despicable sneak attack, and we, Eagle Sauce, as a righteous force to maintain the world order, should react to this blatant provocation of the world order and punish the evil time technology, or else they will become a terrorist group that destroys the whole world like the Umbrella Corporation in the movie. Environmentalists, how dare you? In response, Hawksbane and its allies had to play dead as if they didn't see it, and cursed a few times in his heart, "You fucking pretend not to bring me. I really cannot beat, otherwise you still need to say?" But to not say their petri dish freedom is good. The good thing is, there are some things that can't be avoided by playing ostrich. Fittingly, during Eagle Jam's regular briefing that day, more than one reporter camera disliked the face asking what they thought of the incident and what they planned to do about it. Although he had expected to be asked this question before he came here, when it really came down to it, Speaker Eagle still didn't know how to respond. One can only donkey snark, it's just too much to handle, and you can only say a few hard words of condemnation that don't hurt, and finally say that you'll keep an eye on this point. When will the troops leave? Why don't you go carry a gun and shoot those iron pimples yourself? After nearly being asked to break his defense, the Eagle Sauce spokesman finally made it to the end of the hour and scrambled away, leaving a crowd of reporters behind. But running away doesn't solve the problem. While this faction of the Hawksbane authorities chose to play dead, the other faction naturally began to take advantage of the situation. All sorts of propaganda about how the authorities are weak, and how they can't even dare to let out a fart when they're being ridden around their necks to take a dump, and how they're losing face with Eagle Sauce. How I would be if it was up to me. Although people from both factions knew that in the face of the technological power beyond current comprehension in the hands of spacetime technology, playing ostrich now was the best way. But he is not in his position now, and he is certainly saying whatever he wants to say when he attacks his opponents with his mouthpiece. For a while, there was a swarm within the Eagle Jam, but there was nothing their authorities could do about it. If this were to happen in the past, where is the need for others to say that such a good reason to suppress the enterprises in Kyushu? They would have struck hard long ago. But times have changed. What can I do if I can't beat him? Let's not even talk about going to TimeTech to open fire. Having seen their true power, Eagle Jam is already thinking about lifting the sanctions and embargo. Of course, with Eagle Jam's arrogance, he naturally wouldn't admit that he couldn't beat it. According to what they said within the military, they just hadn't adapted to the super single-armed mode of combat that was the temporal technology for the time being. As long as they are given some time to study and adapt a bit, they can definitely find a way to deal with it. Whether this certain period of time means 1 month or 2 months, or 10 or 20 years, is unclear, and compared to Eagle Jam's public opinion woes, it's just apparently natural on Kyushu's side. Asked for his opinion on the matter at a regular meeting, a spokesman for the state of Kyushu simply said, "Naturally, this is a business dispute between timeless technology and local officials overseas, which has nothing to do with Kyushu officials, and calls on the authorities in Shikoku not to forget to protect the safety of the local Kyushu people's lives and property." What? The authorities are gone? There's a sheik or something. As one of the P5, we believe that sheik is the legitimate authority of the Sokol. What do you think? In response, the reporter who asked the question could only say, "I'll sit back and watch." In short, compared to the previous sanctions and embargoes on spacetime technology, various measures have been taken. This time around, the countries that were originally opposed to spacetime technology have instead remained silent about the fact that they've made such a big deal out of it. Instead, in the countries that had good relations with timeless technology, this attitude of Kyushu was only at a moderate level. In contrast, the Maoists that is completely open-eyed. What time and space technology this is to protect their own property of the righteous behavior, is to help Suwa country counterinsurgency, time and space technology security sector is to maintain world peace backbone force what? Wagner's boss is even directly on social media platforms blatantly ate Suyu said, "Nice shot bro, that heavy-duty exoskeleton. Check it out." In response, Suyu was of course too lazy to care. However, his social accounts were mostly in the hands of the operations team, and there were a few interactions with people on his behalf over there. The countries of the world were all confused by Suyu's suddenness, but TimeTech, which was at the center of the vortex, was looming large, even apart from releasing some battlefield videos and reports on the results of last night's operation. Not even an announcement or anything. It's like they didn't do this amazing thing just when everyone was waiting for time and space technology to give a statement. The official website of Time and Space Technology released a notice that had nothing to do with this matter. The key to another world. Wanna try it? The image that accompanies it below is a sci-fi inspired virtual helmet. At the bottom end of the picture, it's real time, space-time virtual, tonight at 8 p.m. Re-released. A simple dynamic instantly diverted the attention of countless netizens who were waiting for timeless technology to give a statement. What does that mean? Spacetime virtual? Is spacetime technology a subsidiary again? Helmets. Virtual. Another world. I'm super. It can't be what I think it is, can it? That should be right. Virtual reality technology from TimeTech. : at Metaverse. Come out and get beat up. I'll show you what real virtual reality means tonight. If another company says it has this kind of technology, I just feel that someone wants to brag about cutting leaks again. But this is timeless technology. I can only say bull. By the way, how much does the helmet cost? Virtual reality, nuclear fusion, space elevators. Why do I get the feeling that TimeTech is running to feed all of humanity? Hiss. It feels really true when you put it that way. If the Tontian-Jianmu program succeeds, humanity will almost never have to worry about resources again. We have a lot of free time, and the virtual world, just enough for spiritual enjoyment. Crap, the anticipation is growing. How is it 3 hours until 8 o'clock? Who just said that TimeTech is a warmonger? Stand up for me. I won't allow you to slander my father like that. The hall is full of brothers. About selling the virtual reality technology and then driving a large number of ordinary people to cultivate immortality, increasing the overall strength of Bluestar and preparing for the exploration of other worlds in the future with this program. Suyu and Ottoman discussed it carefully again during the day today. In fact, he had thought long and hard about whether or not to do so. The biggest problem is that after the opening of the age of immortal cultivation, the issue of longevity, the fairest in the world, may not be so fair anymore. But the significance of something like immortal cultivation for a civilization is clearly positive. It is natural not to choke on it. All Suyu could do was try to make the initial stage as fair as possible, and trying to be as fair as possible, that seems to be the only way to go for virtual cultivation at the moment. First of all, the immortal cultivation technique is not really useful if it is directly announced, because the aura of heaven and earth in Bluestar was not enough for people to cultivate. If they wanted to cultivate, they would have to spend money to buy spirit stones from timeless technology, and the price of this stuff couldn't be cheap. The rich have already won too much with this one alone. Instead, it's even more unfair. Not so with virtual cultivation. While conceptualizing how to allow people to cultivate immortality in the virtual world, Suyu and Chiomu discussed for a long time, and finally came up with a set of plans that seemed to be more appropriate for the time being. Games. The game is used as a vehicle to get people into the virtual game. And in the virtual game, people just have to have the spirit stones attached to the helmet or virtual cockpit that haven't been consumed yet. All of them can be upgraded through in-game cultivation, feeding their cultivation back into their real bodies. However, this situation was limited to the initial period. When the spirit stones were consumed, they could no longer cultivate in the game, and that would no longer have any effect. But do they practice for nothing? Actually, no. Here we have to mention the so-called fairy practice model developed by the end of the fall. Through the soul-type feats from the heavenly Xian realm, she had perfected this technique much further. It is now possible to do this by transferring the effects of one person's cultivation in the virtual network to someone else when accessing the virtual network. Speaking human is, if Suyu was willing, all he needed to do was to prepare a huge amount of spirit stones for himself, then access the virtual network and lie down in it. Then he could transfer the effects of other people's cultivation in the virtual world to himself. Let all those who practice in the virtual world work for themselves. Other people cultivated and practiced in vain without a supply of spirit stones, but he had countless spirit stones and was completely able to supply an unlimited amount of them regardless of the cost. In short, it was that he could steal everyone's cultivation achievements. Of course, he had no intention of stealing it is all. Instead, the model was made to be an avenue for even talented civilian players to turn the tables. After Autumn had data mined the cultivation progress, as long as they contributed enough cultivation progress to Suyu for each stage reached, they could receive a certain amount of rewards, and that reward, the spirit stones, for someone who was truly gifted, his cultivation speed far exceeded that of others. After consuming the piece of spirit stone that came with the access device, as long as he worked for Suyu, he would be able to obtain a steady stream of spirit stones. Suyu obtained part of their cultivation progress. They, on the other hand, were supplied with spirit stones and were able to cultivate to a higher realm and gain more strength. From there, It's a class leap. This was the fairest way Suyu and Xiaomu could think of at the moment. After all, it would be unrealistic to directly ask him to give out spirit stones to everyone. The ability for everyone to get one of the spirit stones that came with the device at a low price when they purchased the device was as far as timeless technology could go. For those who are truly gifted in cultivation, this model can be an absolute turnaround. Moreover, Suyu provided spirit stones and he helped Suyu cultivate. It's actually pretty fair. And for those ordinary people with mediocre talent, they might not be able to cultivate for 10 days as much as someone with talent cultivates for an hour. Yet it may not be impossible to profit from it. For example, if they could recognize that they had little talent themselves, they could choose to give up their cultivation and offer the spirit stones they had gained from their cultivation in exchange for money. Under the set of financial mechanisms designed by Autumn End that were linked to spirit stones were definitely very valuable. Although it was difficult for ordinary players to cultivate in immortal cultivation, they could still receive rewards of spirit stones in the case of a steady stream of helping Suyu cultivate. According to Chiyomo's estimation, under this reward system, even the person with the most ordinary qualifications, who cultivated at the slowest speed, would be able to obtain at least one spirit stone reward within a month. These spirit stones, which they could directly exchange for cash with timeless technology, should currently be worth more than $10,000. It can also be offered to rich people who need spirit stones for cultivation, and the price will only be higher. For a true liver emperor, getting 2 spirit stones a month was even possible. That alone is an income of over $20,000 a month. It's more than most jobs make these days. This mechanism was also intentional at the end of the fall. In that case, it would be able to provide jobs while opening up the cultivation of immortality. In the future, even those who do not have any craft or education on their side will be able to earn a pretty good salary through this channel. It's also a way to prepare for the wave of unemployment that will result from the future introduction of a large number of smart unmanned devices by TimeTech. Under this system of virtual cultivation, spirit stones, currency, the unfairness of cultivation itself has been wiped out far too much. Compared to the Tianqian realm's kind of immortal cultivation world where immortal cultivators come and go in high places, ordinary people only know that there is such a thing as immortal cultivation, and their actual lives are no different from that of a cow or a horse. Under the system constructed by Suyu and Xiaomu, even ordinary people could enjoy the dividends that the immortal cultivation era could bring. While this dividend may not be in terms of cultivation, it can be material. Those with money and talent cultivate immortality in pursuit of longevity, and those without money and talent can enjoy a more prosperous life by following this path. It is not realistic for everyone to cultivate immortality and live forever after all. This is already the limit of what Suyu can do. Of course, he himself could benefit greatly from the system as all. Once the mode of virtual immortal cultivation became popular, he almost didn't even have to think about it. With so many people around the world cultivating on his behalf, his own strength would definitely be able to grow by leaps and bounds. But there was another problem here, and that was the supply of spirit stones. For this reason, he made another special trip to Yingjiang. After some friendly exchanges, another stable deal was finally signed with Yingjiang. Suyu's side provided a large number of industrial products and industrial technologies to help the divine world train talents to open the era of industrialization. On Yingjiang's side, he provided a large amount of spirit stones as a price. In this way, it was considered to have roughly solved the problem of the supply of spirit stones in the short term. That is, in the next 1 or 2 years. As for a year or two later, that will naturally come in time. The demand for spirit stones would only increase, and Suyu estimated that if Yingjiang included all of the divine world in his territory, he might still be able to supply himself with unlimited spirit stones for a few years. But that's about it. Over there, even if it was a world with a revived aura, according to the results calculated by Autumn End, there might be new spirit stone mines appearing every moment. But that didn't mean that the spirit stones produced in one world were enough for both worlds. Sooner or later, God's country is not going to be able to top it. But when it really came to that time, Suyu estimated that he would be at least an intermediate agent, or even an advanced agent. There may not be no solution when the time comes. Maybe a high-level agent can even just take an army into another world to loot resources. So with the trading platform in hand, he only needed to solve his immediate needs. The future is the future. At 8 o'clock that night, Shu Yu, who was new to time and space technology, hosted the opening of the virtual equipment launch on behalf of time and space technology for the first time under the watchful eyes of the entire network. Ziwei Gaki, in the middle of the exhibition hall on the first floor of the Arctic Palace. Because this launch was a full online broadcast, there weren't many viewers on the site. The only outsiders were some of the major news media reporters who had caught wind of the event. However, many employees of Timeless Technology heard that there is no quota limit for this launch and anyone can go after. Instead, They filled up the seats in the showroom as soon as they got off work, and it seemed a little crowded for a while. For such an important occasion, Suyu naturally brought Shiomu with him. This time, however, instead of the two of them going up to host the event, the task of hosting the launch was given to Chuyue, who was new to the company. After all, both of them were too lazy to care about trivial matters in the company, and for a long time to come, Chuyu would be the steward who would decide on most of the affairs of timeless technology. It's natural to acclimatize her to this sort of thing first. It was a good thing that people were able to control half of the Chu family. So naturally, they were not normal people. After a brief look at the launch schedule, it was ready to go. After going on stage, he talked freely and didn't look nervous at all. The launch went very well throughout. Timeless Technology has put a total of 4 virtual reality devices on sale this time alone. There are 2 helmets and 2 gaming pods respectively. In terms of price, the 2 helmets are priced at $3.9W and $5.9W. The 2 gaming pods are priced at $8.9W and $12.9W. Among them, the cheapest virtual helmet carried a spirit stone in addition to the brain computer access device. The slightly more expensive one also carried only 1 spirit stone, but it looked a bit more refined and sci-fi in appearance. Other than that, there's not much difference. The game pod is similar. The only difference from the helmet is that it carries 2 spirit stones. It's a little more comfortable to use than a virtual headset. And then? Nope. Of course, the only 2 people who knew the difference were Autumn and Suyu. At the moment even they haven't announced what spirit stones do. Spirit stones are also not explicitly included in the configuration sheets of virtual helmets and game pods. This is something that will naturally be known in the future when more people enter the virtual world to cultivate. They are now deliberately publicizing it, but it will only be counterproductive. Therefore, in the eyes of others, the pricing of the virtual device this time is a change in the style of Timeless Technologies products from their previous technological novelty and low price. Suddenly it got expensive. Even the cheapest version sells for $39,000, a price tag that many people can't help but be turned off by at a glance. Many netizens watched the launch while spouting that Timeless Technologies products this time are priced too high to afford. There are even black fans who don't know where to come from taking advantage of the opportunity to shade, saying that Timeless Technology has begun to cut leaks. However, as soon as the live demo footage was released, all of the similar sounds dissipated. The virtual world with 99% realism, once the door was pushed open, it attracted all the audience's attention, making them shout bull. Although the time-lapse image isn't very long, the image reveals something that is another little virtual shock to the world. Which dog just said that this is the time and space technology to cut leaks of the killing plate of pigs? The old man did not make up his mind to order the first time, and now the order is 100,000 plus. I do not know when I can get the goods, dog said. I measured your code. Good curse. I also hesitated for a moment not to order first, and now I'm behind the 100,000th person in line for a reservation. I thought it was expensive when I heard the offer just now, but after taking a look at the demo, isn't this the right kind of second world? What could be more worthwhile than a few tens of thousands of dollars to go to the second world? Hi. 12.9W top of the line gaming pod. Already ordered. Fugo V50 to see the strength. Oh, time and space technology of the Water Army and Filial Sun is really funny. Shoot a fake video to get a broken helmet to sell you tens of thousands of dollars. You still have to thank him. Now it's time to be thankful again. Front. Good point. If only more people fought like you do, then no one would grab a helmet from me. Don't argue. We'll get to the Q&A in a minute. By the way, how come no overseas price has been announced? Don't worry, there's bound to be a reporter to ask. As the live demo footage ended, the launch drew to a close. Then it was time for a Q&A session with journalists or relevant professionals on the spot. It's kind of a Timeless Technology specialty to have a product Q&A session and a launch event together every time. As expected, when he heard Chuyu on the hosting stage say that all reporters could start asking questions, a reporter from the West couldn't wait to get up and said, "Ms. Chu, there's no doubt that Timeless Technologies virtual reality technology is a great technology that transcends generations. It's just that I didn't see anything about the pricing of these virtual reality devices overseas during the launch just now. Is it that Timeless Technology doesn't intend to sell this product overseas just yet? Or maybe it's planning to open another launch event overseas later? With all due respect, it would be a shame if a product like this couldn't be sold all over the world." At the front of the stands, Suyu couldn't help but frown when he heard the reporter's question. This guy is clearly trolling. If Chuyu answered that there were no plans to sell overseas, he would probably go back tonight and write a is supposed to be not supposed to be circular, seizing on that to imply that the reason why Timeless Technology didn't sell its virtual reality equipment overseas was because of technical reasons. Then turn on the brainstorming and proceed to imply that this brain-computer connection device might cause blah 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 damage to the brain and won't pass muster abroad and all that. Directly linked to TimeTech and Kyushu, 2 hacks in one. And it definitely went viral in a very short period of time. The usual trick belongs to is. But naturally, their side had already planned for this situation. Rather, there's nothing to worry about. As expected, after Chuiwe heard this question, she immediately answered with a smile. Overseas is a very vast market, and we certainly have plans to sell virtual devices overseas. Thank you very much for the reminder from this reporter friend. Otherwise we almost forgot to announce the overseas selling price. With that, she glanced at the holographic projection screen behind her. The screen changed from the previously displayed Kyushu selling price to the overseas selling price that had been drawn up long ago. The entry-level helmet that sells for $3.9W in Kyushu sells for $19.9W Kyushu dollars overseas. A helmet that sells for $5.9W in Kyushu sells for $29.9W Kyushu dollars overseas. As for the 2 virtual gaming pods, they are priced at $59.9W Kyushu dollars and $89.9W Kyushu dollars overseas. The same thing costs 7 or 8 times as much abroad as it does in Kyushu. Whether it's a reporter asking questions trying to make things happen, or an audience of melon eaters looking at this quotation, for a moment all could not help but be staggered. People are directly stupid. Of course, if they know that the so-called same product is actually not the same, that would more than likely be more than a giggle. I'm afraid I'm going to just call out TimeTech for money grabbing, because in those virtual devices sold overseas, Suyu had no intention of fitting them with spirit stones. There wasn't even a built-in cultivation technique. What they got in their hands, it was a virtual helmet so simple that it was plain and simple. There are no incidental features. Why did Suyu set the pricing of the virtual helmets in all of Kyushu so high? In fact, the main thing is that the value of spirit stones is too high. If you didn't put spirit stones in it, the cost of the most basic model of a virtual helmet, produced in the factories of timeless technology, wouldn't even exceed $200 at most. Selling it for a casual $2,000 or $3,000 is a tenfold profit. He couldn't have set the domestic price so high either. And if the high price of selling to the country is because of the spirit stones, that would be a pure money grab to sell it abroad for more than it would cost to sell it at home. Can't help it. Who made them rich? If he didn't ruthlessly scrape money off these people, when the players of Kyushu worked for Suyu in the game to exchange liver spirit stones for money in the future, what kind of money would he take to send? This is a very realistic problem. Suyu wants to build such a virtual economic system, while letting the whole of Kyushu help themselves to cultivate. At the same time, also give wages to the people of Kyushu, to solve the unemployment problem brought about by large-scale automation. Enough is enough just by the wealth that comes from the productivity boosted by those technologies of time and space technology. But it's a little slow to fully cash in, at least a couple years. So where to get so much money to hand out when technologies like nuclear fusion and space elevators haven't even begun to cash in on large-scale access to resources and increased productivity? Of course it's the fat Western countries, though it's still under sanctions and embargoes, and things certainly won't be sold over anytime soon. But this is bound to not last long. With the introduction of more and more novel products from timeless technology, it was impossible for them to keep carrying on hard. Of course, if they really want to die, when will Suyu not have the money to send? Wouldn't mind emulating some of the things their ancestors did to Kyushu 200 years ago. Let's just say I hope they don't get ungrateful. Far from it. So the rough picture about virtual devices overseas is this. The price is about 7 or 8 times that of Kyushu. The functionality is down to the most basic virtual reality features. Cultivation? There's no such thing. Even the Spirit Stone Kyushu coin exchange system constructed by Autumn End was only useful within Kyushu. Compared to Kyushu, players can not only rely on the one Spirit Stone that comes with the equipment when you buy it to strengthen your body, but subsequently earn Spirit Stones for money by liver cultivation progress. Foreign users who want to enter the virtual world to play the game that is purely for fun. As for pricing it so high abroad, will it cause a boycott and no one will buy it? Suyu doesn't carry fear at all. Okay. It's simply not possible for something that transcends its time to not have a sale. What's more, this virtual reality device can do more than simply play games. 99% anthropomorphism. It's so useful. Countless things that are dangerous in the real world, or require cost considerations that can't be tested over and over again, can be tried in the virtual world. It is a great help for all industries. Other than that, military use alone. Military exercises nowadays are already trying to simulate a real battlefield environment as much as possible though. But drills are drills at the end of the day. It's still different from actually going to war. But what if there were virtual reality devices? What's the point of acting then? Pull the army directly into the virtual world. Simulate the terrain. Enter the parameters of the equipment. Everyone just set up a real fight. Isn't that a million times better than a drill? And in the case of a very high degree of realism, the soldiers who came out after the fight, that can be really all have seen the blood of the 100 battles of the elite. In addition to the military use, the role in the civilian field that is much more, like what was mentioned before. After buying a house in the virtual world, delay a decoration style out, they go in to live for a period of time, where there is a problem, where to live in the house will make people feel inconvenient. Directly change it until you're completely satisfied. Then take the design out and start work. Isn't that easier than getting an interior designer? The list of uses goes on and on. Therefore, even if Suyu set the overseas selling price of the virtual device to a price that most ordinary people couldn't afford, it was absolutely impossible that no one would buy it. A virtual world capable of unlimited trial and error represents more advanced productivity. For practitioners in many professions, the odds are that if others buy it and you don't, you'll be eliminated by your peers. That's what gives him the nerve to sell this stuff overseas for so much. Chu, MS. Chu, do you think this pricing reasonable? That reporter froze for a while before asking incredulously, although he also knew that, according to the past style of timeless technology, if these devices could be sold overseas, the selling price was definitely higher than within Kyushu, but this much higher he really didn't expect. This is outrageous. I think it's very reasonable. And if you guys knew exactly what all the features it possesses, you'd understand that the price is definitely worth every penny. Shuiwei laughed. MS. Chu, with all due respect, this doesn't have much to do with its own value. The huge price difference between Kyushu and outside of Kyushu is more like a kind of consumer discrimination in my opinion, that reporter said excitedly. However, Shuyu was obviously too lazy to continue to break it up with him, and without even looking at him, she faintly said, "Next." A reporter from Kyushu immediately got up and asked, "May I ask MS. Chu if timeless technology has a plan to solve the problems of smuggling, substitute purchasing and the like that may be caused by price differences in the future? What about technology patents? I remember that timeless technology never seems to have the habit of applying for patents. So if another country, after purchasing a virtual device, or any other high-tech product of timeless technology, parses and reproduces the technology in it, is timeless technology prepared to defend its rights?" His questions, though they sounded like routine inquiries, were actually tantamount to saying, beware of people smuggling domestically priced virtual devices abroad for profit, and also beware of foreign countries stealing your technology after acquiring those devices. This reporter friend asked a good question. Shuyu laughed. For various reasons to consider, each of the virtual reality devices produced by our time technology can only be bound to one person. Once bound, it can only be unlocked by unique personal characteristics such as fingerprints, irises and voice prints. Of course, a device can only be bound to one person, but a person can be bound to multiple devices. If a user wants to use a gaming pod when they are at home and go outside to use a more portable helmet, it is also possible to bind two, or even more devices, and the data can be interchanged between these devices that are bound to the same user. And if the user who has purchased the equipment is not satisfied with the equipment and wants to change hands, in fact, there is no problem. After negotiating a good price with the trading object, you can mail the equipment to the branch of Spacetime Virtual Company that will be set up by Spacetime Technology in various places, and there will be a professional technician in the branch to help you to clear your personal data and send it to the user designated by you. And in between, you will not be charged any additional costs, and the postage will be borne by Spacetime Technology. Of course, considering the difference in price between virtual reality equipment inside and outside of Kyushu, users in Kyushu who want to get out of the equipment, the purchase object can only be Kyushu users. For the time being, there is no support for users to take the equipment purchased in Kyushu and trade it to foreign users at a low price. As to your point about patenting the technology, Shuyu paused, then remembered what Suyu had said, and the smile on her face grew even wider. There's absolutely nothing to worry about in that regard. Because, give it to them and they can't read it. What is confidence? That's confidence, and with absolute confidence. Looking at Shuyu on the hosting stage who seemed to have some disdain in her bland demeanor, many people froze for a moment. What ensued was a mountain of chants of bull. Most of the people on the scene were employees of timeless technology after all, and hearing Shuyu say such arrogant words in the flattest of tones, seeing Suyu sitting in front again also seemed to have a flat expression, not at all concerned about it. I feel honored to be associated with it. It's so cool to be able to work for such an awesome company with such an awesome benefits paycheck. It's hard not to make them proud. Hiss, so arrogant? Do others cannot read can be okay? I know the technology of time and space technology is awesome. But there is a say one, really awesome to this extent? Is there any old man who knows what he's doing out there to say something? I used to work on batteries, so I'm not going to say much about batteries, but I'm a bit of an expert on them. Although her words are a bit unpleasant for people like me who are engaged in related industries, the fact is really like this. At least the metal hydrogen battery. We have long gotten a sample, but research so far is only a lonely research, although it is difficult to manufacture metal hydrogen. But in the end there is still theoretical support. We at least know the principle of preparation, but that can save the metal hydrogen. And even the metal hydrogen can be converted into electrical energy battery shell. In the end some of the technology, we really do not even understand. Medical student interjects. The situation is the same on my side. Those mechanical prostheses are better than human arms and legs. I can't understand what principles are inside. I went to medical school for 5 years. 3 years for a master's degree. 3 years for a doctorate. And I just got my doctorate in clinical medicine this year. And I'm already 29 years old. And then just graduated and lost my job. Sadly. Good grief, an old brother. It's fine. Luckily I've been accepted into Time Healthcare to learn prosthetic implantation techniques for a while, which should lead to a higher paycheck later on than if I had graduated normally and gone on to become a doctor. You can't beat them. So you join them, right? You're not going to join us if you can't beat us. So you're going to starve to death, right? Also, Suyu did not expect that Chu used such an arrogant sentence. For a time it had attracted countless victims who had their rice bowls smashed by time and space technology to complain about their grievances. But that's not a big deal. When the virtual device becomes popularized and the cultivation functions inside are fully exposed, there will be no need to complain. All of you go to the virtual world and give me your training progress, and he'll pay you a salary. What? You have a bad liver? Mechanical liver. Understand? The Q&A session was soon over. Except the first reporter asked a rather pointed question. The rest of the reporters, wherever they came from, have learned their lesson now. Elsewhere, they will be very fond of volunteering to ask questions that will embarrass others. Then record and send out what others look like when they're embarrassed and forcing a smile to keep their poise for the amusement of the eating public. If it stimulates someone to say something heavy, then it's even more of a moneymaker. But TimeTech is different. This company, from the owner Suyuta Chuyu, who is now said to be in the position of vice president, one is more mouthy than the other. If you dare to ask, they really dare to answer, and are so reckless and lawless that they don't care what they can and can't say. And there is really no one to rule them after they say something recklessly. Suyu was close to digging out the eagle sauce ancestors and cursing them some time ago, and as a result, the eagle sauce was not able to put a fart out. A few words like remain concerned and solemnly protest were said in a painless manner. Reporters deliberately ask pointed questions that not only don't make timeless technology look bad, but they get disliked themselves. The big news is out there, but it's basically all bad news for your side, so there's no point in taking it back. He himself had to be humiliated in plain sight. It's really not necessary. Su Dong, General Manager Chiu, how's it going? Chiu stepped down from the hosting stage, and the first thing she did was come to the very front of the audience. Sitting down in the empty seat beside Suyu, he asked with a pleasant expression. Very good. Autumn End nodded, casting her an appreciative glance. Not bad, Suyu commented with a fervent sharpness. Of course, comments were comments, but this was an area where Chuyuki was clearly doing better than him. At least in those previous sessions of introducing the product, he couldn't do it to the extent that Chuyua did. He's had more than one launch party, but his favorite part is the Q&A session. No way. Disliking someone in public can be so much fun. Chuyuki bristled and didn't care any more about his comment, asking instead. I looked at the company's current personnel report this afternoon. Although the first batch of recruited employees were quite a lot, but then in addition to the research departments of various subsidiaries that recruited some special professionals, there has never been any large-scale recruitment of employees, and now the manpower is already a bit overstretched. That's only going to become more apparent as Timeless Virtual is founded and is going to generalize its operations to the state of Kyushu in no time. This, coupled with the strict 9-to-5 no overtime hours you've imposed on your staff, has exacerbated the understaffing situation, with a number of appointments for processing now lined up until 3 months from now. So I'm going to prepare for a job fair in the near future. What do you guys think? Job fair? Suyu nodded after a brief thought. It really is time to hire another group of employees. And don't prepare. Just tomorrow. Tomorrow. The day after tomorrow. The day after tomorrow. Lasts for 3 days. Autumn End will count the vacancies of each position later. Calculate how many people need to be recruited. And let the operation department send out a notice later. This sort of thing was too easy for Autumn End. A little consulting of the internal database of TimeTech was all it took. Naturally, it's effortless. The so-called preparations are even more unnecessary. I'll have the Bionic Man change the showroom overnight, so I can use it tomorrow. No one is coming, that's even more unlikely. The lure of joining TimeTech can now be greater than the public exam. After all, the benefits are there. And this is a dream job for almost any laborer. As long as there is an intention to hire on the side of time and space technology, people from all over the 9 states, from the south and north of the sky, would rush to attend. It's not even just Kyushu. People outside of Kyushu might have to come along for the ride. There's no fear of getting cold feet when the time comes. Wait a minute, look what I swiped. There's another massive job fair at Timeless Tech tomorrow? Ha 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 ha, I just fired my boss. And then I saw the recruitment news of Time Tech. This wave is fate on me. Without further ado, tickets were purchased overnight, as expected. Although it was already nighttime when the job posting of time and space technology was released, it still attracted countless attention. Almost within minutes it shot up to the #1 hot search on all major platforms at a terrifying rate. While attracting countless onlookers, there were already those who reacted quickly and were close by, who set out overnight from Mordor or neighboring cities, and came to the entrance of Ziwagaki in the middle of the night to wait for the door to open tomorrow morning. Although the announcement said that the job fair lasted for 3 days, the number of people recruited was fixed. If a large number of applicants who meet the requirements come in at the beginning, wouldn't they still want them? How can we recruit when the quota is full and there is no recruitment quota for the next 2 days? So naturally, everyone feels that the sooner they come, the better. It couldn't be helped that the employees recruited by Timeless Technology this time around were treated exactly the same as the ones from last time as well. It simply smells so good that almost no one can turn down a job like that. So much so that at 2 or 3 in the morning, the entrance to Ziwagaki was paradoxically bustling with people. This was something that even Suyu had not expected. Of course, he didn't stumble upon this until after he woke up the next day. We heard how those close by queued up overnight, and those far away complained that they were too sudden and unprepared. While rushing to the situation, Suyu thought about it and still sent a dynamic with his personal account. The current round of recruitment positions in spacetime technology is still relatively large. The number of recruits is expected to be over 100,000, a small portion of which will be working in Ziwagaki, and most of which will be sent out to work in other branches. An even greater portion may also need to go to the site of the space elevator in the Black State to assist in the development work, and the conditions are still quite tough and bitter. Of course, the company will also give certain subsidies if you go to work in other environments. Where to work to the time will be assigned according to the type of individual work. I hope to come to the recruitment of friends carefully consider whether they can accept these conditions. All the way to a trip for nothing, then it would be a pity. As soon as the announcement was posted, a sea of comments appeared inside the bottom. The top hot comment goes, "You're lying, my friend is the construction of the Kyushu work, was assigned to work in the Black State, just in your sight." He said that in addition to go out some inconvenience, almost nothing is lacking, especially the time and space technology people. Food and drink, snacks, and what is free unlimited supply. Live in all the single dormitory with air conditioning, independent bathroom. With the network is the fastest in the entire Black State 5G network. Water and electricity grid all free. Even the hygiene in the dormitory has a sweeping robot to take care of it regularly. My friend goes to the dormitory of time and space technology every day to dabble with food and drink. And he's almost envious and crying. Work 8 hours a day. Get it done and go back to the dormitory to play games. Eat and drink without worrying. And the hygiene is all solved by robots. Simply dead geeks paradise. Okay. Also, you can see the G60 heavy exoskeleton patrols over there all the time. And you can even take pictures of them. It's just awesome, right? Pictures. Su-dong, do you have any misunderstanding about the hard conditions? 5 years of civil engineering dogs. Please Su-dong, give a chance. Let me go to the Black State to suffer. There were many more similar comments, basically saying that they were so-and-so friends or classmates who worked at Timeless Technology or had Timeless Technology employees nearby. When it came to the treatment of the employees of Time and Space Technology, each and every one of them was drooling with envy. There's no way around a strict 9-to-5 day, plus a superb salary and countless benefits. It's just a few lines written on the job ad when you're hiring. But after it was actually implemented, people realized how good that really smelled. Even if you get on the public exams, you're just going to be able to compete with Time Tech in terms of 9-to-5 work hours. Otherwise, that's not even close. Just talking about salary. If you don't count hidden benefits like Social Security, I'm afraid that the majority of civil servants get their hands on a year's salary that is not as much as a month's worth of Time and Space Technology employees. As for counting some hidden benefits, people as long as the working hours to achieve appraisal performance up to standard, and give a house and a car, welfare cannot be compared to how many people could turn down a job like that? That's why it's actually kinda normal that the recruitment information of Timeless Technology attracted the attention of the whole nation as soon as it was released. Suyu didn't expect it either. His intention was to send a message to get everyone to take it easy. The result is that the following is full of envy and jealousy towards the employees of Timeless Technology. Seeing that, didn't bother to say much. Had a simple breakfast. Today, Autumn was still tinkering with those feats in the lab, and he didn't know if he'd come up with anything, and he didn't have anything to be busy with. After doing some time at home, I thought about it and planned to visit the job fair site. It's better to be idle anyway, so I might as well go and have a good time. After experiencing what happened last time when he was stuck in a traffic jam halfway down the road, Suyu widened the large road into Ziwagaki a bit more. By the way, a huge parking lot was also built outside Ziwagaki, where parking tens of thousands of cars is no problem, so there was no such thing as a halfway traffic jam this time. However, after entering Ziwagaki and looking at the crowded scene inside, even though he had prepared for it, he was still taken aback. One must know that the entire Ziwagaki, even if one didn't count the Arctic Palace and the Aerial City, the ground portion alone could easily accommodate more than 100,000 people at the very least, but now it seems to be overcrowded. And the temporary conversion of the Arctic Palace's first-floor exhibition hall into a recruitment center is already stuffed, not to mention that even the ground of Zweigaki was littered with people. Next to that ancient landscape, there are passers-by taking photos to mark the occasion and netizens holding live cameras everywhere. Suyu also probably understood why there were so many people today when he saw this. Ever since Ziwaki was built, it was rarely open to the public, and the people who came in and out were basically employees of time and space technology. This recruitment seems to be the first open house where everyone can come in, so a lot of people don't actually come to apply for jobs at all, but purely come in for a bit of fun and a stroll through the Ziwagaki. After all, it's a lot more fun than some place like Disney or something. That 388-meter high Arctic Palace, even standing downstairs to take a picture and make a card, is enough to take out to brag. Not to mention the countless intelligent facilities spread throughout Ziwagaki, all of which were to the extent that those who had never seen them couldn't help but gasp at the sight of them. After Suyu figured out the situation, he didn't care too much. People had come, so he couldn't just kick them out. Although the large number of outsiders coming to join in the fun was stressing out the sweeping robots in Zweigaki for a while, but it was always just 2 days, so let them be. Lo and behold, he squeezed his way through the piles of tourists into the pile of applicants on the first floor of the Arctic Palace. Suyu was about to get on his own exclusive elevator to come to his office. However, at the end of a line in the corner of the application center, he unexpectedly saw a familiar back. Li Yuanxi? Near the end of a line by the elevator. A petite back in a little JK dress with a full head of black hair down to her waist. Suyu recognized the other party's identity at a glance, even though it was only a hasty glance. Who is Li Yuanxi if not his previous neighbor? Speaking of which, he and this girl had quite a few encounters coming up before, but fewer after he moved. Although I occasionally chat on WeChat, I don't often see you anymore, so I don't communicate with you anymore. It's been a while since we've hardly talked again. After hearing that her family hadn't come looking for her to make trouble recently, coupled with the fact that there were more things going on in the company during this period of time, Suyu didn't pay any more attention to her side of the issue, slowly forgetting pretty much everything. But that being said, it hadn't been too long since he last met with Li Yuanxi. It's only a month out at most, so he did manage to recognize each other at once. Hearing someone call out to her, Li Yuanxi subconsciously turned around, and after seeing Suyu by the elevator, her eyes immediately lit up and she hurriedly ran over. However, when she was about to approach him, her footsteps did pause, keeping some distance, and gloriously said, You. After half a day of you, she couldn't think of anything to say, so she simply turned to it. I'm here to apply for a job. Applying for a job? Have you graduated and you're applying for a job? Suyu laughed. Seeing her timid appearance, he couldn't help but reach out and rub her head. Li Yuanxi subconsciously inclined her head, and after realizing that she couldn't avoid it, she let him go. Serious answer. Not yet, but my grades are okay, so I can get out of my internship early if I apply with my advisor. Preparing to enter the legal department of time and space technology for an internship? Suyu laughed. Do they hire interns? Recruited. Li Yuanxi nodded. This is not the place to talk. Go upstairs. Suyu took her by the shoulders and brought her onto the elevator without saying a word. But the interviewer may still be waiting. Li Yuanxi subconsciously struggled for a bit, but with her little strength, she obviously did not have the slightest resistance under Suyu. What kind of internship is it in the legal department? The president's secretary when not? Suyu laughed. Ha! Li Yuanxi looked up in shock, then shook her head repeatedly. That won't work. The company has company rules and regulations, and there are so many people out there waiting to apply for jobs. That's not appropriate. Of course she knew about Suyu's identity. Even in the early days when timeless technology was less than 1,000,000 times more well known than it is now, it was known that he was the president of timeless technology. However, she came here to apply for the job, originally did not intend to go through the relationship, is ready to apply for a normal internship. Otherwise there is no need to line up. Her cell phone has Suyu's contact information. Send a message to her to arrange a job. Such a small matter, Suyu. A sentence obviously can be solved. Simple cannot be more simple. The entire company is mine. What's inappropriate? Suyu shook his head carelessly and then added, your family hasn't come after you lately, has it? No. Li Yuanqi honestly shook his head. Originally I heard that my brother said something to my dad and they were going to come to Mordor together to look for me. But then my brother seemed to recognize you online and they didn't look for me. At that, her eyes flickered as if there was something left unsaid. Obviously her family must have done more than just not look for her. Most likely something else was going on that she just didn't want to mention. So you can even think of what the situation is without asking. Nothing more than letting her get closer to herself or something like that. Holding on to the big thick leg or something like that. Since Li Yuanqi was unwilling to speak, he simply didn't bother asking. Did you eat in the morning? Eaten. Oh, then let's have lunch together later. Suyu nodded, not caring. After dealing with strong women like Xiu Mu and Chu Yu day in and day out, it was quite interesting to meet a Li Yuanqi who could blush even after saying a few words. After teasing her some more, the elevator reached the top floor office. Suyu casually took off his jacket and threw it to Li Yuanqi who was at the side. Then he pointed at the large office and said, here, this is where you'll be working from now on. Familiarize yourself. Li Yuanqi held her jacket and looked blankly at the office, which was larger than several hundred square feet and bigger than her home. And after freezing for a while, she hung her jacket on the coat rack by the door with her hands in the air. While hanging a pair, he also protested in a small voice, I haven't agreed to be your secretary. However, Suyu simply ignored her, letting her wander around the office on her own for a bit. Suyu idly stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window and looked at the situation downstairs. It was a beautiful day with clear skies. So here, even though it was more than 1,000 meters above the ground, you could vaguely see some of what was going on below your feet. The large Ziwei Gaki looked like only a tiny piece at this point. And in this small piece, countless saved heads were like an ant, weaving in and out during. Looking down from the overhead license is like looking at a sandbox where ants are kept. So you looked at it for a while and felt a bit tasteless. But as he was about to sit down and pick a game to play, he faintly heard a small explosion from downstairs, located thousands of meters above the ground. There was no way a normal person could hear the sounds on the ground. However, because his physique was far beyond the norm, he was listening to the real thing at this time. Subconsciously turning his head, he instantly saw thick black smoke rising from the factory area below, and couldn't help but frown. What's going on? The end of Autumn's voice came over the stereo all of a sudden. More than a dozen foreign spies took the opportunity to infiltrate Ziwei Gaki, and while trying to enter the factory area to steal confidential information, they were discovered by the factory area's security system. While they were not armed with guns and weapons, they came in and created some of the suggested bombs and weapons in the toilets through some everyday items disguised as jewelry and other things. After being discovered, one of the spies detonated the bomb, while several others took several applicants and tourists hostage after the incident, and are now confronting the security department. Plant A1 was hit by a bomb, but it was small enough that it didn't damage the outside of the plant. Security is dealing with them. Do you want to go and see what all the fuss is about? Zweigaki doesn't really have a very tight security system. After all, outsiders aren't usually allowed in at all. The only areas where secrecy is really tight are actually the factory and experimental areas. A couple of spies actually tried to blend in and steal secrets while applying for a job, and I don't know if they're smart or stupid. The corner of Suyu's mouth pulled. Then he opened his hand and said, with armor up. As soon as he spoke, one of the flat walls of the office was automatically open to either side. Inside was a silver-white storm-class power armor. With the friction sound of mechanical rotation, the power armor naturally went behind Suyu and wrapped him up. After glancing back at Li Yuanqi who was staring at the place in dismay, Suyu instructed to stay in the office and not run around. Then he stepped out of the automatically opening glass door and leapt down. Xiao Bo felt that he was afraid that he would die today, because at this moment he was holding a dagger on his neck that he didn't know what material it was made of, but it looked sharp. Across from him, however, were several Timetech security department personnel, heavily armed and wearing G60 heavy exoskeletons. He was a reporter, and if he had met these elite warriors of the security department of time and space technology with their unbelievable battle records in a different scene, he would definitely have to take a big shot and go up to ask for an autograph. But this is clearly not the normal situation. He's been hijacked. It's an egghead thing. Last night, he heard that there was a job fair for timeless technology today, and since there was no counterpart major, this job fair was obviously not relevant to him. But after hearing that when the job fair opens, Zweigaki will also be open to the public for the first time, and he couldn't sit still. That's a Zweigaki, hailed as a miracle in the history of human architecture. It is home to the headquarters of the world's No. 1 technology company in the world today. Timeless technology. Although many media reporters have been here before, those official media reporters, how dare they take pictures? Just a shot of a small portion of the living area, entertainment area, and office area as well. And it's often photographed from a macro perspective, which doesn't really do justice to the whole of Zwaigaki at all. As a reporter simply photographer, he felt lonesome to shoot every time he saw those peers shoot out. And now, here's the opportunity. He can also go to Zwaigaki. So he didn't even think about it and rushed from next door in Xiantang to Mordor overnight. Then early this morning, I followed the crowd of job applicants into Zwaigaki. The Zwaigaki in reality was indeed as he had imagined. Not only did it look majestic on a macro level, but the detailing was impeccable. He photographed almost everything he could in the living, recreation and office areas. Finally, to the factory area. It was extremely heavily guarded, and was clearly the core area. After asking the guards at the entrance and determining that they were not allowed to enter, Zhao Bo was quite regretful. After all, the height alone is more than 50 meters, covers an area that is even larger than the amazing steel behemoth. Did not go in to take a picture, is simply a great regret in life. However, in order not to make a wasted trip, he decided to go around the factory and take careful pictures of these magnificent factories filled with heavy industrial style from all angles of the outside. He then encountered a bunch of sneaky unlucky things, witnessed the gang take a pile of who knows what and stick it in the corner of some plant. Then there was a deafening explosion. Then again, he witnessed the gang in front of the unscathed wall in a state of confusion. By the time he realized he might be in a big mess, it was too late. These guys who speak a few words of standard Kyushu, a few words of Neon, and a few words of English every now and then. I don't know what breed they really are. The bodies were actually all surprisingly good. After blowing up the factory walls and realizing it just tickled the walls, they immediately reacted and took control of Xiaobo at the first opportunity. Also under control were several of the same passers-by who were excited to explore Zwaiki. Less than 30 seconds after they were contained, dressed in heavy-duty exoskeletons and heavily armed, the Timetech security department personnel then arrived on the scene. Of course, that much wasn't enough to make him feel like he was dead. What really made him feel dead was what the douchebag behind him who was holding him hostage said to the Timetech security officer. Hand over all the drawings and technical information for the G20 and G60 exoskeletons, or these people will die. Job. He kind of wanted to say, Big brother, if you want to be so insincere, or simply tear the ticket for me. What the fuck am I worth all the technical data and drawings of the G20 and G60? That stuff not to mention him being a roadie. You fucking go to the time and space technology chairman Suyu's wife kidnapped. People cannot give you As expected, the security officer on the other side ignored him after hearing that, and didn't even bother to move. Just watch them in silence. The thick armor of the G60 exoskeleton puts a great deal of psychological pressure. Xiao Bo, who had read the parameters of this exoskeleton, was already thinking that with the speed of the G60, there was no possibility of getting rid of all of these people before the robbers could wipe out their necks. Dang! Just then, the sound of a heavy landing came. The robbers and the kidnapped hostages, as well as the crowds of eaters who gradually converged over, all looked over. Only in the faint smoke, the tall and lanky Storm-class power armor slowly stood up straight. The silver-white armor shimmered harshly in the sunlight, even though he had already seen it countless times on major video sites. When the power armor appeared in front of him, Xiao Bo, who was a hostage, still couldn't help but even breathe a few times more roughly. It's fucking awesome. Instead, after seeing the power armor's faceplate open and the driver's face inside, Xiao Bo froze for a moment, then got even more excited. Cripes, Sajin, at a young age, he owns the world's top technology company, has created countless miracles, and gives his employees the best treatment in the world. If one were to evaluate Suyu's current position in the hearts of the young people of Kyushu, then we can only say that 10 years ago, the horsefather who was sought after by everyone was not as good as Suyu Aher. He has long been a national icon-like presence among the youth. You just don't know it yet. Suyu, who had just come down, heard this sudden voice, and the corner of his eyes couldn't help but jump, and the high and cold temperament that had been brewing for a while almost broke. You have a fanboy now? What's the name of Su God again? It's so embarrassing he's snapping his toes out of a 3-room apartment. Okay, be honest. If you move again, I'll kill you first. There are plenty of meat tickets here. There's no shortage of you, the man behind Xiao Bo angrily rebuked. The knife in his hand forgot to move a few more points closer to his neck. Feeling the chill coming from his neck, Xiao Bo then forced himself to hold back the excitement of seeing his idol. Wait a moment. Suyu nodded to Xiao Bo, then looked at the robber and gazed at him for a moment before suddenly smiling. Neon? What do you care where I'm from? The man's eyes were fierce. Hand over the technical information on the exoskeleton. Let us go, and we can guarantee the safety of the hostages. However, Tsuyu was not even bothering to pay attention to him and said to himself, Ichiro Matsui, the Neon, received Kyushu language education in Neon from a young age, proficient in both Kyushu and Neon languages, was smuggled into Kyushu at the age of 7 using special means, was picked up by patrolling officers and soldiers alone at the Zhengcheng railway station, and lied that he had been separated from his parents, and was not suspected because of his fluency in Kyushu language. After searching for your parents to no avail, the local staff sent you to the orphanage. You grew up in the orphanage, also in the orphanage to obtain the Kyushu domicile, became a rooted Kyushu people. The old director of the orphanage gave you a name, Chu Kongcheng. I hope that you can grow up to adulthood in good health. After that, for more than 20 years, you completed all your studies from elementary school to university with the help of the orphanage and the Kyushu help policy respectively, and after graduating from university, you married a Kyushu girl and had a family child. That girl's family was very kind to you, and not only did they not discriminate against you after knowing that you were an orphan, but instead they helped you very much. You have a stable job in Kyushu, a beautiful wife, and a lovely son. You were able to finish your studies thanks to the help of Kyushu officials and dedicated private citizens. I'm curious, what was the magic of the 7 years you lived in Neon that made you drop it all and use your life to serve them? Hearing that the old bottom was directly revealed by Tsuyu, Chu Kongcheng, or Matsui, Ichiro's cheeks quivered, but he still stiffened his mouth. I don't know what you're talking about. Do you want the lives of these hostages or not? I'll give you 1 minute to make a decision. More than that and we'll kill one of them. A month ago, you lied to your wife that you were on a business trip, then came to Magic City and had a cosmetic surgery to change your looks. Tsuyu still said to himself, can fool others, but this kind of cheap tactics can't fool me. Your wife's name is Wanli. Shut up. Matsui Ichiro instantly broke his defense and cursed loudly. One more word from you and I'll kill him. I'll really kill him. Then you do it. Tsuyu shrugged his shoulders with a disinterested face and then added without forgetting, by the way, just a reminder, cutting his throat won't do much good. Timeless Medical's lab is right next door. Big deal. Just get him a mechanical respiratory system. Stabbing hearts and stuff doesn't help. I've got plenty of mechanical hearts there too. I suggest you just zap the brain. Even a temporal medical prosthetic can't save it if it destroys it. Of course, that ceramic knife you're holding would probably have a hard time piercing a skull in no time, right? Actually, there's no security check at the entrance to Zvaigaki. You should have brought a steel knife. That thing works better than this. Matsui Ichiro's eyes were red as he stared dead at Tsuyu. Although the knife in his hand was against the hostage's neck, a sense of powerlessness rose involuntarily from his heart, because he knew that what Tsuyu said was true. With the technology of temporal medicine, even if they wiped the necks of these hostages, I'm afraid that people would be able to save them and not be afraid at all. Not tearing up the ticket? Then let's talk about something else. Tsuyu faintly said, let me guess. Your plan was probably to blow up the side of the factory to get inside while we weren't looking, and while scavenging for technical information, you used kidnapping to abduct a group of TimeTech employees to confront us, then take the opportunity to send the stolen information out over the satellite network, and finally take hostages to the beach and demand that we give you a boat, which you take out onto the open sea, where a neon submarine is keeping silent and waiting to pick you up, right? The coordinates for the pickup should be XXXX East, XXXX North. Matsui Ichiro's pupils shrunk, and his hands had begun to shake in a meaty way. This man actually knows the coordinates of where the responding submarine is located. A sense of shame at being seen through everything suddenly made him feel very embarrassed. This feeling was probably as if the plans he and Nihon thought were still quite sophisticated were actually under Tsuyu's watchful eye, only that people were too lazy to pay attention to them as ants. Tsuyu, on the other hand, was the all-knowing, all-powerful god. That overwhelming feeling of powerlessness that hit him made him almost resist dropping the knife in his hand, although holding it up doesn't help is all. But it's a pity. Saying this, Tsuyu snorted. Even if your plan is completely successful, you'll probably have a hard time going back to Neon to see your parents and siblings that you haven't seen in over 20 years, because where that submarine is located isn't at that coordinate at all. It's holed up in a trench a dozen nautical miles away from there, and their mission is not to pick you up, but to wait for you to get there and fire torpedoes to sink you. Take it easy. Tsuyu laughed. I know you don't believe me. Here, let me show you something. In front of the countless cell phone video recordings held up by the surrounding gourd-eating crowd, and even live streaming footage, Tsuyu opened the holographic projection function of the power armor. An oversized holographic screen suddenly appeared 5 or 6 meters away from him. What was shown on the screen, on the other hand, was an endless sea. The sea was blue and white. Obviously, the terrain in the sea here was complicated, with varying depths. Definitely a place where large ships don't go. Tsuyu casually pointed a place on it. Look, here are the coordinates of your appointment to pick up. A red marker lit up on a piece of turquoise blue sea. Suyu then pointed to a point on the other end of the sea and said, "This is where the submarine is lurking in silence, at a distance of exactly 16 nautical miles. This distance is an excellent place to set up an ambush, both to secure a torpedo hit and to leave immediately after firing. But they should have gotten word of your defeat and already seem to be ready to run. Impossible, impossible. I am a warrior of the Empire. The Empire will not abandon us," another kidnapper shouted as he broke defense. "Oh, admit it? It's fine if you don't believe it. You'll believe it later." Suyu's always teasing expression finally chilled a few points. "Bring me back the submarine, dead or alive, with the people inside." "Yes, Chairman." In the next moment, the original overhead shot from the air suddenly dropped dramatically, and the image was not as fixed as before, and began to move irregularly. That's when all of them reacted to the fact that the angle of the shot wasn't actually a drone or a satellite or anything. It's another power armor. And when the power armor was shot at just the right angle to the head, the huge and sci-fi peregrine falcon suddenly flashed by. Puff! The sound of a heavy object falling into the water comes on the screen, and then the camera syncs with the power armor. This power armor is naturally piloted by a combat bionic. There's another one off to the side. 2 Storm-class power armor, 100 G60 heavy exoskeletons, and a peregrine falcon. This was the emergency response force of the Security Department of Time and Space Technology that Suyu had set up after the last incident in the Black State. This force is stationed in near-Earth orbit and is capable of deploying to any corner of the world within 10 minutes if needed. At the first moment of Zweiki's accident, Xiaomu retrieved the traces that these people had been in contact with through the internet, and in just a few seconds, they were able to figure out their origins and purposes, as well as the whole process of the entire plan. For things like this, people usually use coded language for encryption when communicating over the internet in order to prevent being targeted by keyword searches by cybersecurity departments. This type of encryption, while low-level, benefits from the fact that so many messages interact globally on a daily basis. So as long as you don't get caught out by the system AL searching for keywords to find out what's wrong, most of the time it's hard to find out. And Ottoman's surveillance on the web likewise only retrieves keywords. Of course she could do it if she wanted to monitor it in all directions, but that would require too much arithmetic power and would affect the speed of her research. There was just no need for that. That's why this little stunt by these guys got them this far. Of course, the small-scale invocation of the hidden suns buried within Kyushu for many years is already the limit. If he wanted to expand some more to do something, the movement of personnel, supplies, and equipment alone, even if it was done through more secretive means, would definitely be discovered by the end of the autumn. Except, of course, for places like the Black State where she didn't even bother to put in the effort to keep a permanent watch. Any bigger mess in that place would just be a chicken scratch, and it would be better to keep more computing power for experiments. And today, after Akuma took a few seconds to figure out what was going on, he directly mobilized the emergency response unit's peregrine falcons to descend directly on the sea where the submarine was hidden. That area lies above the open sea and is beyond the control of the Kyushu Navy. And something like a submarine is actually very hard to find once you head down into a ditch on the bottom of the ocean and turn on the silent state. It's not like the peregrine falcon was some kind of weapon against the sea. If it wasn't for the fact that Ottoman had found the coordinates in the coded language they were exchanging, and drove the peregrine falcon directly to the submarine's head to scan this entire area of the sea with a sonic detector. It's not really possible to fish out a submarine that remains silent in the middle of the ocean. As for now, a submarine that had exposed its position, even if the peregrine falcon didn't come, a random missile boat with torpedoes on the surface could take it out, not to mention 2 power armors. This sea is actually not much deeper on average. The trench where the submarine was located was less than 200 meters underwater, even though it was already the deepest place. Following the view of the power armor, soon everyone saw the submarine lying silently on the bottom of the sea. All engines shut down. Radios remained silent. In this state, it was like a rock at the bottom of the sea, and it was difficult for sonar to detect it even when it swept over its head. But on the contrary, it was found by the peregrine falcon in the air. Dum. Dead silence in the bottom of the sea. The submarine crew, who were quietly going about their duties, suddenly heard a knock at the door from the overhead hatch. Everyone around the perimeter of the hatch froze in place, a ghostly expression on their faces. Jingle bells. In the command room of a fleet military harbor in Kyushu, the fleet commander and a group of naval officers were watching with interest the footage relayed from the Timetech site on the big screen. An emergency contact call came in unexpectedly at such a time. What? The Navy self-commander on the Neon side made an urgent intervention? Looking at the video footage of the 2 power armors preparing to violently dismantle the submarine's watertight doors, the commander smirked. Then take it in. It didn't take long for the obnoxious Neon language to come through on the other end of the line. Fortunately, This kind of special line for direct contact between senior commanders was equipped with a translator, so there was no problem in communication between the two sides. What? There's been some misunderstanding and your submarine is in danger? Can you tell us exactly what the misunderstanding was? It's not easy to say. But what does it matter to us that your submarines are in danger? Did our fleet send out anti-submarine planes and anti-submarine ships? We didn't do this. Time Tech sent for your submarine? It's not like that spacetime technology is under the control of our military, and they're not doing anything within the Kyushu waters. Didn't you just say you were on the high seas yourself? This matter has nothing to do with us. Persuade? Can't persuade. Can't persuade. You find yourself to communicate with timeless technology. What? The chairman of timeless technology won't be a guest. The CEO won't be a guest. And Vice President Chuyu's phone and video contact appointments have been scheduled for half a year from now. And he can't be reached at all? Then there's nothing we can do about it. Look at the mess this has made. How could there be such a big misunderstanding in a good cause? What a pity. What a pity for the crew of that ship. Help you make connections? It's not that we won't help. We really can't. If we can get in touch with the higher-ups of spacetime technology, our fleet would also like to purchase a batch of naval version of the G60 exoskeleton. It's not like there's no way out at all. Dude, I'm telling you, this Navy version of the G60 is awesome. It's just as good at catching submarines as this power armor. Forget it, do not nag. Nothing to hang up which watch the live broadcast to learn how to capture submarines alive under the sea. A little busy. Hanging up the phone, the Commander exhaled in a refreshed, dismissive manner. The brats are pretty thick-skinned and fucking misunderstood. After saying that, he then looked at the picture with both eyes at the power armor that had already easily removed a layer of the watertight door with an envious face. This thing is really good, and I don't know if Time Tech sells it. Don't even think about it. The quartermaster side has asked many times. This and the Peregrine Falcon are non-sale items, the chief of staff at the side said helplessly. And even if we sell it, it is estimated that we will bring it to become an independent army. This thing has 4 positions: sea, land, air and sky. It is too omnipotent. Counting on that. Why don't you make a few more trips to the munitions side these days and get them to hurry up with the delivery of the Navy version of the G60 exoskeleton? That thing doesn't seem to be doing much less than this to me. Also, when he thought of the G60's horrific performance in the Black State, and then thought of the tens of thousands of G60s that had already been listed on the Army side, the commander couldn't help but get a little misty-eyed. What's going on here is nothing more than a hiccup. Sue you in front of the whole world. Live sending the Peregrine Falcon to the high seas to brazenly arrest Neon's submarine. And it seems as if the submarine being captured alive or sunk is now a done deal. This wasn't quite the same nature as the last time Time Tech smashed all the arms of a country in the Black State overnight. The Black State is, after all, the Black State. A small country is, after all, a small country. By any measure, its influence and power are also very limited. But Neon is a different story. It's Eagle Jam's dog though. But in this world, one of Hawkmaster's dogs is better than 90% of the countries in the world. The act of directly taking down an opponent's submarine is tantamount to an open declaration of war. Boom! With a dull explosion, the submarine's tightly sealed hatch was violently broken open by a piece of power armor. The crew inside, who didn't dare to breathe a word, finally couldn't hold their breath any longer and scattered in terror. Although the hatch cover into the submarine was opened and the raging sea water rushed in, it was fortunate that there were many more compartments inside, each separated by watertight doors. The depth of the sea here is only 100 or so meters. The water pressure is not considered to be much. These hatches will be able to hold for a while. There's not much going on inside. But this nothing means physically nothing. Mental problems, that's a big deal. It was broken into by a lump of iron at the bottom of the ocean at a depth of 100 meters. This kind of thing is too shocking for anyone to accept. It was only a matter of minutes from the beginning, when she was holding her breath and listening to the sounds outside, not daring to move, to the present, when she was hiding in the hatch, ghosting and screaming for her mother. The captain's side of the ship was no better, not to mention the regular crew. Screw keeping silent. At this point he had taken it upon himself to turn on his radio and send a request for backup to Neon. Of course, even if he didn't send it, the Neon side would more than likely know what was going on over here is all. Just as the 2 power armors violently broke down the door and entered the submarine, the internet had exploded on the Neon side. The world is never short of people who look at the world and see what's going on. Suyu sent out the video of the power armor breaking the door the entire time, even letting the netizens broadcast it live. Naturally, some enthusiastic netizen forwarded the video next door to Neon. At first, the Neons didn't know what was going on, and saw the power armor jumping straight out of the Peregrine Falcon into the water, and were calling out how damn handsome it was. By the time the power armor had dived deeper and deeper and discovered the submarine on the bottom of the ocean, They hadn't even reacted, just marveling at how awesome this thing is, going so deep under the sea when it says go. It wasn't until the power armor started to break down the door that anyone realized something was wrong. The chrysanthemum relief on this hatch looks kind of familiar. Then right after that, a neon netizen who knows more about the military ran out to popularize the submarine as a neon sea self-submarine. Now the whole of Neon was confused. Eating melon to your own home belongs to yes. And after the cluelessness, naturally, the rush must begin. Countless neonites began protesting. At first just online, then it grew offline. For a while, the group was in a frenzy, leaving Neon's official head spinning as to what was appropriate to do with it. The thing about this is that if you play dumb, it's an act of declared war when Timetech attacked their submarine located on the high seas. But things are clearly not that simple. Before making his move, Suyu had already made the causes and consequences clear. Even the details are split. Just outrageous. This whole thing was supposed to be their idea to hit Timetech in the first place. Getting all that advanced exoskeleton technology by taking a few hostages is definitely unrealistic. So their original plan was to get whatever technology they could. It was just a few worthless darkies anyway. And with Zwaigaki open publicly for the first time, it would be a waste not to try it out when it was such a great opportunity. Even if it doesn't work out, it's a minor issue. After all, these guys are all darkies buried in Kyushu from earlier years. Even their nationality is Kyushu. What does it have to do with them? Neon? Even if Timetech or Kyushu suspected them, so what? Do you have proof? As long as there was no evidence, even if they were suspected, they didn't think timeless technology would do anything to them. Our relationship is so bad anyway. If you are reckless, you can't even send out troops to beat me without any evidence, right? However, they never expected it. Suyu really dared. And not only did he send troops, but look at the way he spelled out Neon's plan from start to finish. It's obviously impossible that people don't have evidence in their hands. They just don't even bother to show it. I'll beat you if I say so. I have the evidence, but I'm too lazy to show it to you. Now the submarine responsible for clearing the tail is being targeted and violently broken into in full view of the world. The lives of the boat crew inside are at stake. And again, neither the official Kyushu nor Timetech are willing to take them on. The Neon official only felt like riding a tiger at this point, and was in a dilemma. Say to Suyu, brother, there were many people outside just now. I'm kneeling down for you now. With their knuckleheads, that's not out of the question. But the problem is that it's impossible to find a way to apologize privately. And a public apology, if you will. I'm afraid that if they dare apologize now, tomorrow the angry Neonites will have to come down on them to show them the traditional craft of recruiting nuclear men. Want a hard-on? That's not really a fight. Nope. That's a sure thing you can't beat, because they contacted the commander in the Eagle Jam base next door at the first opportunity. After all, it's the dad who spends so much money to provide for, having made such a big mess. Of course their first inclination was to seek help from Papa Eagle Sauce to wipe their asses. As a result, the Eagle Jam's commander in Neon gave them a direct chop on the head after hearing that they had actually done something so big in private, then stated that it was directly unhelpful. And then, I heard that a message had been delivered to the Eagle Jam military a few minutes ago, saying that he was suffering from a health problem and had applied to return home to recuperate. The approval hasn't come down there yet, and the people are already on the military plane back to Eagle Jam, highlighting a runaway heart. Even the ever unbeatable Hawk Jam has this attitude, let alone Neon. Fighting is impossible. In the conference room, the worried-looking Neon head was brainstorming for half a day, but still hadn't come up with any good solutions. He watched as his own submarine's weapon systems were all destroyed by the power armor, and then lifted up by a peregrine falcon with a few steel cables from the bottom of the ocean and flown to Kyushu. He's in a hurry, but there's no use rushing. Suddenly, his eyes caught sight of the Minister of War, who was also scratching his head with a worried face, and a flash of light went through his mind. Watanabe-san. Hi! With a jolt, the Minister of War stood up in a hurry. The great Neon has reached a critical moment of life and death, willing to lead all warriors to die for the Empire. The Minister of Military Affairs immediately looked solemn and shouted, very well. The ne'er-do-well head nodded in satisfaction, but turned to add, it's not necessary to lead all the warriors. We can't afford to bury the lives of Imperial warriors in vain at the hands of those high-tech weapons. And what do you mean? I have a plan. May it be heard. It's quite simple. Lend you something. On that day, the Neon Minister of Military Affairs committed suicide at his home, confessing in his suicide note to his unauthorized dispatching of agents to Temporal Technology to steal the technology and launch the attack. Neon officials expressed regret and apologized for this, claiming that the incident was entirely the personal act of the Minister of Military Affairs, and that they had no prior knowledge of it, and applied to Kyushu for the return of the captured submarine officers and men, and that they would be willing to compensate for the losses incurred by timeless technology. The world is in an uproar. And while Neon's side is still having headaches left and right about how to end it, on Suyu's side, he was playing the live feed while looking at the kidnappers who were still holding hostages. How about that? Didn't lie to you guys, did I? You work for them and all they want to do is kill and kill. TSK. Pathetic. In the face of this kind of murderous words, several originally determined kidnappers directly all broke defense. After a moment of struggle in his heart, finally one of the kidnappers couldn't tense up and threw out the knife in his hand, crying out, I surrender. When the other few kidnappers saw this, their expressions also moved slightly, and they all turned their gazes to Suyu. All it would take is for him to say something about casting blame on the past, or a lighter sentence, or something like that. They will then also choose to surrender without hesitation and give up this meaningless hostage-taking. However, Suyu froze when he heard the words of surrender. Then without hesitation, he raised his hand and a hot high-energy laser shot out from the laser transmitter in his hand, shot the surrendering one straight through the left arm. The strike was so fast that no one reacted. Even the man who had a big hole burned in his hand by the laser didn't feel any pain at first. It took a while before he froze and looked at the wound on his hand and let out a miserable howl. The hostage that he held hostage saw the reaction was not slow, and hurriedly rolled and crawled to Suyu and a group of security department exoskeletons to hide behind. It was at this time that Suyu did not have the good sense to say, "Surrender? Surrender for what? I don't accept surrender. Pick up the knife," he said, and then looked at the kidnappers who had not yet surrendered. "What are you looking at? I'm talking about you guys. The knife is about to fall to the ground. You've come to be kidnappers. Can't you be more professional? You want to surrender after a few words. Do you have any professional ethics? What the hell do you want?" Matsui Ichiro came back to his senses and tightened the knife in his hand, bringing it up to the hostage's neck once again as he asked angrily at Suyu. However, Suyu only glanced faintly at the submarine that had already been picked up from the sea by the Peregrine Falcon. Then satisfied, he looked at the kidnappers who had put their knives to the necks of the hostages again and laughed. "What do I want? That certainly. Kill the hostage taker." Put. Intense gunfire suddenly rang out from behind the kidnappers. The group of kidnappers didn't even react to what was going on before they were beaten into a sieve and fell down in convulsions. However, the hostage they were holding was not even slightly injured. After reacting, they rolled and crawled away from the kidnappers who were already down in a pool of blood. Later on, there would be professionals from Time Medical who would take them to check their bodies without Suyu worrying about it. That's when the munchers realized where the gunfire was coming from. It was a drone the size of the palm of your hand, and it flew with no sound at all. I don't know when I touched behind the gang of kidnappers. The bottom of the drone had a tiny barrel that was still smoldering at this point. Apparently, it was the one that had just taken out more than a dozen kidnappers in a flash. The fact that such a small contraption had such power immediately excited the military enthusiasts around them, holding up his cell phone and camera for a shot. It wasn't over until the drone automatically flew behind Suyu and was stowed in the power armor. For something like this to happen, it has caused you all to be frightened. Looking back at the crowd that had already gathered more and more, Suyu smiled. As an apology, "Everyone, today's lunch will be paid for by Time Tech." After saying that, and no longer looking at the reaction of the people who were eating it, he turned on the engine and rushed into the clouds. As for the mess on the floor, the security department and sweepers would naturally take care of it later. When the time came, he might still have to butt heads with the Kyushu officials in this regard, but Shuiwe could handle it and didn't need him to worry about it. Back to the office on the top floor of the Arctic Palace. Autumn had come out of the lab at some point, and was currently sitting in the main seat of the office looking at some papers. Li Yuanxi, on the other hand, looked a bit restless as she sat on the parlor sofa, staring at the expensive tea set in front of her. She certainly knew the CEO of Timeless Technology, Autumn End. On the internet is recognized as the second person in time and space technology, and his position in the company is only below Suyu. With so many employees at Timeless Technology now, this kind of thing is certainly not a secret. Rumor has it that quite a few key decisions of time and space technology are made by her. Even Suyu himself doesn't manage much. Before Chuyu came, most of the company's things were managed by Chiyomu. Top-notch looks, plus top-notch ability. A proper goddess of a strong woman. There are hardly a few little girls online who don't adore her. Naturally, it was also Li Yuanxi's idol. Although Chiyomu came in and saw her not only without the slightest surprise, but instead greeted her very gently. But for some reason, she always felt a bit weak after seeing Chiyomu. In addition to the praise of Chiyomu's ability on the internet, more discussions were actually about what exactly was the relationship between her and Chairman Suyu. Most people think that these two are more than likely having an affair. After all, every time they attended a public event together, Autumn and Suyu were either positioned to sit together or came down from the same car. It's hard to believe anyone who says there's no special relationship, There is even a CP party over the scarf that specializes in kowtowing to this pair of CPs. And Li Yuanqi has heard a little bit about it. And her own relationship with Suyu is somewhat ambiguous. So see the legendary palace. The heart without reason will emerge a sense of excitement when the yellow hair. Want to not be weak heart is difficult. Sitting in the office can be said to be like a day. Not even dare to play with the phone. Do not know what is happening down here at this moment. At this moment, when he saw Suyu finally come up, he was relieved. But then he carefully glanced at Autumn's end with some concern. Already, he was thinking about what he should do if Chiomu turned on Suyu because of himself. It was a good thing that what she was worried about didn't come true. After Suyu came up, Autumn and, who was looking at the documents, just faintly asked, "Kidnappers solved?" "Solved. What about your side?" Suyu took off his power armor and casually said, "The submarine is already on its way. I just contacted the Kyushu military, and will send it directly to a military base next to Mordor later." Autumn and replied, "This is the kind of crap that she obviously can't look at. Bringing it to Zvaigaki would only detract from the view. Solely, it was given directly to the Kyushu military. I'm told some of the technology up there is kinda interesting over there." After a pause, she asked again, "There are still a number of boatmen captured over here. What are you going to do with them?" "What to do with?" Suyu said without even thinking. "Send the Black State to open up the land. They say that mechanically grown vegetables and fruits and whatnot are soulless. So open up a piece of land and let them grow some pure natural all handmade and pollution-free produce out to supply to the space elevator construction team." In a few words, the two of them decided the fate of hundreds of captives. Nothing much ensued for a while. After the board, Suyu stayed in the office for a while. He had planned to call out to Chiomu to go down to go shopping, but Autumn said she had some research to get done in the lab and didn't have time. Suyu then had to take his little secretary, Li Yuanqi, along with him to have a lunch before strolling around the entertainment area of Zwaigaki for the afternoon. It was not until evening that he got the news. He hadn't even fired yet, and the ghost side actually gave all the strokes straight away. And he's got some kind of Minister of State for War as a scapegoat to take the blame for it all. Let's just say that's a quick enough response. 2. After all, even if they didn't confess. In fact, Suyu had evidence in his hands that these people were sent by them, and that this submarine was plotting against them. There is not much evidence, but enough to justify taking out a neon submarine. As for their offer of compensation in exchange for captured and submarines and prisoners, Suyu simply didn't even bother to pay attention to them. Straight up non-response. Are you kidding me? How can anyone give it back to you when they've been sent to the Black State to open up the land? So, Neon's side is awkward again, because they have bowed and apologized and found someone to take the blame. After a busy day, they realized that TimeTech was simply ignoring them. The officials of Kyushu only condemned their provocative behavior of sending undercover agents into Kyushu with extreme indignation. As for captured submarines and prisoners, that's not a word. Don't ask. Asking means the person was captured by TimeTech. You go to them. As for people ignoring you, what's that got to do with me? Pots were taken. Apologies were made. As a result, the submarine and the captured men were not even seen. This thing is getting its face smashed in. Neon executives are fine. Politicians have a knack for spitting in their faces, and that little thing doesn't even make them feel embarrassed. It's just a matter of feeling angry at being ignored. But the average Neon is hard to top. It's just disgraceful, alright. So public opinion, which had previously subsided a bit because someone came out to take the blame, turned and boiled over again. Even Neon's official office space is surrounded. The executives still have to sneak in and out of the underground passage to have a meeting. The wolf is a mess. And I'm afraid that as long as the timeless technology side doesn't hand over anyone, their situation will have to last one more day. Unless one takes the blame and resigns, there is no way to get rid of this cap of the authorities being weak and deceitful. This kind of thing was naturally what Suyu intended to do. For people or forces that dared to pry into his family's secrets, he naturally couldn't just kill a few kidnappers and capture a submarine alive and call it a day. Without him deliberately steering Neon's fishing wheels on the internet, it wouldn't have been such a big deal on their end. And Suyu's purpose for doing so was actually quite simple. That is to make use of the issue to force the Neon authorities to step down and replace them with a new batch of people. As long as there are substitutions to be made, there's a lot of room for deliberate maneuvering in that. This place, Neon, is rather special. For Kyushu, Neon used to be a heartbreaker, but now it's a scab at best. What really needs to be taken seriously on Kyushu's side is actually the Eagle Jam army stationed in Neon. They relied on Nikko and the surrounding islands to form several sea chains that locked Kyushu in. This is, of course, the famous island chain system. Currently Kyushu is perfectly capable of defeating Hawksbane inside the first island chain without relying on temporal technology, but it's hard to tell when you get outside the first island chain. Peacetime is fine. Really, in wartime, There is no right to control the sea leading to be cut off from the sea supply line. That can be too much of a pain in the ass. Now even with the presence of temporal technology, the role of the so-called island chain was already negligible, and the Peregrine Falcon was a half-hour away from clearing out all the Eagle Jam military bases around Kyushu. But at the moment things haven't come to that tearing point after all. It's obviously not appropriate to just blow the fuck up, and if it doesn't blow up, then it has to go in the other direction. Neon, without a doubt, is a critical entry point. There are countless good harbors and advanced productivity, enough to provide logistical supplies and personnel support for all the Eagle Jam military bases stationed along several island chains. It's Eagle Jam's big backbone throughout the Asia-Pacific. If everything goes according to plan, Tsuyu and the Kyushu officials will cooperate and give the current Neon authorities a major reshuffle, replacing them with people they support up there. It's easy to manipulate Neon and Eagle Jam off the hook later, and with the loss of Neon, Hawk Jam's so-called island chain, naturally, exists in name only. After all, you can't rely on supplies being shipped from the mainland 10,000 miles away to maintain overseas bases. This sort of thing is more complicated and difficult than direct fire, but it beats fun. After hearing Chiyomu finish talking to himself about this plan, Tsuyu agreed to it almost without even thinking about it. What's the point of blowing right through it? That's when it really comes down to maneuvering. Okay. The contact requests from the Neon side haven't stopped, requesting a dozen times a day. It's just that TimeTech never meant to reply. The people of the island had been in an uproar for a while and were about to give up when the real cause of death of the suicidal Minister of State for War appeared on the internet. It also exposes some of the things about how tough and wise and capable he was during his life. At some point on the Neon network, words like if General Watanabe was still alive, we would not be so humiliated now, and the valiant general died in a despicable conspiracy appeared out of nowhere. These are, of course, the personas that were marketed to that Minister of War after Autumn and took control of the fishing boats. This guy's real level is not as good as the current gang of Neon executives, just pure straw men. After all, holding up the living is easy to roll over. Holding up the dead would be too easy. No matter how much I blow it up, it's dead anyway, and you can't prove that I blew it up. It doesn't matter if those who oppose it come up with something that proves that this Minister of State for War is simply a piece of work along the same lines as other politicians. Do you know what it means to be smeared from a scumbag politician controlling a fishing vessel? Valiant military bigwigs are pushed out by the top brass as victims to quell the wrath of TimeTech. After the deeds of the military minister who've committed suicide came to light, some Neon netizens who are well versed in Kyushu's history have put him in the position of Uwomu, and the Neon authorities, of course, became the Wanyen construct. A time can be described as 100 words. Jump into the ocean cannot wash. Neon had sat in his office for 3 days without figuring it out. How did that strawman become Uwomu? Of course, it's okay to think about it, because he had acutely sensed that something was wrong. After the furor over the matter of the Minister of War had died down, one piece of news after another unfavorable to the Neon authorities followed. Even if they are slow, they realize that this is not a simple storm of trust in the authorities by the ne'er-do-wells. I'm afraid, but a war of fishing wheels with a pushover. Most ordinary Neon people think that they have learned a secret, that they have uncovered a conspiracy, and that they are now doing justice to the authorities. But they didn't even realize that what they wanted to say was just what someone wanted them to say, and that they who thought they had cracked the amazing secret were in fact just sounding boards for the real pushers behind the scenes. Verbally kill people. Things on the Neon side were obviously not something that could be accomplished overnight, and Tsuyu was not in the least bit anxious. With Autumn's skills, getting their official blackout could be too easy, or the kind that can't even be blocked. From now on, he'd have to make the devils understand what it meant to have one wave after another. He wanted to see how long these people could hold out until they resigned. As for when he accomplishes his goal and indirectly takes control of Neon and sends Eagle Jam packing, will those who have been guided by the end of Autumn to verbally attack the current authorities be better off than they are now? Just kidding, he's not Megatron. The Neons are fine cattle and horses, and he doesn't like those people himself, so why not squeeze them hard? They chose it anyway. Who can blame them? The Neon side of things is kind of over at the moment. At least it seemed to come to an end for Tsuyu. While the authorities over there still request a connecting dialogue on a daily basis, they are never heeded here at TimeTech. As far as the international opinion of the matter is concerned, it is certainly not too favorable. The international fishing wheel thing is in Eagle Jam's hands, after all, and his own little brother was disgraced when timeless technology screwed the pooch. They didn't dare to come directly to the trouble though, and they didn't even openly express their views on the matter. But there's still no shortage of little private gestures. Writing some kind of press release to write this all up as being the responsibility of TimeTech is certainly one of the little maneuvers. It was only that Tsuyu was too lazy to bother with them right now. Of course he can control the world's networks, even sending out power armor and peregrine falcons to dismantle all the undersea cables. satellites in the sky and whatnot for eagle sauce, and just make them disconnected from the world. He can do that. But things are still the same. It's not necessary. Once that happens, I'm afraid war is inevitable. He didn't have the certainty of stopping all the mushrooms on the planet right now, and the thing was a separate facility from the network, so Autumn End couldn't hack it. After all, no amount of advanced computers with high arithmetic power can hack into a standalone system that has nothing to do with the outside network. When the time comes, if the mushrooms really shoot in unison, of course Suyu is not afraid, but I am afraid that a lot of people will have to die globally. People are also a type of resource, and may even be one of the most important resources after reaching the intermediate agent level. This was Suyu's guess from the goblin intermediate agents he had matched earlier. If the guess was right, he couldn't have been like that kobold though, trading in the trading space for population or something. But again, there is more to people as a resource than that. As he had previously envisioned, after boosting the overall strength of the people of Kyushu, they would be leased as mercenaries to some of the worlds that were currently less powerful, to help the agents over there to fight their wars, or to help them to build up their industrial systems and harvest off-world materials. If this scenario holds true, then all the people on the future blue planet will have to be resources. Even if we don't think in terms of humanity, but purely in terms of profit, it's clearly not a good time to be messing around. And after not continuing to care about Neon, Suyu got another piece of news that day. Blue Star's first controlled fusion reactor has been built. Late Autumn side-checked the quality of the work and confirmed that there were no problems and that it was ready to fire up and start at any time. Quite a few official nuclear physics experts from Kyushu were also involved in building the fusion reactor, and they apparently got the message over there as well. Not long after Suyu was notified by Autumn End, a call came from the Kyushu side. Ask him when he is going to light the fire. The tone was that of affection. After all, this is nuclear fusion, and by Blue Star standards, it's a proper third-generation controlled fusion reactor. It was also the perfect form of controlled fusion as originally delineated by Blue Star Academia. According to Blue Star's original conception of controlled nuclear fusion technology, the first generation of controlled nuclear fusion should be deuterium-tritium fusion, characterized by cheap fuel. Blue Star's see is all, casually fishing some of them, and the downside is that the fusion process produces neutrons, which are radioactive, so it's not quite a completely harmless clean energy source. Second generation controlled fusion, on the other hand, is a deuterium and helium triple reaction that usually produces no neutrons, or very few neutrons, and radiation so low as to be completely negligible. A concerned scientist once joked that first-generation controlled fusion reactors would need to be built in sparsely populated far-flung suburbs, while second-generation fusion could be built entirely in city centers. As for the third generation of fusion, that is, the fusion reactor that time and space technology is now building, it is completely made of helium-3 as the raw material for the reaction, which will not produce the slightest radiation, and is a clean energy source without any pollution in the true sense of the word. Of course, this is just the standard of division on the Blue Star side, and according to the division of nuclear fusion over in the wasteland, they categorize fusion with radiation collectively as first-generation fusion, and second-generation, which is completely radiation-free. In terms of standards, it's clear that the wasteland pre-war world standards are a bit stricter than Blue Star's requirements, and by this standard of the wasteland, their most advanced Generation 4 fusion reactors would have to be estimated to be Generation 7, or even 8, when placed on Blue Star. This kind of cross-generation contraption was actually built, so it was naturally impossible for the Kyushu officials not to be excited. The bottom line is this: although those experts in Kyushu did not have access to the core part of the construction of this fusion reactor, and the exact principle is not clear at the moment, but this fusion reactor, where it was built, is in Kyushu. Those nuclear physics experts don't understand the principles, but they can do the math. According to the huge scale of this fusion reactor, a little bit of math will show that once it is turned on, its power generation capacity is feared to be an unimaginable astronomical figure. Not to mention more than that, there is no problem at all in supplying all the electricity used in the busiest and most densely populated chartered area in Kyushu, and there is even a balance. With this level of energy output power, it's impossible for timeless technology to fully internalize it. At that time, it will be an inevitable trend to cooperate with Kyushu to integrate most of the electricity generated by this reactor into the Kyushu power grid. So when they got the news that the construction of the fusion reactor had been completed and it only needed to be ignited to start, the Kyushu side was naturally thrilled. After all, this is something that is truly beneficial to the country and can be popularized to thousands of households. It is no exaggeration to say that it is a national treasure. And after a brief thought on Suyu's side, he informed the officials that the lighting of the fire would be scheduled for this Saturday, the day after tomorrow. As for the specific cooperation matters between fusion energy and Kyushu, The Kyushu side can send people to negotiate with spacetime technology here in the next 2 days. Suyu himself is of course lazy to talk about it, but now there is not a tool person Shuyu well. Just leave that sort of thing to her. As for the pricing of the power output from the fusion reactor after it was sold to Kyushu, the bottom line from his side was no less than 1 cent a degree and no more than 8 cents a degree. Exactly how far it could be talked about depended on Chuki's ability. The minimum is a penny and the maximum is no more than 8 cents. Even when Shuyuki talked about the price as low as a penny a degree, Suyu also definitely had something to earn. Last year, the electricity consumption of the whole society in Kyushu was more than 600 billion kilowatt-hours. If this figure is all provided by the fusion reactors of spacetime technology, then the deal is not that big. It's just over $80 billion. And by outputting so much power, the cost on the side of timeless technology should be able to be controlled within $10 billion. That means a net profit of over $70 billion. This is, of course, based on the previous electricity consumption in Kyushu. It is naturally impossible for electricity consumption based on thermal power generation to be on the same level as electricity consumption based on fusion power generation. If we really connect nuclear fusion to the power grid, when the electricity price is cheap and everyone is liberalized, the electricity consumption in Kyushu will only double a few times. Even because of the cheap electricity in Kyushu, a large number of foreign companies will choose to build factories in Kyushu, and while they enjoy cheap electricity, they will also provide more jobs for Kyushu and boost the economy of Kyushu. The demand for electricity in Kyushu will only increase in the future. It was foreseeable that if the nuclear fusion ignition was really successful and it was publicly announced that it had already cooperated with the Kyushu power grid, it would not take more than a year at most for the profits from selling electricity within Kyushu alone to rise to at least the level of $100 billion a year. And that's just 1 year. The further we go, the bigger the number will only get. Cheap electricity can be far more attractive to industrial capital than any policy. Really don't think hundreds of billions of dollars is a small number. It's pure profit. This item alone. If timeless technology were to follow up with a nuclear energy power company, this level of profit would be enough to squeeze into the top 30 globally. And that's just one place in Kyushu. If you can spread fusion stations all over the world, you'll only make more. There's no problem at all with becoming the most profitable business in the world in minutes, aside from the other subsidiaries of TimeTech. After all, it's more or less a labor of love to give Kyushu such a cheap price for electricity. And abroad, Suyu would not be so polite. He will keep the price of foreign electricity at a level that would allow people to abandon conventional thermal power, but is far from cheap. Take the lifeblood of the world's energy into your own hands. What with all the oil and gas energy? The remnants of the old days don't have the ships to carry them in this day and age. In the future, these things will lose their added value as an energy source, except as a chemical raw material, and will no longer be any different from other minerals. Old stuff that has been used for centuries and is too polluting to use for a fire. It's long overdue for elimination, and now it's just a short fire away from that. To say that Suyu wasn't excited at all, it was impossible. After all, nuclear fusion is something that can't be overstated as a sign of civilization's advancement. Was able to get it out of his hands, albeit by trading space for tech from the wasteland in Autumn End. But no matter what, being able to realize it in your own hands will definitely leave a colorful mark on human history as well. For the entire Blue Star human race, the realization of controlled nuclear fusion was of much greater significance than the mechanical prosthetics and aura water of spacetime medicine, the exoskeletons of spacetime heavy industry, the metallic hydrogen batteries of spacetime energy, and even the cultivation of immortality in the virtual world. In the short term, it's only comparable to the space elevator that was able to connect to deep space and help humanity get out of the blue planet. However, these two were all packaged by Suyu in the Tongtian Jianmu program. Completing nuclear fusion is also merely completing the first phase of this program. Without any hesitation, this Tongtian Wood building program is the greatest engineering program in the history of Blue Star mankind. There isn't one. Although the previous Tongtian Jianmu program was also noticed by many people on the internet, compared to its importance, that little bit of heat was far from it. But the day after tomorrow after the ignition, he would then let the world know what timeless technology was really doing with all the resources it had invested in the Black State, regardless of the cost. Later that night, the official blog of Timeless Technology. Friends, are you ready to enter the future? A short copy, and below the copy, a picture. The main body of the picture is black, with a slight shimmer in the center, illuminated by a half-mechanical, half-flesh and blood hand, filled with sci-fi and cyber style. The center of the hand, on the other hand, is the only light source in the picture, a star. And below the accompanying picture, there is a small line, control the light of the stars. Countdown, 39 hours. The time of ignition was fixed at 10 o'clock in the morning of the day after tomorrow, which was already evening. and therefore fell short of 48 hours. With the current heat of spacetime technology, the first time this dynamic was sent out, it almost without a doubt rushed to the first of the hot searches on all major platforms. Those celebrities who buy hot searches don't dare to send shady soldiers to grab hot searches at a time like this. It's not like no one else has done something similar, only the thing was done the first day, and the man went in the next day. Even Suyu didn't know it was there, and the officials got rid of it. There's hardly a clean ass among these playwrights, and a little digging for black material is enough to send them into squat for a decade or 8. Usually the officials turn a blind eye and don't bother to move them, but if they still dare to come out and jump out of their skin at a time like this, then no one will spoil them. And ever since this happened once, there was almost no one who dared to steal the spotlight from timeless technology further down the line. Soon, the dynamic that didn't directly say anything about what was going on, but rushed to the top of the hot search drew a lot of attention. Ready to enter the future? There's one thing to be said for the future. And right now I feel like it's future enough that I can't even begin to think about what the future looks like in the mouths of time tech. Wait, this chart. Controlling the light of the stars can't mean what I think it means, can it? Be confident. It should mean exactly what you think it means. Crap, did time tech really straighten that shit out? Hissy, if that's true, it's not an exaggeration to say that it's a trip into the future. There's not much to say. Time tech is awesome. Sajin is awesome. And Goddess Autumn is awesome. No, what are you talking about? What the hell is this? Why are they all riddlers? Don't you get it? It's controlled nuclear fusion. According to the planner of the Tongtian Jianmu project, at almost this point in time, the controlled nuclear fusion of time and space technology should also be ignited. And before, I thought that they were bragging, but now it seems that I'm afraid it's not. Wait, I'm only in middle school. I don't get it at all. What does controlled fusion have to do with controlling the stars? To give the kids a little bit of science, most of the stars we recognize are actually stars similar to the sun. The sun, on the other hand, undergoes a fusion reaction every minute of every day, and then sends energy to the blue star through thermal radiation. It could be said that stars were natural controlled nuclear fusion. If timeless technology had really completed the commercialization of nuclear fusion, then there was no problem at all in saying that it was controlling the light of the stars. Controlling the light of the stars. What greatness is this? Seriously. Suddenly a little want to cry. Not playing Terpsichorean, but really a little tearful. For the first time, I realized that being born as human beings, we can actually be so great. It wasn't even just Kyushu. This news released by Time and Space Technology was quickly reproduced beyond Kyushu. If the previous Tongtian Jianmu plan had just been released, most people abroad were under the impression that the people of Kyushu were pulling off some kind of spectacle again, building a useless elevator to space. And many even thought that time and space technology couldn't do it at all. Then after what has happened in recent times, even the most arrogant of those developed nations, the Skrulls, it also refreshed its impression of time and space technology and Kyushu, and began to seriously scrutinize and understand what this impression of a poor and backward place was actually doing now. After discarding the plausible but not plausible news conveyed by their media and thinking about it objectively, a number of intelligent people have come to realize, I'm afraid that the power held in the hands of this time and space technology from Kyushu is really more powerful than the technology fantasized in many sci-fi movies. Humans have always been strong. It is also for this reason that timeless technology has actually and unexpectedly gained a large number of fans abroad as well. And most of these people are highly qualified people who have some independent judgment about things. After all, it's not too easy to be able to come to an objective conclusion despite their media bombardment of smears and brainwashing. Of course, this naturally includes a few people who were born with anti-bones. They don't believe a word of their country's official and media propaganda and always prefer the opposite. The media disparages and discredits timeless technology, and they have to do the opposite, looking for news on the internet that favors timeless technology to refute it. It turned out that a search revealed that the time and space technology was actually so awesome, it's natural to adore it even more. Of course, it's not that they can objectively argue true or false, but it falls into the category of being a blind cat that meets a dead rat. Pushing temporal technology isn't really knowing much about those over-the-top technologies in the end. Rather, it's simply for the sake of opposition. There are quite a few of these people in Kyushu, and naturally there are plenty of them elsewhere. Human inferiority is interchangeable, and there's no such thing as saying that people in Kyushu have any inferiority and everywhere else is full of high quality. At the end of the day everyone is a pisser. It's just expressed differently. And the result of the combination of these rabid overseas fans of timeless technology and this announcement by timeless technology is this. In the past, timeless technology, which was basically scolded for being on the hot search on the extranet, actually got a positive hot search phrase by accident this time. They control the stars, and as soon as it appeared, the discussion heated up and the content below was largely dominated by awe and praise. There are also a lot of foreign sci-fi fans who are enthusiastically discussing what the future will be like if nuclear fusion is actually realized. Of course, this is limited to comments that can be seen after searching in other languages. If you search for the relevant phrase in simplified or traditional Kyushu script, then the comments below are rather unpleasant. What do you mean? Bragging again? What do you mean? It's none of my business if I make 3,000 a month? What? You're bragging before you've even lit the fire. If they can't do it with eagle sauce, can you? Let's just say that we all know what's going on. But overall, the vast majority of people are still very excited about what has been revealed in this release development from Timeless. Countless people are looking forward to Saturday. Twilight. Soon the time came to Saturday. On such an important day, Suyu was also rare to get up early again and changed into a slate Chinese mountain suit. Midriff dresses may look too old-fashioned to others and look like you've aged a couple dozen years in them. Can Suyu in face value and figure? Wear but does not show the slightest old-fashioned, but added a few points of seriousness and solemnity. Previously, when attending any important occasion, he was in his regular clothes, with not the slightest sign of importance visible. The importance attached to this ignition can be seen in the fact that he has deliberately changed into formal attire today. Autumn End, on the other hand, had changed into a proper azure cheongsam today, showing off her perfect figure while adding a little bit of flirtation to her, but without looking fawning. Instead, it's more demure. It was a bit of a sudden change from the usual getup of often wearing a white lab coat in and out of the lab, but the good thing is that with her face, she can handle any style with ease. Though nuclear fusion was just commonplace to her, not even a difficult technology, but this was the blue planet after all, not the prosperous epoch of the fallen world. For Blue Star, this is an important moment to unlock the energy shackles and make a complete clean sweep, and she even played an extremely important role in this as one of the pro-lifers. Naturally, it's only natural to be a little more formal with it, compared to the two of them with their suddenly formal, yet distinctive style. Shu Yu, who was involved in the first pass, and Li Yuanxi, Suyu's newly received little secretary, were more normal. It's all ladies' small suits with high heels. After wearing Li Yuanxi, a student who has not yet graduated, has a bit of business elite inside flavor. As for Chu Yu, she herself was a giant in the business world, and her aura naturally needed no introduction. 9 o'clock in the morning. Many of the executives of Timeless Technology, along with some of the senior leaders from Kyushu who had been sent to participate in the ignition ceremony, then rode together in a peregrine falcon to the fusion reactor construction site. This is Jung Island, located in the southernmost part of Kyushu, and has the most beautiful coastline in Kyushu. That huge nuclear fusion power plant was built on one of Cheon Island's waterfronts. A month ago, this was a densely forested wasteland. In just 1 month, with the help of the J9000 module, a fusion power station covering an area of more than 10 square kilometers was completed. Of course, the main reason why it still took over a month to get to the J9000 was that the J9000 building was okay, but the experimental facilities inside require countless factories to cooperate in their production and nuclear engineers to be responsible for their assembly. That's why it takes so long. Otherwise, such a small project, the J9000 module, can be done in 3 days. At the same time, the fusion power plant, which had only existed with construction teams and nuclear physicists and Timetech Bionics, was an unusually busy place. After Timeless Technology warmed up in advance the day before yesterday, the subsidiary Timeless Nuclear Energy was also listed, and at the same time announced the location of the fusion power plant demonstration reactor. And in partnership with Kyushu Nuclear Energy, together they raffled off 100,000 tickets online to enter the fusion plant on the day of ignition. All of Kyushu is invited to come together to witness this cross-generational moment. Time and space technology is rich and generous. Directly packaged all the visitors to the scene of the travel expenses to and from the road and accommodation costs. Directly that ticket can be reimbursed in the time and space technology to watch. On the other hand, the Kyushu side had deployed a brigade of troops specifically to take care of security this time around, to prevent a repeat of what happened last time at Ziwaiki. So you could care less about the repercussions of people running to Ziwagaki and making a mess, because the ones that dared to make a mess at his place, he directly punched back with a heavy blow. But not on the Kyushu side. Time and space technology, after all, is just a company. Suyu 100% holding, is his one word. Of course he wants to do what he does, but the crown is responsible for more than 1 billion people in all of Kyushu and cannot be as reckless as he is. So it's best to take precautions to avoid any surprises that could have a bad effect. And in addition to the 100,000 people who have access to the fusion plant site, outside the fusion plant, there are crowds of people occupying the surrounding beaches and ridges, waiting to witness this uplifting moment. Looking down from the Peregrine Falcon, the fusion power station at this time is full of people. All eyes are on us, The whole country is looking here and watching us at this time. Beside the porthole of the Peregrine Falcon, beside Suyu, a middle-aged man facing majesty looked at Suyu with a serious expression. Mr. Su insists on doing this. He should be 100% sure, right? He was one of the highest-ranking officials who had come on behalf of Kyushu this time. A handful of people in the energy sector in Kyushu, Wasia. But it was not the same as Suyu's impression that high officials were all a handful of years old, 50 or 60 years old. The leader of the energy sector, on the contrary, is not too old, but only in his early 40s, appears to be quite young, and being in a high position at such a young age means one thing. This person's ability is absolutely extraordinary. As for the background, without the ability, no matter how heavenly your background is, it is impossible to achieve such a position up. Don't worry, there can't be any accidents, Suyu replied with a smile. His relationship with Kyushu is more delicate now. In fact, under normal circumstances, Kyushu style would never allow a private company to become so big as this. A monopoly means a monopoly, which is definitely not good for a market economy. And if a private company has a certain level of mastery over the economy, it can go very wrong if it has any bad intentions. Not to mention the fact that the Security Department of Time and Space Technology has done so many things at home and abroad that all of Kyushu has turned a blind eye to, and has even intentionally taken sides. Other than that, if the time technology is not in Kyushu but in some small country in a backward area, with all the things Suyu has done, Zvaigaki was fucking nuke long ago. How can you have Hawk Jam and Neon all bowing their heads and playing the grandson? But time and space technology is too special. Each of these technologies that Suyu had taken out was epic-making, and with these technologies alone, it was unlikely that Kyushu would do anything to timeless technology. Not to mention the fact that the emergence of these technologies is completely out of character. And Suyu also intentionally implied that his technology did not come from the Blue Star during the negotiation process with the military in Kyushu. The officials of Kyushu have so far thought that Suyu might have reached some kind of cooperation with an extraterrestrial civilization. So the attitude of the Kyushu side towards time and space technology at this point is, as long as you don't screw up in Kyushu, Time Tech can build whatever it wants abroad. When something goes wrong, they cover what they can, and if they can't, they brush it off. And corporate behavior has nothing to do with Kyushu. As for your claim that you want to nuke Zwaiki and capture the chairman of Time Tech alive, that land is ours in Kyushu. You're not going to blow me up, are you? Whereas in the exchange between Time Tech and Kyushu, the two sides have maintained a largely equal stance. That is to say, the official also did not really take the time and space technology as their own subordinate enterprises to control, but to communicate with an attitude of equality and cooperation. If it wasn't for Timeless Technology's own insistence on paying their taxes on time, the Kyushu officials could even give them a tax exemption. After all, compared to the value of these technologies provided by Timeless Technology, the tax they have to pay, although also astronomical, can only be considered a drop in the bucket. As expected, hearing Suyu's words, Weijia also nodded in admiration. Your technology is just breathtaking. Right. Speaking of which, his eyes behind his lenses flashed with a hint of color as he jokingly mentioned it casually. I heard from my colleagues at the Ministry of State Security the other day that several people with physical qualities far beyond the norm have recently been discovered. One had a fire in his house and actually climbed down easily with his bare hands from more than 30 floors, and finally jumped from a height of more than 20 meters to the concrete floor, and was actually not hurt at all. There was another one I heard about who was caught in a fire and rushed in to save someone as a matter of honor, and in the end his clothes were burned away, but nothing happened to him at all, and his hair didn't even get burned off. The world. There is nothing strange about it. Suyu also did not know what he wanted to express, and could only smile without changing his face. That's not necessarily true. Weezer pushed up his glasses. I've heard that all these people have one thing in common. All of them are players who have recently purchased the virtual reality helmets from Timeless Technology. We also have coworkers who bought this product of yours, and we heard that the early stage of the body tempering realm in it can indeed do these things. As he spoke, he looked towards Suyu. Apparently, what is said to be a joke is actually the fact that Kyushu officials have discovered the hidden dogs in the virtual helmets. It was an opportunity to come to him for proof. It's already to this extent? Suyu froze for a moment and didn't deny it, giving it a direct admission. But the surprise on his face wasn't feigned. It was genuine. After all, the virtual reality device released by Spacetime Virtual has only been less than a week. The production line has just been built, and the production capacity has not begun to explode. Until now, the shipments of virtual helmets and virtual gaming pods have only amounted to more than 100,000 units at most. He was really surprised that someone had actually cultivated something so quickly. Hearing Suyu's unapologetic acknowledgement, Weijia's fleshly face appeared to be shaken, but it was only for a moment before he calmed down and turned to laugh. These products from your company have been on sale for a few days now. And as we are a great people in Kyushu, there are always some people who highlight better than normal talents in various industries. So that so-called virtual game, the levels actually cultivated in it, can really be mapped to reality? To be honest, before he came, when he heard the people from the Ministry of State Security entrusted him to ask Suyu about this matter, Weezer was less than convinced. After all, it's a bit too bizarre anyhow, but after seeing Suyu's reaction at this moment, he was convinced. Because he had specifically studied Suyu's deeds, he knew that this one's character had always been to do what he said. A lot of times it sounds like a pretentious thing to say, but he can actually do it, is rarely a snarky one. Now that Suyu admitted that this matter was indeed the work of time and space technology, he naturally believed it. Although playing a game can evolve this thing, how to look at it is outrageous. But even more outrageous things time and space technology is not unheard of to do. It seems like a reasonable thing to put on time tech. Indeed, Suyu said frankly, it's actually kind of an experiment for us. But there has to be a matching energy source in the helmet or game pod to allow the body and reality to evolve correspondingly. An energy source that we call spirit stones. It's that piece of jade? Weisha's pupils shrank and he immediately reacted. For the products produced by spacetime technology, the officials of Kyushu naturally had all of them disassembled and analyzed. Not only the official Kyushu, but all countries in the world will buy the research through special channels. It's fair to say that a lot of the capacity was eaten up by these research organizations in the early days when these products started selling. And of course, they all studied a loneliness is all. Laughing my ass off, can't even read it unwrapped. But the unreadable ones are just some of the most core tech. Within each product of time and space technology is actually a collection of countless highly refined technologies. For some fringe tech that time tech doesn't even look at, and doesn't even bother to keep secret, they can still feel their way around. Even if you can't study it as usual in a short time, you can at least provide an idea. Ideas, sometimes, are invaluable in scientific research. Therefore, although most of the time the research cannot be famous, but there are still countless scientific research institutions are happy to buy these devices from the time and space technology to dismantle the research. For the virtual reality device released by Time and Space Virtual some time ago, the Kyushu side had naturally disassembled it. And the dismantling study is still an elite team led by several academicians. After taking it apart, it really arrived at quite an inspiration. The most critical of these is the carbon-based chip that comes with the virtual device. According to the research of professional chip experts, the arithmetic power of this chip is terribly high, and I'm afraid that the normal silicon-based chip that Blue Star is using right now would have to have an accuracy of 0.01 nanometers in order for the arithmetic power to be comparable to this carbon-based chip. Though it would be hard to get them to reproduce the same chip based on just this sample. But this at least provides them with a valuable thought. That is that carbon-based chips are indeed a viable path, with even more potential than the current silicon-based chips. So the Kyushu officials then allocated another large sum of money to the research of carbon-based chips. And in addition to chips, materials and more, the Kyushu side got a lot of key inspiration after dismantling the virtual device. That's what comes with disassembling a time tech product. It is not necessarily possible to obtain any over-the-top technology, but it is possible to determine the future direction of development and layout in advance, so as not to take a detour. And this time, during the process of disassembling the virtual device, they found that there was nothing in it at all except that the brain-computer interface thing was too sci-fi to have a clue. The most perplexing to these leading experts, it was Time Tech that put a piece of jade into it. The texture of the jade is very good instead. They even got an expert in jade specifically to appraise it. The expert said that this is pure glass seed emperor green, just such a small piece. Get to the jade market to sell. Absolutely 10 million level. After getting this appraisal result, a group of scientific research bigwigs thought for a while that there had been some kind of accident during the assembly process, and that this piece of jade had accidentally fallen in. But after dismantling a few more units, they were dumbfounded to realize that it wasn't really a coincidence situation, but that there was such a piece of jade in almost every one of them. A virtual device that sells for tens of thousands of dollars contains a jade worth millions. This kind of behavior of time and space technology once made countless academician-level bigwigs in Kyushu lose a lot of hair. They studied it for half a day and couldn't figure out what the hell was going on inside the stuffing. There was no choice but to apply upwards and have someone go directly to ask what this time and space technology thing was all about. For these scholars and professors, if this is not clear, it is really hard to eat and sleep. Weijia was in a high position and had naturally heard a little about these things. Therefore at this moment, after hearing Suyu talk about this, he immediately reacted. That's a spirit stone. It's not the same as ordinary jade. Suyu fished out a spirit stone from his pocket and waved it in front of Weijia. Blue Star's aura was thin. And ever since he started cultivating, Suyu had the habit of carrying a few spirit stones with him. Carrying a spirit stone close to you is better than any means of nourishment. What is the efficacy? Weijia took this card-shaped spirit stone and carefully scrutinized it for half a day, but he didn't see any difference between it and jade. Efficacy? That's huge. Suyu shrugged. Carrying it close to your body will prolong your life. And if you match it with the virtual helmet to enter the virtual world to play the cultivation game, you will be able to actively absorb a bunch of special energies in it to make the flesh evolve. And this evolution is completely without any side effects. And the only regret is that the absorption efficiency is not the same according to the individual's physique. Those people you spoke of before, who were able to show with the difference in such a short period of time, are obviously the more talented ones in this area. Evolution without any side effects. Weijia pinched the spirit stone and narrowed his eyes. Spinning around, he didn't continue to press the issue, but sighed. Your technology is really, one can't help but marvel at it. The official had previously guessed that the reason for the appearance of these special individuals was caused by Timeless Technology's virtual game, and this time he was asked to ask about this mainly because he wanted to see what attitude Timeless Technology had on their side, and whether or not they knew anything about this situation. Now it seems less of a concern. According to Suyu, really wanting to rely on the virtual game to evolve to some sort of point where it could ignore modern hot weapons would obviously require a large amount of spirit stones, and with Timeless Technology in possession of these spirit stones, there was no need to worry about the emergence of an uncontrollable individual who wielded extreme power. If the official can reach a cooperation with time and space technology in this regard, it will instead be able to obtain a greater supply of spirit stones than the vast majority of ordinary people. And there is no fear of the lawlessness that occurs after some people gain power through virtual games. As to whether this cooperation can be reached and in what form, that's not something that Weijia should consider. Naturally, there are other departments that come to talk to Timeless Technology. He's still mostly involved in fusion ignition experiments today. The two made some more small talk. Within a short time, the peregrine falcon, which had been hovering in the air for a few moments, slowly descended to the huge tarmac that had been built especially for peregrine falcons. Just as soon as it stopped, countless reporters inside flocked to the hatch and raised the cameras in their hands. The first to go out was, naturally, the bionic human security team on TimeTech. This was followed by the executives of Timeless Technology, the official representatives. It was Suyu and the others who came out last. Under the attention of millions of people, Suyu's, dressed in formal attire, appeared in front of the hatch. As for the CEO of Timeless Technology, Xiao Mu, she was holding Suyu's arm and standing side by side with him. The man's posture was upright. His temperament was calm and steady, and he had the spirited exuberance of a teenager. The woman's body is slender, quiet and introverted. Her posture is charming but not demonic, but the atmosphere is dignified. For the first time, the two of them, who were dressed in formal attire for a public event in such a close manner, attracted everyone's attention as soon as they appeared. While secretly praising the golden couple in their hearts, the reporters hurriedly raised the cameras in their hands to record this scene and spread it to the internet. Handsome men and women in full dress, with the sci-fi near-Earth orbiter peregrine falcon behind them. This is a very impactful image, and if only one person had captured it, it would obviously have no problem winning an award. As for now, journalists are not in the mood for awards. After the two of them walked down the gangway, even though they were stopped by a brick wall of bionic human soldiers, the reporters couldn't help but frantically push forward while asking questions in a loud voice about matters related to today's nuclear fusion ignition. Mr. Su, this time, such a high-profile publicity before the ignition and inviting so many tourists to the site. Is it because your company already has 100% confidence in this demonstration reactor of controlled nuclear fusion that it can succeed? Mr. Su, it seems that your company has not announced the code name of this nuclear fusion demonstration reactor. May I ask if this aspect has not been considered? Mr. Su, recently the internet has been very concerned about your company's construction of this fusion power station and the space elevator project in the Black State. And many netizens believe that this is a labor of love, something that is completely unnecessary to build. What are your thoughts on this? Mr. Su, Ms. Xiao, may I ask if you are a couple, or a husband and wife relationship? As soon as he swam downstream the Falcon, Suyu had a big headache from the questions asked by the wrinkled four sides. I wanted to walk away regardless, but after a moment's thought, I stopped. It's true that less was announced before to keep the mystery alive. Aside from Timeless Technology and the top brass of Kyushu, all anyone knows is that there's a fusion reactor here that's going to be ignited at 10 a.m. This morning. And then? Nope. Although the 5 words controlled fusion are enough to capture the world's attention, but there are tons of details that have not been released by now, and in the end it still seems a bit rushed. Of course, the bottom line is this. The reason he'd made such a big deal out of this ignition was so that the world would understand what Timeless Technology was really doing. if it just flat out fires. It flat out fires successfully. Then I'm afraid it will be a while before the electricity generated by fusion actually makes its way into millions of homes and people feel the benefits of fusion. He wasn't going to wait that long, so there were some things it was better to talk about now. Directly ignore the first question you just heard. On the question of whether or not it could be 100% successful, even Autumn only dared to say that the success rate was as high as 99%, and didn't bite the bullet and say that it was bound to be successful. After all, no one can guarantee that there will not be any problems with such a large-scale project. The fact is that in this world besides math, right is right and wrong is wrong. Basically, there is no such thing as 100% certainty. Even the theory of relativity, which does work on Blue Star, may not work on another world. Even for a multi-million-dollar Rolls-Royce, the engineers can't guarantee that the engine will fire up 100% of the time under all circumstances, not to mention such a large fusion facility. It's not uncommon for the ignition to fail when something goes wrong with one of the small, insignificant parts of the process. Following world prosperity epic, nuclear fusion has been played out. Not still have ignition failure cases, while big problems don't come out. Even if the first ignition fails, a little bit of looking for what the problem is can quickly fix the problem and ignite it again. But after all, so many eyes are watching. If he packs 100% success now, and then one shot didn't light, it would be too embarrassing. So Suyu simply bypassed this question and looked straight at the reporter who asked the second question. About the code name of this demonstration pile. Well, this is something we did discuss. We just haven't publicized it yet. And since everyone wants to know about it, it wouldn't hurt for me to talk about it here. After a pause, Suyu said with a solemn expression. Flint, the world's first soon-to-be commercialized fusion reactor, which we've named Fusilier. According to legend, the Suerens invented drilling wood for fire in today's Shankyu, becoming the inventor of artificial fire in ancient times in the Kyushu, teaching people to cook food, ending the history of ancient mankind who drank blood from their hair and making mankind differentiate themselves from the habits of wild beasts, and being the originator of the civilization of the Kyushu, and being worshipped by the later generations as the ancestor of fire, and honored as the heavenly emperor among the 3 emperors and 5 emperors. And what we are going to do today is similar to what the ancient Flintstones did when they drilled wood for fire. The drilling of wood for fire distinguishes human beings from wild beasts, and from then on, human civilization took the first step, achieving a leap from 0 to 1, and the success of nuclear fusion ignition, allowing human civilization to completely get rid of the energy dilemma, is a leap from single digits to 10 digits. From now on, mankind will no longer need to be trapped by the limitations of energy, and the entire human civilization will enter a whole new era. Having had the experience of several public speeches on stage, this aspect of Suyu is already lightly familiar with. Even without a ventriloquist's note, he's still a believer, and the speech was so impassioned that no one was moved by it. After saying that, he didn't wait for the reporter to continue asking questions, so he looked at the reporter who had asked the third question before. As for your comment that there are quite a few people on the internet who think this is a laborious and totally unnecessary construction project, I'm sorry, I'm also a frequent user of the internet, but I don't often see similar comments. Quite a few people. Which people are you referring to? That reporter was still immersed in Suyu's codename for the reactor and hadn't come back to his senses. After hearing Suyu answer his question, he was first stunned, but his reaction was not slow and he hurriedly said, Mr. Su, if we look at it proportionally, those who are in favor of this initiative of your company are of course the vast majority of people, but there are so many people in the world that even if only that small percentage is against it, that's still considered quite a lot of people. What do you think about the fact that they believe the truth is in the hands of a few? The truth is in the hands of the few. Suyu repeated the sentence and laughed with a derisive expression. This statement was originally made by a great pioneer, and there is nothing wrong with it in the context of the circumstances and situation in which he found himself at the time. Only now this phrase has become the mantra of certain ignorant and arrogant people who claim to be the elite of humanity. I will not comment on the views of these people. While I am not a believer in Shida, it is objective. For those who can't keep up, refusing to embrace progress is the beginning of their elimination. I respect the destiny of all people. The reporters in the surrounding area rushed to record the segment and pass it on. After all, this is the first-hand news than the timeliness. Naturally, the earlier the release the better. Outside at this time there are already professional writers waiting to write the manuscript. After urgently conveying this paragraph of Suyu's speech, a reporter, seeing that Suyu didn't seem to have the intention to continue answering the previous question, hastily raised his hand and spoke. May I ask Mr. Su, this power station covers such a large area and uses nuclear fusion energy. Can you reveal the installed capacity of the entire power station? How much electricity will it be able to produce annually after it is put into operation? The three emperors, specifically which three emperors? There are many kinds of statements. Some say Flint, Fu Shi, Shen Nong. Some say Fu Shi, Shen Nong, Huang Di. Basically no one is sure exactly which three are referred to. The five emperors situation is the same. There are many kinds of claims, so there is no need to discuss more here. Also, the three emperors refer to the emperor of heaven, the emperor of earth, and the emperor of man, or in one way, the emperor of heaven, the emperor of earth, and the emperor of Thailand. Anyway, no matter how you say it, there is a heavenly emperor in the three emperors, so don't come and get involved in the small days. Haha. Good question. Suyu immediately nodded approvingly. Looking at the words on the reporter's shirt, it was a reporter from a famous science fiction magazine in Kyushu. It's no wonder that the questions posed are relatively specialized. Answering those questions is frankly still a mouthful compared to the naming, questioning and whatnot that preceded it. Blowing your mouth off doesn't do much more than make people feel hot and bothered. And after the fervor boils over, it is going to cool off. And then it's going to be what it is. The only way to really visualize what this fusion reactor really means is to get on the data. Suyu replied with a smile. Let's start with the conclusion that this controlled fusion power plant can be designed to have a maximum installed capacity of 300,000 megawatts. Of course, right now we only have 10,000 megawatt magneto-hydrodynamic generators in there to use as demonstration ignition, which is the largest power generator we can find on the market at this time. And if all of them were to make this type of generator, we'd need to install at least 300 more in order to keep the energy produced in the fusion reactor from going to waste. It's a good thing that in terms of generator technology, our researchers at Timeless Technology have also obtained a breakthrough after working around the clock. Timeless Technology has self-developed a generator capable of reaching 5,000 megawatts of power, and is currently stepping up production. Only 60 of these generators are needed to reach the maximum installed capacity of this fusion power plant. At that time, it will also be the time when the Fusilier pile will be integrated into the Kyushu power grid and officially start exporting electricity. Installed capacity reached 300,000 MW. Hearing this figure, many journalists who had reviewed their homework before coming here and were no longer unfamiliar with this area, had a shocked look in their eyes. This number has even been so large that it has exceeded the arithmetic power of their CPU, and many people hastily took out their cell phones and opened the calculator to calculate it. Installed capacity, in full, is the installed capacity of a power plant. Usually refers to the sum of the power ratings of all generators in a power station. Simply put, it's how much electricity can be generated in an hour. 1 megawatt equals 1000 kilowatts. With an installed capacity of 300,000 megawatts, that would mean that this fusion power plant would be able to output 300 million kilowatts of electricity in 1 hour. Of course, this is only a theoretical calculation of the power rating, and the actual result takes into account the efficiency of the generator. The current state-of-the-art magneto-hydrodynamic generators have an efficiency of roughly 50 to 60%, but that's not critical. Even at the lowest 50%, this fusion power plant can output up to 150 million kilowatts of electricity per hour. What kind of concept is that? To put it in perspective, that's more than 1.3 trillion kilowatt hours of electricity it produces in 1 year of operation. And Kyushu's total electricity consumption for last year was just over 860 billion kilowatt hours. In other words, 6 more such power stations would be fully capable of supplying the electricity needs of the entire Kyushu, even with a surplus, and that's based on the efficiency of normal magneto-hydrodynamic generators currently on the market. No one can say how efficient Timetech's self-developed generators are. It can only be said that with the technological power that time and space technology has shown in the past, all people will not be surprised if they engage in some kind of black tech generator with an efficiency of more than 80%. In that case, this power generation would have to be doubled again. The reporters who finally did the math looked at the big long string of numbers in their cell phone computers and for a moment could not believe their eyes. Of course, the ones who can figure this out are basically the ones who know this stuff originally, or who specifically did their homework before coming here. But clearly, not all journalists have this professionalism. After listening to a large string of data to hear only, a reporter chose to ask directly, "I'm sorry, Mr. Su, I'm a liberal arts student. I'm not very sensitive to numbers. I believe that there are many people in the world who are in a similar situation as me. Can you say something more straightforward? For example, how many kilowatts of electricity can be generated after commissioning and so on? This is closely related to everyone's life and easier to understand." Suyu smiled at his words. "Sure, our self-developed generator from time and space technology is not only capable of reaching 5,000 megawatts of power per unit, but its actual efficiency is more than 90%. That is, if this fusion power plant is successfully ignited and completes its installation and commissioning, it generates 270 million kilowatts of electricity in 1 hour and is capable of outputting nearly 2.4 trillion kilowatts of electricity a year. The electricity produced by this one plant would be enough for the most prosperous and densely populated chartered area in Kyushu with a surplus. Just building 5 of these fusion power plants would be enough to supply the electricity needs of over 1 billion people in Kyushu. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but freeze for a moment. Those who know what they are doing are amazed that Timetech's self-developed generators are actually more than 90% efficient. Although it had been expected that Timeless Technology would probably come up with some kind of black tech generator, but this technology was not yet powerful. The more knowledgeable you are, the more you know how hard it is to improve generator efficiency. And not only did the spacetime technology improve, it improved by countless orders of magnitude all at once. If such generators had been available in earlier times, the size of all thermal power generation in Kyushu would have had to drop by at least a fraction of a percent. And the uninitiated are naturally dumbfounded by this massive branch. I'm afraid they don't understand what you mean when you say 300,000 megawatts of installed capacity. But when you say that 270 million kilowatt hours of electricity is generated in an hour, 2.4 trillion kilowatt hours of electricity, then they naturally understand. Knowing that, naturally, is just unbelievable. Although the size of this power plant looks good, it is a stretch compared to the entire package. It's amazing that such a small area of the district can supply the power needs of the entire Packard area. It's a little too outrageous anyhow. Some people subconsciously do not believe, but when they think that this is the chairman of the time and space technology see you personally in public, and have to believe. Finally, after the whole room had been silent for quite a while, a reporter realized the blind spot and asked in a hurry, Mr. Su, just now I heard you say that if the ignition is successful today, once the generator arrives, the fusion reactor will be officially put into operation and integrated into the Kyushu power grid. May I ask if your company has already reached a cooperation with Kyushu officials? Can you disclose the terms of the cooperation? After the fusion power is connected to the grid, will we be able to use electricity at a more favorable rate than before? It was a series of questions that really asked what mattered most to the viewers who were following the live broadcast here. Something about a black tech generator and how many kilowatts of electricity it generates per year. If the price of electricity does not drop, even if this power station generates 10 trillion kilowatt hours of electricity a year, what does it have to do with the general public? When Suyu heard this question, he immediately laughed. That's a good question, and I'm sure it's a top concern for everyone in the room today. Everyone watching live in front of the screen. I'll answer them one by one. First of all, Spacetime Nuclear Energy, a subsidiary of Spacetime Technology, has signed a strategic cooperation agreement with the Kyushu power grid. After this fusion power plant is successfully ignited and put into operation, Spacetime Nuclear Energy will cooperate with the Kyushu power grid to build at least 4 more power plants of the same size in Kyushu, as well as some smaller-scale fusion power plants where appropriate, for use by some special industries or for backup in the event of special circumstances. At the same time, we will also actively develop open business to promote the clean energy of nuclear fusion to the world. That's probably all that can be disclosed in terms of cooperation. As for more specific terms and conditions, that's classified as a business secret and not convenient to say more. And the question that everyone is most concerned about is whether or not the price of electricity will go down. Timeless Technology is only cooperating with the Kyushu power grid. Sending electricity to thousands of households is a matter for the Kyushu power grid, and how to price it is of course up to them. We, Timeless Technology, are not involved. Speaking here, Suyu spread his hands, and just when everyone thought that he also didn't know how the Kyushu power grid would price things, they saw him turn and add, but the good news is that I happen to know that much about the new Kyushu grid rules on pricing electricity after fusion is connected to the grid. Probably. That means free electricity for residential use and no more than 10 cents for commercial and industrial use. I guess. Oh yes, this civil electricity free is also a quota. After all, although there is nuclear fusion, but also cannot be wasted well. The initial design of the Kyushu power grid is Kyushu residents have 1,000 degrees of free electricity per person per month. More than 1,000 degrees, then you have to pay a fee. And industrial electricity is a price. That's the general situation. It's rumored that they seem to be preparing to get a whole new model of power supply. So pay attention to the announcement of the Kyushu power grid. Electricity price is Suyu let Shuyu to negotiate. Give her the bottom line is 1 degree of electricity is not less than a penny. Not more than 10 cents. She eventually negotiated a price of 4 cents a degree. This also cannot be helped. The Kyushu side to find a large number of experts and scholars has been the cost of fusion power generation on the side of time and space technology to calculate a 7 or 8 The negotiation process was naturally characterized by frantic bargaining. If I hadn't missed the fact that TimeTech could actually come up with a generator that was more than 90% efficient, I'm afraid I'd have to talk about 3 cents a degree for that price. For this result that Chuyu talked about, Suyu was already satisfied. Even if she talked the price down to a penny, Suyu didn't see any problem. Electricity is just a necessity and there are places to make money. Electricity on this side of Kyushu he had no intention of earning much. Talking about one point he can earn hundreds of billions a year, let alone 4 cents a degree now. And if the price of electricity sold to Kyushu on the side of TimeTech is 4 cents a unit, it is only natural then that residential electricity should be free. After all, last year, the total amount of electricity used in all of Kyushu in 1 year was more than 600 billion kilowatt hours. Among them, the urban and rural residents' electricity consumption is only 1,300 billion out of the total. It's the commercial and industrial use of electricity that's really the big one. The Kyushu power grid is perfectly capable of getting 4 cents a unit from the TimeTech side, and then cranking up commercial and industrial power to 10 cents, or 7 or 8 cents. For that, it's already at least double the profit. And those factories and shopping malls that have access to such cheap electricity, the cost of production and operation falls directly off a cliff. I'm afraid I'm going to die laughing in my dreams and thanking them for it. This electricity bill alone can definitely become a gold standard for attracting investment in Kyushu in the future. The big head of the commercial and industrial use of electricity can be doubled. The money earned to subsidize the civilian electricity that 3 melons and 2 dates is simply more than enough. Make money and get a good reputation at the same time. Officials aren't stupid, so they naturally know what to choose. Civilian electricity is free. As soon as these few words left his mouth, the second half of Suyu's sentence was directly ignored by the vast majority of ordinary people who were watching the live broadcast. Electricity is to modern man what grain was to the less productive ancient man. In ancient times, people didn't have enough food to eat, so naturally, life was worse than death. Modern man is pretty much as good as dead if he doesn't have electricity. This is something that is relevant to everyone living in these times. The pain in the ass when the power goes out, and the sting in the summer when the electric bill skyrockets. There are a lot of people who have experienced this. And now, Suyu, as a big man with some authority, has personally said that civilian electricity is free. What does that mean? This means that even with a low income, the air conditioner can be turned on with impunity later in the summer when the weather is hot. 1,000 kilowatt hours of free electricity for one person. A 1.5p home wall-mounted air conditioner that is on continuously for a month may not use that much electricity. Not to mention that even if the free amount is exceeded and the rate for industrial electricity is reached, that less than 10 cents a unit of electricity is pure cabbage, although it is still winter. But some of the otaku who are watching the live broadcast, and even can already imagine the summer refrigerator air conditioning turned up to maximum power, outside the hot sun, directly hiding in the air-conditioned room to blow cold wind and eat ice cream scene. And compared to most of the people who were only concerned about what the price of their electricity would be, some of the people who knew more about industry and commerce were focused on the second half of Suyu's sentence. No more than 10 cents for commercial and industrial electricity. This level of electricity cost is definitely a huge benefit for some industries that require a lot of electricity in their production process, although it is always only a small percentage of people who can open a factory mall for business. Yet that doesn't mean it's not relevant to the general public. The most direct correlation is that the prices of some products that require a lot of electricity in their production process will plummet. With this, the prices of all industrial and commercial products will be reduced to a greater or lesser extent. When only part of the business or manufacturers to reduce production costs, they may still be sneaky to maintain the original price, so that they earn more, and will not suddenly reduce prices to affect the market situation. But when everyone's production costs are reduced, then the product price reduction will be an inevitable trend. The price of products produced in Kyushu has generally been reduced, and that means that the money in the hands of the people of Kyushu is worth more than ever before. It's the equivalent of a direct payout to all of Kyushu, and the Kyushu dollar in this case has more purchasing power than it did before, and is totally very benignly appreciating, not deflationary in the sense that the pitfalls are huge. There were no journalists who came to the scene today who were more familiar with finance and economics, and for a while they hadn't picked up on this key point. But at this time in the live broadcast room of various platforms, but there are already old brothers who know what they are doing, and they have started to give the audience a popularization. After hearing that there were actually so many benefits, even those who were anti-intellectual before, and who thought that nuclear fusion was dangerous because of the word nuclear, there was not the slightest bit of resistance at this point, because this is real, really can fall into the hands of all the benefits, really want to have such a day, not to mention the opposition. Now to Suyu Kowtow a few people are willing. It's so fragrant. After answering some more questions briefly, the time had come to 9:30 a.m. Or so. Without paying any more attention to the increasing number of questions from the reporters, Suyu said his goodbyes before entering the reactor control room inside the power station with Autumn and the others. All the control units of this huge fusion reactor are integrated here. It was no exaggeration to say that just this set of centralized control system, if the Blue Star people were allowed to get it on their own, they wouldn't be able to figure it out without 3 to 5 years. The control room wasn't exactly small, and in addition to the necessary staff at the different stations, the vacant parts of the control room as well as the doorway were packed with people at this point. In fact, as the control room for the fusion reactor, this is clearly the top priority. At this moment, it would not even be an exaggeration to say that there is no place in Kyushu that is more important than it at this time. Therefore, those who are allowed to enter here are naturally screened after comprehensive consideration and are considered to be qualified to come in. The screening conditions are extremely strict. Even the president of the BIA group next door wanted to come and watch the ceremony, but he was turned away. Those who were qualified to enter the control room, other than Chuyu and the others that Suyu had brought along as well as a few executives of time and space technology, some of the leaders of Kyushu who had been sent to observe the ceremony. It's just some of the engineers and physicists who have been involved in the construction of the project. Though the core technology came from the wasteland, there was no way this power station could have been built so quickly without their help, while Autumn had more other things to keep busy with. There is no shortage of academician-level, gray-haired old men. They had devoted their best youthful years to this country, and now, even though they were gray-haired, when they were summoned by the officials to cooperate with spacetime technology to build nuclear fusion reactors, they agreed without hesitation. During this month, they had worked almost tirelessly to consult the drawings and technical data, and had done their best to fulfill the tasks that time and space technology had divided among them. If this fusion reactor could be completed so quickly, the most crucial thing was the drawings and technical information from the wasteland, and the most important thing was the centering scheduling modification program of late Autumn. Then these old scholars and professors from Kyushu, who personally participated in the construction, should undoubtedly be given the second place of credit. Although Suyu hadn't even been here before, he was aware of all these things. So it was only when the official proposed to time and space technology that they wanted to cut some of the leadership slots for the ceremony to be given to these professors that they realized that their names had long since been put on the first line of the control room's viewing list by Suyu's letting people in. Aside from these people, all that's left are a couple of reporters, but almost all of the journalists who are allowed to enter here are from the authoritative official media of Kyushu. It was also because of the fact that so many people were crammed in, so the control room, which was originally quite spacious, seemed a bit crowded at the moment. As for the tourists who were allowed to enter the interior of the power plant with their tickets, they were all gathered in the stadium that was reserved for the employees' sports during the design of the power plant. It had been temporarily retrofitted with extremely fast and huge screens, which were currently broadcasting live from the control room. The crowd that had run to the outside of the power station to join in the fun was also watching the live broadcast on their cell phones at this moment. The beachside and ridge, which had originally gathered countless people and appeared to be unusually lively, actually seemed to be very quiet at this time. Everyone was waiting for that moment. However, although at least 300,000 to 400,000 people had gathered inside and outside the fusion power plant today, security was not a concern at all. The farthest cordon had been drawn up to 50 kilometers away, and those who were allowed inside had all been subjected to layers of intense scrutiny. At this time, the police force around the fusion power station, in addition to a regular army synthesized brigade sent by Kyushu, there is also the local armed police detachment of Cheongdao. Thousands of elite armed police with loaded guns. The local public security department also dispatched a large number of police officers to the scene to maintain order. These original law enforcement in the territory of Kyushu will rarely carry firearms. Police today also unprecedented, everyone carries a weapon, counting inside and out. Although there are 300,000 to 400,000 people who came to the scene today, the official force responsible for maintaining order is more than 10,000 people. And that's just the power on the ground. Because the fusion power plant was built along the coast, the hundreds of nautical miles of sea on the site of Cheongdao near the power plant had been completely blocked by Kyushu in the name of military exercises. There was a mixed fleet of 4 10,000-ton drives and a dozen or so by destroyer frigates on the surface alone, with Blackfish diving under the seabed. The anti-submarine helicopters were cruising the surface at all times, not allowing any submarines to get close. Nominally, it is a live-fire exercise in a number of disciplines, including air defense, anti-submarine, and anti-missile, using terrorists armed with advanced warplanes, warships, aircraft carriers, and other heavy-fire weapons as the hypothetical enemy. Except for the fleet maneuvering at sea, all air defense radars on Cheongdao are at full power. All air bases are in a state of combat readiness, and warplanes with live ammunition are ready to take off to meet the enemy. It is natural that there is no need to say who is being defended against this scale of mobilization in the military. Although the terrorist may not have the guts to come and cause havoc at this time of the year, one cannot afford to be on the defensive. Not to mention the fact that once fusion fires successfully, the world's energy industry will be reshuffled, and the opposite side's biggest dependence on the oil meter dollar system is about to face collapse. In this case, the terrorists may not necessarily not be dogged. Jojo Zuzuan strategically defies the enemy and tactically emphasizes the enemy. It's natural not to let up at this point. The Navy, Army, and Air Force are arching, and even the troops in charge of growing mushrooms have been pulled out for maneuvers today. It is clear to tell the whole world that whoever dares to make trouble today will have to fight for his life. They had considered any eventuality, and even the worst-case scenario. If it came to pass, they were prepared to do battle with their enemies on these rich and beautiful waters. This isn't one of those little hiccups that a private company in TimeTech got before. Once this happens, it will be a real hot war of great powers, and the scale of the war, if uncontrollable, will eventually set off a world war. Even so, the highest level of Kyushu gave the commanders the order that in case of emergency, you may open fire. You can see the importance Kyushu placed on this ignition. Time passed, and in the reactor control center, a report that the equipment had passed the verification was conveyed by the technicians, and through the cameras in the hands of the journalists, it was transmitted to the world. And accompanying these solemn reports, in addition to the expectant eyes of the countless people in front of their screens, there was also the increasingly stagnant atmosphere on the surface of the sea. Report: a large amount of military ship activity has been detected more than 400 nautical miles to the southeast. Judging by the size, it should be 2 carrier formations. They're heading our way, and they're already about to approach our maneuvering waters. In the command room of the flagship, the commanding officer facing Majesty did not have the slightest ripple in his expression when he heard the news from the messenger. Without changing his face, he looked at the map of the sea area in front of him and commanded, "The fleet reverses course and head south. Order all ships. Radar on full blast. Keep an eye on them. If they dare to take a step into the maneuvering waters, the anti-ship missiles will fire directly." The formation of the surface fleet is actually quite a large circle of defense when set up in formation. Those pictures of carrier formations coming together that you often see on the internet are actually posed for visual effect. It's impossible to get formations that close together in a real naval battle. Otherwise it won't even hold up the air defense grid. Eagle Jam's carrier formations, when fully spread out, can have distances of 10 or even dozens of nautical miles between each ship. The entire fleet can cover hundreds of nautical miles, with an attack range of thousands of nautical miles all around. Kyushu's mixed fleet this time was larger than a normal carrier formation, so it certainly wasn't a haphazard move to designate several hundred nautical miles around the perimeter as the exercise area. Rather, it's the zone just needed for a fleet to be able to fight at maximum strength. After all, modern naval battles are all about missiles firing at each other. And even the most advanced interception systems in the world need some time to calculate and calibrate if they want to intercept the enemy's missiles. This time is obviously meant to be traded through a huge amount of space. According to the traditions of the navies, such areas are usually off limits. At such a time, if one dared to barge into someone else's maneuvering area, it would undoubtedly be a stark provocation. And Eagle Jam's fleet, by now, was about to approach the area. Once they broke in, there were only 2 options on the Kyushu side, either that or just fire. Either the formation has been disrupted and the distance is so close that it is beyond the closest reaction distance of the anti-missile interceptor system, so they have to retreat and walk away. If it were the old days, everything would have to give way to building the economy. When it comes to this kind of situation, you can only grit your teeth and bear it. But times are different now. The biggest opportunity for development in Kyushu now lies on the island of Cheong behind them. If their current formation is disrupted and the maritime air defense network is destroyed, if the enemy wanted to launch a strike against the fusion pile, then the fusion pile would be left with only the air defense system on John Island as the last barrier. With the firepower of Eagle Sauce's 2 carrier strike groups, I'm afraid that when the time comes, the air defense system on Xiangdao won't be able to stop all of the carrier planes and sea-to-surface missiles. Today, they have no way back. Upon hearing the commander's order, no one in the command room's demeanor changed. Before they came, they knew what they might be facing today. It's been prepared for a long time, and I've even written a suicide note, not to mention turning on the radar. Even if they were asked to just push the launch button on an anti-ship missile right now, they wouldn't even frown. The atmosphere, heavy and solemn. At this moment, of course, it was not just the Kyushu side that had an equally grave atmosphere. Across the ocean, on the Eagle Jam side, it's late at night, though, but the White Palace was still lit up. A live feed of the Kyushu fusion reactor control room was playing on the giant screen in the conference room, and the group of Eagle Jam toppers, led by the sleeping emperor, watched the control room, which was methodically preparing for ignition. With expressionless faces and varying thoughts, the slowly approaching fleet over there was naturally sent by them. As for sending the fleet over there to do what exactly? Was it just to deter and intimidate? Or just open fire and yank the fusion power station that had kept them awake for 2 nights already? To be honest, they themselves aren't thinking clearly right now. It was just a subconscious decision made after getting the news that the nuclear fusion that TimeTech came up with actually did come to fruition and was going to be lit today. Their mood at this time was actually similar to that of the Kyushu side. In fact, after all those things before, if it wasn't necessary, they were really unwilling to go hard with the spacetime technology and face those completely unknown weapons head-on, fighting a war that was highly likely to be asymmetrical and with a high probability of losing. But the advent of controlled nuclear fusion was a pinch in their gut, although it's now said that Eagle Jam is down and out. In fact, they have really fallen off quite a bit compared to their peak a few decades ago. But, as long as the lifeblood of energy is firmly grasped in their hands, no matter how downtrodden they are, they can still comfortably pump the world's blood and be the world's leader for decades. There is no way that such a huge volume can collapse overnight, unless the energy card can't be played. When those high-tech weapons shown by timeless technology earlier made them feel intimidated. In fact, their unbreakable oil financial system built on strong military power had already shown cracks. It just wasn't fatal then. They still managed to hold out hope that by stalling for a while, they might come up with a solution to the power armor and those damn Peregrine Falcons. So it's not like they can't concede when it's time to concede. But if all that high-tech weaponry just cracked their oil financial system, then the nuclear fusion that TimeTech has come up with this time is akin to turning the tables on them. Oil and gas are things that, while not considered as energy sources, are also essential raw materials for industrial production. There's no fear that no one will buy it when the time comes. However, just as an industrial raw material, it may not even be able to catch up with steel. Being able to sell for money is real. Trying to continue to maintain the oil financial system pumping blood around the world is a dream. Steel, which is industrially more important than oil, is not yet possible to come up with a steel meter dollar system, not to mention oil, which has lost its energy value and has been completely reduced to a common mineral. They have so many internal problems, the biggest being the hollowing out of industries. Right now it is possible to keep printing money and sucking the world's blood to play with finance to cover up these problems. And once the shroud is lost and the world can no longer be harvested to make up for the shortfalls by such means, with their current industrial capacity, it's totally inadequate to maintain their current volume. At that time, the Hawksbane officials have no money, and will have to face social welfare cuts, military spending cuts, military abolition, and a host of other problems. The present financial system, deprived of external living water, will gradually collapse, and a large number of relevant employees will lose their jobs and the relevant enterprises will close down. The people will be disgruntled and society will be in turmoil. Once this happens, it's almost predictable that the huge Eagle Jam will fly into decline in the next few years. So, same thing is over in Kyushu. Today, they have the same no way back. Sir, word from the fleet ahead is that our fleet's position has been discovered by the Kyushuans and that their radar has locked onto us. Should we still proceed? A secretary who had hurried into the conference room broke the somber mood of the place. The sleeping emperor's face was expressionless as he sniffed and did not reply, not knowing what he was thinking. On the side, an old man who was dressed well and didn't look like an official but more like a nobleman heard it, then asked after him, "How far is the fleet from the maneuver area they've delineated?" "It's less than 50 nautical miles, sir," the secretary replied in a rush. Hawk Jam's fleet was still over 400 nautical miles from the flagship on the Kyushu side when it was spotted, but it wasn't far from the maneuver area. A distance of 50 nautical miles could be traveled in a little over an hour at the average speed of a warship of 30 knots or more. At this distance both sides were already in each other's striking range, and even the fusion power station on Xiangdao had long been in the attack range of the carrier strike group. This is actually quite a dangerous position to be in. Everyone present knew in their hearts that there was absolutely no way that the Kyushu side would stand by and watch them cross these 50 kilometers. Otherwise Kyushu's network of anti-aircraft firepower laid out at sea would be impenetrable, and the fusion reactors would be exposed to the firepower of carrier strike groups. And all that's left to protect it is those pathetic shore-based anti-aircraft fires. It's absolutely impossible to stop. Pity! A 4-star admiral gently hammered the table in indignation. They're moving too fast, announcing the news the day before yesterday and starting to light the fires today. There's no time to mobilize more fleets over there. Given a little more time to prepare, we'll definitely be able to put together a force that can break through their air defense fire network and send that pesky power station to God. Around Kyushu originally they had only placed one carrier strike group, and the other one was still temporarily deployed there some time ago because they thought it was unsettled due to the recent emergence of spacetime technology. But now that things are happening, even 2 carrier strike groups are still not enough. This is a different time, and the Kyushu side is not as easy to pin down now as it was 10 or so years ago. There's no point in talking about this now. The noble old man shook his head. The conference room fell into an eerie silence again, with only the sound of the reports from the live feeds constantly coming from the giant screen off to the side. It sounds as if all the pre-ignition prep is coming to an end. The secretary, who also didn't dare to interrupt, followed the silence for a while, but soon the news from the other side came in his earpiece. Frowning as he listened, and not caring about the awkward atmosphere of the scene, he spoke quickly and reminded, "Gentlemen, the Admiral is urging us to make a decision as soon as possible. Kyushu's fleet is moving south, and the scene is already tense, with the possibility of a fire going off at any moment." The crowd gradually placed their eyes on the sleeping emperor. If the fusion facility were to be bombed, there is no doubt that it would be an unprovoked attack on the soil of a nuclear-armed power. This is no joke. By then the battle will inevitably be fought anyway. Even if both sides exercise restraint and limit the battlefield to a certain extent, can beat okay, beat all win, the reason can be found at that time, but once did not beat. 2 carrier strike groups had folded in Kyushu, something that if it happened, they shuddered to think of what it would be like at home then. The person who issued this order is definitely taking the fall. The resignations are minor, and they may have to be followed by a court-martial to be tried. And as far as the military's projections go, the odds are that 2 carrier strike groups, engaging Kyushu offshore of Kyushu, will not be able to beat it. No one wants to speak up for such an almost inevitable backstabbing order. Anyway, there's a tall one on top, and no one wants to do this wrongdoing. Seeing everyone looking at him, sleeping emperor couldn't help but sigh helplessly. Others have a high one on their heads, but he has none left. This is a decision that he can't even hide from. Go to war, win or lose, they are bound to lose a lot of money, and he most likely won't be re-elected in the next election. No war. Years from now, when Hawksbane starts to decline because of the advent of nuclear fusion, every Hawksbane who remembers that day will call him a coward and put every hat on his head. No matter how he chooses, he's not going to end up well. Stretching one's head is a cut, and shrinking one's head is a cut. After a moment of silence, the sleeping emperor finally opened his eyes and said, "Keep moving. In the event of an attack, the captain can counterattack." When he finished speaking, he let out a long, relieved breath and slumped back into his office chair. That secretary couldn't be bothered to say any more, and upon hearing that, he hurriedly prepared to go out and convey the sleeping emperor's order. However, before he could walk out of the conference room, he saw the giant screen in the conference room, which was showing a live broadcast of the fusion power plant, suddenly flicker for a moment and then go black. It took a while to get back to normal. The people inside couldn't help but frown at the sight. What's going on? Why did the broadcast footage suddenly disappear just now? The secretary, who had already reached the door, stopped in her tracks and listened to the news coming through her headphones, a look of shock flashing across her face. After a moment's hesitation, his voice trembled slightly as he turned back. "Gentlemen, news just came in from NASA. Just now, one of our satellites was destroyed in orbit. The one that destroyed it was a Time-Tech Peregrine Falcon." What? A room full of Eagle Sauce executives were alarmed and clapped their hands in shock and anger. How dare they do that? This is a declaration of war. This is them firing first. Tell the fleet over in Kyushu to fire directly. No need to have any qualms about it. This is a legitimate counterattack on our part. Some of the quicker minds have already thought of a countermeasure. The secretary was interrupted in the middle of his sentence, and seeing the instantaneous swarming of a group of bigwigs, he couldn't help but spit and shouted, "Gentlemen, please hear me out. What else have you not said?" A group of executives cast their gazes over. The secretary, seeing this, could only stiffen. After realizing that the satellite had been destroyed, our observation equipment captured this footage, and I think you should all take a look at it before making a decision. With that, he gestured twice at the tablet in his hand, a picture that appeared on the giant screen in the conference room. In the picture, a Peregrine Falcon with all the bottom weapons hatches open, seemingly ready to strike the ground at any time. The tungsten rods that glittered with a cold light made people shudder at the very sight of them. This is... The sleeping emperor's pupils snapped together and he looked at the secretary, waiting for an explanation. "It is over our heads." The secretary looked a little alarmed. "To be precise, it's 100,000 meters above the White Palace." The entire conference room instantly fell into dead silence. Gravity generator checking out. Recharging. Charging complete. Gravity field is forming. Gravity field power reached critical value. Successfully turned on. Adjusting gravity parameters in progress. Gravity field adjustment complete. Ready for fuel injection. fuel refueling in progress. In the control room, after nearly an hour of preparation, all the preparations for ignition were completed. Finally came the last step. As soon as the ion cyclotron RF antenna is turned on, the fusion reaction begins to occur. The huge amount of energy generated by fusion will be converted into electricity under the constraints of a gravity field, making it the cheapest and cleanest energy source in the world. Controlled nuclear fusion is typically used in three ways: gravity field constraints, inertial constraints, magnetic constraints. One of them, the inertial constraint, is also called the laser constraint. Kyushu's Divine Light program, Eagle Jam's ignition program, are all fusion research projects of this type, and magnetic confinement is the most popularly known way, and the one that the Blue Stars believe is the most likely way to achieve nuclear fusion. The famous tokamaks, star mimics, magnetic mirrors, and other devices were all built on basic magnetic confinement designs. As for gravity field constraints, while the theory is that there is such a theory, there is not even a single experimental pile to be found on the entire blue planet. But everyone is convinced that gravity field constraints are absolutely feasible, because the sun hanging in the sky could theoretically be seen as a giant gravity field constrained fusion reactor. This is a practical solution known to all relevant scientists, except that it is simply not possible with current human technology. In contrast to the latter two constraints, trying to accomplish gravity field constraints involves unifying the four fundamental forces and making gravity practical. That stuff is way more complicated than nuclear fusion. But not coincidentally, the wasteland world really does have the technology for this. Therefore, the Fusilier demonstration reactor made by Spacetime Technology in accordance with the fusion design information from the wasteland naturally adopts the gravity body constraints. This was also the reason why Suyu thought that as long as he mastered the core part of the technology, no one on the blue planet would be able to replicate the other technologies even if all of them were released. Because at the heart of this fusion's device is the gravity generator. In the reaction chamber, the superfluid form of helium-3, which had been injected into the reactor, was held aloft by a gravity field. Dreamlike images were transmitted to the screen in front of Suyu. Next to the screen is a red button. With the push of a button in front of you, the hottest energy in this galaxy will erupt from that tiny reaction chamber. Suyu, who dared to recklessly drive the Peregrine Falcon onto Eagle Jam's head and even destroyed Eagle Jam's satellite, was a little hesitant at this moment as he looked at this tiny button. The eyes of the Kyushu executives, scientists, staff, reporters, the camera in the reporter's hand, and even the end of autumn beside him were all on him at this moment. But just at this moment of public attention, Suyu was ghostly reminded of the scene not long ago when he had just obtained the trading space. Obviously at that point, he just wanted to just get money and pick up girls, but now money was a number to him. But not only did he not start being a salty fish after making enough money, as he had previously expected, he took on the persona of a human self-propelled cannon and slept wherever he went. Instead, he's gotten busier and busier and hasn't even touched a woman lately. The things in his head have also changed from the former wealth, power and color to the current stars and the world. He realized that he had strayed from his original intention since I don't know when. Surprisingly, he went from being a mercenary commoner to a pioneer leading civilization forward. Although there were more and more things to consider, somehow, it favored him to live this time to the fullest. Probably, that's what the trading space exists for, I guess. From the first day he acquired the trading space, he was on the other side of time. No one is closer to the future than he is. And what he wanted to do now was to hand this key to the future to the world that had given him birth. At a time like this, something should be said, right? Autumn End, who was on the side, said softly, "Yeah, it's time to say something," gently exhaling a breath. Suyu looked around the control room and softly said, "All preparations have been made. Press this button and today's lighting ceremony will be considered complete." But at the same time, the door to a new era is about to be thrown open. The history of human civilization will permanently record this moment, and our children and grandchildren will see what we are doing today in their textbooks. Remembering the countless pioneers who have devoted themselves to controlled nuclear fusion research with a passion for human civilization over the past 70 years or so since the emergence of controlled nuclear fusion, we stand on the wheels of history. It is an honor to witness this great moment with you all. As soon as the words left his mouth, he pressed the button in front of him without hesitation. In the dimly lit reaction chamber, the fuel bound by the gravity field gradually began to heat up. Terrifying energies were gradually bred in it. It was a glow hotter than the sun. When the temperature reaches a critical value, the fusion reaction begins to take place. Endless energy was liberated like a tidal wave from that tiny atomic nucleus. Hundreds of millions of degrees of plasma were bound up in a gravity field and transformed into a dazzling ball of light. Ignition. Successful. Only, it's not time to cheer. It was like a golden crow divine beast that was about to hatch. and endless power was about to erupt from within it. Binding its power is only the beginning, whether or not it can be subdued and its violent energy transformed into electricity that can reach into thousands of homes and light them up is where it really counts. After the first successful ignition, the next step was to discuss the complicated and delicate testing work. After making sure that all the equipment was functioning properly, it was the turn of the real highlight of the day and the final part of the lighting ceremony. Power generation. Tap into all generators. Upon receiving the instruction, the staff in charge of connecting the generator immediately pressed the button of connecting the generator, which had been prepared for a long time. Plugged those 10 1000 megawatt generators into the fusion reactor's heat output. Nuclear fusion, as lofty as it sounds, is really still essentially boiling water. When not generating electricity, the heat generated is discharged directly into the sea via a water cooling system when the reactor is activated. When you need to generate electricity, you can directly add the corresponding fuel and dock enough generators according to the power generation requirements. This one, on the contrary, is not a big technical challenge. Soon, as the generator was plugged in, the fusion reactor room, which had been shut down for maintenance after the first round of ignition was completed, once again blossomed with a dazzling light. The massive steel behemoth was awakened once again, and the dull roar was like a heavy drum, pounding on everyone's heart one at a time. Countless people's eyes were focused here, nervously and expectantly waiting for the final result. Temperature reaches critical value. Fusion reaction underway. Genset docking normal. Instead of coolant, the horrific heat was met this time and sent into the genset. Ionized plasma at high temperatures cuts the magnetic inductance lines in the magnetohydrodynamic generator, converting the massive source of heat energy in the reactor into electricity. An old professor of electricity in Kyushu, who could no longer sit still at this time, came to the power console. Looking at the data above, the old man with gray hair couldn't help but be excited. Generators all in working order. All 10 sets of generators are running at full capacity and at the expected power. Speaking here, he raised his head suddenly and looked around, placing his gaze on Suyu in front of the main console. Everyone's eyes were gathered at this moment. Even though everyone already knew the result, they all wanted to hear those words from Suyu's mouth. With all the people watching, Suyu smiled and nodded. We did it! Boom! Control room. All rose at the same time, cheering loudly and declaring their elation. Even the top leaders from the officialdom, at this time, also threw away the usual calm image, and could not help but cheer loudly and applaud vigorously. And with Suyu's words, the hundreds of thousands of people inside and outside the power station who had come to witness this moment all boiled over. The cheers resounded like a tsunami along the entire coastline. Under the cheers of countless people, the military and police soldiers who silently maintained order at the scene, although still standing like a pine, but the hand holding the gun could not help but tighten. The same excitement in their hearts. Also learning the news at the first opportunity were the tens of millions of people in Kyushu who were watching the live broadcast on the internet. Although they were unable to be there in person, their previous nervousness and anticipation was no worse than that of the audience on the spot. The moment they heard Suyu announce his success, the countless pop-ups all had a rare momentary gap. What followed was a sea of pop-ups that were even denser, to the point of completely obscuring the screen. Everyone sent just 5 words at this moment. We succeeded. And offline, even places that were thousands of miles away from Chon Island were erupting with mountainous cheers at this moment. Countless dormitories were filled with hot-blooded young students chanting bull. Countless cars honked their horns in greeting on the traffic-laden avenue. It was a day of national rejoicing. On this day, the world is in the spotlight. And compared to the buzz of Kyushu, the Hawk Jam side is slightly more chill. Well, Eagle Jam's side had media on the scene, but the news about it wasn't allowed to be reported on their side. And the public didn't even know it was happening. That's because they officially blocked the news back when TimeTech announced the ignition date. Even if someone occasionally goes over the wall into the Kyushu internet and sees information about nuclear fusion ignition, it will not spread at all without media dissemination and traffic support from the platforms. So much so that on such a great day when mankind could have declared a new era, it's amazing that Eagle Jam's entire nation knew nothing about it. And if anything, in contrast to the national celebrations in Kyushu, their folk can only be described as more chill. Then compare it to the official Kyushu who was all smiles and complacency at this time. The atmosphere among the Eagle Jam executives is a bit more somber. It was as if the mute had been pressed in the large conference room, and not a single word was spoken. Coming from the giant screen in front of them was a scene of national rejoicing filmed by the official media in Kyushu after the successful ignition was announced. As it turns out, people really aren't connected to each other in terms of grief and joy. The sleeping emperor only thought they were noisy. With such a lively and pleasant atmosphere behind the screen, everyone in this conference room looked like SEMA had gone off the deep end. There are even a few legislators whose own families are deeply involved in the financial and energy industries. After getting a successful ignition and having completed power generation, proving that controlled fusion commercialization has indeed been able to be fully realized, passed out directly in the conference room. It's been carried away for medical attention now. After a long silence, someone finally couldn't help but speak. What do we do now? We can't sit around and wait for death. A general in military uniform clapped his hands together and said angrily, "Our fleet is only a few hundred nautical miles from that damned fusion power station. Now fire the missiles and send in the carrier planes. We're perfectly capable of breaking through the Kyushu Navy's fire network and blowing this thing to rubble." As soon as his words came out, not a single person in the room agreed. And no one objected. Everyone's eyes flickered, already pondering whether to go this far or not. Predictably, if they blow up the fusion facility now, they're going to have to face the wrath of all of Kyushu head-on next. If it was just Kyushu it would be fine. With the naval superiority, a full-scale war would only start on the Neon and Kinchi side even if it started. It's unlikely to threaten their homeland anytime soon. Trading the lives of 2 dogs for Kyushu's fusion facility is a good deal for them any way you slice it. Though since Timetech was able to build 1 fusion power station, it could surely build a second one. But that takes time. And the thing that everyone here is missing right now is time. Timeless technology moves so fast that the time between announcing the ignition date and actually igniting it was less than 2 days. Even if they had realized something was wrong, the 2 days were totally insufficient to liquidate their assets and pull out of those industries that were about to take a hit. Though even if it could be delayed for a month or 2, the size of the companies behind these people here would not be enough to get out in one piece. But not so much that you lose everything overnight. They could have taken advantage of this time to pull out, exchanged all the assets they could liquidate for Kyushu coins, and then ran away overnight. That's right, run away. At the moment Suyu announced his success, everyone present already understood that the so-called World Lighthouse, completely collapsing, was already a doomed thing. Capital has no borders, and they are not likely to drown along with a huge ship that is about to sink. As for the time when Hawk Jam and Kyushu actually start a movie, will they people be retaliated by Kyushu? Are you kidding? That's what the evil Eagle Jam officials do. What does it have to do with us honest business people? So, blowing up this fusion pile now and stalling for time so they can have a chance to pull back is normally the best choice for their interests. But that's if you're only facing Kyushu. If you add in the time and space technology, it's a bad score to settle. Other than that, there was a peregrine falcon with its weapons bay open aiming at them in the 10,000 meters above their heads right now. One slip of someone's hand in this palace, which represents the highest center of power in Eagle Sauce, will be turned into a big pit. The helicopters to pick them up for the run are already on their way, and the fleet on the ocean is about to enter the area Kyushu is set aside for maneuvers, and war is imminent. They need to get an idea soon. Blowing up the power station to stall for time? A good idea indeed. Just as everyone was hesitating to do so, an unfamiliar female voice suddenly came in. The people present were creeped out and turned their heads to look in the direction the voice came from, only to see that on the huge screen in the conference room, the live broadcast image transferred from Kyushu had disappeared at some point. In her place was a woman with blue hair and blue eyes and an indifferent demeanor. At this moment, the other party was just like an exalted god, looking down at the crowd outside the screen. The moment they saw the woman on the screen, they all just felt creeped out and instantly fell like ice. Even if the people here are either political bigwigs or business giants, stomping their feet the world has to position tremble. However, when they saw the woman's face clearly, a boundless sense of fear still rose in the bottom of their hearts. Late Fall, a name they knew too well to be familiar with. They had certainly all carefully studied the spacetime technology that had caused them so much trouble, although the intelligence gathered was extremely limited, as if the vast spacetime technology had suddenly popped out of a stone. It's extremely bizarre to not be able to find even the slightest bit of relevant information even a month ago, but some of the public information on the internet is still clear to them. Suyu, the chairman of Time and Space Technology, is the real controller of time and space technology, but a month ago was a mediocre, ordinary person who couldn't be any more ordinary. Suddenly it's the chairman of a company that controls countless advanced technologies. When they first saw this intelligence, they almost threw the intelligence officer directly into the sea and fed him to the fish. However, after later determining that this was true, they then felt that Suyu was most likely an agent introduced by Kyushu, and although he was nominally the chairman of Time and Space Technology, he was actually just a puppet. Then again, more and more tech was exposed by Timetech, and they saw more and more news. The so-called puppet argument is basically a non-starter. Simply, if Kyushu really has so much advanced technology that can even exceed the understanding of Eagle Sauce scientists, why do they still need to fight within Eagle Sauce every day? Long fucking ago all those military bases around the neighborhood were yanked. It's even less likely that Kyushu would put that tech in the hands of a company, even if that company had set up a security department that could legally hold all sorts of weapons and screw around all over the world. So the source of those technologies of spacetime technology and why Suyu suddenly changed from an ordinary person to become the chairman of spacetime technology. This matter has become an unresolved case. After tossing the intelligence department around some more, they finally zeroed in on the number 2 person in the bright lights of time tech. Late fall. A man without a past. If Timeless Technology was the company that came out of nowhere, then Autumn was undoubtedly the one who appeared out of nowhere without any warning. Hawk Jam mobilized all the intelligence forces in Kyushu and activated countless dark suns, nor did it turn up any evidence of the existence of this person at the end of autumn a month before. It was as if she hadn't left any traces in the world until she appeared by Suyu's side. It would be fair to say that Autumn is a mediocre person. Please report errors and omissions. It's normal to not be able to find out the past of an ordinary person, but she clearly wasn't. Other than that, just that face and body that could perfectly fit any human aesthetic was destined to be impossible without any trace of existence. Her outward appearance is one of those that you can't help but take a few pictures of when you walk down the street and passers-by see her. So, after some brainstorming, Eagle Jam's group of executives had a guess in their minds about the origin of the time and space technology. Although they weren't sure, they acquired the technology of an extraterrestrial civilization. All of Kyushu had long ago assumed that Suyu had traded with the aliens after learning about him. Not to mention a UFO powerhouse like Hawksbane, they were even more receptive than the people of Kyushu to an extraterrestrial civilization interfering, and with that thought in mind, they felt that the sky and the earth were wide open in a flash. It was as if all the fog had cleared. Suyu, an ordinary man from Kyushu who just lost his job, stumbles upon aliens, gets alien technology, and then suddenly rises to prominence. It all makes sense when you look at it that way. As for who this alien is, far away and close by, naturally, it was Autumn who had somehow hacked her way into their White Palace, an alien who, until she came to Blue Star, certainly had no trace of her having existed on Blue Star. Although this statement sounds extremely bullshit, it has been the most consistent with the situation of spacetime technology. Even if Suyu knows, he can only sigh that they do have a big brain hole, if not a smaller pattern, not knowing that there is still the existence of trading platforms in the world. This conclusion they got is, at least logically, on the contrary, the most reliable. However, after arriving at this conclusion, they naturally changed Suyu's identity from puppet agent introduced by Kyushu to puppet agent of aliens. In short, spacetime technology is bound to be impossible for such an ordinary person as Suyu to be the master of the right, and there was no doubt in their minds as to the true owner of time tech. It's the woman in front of me, the culprit that had kept them from even sleeping well for some time. And even this moment the ship was still pointing at their heads. The conference room fell silent again. However, fortunately, all the people here are big people. Psychological quality in the end also set hard. After the initial surprise and also fear, they quickly came back to their senses. The sleeping emperor immediately got up and looked at the end of autumn on the screen, narrowing his eyes in a deep voice. MS. Autumn, while you are more than welcome to visit the lighthouse on this planet, this is the White Palace after all. So I'm afraid it's not right to make such a hasty visit, is it? Though the first time, they were also taken aback by Autumn's sudden hacking into their system. But he certainly wasn't any kind of a straw man to be in this position. It was quickly responded to, facing a representative who was most likely from an advanced extraterrestrial civilization head-on. Though he was a bit vain, but the heart is weak, and the momentum should still be as steady as possible. Though it's highly likely that this appearance by Autumn is to raise hell for their preparations to strike the fusion reactor. Yet, in his opinion, it might not be an opportunity. It wasn't as if they hadn't tried to contact Autumn after guessing that she might be from beyond the Earth. After all, in their opinion, with Eagle Jam's volume, it's stronger than Kyushu next door anyways. If the extraterrestrial civilization represented by Autumn needed a partner on the blue planet, they were certainly a better fit than Kyushu. It is just that no matter what methods they use, they end up sinking into a sea of stones without getting any response. And now Autumn has taken the initiative to show up. The sleeping emperor was already thinking about how to reason and entice this alien Taijun to come to them. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became in his mind. Now he's in a crappy situation. And to put it mildly, if Hawk Jam sends it in the future, according to the traditions over in Kyushu, he would be high or low enough to get a posthumous reputation as a beauty fainter. A proper dead king belongs to yes, but he can't do anything about it. Taking over is a mess. And now there's an open Kyushu next door. It's just impossible to play well. But now, the turnaround has come. If he could talk Autumn into leaving Kyushu and coming to them, succeed in taking Kyushu over, then Hawk Jam will no doubt continue to be its own beacon of the world, and still be strong to the point of breaking. He would also become the most effective head of Hawk Jam in its centuries-long history. Everything will be fine. However, just when he had already thought in his mind about how he should start a lick after inviting Autumn End, the true controller of spacetime technology. Over here, Autumn End's words made him freeze in place. This can be a white palace or a large crater after being struck by an orbital strike. Hiss, this alien Taijun doesn't look too friendly. The expression on his face stiffened for a moment, and the sleeping emperor didn't know how to reply for a moment. Fortunately, the Eagle Jam executives are not short of capable people, and in a hurry, a relatively quick response to Rise and warmly smiled. Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. It is extremely welcome for MS Autumn to visit our White Palace, and so is Mr. Sleeping Emperor. It's just that he thought there might be some misunderstanding between us, and thus his words were a bit too harsh. Understanding is the bridge of human communication. MS Autumn just came to Blue Star. She may not know much about us Eagle Sauce. I don't recommend you to jump to conclusions when you don't know us, and it just so happens that you are also here today. Why don't we sit down and have a good talk? The Sleeping Emperor, who was a bit confused by Autumn End's dislike of his words, also nodded his head in a hurry at his words. He's right. I think we do need to talk and get to know each other. However, Autumn End did frown when she heard their words. You guys know I'm not from Blue Star? Though she knew Hawk Jam had investigated herself, yet it was limited to knowing that they ended up checking for loneliness and nothing. As for Hawk Sauce's speculation that she was from an alien planet, it was nothing more than a group of high-level brainstorming, and no written documents or information reports had been produced. Autumn End could monitor the network, but it couldn't detect their brainstorming. It's not something that's hard to guess, judging by all that technology that MS Autumn has at her disposal. You definitely come from a great civilization that's advanced and prosperous. Someone complimented without moving. Ha! Autumn End snorted and instantly guessed what they had brainstormed. Not bothering to talk nonsense with them, he spoke directly. Misunderstanding? I don't think so. No sooner had the words left his mouth than one side of the screen changed to an aerial shot of the Eagle Jam fleet. In the video, the large aircraft carrier floats alone in the sea, with the nearest frigate more than 10 nautical miles away from it. But that's exactly what the carrier formation is in battle formation. And at this time, the deck of the carrier is constantly taking off fighter planes. The atmosphere seems very tense. As you can see from the chart in the lower right corner of the video, they are less than 10 nautical miles away from the maneuver range that Kyushu has drawn. Even the anti-ship missile fire control radar on the Kyushu side had locked onto them. War. A touch and go. The person who had just said that there was a misunderstanding was also a bit embarrassed on his face at this moment. After all, that's where the fleet over there went to target the fusion reactors. And while they are targeting Kyushu with this move, the purpose is to stall for time so that they can rush to get out of the energy and financial sectors that are about to face devastation. But at the end of the day, the Fusilier fusion reactor is a wholly owned and constructed piece of equipment by Timeless Technologies. Isn't an attack on a fusion reactor the same as an attack on spacetime technology? After a moment of silence, one of the Eagle Jam executives laughed dryly. MS Autumn, there may be some other misunderstanding here, and we think that this fusion reactor is still a bit too small and completely unworthy of this great technology. If you really have the intention to benefit all mankind through this technology, why don't you come to our side of the Eagle Sauce to build the reactor? We guarantee that we can provide you with unlimited funds to build a bigger and better reactor. Autumn End didn't even bother to look at him, his eyes just staring faintly at the Sleeping Emperor who was taking ideas in the conference room. However, the Sleeping Emperor did not say a word, apparently having made up his mind in his mind to destroy the reactor. As for what comes after that, well, of course it comes after that. Through the communication just now, they already understood that this alien visitor could not be recruited to their side in a short time. I'm afraid. Soli didn't bother to say more. Autumn End waited a moment before raising an eyebrow and laughing. The helicopter that will pick up your transfer is already waiting outside. Do you think that even if the Peregrine Falcons launch a strike now, they'll have enough time to get away from here? Orbital strike weapons like tungsten rods may look bluffing, though the actual lethality is certainly inferior to nuclear weapons. It's not much of a problem for one to come down and raise this palace, but trying to do the kind of effect in the movie, destroying a giant city in one shot, that's bullshit. And with the tungsten rods taking time to fall, they didn't have much of a problem running away as long as they had the helicopters outside to meet them on standby to board and make a run for it. The advantage of this kind of space-based weapon is that with Blue Star's current defense system can't take him at all, wherever he points, and the cost is almost the same as nothing, cheaper than a normal missile. For the unsuspecting enemy, a shot down also simply cannot run away. Even if a shot cannot, then there can still be a few more shots, can be completely large quantities of full, and similar to their situation where they were already prepared. It was still simple to run. Of course, this was also because Suyu had made the Peregrine Falcon turn off the stealth system and deliberately let them see it. Otherwise Peregrine Falcon fly their heads up they do not know, let alone what to run or not to run. And thinking that they can run and order a nuclear counterattack despite being struck, and still have the ability to destroy Jade in stone, should make Chiu throw in the towel. Which is the bottom line of why they still dare to stand here and talk to Chiu right now. Ottoman didn't want to say any more when she saw they were silent. Turning to a picture of the sea off to the side, a group of Eagle Jam executives subconsciously followed her gaze. Just above the surface of the sea, on the deck of their huge carrier, a state-of-the-art 5th-generation fighter jet had already reached its takeoff position and was preparing to hook up its catapults for takeoff. Looking again at Chiu's derisive look on the side, the group of people looked a little confused, not knowing what Chiu meant by this. Ottoman didn't explain, just watched quietly. A few moments later, that warplane finally finished all the preparations before takeoff, and the engine spewed out hot flames. The carrier's flameholders also rose slowly, stopping the scorching jet of air coming from the airplane's engines. And just then, the corner of Ottoman's mouth, who had been quietly watching for a while, suddenly moved. No words were spoken, just a simple syllable, a syllable that can be understood by people of any language in the world. Boom! Boom! In the middle of the shooting scene, the warplane that was about to take off violently erupted into hot flames. The carrier staff and pilots around the fighter jet were instantly engulfed in flames, their bodies and bones gone, along with the flamethrower, which had just been raised. The steam catapults on the carrier and the runway were blown up in the moment. However, this is just the beginning. There were still more than 10 fighters on the deck that hadn't taken off, and at this moment, as if they had received a signal, they all erupted in hot flames at this instant. The entire deck, both takeoff and landing areas, became unrecognizable at that moment. The maritime behemoth, which had been a world-traversing force to be reckoned with, was completely paralyzed at sea almost instantly. At least hundreds of veteran carrier staff and elite pilots died instantly and for no apparent reason. However, no expression could be seen on Ottoman's face, as the screen aside shifted from the fiery carrier to a destroyer traveling through the waves. If that's not enough for you, here's more. Take it easy. Boom! The huge ship, armed to the teeth and riding on top of 10,000 hectares of blue waves, suddenly erupted with a blinding light, accompanied by rushing fire. With almost no warning, the Blog-class destroyer, which was considered advanced in the world, directly turned into nothingness in a sky of fire. After the thick smoke, where on the surface of the sea, except for some still burning debris, could it be seen that just a short time ago, there was a destroyer traveling here? In the meeting room of the Eagle Jam's top brass, a Navy admiral who knew what he was doing saw his pupils slamming together, stood up with a flourish, and looked at Ottoman. What the hell did you do? If the earlier scene of those fighters exploding on the carrier still left them a bit puzzled, feeling only shock and anger, but not knowing why it was like that. It would be a little too shocking to see a destroyer of thousands of tons just blow up out of nowhere at sea at this point. Others who don't know much about ships might not be aware of what level of strikes are needed to make it this far, but this admiral of the Navy was well aware of it. Although the modern battleship is thin-skinned and stuffed, not as sturdy and durable as the battleship, it is not a mess of weapons that can be sent to it to blow up and disappear in the same place. If the strike came from the outside, it would be impossible to do that instantly without hundreds of anti-ship missiles or torpedoes. But even if the weapons were no longer supersonic, so many of them striking a ship at the same time in a split second, how could that sound not be invisible to the naked eye? But the problem was that there was nothing of a flight path in the footage just now, and the destroyer's close defense system didn't react at all. Nukes can certainly do that effect, but there's no way that thing is going to move that little. Basically, you can rule it out. And apart from these blows coming from outside, there is only one possibility to achieve this level of success. The missiles and torpedoes loaded inside the destroyer all blew up by themselves at the same time. Although this kind of thing was outrageous to think about, but when he thought about what had just happened on the deck of the carrier, this admiral of Eagle Sauce suddenly felt as if he had guessed the truth. Hearing his question, Ottoman hooked the corner of her mouth and didn't continue to speak. The giant screen in the conference room abruptly went out. What followed was that after a rush of footsteps, the sleeping emperor's secretary burst into the conference room. Gentlemen, something big is going on. Just a few minutes ago, our fleet suddenly suffered an unidentified strike. All of the carrier's aircraft on one of the carriers were destroyed, and the deck was heavily damaged and has been rendered hors de combat. Another destroyer was also destroyed. We didn't detect where the strike came from, but it's safe to say it wasn't the Kyushu side that fired on us. Our enemies may be in possession of some weapon beyond our understanding. The commander of the front line is asking for an immediate decision from all of you, and if he doesn't get a firm order in 3 minutes, he's going to order the fleet to retreat. The sleeping emperor's face changed green and white for a while, and after a few moments he disheveled and sat back in his chair, waving his hand somewhat feebly and said, "Let him retreat. Also, Get the hexagon building over there and find out why in half an hour. At least I want to know what attacked us. Soon the orders were sent down layer by layer to the front line. The frontline commander, who had already been dumbfounded by the sudden blow, was like an amnesty, and hurriedly told the fleet to all turn around and leave in a hurry. In the meantime, send someone to the destroyer's silent location to salvage the wreckage as quickly as possible to analyze what just happened to them. And the cause of the accident began to be closely scrutinized in the Eagle Jam military headquarters. Ottoman hadn't done anything to encrypt their means, so they got the results quickly after the exfiltration. The admiral who was in the conference room guessed correctly. Just now, whether it was all the carrier's carrier planes exploding, or a destroyer suddenly being blown up out of nowhere and disappearing, none of it was due to external strikes, but the missiles and other weapons they themselves carried blew up on their own, and the cause of the accident was satellite. On the beach next to the nuclear fusion power station, Su Yu, who had presided over the ignition ceremony, was lying comfortably by the beach drinking an iced Coke, and Shou Mu was sitting not far from him, concentrating on opening a coconut. While opening it, using the Peregrine Falcon in the sky as a signal relay point, directly hacking into their military satellites. Their so-called independent military network system will be no different from the normal internet. And those missiles that are controlled through satellite guidance only need to be controlled by a few switches flipped by the information networks inside their airplanes and battleships, and a few false signals transmitted through the guidance satellites are enough to set them off. They do have quite a few anti-network intrusion facilities. Not bad vigilance, just not much use is all. So you can blow up all their warships and airplanes anytime you want? Su Yu was surprised. It's true to understand it that way, but it's not that simple. Autumn N shook her head. There are actually still quite a few mechanical safeties throughout the link, which can only be opened manually by hand, and under normal circumstances, even if I had control of their military satellites, I wouldn't be able to detonate these missiles. It's just that they were just in a state of readiness where all these physical safeties were turned on and all the missiles were in a ready-to-launch situation so that they could be detonated in conjunction with the network and satellite signals. Then this is rather also thanks to the high degree of computerization of their weapons. Su Yu laughed. Autumn N nodded in return, casually placing the open coconut beside him. This tactic of hers is actually good against this kind of highly informationalized opponent. If all countries had weapons like the Black States, just one Faith AK per capita with full mechanical mechanisms, then, no matter how awesome you are on the internet, you can't control people's brains over the internet to pull the trigger and kill yourself. Or like the big mushroom, the killing range is so great that it doesn't even need satellite guidance. Direct inertial guidance can reach the target weapon. There wasn't really much Autumn End could do, because the control of these things is outside the control of the network. Physical isolation makes it impossible to hack even the most advanced computers. But Eagle Sauce's attitude is not too far from what we guessed before. Even if they have already summoned up the greatest courage, they just want to destroy the fusion pile to stall for time. They simply don't have the guts to fish out of water. Su Yu stretched his back. After this time, they shouldn't dare to make any trouble in a short period of time. Next, with that said, his gaze turned to the sky. Send out a job posting and recruit a bunch of people to build a base on the moon to dig up helium-3. The official blog of Timeless Technology. It is a great honor to announce to you that the world's first gravity field confinement commercially available controlled fusion facility, located on Kyushu's Jong Island, was successfully ignited at 10 a.m. This morning and has successfully generated electricity. After successful ignition, the fusion reactor's energy output was much greater than its energy input, meaning that the Fusilier fusion demonstration reactor is fully commercialized. Currently, Spacetime Technology has reached an agreement with the officials of Kyushu, and 4 nuclear fusion reactors comparable in size to the Fusilier reactors have already been finalized for construction, and construction will begin in the next few days. It is expected that within 3 months, all thermal power generation in Kyushu will be shut down, and clean and cheap fusion energy will be integrated into the Kyushu power grid, completely outlawing thermal power as the main source of energy within Kyushu. The era of free electricity for residents is coming. Let's all cheer for this day. But while we celebrate, we have another announcement to make. The main fuel for controlled fusion is helium-3, but Blue Star doesn't have much helium-3 that can be mined on the surface because of the atmosphere. In order to guarantee the fuel demand of the subsequent nuclear fusion energy for our lunar base program of time and space technology is officially on the agenda. This plan is personally named by Mr. Su Yu, the chairman of Time and Space Technology, as the Guanghan Palace Plan. This will be the second mega plan of timeless technology after the Tongtian Jianmu Plan. The Guanghan Palace Plan will be carried out at the same time as the Tongtian Jianmu Plan, and the plan is divided into 3 stages. Phase 1, within 1 month of the start of the program, Send 1,000 technicians with relevant specialties to the moon to use the lunar base modules and engineering machinery designed by Time and Space Technology to build open-pit mining plants on the moon to collect and refine helium-3. Phase 2. Continue to expand the scale of helium-3 mining. Raise the number of permanent residents at the lunar base to more than 10,000 within a year. And complete the construction of the lunar artificial ecosystem to create a lunar population settlement. Stage 3. No longer expanding the scale of helium-3 mining. Under the premise of realizing sustainable mining, the main goal of this stage is to build an extraterrestrial city that can be used for free human activities within 3 years on the basis of an artificial ecosystem, which will be named Guanghan City, with a planned construction area of no less than 3,000 square kilometers, and a maximum population of up to 20 million people. After the construction of the space elevator is completed, it will only take a maximum of 3 days to travel to Guanghan City from Blue Star. And Guanghan City will soon become one of the headquarters of spacetime technology in the extraterrestrial world. The program has now completed all preparations and will be completed by Timeless Technology in cooperation with Kyushu. But of course, if any other friends want to join in, they are more than welcome to do so. At present, the lunar base modules designed and produced by our Time and Space Technology are already under intensive construction, and 5 sets of modules have already completed construction and acceptance. The lunar base module contains a small fusion reactor, internal circulation system, gravity generator and other advanced technologies, with a standard personnel capacity of 150, and under extreme conditions, can accommodate 300 people for more than 3 years without all external supplies. Of course, this is the designed personnel capacity, and in order to ensure the comfort of life for the first crews we send to the moon, we expect each moon base module to be currently fully staffed with 100 people, spread out in different locations on the moon. We have prepared the most advanced engineering mining machinery and the most comfortable living environment for the first batch of lunar staff. And with the gravity field, the gravitational environment within the lunar base will be no different from that on the blue planet. So there's no need to worry about the occurrence of maladjustment at all. And in addition to that, the personnel working on it will also enjoy 7 days of vacation time every month, and will be regularly delivering supplies to the various moon bases every week. And when delivering the supplies, if any of the staff members want to go back to the blue planet on vacation, they can report it in advance, and return together on the ship at that time. At the same time, in order to keep the staff on the moon from getting bored outside of working hours, we've also added a lot of interesting gadgets to the lunar base module, which can be viewed in the introductory video Lunar Base Module Functionality Explained. Currently, the first batch of moon base personnel are hotly recruiting. Those who meet the recruitment conditions can participate in the application link. Most of the time, the official blog posts of Timeless Technology are brief and concise. The last time I posted a long post of this many words was when the official announcement was made to carry out the Tontine Wood building program. Therefore, at a glance at so many words posted this time, many people guessed that it was definitely not simple before they even read it. So as soon as the dynamic was posted, it attracted the attention of countless people. After everyone took a closer look, well, it was really big again. The Canton Palace project. The first stage is fine. Going to the moon to mine helium-3 is really not that difficult for TimeTech, which has already done so many great things. Almost no one doubts that they can do it, but it gets progressively more outrageous after the second stage. The second phase was to build settlements of tens of thousands of people on the moon, while the third phase of the plan was to build a giant city on the moon covering an area of more than 3,000 square kilometers with a population of more than 20 million. The difficulty of this level of work, in most people's opinion, has far exceeded the Tontine Wood building program, but while being incredulous, thinking that it was proposed by Time Technology, it suddenly felt as if it wasn't so outrageous. Maybe it's even possible to do it. Of course, the follow-up of the Guanghan Palace program can be done, not to mention, at least the front of the moon to build a base to dig helium-3, is no one thinks that Time and Space Technology cannot be done. And after taking a look at the perks of going to work on the moon, the number of people who signed up exceeded 10 million in less than half an hour after Timeless Technology put out this announcement. I'm begging you guys, please don't fucking steal it from me. I have 10 years of excavator teacher. I thought this life had no chance to go to Time and Space Technology, this kind of high technology company, to work. It is not easy to have a suitable position for me. You still with me to rob? Or people? I dropped out of junior high school to work, and I've been fixing cars for 8 years. I never thought I'd get a chance to go to the moon this time. Don't try to steal from me, or I'll be in a hurry. You guys watched the Moonbase Module Functionality Explained video? They also talked about some of the engineering equipment in detail, and it feels like this equipment can completely realize fully automated mining. So why does Time and Space Technology still need to recruit so many people? You don't get it, do you? Moon that environment. from time to time a solar wind and so on. These automatic equipment is very easy to have problems. You take a closer look at the staff to be recruited this time to know. Basically are related to mechanical specialties. It is estimated that their usual work is to repair the equipment after the equipment problems. That's true. But that being said, astronaut recruitment is so strict. But the criteria for recruiting on the TimeTech side is so loose that it feels so weird that anyone who is a normal person without a history of any major illnesses is fine. Because they have another technology that is much more awesome than fusion. What could be more awesome than fusion? What could be more awesome than nuclear fusion? Force. What was revealed in this announcement from Timeless Technology was quickly seized upon by some as the main point of it other than the construction of the moon base. That's the gravity generator in the moon base module. This thing creates a gravity field in the moon base that perfectly mimics the gravity of the blue planet, solving some of the drawbacks that humans have if they are in a space-always environment for a long time. The average person is in weightlessness for a long period of time. That's no joke. It can be extremely taxing on the body. In space, due to weightlessness, bones do not need to be stretched, which can lead to severe muscle atrophy. And if no protection is provided, 20% of the muscles can be lost in 10 days. Even after returning to the ground, the neck muscles would atrophy to the point where it would be difficult to hold up the weight of the head. In addition to muscle atrophy, it can lead to osteoporosis. Living in space for a month probably results in a loss of 1.5% of bone tissue, the equivalent of a year's worth of loss for the average senior citizen. That's why many videos can be seen of astronauts coming down from space, often needing to be supported or even sitting in a wheelchair to get around. That's because spending a long time in a low-gravity environment leads to osteoporosis, and even the risk of fracture if you act normally on your own without external help, and want to send people to live in space for long periods of time. It's impossible to do that unless the person sends it up and then never intends to come down for the rest of their life. Not to mention long-term. Normal astronauts who go up there for a few months have to recuperate for a year and a half when they return to Blue Star. If it was just a space station, then there was a solution. As long as the space station was built large enough, it would be possible to use the centripetal force created by the high-speed rotation to simulate a gravitational environment. But to colonize the surface of other planets for long periods of time, especially on a small moon with low gravity like the moon, then weightlessness is a problem that must be solved. And this gravity generator listed by Timeless Technology this time is capable of generating a gravity field that covers the entire moon base, in which it simulates the blue star gravity environment. It can be said to have completely solved the problem in this regard. It's just a matter of insiders looking in and outsiders looking out. For most ordinary people, getting one of these doesn't seem like such a big deal with the oxymoron that is spacetime technology. After all, which of those space elevators and nuclear fusion things doesn't sound like it has to be some kind of gravity field? However, to someone who actually has some knowledge of physics, this gravity generator is anything but a simple gadget. It can even be said in no uncertain terms that what space elevator, what nuclear fusion, compared to this gravity generator, is simply more difficult to construct. Putting it into technical terms, it's not in the same league at all. A gravity generator capable of controlling gravity is orders of magnitude more difficult than accomplishing controlled fusion commercially. Although before the time technology in the Peregrine Falcon to open the conference, there are people noticed the Peregrine Falcon in the gravity environment does not seem to be right. The people above all seem to be on the ground as well. A little weightlessness did not show, but basically no one thought too much about it at the time. After all, there are quite a few means of trying to keep a person in a normal posture in a space environment, and even a special suit can do the trick, so no one even associates it in that direction until they've experienced it for themselves. As a result, what was never expected was that the time and space technology actually really possesses the technology that can control gravity. This kind of epic making. No, it could even be said to be something that crossed civilization levels. Even put something like this just plainly, without a ripple, in the Hiroshima program as a small, unassuming feature in the moon base module. What's the force? What force? Gravity fields. They were able to manipulate gravity, a technology that was nothing short of terrifying. Yes. This is already a technology that can only be possessed after the unification of the four fundamental forces, isn't it? If that's true, I'm afraid that the technology mastered by spacetime technology has already far exceeded our imagination, and has even gone beyond the understanding of the current physics community. Wait, what the hell is so awesome about this? No one is going to science it up? The so-called gravity field is just the beginning of the practical application of force after the unification of the four fundamental forces. Do you know about the two-way foil? Theoretically, they could have built that with the theoretical foundation of unified mechanics. Crap, got it instantly. Bullseye. After a little bit of understanding of what this gravity generator represented, many people were shocked. At first, I thought it was just some insignificant gadget, but I never thought it could actually be bullish to such an extent. then brainstorm like crazy around that point. Of course, Suyu is also aware of the fact that the center of gravity of the discussion on the network has inexplicably deviated from the Guanghan Palace program to the mechanics. In fact, what these big names in Science Online say is essentially not a problem. Theoretically speaking, after the unification of the four basic forces, can do a lot of things indeed. Many things to take out, and even bold to the science fiction novels do not dare to write the point. But there's not really a lot of applied technology in this area on the wasteland side. Deflective force fields and gravity generators to get a gravity field or whatever is really just the most rudimentary application. Something deeper is something that even the wasteland side itself doesn't understand. Not much else to say. Although there are gravity generators on the wasteland side that are capable of creating gravity fields to simulate different gravity environments, and are already crappy technology with little difficulty, but it is not well developed in anti-gravity technology. According to Autumn End, there are indeed anti-gravity devices that can be practical. But its cost is so high that the Human League of the Prosperity era would have a flesh wound. When Futurama was designed, the original plan was to send it into space as a space fortress, and the equipment responsible for sending it into space is a couple of anti-gravity engines. Those anti-gravity engines alone are no cheaper than an entire space fortress, and it's a one-time thing, useless after sending Futurama into space. The bottom line is that this thing can't be miniaturized, or maybe the technology on the wasteland side can't make it miniaturized yet. Any anti-gravity engine is the size of that huge planetary engine in one of the Blue Star movies. Utility is simply about as good as none. So even the Prosperity era on the wasteland side, who was too idle to do anything about it, didn't continue to work on this after just getting a test model out. Quite simply, interplanetary flight has work-free mass engines and does not require anti-gravity technology at all. And those huge starships outside the planet are in space from production to citation, and will not land on the surface at all. And the connection between space and the ground can rely on the space elevator. And naturally, it is even more difficult to use this thing. So the so-called anti-gravity technology seems completely chicken feed on the wasteland side. If it weren't for the fact that the Battle of Armageddon was about to begin, some rich people on the wasteland had teamed up to build Futurama to try to run away. And the workerless engines weren't enough to send this huge space fortress into space. There wouldn't have been any huge expense to build those anti-gravity engines that could only be used once. It turned out that the engine had only been built before the end came. An anti-gravity technique is so difficult, let alone some two-way foil descending strike. So even if the four basic forces have been unified, it doesn't mean that anything can be done. There is only a theoretical basis for it. And in scientific research, the distance between practical application and theory, one can only say that if you look at how much resources the world invested in controlled nuclear fusion before Suyu appeared, and how long it took to research it, you'll understand. In addition to the netizens' discussion of the matter on the internet, officials from various countries were also dumbfounded after seeing that timeless technology actually welcomed everyone to participate in the partnership. There was a rather surprising amount of enthusiasm shown for joining the Hirokan Palace program and exploring space with time tech. The last time there was a Tongtian wood building program, no country in the world participated except for Kyushu, though there's also the factor here that time tech has no intention or need to work with anyone else. But more importantly, other than Kyushu, who had seen the true technological power of spacetime technology, no one at that time even believed that they could really pull off the entire Tongtian Jianmu program. Even a foreign Nobel Prize winner had publicly stated that this was a completely whimsical technology, and that just the first stage of realizing controlled nuclear fusion commercially could trap timeless technology for at least 50 years. And, of course, the results were quite a slap in the face. In just a month's time, timeless technology had taken care of the technology for commercialized controlled fusion and was already planning more power stations. In addition to slapping the face of the foreign academic bigwig who had said that timeless technology would be stuck in fusion technology for 50 years, it also proved their technological level to the world. So this time, even if there was no active invitation from timeless technology in that announcement, they were afraid that they would still take the initiative to inquire about the relevant matters, wanting to get on the ride. There's no way around it. In the eyes of the world's top brass today, spacetime technology represents the future in every sense of the word. After all, there was a lot more going on yesterday than just fusion ignition. In that sea in southern Kyushu, Eagle Jam was a big loss. Although not many ordinary people knew about this matter, it would not be a secret to the top echelons of these countries. A destroyer was sunk, a carrier was outright lost, and a dozen carrier planes were destroyed. At least thousands of elite soldiers in advanced technical categories were injured or killed in the accident. This may still be a big secret for ordinary people, but for the heads of state, of course, it is not a secret. The unstoppable Eagle Sauce didn't even fight back this time after taking such a severe beating, and didn't even put a few words in his mouth. Anyone knows that such a thing is bound to be impossible for Kyushu to do. though in that part of the ocean, things like crippling an aircraft carrier and sinking a destroyer wouldn't be hard for Kyushu. But Eagle Jam, even if he hadn't fought in that battle yesterday, wouldn't have been able to hold his tongue, and would have put in a few harsh words at high and low levels, rather than not saying a word as he did now. And apart from Kyushu, the only other thing on the blue planet that could do that was apparently Time Tech. While it remains to be seen exactly what means Time Tech used to make the raging Eagle Jam withdraw in disgrace, that didn't stop the smaller nations from getting a clear signal. The hegemony of Eagle Jam may really be coming to an end this time. The future is on the side of Time Tech. If you don't lick it now, when will you? So it's not important whether or not you can actually participate in the Guanghan Palace program in the end. Showing your attitude and standing in line in a timely manner is the most important thing. In this regard, Suyu also came to the rescue, and they don't have to pay for it. They just have to pay someone when they come. Every person who took the initiative to apply to join the Guanghan Palace program, Suyu all gave them one or two, or a few of the first batch of slots to the moon. Even Eagle Sauce, who joined in on his own initiative godlike, he didn't stand in the way, taking it all in and allowing Eagle Sauce to send people to participate in the initial program. Of course, they were able to participate with only a token amount of personal outreach. All other things are taken care of by the spacetime technology. On the large sofa in the conference room on the top floor of the Arctic Palace, Suyu leisurely held his cell phone and swiped through the forum. On the side was Li Yuanxi, a small secretary who kept stamping on a pile of documents. These are basically the same documents that Late Autumn has read. After reading it, it was sent directly to Suyu's office, and the printing equipment over here would print it out. Then Suyu will just put a stamp on it. This used to be his main job when he came to the office every day. Now, if he did, he could also throw this matter to Li Yuanxi to do, and he himself was naturally more leisurely. But after lying down for a short time, Autumn entered the office. Glancing at Li Yuanxi, who buried her head in the stamp, she came straight to Suyu and whispered in his ear, "The virtual tech site is almost done with the hours of practice it's been stockpiling for a while." Oh, Suyu's eyes immediately lit up and he put down his cell phone. "So can we start now?" "Could try." Autumn nodded. The thing about virtual cultivation, cutting the length of cultivation, was something he and Autumn had conceived when they released the virtual technology. However, at this stage, the virtual reality devices sold out by Timeless Technology actually have spirit stones in them, and for the vast majority of people, just such a small piece of spirit stone was enough to support their cultivation for a long time. It was obviously unrealistic to want to harvest other people's cultivation hours in the short term and have them cultivate for themselves. But it can't be helped that there are geniuses in this world. According to Autumn, nearly 500,000 virtual devices had been sold, and 7 or 8 of them had completely absorbed the spirit stones in the devices. It had now gone to the point where even if he continued to cultivate in the game, he couldn't continue to get stronger in reality because of the lack of aura. It had already begun to contribute its cultivation hours to Suyu. Suyu is for this point of vinegar-wrapped dumplings, and now that it is finally time to harvest, naturally cannot help but to try it first. Soon, the two were in Autumn's lab. In the middle of the lab, a special piece of equipment had been placed by now, and the virtual device was already piled up with spirit stones around its circumference. It was specially prepared for Suyu. He didn't need to care about anything, as long as he laid into the device and slept. Those harvested cultivation hours would temporarily take over his body, crazily absorbing the spiritual energy from these spirit stones around him to cultivate instead. This was the substitute cultivation system that Autumn had come up with after studying the metaphysical side for so long. The principles inside were extremely complex, and Autumn even felt that this thing was normally much more difficult than unifying the 4 basic forces. If you want to study and understand it, you can't even think about it without 100 or 80 years. If it wasn't for the fact that she had high-end technology from both the technological and metaphysical sides for reference, and that these two very different paths happened to have a marvelous chemical reaction when they met, I'm afraid that even she would have had a hard time coming up with this in a short period of time. By the time Suyu played in the virtual world for a while and came out to take over his body again, it was already an hour later. Around the device, the spirit stones that were originally full of spirit stones had already had hundreds of pieces that had finished absorbing the spirit chi in them, turning into a field of ashes. And Suyu also clearly felt the difference between himself and before. Boom! Under the great commotion, a fist mark appeared on a thick steel plate that was visible to the naked eye. Suyu withdrew his unharmed fist with a calm expression, then he heard Shio move from the side. Bone density is 9 times higher compared to before. Muscle density is 11 times higher. And strength is more than 10 times higher than before. Over 3,000 kilograms of strength in one arm. The fastest 100-meter sprint can be run within 3 seconds. And the brain is nearly 17 times more active than a normal human being. Your current situation. The standard for the division of forces in the Tianxian realm. should have already reached the standard of the late stage of body tempering, not far from the peak of body tempering. Next time you can try to directly break through the peak of body tempering and reach the chi practicing realm. Autumn said as she recorded it. So soon at the late stage of body tempering, squeezing his fist and feeling the surging power within his body. So you could not help but tsk. This thing could be so much faster than if he had taken his time and practiced on his own. In this aspect of cultivation, although he couldn't be said to be talentless, that little talent was basically better than nothing. From the time he got the gongfu until now, Suyu had actually been practicing without any breaks, and he would set aside a few hours every day to practice, and with the unlimited supply of spirit stones, for such a long time he had just been at the early stage of body hardening, and even the middle stage of body hardening was still far away, but in a flash, he had reached the late stage of body tempering, and even with a little more effort he had gotten the chi practicing stage. It's true that it's still faster to upgrade with a hang-on. At this rate, when the virtual device is really completely popularized, and a few more times, won't I even be able to easily reach the Yuan-ing transformation god? Suyu casually said. It's impossible. According to the cultivation system of the Tianqian realm, after every upgrade, the difficulty of continuing to cultivate rises exponentially. Chiou shook his head. Upgrading quickly now is also just because your realm is currently lower as well. By the time we reach the chi practicing stage, or even the foundation establishment stage, then the upgrades after that will only get harder and harder. As for the more advanced Jindan or even Yuan-ing transformation god, it may not necessarily be attained by simply absorbing aura and cultivating like this, and it may also involve something about how to comprehend the rules aspect. If my guess is correct, at that time, even if the virtual devices are completely popularized and billions of people around the world provide you with cultivation hours at the same time, you may not be able to break through that realm. Pity. Suyu shook his head and didn't think much about it. He had been prepared for this. After all, if it really had to be that simple, the heavenly Xian realm had a history of millions of years, and there were so many amazing and talented people. There's no way that no one has noticed that this bug exists. Even if they can't possibly have such technological means as Autumn's in to cut leaks on a large scale, they may not necessarily have no other way to use it to enhance their strength after really discovering such bugs. So it was fine to use this way to quickly increase strength in the early stages. And when it really came to the later stages of cultivation, this obviously didn't work very well. However, he didn't care. If he could improve a little bit then he had earned it. Otherwise, if he relied on his own cultivation, if he wanted to reach his current strength, I'm afraid that he wouldn't even think about it without a year or two. It feels like my whole body is full of strength right now. Wanting to find someone to fight, moving his wrists, Suyu couldn't help but spit out. Then go fight. Autumn laughed. Beat who? Suyu raised an eyebrow. Frost Star. Suyu, listen, is this what you, the elder, should say? Why did you hit her? That's easy. Didn't she get a couple small colony ships before? Beat her to the punch and make her trade over. Autumn shrugged. I can probably guess some of her plans. There's actually no shortage of technology in the waste world. There's a full set of Prosperity Era's technological reserves left in the city of the future. But they're limited by the unavailability of the relevant materials, so they're not useful at all. And by keeping the colony ships, she's obviously attempting to use them to escape the galaxy currently surrounded by a fleet of bioweapons and fungi. And as long as we escape and find a place to start over, we still have the cards to turn the tide. Nice plan, but the likelihood of realizing it is almost equal to nothing. And instead of that, it's better to. Speaking here, she looked at Suyu. Got it, Suyu nodded. You mean you want me to reveal that we've mastered a more comprehensive metaphysical side of the cultivation system so she can trade her colonization ship for it, right? That said, it does seem like a win-win deal. The colony ship thing isn't much use in the wasteland world, but it's much more useful in Blue Star. Let's just say that the recent Guanghan Palace project, relying on these few tiny peregrine falcons to transport supplies was always too slow. Not to mention that Tanto Kenki is almost in, and the second stage requires the in-space portion of the space elevator to be built and sent up. This is also definitely a huge project, and I'm afraid that if we only rely on peregrine falcon transportation, it will greatly delay the completion of the project. It may not be impossible to exchange for more things. For example, the Heaven's Punishment class power armor that I mentioned to you before. You should be more interested in it. Even more other things may not be impossible. Speaking of this, Autumn suddenly revealed a wacky smile. Speaking of which, according to your aesthetics, Frost Star and their family's trademark white hair should be to your liking, right? That girl is already pretty and has white hair. Are you impressed? If so, I'll marry her to you. As he spoke, Xiaomu had already come up to Suyu's ear with a look full of mischief on his face. Suyu sniffed and unceremoniously pushed her pretty face away. Stop it. Get to the point. Reproduction is the #1 priority for the continuation of the race. Ottoman did not see any embarrassment at all and said in a flat tone, "You are now the most genetically excellent I've ever seen in a human being, and the offspring born in the future will definitely not be ordinary. So letting Froststar give you a child will do more good than harm, both for the wasteland world and for herself. It doesn't matter if she's willing or not. As the future city lord, she should have that realization. And I reckon she might even be quite happy about it." Suyu. No. Wouldn't it be a little too weird for you to say something like that in a serious way? After freezing for a moment, he ghosted. "Why don't you give birth to me?" Unexpectedly, Autumn Ann nodded without changing her face. "After I obtain a physical body that I can use properly. Of course. Where are you going?" "Punch Froststar to go. What's the rush to find me?" In the familiar classically styled conference room, Froststar sat at the other end of the room. She was still wearing Storm-class power armor, but some traces of smoke blackening and dried blood were clearly visible on the surface of the armor. "Apparently, it's not so peaceful over there these days, I'm afraid. Aren't you the future city lord now, and you still have to go to the battlefield?" Suyu could not help but wonder. "It can't be helped. Most of the officers of Future City were taken out by me during the previous cleansing process, and now quite a few legions have no commanders, so I can only cover for myself for the time being." Froststar shook his head. "You guys still need a commander to fight the Fae?" Suyu was surprised. "Who told you we were dealing with Fae?" Froststar glanced at him oddly. "Those brainless monsters on the surface are too easy to deal with, and only threaten small settlements. And with Future City's equipment, there's no need to have an armed force of the Legion's establishment if it's just dealing with the Fae. The one I'm in a firefight with right now is an organization called the Salvation Army Corps." Salvation Army Corps? Suyu raised an eyebrow. "How? Sort of one of the top powers on the wasteland. Similar to our Future City," Froststar explained. "You know the origin of Future City. It is a group of tycoons who built a space fortress used to escape from the home planet. As a basis for nearly 100 years of development in the wasteland, now the influence of Future City has already covered the surrounding area of millions of square kilometers, and farther away from the place will be unable to do anything. Subject to the wasteland's disturbed magnetic field, long-distance communication is a big problem. If the distance is too far away, we can't control it even if we want to. And outside of these places, there are of course some other top-tier forces that exist, and these forces have basically inherited a large amount of legacies from the Prosperity era, and each one of them is not to be underestimated in terms of strength. The Salvation Army Corps is one of them. Their predecessor was the last fleet of the Human League, the 11th Fleet of the Star Ocean. The mission was to be responsible for sniping the fungus fleet on the outskirts of the galaxy where the home planet is located, except that the power of the two sides was already quite disparate at that time, and the 11th Fleet was of course defeated, but they were the ones who destroyed the last battleship in the fungus fleet that had the ability to annihilate the star in that battle, and this is how we were able to keep our home planet from being shattered by a single shot of the fungus. You should know what happened back there, right? After the defeat of the fleet, we released the bioweapons, and the fungus could only hold its head in the face of those monsters. The remnants of the 11th Fleet piloting a group of starships also had no choice but to force land in the home planet. There were no anti-gravity devices on the starship, and the work-free engines were not at all powerful enough to allow such big guys to fly free of the gravitational pull of their home planet, so it stands to reason that they would never have been able to walk again. But although it is only the remnants, but the 11th Fleet also still has nearly 1 million well-equipped fighters exist, and although their supply ship can't fly up into space, but the device inside can still be used. This kind of large-scale supply ship is completely a huge heavy industrial center. As long as there are raw materials, they can constantly manufacture weapons, even if it's not flying up. Some small starships they can build. If it wasn't for the out-of-control mass of bioweapons and genetic weapons that were raging on the surface at that time, causing the world to fall into a state of separate wars for more than a decade in the early days of the wasteland, the League of Man could have swept away all the people with ulterior motives and integrated the entire wasteland world with the remnants of the 11th Fleet alone. This is said to have originally been one of the alternative plans of the League of Man Namor, only to end up being messed up by those out-of-control bioweapons. With such a background in place, the Salvation Army Corps is naturally quite capable of fighting, or it wouldn't be too much of a stretch to say that they're one of the strongest forces currently fighting in the wasteland. Froststar shrugged helplessly. Obviously, if she didn't really have no choice, she definitely wouldn't have chosen to go to war with this Salvation Army. Occupying millions of square kilometers is considered a top power in the wasteland. Suyu thought about it for a moment. Ottoman seemed to have said before that the planet where the waste world was located should be about the same size as the Blue Star. Even the landmass is larger than Blue Star. In that case, a power that occupies millions of square kilometers. is roughly the size of a province in Kyushu. Of course, it's not a small country level when you put it on the Gull Island side. So there are many more forces on your side of the world on a level similar to Future City and the Salvation Army Corps? Quite a bit. Froststar wiggled his fingers and did the math. Future City, Salvation Army Corps, Institute, Church of the Apocalypse, Shelter 1, Star Ocean Chamber of Commerce, Doomsday Mutual Aid Society, Atomic Gene, People's United. There must be at least a dozen of them. And so on. Suyu was surprised when he heard the last. The UPC is still around? What gave you the illusion that organizations like ours that have inherited a bit of the Prosperity Era's legacy have managed to grow? And that a behemoth like the League of Man would simply disappear? Froststar said reasonably. The Human League is not only in, but also the undisputed strongest force in the wasteland. These so-called top forces I just listed, including our Future City, at least nominally are still under the jurisdiction of the Human League. Only that although the Human League is strong enough, but now this situation can only reign supreme in an area, and can't control us. Wait, let me run through it, Suyu said with a bit of a headache. Future City alone is already so strong. It even has a full set of industrial technology. All that's missing is some raw materials. And you have so many other forces that are similar to Future City. Not to mention defeating those fungus fleets and bioweapons in space. At the very least running out and finding a planet to start over is a chance, right? Of course there's a chance. It's easy to even think about running. Froststar bristled. Other than that, as long as those anti-gravity engines in Future City are repaired, with the giant gravity field shields carried on Future City, it's too easy to escape. If we build a few more anti-gravity engines, sending those stranded starships in the Salvation Army Corps into the sky, as long as we leave some of the starships to break the back and delay them slightly, it will be completely possible for a few of the main ships to turn on their leap engines and run away. However, those anti-gravity engines were destroyed on the way to Future City. And the place where they were destroyed was more than 6,000 kilometers away from Future City, within the sphere of influence of the Church of the Apocalypse. The place where the anti-gravity engines were manufactured and assembled was more than 10,000 kilometers away from Future City, within the sphere of influence of the Star Ocean Chamber of Commerce. The manufacturing technology of the anti-gravity engine was again not publicized and was in the hands of the Research Institute. The large amount of materials needed to manufacture the anti-gravity engine are only available at Sanctuary No. 1. And the most crucial thing is that even if this plan does work, the only ones who will eventually succeed in escaping this galaxy to go to the outer planets and start over are us. Future City. Plus at most those few starships of the Salvation Army Corps. That's why it's impossible for other forces to agree. As a matter of fact, when Auntie Autumn was still the Future City's lord at the time, she also mentioned this plan at a meeting of the League of Man, and the result was, of course, that all of them were against it except for the Salvation Army Corps. And they all came up with their own plans as well. All of these plans have a high probability of getting us out of the mess we're in, but it's not much use because the biggest beneficiaries are mostly the ones who come up with the plans. But it requires a joint effort by everyone else, and no one else is likely to agree to it. Something like this hasn't happened once or twice. Froststar was somewhat helpless. Although the League of Man is strong enough, it's no better than any other top-tier power, and has long since lost the authority it had back then. Each power has a set of scenarios that are most favorable to them. And the end result is that all the scenarios are opposed by someone. And it's never possible to consolidate all the resources on the wasteland. So everyone can only live together on the wasteland. Suyu could not help but fall silent even after hearing this. Can't help it. People are like that sometimes. As many factions as there are, we all have different interests and demands. And the result is that they pull each other's hind legs and nothing can be done. It's fine in peacetime, when people don't tear their faces off and can sit down and talk. But in the world of the wasteland where one wrong step could lead to the end of all life, even if the leaders of these forces had their hearts set on the world and had the realization of sacrificing their lives for mankind, they couldn't help but think about the future of the millions, or even tens of millions, of people under their command. Resources on the wasteland are limited overall. The stars don't belong to humanity. Then they lose their external supply lines of resources. That's all there is on the whole planet. Use a little less. If Futurama's plan is adopted, and in the end if it comes to fruition, Futurama's space fortresses and Salvation Army Corps starships will of course be able to pat themselves on the back. But what about the rest? The remaining resources on the wasteland were already low, and now they are being consumed in this program. Is the rest of everyone still alive? As for what about first we all pitch in to make a certain power run out first, then when they get established on other planets and go big for a few decades then come back to restore the glory of the UPC. I'm afraid that even the person who said it doesn't believe it when this kind of crap is said. The scale of those bioweapons in the sky right now, even if they were at the peak of the Prosperity Era Human League, they would have to mobilize all their fleets together to get rid of them. Developing for decades? Don't even think about it without 200 years. After 200 years people have changed generations. And who among those who ran out will remember the home planet that has been turned into hell? Who else is willing to spend countless manpower and resources to fight those bioweapons for a planet that has almost no value? So with the Human League no longer able to consolidate its resources, it is simply unrealistic for the wasteland humans to try to recreate the glory of the Human League. Of course, it's not like there's no chance at all now. At least Frost Star had a trading platform and a supply line from the outside. And when the resources accumulated to a certain level, Future City might not be unable to go it alone. Thinking about this, Suyu also figured out why there were still so many forces in the wasteland. But Frost Star and Autumn End basically rarely mentioned it to him. Apparently it can't be counted on at all. So why are you guys fighting that Salvation Army Corps? Suyu wrenched the topic back. Because of trade. Frost Star snorted. I took out some of the food I got from you and took it out to sell it for a large amount of industrial raw materials, which basically can only be formed under some special environmental conditions in the stars, such as supernova outbursts and around black holes. Most of you can't find this kind of stuff on your side, and we use a little bit of it here, so it's very precious. They didn't react at first, thinking that we got those grains out of some warehouse, so they had a great time exchanging those raw materials they couldn't use for a while for food. But after the trade deficit got to a certain point, they sensed something was wrong and realized that we seemed to have a little too much food. But at this time we have basically emptied the Salvation Army Corps of most of the special materials inventory. They interrupted the trade some time ago, and then reapproach us to bargain. The final price is negotiated, but for those industrial raw materials they took out before, this loss they are not wanting to eat, intends to let us return it. They pay us in accordance with the price they have now negotiated. Of course I can't agree to this kind of request, so I'll just have to fight. At this point, Frost Star paused and returned to his senses. No, why are you asking so much about this? Aren't you the one who asked for me? What's the matter? Ahem, just curious to ask. Want to understand the customs of the wasteland. Suyu coughed lightly, then after a slight contemplation, said his purpose. Late Autumn asked me to come and kick your ass. Frost Star. After a slight daze, although she didn't know what Suyu and Shiomu wanted to get up to, she nevertheless quickly reacted, and after glancing up and down at Suyu for a few moments, she snorted. Just you? Looking down on me? Suyu was immediately unhappy. Although you also have power armor. Has Auntie Cho ever told you that when everyone wears the same power armor, when it comes to sparring it's the one with more combat experience and a stronger physique who has a greater chance of winning? Frost Star seemed to smile. I've been trained in fighting since I was a kid. How many people have you killed? You want to beat me up? Don't talk too much. Just do it. Suyu nonchalantly got up and said. Kidding aside, he was now in the late stage of body hardening. It was unrealistic to put over power armor with his bare hands, but if you wear power armor yourself, you can exhaust your opponent just by hard physical exertion, right? She's all original, no mechanical modifications at all. At the top of the day the physical abilities are still within the realm of normal. It's impossible to be stronger than him. As for skills and whatnot, the so-called 1 power to 10, the gap is so big that to a certain extent, skills are completely useless. A boxer who is 48 kilograms or less, with even more impressive skills, will only be able to be dried up by a punch when he meets a boxer who is 91 kilograms or more. It's hard to close in power armor, and I'm afraid I'll beat you to death, so I'll just use my bare hands. Anyway, if everyone has power armor it's the same as if everyone doesn't, and there's not a lot of power armor, so it's hard to fix it if you break it. As Froststar spoke, he directly removed his heavy armor and walked out from it. As for Suyu, he didn't wear power armor at all when he came in. Trading space is normally not allowed to harm each other, and being able to enter here, by default, both parties have signed a security agreement, but it's easy to get a fight. Just break the security protocols. Of course, after lifting it and being killed that trading space won't care is all, unless one takes the initiative to ask for help from the trading space when one is about to die. The trading space also has an agent shelter program that is going to take the initiative to save the agent from death. A certain amount of trading points will be deducted though. In this regard, whether it was Frost Star or Suyu, they had basically figured out the rules, since the intention was to cut a deal. Of course the security protocols had been lifted. Suyu's offer to spar was of course because he wanted to try out his current strength. After all, he had just been upgraded, and it always felt a bit awkward not to try a fight. Exporting the metaphysical side of the cultivation side of the technology to the Frost Star side was incidental at best, at the suggestion of Autumn End, and Frost Star's purpose for agreeing to Suyu's cut was simpler. She had figured out one thing, that was that the life extension golden pill that Suyu had given him could only be consumed at most once by a person. This discovery made her grit her teeth every time she remembered how many times she had been punked by Suyu with this thing. Since Suyu now took the initiative to propose a sparring session, then of course she had no reason to refuse. Originally, she had a violent personality. In other words, a certain tendency towards violence. Plus being pitched a few big waves by Suyu. I've wanted to beat him up for a long time. Of course, Froststar also realized that Suyu suddenly looked for her for this matter, and was afraid that he had some other purpose. Also wanted to see what kind of trouble Suyu was trying to make. Don't worry, I'll try not to beat you to death. Anyway, Auntie Chio is on your side. Break a few bones and she'll fix you up. As she spoke, Froststar picked her white chin, signaling that Suyu could make the first move. Suyu, on the other hand, glanced at her exploding figure under her tights and couldn't help but think of what Chomu said before he came. I don't know if Auntie Cho's words count. Ahem. Returning to his senses, he looked at Froststar, who was already in a fighting stance, and focused a bit more. Of course, there are only a few of them. He could now roughly sense what Shin Fluttershy meant by spiritual awareness. It was a metaphysical sensation, probably similar to what the Blue Stars call a sixth sense. Perhaps because the cultivation level is still relatively low. This feeling is not too clear, but it is practically there. And in the feedback that spiritual awareness gave him, Suyu could probably get a conclusion. The Frost Star in front of him was indeed stronger than an ordinary person, and more than likely had the strength of a pre-hardened body. I think I've also used the primary gene potion in the trading platform mall. If before today, Suyu's strength was only at the early stage of body hardening, and his skills and experience were even far inferior to a warrior like Froststar who had fought all sorts of people or monsters in the wasteland. Cutting with Froststar is mostly just pure abuse. But this is one thing and this is another. With his current strength at the late stage of body tempering, if he were to spar with Froststar, probably putting her down casually? Since it's a sparring match, there has to be some sort of colorful prize, Suyu said after a brief thought. The picture's gone, hasn't it? What do you want? Froststar laughed. She knew that Suyu must have some other purpose in suddenly seeking her out for a sparring session. Celestial Punishment class power armor? Or the colony ship you have would work. Impossible. Froststar's face changed when she heard this, and she replied without hesitation. There are only a few sets of Sky Punishment class power armor, and they've been sealed in storage, so I can't even use them myself. As for the colonization ship, it's still of great use to me, and you can't even think about it. Don't you want to know what I'm going to take as a lottery prize? Suyu asked rhetorically. With that, he pulled out what seemed to be a rudimentary-looking scarecrow. Scapegoat dolls, capable of allowing a person to die once in a fatal attack on behalf of the person. Produced by the high-end metaphysical side of the world. You go to war every day and fight people to the death. This should need this very much, right? You've matched another trade that you can successfully trade with. And the other party is still on the arcane side? Froststar's eyes narrowed, his gaze resting on the scapegoat doll. There was a flash of heat under his eyes. That's the kind of thing that no one would be unmoved by. Especially for her living in a chaotic wasteland world. The value was definitely no less than a piece of Heaven's Punishment class power armor. It's been matched for a while now. So is the parley I mentioned just now okay? Suyu replied indifferently. Honestly, it was hard for him to die on the blue planet. Even if someone glued a nuclear bomb to his face. The big deal was that he was just a drill in the king's trading space, and it was unlikely that anyone would be able to do anything to him. So this scapegoat doll put in the hand is just to seek a peace of mind. Something better than nothing. It's better to take it out as a lottery prize. More importantly, he didn't think he could beat Froststar. Okay, Froststar, who had been reluctant just a moment ago, agreed without even thinking about it at this moment. One Sky Penalty class power armor. Is that enough? Of course it's enough. Come on then. The color of excitement flashed under Froststar's eyes. Obviously, like Suyu, she didn't think she would lose. So after seeing the colorful prize that Suyu took out, he agreed to it almost without even thinking about it. Are you sure you want me to make the first move? Suyu tried. Cut the crap and hurry up. I'm busy, Froststar said impatiently. Then, watch this. Suyu curled his feet and stomped on the ground with force, and with the terrifying power added, he instantly scurried out a few meters and arrived in front of Froststar. An unrelenting whiplash went out. Froststar's originally confident demeanor couldn't help but change, subconsciously raising her hand to block her body. Boo! A dull sound rang out, and she didn't even have time to let out a cry of surprise before she was lifted backwards by the terrifying force and flew out, crashing straight into the wall of the conference room. Ahem, you took your medicine? Froststar coughed twice and stumbled a bit to get up from the ground. The little arms of both hands were already numb, and she didn't have to look at them to know that they would be absolutely bruised up later. However, she didn't care too much about these small issues, but instead looked at Suyu with a shocked expression. Immediately, as if she had remembered something, not waiting for Suyu to answer her question just now. She was busy asking after him. No, you were injected with the platform's intermediate gene potion? Is this second stitch actually that great of a boost in strength? Not a gene potion? Suyu shook his head and did not explain too much. Instead he smiled. How? Still fighting? Fight. Froststar's expression finally became much more serious. Just now, although Suyu's blow was powerful and her speed and strength were far superior to hers, she did not feel that she did not have a chance of winning. Just kidding. She, Froststar, the most outstanding genius of Future City in the past 100 years, the Future City Lord, and the youngest top-tier power controller in the waste world. A life is not weak, alright? What kind of talk is there about admitting defeat right at the beginning? Then don't cry later. Suyu laughed. That kick just now could be said to not even bring out a tenth of his strength. After all, he had just mastered this level of power, and he didn't know what the effect of his full strength was, fearing that he would give Froststar a death at once. So try to keep your strength in check. Since this guy is still alive and kicking and talking tough, there's no need to be polite. Drink! This time, Froststar didn't wait for Suyu to make the first move, but grabbed the first opportunity. With a single movement of his feet, he crossed a distance of 10 or so meters and arrived at Suyu's side in almost an instant. The same whip-like sweep as he had just done. However, when Suyu used this move against her just now, she could only barely react. But now she was not very good at using this trick against Suyu. That swift pace, in Suyu's view, was like turning on slow motion. There was no speed to speak of. With a flick of his left hand, he took hold of her ankle. Suyu looked at Froststar, whose face flashed with a stunned look, and without hesitation, his right hand clasped her neck. With a casual flick of his hand, he pinched her neck and glued her entire body to the wall behind him. The huge force on his neck instantly caused Froststar to feel a horrifying sense of suffocation accompanied by a stabbing pain. For a moment she even felt her neck crushing. As for her back hitting the wall, the feeling of her whole body falling apart, she couldn't care less. Seeing this, Suyu's hand slightly loosened and released her. You, cough cough cough. However, this time Froststar was obviously beaten up, and just as he tried to say something, he coughed and coughed. There was a stumble in his step and he almost fell. Luckily, Suyu was quick on his feet and grabbed her thin waist and swept her into his arms. Seeing her small, red, wretched face, she felt out of breath. I've been punked by this bitch before. You've had your day, too? Well, convinced? You, Humph. Froststar subconsciously wanted to say no, but remembering the feeling of her neck being almost crushed just now, she let out a cold snort and closed her mouth. When Suyu saw her like this, he estimated that he couldn't talk about the next business without slowing down. Then she helped her to her place and sat down to rest. The process naturally involves some physical contact. I have to say, this guy does have something. Definitely the best of any woman he'd ever seen, at least in the body department. Froststar was naturally not unaware of this contact, but didn't say much. After sitting down and resting for a few moments, she coughed lightly again, her throat burning but more than capable of speaking. At that moment, she looked at Suyu with a somewhat hoarse voice and said, "You're not right." "Oh, what's wrong with me?" Suyu laughed. "This is definitely not an effect that a trading platform's intermediate gene potion can achieve. It doesn't make sense." Froststar, though the redness on her face had not yet faded, her full head of white hair was slightly messy, and she looked a bit wretched, but the eyes were surprisingly sparkling. Eyes gleaming, he looked at Suyu and said, "You're getting a boost from the metaphysical side?" "That's right." Suyu nodded frankly and then didn't say much, just quietly looking at her. After thinking for a moment, Froststar gritted his teeth. "What do you want? Didn't I just say that? Colonization ships, give me a few." Suyu spread his hands. "Just the colonization ship?" Froststar's eyes flashed with suspicion, clearly not believing that Suyu would offer her such a low price. After all, a few colony ships were nothing at all compared to the metaphysical side's methods of boosting their own strength. Suyu knocked on the table in front of him and said after a little thought, "Surely more than a few colony ships. What if I said I wanted a whole line of starships?" "No way," Froststar said flatly. "There's nothing like that in Futurama. And the only ones in the entire wasteland capable of producing starships right now are that giant supply ship from the Salvation Army Corps and the Human Leagues." Halfway through speaking, she suddenly reacted and turned her head to look at Suyu in surprise. "You don't want me to destroy the Salvation Army Corps and trade you that starship-capable starship supply ship, do you? Or what?" Honestly, Suyu didn't think so much at first, just going to take the few colony ships she has and forget about it. But after hearing what Froststar had just said, there was a bit of something else going on. The value of a Prosperity-era fleet replenishment ship is simply incalculable. This thing would be a pure waste in the wasteland. There aren't enough resources over there, even with the equipment to build starships. And even if they built a starship, they couldn't fly it. If Suyu was able to get his hands on it, Then he could completely turn on the explosive soldier mode on the blue star side. Of course, he upped the ante on his side and gave out more. If it was just a few colony ships, the most he would trade would be the same cultivation as the Frost Star and Blue Star people. That is, practicing through virtual devices. Get Frost Star a Wasteland Special Edition and trade her some of the Spirit Stones. Enough for her to cultivate for herself and her cronies. And worthy of the price of those colonial ships. And if you trade supply ships instead, that's naturally a different price. Trading 1 or 2 techniques and a large amount of Spirit Stones to Frost Star was perfectly fine. No way, Frost Star shook his head. Not to mention the question of whether or not the exact value matches. Future City is simply not capable of defeating the Salvation Army Corps. Those guys are militaristic. And there aren't many forces in the entire wasteland that can fight better than them. We're fighting a lot right now, but the scale is kept to a certain point, and it's nowhere near the point where either side can wipe out either side. And the top forces on the wasteland basically have some weapons of mass destruction weapons inherited from the Human League. Even if we can beat them, people have the ability to drag Future City to be buried with them. There's absolutely no way I can agree to this condition. Change it. However, Suyu was unmoved and turned to say, tell me where the Salvation Army Corps came from and where they are now, and I'll listen. Froststar looked at him helplessly, and after a moment's thought, he said, the Salvation Army Corps is a huge war machine. Their predecessor was originally the 11th Fleet, and almost all of the Corps personnel inside are descendants of the surviving soldiers of the 11th Fleet at the time, with a population size of roughly 3 million now. Of course, this refers to the actual Salvation Army Corps members, the ones who get to live in their core area. And in addition to these people, the Salvation Army Corps also holds nearly 1 million square kilometers of land. That area belonged to be an ecological reserve before the war, and was relatively sparsely populated. So even though their sphere of influence wasn't small, the population wasn't much, only 30 to 40 million people. All along, the Salvation Corps has been managing their imperial sphere of influence according to the military control system. And under this system, everyone within the Salvation Corps' sphere of influence is a warrior who is ready to take their weapons to the battlefield at any time. And coupled with the existence of that giant supply ship, their heavy industry is quite developed. That's why the Salvation Army Corps' combat power is extremely strong. About 30 or so years ago, there was an open conflict between the Salvation Army Corps and the League of Man, and the Salvation Army Corps, with a total population of less than 40 million, pulled out a huge army of over 5 million. And it wasn't just some rabble, it was a well-equipped elite force, with the lowest-level soldiers equipped with the G-45 medium exoskeleton. Even the Human League suffered a big loss that time, and it was the beginning of the complete collapse of the already precarious prestige of the Human League. Even the Human League has suffered losses at the hands of those lunatics, let alone Future City. A small fight is fine. Want to completely eliminate each other? Forget it. After listening to her description, Suyu probably had a rough outline of this Salvation Army Corps in his mind. Then thoughtfully, a fully military-controlled power with tens of millions of people under its command. Wouldn't the people living on their side be depressing then? Depressing? Froststar said oddly. Where in the wasteland world is life not depressing? No, Suyu shook his head. How is life for the average person in your future city? It has to be scored inside and outside the city. Froststar thought about it. There are currently roughly 6 million residents within the city of Future City, while outside of the city within the sphere of influence belonging to Future City, there are nearly 100 million more, spread out over hundreds of thousands of square kilometers in the form of large and small gathering places. If we are talking about the interior of Future City, these millions of people are the earliest batch of Future City residents. Thanks to the large amount of resources stored in the Space Bastion, life in Future City is much better than outside. Except for the relative scarcity in food due to genetic and biological contamination, the entire Future City's life pattern is not as wanting to be laid back as in the pre-war prosperity era, but it is also absolutely can't be considered poor. The residents of the city are required to work only 6 hours a day and are paid enough to experience a wealth of recreational activities within the city. It can be said that apart from the food aspect, which is really out of the question, the residents of Future City still have a high level of happiness, and are the closest thing on the wasteland to the pattern of life during the prosperity era. And now that I've gradually begun to decentralize some of the food, the residents of Future City have greatly improved in terms of what they eat in addition to the difficult-to-swallow nutritional cream. And outside of Future City, the residents of those gathering places that also nominally fall under Future City's jurisdiction aren't treated so well, but that can't be helped. Future City's carrying capacity is limited. The current population has already reached its limit. It's impossible for me to let more people in. And outside of Future City, the environment alone is extremely harsh. Not to mention other aspects, it's hard for people outside of the city to live. And naturally it's even more of an extravagance to want to live comfortably. Even for many of the settlement's leaders, the goal of their entire lives is no more than to be able to join Future City. All we can do is try to maintain peace and quiet in the area, and send people to help them out of a crisis when they're attacked by other gatherings, or by the Fae. And while they've been given the shelter of Future City, they'll need to regularly turn in a batch of Prosperity-era stuff dug out of the wasteland. That's probably how Futuro City and those gathering places outside of Futuro City get along. And as for what they do privately within the gathering places, as long as it doesn't get particularly ugly, we usually don't ask about it, and in fact don't have the ability to ask about it. For most of the wasteland people who even have the luxury of eating nutrient paste to fill their stomachs, unless we can provide them with the most basic livelihood security, they can't even guarantee their basic survival needs, but they have to be limited by some rules and regulations, which will instead kill more people. Like what? Suyu frowned. Like cannibalism. Froststar's eyes flickered. In fact, in the wasteland where food is scarce, it's quite common for like to eat like. For many survivors at the bottom, even the worst quality nutritional paste is not always guaranteed to be available every day. Once they encounter something, they don't even have nutritional paste to eat, and when they are about to starve to death, some of the kindred around you are the last reserve food. It's natural that such barbaric behavior should be banned, and Future City could certainly introduce an ordinance to shoot them if they dare to eat human flesh, but there's no point in doing so. It would only cause more people to starve to death, and by eating their dead counterparts, they would at least be able to live. In that case, I'm afraid that there will be people who will go and kill others even when there is food in order to stock up on food, just in case something happens, right? Suyu frowned. Cannibalism. To be honest, he kind of couldn't take it. Previously, his knowledge of the wasteland had been derived from Froststar and Autumn End, but these two were one of the great ladies of the world born into the great families of Future City, and now they were the Future City lords with high positions of power. The other is even an old aunt who has survived the Prosperity era to this day. The two of them surely knew what the wasteland world was really like, but the suffering of the wastelanders was hardly reflected in them. When talking to them, Froststar said the most about trading issues, and Autumn End said the most about some scientific research, and then the daily exchanges. Even Autumn End seemed reluctant to mention much about what the wasteland world had originally been like, even deliberately avoiding such topics at times. Probably, don't really want to recall these not-so-fond memories? Thinking about this, he seemed to suddenly understand why Autumn End wanted to come and visit Bluestar before he died. For someone like her, born in the utopia of the Prosperity era, the current state of the wasteland was a hell on earth. She had seen the beauty of the Prosperity era and the horrors of the wasteland era, and it didn't seem unfathomable that she would choose to escape before she died when she was powerless to change the situation. Hearing Suyu's question, Froststar faintly said, "I don't know if there is such a saying in your world." "What's the word?" Suyu looked at Froststar. She was then heard to utter a string of wasteland words that she didn't understand at all, but after this passage was translated by the trading platform, what was heard in Suyu's ears was clearly, "What goes around comes around." Some forces want to kill people on a large scale to store food. Of course it is not allowed by Future City, but privately others do so. We usually only care when we come across it. Of course, this is still within the jurisdiction of Future City. Other forces don't even bother with these things. I've heard that many of the rich and powerful among the forces will even blatantly buy some newborn babies. This is probably the most delicious food that can be found in the wasteland world. I probably understand. What else is the difference between Future City and the Salvation Army Corps? Go on and talk about it. It's best to talk about the difference in terms of technology. Suyu let out a long breath. According to her description, the inside and outside of this Future City were two worlds altogether. It can be said to be a perfect illustration of what it means to be in heaven on one side and hell on the other. The genus gave him a little bit of a wasteland shock, but inquiring about these things wasn't his purpose after all. His purpose was always on the Salvation Army Corps. In terms of technology, Froststar said after a brief pause, the advantage of the Salvation Army Corps is that it has a well-developed heavy industry and is capable of mass-producing all types of weapons. And in the case of Future City, unique advantage is probably cyber technology. Network technology? Suyu was somewhat surprised. If he remembered correctly, Autumn End had once said that the magnetic field on the wasteland side was disturbed, making long-distance communication extremely difficult, not to mention the internet. Of course, it's not unusual for Futurama, being a sky fortress, to have a network inside, but Froststar suddenly brought up this matter at this time, and it was obvious that the network technology mentioned here was not referring to Future City's intranet. That's right, cybertech, Froststar said with certainty. In fact, our technology in this area has always been more developed and has been a key item in previous foreign exports. The internal networks of the vast majority of the settlement's living forces throughout the wasteland. The networks they use internally were all built by us. including the Salvation Army. It's just that in the past, due to the wasteland environment, these networks were all independent of each other and couldn't be connected to each other. But recently there happened to be another breakthrough in this area. And the science team from Future City managed to find quite a few satellites that were still functioning in that pile of space junk out in space, and have already activated them successfully. These satellites from the Prosperity Era period are extremely resistant to interference, and are fully capable of assuming the function of communications satellites in today's chaotic electromagnetic environment of the wasteland. And because they have been floating in space for a long time, they won't attract the attention of those bioweapons to be destroyed, and the coverage is sufficient to encompass the entire wasteland after they are strung together. We've been gradually promoting the network on the part of Future City, and it's estimated that in the near future, all the settlements on the wasteland, at least in terms of the network, will be connected. Froststar briefly explained about the network. For his part, Suyu's eyes brightened the more he listened. When she had finished, she immediately said, "Since it's hard to beat the Salvation Army Corps in a short period of time in a frontal hard encounter, why don't we change our mindset? I have an idea that might be able to take care of them without bloodshed." "Oh, tell me about it," Froststar said with some curiosity. "It's simple. Mastering the network. That's like mastering the mouthpiece," Suyu said with certainty. "You can totally mess them up internally if you want. Imagine that prior to that, people in the Salvation Army Corps had been under military control, and there weren't a lot of supplies or ways to entertain themselves, and life was pretty depressing. But compare that to the miserable state of the survivors out there, and the vast majority of them probably won't complain too much. But once the network is connected, you can have the people of Futurama properly show off their lives on the internet, in the good way. Of course, what will those people from the Salvation Army Corps think after they have been repressed for so long and see that the residents of Future City can actually live so well in the wasteland? That simple? Will it work? Froststar said suspiciously. Of course it will be effective, and it's certainly not that simple to implement, including how to unobtrusively publicize it, how to mobilize emotions, and how to buy off the middle and upper echelons of the Salvation Army Corps, all of which are carefully outlined in a charter. And don't you forget, your bigger advantage over the internet is the ability to serve real food, life in the world. After the most basic food and clothing do not need to worry about, the pursuit of nothing more than to eat, drink and play that point, and the Salvation Army Corps, even the middle and high level, also completely lost the option to eat and drink. Play compared to you are also extremely scarce. As long as you publicize and place after the initiative to contact, they may not be unmoved. Suyu's tone was very certain. Joking aside, tactics like fishing wheel warfare and exporting values are defensible, even in a world like Blue Star where countless countries were in a big mess. Anyone who knew there was such a thing as a fishing wheel war likewise didn't have much of a good way to deal with it. Not to mention the wastelanders who have lived through centuries of prosperity epics where humanity was united in centuries of wasteland epics. Their side's experience with human-to-human fighting was obviously still a bit too tender compared to the Blue Star side, which was still at the stage of physical destruction. It's times like these that a little Blue Star shocker will definitely show them what it means to be a true infighting insider. But, is this really going to mess with the Salvation Army Corps? Froststar was still a little unconvinced that these small tactics that couldn't be on the table could have such an effect. Of course you can. Never underestimate what stupid things people will do when driven by selfishness. But if we want to completely mess up the Salvation Army Corps with just this, it will definitely take some time. And that time is estimated to be measured in years. But the last thing we need is time. Isn't it? Suyu smiled. Anyway, you first do as you think. Later when I go back and let Autumn help to draw up a rough plan out, you can just implement it accordingly, and then come back to ask me if there's anything you don't understand. So, Froststar frowned. Regarding the trade of items on the metaphysical side, it will also have to wait until after the Salvation Army is taken care of? That won't be necessary. We can trade now. Just give me those colony ships first. Suyu roughly explained to her again the difference between using a virtual device to cultivate and directly giving a gong method. Much like he expected, Froststar quickly agreed when she heard his proposal. Very painfully, he took the 3 colonial ships on hand and the set of Heaven's Punishment class power armor that he had just lost in a cut and run, in exchange for the virtual equipment in Suyu's hand that could enter the virtual world to cultivate. It was also exchanged for 1 million spirit stones. If she didn't have the intention of massively spreading these virtual immortal cultivation devices in Future City, then these 1 million spirit stones should be enough for her to use for a long time. After the deal was initially finalized, Froststar then let out a long breath, then provocatively seemed to look at Suyu Road. You took advantage of the Schwanchu side cultivation in today's duel. Next time I'll come back after I figure out the Schwanchu side's cultivation. Don't be afraid to answer the battle then. Suyu was instantly happy at his words. Still want to fight? Not to mention that he had a large group of substitutes in Blue Star to help him cultivate, and his cultivation was growing by leaps and bounds. Even if it was normal cultivation, Frost Star, even if he was a genius, it would be hard to beat him at the same level as him, right? Especially after reaching the chi practicing stage or even the foundation establishment stage. He still had quite a few spells and aptitudes from the Tianqian realm on hand. Frost Star only had cultivation techniques, so why would he be able to beat him? Thinking about this and seeing the look of pride on her face, Suyu's heart moved. In the next moment, his figure flickered and instantly appeared on Frost Star's side like a ghost. Before Frost Star could react, she felt a pinch on her face, while Suyu's voice and warm breath came from her ears. Next time, you'll get a spanking if you lose. When she came back to her senses, she realized that Suyu had already returned to her seat and never seemed to have moved. On the delicate face, the original proud look gradually solidified, and the redness that had just dissipated not long ago reappeared, froze for a while, left a sentence of "you wait" cruel words, then fled as if hurried offline. As it turns out, Autumn's vision was right after all. At that time, when she handed Frost Star the authority to represent the supremacy of Future City as the city lord, she said that Frost Star was too young and frivolous, and was actually not very suitable to be the city lord, and it actually does. Although when Suyu met Frost Star, she was already in a high position, and at a young age, she was a bigwig at the level of a legionnaire, but she wasn't actually as old as Suyu, and according to Autumn End, Frost Star's age converted to Blue Star's side was only 24 now. While not lacking in thoughtfulness, most of the time she doesn't seem to be much of a thinker and acts in a rather grumpy style. This was evident from the fact that he was provoked by Suyu to spar with him in just a few words and pressed a Heaven's Punishment class power armor. Therefore, when preparing the Fishing Will battle plan for her to deal with the Salvation Army Corps, Autumn End had also written it in great detail with considerable dedication. I'm afraid she won't be able to understand and make a scene. There was so much to consider that even with the computing power of Autumn End's bionic human mid-computer, it took her a little over half the night to get through all of this. It belongs to the people who are worried about Future City. And while Autumn End was worrying about Future City, Suyu was finally waiting for the matchmaking opportunity refresh that refreshed once every week to refresh again. No hesitation in opening the match. Transaction object matching in progress. Match successful. Entering trading space. His eyes flashed, and when he opened his eyes again, Suyu realized that the location he was currently in had turned into another somewhat dimly lit cave. Various utensils made of bones hung around the perimeter of the cave, making it look rather eerie. As for the point that the position of different trading objects is different, Suyu has roughly known what is going on. Presumably, the trading platform will take the initiative to adapt an environment that both parties can quickly accept as a trading space according to the cultural customs of the trading parties. It wasn't that Suyu had traveled to someone else's world. Therefore, very often, after entering the trading space, as long as the general look at the environment, they feel not too contrary words, Suyu will think that the probability of success of the transaction is very high. This proved that he had at least quite a bit in common with the person he was matched to trade with this time, and should be able to communicate properly, like the tentacle monsters and goblins and such that he had been matched with before. That environment was a bit too much for him to handle once he was inside. It shows that even though the trading platform is trying to adapt, it is still not possible to create an environment that both parties can adapt to because of the gap between their cultures and outlooks, and so on. And this match to the trading space. To be honest, Suyu took one look at this environment and felt that this transaction was only half cool. Other than that, the hole full of white bones, although he didn't seem to see any human bones or anything in there, was enough to put people off. This proves that the person he's dealing with this time isn't that communicative. I'm afraid. As expected, after roughly surveying the environment, Suyu finally fixed his gaze on the trading partner standing on the other side of the cave. Only when he got a good look at the looks of the person he was trading with, he first hesitated a bit. And then without hesitation, he took a step back and pulled out the Heaven's Punishment class power armor that he had just gotten his hands on and put it over his body. Although the default of the trading space is that you cannot harm each other before the security agreement is lifted. But look at the object of this transaction. Suyu felt it was better to put the heavy power armor on to feel safe. This was because the person he had matched to trade with this time was a white tiger. This huge white tiger's height exceeded 5 meters just by standing there, and its body length was at least 7 or 8 meters. What made Suyu even more puzzled was that on both sides of the ribs of this giant tiger, there was actually a pair of white feathers. It looks dominant and majestic, yet elegant, like a tiger belongs to the yes. This obviously can't be an ordinary tiger. Is it hard to believe that it's another metaphysical side world? The moment he saw it, Suyu had some rough guesses. After stroking his hand for a moment, he arched his back. Agent Blue Star. Suyu. On the opposite side, the huge tiger similarly nodded at the sight and said, Beast God Realm Agent. Bai Hong. As it spoke, it shrunk in size rapidly. In the end, he actually became a tall woman who was at least 1 meter 8 or taller. Wearing a white cloak, the woman had picturesque eyebrows, a standard 9-headed body, and a pair of long legs that were straight and slender yet appeared to be full of power. This sudden change of heart for Suyu was something he never expected. But looking at this, she was left with a pair of fluffy white ears on top of her head after the transformation was a near miss. Crap! The beast-eared lady! It was good that he had also seen the world, and after freezing for a moment at first, he quickly reacted and politely said, I wonder what Bai. What are the needs of fellow Taoist Bai? What do you want to buy? Or what do you want to sell? Bai Hong sniffed and swept his gaze over his face, finally settling on the dark red sky punishment class power armor he was wearing. You're from the tech side of the world? The tech side? Hearing this word, Suyu instantly realized that something was wrong. From the circumstances of her transformation just now, it was clear that this tigress did not possess the characteristics of the technological side, but was more like the means of the metaphysical side, and tech side worlds, similar to the Blue Star kind. After the gradual abundance of productivity, even the basic life of ordinary people has been guaranteed. Such a situation, in order to meet the growing spiritual needs, the technological side of the world in the development of a certain degree after the cultural will certainly usher in the development of the peak. So if someone from the tech side of the world has some knowledge of the metaphysical side, that's actually quite normal. But when it comes to literature, arcane-like abilities are a topic that can't be gotten around. Whether it's the blue planet or a tech side world like the waste world, there are similar legends and stories. And in turn, the metaphysical side of the world where the strong are strong enough to have the ability to warp the heavens and the earth, and the weak don't even have the basics of life skyrocketed, obviously doesn't have this characteristic. So people in the metaphysical side of the world, by definition, have a hard time understanding the technological side of the world. But she looked like she was clearly from the metaphysics side of the world. Yet she instantly recognized the power armor on Suyu as a product of the technology side. There are only two possibilities. One of them was that the divine beast realm that Bai Hong spoke of was actually a technology side world, and that hand she had just used was a metaphysics side skill that she had gotten from the trading platform. The other possibility was that Bai Hong was a veteran agent of the trading space, at least above an intermediate agent, and had seen a lot of things. Suyu observed her expression for a moment, and seeing that she was always calm and unhurried, he already had a rough answer in his heart. Mostly the latter. Another senior agent.